Synopsis. After waking up in the body of an 11-year-old orphan, a woman from our world discovers she has been reborn into a universe of magic she once only read about. Bearing the face and name of a legendary wizard's lost sister, she must navigate a world of wonder and hidden dangers. Unlike the tragic figure she replaced, she possesses a calm mind and an intuitive grasp of magic. As she heads to a famous school for witchcraft, she decides to use her foresight to protect those she cares about and forge a new destiny, proving that knowledge can be the most powerful spell of all. Chapter 1: The Echo of a Name 3. The world for the last 6 months had been painted in muted colors, smelling of old paper and the sharp, clean scent of lemon polish. It was a gentle, quiet life, a stark contrast to the one she remembered. The before, as she called it, was a blur of digital noise, deadlines, and the constant hum of a world spinning just a little too fast. Here, at St. Jude's Orphanage for Girls, time moved at the pace of the sun creeping across the library's worn floorboards. She was curled in her favorite armchair, a magnificent, faded floral beast with arms worn smooth by generations of lonely children seeking solace in stories. In this world, her name was Ariana Dumbledore. That name had been the first shock, a jolt so profound it nearly shattered the fragile calm she'd painstakingly built since waking up in this small, unfamiliar 11-year-old body. She hadn't woken with a scream, but with a sharp gasp, her mind a frantic storm of memories from 2 different lives. One belonged to a woman in her late 20s, an architect who loved rainy days and the bitter taste of dark coffee. The other was a collection of faded watercolor impressions, a rough woolen blanket, the bland taste of thin broth, the kind, wrinkled face of the matron, Mrs. Gable. It took a week for the impossible truth to settle in. She had been transmigrated. The how and why were gaping, unanswerable questions she learned to tuck away in a neat little box in the corner of her mind. Panicking, she reasoned, was a waste of energy. Survival, adaptation, understanding, those were the only things that mattered. The name Ariana Dumbledore had come from Mrs. Gable, delivered with a sad, gentle smile. "Your parents chose a beautiful name for a beautiful girl," the matron had said, tucking a stray strand of honey blonde hair behind her ear. "They were a sweet couple, your mother and father, a bit distant, perhaps, kept to themselves. Said they came from a very old, very private family, the Dumbledores." The architect, the woman from the before life, had been an avid reader. She devoured fantasy series like a starving woman at a feast, and the Harry Potter books had been a cornerstone of her childhood. The name Dumbledore wasn't just a curiosity, it was a blaring alarm in the dead of night. And Ariana Dumbledore, that wasn't just a name, it was a tragedy, a pivotal point in the history of one of the most powerful wizards of all time. That first day, her heart a cold, heavy stone in her chest, she had sought out a mirror. The face that stared back wasn't hers, not the familiar one with its tired eyes and the small scar on her chin. This face, it was ethereal. It was the face of a girl on the cusp of true beauty, with a delicate, heart-shaped jaw and skin like pale cream. Her hair was a cascade of light, honey-blonde silk that fell to her waist, but it was the eyes that held the true power of the illusion. They were a startling, luminous shade of periwinkle blue, vast and deep, holding a wisdom no 11-year-old should possess. She knew, with a chilling certainty born from fan art and vague book descriptions, that this was the face of Albus Dumbledore's lost sister. The resemblance was uncanny, an echo from a century ago. The matron had explained her lineage simply. Her father was a Dumbledore, yes, but from a line that had lost its spark, as he had put it, a squib. He had married a Muggle woman, and for a few blissful years they had lived a quiet life. Their deaths, a mundane car accident, had left their only daughter, Ariana, an orphan. This explained her presence here, away from the notice of the main, magical branch of the family. She was a footnote, a genealogical anomaly. And crucially, she was not the original Ariana. There was no trauma etched into the marrow of this body, no seething, uncontrollable mass of suppressed magic. She was not an obscurial. The thought was a profound relief, unclenching a fist of fear around her heart she hadn't known was there. The tormented soul of the first Ariana was at rest. She was just a girl who had inherited her name and her face, a vessel for a new soul. A quiet confidence began to bloom in the ashes of her initial fear. She was not a victim of circumstance. She was a player, albeit an unexpected one, in a game she knew the rules to. She had knowledge, foresight that could be both a shield and a sword. And she had something else, something the books had never truly captured. Magic. She could feel it. It wasn't a thought or an idea. It was a physical sensation, as real as the warmth of the sun on her skin or the solid weight of the book in her lap. It was a constant, low hum in her blood, a second pulse that beat in time with her heart. It thrummed at the base of her skull, coiled in the pit of her stomach, and pooled in the palms of her hands. It was a living, breathing part of her. In the quiet solitude of the orphanage, she had begun to experiment. She didn't need a wand for now. The very notion felt foreign, like needing a wrench to turn a key. She could weave the magic. Sitting in the garden, she would give a wilting rose a gentle nudge of her will, and its petals would perk up, regaining a fraction of their lost color. She could summon a soft, warm breeze to dry the laundry on the line a little faster. When young Chloe, a perpetually sniffling 6-year-old, scraped her knee, she would rest her hand over the wound while distracting Chloe with a story, feeling the magic flow from her palm. A soothing, tingling warmth that knitted the skin together faster than it should, leaving only a faint pink line by the next day. She never did anything flashy, never anything that would draw attention. They were small, subtle acts of will, as natural to her as breathing. It felt right. She was a calm sea, and the magic was the deep, powerful current that moved beneath the surface. Her confidence wasn't arrogance. It was the quiet certainty of someone who knew, intimately, the full scope of her own being. "Ariana, dear." The voice, soft and familiar, pulled her from her thoughts. Mrs. Gable, the matron, stood at the entrance to the library, a kind smile on her face. She was a stout woman with gray-streaked hair in a sensible bun, her apron always smelling faintly of baked bread. "Lost in your books again," the matron chuckled. "It's nearly time for tea. Come along, you'll miss the good biscuits." Ariana closed her book, marking her page with a practiced, gentle motion. She slid out of the armchair, her movements fluid and graceful. "Of course, Mrs. Gable, I wouldn't want to miss your biscuits." Her voice was soft, melodic, yet held a note of composure that often made the other adults at the orphanage treat her more like a peer than a child. They saw a polite, reserved, and unusually mature girl. They didn't see the calm, knowing soul behind the periwinkle eyes. In the dining hall, the familiar, comforting chaos of 20-odd girls reigned. The clatter of cutlery, the chatter and laughter, the occasional squabble over the last jam tart, it was the soundtrack of her new life. Ariana took her usual seat at the end of a long wooden table, beside a shy 9-year-old named Mary, who was her closest thing to a friend. "Did you finish your sums, Ari?" Mary whispered, pushing a biscuit towards her. Ariana accepted it with a small smile. "I did. I can help you with the long division after tea, if you like." "Oh, would you? You make it seem so easy." It was easy. Mathematics, history, literature. The curriculum of the small school attached to the orphanage was laughably simple for a mind that had completed a master's degree in architecture. She had to consciously hold herself back, to make small, believable mistakes so as not to appear freakishly intelligent. It was all part of the act, the careful construction of her new identity. As she sipped her lukewarm tea, her gaze drifted to the calendar on the wall. The last week of June. Her 11th birthday was a few days away, on July 3rd. According to the timeline she held so carefully in her memory, the Hogwarts letters often came around now. The quiet hum of magic in her veins seemed to thrum with a low, expectant energy. She was ready. The week passed in its usual, tranquil rhythm. She helped the younger children with their lessons, spent long hours in the library, and tended to her small, semi-secret garden patch behind the kitchens, where the tomatoes grew suspiciously large and red. With every passing day, the feeling of anticipation grew, a quiet tension coiling in her chest. She found herself watching the postman more intently, her ears straining for the sound of an unfamiliar knock at the door. It came on a Thursday morning. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. The shouts and laughter of the other children at recess were a distant, happy noise. Ariana was inside, helping Mrs. Gable polish the silverware in the main office, a quiet, meditative task she enjoyed. The rhythmic motion was soothing, and the office was the nerve center of the orphanage. From here, you saw everyone who came and went. A sharp, authoritative knock echoed from the heavy oak front door. It wasn't the postman's quick rap or a delivery driver's impatient banging. This knock had weight. It had purpose. Mrs. Gable wiped her hands on her apron. Now who could that be? Stay here, dear. Ariana's hands stilled, a silver fork held forgotten in her grasp. The magic inside her, usually a placid river, stirred. It was as if it could sense a kindred presence, a great and powerful concentration of magic just beyond the door. It was like feeling the air pressure drop before a storm. She heard Mrs. Gable's surprised voice, then the deeper, crisper tones of a woman she had never met in this life, but whose voice she recognized from 1,000 cinematic viewings in her old one. Her heart gave a single, powerful thud against her ribs. "Good morning," the voice said, its Scottish burr precise and unmistakable. "I am here to see a Miss Ariana Dumbledore. My name is Minerva McGonagall." A moment of silence, then Mrs. Gable's slightly flustered reply. Oh, of course, please come in. Is everything all right?" "Everything is perfectly fine," came the reassuring, if slightly impatient, reply. "I have a matter of school enrollment to discuss with her." Footsteps approached the office. Mrs. Gable appeared in the doorway first, her expression a mixture of confusion and deference. Behind her stood a tall, severe-looking woman who seemed to have stepped directly out of another century. She wore robes of a deep emerald green, her dark hair swept up into a tight, no-nonsense bun. A pair of square-rimmed spectacles were perched on her sharp nose, and behind them her eyes were keenly intelligent, missing nothing. Minerva McGonagall surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping past the filing cabinets and the worn desk before landing, with laser-like focus, on Ariana. For a split second, an almost imperceptible flicker of something, shock, recognition, memory, crossed the stern woman's face. It was there and gone in an instant, but Ariana saw it. McGonagall was seeing the face of a ghost. The name, combined with the face, was a potent combination. Ariana placed the fork down soundlessly on the velvet polishing cloth. She stood up, her posture straight, her hands clasped loosely in front of her. She met the professor's intense gaze with her own calm, periwinkle one. "I am Ariana Dumbledore," she said, her voice quiet but clear. McGonagall's lips thinned into a straight line. She gave a curt nod. "Professor McGonagall, I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Mrs. Gable let out a small, bewildered squeak. "Witchcraft? I beg your pardon." "Perhaps it would be best if I spoke with Miss Dumbledore alone, Mrs. Gable," McGonagall said, her tone leaving no room for argument. She pulled a straight-backed chair away from the wall and gestured for Ariana to sit, before taking the one behind the desk for herself. Mrs. Gable, looking completely overwhelmed, could only nod. "Yes, of course, I'll just go and check on the children." She scurried out of the room, closing the door softly behind her, leaving Ariana alone with the formidable witch. An intense silence settled over the office. It was a weighted silence, a test. McGonagall was observing her, evaluating her reaction to the bomb she had just dropped. She was likely expecting tears, disbelief, or frightened confusion. She was not expecting the preternatural calm that radiated from the girl in front of her. Finally, McGonagall reached into the sleeve of her robes and produced a thick, yellowish parchment envelope. The address was written in shimmering emerald green ink. "Miss A. Dumbledore. The End Armchair, the Library. St. Jude's Orphanage for Girls. London." A small, genuine smile touched Ariana's lips. The End Armchair. Of course, magic. "This is for you," McGonagall said, her eyes still fixed on Ariana's face, searching for any sign of a crack in her composure. Ariana accepted the letter. The parchment was heavy, real, a faint tingle of magic vibrating from it into her fingertips. She ran a finger over the wax seal, the perfect impression of the Hogwarts crest. A lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake intertwined around a large letter H. She broke the seal with a neat crack. Inside, the letter was just as she remembered it would be. The acceptance, the list of required books and equipment, it was her ticket out. Her key to a world she already knew so well, yet was about to experience for the very first time. "Hogwarts," Ariana said, her voice soft. "It's a school, for people like me?" She tilted her head, a carefully crafted look of dawning comprehension on her face. "Indeed," McGonagall confirmed. A school for young witches and wizards. Your father, despite his condition, was from a magical family. Your mother was not. It is not uncommon for magic to resurface in a family line. Have you ever noticed things you couldn't explain? This was the critical question, her chance to set the narrative. She wouldn't lie, not entirely. She would simply frame the truth in a way that fit her persona. She looked down at her hands, then back up at the professor. I feel things, she began, choosing her words with care. It's like a warmth, a current inside me. Sometimes, if I concentrate, I can encourage it. The flowers in the garden grow a little brighter. A scraped knee heals a little faster. A cold cup of tea becomes warm again. I thought it was just something everyone could do if they were quiet enough to notice it. McGonagall's eyebrows rose a fraction. This was not the typical story of accidental magic. There was no mention of exploding teacups or making a bully's hair turn blue. Ariana's description was one of control, of an innate, intuitive connection. It was unusual. It was powerful. You can control it, McGonagall asked, her voice sharp with interest. Control is a strong word, Professor, Ariana replied thoughtfully. It's more like a partnership. It's a part of me. I don't command it, I guide it. She held up her hand, and focusing a minuscule thread of her will, she made a small, forgotten paperweight on the corner of the desk lift an inch into the air. It hovered there for a moment, steady and silent, before she gently set it back down without a sound. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. Her stern facade remained, but Ariana could see a new light in her eyes, respect, and a deep, profound curiosity. Wandless, silent, controlled magic from an untrained 11-year-old was not just unusual, it was nearly unheard of. I see, McGonagall said, her voice a low murmur. She looked at the girl's face again, at the uncanny resemblance to the tragic sister of her oldest friend and colleague. The name Ariana Dumbledore had been a cause for concern when it appeared on the registry, a name freighted with sorrow and whispers of volatile, destructive power. But this girl was the opposite of volatile. She was a placid lake, and somewhere in her depths, a great power resided. Your name, McGonagall said, her tone softening slightly. You were named for a relative of your father's, I believe, Ariana. Ariana met her gaze without flinching. Yes, Professor. My father told me she was a great aunt I never had the chance to meet. He said she was a kind, gentle soul. She delivered the line with perfect, innocent sincerity. It was what a loving, squib father, trying to reclaim a piece of his family's history without the associated pain, might say. A flicker of old sadness passed through McGonagall's eyes. She was, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She most certainly was. She cleared her throat, her professional mask sliding back into place. Very well, Miss Dumbledore. Welcome to Hogwarts. A representative will be here in 3 days' time to escort you to Diagon Alley to purchase your school supplies. Given your circumstances, the school has a fund to assist with these expenses. Thank you, Professor, Ariana said, clutching the letter to her chest. It felt like holding the weight of her future, a future she would forge on her own terms. As Professor McGonagall stood to leave, she paused at the door, turning back one last time. She looked at the beautiful, serene girl with the ancient eyes, the girl who bore a haunted name and an impossible face, yet radiated an aura of profound, unshakable peace. I have a feeling, Miss Dumbledore, she said slowly, a thoughtful, almost mystified expression on her face, that you are going to be a most interesting student. And with a final, sharp nod, she was gone, leaving Ariana alone in the quiet office, the scent of magic and old parchment hanging in the air. The story had begun. Not the story from the books, but her story, and she would be the one to write it. Chapter 2, The Alley of Beginnings. The 3 days following Professor McGonagall's visit were a study in quiet, coiled anticipation. For the first time since her arrival in this new reality, Ariana felt a genuine thrum of excitement, a feeling that was purely her own and not just an echo of her former life's memories. The orphanage, once a quiet haven for acclimation, now felt like a waiting room. The faded chintz armchair, the scent of lemon polish, the gentle rhythm of life, it had all become the before. What was coming was the after. She spent the time preparing, not with frantic energy, but with the calm, methodical precision of the architect she once was. She read through the Hogwarts letter and the equipment list a dozen times, not for information, but to solidify the reality of it in her mind. She committed the names of the books to memory, cross-referencing them with the knowledge from her past life. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, a woman Albus Dumbledore knew intimately. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, a man who had been at the center of the conflict involving Grindelwald and, tangentially, the original Ariana. The names were not just names. They were connections, threads in a web she was only just beginning to perceive from the inside. On the third morning, a Saturday, she was ready. She had dressed with care in her best, plainest dress of dark blue cotton. She had brushed her honey blonde hair until it shone like spun silk, letting it hang loose down her back. It was a conscious choice. Her appearance was a tool, a statement. She looked ethereal, innocent, yet her posture and the unnerving calm in her periwinkle eyes projected an aura of quiet authority. She sat on the steps of the orphanage's main entrance, a book open but unread in her lap, and waited. She felt his approach before she heard it. The ambient magic of the world, usually a gentle hum, seemed to ripple, parting around a large, approaching presence. It was a magic that felt warm, wild, and deeply, fundamentally good. Then came the sound, a knock on the great oak door so thunderous it seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. The little glass panes on either side of the door rattled in their frames, and from inside, a few of the younger girls shrieked in surprise. The door was wrenched open by a flustered Mrs. Gable, who gasped and took a full step back. Filling the entire doorway, and then some, was a man who could only be described as a giant. He was at least twice as tall as a normal man and 3 times as wide, with a great, tangled mane of black hair and a beard that completely hid his face, save for 2 shining, black beetle-like eyes that crinkled with kindness. He was dressed in a moleskin overcoat with more pockets than seemed possible. "Rubeus Hagrid," he boomed, his voice a deep, rumbling bass that vibrated in Ariana's bones. "Here for Miss Dumbledore." As the giant shifted slightly to one side, Ariana saw him. Hiding behind one of the man's colossal legs was a small, skinny boy with unruly black hair that stuck up at all angles, a pair of round, broken glasses held together with tape, and brilliant green eyes that were wide with a mixture of terror and awe. He was swimming in clothes that were several sizes too large, cast-offs from a much larger boy. This was him, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. In her past life, he had been a hero, a figure of literary legend. Seeing him now in the flesh, Ariana's first thought was not of prophecy or destiny. It was a sharp, painful pang of empathy. He wasn't a hero. He was a child. A neglected, underfed, and clearly overwhelmed child who had just been ripped from his own reality. Her carefully constructed composure felt a flicker of something fierce and protective. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes scanned the porch and landed on her. His jaw went slack beneath the forest of his beard. The booming confidence seemed to evaporate, replaced by a stunned, profound silence. He stared at her face, at her hair, at her eyes, and his own eyes began to glisten. "Merlin's beard," he whispered, the sound a raw, emotional rumble. It's just like her portrait," Albus said, "but I never imagined." He took a half-step forward, his gaze full of a sorrow so old and deep it felt ancient. "Yeah, look just like her, just like his sister." He seemed to catch himself, shaking his massive head as if to clear it. "Beggin' your pardon, miss. Name's Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. It's an honor, a real honor." Ariana rose gracefully from the step, closing her book. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hagrid," she said, her voice calm and steady, a gentle anchor in the sea of his emotion. She then turned her gaze to the small boy behind him, offering him a soft, reassuring smile. "And you must be Harry." Harry just stared, first at the giant, then at the girl who looked like she'd stepped out of a fairy tale. He gave a small, jerky nod, too overwhelmed to speak. The journey to London was a whirlwind of mundane absurdity, clashing with burgeoning magic. Hagrid insisted on taking the tube, a feat that involved him taking up nearly 3 seats and drawing stares from every passenger. He counted the Muggle money with immense concentration, his huge fingers struggling with the small coins. Through it all, Ariana sat with serene poise, a beacon of tranquility next to Hagrid's booming, affable chaos. She engaged Harry in quiet conversation, asking simple questions about his school, his favorite subject, anything to draw him out of his shell and ground him. She learned he liked drawing and was surprisingly good at it, a small detail the books had never mentioned. They arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, a shabby-looking pub squeezed between a bookshop and a record store. To any other muggle, it would have been invisible. But Ariana could feel it. A thrum of magic so concentrated it made the air feel thick and heavy, like just before a thunderstorm. Inside, the pub was dark and dingy, but full of a strange, captivating energy. The patrons, a bizarre collection of wizened old crones and cloaked wizards, fell silent as they entered. All eyes went to Hagrid, then to the famous scar peeking out from under Harry's messy fringe, and finally to Ariana. Her ethereal beauty and uncanny resemblance to a figure of historical tragedy, combined with the Dumbledore name that would surely spread like wildfire, made them a spectacle. The usual Hagrid, a toothless wizard behind the bar, asked. "Can't Tom, I'm on Hogwarts business," Hagrid said proudly, puffing out his chest. He led them through the pub to a small, walled courtyard at the back. He stood before a brick wall, counted bricks, 3 up, 2 across, and tapped the wall 3 times with his pink umbrella. The effect was instantaneous and breathtaking. A small hole appeared, widening and growing, bricks folding and sliding away from each other to form a grand, sweeping archway. Beyond it lay a cobbled street, twisting and turning out of sight, lined with the most fantastical shops she had ever seen. Cauldrons were stacked in gleaming piles, owl cages twittered from storefronts, and robes of every color imaginable hung on display. Diagon Alley. Harry gasped, his green eyes wider than Ariana had ever seen them. It was a pure, unadulterated moment of wonder, and she felt a genuine smile grace her lips as she watched him. For her, the sight was one of profound, validating reality. It was real, all of it. The hum of magic in her veins seemed to sing in harmony with the ambient magic of the alley. "First stop," Hagrid announced, his voice filled with importance, "Gringotts. The Wizard Bank, no safer place, except perhaps Hogwarts." Gringotts was an imposing snow-white building that towered over the other shops. Inside, stern-faced goblins with long fingers and clever, dark eyes were perched on high stools, weighing jewels and scribbling in ledgers. The sheer weight of ancient wealth and suspicion in the room was palpable. Harry was visibly intimidated. Ariana, however, looked at the goblins with the analytical eye of an architect and a strategist. These were not monsters. They were the masters of a powerful institution, sharp, intelligent, and not to be underestimated. She offered a brief, respectful nod to the goblin they approached, a gesture that was of respect to the creature. Hagrid presented Harry's key and a sealed letter from Dumbledore regarding Vault 713. For Ariana, he produced another letter. From Professor McGonagall, he explained to the goblin for Miss Dumbledore's school expenses from the Hogwarts Fund. Also access to her own vault set up by Professor Dumbledore himself. The goblin, whose nameplate read Griffook, took the letter. His dark eyes flickered to Ariana, and his eyebrows raised infinitesimally as he read her name on the parchment. "Dumbledore," he stated, the name sounding like stones grinding together. An unusual coincidence of name and appearance. His gaze was sharp, assessing. He had clearly heard the old stories. "Life is full of unusual coincidences," Ariana replied smoothly, her voice betraying no emotion. Griffook gave a sharp, toothy grin that was not entirely pleasant. Indeed. The cart ride to the vaults was a dizzying, exhilarating plunge into the earth's depths. Wind roared past them as the cart twisted and careened along the tracks. Harry whooped with a mixture of fear and delight. Hagrid looked increasingly green. Ariana simply held on, her long hair whipping around her, a small, genuine smile on her face. The sensation of speed, of plunging into the unknown, was thrilling. They stopped first at Harry's vault. The sight of the small mountain of gold, silver, and bronze coins was staggering. It was the legacy of the Potter family, a fortune the boy had never known he possessed. Ariana watched him, seeing the shock and confusion on his face. It was another layer of his new identity, another weight to place on his small shoulders. Ariana's own vault was far more modest. It was a small, secure locker that Griffook opened with a master key. Inside sat several neat stacks of galleons, sickles, and nuts. It was a generous amount, more than enough for her supplies, with a significant sum left over. Dumbledore, it seemed, was ensuring his namesake would want for nothing. She methodically scooped the coins into a leather pouch Hagrid provided, her movements efficient and practical. Their final stop was the high-security Vault 713. It was empty, save for a grubby little package wrapped in brown paper which Hagrid tucked deep into his coat. Ariana knew what it was. The Philosopher's Stone. The first great test for the boy standing beside her. Seeing it, feeling the faint, ancient magic pulsing from the parcel, made the future feel terrifyingly, exhilaratingly real. Back in the bright sunlight of the alley, their first proper stop was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. As they entered the shop, a squat, smiling witch bustled forward. "Hogwarts dears," she chirped, "got the lot right here." Another boy was already being fitted, standing on a stool in the back. He had a pale, pointed face and sleek, white blonde hair. His voice was a bored, arrogant drawl. "Draco Malfoy. And my father says it's a crime if they let the other sword in," he was saying. "You know, the ones who haven't been brought up to know our ways. They're just not the same." He caught sight of Harry and Hagrid, his nose wrinkling in disdain at Hagrid's size and scruffy appearance. Then his gaze fell upon Ariana. He stopped talking. His pale gray eyes widened slightly, taking in her striking beauty and poised demeanor. "Hello," Malfoy said, his arrogant tone shifting to something smoother, more inquisitive. "Hogwarts too." "Yes," Harry mumbled, looking uncomfortable. Ariana simply inclined her head in a silent acknowledgement, her periwinkle eyes coolly assessing him. She saw not a menacing villain, but a spoiled, insecure child puffing himself up with his father's rhetoric. "My father's next door buying my books and my mother's up the street looking at wands," Malfoy boasted. "Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow." He looked from Harry's ill-fitting clothes to Ariana's simple but neat dress. "What are your surnames?" Harry was about to answer when Ariana spoke, her voice quiet yet carrying an undeniable weight in the small shop. "I am Ariana Dumbledore." Malfoy's jaw literally dropped, the color drained from his pale face. "Dumbledore," he stammered, his eyes wide with shock and a hint of fear. The name was synonymous with power, with everything his father railed against. He stared at her, then at Harry, clearly trying to process this information. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, for once rendered speechless. Madame Malkin finished with him shortly after, and he scurried out of the shop with a final, confused glance back at them. After being fitted for their standard black robes, Ariana turned to the witch. "Madame Malkin," she said, her tone polite but firm, "I'll need more than just school robes. I require a full wardrobe." Hagrid looked surprised. "A full wardrobe, but the list just says." "I have no other clothes that fit me properly, Mr. Hagrid," Ariana stated simply. It was the truth. It would be impractical to arrive at school with only a single set of non-uniform clothes. Madame Malkin beamed, her eyes lighting up at the prospect of a larger sale. Over the next hour, Ariana, with the detached efficiency of a seasoned shopper, selected a capsule wardrobe. She chose practical, high-quality items in muted tones, dark trousers, simple blouses of cream and gray silk, woolen jumpers, a sturdy traveling cloak, and comfortable, well-made boots. It was a wardrobe that spoke of quiet elegance and self-sufficiency, not childish whimsy. She was building a new life, and she intended to be properly equipped for it. Their final, most anticipated stop was the narrow, shabby shop with peeling gold letters that read, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The air inside was thick with a magic so ancient it felt like breathing in dust and secrets. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked to the ceiling. A soft, tinkling bell announced their arrival, and from the shadowy depths of the shop, a man emerged. Garrick Ollivander's wide, silvery eyes were unsettling, giving the impression that he saw not just them, but the very fabric of their beings. He looked at Harry first, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. "Harry Potter," he breathed, "I knew I'd be seeing you one day." Then his gaze shifted to Ariana, and he froze. His silvery eyes widened, and he seemed to pale. "My word," he whispered, his voice full of disbelief. "Ariana, Dumbledore, it cannot be, the name, and the face, a ghost from a sad old story." "The story is over," Ariana said, her voice soft but firm. "I am here for a wand." Ollivander stared at her for a long moment, his mind clearly reeling. Finally, he shook his head as if waking from a dream and turned his professional attention to Harry. "You first, Mr. Potter." What followed was the chaotic dance Ariana remembered from the books. Wands were tried and rejected, causing drawers to fly open and vases of flowers to shatter. Finally, Ollivander returned with a specific box. Holly and Phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry took the wand, a shower of red and gold sparks flew from its tip, and a warm feeling spread through the shop. A perfect match. Ollivander then delivered the chilling reveal. The phoenix whose feather resided in Harry's wand had given one other feather. Just one. It was in the wand of Lord Voldemort. After the profound gravity of that revelation, it was Ariana's turn. Ollivander approached her with a renewed, intense curiosity. "Now, Miss Dumbledore, your turn. I confess, I am more intrigued than I have been in a great many years." He began with standard wands. A 10-inch willow with a unicorn hair core felt like a dead stick in her hand. A 12 1/4-inch maple with dragon heartstring felt actively hostile, vibrating with a resentful energy. He brought out wand after wand. Some did nothing. Others sent sparks flying that fizzled out into sad puffs of smoke. One, a powerful ebony and dragon heartstring, flew out of her hand and embedded itself in the ceiling. Hagrid and Harry watched, mesmerized, as the pile of rejected wands grew on the counter. Ollivander, far from being discouraged, grew more and more excited, his silvery eyes gleaming. "Fascinating," he chirped, pulling out a measuring tape that began zipping around Ariana of its own accord. "Your magic. It is not a thing you simply have, Miss Dumbledore. It is what you are. It is woven into you, deep and strong and placid. It refuses to be channeled by a vessel that is not precisely attuned to its nature. It demands a perfect conduit or none at all." He bustled back into the depths of his shop, muttering to himself, "No, no, not that. Too brittle, too fickle." He returned empty-handed, looking at her with an expression of profound contemplation. "There is no wand for you in this shop, Miss Dumbledore," he announced, a note of triumph in his voice. "No pre-made wand would ever be worthy of you. We must craft one." Hagrid looked stunned. "Craft one? I've never heard o' such a thing." "It is rare, but for the most singular of witches and wizards, it is the only way," Ollivander said, his eyes fixed on Ariana. "The wood must be chosen first. It needs a wood of immense power, of history, of destiny, a wood that commands rather than serves." He paused, a dramatic flair in his gesture. "It must be elder." The name hung in the air. Hagrid and Harry looked blank, but Ariana's heart gave a jolt. Elder, the wood of the death stick, the wand of destiny. She would not possess the elder wand, but one made of its same substance. The symbolism was staggering. "And the core," Ollivander continued, pacing now. "It cannot be unicorn, for your magic is not purely innocent. It cannot be dragon, for it is not born of fire and rage, nor phoenix, for it is not a cycle of death and rebirth. No, your magic is like the sky before a great storm, calm, immense, holding untold power in reserve." His eyes lit up. "It must be the tail feather of a thunderbird." "A thunderbird," Harry whispered. "A great, magical American bird," Ollivander explained, his voice full of reverence. "It creates storms as it flies. Its feathers are notoriously difficult to work with, immensely powerful, and said to be sensitive to danger. A wand with a thunderbird core is potent, but it chooses its master with extreme prejudice. It is a wand for a weaver of elements, a master of their own will." He looked at Ariana, a broad, triumphant smile on his face. "Elder wood with a thunderbird tail feather core, a wand of immense power for a witch of immense potential. It will be my masterpiece." He informed her that crafting such a wand would take time. It was a delicate, dangerous process. He would send it via owl to Hogwarts when it was complete, and had accepted her as its mistress. They left the shop, stepping back into the bustling alley. Harry was looking at her with a new level of awe. Hagrid was simply shaking his massive head in bewilderment. Ariana herself was silent, her mind racing. An elder wand with the heart of a storm. It was more than a tool. It was a declaration. The world of magic had just met her, and it had already decided she was a force to be reckoned with. Her quiet, carefully planned journey was already becoming something far grander and far more conspicuous than she had ever intended. Chapter 3: The Weaver and the Void. The air in Ollivander's had been thick with the weight of destiny, a silence punctuated by the shocking pronouncements of elder wood and thunderbird feather. Stepping back out into the cacophonous vibrancy of Diagon Alley was like surfacing from a deep, ancient sea. The sunlight seemed brighter, the chatter of the crowd sharper. Harry was looking at her, his green eyes wide behind his glasses, anew and profound while replacing his earlier bewilderment. He had just been told his own wand was the brother to a Dark Lord's, a heavy burden to bear, yet the revelation about Ariana's unmade wand seemed to have eclipsed even that. It was something else entirely, not a dark history, but a future of untold, unprecedented power. Hagrid, for his part, seemed to be struggling to reconcile the quiet, beautiful girl beside him with the earth-shattering potential Ollivander had described. He cleared his throat, the sound a low rumble, and consulted his list, a gesture of someone desperately seeking normalcy in the face of the extraordinary. "Right," he boomed, his voice a little strained. "Well, that's that then. All that's left on your lists is a pet. You can have an owl or a cat or a toad." He seemed to brighten at the thought of this simple, straightforward task. "Let's get that done, eh? Best place for it is the magical menagerie." He led them down the winding cobbled street to a shop that was, to put it mildly, a sensory assault. The magical menagerie was crammed, noisy, and pungent. The air was thick with the mingled smells of damp fur, sawdust, and something vaguely sulphurous. A cacophony of hoots, squeaks, hisses, and croaks filled the space, emanating from dozens of cages stacked from floor to ceiling. A pair of enormous purple toads were lazily catching flies with their long tongues near the entrance, and a cage of flobberworms sat looking profoundly uninteresting. Harry was immediately drawn to the owls, his face lighting up with a pure, boyish delight that Ariana found herself smiling at. It was a relief to see him look like a child, not a burdened hero. He moved towards a section of the shop where magnificent owls of every size and color, snowy, barn, tawny, eagle, were perched, regarding the customers with wise, swiveling heads. Ariana, however, felt a different pull. The ambient magic she sensed in Diagon Alley was a chaotic symphony, but here in the menagerie, it was a discordant mess of countless small, buzzing life forces. Yet through the noise, she felt a single clear note. It was a sliver of magic, quiet and cool and deep, like a pool of still water in a dark cave. It was completely different from the warm, wild magic of Hagrid, the latent, lightning-in-a-bottle power of Harry, or her own placid, oceanic depths. This was something else, something void-like. She followed the feeling, her steps silent and fluid as she navigated the cramped aisles. She passed the cages of Krups yapping with their forked tails, the iridescent fire crabs, and the chattering ginger cats. The pull led her to a quiet, shadowed corner at the very back of the shop. There in a small, simple cage sat a cat. It was tiny, barely more than a kitten and utterly, completely black. Its fur was short and sleek, seeming to drink the light around it, leaving it looking like a perfect, cat-shaped hole in reality. Most black cats had a hint of tabby striping in bright light or a touch of brown. This one did not. It was the color of midnight in a moonless sky. As she approached, the cat looked up. Its eyes were the most startling feature. They were not green or yellow, the typical colors for a black cat. They were a deep, luminous violet, the color of a twilight sky just after the sun has vanished. There was an intelligence in that gaze, a knowing stillness that was profoundly unnerving and deeply compelling. The quiet hum of magic she'd been tracking pulsed from the small creature. It felt ancient, patient, and powerful in a way that had nothing to do with size or aggression. While her own magic was a vast, woven tapestry of energy, this cat's was a perfect, contained vacuum, a point of pure potential. "Hello there," Ariana whispered. She unlatched the cage door and reached in slowly. The cat didn't hiss or back away. It watched her hand approach with its incredible violet eyes, then it leaned forward and pressed its head firmly into her palm. A purr started, but it wasn't a normal sound. It was a low, resonant vibration that seemed to hum not in the air, but directly inside her own magical core. Her placid inner sea of magic stirred, rippling in response to the cat's touch, a perfect harmony of presence and absence. They fit. The shopkeeper, a harried-looking witch with spectacles perched on the end of her nose, bustled over. "Oh, be careful with that one, dear. She's a strange one, hasn't taken to anyone. Just sits there, doesn't even eat much." "I'll take her," Ariana said, her voice leaving no room for discussion. She gently lifted the small cat from the cage. It was light as a feather but felt, substantial, as if it weighed more than mere flesh and bone. It immediately curled up in the crook of her arm, tucking its head under her chin, its strange purr a constant, soothing vibration against her skin. "What will you name her?" Harry asked. He had returned, a magnificent snowy owl perched regally. On his arm, the owl was beautiful, a creature of stark white purity, and the joy on Harry's face was a sight to behold. He had found a friend, a connection to this new world. Ariana looked down at the void black fur of the creature nestled against her. "Midnight," she said. It was the only name that felt right. Hagrid paid for both pets, looking immensely pleased with Harry's choice and only slightly bewildered by Ariana's. A snowy owl was a fine, respectable wizarding pet. The tiny, unnervingly still black cat was another enigma to add to the growing list associated with Miss Dumbledore. Their arms now full, Hagrid carrying most of the parcels, Harry his owl cage, and Ariana cradling Midnight, their final destination was the bookshop. Flourish and Blots was a haven. The scent of old paper and leather-bound ink was a balm after the chaos of the menagerie. Books were stacked to the ceiling on groaning shelves, in teetering piles on the floor, and behind glass cases. It was a treasure trove, and the architect scholar within Ariana felt a deep sense of coming home. They gathered the required first-year texts with relative ease. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. Harry looked at the titles with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. For him, they were gateways to a world he never knew existed. For Ariana, they were refreshers, the basic building blocks of a system she was already beginning to understand on a far more intuitive level. Once they had the required stack, Harry and Hagrid assumed they were finished. But Ariana did not move towards the counter. Instead, her gaze swept over the towering shelves, her eyes scanning titles with a focused intensity. "Is there something else you need, Ariana?" Hagrid asked, shifting a precarious pile of cauldrons in his arms. "Yes," she said, her attention fixed on a dusty, shadowed section of the store labeled Theoretical and Abstract Arcana. "The list is for what we are required to learn. I am more interested in understanding why we are required to learn it." Leaving Hagrid and Harry near the front of the store, she navigated the labyrinthine aisles with a sure-footedness that suggested she knew exactly what she was looking for. Midnight remained asleep in her arm, a small, dark patch of absolute stillness. Ariana's fingers, long and delicate, trailed along the spines of ancient, heavy tomes. The knowledge she possessed from her past life was a map, but it was a map of events, of people and their actions. It was not a map of the fundamental laws of this universe. Her innate ability to weave magic felt like speaking a language she was born knowing, but she had no knowledge of its grammar, its syntax, its deep etymological roots. She needed the grammar. She pulled out a thick, dense book bound in dark blue leather, Axioms of Arcanum, From Will to Reality. Its pages felt heavy with complex thought. She found another, smaller volume called The Unifying Principles of Intent, which seemed to discuss the very nature of a witch or wizard's will as the catalyst for all magical effects. These were the books on theory she craved. They would provide the framework for the instinct she already possessed. Then, her eyes landed on a title that made the architect's soul inside her sing. It was a slim, elegant book with a silver-embossed cover depicting a hand shaping a swirling cloud of energy into a solid object. The title was Weaving the World, a primer on foundational creation. Beside it was a more advanced-looking text, The Art of Artifice, an introduction to magical construction. This was it, not just transfiguration, which was the art of changing one thing into another, but creation. The art of bringing something into existence from nothing but will and magic. It was the magical equivalent of architecture, of taking a concept, a blueprint in the mind, and making it manifest. It was a branch of magic that was barely touched upon in the original stories, considered incredibly advanced and difficult. To Ariana, it felt like the most natural thing in the world. It was what she did, on a small scale, when she encouraged a flower to grow or warmed a cup of tea. She was weaving new states of being. She gathered the 4 extra books and returned to the front of the shop. Hagrid's eyes widened when he saw the additional, heavy volumes. "Blimey, Ariana," he said, his brow furrowed. "Those look a bit advanced. Are ya sure about that? First year's gonna be busy enough as it is." Ariana met his concerned gaze with her usual unshakable calm. Professor McGonagall mentioned that my connection to magic was unusual, Mr. Hagrid, she said, her voice soft but her reasoning impeccable. I don't just want to learn how to do spells. I want to understand the how and the why behind them. If my magic works differently, then I need to understand the principles, not just the practice. She paused, then added, It's just for my own curiosity. I enjoy reading. Her explanation was so mature, so perfectly reasonable, that Hagrid found he had no counterargument. He looked from the serious, intelligent girl to the stack of esoteric books, then back again. He remembered Ollivander's words about her magic, about how it was what she was. Perhaps she really did need these. A Dumbledore through and through, he muttered, shaking his head in fond bewilderment. Thirst for knowledge, the lot of 'em. Albus is the same, always with his nose in a book. He seemed to accept her reasoning completely, his comparison to the current headmaster the highest form of praise he could offer. He paid for the books, adding them to their now mountainous collection of supplies. As they finally left Flourish and Blots, stepping back into the dwindling afternoon light of the alley, Ariana felt a profound sense of completeness. In one arm, she held a creature that was a quiet echo of the void, a silent, magical anchor. In her other, she held books that contained the foundational secrets of the universe she now inhabited. She had her school robes, her supplies, and the promise of a wand forged from legend and storm. She glanced at Harry, who was gazing at his snowy owl with a look of pure, unadulterated happiness. He had his first-ever birthday present, his first real friend. He was on the path the world had laid for him. Ariana, however, was on a path of her own making. She held the tools not just to survive in this world, but to understand it, to shape it. The quiet confidence she had cultivated in the orphanage solidified into something harder, something more certain. She was no longer just a transmigrated soul trying to adapt. She was a scholar, a weaver, an architect of her own destiny, and she was ready to begin construction. Chapter 4: The Principles of Being. The return to St. Jude's was like stepping from a world painted in vibrant, impossible colors back into one rendered in soft charcoal. The clamor and raw, chaotic magic of Diagon Alley faded behind them, replaced by the familiar quiet of the orphanage, the scent of beeswax, and the distant laughter of children in the garden. For Harry, who was dropped off at the Dursleys by a reluctant Hagrid, it was a return to a cage, albeit a temporary one. For Ariana, it was a return to her sanctuary, a place where she could now process, analyze, and integrate the monumental influx of new information and potential. Mrs. Gable met her at the door, her expression a whirlwind of curiosity, concern, and awe. She had seen the giant of a man, and she saw the small, impossibly black cat now cradled in Ariana's arms. She didn't ask about the school for witchcraft. Professor McGonagall's authoritative presence had left a deep impression, one that suggested it was a topic not to be questioned, but simply accepted, like a royal decree. "Oh, my dear," the matron fussed, her eyes wide. "You're back and you have a cat." "Her name is Midnight," Ariana said, her voice a calm anchor in the woman's gentle storm of confusion. "She's very quiet." Midnight lifted her head and blinked her luminous violet eyes at Mrs. Gable. The matron flinched back almost imperceptibly, unsettled by the unnerving intelligence in the animal's gaze. She quickly recovered with a slightly strained smile. "Well, she's very black. I'll fetch a saucer of milk for her." "That's very kind of you, Mrs. Gable, but she doesn't seem to care for milk," Ariana replied smoothly. "Water is fine. I'll take her up to my room. I have a great deal of reading to do before school starts." With that, she retreated from the well-meaning but mundane world of the orphanage's main floor and ascended the creaking stairs to her private haven. Her room was small and simple, containing little more than a narrow bed, a small wooden wardrobe, and a desk by the window that overlooked the back garden. It was a blank slate, and she had just returned with the palette and pigments to paint a masterpiece. She placed her Diagon Alley purchases on the floor, the neat stack of school supplies, the practical and elegant wardrobe, and, most importantly, the towering pile of books. At the very top sat the four she had chosen for herself, their titles promising not just knowledge, but true understanding. Midnight leaped silently from her arms onto the bed, curling into a perfect, dark circle on the patchwork quilt, her violet eyes tracking Ariana's every move. There was an immediate sense of rightness to the cat's presence in the room, as if a missing piece of the space had finally been slotted into place. The weeks that followed fell into a deep, focused rhythm. To the rest of the orphanage, Ariana became even more of a recluse, a quiet, studious girl who spent nearly all her time in her room, emerging only for meals. They would see her in the library or sitting in the garden, a heavy, ancient-looking book in her lap, her strange black cat a constant, silent shadow at her side. They saw a girl preparing for a new, exclusive boarding school. They had no concept of the reality. Inside her room, Ariana was not merely studying, she was deconstructing the universe. She began with axioms of arcanum, from will to reality. It was not a spellbook. It was a work of pure magical philosophy and physics, and for her architect's mind, it was the most thrilling text she had ever encountered. The book laid out the fundamental triad of magical manifestation: intentio, anima mundi, and materia. Intentio, the book explained, was will. Not mere wanting or wishing, but a focused, absolute, and unwavering projection of purpose from the witch or wizard. It was the blueprint, the architectural drawing of the desired effect. The book stressed that a weak or divided intentio was the reason for most magical failures, a spell that fizzled, a transfiguration that was incomplete. Your will had to be singular, a rapier-sharp point of focus. Ariana understood this on a primal level. When she had encouraged the flowers to grow, she hadn't just wished them to be healthier. She had, for a moment, held a perfect, idealized image of the rose in her mind, its form, its color, its vitality, and projected that reality onto the plant. She had been drafting a new blueprint for its existence. Anima mundi, or the world's soul, was the term the book used for magic itself. It described it not as an energy to be commanded, but as a universal medium, an omnipresent substrate that connected all things, living and non-living. It was the raw material, the clay, the stone, the steel from which reality was built. A witch or wizard did not create magic. They were a unique form of materia with the innate ability to shape the anima mundi through their intentio. This resonated with her profoundly. It explained the constant, low hum she felt in her blood. It wasn't just her magic. It was her connection, her resonant frequency with the universal medium. She was a natural conduit, a weaver born with an intuitive feel for the threads of existence. Finally, there was materia, physical reality. The final, tangible result. The true art, the book argued, was in making the transition from intentio to materia as seamless as possible, with the anima mundi as the flawless conduit. The more complex the desired change in materia, the more exquisitely detailed and powerful the intentio must be. She put the theories into practice with small, silent experiments in the privacy of her room. She took a cup of water from her bedside, and focusing her intentio, she didn't try to freeze it. Instead, she visualized the molecular structure of the water, the H2O molecules slowing, their kinetic energy bleeding away, until they locked into the crystalline lattice of ice. She held the blueprint in her mind, clear and perfect, and pushed it into the water via the anima mundi that thrummed at her fingertips. A thin sheet of ice instantly formed on the surface, perfectly smooth, without a single bubble or imperfection. She then reversed the process, and the ice melted back into cool water. It was exhausting, requiring immense concentration, but it was exhilarating. It was not a trick. It was applied physics with magic as the force. Her other books built upon this foundation. The Unifying Principles of Intent was a deep dive into the nature of will, with chapters on emotional congruence, mental clarity, and the dangers of a fractured psyche when performing powerful magic. It explained why dark magic was so corrosive. It required an intentio fueled by hatred, cruelty, or a desire for domination, and projecting such intense, negative blueprints inevitably stained the soul of the caster. But it was weaving the world, a primer on foundational creation that truly captured her heart. This wasn't about changing what already existed, it was about creation ex nihilo, from the void. The book described the process as creating a scaffold of pure will and then spooling the threads of the anima mundi onto that frame until it coalesced into materia. It was the ultimate act of architecture. Her first attempt was simple. She closed her eyes, and in her mind, she drafted the blueprint for a small, perfect sphere of light. Not just light, but a specific wavelength, a specific brightness, a specific size, about the size of a marble. She imagined it hovering an inch above her open palm. Holding this perfect, unwavering intentio, she opened her inner senses to the anima mundi, the humming energy all around her. She felt it pool in her chest, then flow down her arm. Gently she began to weave it, thread by invisible thread, onto the mental scaffold she had built. A soft warmth grew above her palm. A faint glow appeared, coalesced, and then solidified. She opened her eyes. Hovering silently above her hand was a perfect, self-contained sphere of warm, golden light. It didn't flicker. It didn't radiate heat. It was a stable, solid construct of magic. She held it for a full minute before she let her intentio dissolve. The sphere unraveled back into the unseen medium of the anima mundi, vanishing without a sound. Throughout all of this, Midnight was her silent, watchful companion. The little cat seemed to thrive on the ambient magic Ariana manipulated. When Ariana practiced, Midnight's purr would deepen, and her violet eyes would seem to glow with a soft inner light. She was a strange creature. She never made a mess. She ate the small morsels of food Ariana brought her with a delicate, almost regal grace, and she never made a sound beyond her resonant purr. The first sign that Midnight was more than she appeared came subtly. Ariana noticed that the shadows in her room seemed deeper, cooler, when Midnight was present. One afternoon, while engrossed in a particularly complex chapter, she looked up to find the cat sunning herself on the windowsill. A moment later, a sudden noise in the hallway drew her attention. When she looked back, Midnight was no longer on the windowsill. She was curled up on the pillow at the head of her bed, a good 10 feet away, with no discernible sound of her having moved. Ariana blinked, a slight frown touching her brow. It was impossible, yet it had happened. The true revelation came late one night, about a week before she was due to leave for King's Cross. A thunderstorm was raging outside, a dramatic percussion to the quiet theater of her room. Rain lashed against the windowpane, and flashes of lightning periodically bleached the room in stark white and deep shadow. Ariana was sitting cross-legged on her bed, deep in concentration. She was reading The Art of Artifice, the advanced creation text, and attempting her most complex weaving yet. She was trying to repair a small crack in a ceramic mug, not by filling it, but by persuading the materia of the mug to reweave itself, to forget the crack had ever existed. It required a level of detail in her intentio that was staggering. She had to visualize the molecular bonds of the ceramic, the glaze, the pigments. As she focused, the hum of her own magic intensified, filling the small room with a palpable pressure. Midnight, who had been a small, dark lump at the foot of the bed, lifted her head, her violet eyes fixed on Ariana. The cat's strange purr deepened, becoming a low thrum that seemed to harmonize with the rumbling thunder outside. A particularly bright flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting long, sharp shadows. And in that moment of stark contrast, something impossible happened. The shadow cast by the bed seemed to rise up. It pooled and swirled around Midnight, not like a normal shadow, but like a viscous, living fluid. The small, cat-shaped form began to stretch, to elongate, to expand in utter, complete silence. There was no sound of growing bone or stretching muscle, only the hiss of the rain and the rumble of thunder. Ariana's concentration on the mug shattered. Her jaw went slack as she watched in silent, profound astonishment. The creature on her bed was no longer a kitten. Its form swelled, the light-swallowing fur remaining a perfect, seamless void as it grew. Slender legs became thick, powerful limbs tipped with formidable claws that remained sheathed. The delicate body filled out, bunching with the dense, ropey muscle of a predator. The head remained elegantly shaped, but larger, with a jaw that now clearly held immense power. When the transformation was complete, the creature that lay on her bed was a panther. A small one perhaps, but a panther nonetheless, sleek and powerful and utterly black. It was easily 5 feet long from nose to tail, its body a study in fluid, deadly grace. It blinked its huge, luminous violet eyes at her, and the intelligence within them was no longer just unnerving. It was ancient and undeniable. It let out a soft huff of air, and the purr that followed was a bass vibration that shivered the very mattress beneath them. Any other child would have screamed. They would have scrambled away in terror. Ariana did not move. Her initial shock gave way to a wave of pure, unadulterated wonder. The architect in her admired the perfect, fluid transformation. The scholar in her immediately began cross-referencing this phenomenon with everything she had read. It wasn't a transfiguration, the panthers being felt fundamental, not temporary. It was a creature of shadow and magic, and the small cat form was merely a guise, a convenience. Slowly, she reached out a hand. The panther watched the movement, then leaned forward, pressing its massive, velvety head into her palm with the same gentle familiarity it had shown as a cat. The scale was different, but the gesture was the same. This was her Midnight. "A shadow panther," Ariana whispered, the name coming to her mind from some half-remembered passage in Fantastic Beasts. A rare, elusive magical creature said to be born of concentrated shadow and to bond with only the most powerful or unusual of magic users. As if to confirm her conclusion, Midnight shifted. She did not stand and walk. Instead, she seemed to dissolve. Her solid form melted into the deepest shadow in the corner of the room, sinking into it like black ink into black paper. For a moment, she was gone. Then, from the shadow under Ariana's desk across the room, she re-emerged, flowing back into solid form with a silent, liquid grace. Ariana let out a soft, breathy laugh. It was a sound of pure delight. "Well," she said to the magnificent creature now sitting by her desk, "that is certainly more interesting than an owl." From that night on, a new routine was established. During the day, or whenever she left her room, Midnight would shrink back down to the size of a small, unassuming black cat. But at night, in the privacy of their sanctuary, she would allow her true form to emerge. The image became the defining tableau of Ariana's final days at the orphanage. She would sit propped against the pillows on her bed, one of her advanced magical tomes resting in her lap, the lamplight casting a warm, golden glow on the pages. Curled protectively around her was a great, black panther, a creature of living shadow and silent power. Midnight's massive head would be resting in Ariana's lap, her violet eyes half-closed in contentment. A deep, earth-shaking purr vibrating through them both as Ariana's free hand idly stroked the impossible, light-devouring softness of her fur. She was Ariana Dumbledore, a girl with a ghost's face and a calm and mature soul, a weaver of the very fabric of being, guarded by a creature born from the void. She was ready for Hogwarts. Chapter 5, The Threshold of Beginnings. The final morning at St. Jude's was tinged with a quiet, surreal sense of finality. Ariana woke early, the gray pre-dawn light filtering through her window. Midnight was already in her small cat form, a tiny patch of perfect darkness perched on the windowsill, her violet eyes watching the city slowly awaken. The air in the room was still, holding the lingering scent of old paper from her late-night reading and the faint, clean smell of the previous night's rain. She dressed with the same methodical care she applied to everything. She chose a pair of well-fitting gray trousers, a simple cream-colored silk blouse, and sturdy, polished boots. Over it, she wore her new traveling cloak of dark, heavy wool. Her honey-blonde hair was brushed until it shone and tied back in a simple, elegant braid that fell to the small of her back. The style was practical, yet it accentuated the graceful line of her neck and the ethereal quality of her features. She was the picture of serene, self-possessed maturity. When she descended the stairs, her trunk, magically lightened by a subtle charm she'd woven herself after reading about the concept in the Standard Book of Spells, gliding smoothly behind her, Mrs. Gable was waiting. The matron's eyes were misty. In her hands, she held a small, slightly lopsided paper bag. I packed you some sandwiches," Mrs. Gable said, her voice thick with emotion, "and a jam tart for the journey." Ariana, who rarely showed overt emotion, felt a genuine warmth spread through her chest. In her own way, this kind woman had been her guardian, the anchor to her new, small life before the wider magical world had come calling. She accepted the bag with a soft, grateful smile that made the matron's own smile wobble. "Thank you, Mrs. Gable, for everything." "Oh, you be good, dear," the matron whispered, pulling her into a brief, heartfelt hug. "You are a special girl, Ariana. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise." A taxi, arranged by a discreet missive from Hogwarts, was waiting to take her to King's Cross Station. The journey through London was a transition, a final farewell to the mundane world of red buses and bustling pedestrians. Ariana watched the familiar sights pass by, feeling not sadness, but a calm sense of closure. That world, the one of her past life and her brief time at the orphanage, was now officially behind her. Everything ahead was new territory, a landscape she knew only from a map and was about to explore on foot for the very first time. King's Cross Station was an overwhelming cathedral of noise and motion. The air was thick with the smell of steam and steel, and the roar of announcements and the shuffling feet of 1,000 travelers echoed off the high, arched ceiling. People rushed everywhere, a river of humanity flowing towards their mundane destinations. Ariana, with her quiet poise and the small black cat peeking out from the opening of her cloak, was an island of stillness in the chaotic current. She consulted the ticket Hagrid had given her. Platform 9 3/4. Her eyes scanned the station signs. Platform 9. Platform 10. There was, of course, no 9 3/4. She felt the corner of her lip twitch in a small, private smile. She knew the secret. She could feel it, a shimmer in the air, a concentration of the anima mundi localized on the solid brick barrier between the two platforms. It was a masterpiece of concealment, a door that was only a door to those who knew it was there. As she made her way towards the barrier, her gaze swept the crowd, a habit born of an architect's observational nature. And then she saw him. Harry Potter was standing forlornly beside a pillar, looking lost and increasingly desperate. His trunk was piled on a trolley that seemed too large for him to manage, and perched atop it was the cage containing his magnificent snowy owl, who looked far more dignified than her owner. He kept looking from his ticket to the platform indicators, his face a mask of frantic confusion. The Dursleys, she noted with a flicker of cold anger, were nowhere in sight. They had abandoned him here, leaving an 11-year-old child who had never heard of magic to navigate this impossible puzzle on his own. It was a final, petty cruelty. His plight was drawing stares. People were beginning to notice the boy with the owl, muttering and pointing. His panic was escalating, his face flushing with embarrassment. Without a moment's hesitation, Ariana changed her course. She glided through the crowd, her own trunk following her like a loyal dog, and came to a stop beside him. "Lost?" she asked, her voice calm and even. Harry jumped, startled. He spun around, and his face flooded with relief when he saw her. In this overwhelming sea of strangers, she was a familiar, reassuring presence. "Ariana, I don't know where to go. The ticket says platform 9 3/4, but there isn't one." "No," she agreed smoothly, her gaze drifting to the brick barrier. "There isn't, not when you can see, at least." She gestured with her head. "The entrance is that way, through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry stared at her, then at the solid wall, his eyes wide with disbelief and a healthy dose of fear. "You're joking." "Do I look like I'm joking, Harry?" she asked, her expression serene. She could see a family of redheads further down the platform, clearly magical, but she decided this was a moment for her to take the lead, to solidify their burgeoning camaraderie. "It's magic, you just have to walk straight at it. It's best to get a bit of a run-up if you're nervous." She saw the flicker of doubt and terror in his eyes. He was envisioning a painful collision, public humiliation. He was a boy who had spent his life being the butt of the joke, the victim of cruel pranks. Trusting in the impossible was a huge leap of faith for him. "Watch me," she said. Without any further ceremony, she squared her shoulders, took a firm grip on the handle of her trunk, and began to walk. She didn't run. She walked with a steady, confident pace directly towards the solid brick wall. For a split second, the mundane world registered the impending impact: brick, bone, and splintered wood. Then she simply vanished. She passed through the barrier as if it were smoke. One moment she was in the noisy, gray expanse of King's Cross. The next she was standing on a sun-drenched platform, bathed in the warm light of a world she had only ever dreamed of. Platform 9 3/4 was alive. A magnificent, scarlet steam engine, the Hogwarts Express, was hissing proudly, billowing clouds of steam that drifted like morning fog over the heads of the crowd. The platform was thronged with witches and wizards in robes of every color, seeing their children off. Cats of all descriptions wound their way through legs, and the air was filled with the hooting of owls and the excited chatter of students greeting their friends after a long summer. The ambient magic was thick and joyful, a stark contrast to the utilitarian hum of the station on the other side. A moment later, Harry stumbled through the barrier, his eyes wide and wild, a look of pure, unadulterated shock on his face. He had closed his eyes and run, fully expecting to crash, and had instead found himself here. He stared at the scarlet engine, at the crowd, at Ariana standing there waiting for him, and a slow, brilliant smile spread across his face. It was the first truly happy, unguarded smile she had seen from him. "See," she said simply, "magic." "Wicked," he breathed, the word a perfect summation of his awe. "We should find a compartment before they all fill up," Ariana suggested, already moving towards the train. "The trunks need to be loaded." They found a porter who, with a grunt of acknowledgement, took their trunks to be stowed away. Harry made sure Hedwig's cage was handled with care. Ariana kept Midnight nestled securely in her cloak, the small, warm weight a comforting presence. They boarded the train, the scent of steam and old velvet filling the narrow corridor. Most of the compartments were already occupied, filled with boisterous groups of older students. Near the back of the train, however, they found an empty one. It was small and cozy, with plush crimson seats and a large window that looked out onto the bustling platform. "This will do," Ariana said, sliding gracefully onto the seat by the window. She set Midnight down on the cushion beside her, where the cat immediately curled into a neat, black ball and appeared to go to sleep. Harry sat opposite her, still looking slightly dazed, as if he couldn't quite believe any of this was real. He kept glancing out the window at the families saying their goodbyes, mothers hugging their sons, fathers giving last-minute advice. A pang of something sharp and lonely crossed his face, and Ariana's protective instinct, which she was beginning to realize was surprisingly fierce where Harry was concerned, stirred within her. He was an orphan just like her, but he had been raised in a house filled with hate, while she had been raised in one filled with quiet kindness. He had been told he was worthless, a freak. She had been told she was special, a girl with a beautiful name. Their starting points were worlds apart, even if their destinations were the same. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice soft. He started as if pulled from a deep thought. "Yeah," he said, a little too quickly. "It's just a lot." "It is," she agreed, "but it's our lot now." She used the word our deliberately, a small but significant act of solidarity. His expression softened, the lonely look in his eyes receding slightly. He wasn't entirely alone in this strange new world. The train whistle blew a long, shrill note. A final wave of parents surged forward on the platform, waving handkerchiefs. With a great lurch and a hiss of steam, the Hogwarts Express began to move. They slid away from the platform, the faces of the waving families blurring and then shrinking into the distance. The train picked up speed, rattling and swaying as it left the magical enclave of the station and plunged into the London suburbs. For a long while, they sat in a comfortable silence, watching the mundane world of terraced houses and gray cityscapes flash by the window. Ariana reached into the lopsided paper bag Mrs. Gable had given her. She pulled out a perfectly made corned beef sandwich wrapped in wax paper and offered it to Harry. "Hungry?" He looked surprised, then his stomach rumbled audibly and he blushed. "Yeah, a bit," he admitted. He took the sandwich gratefully. "Thanks." As he ate, Ariana unwrapped a jam tart for herself. She took a small, neat bite, the familiar taste a final, sweet farewell to her life at St. Jude's. The train rattled on, carrying them north, away from everything they had ever known. Harry, munching on his sandwich, looked at the sleeping black cat beside Ariana. "Ollivander said your wand had to be custom-made," he said, the awe still evident in his voice. "With elder wood, what does that mean?" Ariana took a moment before answering, choosing her words with the care of a scholar. "Elder is a wood with a great deal of history, Harry. It's considered powerful, but also demanding. It aligns only with a witch or wizard of significant strength and will." She didn't mention the Deathly Hallows or the Elder Wand's bloody history. He had enough burdens for one day. And the Thunderbird core suggests a magical signature that is attuned to natural forces, to storms. "Ollivander believes my magic is elemental." Harry just stared at her, his half-eaten sandwich forgotten. "Elemental," he repeated, as if the word itself held immense power. Ariana simply nodded, her periwinkle eyes calm and deep. The journey had just begun, but already the lines were being drawn. He was the boy who lived, a figure of prophecy and fate. And she was something else, something new. A quiet force of nature, a weaver of storms, sitting calmly on a train hurtling towards a future she intended to build with her own two hands. Chapter 6, The Artifice of Kindness. The train rattled onward, a rhythmic percussion marking their steady progress away from the mundane world. The simple act of sharing food had created a comfortable intimacy in the compartment, a small pocket of peace amidst the train's underlying excitement. Harry, having finished his sandwich, was looking at Ariana with an open, unshielded curiosity. He was a boy starved not just for food, but for answers, for a sense of belonging, and she seemed to be a wellspring of both. "So, you never got your wand in Diagon Alley," he stated, less a question and more a confirmation of the strange events in Ollivanders. Did he send it to you?" A small, knowing smile touched Ariana's lips. "He did," she confirmed. "It arrived 2 days ago, by owl, an experience that caused Mrs. Gable to require a cup of very sweet tea and a long sit-down." The memory was a pleasant one. A magnificent horned owl, a species native to the Americas and clearly a favorite of Ollivanders for special deliveries, had arrived at her window with a long, slender package. The box was unremarkable, but it had been sealed with a complex knot and a drop of wax that she knew, instinctively, only her touch could melt. Inside, resting on a bed of deep violet velvet, was her wand. There was also a note, written in Ollivander's spidery script. "Miss Dumbledore, a wand of destiny for a hand that weaves it. It has accepted you. I trust you will know what to do with this as well." Tucked beside the wand had been the gift he mentioned, the holster. "Would you like to see it?" she asked Harry. His eyes lit up. "Yeah." Ariana shifted slightly on the plush seat. She extended her left arm, pushing back the sleeve of her blouse. At first, Harry saw nothing but her pale skin, but as she angled her wrist, the light caught the edge of something. It was a bangle, so thin and fine it was almost invisible, made of a silvery white metal that didn't seem to reflect light so much as absorb it. It was elegant, understated, and looked more like a delicate piece of jewelry than anything functional. "It's a gift from Mr. Ollivander," she explained, "for the unusual circumstances." Then she performed a small, fluid motion, a deliberate and graceful flick of her wrist. It was not a violent snap, but an act of pure intentio. The silvery bangle glowed for a fraction of a second with a soft internal light. From it, with a sound like a gentle sigh of wind, the wand shot into her waiting hand. It was not a crude, spring-loaded mechanism. It was a pure, silent act of magic, the wand flowing from its housing into her grasp as if it were a natural extension of her arm. She held it for Harry to see. It was beautiful, but in a severe, powerful way. It was 13 inches long, perfectly straight, and fashioned from a single, seamless piece of elder wood. The wood was not black, but a deep, complex gray-brown, the color of ancient driftwood polished by a storm-tossed sea. The grain was subtle, almost imperceptible, and the entire wand seemed to hum with a quiet, contained energy. There were no adornments, no carvings, no handle, just the stark, elegant simplicity of the wood itself. As she held it, Harry caught a faint, clean scent in the air, like the ozone-rich atmosphere just after a lightning strike. The wand didn't feel like an object. It felt like a piece of a storm, tamed and bound into a physical form. "Wow," Harry breathed, his eyes fixed on it. It was so different from his own warm, holly wand. This one was formidable, ancient. Ariana gave the wand a small, familiar turn in her fingers. The balance was perfect. It felt not like a tool, but like a part of her own body, a focusing lens for the vast sea of magic within her. Her gaze then fell upon Harry, and her analytical mind, the part that always saw the flaws in a design, took over. She looked at the pathetic, taped-together glasses perched on his nose, a symbol of his neglect, a constant, irritating imperfection. "Hold still," she said, her voice soft. She lifted the elder wand. She didn't jab it at him or make a grand gesture. She held it with the steady, poised grace of a conductor holding a baton, ready to guide an orchestra. She focused her intentio, not on a spell word like reparo, but on the fundamental concept of wholeness. She pictured his glasses not as broken, but as they were meant to be, a perfect, unbroken circle of wire, 2 flawless lenses. A single thread of silver-white light, thin as a spider's silk, flowed from the tip of her wand and touched the bridge of his glasses. There was no flash, no bang. Instead, the 2 halves of the wire frame seemed to flow like warm honey, melding together seamlessly until the break was gone. The sticky tape, its purpose now obsolete, simply turned to a fine gray dust and vanished. Harry gasped, reaching up to touch his face. He carefully took the glasses off, holding them up to the light. They were perfect. More than perfect. The lenses were spotlessly clean, the frames gleamed as if brand new. He put them back on, and the world snapped into a clearer focus than he could ever remember. How did you do that? He stammered, utterly bewildered. The world prefers order to chaos, Ariana replied, the explanation coming from the philosophical texts she had devoured. Sometimes, it just needs a little encouragement to remember its proper shape. Her gaze then traveled down from his mended glasses to his clothes, the oversized, faded shirt and the baggy jeans that pooled around his ankles. They were another form of brokenness, another manifestation of the neglect he had endured. They were a statement that he was an afterthought, a boy who didn't deserve things that were his own. A flicker of something cool and decisive passed through her eyes. Kindness could be an act of artifice. That's not all that needs fixing, she murmured, more to herself than to him. She raised her wand again. This was a far more complex piece of weaving. It required 2 stages. First, resizing. She focused on the blueprint of Harry himself, his height, the width of his shoulders, the length of his arms. She then projected that blueprint onto the clothes, her intentio a command for the materia of the fabric to conform. The effect was subtle but astonishing. The baggy fabric of Harry's shirt seemed to retract, the seams shifting and tightening. The shoulders pulled in to fit him perfectly. The sleeves shortened to the correct length at his wrists. His jeans did the same, the excess fabric around his ankles drawing up, the waist fitting snugly. It happened in a smooth, silent wave that passed over his entire body. He was no longer a boy drowning in his cousin's cast-offs. He was just, Harry, a boy who fit in his own skin. He looked down at himself, his mouth agape. They fit. That's the first step, Ariana said. Now for the second. This wasn't just repair, this was creation. Or rather, recreation. She drew on the principles from the art of artifice. She wasn't going to turn his clothes into something gaudy or ostentatious. That wasn't her style, and it wouldn't suit him. She envisioned a new design, simple, classic, and dignified. Her focus sharpened. She held the image in her mind, the faded gray of his shirt deepening into a rich, dark charcoal, the thin, worn cotton thickening into a soft, high-quality knit, the shapeless collar refining itself into a neat button-down. For the jeans, she envisioned the washed-out blue darkening to a deep indigo, the frayed cuffs becoming clean and sharp. The silver-white light from her wand flowed out again, this time enveloping him in a soft, shimmering aura. He felt a strange, tingling sensation all over his body, as if he were standing in a gentle, warm rain. The very threads of his clothes were being rewoven on some invisible, magical loom. The colors deepened, the textures changed, the worn patches smoothed over into flawless fabric. The shimmering light faded. Harry looked down again, and this time he was speechless. He was wearing a handsome, dark charcoal jumper over a crisp collared shirt and a pair of perfectly fitting dark-wash jeans. They looked and felt brand new, and they were a style he would never have dared to even imagine for himself. They made him look older, more confident. He scrambled to his feet and looked at his faint reflection in the dark glass of the window. He barely recognized himself. The skinny, forgotten boy was gone. In his place was a boy who looked like he belonged. He turned to Ariana, his brilliant green eyes shining with an emotion so profound he couldn't put a name to it. It was gratitude, but it was more than that. It was the shock of being seen, truly seen, for the first time in his life. I don't know what to say, he finally managed, his voice thick. Say nothing, Ariana said, her expression as placid as ever. There was no pride in her face, no sense of showing off. It was the simple, profound satisfaction of an architect looking at a design that was now perfectly balanced. It's better, that's all. With another flick of her wrist, the formidable elder wand dissolved back into the silvery bangle, vanishing from sight as if it had never been there. The act was so smooth, so final, it seemed to put a punctuation mark on the entire event. Harry sat back down, slowly, running a hand over the soft fabric of his new jumper. He felt a warmth spreading through him that had nothing to do with the wool. It was the warmth of a genuine, selfless act of kindness. Hagrid had bought him his owl, a wonderful, joyous gift. But Ariana had given him something else entirely. She had given him dignity. He looked at her, at the beautiful, calm girl with the brilliant eyes, and he knew, with an unshakable certainty, that he had just found his first true friend. Outside, the English countryside continued to rush by, a blur of green fields and grazing sheep, utterly oblivious to the quiet, profound acts of magic and friendship unfolding within the scarlet train hurtling towards the future. Chapter 7: The Interruption of Worlds. The new equilibrium in the compartment was a fragile, precious thing. It was a space defined by quiet awe and nascent friendship, a silent understanding that had been forged by an act of profound, transformative kindness. Harry, still subtly marveling at the feel of clothes that were actually his, was looking at Ariana with a new light in his eyes. She was not just a friend, she was an anchor. Ariana, for her part, had returned to her book, The Unifying Principles of Intent. Midnight, who had slept through the entire magical display with the profound indifference only a cat can muster, remained a perfect circle of black fur beside her. The compartment had become their sanctuary, a self-contained world moving through the larger one. But the sanctuary was not destined to last. The first interruption came with a hesitant rap on the compartment door, followed by it sliding open to reveal a tall, gangly boy with a shock of fiery red hair, a long nose, and a generous smattering of freckles across his face. He was clutching a fat, gray rat that appeared to be fast asleep. "Excuse me," the boy said, his voice laced with a hopeful uncertainty. "Do you mind? Everywhere else is full." Harry, still buoyed by his recent transformation and eager to engage with this new magical world, looked at Ariana for a cue. Ariana's eyes flickered up from her book, her gaze sweeping over the newcomer in a single, comprehensive assessment. Ron Weasley, the sixth son of a pure-blood but financially struggling family. Fiercely loyal, but also insecure, prone to jealousy, and possessed of what her former life's memories would describe as the tactical awareness of a teapot. He was a good heart wrapped in a layer of immaturity. She saw a boy, not a future best friend for a prophesied hero, and her current intellectual pursuit was far more engaging than small talk with a stranger. She gave a single, almost imperceptible nod of assent, a gesture that conveyed permission without welcome, and immediately dropped her eyes back to her page. The message was clear: you may exist in this space, but do not expect me to entertain you. Ron, however, directed his attention to the more approachable of the two. "I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley." "I'm Harry Potter," Harry said, and a flicker of something, was it triumph, crossed Ron's face. He had stumbled into the compartment of the celebrity. So it's true," Ron blurted out, his eyes wide. "I mean, do you really have the what?" Harry asked, though he knew perfectly well what was coming. "The scar," Ron whispered, leaning forward conspiratorially. Harry sighed, a gesture of someone already growing weary of his own legend, and lifted his fringe. Ron stared at the faint, lightning bolt scar as if it were the crown jewels. This was the Harry he had heard about in stories, the boy who lived. He didn't seem to notice the well-made clothes or the newfound confidence in Harry's posture. He saw the myth. The conversation that followed was an awkward, boyish affair. Ron unwrapped a lumpy-looking sandwich and complained about his mother, pulled out his slightly worn-out wand, and tried, with disastrous results, to turn his rat, Scabbers, yellow. The spell produced a puff of green smoke and a foul smell, but the rat remained resolutely gray and asleep. Through it all, Ariana did not look up. The sound of their chatter was a low, buzzing distraction, like a fly against a window pane. She simply tuned it out, her mind absorbed in a chapter discussing the metaphysical implications of using intentio to influence sentient minds. To her, the boys' conversation was mundane, predictable. It was the white noise of a world she was rapidly intellectually transcending. Their little gathering was interrupted a second time not by a knock, but by the compartment door sliding open with an arrogant swagger. In the doorway stood the pale, pointy-faced boy from Madame Malkin's, flanked by two boys who were built like miniature trolls and looked about as intelligent. Draco Malfoy, with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. Malfoy's gray eyes swept the compartment. He sneered at Ron's hand-me-down robes and the sad-looking sandwich. His gaze lingered on Harry's new, stylish clothes with a flicker of confusion, then landed on Ariana. His sneer faltered. She hadn't moved. She was still engrossed in her book, her magnificent panther in disguise asleep beside her, a picture of such serene, untouchable elegance that it seemed to rebuke his very presence. Well, Malfoy drawled, recovering his bravado. They were saying all the way up the train that Harry Potter was in this compartment. "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," Harry said, his voice tight. He was on his feet now, standing beside Ron, a united front against the intruder. "And you," Malfoy said, his gaze shifting to Ron. "Red hair and a hand-me-down robe? You must be a Weasley." He spat the name like an insult. He then turned his attention fully back to Harry, ignoring Ron as if he were a piece of furniture. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended a pale hand, an offer of alliance. Harry stared at it, his expression hardening. "I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks," he said coolly. Malfoy's face flushed an ugly pink. His attempt at securing the prize, the friendship of the upper hand. He noticed the candy Harry and Ron had bought from the Trolley Witch, a small mountain of chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter," he sneered. "Unless you're a bit whiter than you look, you'll be joining him," he jerked his head towards Ron, in the Weasley family robes. At that moment, as if summoned by the rising tension, the door slid open for a third time. A girl stood there, already dressed in her new Hogwarts robes. She had a bossy, know-it-all air, bushy brown hair, and rather large front teeth. Hermione Granger, the future brightest witch of her age, but right now, she was just an insecure, slightly overwhelming girl desperate to prove herself. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked, her voice slightly shrill. "A boy named Neville's lost one." Her eyes took in the scene. Malfoy and his goons squared off against Harry and Ron. Her gaze, however, was immediately drawn to the still, silent figure in the corner. She saw Ariana, her posture perfect, her face a mask of sublime concentration as she read a thick, unadorned book. Her mind, already cataloging everything, registered the girl's ethereal beauty, the unusual quietness, and the title of the book, which looked far too advanced for a first year. "Oh, are you doing magic?" she said, spotting Ron's worn-out wand still in his hand. "Let's see then." Ron, flustered, was about to try his failed spell again, but Hermione cut him off, launching into a lecture about how she'd tried a few simple spells herself, and they'd all worked for her. In a matter of seconds, she had established her intellectual superiority, leaving Ron looking both irritated and impressed. Her gaze then fell on Harry. "Holy cricket, you're Harry Potter," she exclaimed, her bossy demeanor momentarily forgot. She then launched into a rapid-fire recitation of all the books she'd read that mentioned him. It was during this speech that Ariana finally moved, not because of the noise or the drama, but because she had finished her chapter. She marked her page with a thin slip of silk, closed the heavy tome with a soft, definitive thud, and looked up. Her luminous periwinkle eyes, holding the calm of centuries, swept over the tableau. She saw Ron's resentful awe, Malfoy's frustrated arrogance, and Hermione's desperate, information-fueled attempt to connect. They were children, playing out their pre-written roles, jockeying for position in a social hierarchy that had not yet even been formed. She felt a profound, intellectual disinterest in the entire drama. It was like watching ants scuttling over a dropped sweet. Her gaze met Hermione's. For a moment, she saw a flicker of something she recognized, a thirst for knowledge, a desire to understand the world through a framework of rules and facts. It was a familiar hunger, though Hermione's approach was to consume information, while Ariana's was to deconstruct it. There was potential there, a mild spark of interest, but it was overshadowed by the girl's current lack of social grace and her grating need for validation. The Hermione of the future, tempered by friendship and real-world peril, would be a formidable intellect and a loyal friend. This version was simply exhausting. Malfoy, seeing he had lost the attention of the room, decided to make a final, thuggish play. He made a grab for the sweets on the seat, but before his hand could touch a single chocolate frog, something moved with impossible speed. Midnight, who had appeared to be a dead-asleep ball of fur, uncoiled. She didn't growl or hiss. She simply moved, a blur of pure black that shot from the seat to the floor, positioning herself directly between Malfoy and the sweets. She sat there, perfectly still, and looked up at him. Her violet eyes, now glowing with a cold, intelligent light, held a clear and unambiguous warning. It was not the look of an animal. It was the look of a sentient being expressing its profound displeasure. Malfoy froze, his hand hovering in midair. Crabbe and Goyle, who had been snickering dumbly, fell silent. There was something deeply unsettling about the little cat, something that made the hair on their arms stand up. I suggest you leave, Ariana said. Her voice was not loud. It was quiet, melodic, and utterly devoid of emotion. But it cut through the chatter and tension in the compartment like a shard of ice. It held an authority that was absolute. It was not a request. It was a statement of fact. You will leave. Malfoy stared at her, then at the unnerving cat, and then back at her. He saw no anger, no fear, no engagement at all in her beautiful, placid face. He saw only a vast, serene dismissal. He, Draco Malfoy, scion of a powerful and wealthy pureblood family, was being dismissed as one might dismiss a fly. It was more insulting than any shout or hex. He flushed an even deeper shade of red, mumbled something about filthy blood traitors and mudbloods, and practically fled the compartment, his two hulking bodyguards stumbling after him. The tension in the room popped like a pricked balloon. Ron let out a shaky breath. Harry just stared, impressed. Hermione, however, was intrigued. That was an interesting application of nonverbal social pressure, she observed, her analytical mind kicking into gear. And your cat is very protective. Is it a particular breed? She is unique, Ariana replied, her voice giving nothing away. She reached down and stroked Midnight behind the ears. The cat instantly relaxed, the cold light in her eyes fading, and she leaped silently back onto the seat, curling up once more. Hermione seemed about to launch into a dozen more questions, but the moment was lost. Well, she said, remembering her original purpose, I'd best go look for Neville's toad. You two had better change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon. She gave Ron a slightly disapproving look, then bustled out of the compartment, her head full of new data points to analyze. The compartment was quiet again. Ron looked at Ariana with a new respect. Harry just looked grateful. Thanks, Harry said. He was an inconvenience, Ariana stated simply, reopening her book. His presence was disrupting my reading. The message, though she may not have intended it, was clear to Harry. She hadn't defended him or Ron out of some sense of schoolyard loyalty. She had acted because Malfoy was an unwelcome variable in her controlled environment. And in that moment, Harry understood something fundamental about her. Her world was built on a foundation of order, logic, and quiet contemplation. And she would, with serene and absolute finality, remove anyone or anything that threatened to disturb it. Chapter 8, The Choice and the Phoenix. The train slowed, its rhythmic clatter giving way to a long, grinding squeal as it finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Night had fallen, and the platform was dark and windswept, lit only by the swinging lantern of a familiar, colossal figure. Furs years over here. Hagrid's booming voice cut through the excited babble of the students pouring onto the platform. Come on, follow me, any more furs years? Mind your step now. Ariana, Harry, and Ron joined the nervous cluster of first-year students, a small flotilla of bobbing heads in a sea of older, more confident students. As they stumbled down a steep, narrow path, Ariana felt the ambient magic of the place wash over her. It was different from Diagon Alley's chaotic commercial hum or her own internal placid sea. This magic was ancient, layered, and deeply institutional. It was the magic of 1,000 years of learning, of powerful enchantments woven into the very stone and soil. It felt like walking into a library so vast and old that the air itself was saturated with knowledge. The path opened up suddenly, and a collective gasp went through the group of first years. Across the surface of a great, black lake, its water as smooth as polished obsidian, stood Hogwarts. It was a breathtaking sight, a sprawling castle of towering turrets and soaring spires, its multitude of windows glittering like stars against the dark, mountainous backdrop. It was grander, more real and magnificent than any illustration or cinematic depiction from her former life could have ever captured. For the first time, a genuine, unadulterated sense of wonder touched Ariana's composed features. This was a place of true magic, a testament to the power of artifice and will on a grand scale. No more'n for to boat, Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small, dark boats bobbing gently by the shore, each with a lantern hanging from its prow. Ariana, Harry, and Ron found a boat and were soon joined by Hermione Granger, who was still chattering about the castle's history and magical protections. As the little fleet pushed off from the shore, moving silently across the black water, Ariana trailed her fingers in the cool lake. She could feel the life within it, the lazy drift of the grindylows in the deep, the nascent consciousness of the giant squid, all part of the castle's vast, interconnected magical ecosystem. The view of the castle grew more imposing as they approached the cliff it was built upon. They passed through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening, disembarking in a dark, underground harbor that smelled of damp rock and lake water. Hagrid led them up a flight of stone steps and to a halt before a pair of massive, oak front doors. He raised a giant fist and knocked 3 times. The doors swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall. Her severe expression was just as Ariana remembered, but her eyes, as they swept over the nervous faces of the new students, held a flicker of something akin to pride. She led them into the magnificent entrance hall, its stone walls lit with flaming torches, the ceiling so high it was lost in shadow. The murmur of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right indicated the rest of the school was already waiting. They were led into a small, empty chamber off the hall. Professor McGonagall gave them a stern introductory speech about the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and the importance of the house cup, her words instilling a mixture of excitement and terror in the assembled children. As she left to check if everything was ready, a wave of panicked whispers broke out. "How exactly do they sort?" Harry asked Ron nervously. "Some sort of test, I think," Ron said, his face pale. "Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking." Hermione, meanwhile, was muttering all the spells she knew under her breath, a mantra against her own anxiety. Ariana alone remained silent, her posture relaxed, her periwinkle eyes calm. She knew about the sorting hat. The concept of having her mind read was not daunting. Her own thoughts were a carefully ordered library, and she was a very particular librarian. When Professor McGonagall returned and led them into the Great Hall, the sight silenced even the most panicked whispers. It was even more spectacular from the inside. Thousands of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were seated. The ceiling, as Hermione had read, was bewitched to look like the night sky outside, a vast, star-dusted velvet canopy. At the front of the hall, on a raised dais, sat the staff, and in the center, in a large, golden chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. His long silver hair and beard seemed to catch the candlelight, and his half-moon spectacles were perched on his long, crooked nose. His blue eyes, magnified by the lenses, twinkled with a benign amusement as he watched the new students approach. His gaze passed over the familiar face of Harry Potter, then continued its sweep. And then it stopped. It stopped on Ariana. The twinkling in his eyes vanished, replaced by a profound, breathtaking stillness. It was a look of utter, soul-shaking shock, a look that stripped away the centuries of wisdom and power, leaving only the raw emotion of an old man seeing a ghost. He saw his sister's face, not as a vague family resemblance, but as a perfect, living resurrection. Her youth, her beauty, her luminous eyes, it was Ariana as he remembered her from that last, golden summer before tragedy struck. His hands, which had been resting on the arms of his chair, gripped the wood so tightly his knuckles turned white. Professor McGonagall had warned him, but words were a pale, inadequate preparation for this visceral reality. Ariana met his gaze from across the hall. She did not flinch, nor did she offer a challenging stare. She simply held his gaze with her own calm, periwinkle one, acknowledging his shock with a serene poise that was, in itself, deeply unsettling. It was the face of his sister, but the soul behind the eyes was something else entirely. A calm and mature look. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first years and on top of it, a patched, frayed, and exceedingly dirty wizard's hat. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the sorting hat began to sing its annual song. When it was finished, the sorting began. One by one, students were called up. Hermione Granger, after a moment's deliberation, was sent to Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy was barely touched by the hat before it screamed Slytherin. Ron Weasley, looking terrified, was also sorted into Gryffindor, to the loud cheers of his older brothers. Harry was sorted a moment later, the hat barely hesitating before yelling, Gryffindor, and the resulting cheer was the loudest of the night. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter, we got Potter." Then Professor McGonagall called out, "Dumbledore Ariana." A hush fell over the Great Hall. The name alone was enough to cause a stir, a murmur that rippled through the student body and even along the staff table. The students craned their necks to see the girl who bore the headmaster's famous name. They saw a vision of ethereal beauty and unsettling calm walking gracefully towards the stool. She sat down, and Professor McGonagall placed the dusty hat on her head. It slipped down over her eyes, plunging her into darkness. Well now, a small, dusty voice spoke inside her head. This is something I have not seen in a very long time. A mind so ordered. It is not the busy, fact-filled mind of a Ravenclaw, nor the simply ambitious, cunning mind of a Slytherin. It is a quiet mind, a deep mind, like a library in a forgotten palace. Ariana did not respond. She simply allowed the hat to browse. There is immense power here, the hat continued, its voice full of a strange respect. A controlled power, unlike the normal first-year children, woven into the very fabric of your being, and behind it all, another soul, another life. Ah, and a traveler. How very, very interesting. You possess knowledge that could place you at the top of any house. The cunning to be a great Slytherin, the intellect for a premier Ravenclaw. You have a loyalty that Hufflepuff would treasure, and a quiet courage that is the bedrock of Gryffindor. The hat was silent for a long moment, longer than for any other student. The entire hall watched, holding its breath. "You do not fit, Miss Dumbledore," the hat finally concluded. "You do not fit into any of my neat little boxes. You are a category unto yourself. A mind like yours does not need my guidance. It needs only to choose its own path. So, I will do something I have only ever done a handful of times in my long existence. I will ask, where do you wish to be?" Ariana considered. Ravenclaw was tempting. The pursuit of knowledge for its own sake was a noble one, but she did not need a common room to study. Slytherin held a certain appeal in its pragmatism, but she had no interest in the petty ambitions of most of its members. Hufflepuff's loyalty was admirable, but she was not a joiner. That left Gryffindor. The house of the brave, yes, but also the house of the proactive, the house of those who acted on their convictions. More importantly, it was Harry's house. He was the fulcrum upon which this world's future balanced, and proximity to him was a strategic necessity. He was also her friend, and he would need allies who were not blinded by his legend. Gryffindor, she projected, her mental voice calm and decisive. Gryffindor, the hat sounded surprised. The house of the loud, the bold, the reckless? It is an odd choice for one so serene, but a choice made is a choice respected. Very well, to the hall the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." A thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table. Ariana gracefully removed the hat, handed it to Professor McGonagall, and walked towards her new house. She took a seat opposite Harry, next to Hermione, who immediately began asking her what the hat had said to take so long. Ariana simply smiled and said it was being thorough. Once the feast was over and the students were being led away by their prefects, Professor McGonagall approached Ariana. "Miss Dumbledore," she said, her voice low, "the headmaster would like a word with you in his office. Please follow me." She was led not to the chaotic dormitories, but up a silent, moving spiral staircase to a door guarded by a large stone gargoyle. Professor McGonagall uttered the password, "Sherbet Lemon," and the gargoyle sprang to life, revealing the entrance. Dumbledore's office was a vast, circular room filled with strange, silvery instruments that whirred and puffed smoke. Bookshelves were crammed with ancient tomes, and on a perch near the desk, a magnificent, crimson bird with a golden tail regarded her with intelligent, black eyes. Albus Dumbledore was standing by the window, looking out at the dark grounds. He turned as she entered, and the professional mask of the headmaster was gone. In its place was the raw vulnerability she had seen in the Great Hall. His blue eyes were filled with a century of sorrow, regret, and a desperate, hopeful curiosity. "Ariana," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper, "my dear child, forgive an old man's shock. You are the very image of her." "I have been told," Ariana replied, her voice soft. He gestured to a chair opposite his desk. "Please, sit." He settled into his own large chair, his long fingers steepled before him. He seemed to be struggling for words. "Your parents, they were from my nephew Credence's line, a squib branch of the family. I confess I did not keep as close a track of those branches as I ought to have, a failing of mine among many." His eyes searched her face, looking for any sign of the trauma, the fragility, the tormented spirit of the girl he had lost. He found none. He found only a preternatural calm, a self-possession that was both baffling and, in a way, a profound relief. "You seem very well adjusted, my dear," he finally managed. "Professor McGonagall told me of your unusual control of your magic. Ollivander, too, sent me a most effusive owl regarding your wand." At that moment, the crimson bird on the perch let out a low, beautiful, trilling note. It unfurled its magnificent wings and flew from its perch, not to Dumbledore, but to Ariana. It landed softly on her outstretched arm, its golden claws gentle on the fabric of her sleeve. It was Fawkes, the phoenix. Dumbledore watched, his breath catching in his throat. Fawkes was a creature of immense discernment, attuned to loyalty, love, and the purity of a soul. He was not a creature to offer his affection lightly. Yet here he was, nuzzling his beautiful head against Ariana's cheek, letting out a series of soft, contented croons. Ariana, in turn, stroked his warm, crimson feathers, her touch gentle and sure. A silent communion was passing between the girl and the immortal bird. The sight seemed to solidify something in Dumbledore's mind. A great, painful weight settled in his heart, followed by a fierce, protective resolve. He had plans for Harry Potter. Difficult, dangerous plans that were necessary for the salvation of their world. He had steeled himself to manipulate, to guide, to sacrifice the boy, if need be, for the greater good. But this girl, this child who wore his sister's face, who calmed his phoenix with a simple touch, who looked at him with eyes that held no fear and no judgment, he could not do it to her. He could not, would not, draw her into his webs of intrigue and sacrifice. The thought of using her, of putting her in harm's way, was a sacrilege he could not commit. It would be like losing his sister all over again, but this time, through his own deliberate actions. The greater good could demand the soul of Harry Potter, but it would not have hers. He would protect her, even from himself. He would keep her separate, allow her to flourish, to study, to live the peaceful, powerful life that the first Ariana had been denied. It was a penance he would offer to the ghost of his sister. "You have a remarkable gift, Ariana," he said, his voice finding its strength again, now infused with this new, quiet conviction. "Hogwarts is here to help you cultivate it. If you ever need anything, a book from the restricted section, guidance on a particular branch of magic, or simply someone to talk to, my door is always open to you." It was an unprecedented offer. An open invitation to the headmaster's knowledge and resources, with no strings attached. "Thank you, headmaster," Ariana said, her fingers still stroking the phoenix's warm crest. "I appreciate that." As she finally left his office, Fawkes flying reluctantly back to his perch, Dumbledore sank back into his chair, feeling the weight of 100 years. He looked at the portrait of the laughing, happy girl on his wall, the original Ariana. He had failed her. He would not fail this one. His grand, intricate plans for the coming war with Voldemort had just developed a new, inviolable rule. Ariana Dumbledore was to be kept out of it at all costs. Chapter 9: The Grammar of Magic. The first few days at Hogwarts were a whirlwind of new corridors, shifting staircases, and the bewildering but exciting rhythm of a life governed by bells and timetables. For most first years, it was an exhilarating chaos. For Ariana, it was an exercise in observation, a study of the intricate systems, both magical and social, that made the castle function. She moved through the boisterous, crowded hallways of Gryffindor Tower like a swan on a choppy lake, serene and undisturbed by the frantic paddling of those around her. Her mornings began not with a jolt, but with a slow, quiet awakening. Midnight in her small cat form would be a warm, dark weight on her chest, her strange, resonant purr a more effective and gentle alarm clock than any spell. She would watch the other girls in her dormitory, Hermione, Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patil, rush through their morning routines with a flurry of chatter and misplaced hair ribbons. Ariana's own preparations were a silent, efficient ballet. She dressed, braided her hair, and ensured her school bag was perfectly ordered, all with a placid economy of motion that was both admirable and slightly unnerving to her dorm mates. Their first class was Transfiguration, taught by their own head of house. Professor McGonagall's classroom was exactly as Ariana had imagined it would be, a large, sunlit room with high windows, orderly rows of desks, and an air of serious, intellectual rigor. McGonagall herself stood at the front, her posture as severe and unyielding as the stone walls, an aura of no-nonsense authority radiating from her. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she began, her sharp gaze sweeping over the class, making every student sit up a little straighter. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She then transformed her desk into a large, grunting pig and back again, a feat of such flawless, casual power that it left the entire class speechless. The task for their first lesson was, by comparison, deceptively simple: to turn a matchstick into a needle. Each student was given a single wooden matchstick. A collective sigh of relief went through the room. It seemed manageable. But as the students began, wands waving and brows furrowed in concentration, the true difficulty became apparent. Ron Weasley's matchstick shuddered, turned a silvery gray, but remained resolutely blunt and wooden. Seamus Finnegan managed to create a small, fiery spark that singed his eyebrows. Neville Longbottom's match simply trembled pathetically on his desk. Hermione, naturally, was the first to achieve a semblance of success. She had clearly memorized the incantation and the required wand movement perfectly. With a crisp flick and a clear declaration of the spell, her matchstick turned into a needle. It was sharp, it was silver, but it was slightly bent and still retained a faint, woody texture. McGonagall awarded her a rare, approving nod. Ariana watched all of this with a calm, analytical eye. She saw her classmates treating the spell like a recipe: follow the steps and hope for the correct result. They were trying to impose their will on the matchstick, to force it into a new shape. She knew, from her own studies, that this was an inefficient and crude approach. One did not command the anima mundi, one guided it. She picked up her matchstick, holding it lightly in her fingers. She did not immediately reach for her wand. First, she closed her eyes and focused her intentio. In her mind, the architect's mind, she did not just picture a needle. She constructed a perfect blueprint. She envisioned a needle of flawless steel, 38 millimeters in length, with a perfectly tapered point measuring a precise 12 degrees. She designed an exquisitely sharp tip, a smooth, polished shaft, and an eyelet that was clean and free of burrs. And for her own private satisfaction, she added a final, tiny detail to the blueprint: an almost microscopic, elegant spiral pattern engraved around the head, a design so fine it would be nearly invisible to the naked eye. Once the blueprint in her mind was absolute, a perfect, unwavering platonic form of the needle, she opened her eyes. She took up her elder wand, its cool, storm-charged wood a familiar comfort in her hand. She aimed it at the matchstick. She did not say the incantation aloud. She simply held the word, the concept, within her mind and used it as a key to open the flow of magic. She then gently pushed her perfect mental blueprint into the materia of the matchstick, using the anima mundi as her medium. There was no flash, no sound. The change was instantaneous and absolute. One moment, a wooden matchstick lay on the desk. The next, a perfect, gleaming steel needle lay in its place. It shone under the classroom light, a tiny monument to flawless design. Professor McGonagall, who had been making her rounds and offering sharp critiques, stopped dead at Ariana's desk. Her thin lips parted slightly as she stared at the needle. The other students were still struggling to produce anything remotely sharp. Here was not just a needle, but the archetypal ideal of a needle. She leaned in closer, her keen eyes narrowing. She noticed it then, the impossibly fine, spiraling pattern at the needle's head. It was a detail that was not part of the lesson. It was an embellishment, an act of such superfluous, exquisite control that it bordered on the impossible for a first-year student. It was not just a successful transfiguration, it was an act of artistry. She looked from the needle to Ariana's serene face. The girl's periwinkle eyes met hers, calm and questioning. There was no pride in her expression, no look of triumph. Only the quiet satisfaction of a task correctly completed. 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said, her voice betraying none of her inner shock. But as she walked away, she couldn't stop herself from glancing back one more time. The girl was not just a prodigy. She was something else entirely. Their charms lesson with the diminutive Professor Flitwick was a far more cheerful affair. The tiny professor, who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk, was excitable and full of praise. Their first lesson was the wand-lighting charm, Lumos. Again, the results were mixed. Most students produced a weak, sputtering light at the tip of their wands. Ron's looked like a dying firefly. Harry managed a respectable, if slightly flickering, white light. Hermione, with her precise pronunciation, produced a bright, steady beam that earned her a delighted squeak from Flitwick and another 10 points for Gryffindor. When it was Ariana's turn, she once again approached the task from a foundation of pure theory. Light, she knew, was not a monolith. It was a spectrum. It had wavelength, frequency, intensity. To simply create light was like a painter choosing only to use the color white. She held her wand and focused her intentio. She didn't just think light. She thought of a gentle, swirling dance of colors. She envisioned threads of soft rose pink, tranquil lavender, and warm gold, all weaving together in a slow, harmonious ballet. She channeled her magic, not as a single blast, but as 3 distinct, controlled streams, each imbued with a different chromatic property. Lumos, she whispered, the word more a breath than a command. The light that bloomed at the tip of her elder wand was breathtaking. It was not a single beam. It was a soft, glowing sphere of intertwined colors. Rose, lavender, and gold swirled within it like mist, coalescing and separating in a gentle, mesmerizing dance. It cast a warm, beautiful light across her desk, making the very air around her seem magical. The classroom fell silent. Everyone stared, mouths agape, at the beautiful, impossible light. Professor Flitwick, standing on his pile of books, let out an audible gasp, his tiny hands clasped together in pure delight. "Oh, my stars," he chirped, his voice full of wonder. "Extraordinary! Miss Dumbledore, that is the most advanced and controlled first-year Lumos I have ever seen in my 50 years of teaching. That is not just a charm, that is a work of art. 20 points to Gryffindor, 20 points." Ariana simply gave a small, polite nod of acknowledgement, and with a thought, extinguished the beautiful, swirling light, leaving her classmates staring at her with a mixture of awe and utter bewilderment. The final class of the day was the one everyone had been dreading: potions in the dungeons with Professor Snape. The descent into the dungeons was a descent into cold and shadow. The classroom was dark, lined with shelves of pickled animals and mysterious ingredients in glass jars. The air was frigid, and the students shivered in their robes. Professor Snape made his entrance like a phantom, his black robes billowing behind him. He was a man who commanded fear as effortlessly as other wizards commanded magic. His opening speech was a masterpiece of intimidation. He spoke of the subtle science and exact art of potion making, his voice a low, menacing whisper that held the class in a grip of terror. He made it clear he expected little from them, a cauldron full of dunderheads. Then his black, merciless eyes landed on Harry. He began a brutal interrogation, asking Harry questions about powders and bezoars that a first year could not possibly know. It was a naked display of power, a targeted humiliation. When Harry inevitably failed to answer, Snape sneered. "Pity, clearly fame isn't everything." He ignored Hermione's frantically waving hand completely. The day's lesson was to brew a simple cure for boils. The instructions were on the blackboard. Snape stalked the aisles like a predator, his robes whispering over the cold stone floor, criticizing Neville's potion until the boy was a trembling mess and his cauldron was melting, and sneering at Harry and Ron's clumsy attempts. He approached Ariana's desk last. She had set up her station with the neat, methodical precision of a surgeon. Her ingredients were chopped to a perfect, uniform size. Her cauldron was simmering at a precise, steady temperature. She had read the instructions, yes, but she was also feeling the potion. She could sense the magical properties of the dried nettles releasing into the water, the way the stewed horned slugs created a viscous base, and understood on an intuitive level that the porcupine quills must be added after the cauldron was taken off the fire, to prevent their volatile magic from causing a reaction. Snape loomed over her, his shadow falling across her workbench. He peered into her cauldron, his long, hooked nose nearly dipping into the steam. He was searching, hunting for a flaw, for any minuscule error he could use to tear down this new, prodigal Dumbledore. He had been warned by the headmaster, in no uncertain terms, that this particular student was not to be targeted. The command had been delivered with a quiet, steely finality that even Snape had not dared to question. But the prohibition only fueled his resentment. He wanted to find a reason, any reason, to justify his inherent disdain. He found nothing. The potion in her cauldron was perfect. It was the exact shade of turquoise the textbook described. It was simmering with a gentle, even heat. The consistency was flawless. He could smell the perfect balance of the ingredients. It was the work not of a first-year student, but of an accomplished potioneer. His black eyes narrowed. He looked at her calm, focused expression, the graceful way she stirred the potion, 7 times clockwise, each rotation a perfect circle. He saw no fear, no anxiety. She was not even looking at him. Her entire being was focused on the art she was creating in her cauldron. He was filled with a cold, grudging fury. He could not fault her. He could not belittle her. He was bound by the headmaster's strange, protective order, so he did the only thing he could. He said nothing. He stared at her perfect potion for a long, tense moment, the silence stretching until the other students held their breath. Then, with a faint sneer that was more for himself than for her, he turned on his heel and swept away to terrorize someone else. Ariana had been aware of his presence, of course. She had felt the weight of his gaze, the sharp, analytical probe of his own powerful magic assessing her work. She felt his frustration, his resentment, and his grudging respect. And she understood. He was a man of immense talent and deep bitterness, bound by an order he despised. His pointed silence was more telling than any praise could ever be. It was a declaration of her victory in their silent, one-sided battle. When the class was over and she had bottled a sample of her flawless potion, she left the dungeons, her composure as serene as ever. The first day was over. She had met the challenges laid before her and found them simple. The true curriculum, she knew, was not in these classrooms. It was in the ancient books, in the deep theory, and in the quiet of her own mind, where the real magic was waiting to be woven. Chapter 10, The Calm of the Open Sky. The promise of a first flying lesson sent a ripple of pure, unadulterated excitement through the Gryffindor common room. For days, it was all anyone could talk about. Boys boasted of their supposed prowess on a broom, while girls chattered about the thrill of soaring through the air. It was a rite of passage, the first taste of true, exhilarating freedom that magic could offer. Ariana observed the fervor with a detached amusement. The concept of flying was interesting, certainly. From a theoretical standpoint, it was a fascinating application of magical levitation bound to a physical object, requiring a unique synergy between rider and broom. The idea of reckless speed and competitive sport, however, held absolutely no appeal to her. Quidditch, with its chaotic violence and tribal devotion, struck her as a fundamentally illogical expenditure of energy. She was interested in the experience of flight, not the performance of it. On the appointed afternoon, the Gryffindors trudged down the sloping lawns towards a flat, smooth patch of grass opposite the Forbidden Forest. The Slytherins were already there, a sullen, arrogant cluster, their new brooms gleaming. The school brooms provided for the lesson were a sorry sight, a collection of ancient, rickety shooting stars and clean sweeps with splintered handles and twigs sticking out at odd angles. The teacher, Madame Hooch, was a formidable witch with short, gray hair and sharp, hawk-like yellow eyes that seemed to miss nothing. She barked instructions with the crisp authority of a drill sergeant. "All right now, stand by your brooms," she commanded. "Stick your right hand out over it and say, 'Up.'" A chorus of "up"s echoed across the lawn. Harry's broom leaped into his hand at once, as did Malfoy's. Ron's took a few tries before it reluctantly hopped up. Neville's didn't move at all. Ariana looked down at the battered old broom at her feet. It was a sad, neglected object. She didn't shout or command. Instead, she reached out with a sliver of her intentio, not forcing her will upon the broom, but rather inviting it. She projected a sense of partnership, of shared purpose. She didn't want to conquer it, she wanted to work with it. "Up," she said, her voice quiet and clear. The broom rose from the grass as if lifted by an invisible, gentle hand, and settled perfectly into her waiting grasp. It felt less like an act of summoning and more like a handshake. After a lecture on proper mounting and grip, Madame Hooch gave the command they had all been waiting for. "On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The piercing shriek of the whistle cut the air, and 20 brooms lifted off the ground. Most were wobbly and uncontrolled. Ron shot up like a cork from a bottle and immediately plummeted back down with a thud. But not everyone was so clumsy. Harry was a natural, soaring into the air with an ease and grace that spoke of an innate talent. Malfoy, too, was a skilled and confident flyer, smirking as he zipped past the flailing newbies. Ariana's ascent was different from both. She did not soar, nor did she wobble. She simply rose. With a gentle push of her will, the old broom lifted her 10 feet into the air, then 15 with the smooth, steady grace of a modern hydraulic lift. She hung there, suspended in the crisp autumn air, perfectly still. The sensation was sublime. She could feel the wind in her hair, the vast, open expanse of the sky above, and the sprawling grounds of Hogwarts laid out below like a living map. It was a perspective shift, a liberation from the horizontal plane of existence. She felt the magic of the broom not as a brute force to be wrestled with, but as a current to be ridden. She nudged it forward, and it glided smoothly through the air, her braid trailing behind her like a silken banner. She banked left, then right, her movements fluid and economical, a picture of absolute, serene control. She had no interest in speed or tricks. She was simply savoring the pure, quiet joy of being untethered from the earth. Madame Hooch's hawk-like eyes followed her for a moment, a flicker of surprised approval in their depths. The Dumbledore girl was as unusual in the air as she was on the ground. The lesson, however, was destined for chaos. Neville Longbottom, who had been nervous from the start, seemed to lose his nerve completely. His face was a mask of sheer terror. His broom, perhaps sensing his panic, gave a violent lurch. "Mr. Longbottom, get back down this instant," Madame Hooch shouted. But Neville was no longer in control. The broom shot upwards, 20 feet, then 30. It began to buck and swerve wildly. Neville let out a terrified wail, his knuckles white as he clung on for dear life. The broom zigzagged through the air like a deranged hornet before it finally went into a steep dive. Neville slipped from the seat, his robes catching on a twig for a moment before he tumbled free, plummeting towards the hard ground below. A collective scream went up from the students. Hermione's hands flew to her mouth. Madame Hooch was already moving, but she wouldn't be fast enough. Ariana, who had been observing the situation with a calm, analytical eye, acted without hesitation. There was no time for a complex weaving of magic. This required a single, powerful, and instantaneous application of will. She pointed her elder wand, which she had, with characteristic foresight, already slipped from its holster, down at the falling boy. She didn't shout the incantation. She pushed the concept, the pure, unadulterated meaning of it, from her mind through the wand. Arresto momentum. A visible shimmer, like a heat haze, pulsed out from her wand and enveloped Neville just as he was 10 feet from the ground. His rapid descent did not stop abruptly, which would have been just as damaging as the impact. Instead, his velocity was bled away in an instant. He went from plummeting to floating, his fall arrested so gently that he hung in the air for a second before drifting to the ground like a falling leaf. He landed in a crumpled, sobbing heap, but he was completely unharmed, save for a sprained wrist from his initial fall from the broom. The entire class stared, stunned into silence. They had seen a first-year student, in the middle of her first-ever flying lesson, perform a flawless, silent, and incredibly powerful charm that had almost certainly saved another student's life. Madame Hooch reached Neville, her face pale with shock and relief. After confirming he was mostly all right, she turned her sharp gaze upwards to Ariana, who was still hovering serenely in the air. "Miss Dumbledore," she called out, her voice tight with a mixture of awe and sternness. "While I do not condone the use of wands during flying lessons, that was the finest and quickest casting of a slowing charm I have ever seen. 10 points to Gryffindor for exceptional presence of mind. Now, everyone on the ground. Class dismissed." As Madame Hooch carted a whimpering Neville off to the hospital wing, the aftermath of the incident began. Malfoy, ever the opportunist, snatched up the remembrall that had fallen from Neville's pocket. Harry, his Gryffindor sense of justice ignited, demanded it back. What followed was the confrontation Ariana remembered from the books, Malfoy taunting Harry, soaring into the air, and throwing the remembrall high towards the castle. Harry, on his broom, performed a spectacular dive and catch, an act that, unbeknownst to him, would lead to his recruitment as the Gryffindor Seeker. Ariana watched it all unfold from the ground, having already landed her broom with a gentle thump. She saw Harry's righteous anger, Malfoy's petty cruelty. To her, it was a predictable, almost tedious display of childish testosterone. She had already solved the immediate problem, Neville's safety. The squabble over a glass bauble was beneath her notice. While the other students were caught up in the drama, she simply returned her broom to the storage shed and began the calm, solitary walk back to the castle. The next few days were a blur of classes and study. Ariana heard the whispers and excited gossip echoing through Gryffindor Tower. Harry had been made Seeker, the youngest house player in a century. He had been caught by McGonagall but rewarded instead of punished. It was the talk of the school. A few days later, the gossip took on a new, more clandestine tone. Malfoy, furious at being upstaged, had challenged Harry to a wizard's duel. Midnight in the trophy room. Ron, as Harry's self-appointed second, was puffed up with importance. Hermione, ever the voice of reason and rules, was horrified, lecturing them endlessly about the dangers of breaking curfew and the foolishness of rising to Malfoy's bait. The three of them approached Ariana in the common room one evening. She was sitting in her favorite armchair by the fire, a book on advanced potion theory in her lap, Midnight, in her large, panther form, as it was late, curled at her feet, a pool of living shadow in the firelight. The presence of the panther kept most students at a respectful distance. "Ariana, you've got to help us," Hermione began, her voice a stressed whisper. "They're going to do it. They're really going to go and duel Malfoy." Harry and Ron looked at her expectantly. Perhaps they thought she would offer some profound piece of strategy, or talk them out of it, or even offer to join them. Ariana slowly lifted her eyes from her book. Her gaze was not one of concern or judgment. It was one of pure, academic disinterest. She looked at Harry's determined face, Ron's nervous excitement, and Hermione's frantic anxiety. She processed the situation with the cool logic of a strategist assessing a minor, irrelevant skirmish. A midnight duel? A trap, almost certainly. Malfoy would likely tip off Filch. They would get caught. They would lose house points. They would serve detention. The potential outcomes were all mundane, predictable, and ultimately inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It was a self-correcting problem. Their actions would have natural, educational consequences. Her intervention was not required. "Why?" she asked, her voice quiet. It was not a question of moral support, but a simple request for data. "Why would you do this?" "He insulted my family," Ron burst out, "and he's a foul git." "We have to stand up to him," Harry added, his voice full of Gryffindor conviction. Ariana considered their reasoning. It was based on emotion, on pride, on a childish code of honor. It was illogical. Malfoy was an irritant, not a genuine threat. Engaging with him on these terms was a waste of time and energy that could be better spent studying. She gave a small, almost imperceptible shake of her head. "No," she said. The single word fell into the space between them with the finality of a closing door. It wasn't "no, you shouldn't go." It was "no, I will not be involved." Hermione looked aghast, "But they'll get in trouble." "Then that will be a lesson for them," Ariana replied, her voice still perfectly calm. "Actions have consequences. It is a fundamental principle." She looked at Harry, a hint of something, perhaps disappointment in his lack of foresight in her eyes. "A duel is a confrontation. You are choosing to walk into a confrontation of his design, on his terms, at a time and place of his choosing. It is strategically unsound." With that, she lowered her eyes and returned to her book on potion theory. The conversation was over. She had analyzed the data, found the situation to be a frivolous and unnecessary risk, and had logically decided to allocate zero resources to it. She would not lecture them like Hermione, nor would she aid them like Ron. She would simply not participate. The three of them stood there for a moment, stunned by her cool, absolute refusal to engage. They had expected her to be an ally, a confidant. Instead, she was a neutral observer, a scientist who refused to interfere with the experiment. They left her by the fire and went to continue their hushed, frantic planning, leaving Ariana to the quiet company of her book and her panther, her mind already back on the subtle interactions of powdered moonstone and syrup of hellebore. She had her own battles to fight, and they were waged in the silent, esoteric realms of knowledge, not in dusty trophy rooms at midnight. Chapter 11, The Calculus of Halloween. The morning after the midnight duel was thick with unspoken tension. News traveled through Gryffindor Tower with the speed of a lit fuse. Potter, Weasley, Granger, and Longbottom had lost Gryffindor a staggering 50 points each. 200 points vanished in a single night. The collective groan of the house was a palpable thing. The four of them were pariahs, ostracized at the breakfast table, glared at in the common room. Ariana observed the fallout with the detached air of a sociologist studying group dynamics. It was, as she had predicted, a self-correcting problem with natural consequences. Harry and Ron were sullen and defensive. Neville was terrified, but it was Hermione who reacted most strangely. Her initial, "I told you so" attitude quickly curdled into something else, something sharper and more personal. Her frustration and embarrassment at being caught seemed to require an outlet, and since Harry and Ron were her co-conspirators, she turned the full force of her indignation on the one person who had refused to be drawn in. "If you had just come with us, or at least tried to talk them out of it properly, none of this would have happened." She hissed at Ariana as they walked to herbology, her voice a low, furious buzz. "You just sat there. You didn't care at all." "Caring would not have altered the outcome," Ariana replied calmly, not breaking her stride. "Their decision was made. My presence would only have resulted in an additional 50-point deduction for Gryffindor." "That's not the point," Hermione retorted, her face flushed. "The point is loyalty, the point is friendship, we're all in the same house, we're supposed to stick together." Ariana stopped and turned, her periwinkle eyes coolly assessing the overwrought girl. "Loyalty is not synonymous with enabling poor judgment, Hermione. Friendship does not require participation in strategically unsound ventures. They made a choice. They are now experiencing the consequences. That is the nature of learning." The cold, impeccable logic of it seemed to incense Hermione even more. This became her new refrain. For days, she found ways to criticize Ariana. It was no longer about the duel, it was about everything. Ariana's quietness was aloofness. Her perfect spellwork was showing off. Her advanced reading was an arrogant refusal to engage with her peers. It was a relentless barrage of petty complaints and pointed remarks. A clear manifestation of Hermione's own insecurity and a budding jealousy towards a girl who seemed to achieve with effortless grace what Hermione had to fight tooth and nail for. Ariana endured it all with the serene indifference of a mountain weathering a summer squall. Hermione's emotional outbursts were data points, symptoms of an intellect that had not yet learned to govern its own anxieties. She was a tangled knot of potential and insecurity, and Ariana had neither the time nor the inclination to untangle her. The tension came to a head on Halloween morning in Charm's class. The lesson was the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Professor Flitwick, perched on his customary pile of books, demonstrated the swish and flick wand movement with gusto. The students were paired off to practice on feathers. "Wingardium Leviosa." Ron snapped his wand, waving his arms around like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong yourself," Hermione retorted, her voice tight with frustration. Her feather was lying stubbornly on the desk. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Make the gar nice and long." Beside them, Ariana watched the feather on her own desk. She didn't bother with the swish and flick, a physical mnemonic for those who couldn't grasp the pure intentio. She simply focused her will, visualizing the feather lifting, weightless and compliant, and whispered, "Wingardium Leviosa." Her feather rose gracefully into the air. It didn't just float, it danced. With minute, silent applications of her will, she made it perform a slow, elegant pirouette, then trace a perfect figure eight in the air above her desk before bringing it to a gentle, motionless hover. It was another display of silent, effortless mastery. Professor Flitwick clapped his tiny hands in delight. "Superb, another masterclass in charm work, Miss Dumbledore." Ron, witnessing this, let out a groan of frustration, coupled with Hermione's nagging. "No wonder she hasn't got any friends," he muttered to Harry, loud enough for Hermione and Ariana to hear. "She's a nightmare, honestly." The words struck Hermione like a physical blow. Her face crumpled. She shoved her books into her bag, and with a choked sob, she ran from the classroom. The rest of the class fell into an awkward silence. Ron looked slightly guilty, but mostly defiant. Harry looked uncomfortable. Ariana, however, was already running a different set of calculations. She knew what was coming. She knew from the story that Hermione would spend the rest of the day crying in the girls' lavatory. She knew a troll would be let into the dungeons during the Halloween feast. She knew Quirrell was the culprit. And she knew that Harry and Ron, upon realizing Hermione didn't know about the troll, would go after her, resulting in a confrontation that would cement their friendship. This was a key nexus point in the timeline. The original story required that confrontation. It required Harry and Ron to save Hermione. But Ariana had a different set of priorities. Her first priority was mitigating unnecessary risk to Harry. Sending him, an untrained 11-year-old, to fight a fully grown mountain troll was a fundamentally stupid and dangerous idea, regardless of the outcome in the books. Her second priority was her own developing objective, to test her abilities against a significant, tangible threat in a controlled environment. The troll was a perfect opportunity. It was a problem that required a decisive, powerful solution. She needed to isolate Harry from the situation, and she needed a valid, unassailable reason for her own absence from the feast. The two problems had a single, elegant solution. After Charms class, as students began chattering excitedly about the feast, Ariana approached Harry. Ron had already stomped off, still muttering about Hermione. "Harry," she said, her voice soft, pulling him away from the flow of traffic in the corridor. "Oh, hi, Ariana," he said, looking slightly distracted. "I was thinking," she began, her expression serene, but her periwinkle eyes holding a rare, gentle warmth that was reserved almost exclusively for him. "Today is Halloween." "It was. The day your parents died, wasn't it?" Harry froze. The excited buzz of the school faded into a distant hum. No one had ever mentioned the anniversary to him before. The Dursleys certainly hadn't. His friends, caught up in the novelty of a magical Halloween, hadn't even thought of it. For the first time, someone was acknowledging the deep, personal sorrow of the day, not just the public legend of the boy who lived. "Yes," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "A feast and a celebration. It doesn't seem appropriate," Ariana continued gently. "I was wondering if perhaps you would prefer to skip it. We could go to the kitchens, get some food there, and then maybe we could go up to the owlery, and you could tell me about them, what you know of them." The offer was a lifeline. He had been dreading the loud, cheerful feast, the forced jollity that would feel so hollow on a day like this. He had been planning to endure it, to put on a brave face. The thought of spending a quiet evening in remembrance with the one person who seemed to understand him without needing explanations was an overwhelming relief. It was an act of profound, intuitive kindness. And it was also, in Ariana's coolly logical mind, a perfectly executed strategic move. Yeah, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. I'd like that a lot. Thank you, Ariana." "Of course," she said. "We can meet in the entrance hall when everyone else goes into the feast." Chapter 12, A Symphony of Calculated Force. As the great hall filled with the sound of hundreds of chattering students eagerly anticipating the Halloween feast, two small figures slipped away from the throng. Harry, feeling a quiet gratitude that was so profound it was almost painful, followed Ariana. She moved with her usual silent grace, leading him not towards the dungeons or the upper floors, but down a flight of stairs he'd never noticed before, towards the school's bustling heart. The entrance to the kitchens was hidden behind a large, unassuming painting of a bowl of fruit. Ariana tickled the pair, and it giggled, squirming before transforming into a green, shimmering doorknob. The sight brought a small, genuine smile to Harry's face. The kitchens were a stark contrast to the Gothic grandeur of the rest of the castle. It was a cavernous, high-ceilinged room, warm and bright, filled with the delicious smells of roasting pumpkin and baking bread. Dozens of house elves, clad in tea towels stamped with the Hogwarts crest, rushed about, their large, bat-like ears flapping as they tended to pots and pans and carried enormous platters of food up to the Great Hall. A few of them noticed the two students and immediately scurried over, bowing so low their noses nearly touched the flagstone floor. "Can we help you, young master and miss?" one squeaked, his tennis ball eyes wide with reverence. "We won't be attending the feast," Ariana explained, her voice gentle but clear, addressing the elves with a simple respect that made them stand up a little straighter. "We were hoping we might be able to have a small, quiet meal down here instead." The elves seemed utterly delighted by the request. In moments, they had cleared a small wooden table in a quiet corner and loaded it with a selection of simpler fare: roast chicken, potatoes, a small pumpkin pasty each, and 2 goblets of pumpkin juice. It was perfect. They ate in a comfortable silence, the distant roar of the feast above them a muted backdrop. For the first time, Harry felt the oppressive weight of Halloween lift. He wasn't the boy who lived, the symbol of Voldemort's downfall. He was just Harry, sharing a quiet meal with a friend who understood the sorrow beneath the spectacle. After they had eaten, they began to make their way back up through the castle, intending to go to the owlery as planned. Ariana chose a route that took them along the second-floor corridor, a path she had mapped in her mind and knew to be close to the site of the original story's confrontation. It was a necessary detour for her plan to unfold. As they passed a set of girls' lavatories, a sound pierced the relative quiet of the empty corridor. It was a scream, a high, terrified scream of pure, unadulterated panic. It was Hermione. Harry froze, his blood running cold. That was, Hermione, what's going on? Before he could even process the thought, a smell hit them. A foul, nauseating stench like a public toilet that hadn't been cleaned in a year, mixed with something vaguely swampy. And then they heard it. A low, guttural grunt, followed by the sound of splintering wood and shattering porcelain. Ariana didn't need to see it to know what it was. Her plan was now in motion. "Stay behind me, Harry," she said, her voice dropping the gentle warmth it had held in the kitchens and taking on the cool, sharp edge of command. Her elder wand slid from its holster into her hand with a silent flick of her wrist. She moved towards the source of the noise, not with a panicked rush, but with the swift, purposeful stride of a soldier advancing on a known target. She rounded the corner and saw the scene. The lavatory had been destroyed. Sinks were torn from the walls, pipes were broken, and water was flooding the floor. And in the center of the devastation stood a 12-foot mountain troll. Its skin was the color of dull granite, its body was lumpy and brutish, and it was wielding a massive, gnarled club. It had Hermione cornered, pressed back against the far wall, her face white with terror, too petrified to even scream again. The troll raised its club, its tiny, dull eyes fixed on its prey. Ariana acted. Her magic flowed from her, not in a single burst, but in a rapid, precise sequence, a symphony of calculated force. First, protection. "Harry, the door, protego," she commanded, not even looking back. A shield of shimmering, transparent energy erupted from her wand, forming a dome over Hermione just as the troll's club came crashing down. The wood impacted the magical barrier with a deafening crack, sending splinters flying but leaving Hermione completely unharmed, albeit shaking uncontrollably. Second, control the battlefield. "Block its path," Ariana murmured to herself. She aimed her wand at the floor in front of the troll. With a silent, powerful weaving motion, the wet flagstones beneath the creature's feet transmuted, their surface becoming a sheet of impossibly smooth, frictionless ice. The troll, attempting to take another step, let out a grunt of surprise as its huge feet shot out from under it. It windmilled its arms, trying to keep its balance, its club swinging wildly. Third, disorient the enemy. While it was off balance, she cast again. "Lumos Maxima," she incanted, but this was no gentle, colored light. She poured a raw, concentrated burst of power into the spell. A sphere of brilliant, blinding white light, as intense as a flashbang, exploded directly in the troll's face. The creature roared in pain and confusion, clapping its huge hands over its eyes, completely blinded. Fourth, disarm. The troll was still flailing, its club a menace even while it was blind. "Wingardium Leviosa," Ariana cast, her wand movement sharp and precise. The massive wooden club was wrenched from the troll's grasp and lifted high into the air, hovering 20 feet above the creature's head. The troll, now blind, disarmed, and slipping on the magical ice, was a pathetic, floundering thing. It slipped again, its feet flying up, and it crashed onto its back with a tremendous, ground-shaking thud that made the very walls tremble. Its head hit the stone floor hard, and it lay there, dazed and groaning. Finally, neutralized the threat. With the troll prone and disoriented, Ariana guided the levitating club directly over its face. She then canceled the charm. The massive weight of the wood, combined with gravity, did the rest. The club fell, not with a swing, but with a straight, brutal drop, impacting the troll's temple with a sickening, wet crunch. The creature's groans ceased. It was out cold. The entire confrontation had lasted less than 15 seconds. Ariana did not relax. "Incarcerus," she stated calmly. Thick, magical ropes erupted from her wand and wrapped themselves tightly around the unconscious troll, binding its limbs securely. The situation was contained. Just as the ropes finished tightening, the sound of running footsteps echoed down the corridor. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst onto the scene, their faces a mixture of alarm and disbelief. They took in the devastation, the unconscious, bound troll, the terrified but shielded. Hermione, the pale-faced Harry by the door, and finally Ariana, standing calmly in the center of it all, her wand still held in a ready position. "Explain yourselves," McGonagall demanded, her voice shaking with rage and relief. Quirrell, stammering and trembling, looked at the troll. But it was supposed to be in the D-dungeons. Snape's black eyes, however, were fixed on Ariana, a flicker of something unreadable, shock, respect, suspicion, in their depths. Before Hermione could open her mouth to stammer out the lie she had been formulating in her head, the one where she took the blame to save Harry and Ron, Ariana spoke. Her voice was clear, calm, and carried over the sound of gushing water. It was the voice of someone delivering a simple, factual report. "Ron Weasley made Hermione cry in Charms class this morning," she began, leaving no room for interruption. "She has been in this lavatory ever since. Harry and I were not at the feast. Today is the anniversary of his parents' death, and we felt it was more appropriate to grieve quietly than to celebrate. We were on our way back from the kitchens when we heard her scream. I shielded her, and then I neutralized the threat." Her statement was a masterpiece of truth. It was concise, it was accurate, and it preempted any possible narrative Hermione might have invented. It laid the blame for Hermione's presence squarely on Ron's shoulders, it provided an unassailable alibi for herself and Harry, and it presented her own actions not as reckless heroism, but as a logical, necessary response to an immediate danger. The professors were stunned into silence. McGonagall looked from Ariana's serene, composed face to Hermione's tear-streaked one, then to the unconscious troll, and a dawning understanding spread across her features. Snape's lip curled, but he said nothing, his gaze still fixed on the girl who had single-handedly, and with terrifying efficiency, taken down a fully grown mountain troll. Hermione stared at Ariana, her mouth opening and closing silently. She had been ready to lie, to sacrifice her own reputation to protect the boys who had insulted her. And Ariana, with a few simple, true sentences, had rendered it all unnecessary. She had not only saved her life with magic, but she had also protected her with the truth, cutting through the potential tangle of lies and blame with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. In that moment, standing amidst the wreckage, Hermione Granger looked at Ariana Dumbledore and saw not a rival, not an aloof prodigy, but a force of nature unlike anything she had ever encountered. Chapter 13, The Alliance of Minds. The silence in the ruined lavatory was thick and heavy, punctuated only by the drip of water from broken pipes and Quirrell's pathetic, whimpering noises. The three senior professors stared at the scene, processing Ariana's calm, factual report. It was McGonagall who finally broke the spell, her professional demeanor reasserting itself over her shock. "You neutralized the threat," she repeated, her voice a mixture of awe and incredulity. She took a step closer, her sharp eyes taking in the details, the sheet of magical ice now slowly melting, the massive, bound troll, the shimmering Protego still faintly glowing around a trembling Hermione. "Miss Dumbledore, what spells did you use?" It was not an accusation, but a demand for a formal after-action report. Snape leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed, his expression one of intense, predatory curiosity. He, more than anyone, recognized the sheer level of magical proficiency that had been on display. Ariana lowered her wand, the tip still glowing faintly. First, a shield charm Protego to protect Hermione from the immediate impact. Then, a localized transfiguration on the floor to create a low-friction surface and disrupt its balance. While it was disoriented, I used a high-intensity wand lighting charm, Lumos Maxima, to temporarily overload its optical senses. Then, a levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, to disarm it. Finally, I used the troll's own club, with the assistance of gravity, to render it unconscious, followed by an incarcerous charm to secure it. She delivered the explanation with the cool, detached clarity of an Auror debriefing a mission. She didn't boast. She didn't embellish. She simply stated the tactical sequence. Each spell was basic in principle, first-year charms, a simple transfiguration, but she had applied them with a level of power, precision, and strategic thinking that was utterly unheard of in a student, let alone an 11-year-old. She hadn't overpowered the troll with a single mighty curse. She had dismantled its ability to fight, piece by logical piece. Snape's black eyes narrowed. She had not only performed flawlessly, but had analyzed and articulated her actions with a chilling degree of competence. This was not the work of a gifted child, it was the work of a master strategist. McGonagall looked utterly flabbergasted. You transfigured the floor into ice. It seemed more efficient than attempting to bind its legs while it was still mobile, Ariana explained simply. The sheer audacity and brilliance of the tactic left McGonagall speechless. She looked at Harry, who was still standing by the door looking stunned, and then at Hermione, who was finally beginning to emerge from her shell shock, her mind, always analytical, starting to process the tactical genius she had just witnessed. 50 points, McGonagall said, her voice filled with a stunned reverence that momentarily overrode her usual sternness. 50 points will be awarded to Gryffindor for the most brilliant and courageous use of magic I have seen in decades. She then seemed to remember herself and turned a stern glare on Quirrell. Professor, perhaps you can explain why a mountain troll was on the second floor when you specifically stated it was in the dungeons. Quirrell stammered incoherently about the troll being clever and knowing its way around, a lie so transparently weak it was insulting. Dumbledore arrived then, his presence filling the corridor, his eyes taking in the scene with a grave expression. He listened to McGonagall's quick summary, his gaze lingering on Ariana with that now familiar mixture of sorrow, pride, and protective resolve. He said little, merely instructing the other teachers to handle the troll and ensuring the students were escorted back to their common room. The journey back to Gryffindor Tower was a silent one. Harry was still trying to process the lightning-fast sequence of events. He had been ready to fight, to do something, but Ariana had handled the entire situation before he could even cast a single spell. He was beginning to realize that being her friend meant occupying a very different role than the one he was used to with Ron. It meant being a spectator to a level of power he couldn't yet comprehend. Hermione walked beside Ariana, her usual stream of chatter conspicuously absent. She kept glancing at the serene, blonde girl, her mind racing. She replayed the encounter again and again. The shield charm cast without a moment's hesitation, the tactical use of transfiguration, the blinding light, the disarming, the clinical final strike. And then the truth, the calm, cutting truth that had protected her not just from the troll, but from her own impending, foolish lie. Ariana had not only been braver and more powerful, but she had been smarter. She had outthought everyone, including Hermione herself. The jealousy that had been festering in Hermione for weeks did not intensify, it simply evaporated. It was impossible to be jealous of something so far beyond her own scale. You don't feel jealous of a thunderstorm or a tidal wave, you feel awe. All her petty criticisms, her sniping remarks, now seemed laughably small, like a child throwing pebbles at a fortress. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady and uttered the password, the common room fell silent. The news of the 200-point loss had made them pariahs. But Ron, who had heard from a prefect what had happened, was waiting for them, his face pale. "Is it true," he whispered, "you fought a troll?" Before Harry could answer, Ariana simply nodded and started walking towards the girls' dormitory staircase. She had no interest in recounting the events or basking in the new, awestruck stares of her housemates. The problem was solved. The event was over. Hermione, however, stopped in front of her. "Ariana," she said, her voice small and tight. Ariana paused, turning to face her. "Thank you," Hermione whispered, her eyes shining with unshed tears. It was not just a thank you for saving her life. It was a thank you for telling the truth, for showing her a better way. It was an apology and an acknowledgement all rolled into one. Ariana looked at the girl, the brilliant, insecure, lonely girl, and saw not the annoying know-it-all from class, but the raw potential beneath. She saw a mind that, if honed and directed, could be a formidable asset. She saw a flicker of the loyal friend she knew Hermione would become. And for the first time, she felt a genuine, uncalculated flicker of empathy. In a gesture that stunned Harry, Ron, and everyone else watching, Ariana closed the small distance between them and wrapped her arms around Hermione in a brief, gentle hug. It was not a warm, effusive embrace, but it was solid, reassuring, and deeply sincere. "You are safe now, Hermione," she said softly, her voice for Hermione's ears alone. "That is what matters." She then released her and continued up the stairs, leaving a stunned and tearful Hermione in her wake. That single, quiet gesture was a peace treaty, an alliance, and a coronation all in one. The feud, one-sided as it had been, was over. From that night on, everything changed. Hermione no longer saw Ariana as a rival. She saw her as a mentor, a puzzle, and an ally. Her brilliant, fact-finding mind now had a new subject of intense study: the quiet, enigmatic girl who wove magic like music. She began to ask Ariana questions, not about gossip or schoolwork, but about theory. "When you transfigured the floor," she'd ask in a hushed tone in the library, "were you focusing on the molecular state of the water or the crystalline structure of the ice?" Ariana, in turn, found a mind that could almost keep up with her own. She would answer Hermione's questions with clear, concise explanations drawn from the advanced texts she read, giving the other girl a glimpse into a world of magic far beyond their first-year curriculum. The rest of the school soon began to notice the shift. The two smartest first-year witches were no longer at odds. They were a unit. They would be seen in the library, heads bent together over ancient tomes. They would walk to class together, engaged in quiet, intense conversation that no one else could follow. The sight of them together became a symbol of intellectual power that was, in its own way, far more intimidating than any physical threat. The school's bullies learned quickly to give them a wide berth. The professors watched with fascination. Snape's sneers became slightly less pronounced when he saw them together, and Dumbledore's eyes held a deep, thoughtful light. The boys, Harry and Ron, were left slightly adrift. They were still friends with Hermione, but she was now part of a duumvirate, an alliance of minds that they couldn't fully penetrate. They were the brawn, or in Harry's case, the chosen one, but Ariana and Hermione were rapidly becoming the undisputed brains of the operation. A new, powerful, and utterly terrifying friendship had been forged in the wreckage of a lavatory, and Hogwarts would never be quite the same. Chapter 14: The Architecture of Memory. The weeks leading up to Christmas saw Hogwarts transform. A blanket of thick, pristine snow covered the grounds, muffling the world in a peaceful silence. Suits of armor were enchanted to sing slightly off-key carols, and great wreaths of holly and mistletoe appeared in the corridors. The impending holiday created a schism in the student body. The majority were giddy with the prospect of returning home, while a quiet minority prepared to stay. This year, the number of Gryffindor first-years staying behind was unusually high. Harry, having no home to go to, was an obvious resident. The Weasley parents, it was announced, were traveling to Romania to spend the holiday with their second eldest son, Charlie, who worked with dragons. This left Ron, for the first time in his life, spending Christmas at Hogwarts, a prospect he greeted with a mixture of disappointment and a secret, thrilling sense of independence. Hermione, whose parents were dentists and avid skiers, had decided to stay to take advantage of the quiet libraries for light revision, a decision that surprised no one. Neville's grandmother was taking a rare trip abroad, leaving him in the care of the castle. And Ariana, for whom the orphanage was no longer a home but merely a place she had once stayed, had never considered leaving. Hogwarts was her reality now, her laboratory and her sanctuary. The dynamic of their small, burgeoning group solidified in the quiet castle. With the majority of the student body gone, the five of them became a self-contained unit, an odd little surrogate family. They claimed the prime armchairs by the common room fire, playing Explosive Snap, a game Ron had to teach Ariana the complex, illogical rules of, and Wizard's Chess, at which Ariana proved to be a terrifyingly prescient player, her quiet, strategic mind seeing threats 10 moves in advance. Hermione and Ariana's intellectual alliance deepened. They would spend long afternoons in the library, Hermione devouring facts and histories, while Ariana deconstructed the fundamental theories that underpinned them. Ariana, in turn, began to quietly guide Hermione, pushing her beyond rote memorization towards a true understanding of magical principles. "Don't just learn the countercurse, Hermione," she would say softly. "Understand why it works. What is the magical axiom it's exploiting in the original curse?" It was a paradigm shift for Hermione, one that was both challenging and exhilarating. Throughout this time, Ariana was engaged in a quiet, methodical project of her own. Her gifts were not last-minute purchases. They were carefully considered, meticulously planned operations. She spent an afternoon with a tearfully grateful Hagrid, who happily shared a handful of blurry, joyous photographs of James and Lily. She made formal appointments with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, who, after some initial surprise, delved into old-school archives to produce photos of two of their most brilliant former students. She sent a carefully worded letter to Augusta Longbottom via the school owls, beginning with her sincere gratitude for Neville's well-being and gently broaching the subject of his mother's connection to the Potters. The formidable old witch, already impressed by the girl who had saved her grandson, sent back a small packet of photos with a curt but approving note. Her most difficult acquisition came from the dungeons. She approached Professor Snape after a potions class, waiting until every other student had fled his intimidating presence. She did not ask for a photo of his old classmate. She approached it with cool, unassailable logic. "Professor," she had said, her voice calm in the frigid air of the dungeon classroom, "I am compiling a historical record of two of Hogwarts' most distinguished former students for their son. A complete record requires samples from all disciplines. Your potions class was one in which Lily Evans, in particular, excelled. For the sake of academic posterity, any pictorial evidence of her work would be invaluable." She never mentioned James. She framed it not as a personal request, but as an academic one. She called Lily by her maiden name, and she looked at him with those unnerving, placid eyes that held no judgment and no fear. Snape, bound by Dumbledore's edict and faced with a request so logically sound and emotionally detached, found himself cornered. After a long, tense silence, he had simply nodded curtly, and a day later, left a single, unlabeled photograph on her desk. Christmas morning arrived with a pale, golden light filtering through the dormitory windows. Harry awoke to a sight he'd never seen before, a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. A real pile. For him. He, Ron, Neville, Hermione, and Ariana gathered in the common room, which was decorated with a magnificent, magically lit Christmas tree. The gift-giving began. Harry received a lumpy, hand-knitted jumper from Mrs. Weasley in the signature emerald green of his eyes, a gesture of maternal warmth that touched him deeply. Hagrid had sent him a roughly carved wooden flute. There was a box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, and a 50-pence piece taped to a letter from the Dursleys, a pathetic, almost comical reminder of the world he had left behind. Then came Ariana's gifts. She presented them without ceremony, her movements calm and deliberate. First, she turned to Neville. She handed him a small, enchanted terrarium. Inside, nestled in rich, dark soil, was a small, unassuming plant with woolly, pale green leaves. "It's Dittany," she explained softly. "The cultivated form, Origanum dictamnus. Its essence is a powerful healing agent and restorative. I thought it might be useful." Neville stared at the plant, his eyes wide with reverence. He knew what it was. It was rare, potent, and incredibly valuable. It was a gift that acknowledged his passion for herbology and also trusted him with its care. It was the most thoughtful present he had ever received. "Thank you, Ariana," he whispered, clutching the terrarium like a precious jewel. Next, she gave Ron his present. It was a long, thin box. Ron, accustomed to lumpy, second-hand gifts, opened it with caution. Inside, nestled on a bed of black velvet, was a small, silver ball with fluttering wings. It wasn't a golden snitch, but a handcrafted silver practice snitch, perfectly weighted and enchanted to be just as erratically fast as a real one. It was new. It was shiny. It was magnificent. And it was just for him. "Wicked," Ron breathed, his eyes shining. He let it out of the box, and it zipped around his head, its silver wings a blur. It was a gift that saw past his status as Harry's friend and acknowledged his own love, his own identity as a Quidditch fanatic. For Hermione, Ariana presented a single, heavy book. It was bound in dark, unmarked leather, and the pages were thick, aged parchment. There was no title on the cover. Hermione opened it, and her breath caught in her throat. The title page, written in elegant, archaic script, read, "De Novo Artificio," a primer on the foundational principles of creation magic. It wasn't a school book. It wasn't even a book Ariana could have bought in flourish and blots. This was something from a private collection, something ancient and profound. It was a book on the very branch of magic that Ariana herself seemed to embody. It was an invitation. It was a shared secret. It was the highest intellectual compliment Ariana could possibly pay her. "Ariana," Hermione whispered, her fingers tracing the title as if it were sacred text. I don't know what to say, this is." "I thought you might find it interesting," Ariana said simply. Finally, she turned to Harry. Her gift was the last one he opened. It was a large, heavy, rectangular package wrapped in simple brown paper. He tore it open. It was a photograph album, but it was far more than that. The cover was made of rich, dark dragonhide leather, smooth and warm to the touch. The clasp was a single, polished piece of silver, intricately charmed. He opened it. The first page held a single, moving photograph. A handsome man with untidy black hair and glasses was waving happily, his arm around a beautiful woman with startlingly green eyes and thick, dark red hair. They were laughing, the joy radiating from the picture so real it was a physical blow. It was James and Lily Potter, his parents. Harry's breath hitched. He turned the page, and another, the album was full of them. James as head boy, looking proud and slightly smug beside a stern-looking Lily Evans. Lily in potions class, her brow furrowed in concentration. A faint smile playing on her lips as she looked up from her cauldron, the photo from Snape. James and his friends, a handsome, arrogant-looking Sirius Black, a quiet, scarred Remus Lupin, and a nervous, watery-eyed Peter Pettigrew, laughing in the Gryffindor common room. A beautiful picture of Lily and another pretty witch, whom Harry dimly recognized as Neville's mother, holding two swaddled bundles, baby Harry and baby Neville. He saw his parents grow from Hogwarts students into young adults, members of the Order of the Phoenix, and finally, into parents themselves. Page after page, a life he had never known unfolded before him. He could feel the tears welling in his eyes, hot and unstoppable, blurring the smiling faces. He looked up at Ariana, his throat too tight to speak. She was watching him, her periwinkle eyes soft and full of a quiet, profound understanding. "It is important to remember those we have lost," she said gently, "not as legends, but as people." Harry finally found his voice, a choked, broken whisper. "Thank you." He didn't know what else to say. It was the greatest gift he had ever received, a gift of memory, of identity, of family. It was a gift that told him he was not just an orphan, but the son of two people who had lived and loved and laughed. He closed the album, holding it to his chest as if it were the most precious object in the world. The five of them sat there in the warm silence of the common room, the fire crackling, the silver snitch hovering forgotten near the ceiling. It was a strange, cobbled-together little family, united not by blood, but by the quiet architecture of a friendship built on understanding, respect, and the profound, calculated kindness of the girl at its center. Chapter 15, The Currency of Trust. The rest of Christmas Day passed in a warm, contented haze. Ron and Harry gorged themselves on the magnificent Christmas feast, pulling crackers with Fred and George, and later engaged in a ferocious snowball fight on the grounds. Ariana, Hermione, and Neville, meanwhile, retreated to the relative peace of the common room fire, Neville tending to his new Dittany plant with reverent care, while Hermione and Ariana delved into the profound, complex theories presented in De Novo Artificio. That evening, however, another gift arrived, one that would irrevocably alter the course of their adventures. Harry returned from the feast, his face alight with excitement, clutching a silvery, fluid-like fabric. "Look what I got," he whispered, unfurling it for Ron to see. There was no note, it just said, "Your father left this in my possession. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Ron gasped. "I've heard of those, that's an invisibility cloak, they're dead rare." The possibilities lit up Ron's face like a firework. His first thought was not of safety or stealth, but of mischief. "We can go anywhere with this," he breathed, his eyes wide. "Anywhere. We can go to the restricted section tonight. We can finally find out who Nicholas Flamel is." The name had been a persistent mystery since their encounter with the three-headed dog, which Hagrid had let slip was named Fluffy. Hermione, in a rare moment of being thwarted by the library, had been unable to find any mention of him in the standard texts. The allure of the forbidden, combined with the promise of a solution to their puzzle, was irresistible to Ron. Filled with this newfound purpose, the two boys hurried over to the corner where Ariana and Hermione were seated. Midnight, in her full panther form, lifted her great, shadowy head from Ariana's lap as they approached, her violet eyes glowing with a quiet warning. "We're going to the library," Harry announced, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, the silvery cloak clutched in his hand. "To the restricted section. We're going to find Flamel. Do you want to come?" He looked from Hermione to Ariana, a hopeful, excited expression on his face. He was offering them inclusion in his great secret, an invitation to a midnight adventure. Hermione hesitated. The desire to find the answer, to solve the puzzle, warred with her deep-seated aversion to rule-breaking. The memory of the troll and the 50-point loss was still fresh, but the pull of knowledge, especially forbidden knowledge, was a powerful one. She looked to Ariana, her expression uncertain, seeking guidance. Ariana, however, had not moved. She slowly marked her place in her book and looked up at Harry, her gaze steady and unreadable. She had analyzed this possibility the moment she'd seen the cloak. The cloak was a tool. Ron saw it as a key to mischief. Harry, influenced by Ron, saw it as a means to an end for their immediate problem. Ariana saw it as a strategic asset of immense value, to be used with precision and discretion, not for a clumsy, impulsive library raid. "No," she said. The word was quiet, but it landed with absolute finality. Harry's face fell. "But why not? With the cloak, we won't get caught. We can finally figure this out." Ron scoffed. "She's too scared of getting into trouble, that's what it is." Ariana's gaze shifted to Ron, a cool, dismissive look that made him shrink back slightly. She then turned her eyes back to Harry. Her voice, when she spoke, was not angry or disappointed. It was the calm, patient voice of a teacher explaining a complex but fundamental concept. "This is not a matter of fear. It is a matter of efficiency," she said. "You are proposing a high-risk, low-yield operation. You intend to sneak into a forbidden area of the castle, with no knowledge of its layout or potential magical protections, to search for a single name in thousands of books, all based on a whim. The probability of success is low. The probability of capture, despite the cloak, is moderate to high. The entire venture is illogical." "But we have to do something," Harry insisted, his frustration mounting. Ariana held his gaze. "Yes," she agreed, "you do. But you are choosing the most difficult and dangerous path because it feels the most exciting." She gave a small, almost imperceptible sigh. "I will not be joining you." Her refusal was absolute. Defeated, Harry and Ron turned to leave, Ron muttering under his breath about her being a spoilsport. Harry, however, glanced back, a look of genuine hurt and confusion on his face. Once they were gone, Hermione turned to Ariana, her brow furrowed. "Why didn't you stop them? You could have told them how foolish it was." "They would not have listened," Ariana stated simply, reopening her book. "But we could have helped," Hermione pressed, her voice rising slightly. "We could have gone with them, helped them search, made it safer. If you know Flamel is so important, why won't you help look for him?" Ariana finally closed her book again, giving Hermione her full attention. The firelight cast flickering shadows across her serene face, making her look older, wiser. "Hermione," she said, her voice low and serious, "this has nothing to do with the search for Nicholas Flamel." Hermione looked confused. "But, of course it does." "No," Ariana corrected gently. "It has to do with the currency of trust. Harry just received a powerful magical artifact, one left to him by his father. His very first instinct, guided by Ron, was to use it for rule-breaking. He came to us, not for advice, not for a better strategy, but for accomplices. He wanted us to join him in his reckless plan." She paused, letting the words sink in. "Think, Hermione. He has a problem. He needs to know who Nicholas Flamel is. What would have been the logical, efficient way to solve that problem?" Hermione thought for a moment. "He could ask an older student, ask a professor." "Or," Ariana said, her gaze intense, "he could have asked me." The simple statement hung in the air. Hermione stared at her, a dawning realization spreading across her face. You know who he is," Hermione whispered, her eyes wide. "Of course I do," Ariana replied, a hint of weariness in her tone. "Nicholas Flamel was the most famous alchemist of his generation, the only known maker and possessor of the Philosopher's Stone. He is a close personal friend and colleague of Albus Dumbledore. His name is mentioned in at least a dozen advanced alchemical texts, none of which are in the restricted section because they are not considered dark, merely complex." Hermione's jaw dropped. The answer had been there all along, accessible, not even forbidden. They had been chasing a phantom. "But why didn't you just tell him?" Hermione stammered. "Because he didn't ask," Ariana said, her voice now holding a profound, quiet sadness. He didn't trust me enough to believe that I might simply know the answer. He didn't come to me for help or for knowledge. He came to me for validation of a bad idea. He trusts Ron's instincts for adventure more than he trusts my capacity for knowledge. Until he learns to value information over intrigue and strategy over impulsiveness, my telling him the answer would teach him nothing. She looked into the crackling fire, her periwinkle eyes reflecting the flames. Trust, Hermione, is the most valuable currency in any alliance. It must be earned and respected. Harry just spent his on a late-night excursion with Ron. I hope, for his sake, that he finds what he is looking for, but I suspect he will only find more trouble. And so, as Harry and Ron disappeared under the shimmering folds of the invisibility cloak and tiptoed out of the common room, Ariana and Hermione remained by the fire. Hermione looked from the empty doorway to the serene, powerful girl beside her, a profound understanding dawning in her mind. This was the difference between them. She, Hermione, would have gone along, armed with facts and warnings, trying to mitigate the damage from within. Ariana, however, operated on a higher strategic level. She was playing a longer game, one where the lessons learned from failure were more valuable than the fleeting victory of a single night's discovery. She was teaching Harry a lesson in trust, even if he didn't know he was in her classroom. And she was waiting, with the infinite patience of the sea, for her friends to learn to ask the right questions. Chapter 16, The Fracture of a Friendship. The venture into the restricted section was, as Ariana had predicted, a catastrophic failure. Harry's initial foray led him not to a book about Flamel, but to a screaming tome that alerted Argus Filch, the castle's malevolent caretaker. A frantic escape under the cloak led Harry to stumble upon an unused classroom containing a magnificent, ornate mirror, the Mirror of Arist, in which he saw his parents standing beside him, a vision so beautiful and heart-wrenching it became an obsession. He managed to make it back to the common room undetected, but the seed of a bad idea had been planted. On his second trip, this time with a reluctant but curious Ron in tow, their luck ran out. So captivated were they by the mirror's power, Ron seeing himself as a Quidditch triumphant head boy, that they lost track of time. A creak in the hallway sent them scrambling back under the cloak, but in their haste, they knocked over a suit of armor. The resulting clang was enough. Filch was on them in an instant, followed shortly by a furious Professor Snape, who seemed to materialize from the shadows with a vindictive glee. They were dragged, shivering and terrified, to Professor McGonagall's office. She arrived in a tartan dressing gown, her face a mask of profound disappointment, which was somehow far worse than rage. "I cannot believe it of you two," she said, her voice dangerously quiet. 50 points, each, and that is on top of the 50 you have yet to earn back. You are putting Gryffindor into a deficit from which it may not recover all year. She stared at them, her eyes boring into them. "And detention. You will both be serving detention with Mr. Filch. I trust he will find a suitably unpleasant task for you. Now go to bed. I am so deeply disappointed, I can barely stand to look at you." The walk back to the common room was a long, silent march of shame. The common room was empty and dark, save for the dying embers in the hearth. As they slumped into the armchairs, the weight of their failure pressing down on them, Ron finally broke the silence. "It's her fault, you know," he muttered, his voice sullen. Harry looked up confused. "Who's McGonagall's?" "No, Ariana's," Ron said, his face twisting into a resentful scowl. "If she'd just come with us, none of this would have happened. She could have done one of her mad, silent spells to shut that screaming book up, or created a distraction. But no, she was too good for us. Just sat there with her nose in the air, knowing we'd get caught and letting it happen. She probably enjoyed it." The logic was twisted, but to a boy as hurt and embarrassed as Harry, it held a perverse appeal. He thought of Ariana's cool refusal, her logical dismissal of their plan. Ron was right. She hadn't seemed to care at all. The memory of her kindness over his photo album warred with this fresh sting of rejection. "I don't know, Ron," Harry began, but Ron cut him off. "Don't you see, Harry? She's not like us. She's different. She's friends with Hermione now. They just sit around reading. They don't care about getting their hands dirty, about helping a mate." The words, poisonous and potent, began to take root. Over the next few days, a quiet but firm schism formed in their little group. Ron, nursing his grudge, made a point of steering Harry away from Ariana and Hermione. If the girls sat down at one end of the Gryffindor table, Ron would pull Harry to the other. In the common room, he would pointedly start a loud game of wizard's chess whenever the girls tried to approach. Harry, caught in the middle and swayed by the simple, uncomplicated loyalty of his current best friend, went along with it. He avoided Ariana's calm, questioning gaze, a hot flush of shame and resentment rising in him whenever he did. Ariana, for her part, seemed completely unbothered. She continued her studies, her conversations with Hermione, and her quiet observation of the world, her serenity an infuriating counterpoint to Ron's simmering anger. The breaking point came nearly a week later. Hermione, who had been watching the growing rift with increasing frustration, finally snapped. She cornered Harry and Ron near the charms corridor, her face set, her eyes blazing with a righteous fury. "All right," she said, her voice trembling with suppressed anger. "I've had enough. I want to know what exactly your problem is with Ariana." Ron folded his arms, jutting out his chin. "She's a bad friend. She let us get caught." "She let you get caught?" Hermione's voice rose to a near shriek. "She warned you. She told you it was a stupid, illogical plan and you went anyway. She is not responsible for your poor decisions." "She should have helped," Ron shot back. "Helped you do what, Ronald? Break more rules? Lose more points?" Hermione took a step closer, her anger making her seem taller. She jabbed a finger at Ron's chest. "Let me remind you of something. For Christmas, Ariana gave you a brand new, custom-enchanted silver snitch because she saw how much you love Quidditch and wanted you to have something that was just yours, not a hand-me-down." Ron's face went pale. Hermione then whirled on Harry. Her expression softened for a fraction of a second before hardening again. "And you, Harry, you of all people, she gave you the most precious gift anyone could have given you. She gave you your parents back." Her voice cracked with emotion. "Do you have any idea what she did to make that album? She didn't just wave her wand. She spent weeks talking to people. To Hagrid. To Professor McGonagall. She even went to Professor Snape, Harry. She faced down Snape in his dungeon to ask for a photo of your mother. She did all of that, she gave you that treasure, and you turn on her because she wouldn't help you sneak out of bed." Harry flinched as if he'd been slapped. He hadn't thought of it like that. He stared at the floor, a tidal wave of shame washing over him. The photo album, which he kept under his pillow and looked at every night, suddenly felt impossibly heavy. She didn't have to be so cold about it," he mumbled weakly. Hermione let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "Cold? You think she was being cold? You have no idea, do you?" She was shaking now, the force of her anger and frustration finally overwhelming her. "Do you want to know why she didn't help you? Do you actually want to know the real reason?" Harry and Ron just stared at her, silent. "It wasn't about the rules, it wasn't about fear. It was about you, Harry," she cried, tears beginning to stream down her face. "She knows who Nicholas Flamel is. She's known all along. She said he was a famous alchemist, a friend of Dumbledore's, that the answer was in a dozen books in the main library." The revelation hit the two boys like a physical blow. They stared at her, dumbfounded. "She was waiting for you," Hermione sobbed, her words now tumbling out in a rush. "She was waiting for you to trust her, for you to come to her and ask for help, for knowledge, not just for an accomplice in a stupid, late-night adventure. She said trust was a currency, and that you spent yours on Ron's bad idea instead of on her. She wanted to help you, but she wanted you to learn to ask the right way." She stood there, breathing heavily, tears tracking paths through the dust on her cheeks. And then, a new, horrified realization dawned on her face. Her anger collapsed into utter despair. "And now I've told you," she whispered, her voice breaking completely. "She told me that in confidence, because she trusted me, and I've just betrayed her. I broke my best friend's trust just to try and make you two see how awful you've been." Her face crumpled. With a final, heartbroken sob, she turned and fled down the corridor, leaving Harry and Ron standing alone in the echoing silence, the weight of their foolishness, and now her broken trust, crashing down upon them. They hadn't just gotten into trouble. They had fractured their friendships in a way that felt, at that moment, utterly irreparable. Chapter 17. The Unbreakable Vow of Friendship. Ariana was seated in the Gryffindor common room, her mind a placid lake of concentration as she read a complex treatise on the magical properties of moon phases. The ambient noise of the room, the crackle of the fire, the distant chatter of a card game, was a muted, irrelevant hum. Midnight, in her graceful panther form, lay asleep at her feet, a breathing shadow of absolute peace. The recent tension with Harry and Ron was a known variable, a temporary and predictable emotional storm that she had decided to let pass without intervention. She had faith in Hermione's intellect and fundamental sense of justice. The situation would resolve itself in time. The resolution, however, came sooner and more dramatically than she had anticipated. Neville Longbottom, who had witnessed Hermione's tearful flight from the charms corridor, came rushing into the common room, his round face pale with distress. He scanned the room, his eyes landing on Ariana. "Ariana," he said, hurrying over, his voice a panicked whisper. "It's Hermione, she's terribly upset. Ron and Harry said something, and she just ran off, crying her eyes out." Ariana's head came up from her book. Her periwinkle eyes, which had been calm and focused on ancient text, sharpened with a sudden, intense clarity. Her placid internal sea stirred. The problem was no longer about Harry and Ron's foolishness. It had escalated. It was now about Hermione's pain. Without a word, she closed her book, marking her page with a silken ribbon. She rose from her armchair in a single, fluid motion. Midnight lifted her head, her violet eyes blinking open, instantly alert to the shift in her companion's demeanor. Just as Ariana started towards the portrait hole, Harry and Ron came stumbling in, their faces a mixture of guilt, shame, and bewilderment. They looked utterly lost, like two boys who had just realized the game they were playing had real, painful consequences. They saw Ariana approaching, and Harry opened his mouth to say something, perhaps an apology, perhaps an excuse. Ariana's gaze swept over them. It was not angry. It was not disappointed. It was far worse. It was completely, utterly dismissive. She looked at them as if they were nothing more than obstacles in her path, two pieces of furniture to be navigated around. She didn't slow down. She simply glided past them, her focus absolute, her purpose clear. Their drama was irrelevant. All that mattered was finding Hermione. The two boys were left standing in her wake, the unspoken apology dying on their lips, the cold weight of her disregard a more potent punishment than any detention. Ariana knew, with an instinct born of empathy and pattern recognition, where Hermione would be. Not the second-floor lavatory, the site of the troll attack, and a place now freighted with traumatic memory. She would have sought out the other haunted bathroom, the one on the first floor, a place so steeped in its own misery that no one ever went there. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, a sanctuary of sorrow. She found it easily. The familiar sounds of gurgling pipes and the spectral wailing of the resident ghost were audible from the corridor. Pushing the door open, she stepped into the chilly, damp room. The air was thick with sadness. And there, huddled on the floor by a line of sinks, was Hermione. Her shoulders were shaking with great, gulping sobs, her face buried in her arms. Moaning Myrtle was floating nearby, looking uncharacteristically sympathetic. "Oh, look," Myrtle wailed softly. "Another one. He broke your heart too, did he? Boys are just awful." Ariana ignored the ghost. She walked over to Hermione and knelt on the cold, wet flagstones beside her. She didn't say anything at first. She simply placed a gentle hand on Hermione's shaking back, a quiet, solid point of contact in her storm of misery. Hermione flinched, then looked up, her face tear-streaked and blotchy, her eyes red-rimmed and full of horrified guilt. "Ariana," she choked out, I'm so sorry. I told them everything you said. I didn't mean to, it all came out. I was so angry with them and I betrayed your trust. I'm the worst friend in the world." She dissolved into a fresh wave of sobbing, burying her face again. Ariana waited patiently for the wave to pass. Then she spoke, her voice soft but firm, a clear, steady note in the cacophony of tears and ghostly wails. "Hermione, look at me." Slowly, hesitantly, Hermione lifted her head. "What did you tell them?" Ariana asked, her tone calm, almost clinical. "Everything," Hermione whispered miserably. "About you knowing who Flamel was and about why you didn't help them, about trust being a currency." "I see," Ariana said. She was silent for a moment, and in that silence, Hermione braced herself for the anger, the cold disappointment, the end of their friendship. What came next was something she never could have predicted. "Hermione," Ariana said, her periwinkle eyes holding an unwavering sincerity. "Did you tell them because you wanted to hurt me?" "No," Hermione cried out, the denial instant and absolute. Never. I told them because I wanted to defend you. I wanted them to see how wrong they were, how wonderful you are. Then you did not betray my trust, Ariana stated, as if it were a fundamental law of physics. You acted out of loyalty. Your methods were emotionally compromised, perhaps, but your intent was pure. There is a difference. Hermione stared at her, utterly bewildered. But I told your secret. Ariana reached out and gently tucked a stray, tear-dampened curl of hair behind Hermione's ear. It was not a secret, Hermione. It was an observation. A piece of information I shared with you. My trust in you is not so fragile that it can be broken by a moment of emotional distress. It is built on something stronger. It is built on the knowledge that, at your core, you are a good and loyal person. She then pulled Hermione into a hug. It was not like the brief, reassuring embrace after the troll. This was different. It was a full, encompassing hug, a protective circle against the world. Hermione, starved for comfort and forgiveness, clung to her, her sobs finally quieting into shaky, exhausted breaths against Ariana's shoulder. I will never be angry with you for something like this, Ariana murmured, her voice a soft, steady anchor. Especially not with you. You are my best friend, Hermione. The words, spoken with such simple, profound certainty, were the most powerful magic Hermione had ever experienced. They healed the fracture in her heart, calmed the storm in her mind. My best friend. It wasn't a casual platitude. Coming from Ariana, it was a declaration. A vow. Moaning Myrtle, who had been watching the entire exchange, let out a loud, watery sniffle. Oh, that's so beautiful, she sobbed, before diving headfirst into a toilet with a loud splash. Ariana helped Hermione to her feet, conjuring a soft, warm cloth with a silent, wandless spell to dry her friend's tear-stained face. Come on, she said. Let's go back to the common room. I believe there is a chapter on alchemical resonance that will be far more interesting than hiding in a lavatory. As they walked out, Hermione felt lighter. The guilt was gone, replaced by a fierce, protective loyalty that dwarfed anything she had ever felt before. She had been offered a grace she didn't feel she deserved, and it had forged her bond with Ariana into something unbreakable. She finally understood. Ariana's friendship wasn't about keeping secrets, it was about understanding intent. It operated on a level of logic and empathy so profound it was almost a different language. And Hermione, the brightest witch of her age, was finally beginning to learn how to speak it. Chapter 18, The Terms of Reconciliation. The day following Hermione's emotional breakdown was a masterclass in the art of the cold shoulder. It was not a volatile, dramatic silence, but something far more potent. A quiet, complete, and utterly impenetrable wall of indifference. At the Gryffindor table for breakfast, Harry and Ron found themselves adrift in a sea of social isolation. Ariana and Hermione sat together at the far end of the table, a self-contained unit. They spoke to each other in low, focused tones, discussing a passage from an arcane text. When Neville sat down near them, they included him in their conversation with warmth and kindness. But when Harry tried to catch Ariana's eye from across the hall, her gaze simply slid past him as if he were a ghost, a piece of empty air. It was, Harry realized with a sinking heart, a far more effective punishment than any shouting match could ever be. It was not anger, it was erasure. He and Ron simply ceased to exist in the girl's orbit. The boy's misery was a palpable thing. Ron, stripped of his indignant anger, was left with only the sour taste of his own foolishness. He fumbled his food, dropped his books, and his usual boisterous energy was replaced by a sullen, moping silence. Harry felt even worse. The weight of his guilt was a physical presence. Every time he saw Ariana's serene profile or Hermione's now calm but distant face, he remembered the photo album under his pillow and the trust he had so carelessly discarded. He had taken a gift of pure gold and tarnished it with his own insecurity and bad judgment. The silent treatment continued throughout the day. In class, the girls answered questions with their usual brilliance, but offered no glances, no shared sighs, no camaraderie towards the two boys. In the corridors, they would walk past without a flicker of acknowledgement. By the time evening fell and the Gryffindors gathered in the common room, Harry and Ron were sitting in a miserable huddle, the festive cheer of the remaining decorations seeming to mock their predicament. They watched as Ariana and Hermione settled into the armchairs by the fire, the very same ones the four of them had shared just days before. Midnight, in her magnificent panther form, was a dark, protective crescent around Ariana's chair, her presence a clear, do not disturb sign. The girls were a fortress, and the drawbridge was up. The next evening, however, the strategy shifted. As Harry and Ron sat glumly attempting a game of wizard's chess, which neither had the heart for, they saw the two girls rise from their seats. With a shared, purposeful look, Ariana and Hermione walked across the common room and, in a move that silenced the surrounding chatter, sat down in the two empty chairs directly opposite them. The silence that followed was electric. It was Ariana who spoke first. Her voice was not loud, but it cut through the room with the clarity of a ringing bell. It was cool, precise, and utterly devoid of emotional clutter. "We need to address the recent dissonance within our group," she stated, as if opening a formal negotiation. The clinical phrasing immediately put the boys on the back foot. Harry and Ron just stared, unsure how to respond. Ariana's periwinkle eyes fixed on them, her gaze analytical. "You are, I assume, wondering why Hermione and I have been distant." "We're sorry," Harry blurted out, the words tumbling from him in a rush of guilt. "We were idiots. I was an idiot." "Your assessment of your recent behavior is accurate," Ariana said with a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "However, an undirected apology is insufficient. To move forward, the actual transgression must be understood." She leaned forward slightly, her expression serious. "Let me be perfectly clear. You are not off the hook." Ron shifted uncomfortably. He had expected shouting, maybe even a demand for them to earn back the lost house points. He was not prepared for this calm, surgical dissection of their failings. "This is not about the rule-breaking," Ariana continued, her focus unwavering. "Nor is it about the loss of house points, though both were predictable outcomes of a poorly conceived plan. Those are trivial matters of school administration." She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. Her gaze shifted from Harry to Ron, and then back again. "The central transgression was the emotional distress you caused Hermione. The primary offense was making our friend cry." The accusation was so direct, so focused, it left no room for argument. It reframed the entire conflict. It wasn't about adventure or secrets or rivalries. It was about a simple, fundamental failure of friendship. Ariana's eyes softened as she glanced at Hermione, who sat beside her, silent and resolute, drawing strength from her friend's incredible poise. "Therefore," Ariana concluded, her gaze returning to the two boys with the finality of a judge delivering a verdict, "before there can be any discussion of resuming our previous arrangement as friends, a sincere and specific apology is required. And it is not to be directed at me." She held up a hand as Harry opened his mouth to apologize to her. "It is to be directed to Hermione. For your carelessness, for your unkindness, and for making her feel she had to defend her friend to the point of her own distress. That is the only path to reconciliation." The terms were laid out, clear and non-negotiable. Harry felt a profound sense of relief. It was a clear path, a way to fix what he had broken. He turned to Hermione, his green eyes shining with a shame and sincerity that was utterly genuine. "Hermione, I am so sorry," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Ron was wrong to say what he said in Charms, and I was wrong for not stopping him, and we were completely out of line to blame you or Ariana for us getting caught. You were right about everything. What you did, standing up for Ariana to us, that was the bravest thing I've seen. I'm sorry we made you cry. It won't happen again." Now all eyes were on Ron. He was bright red, his ears glowing like embers. He stared at his feet, mumbling something incoherent. "Speak up, Ronald," Ariana said, her voice not unkind but firm. "Hermione deserves to hear you." Ron took a deep breath, looked up, and met Hermione's gaze. It was clearly a Herculean effort for him. "Yeah," he mumbled, then cleared his throat and tried again. "I'm sorry, Hermione. What I said, in Charms, it was rubbish. I was just stressed. And I was a complete git after we got detention. I'm sorry I made you upset." It was clumsy, it was awkward, but it was sincere. Hermione, who had been listening with a solemn expression, finally gave a small, watery smile. She looked at Ariana, who gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. The apology was accepted. "Consider this matter concluded," Ariana announced quietly, and the previous state of affairs restored. The tension in the air didn't just break, it dissolved completely. A collective, unspoken sigh of relief passed between the four of them. Ron, looking immensely relieved, immediately challenged Harry to a new game of chess, his energy returning. Hermione turned to Ariana. "Thank you," she whispered, her gratitude immense. "Alliances must be maintained," Ariana replied softly, a tiny, rare smile touching her lips. "And our friends, however illogical they may be at times, are a key part of that alliance." The group was whole again, but the foundation had shifted. It was now built on a new set of principles, unspoken but understood by all. Harry and Ron had learned a valuable lesson about the different kinds of strength and loyalty. And everyone, including the two boys, now knew one thing with absolute certainty. The quiet, brilliant friendship between Ariana Dumbledore and Hermione Granger was the bedrock of their group, and to upset one was to incur the calm, logical, and utterly unshakable wrath of the other. Chapter 19, The Logic of Dragons. The reconciliation, once achieved, settled into a new and more stable equilibrium. The four of them were a unit again, but the internal dynamics had been irrevocably altered. Harry, humbled and deeply grateful, now looked at Ariana not just as a powerful friend, but as a wellspring of knowledge and strategy, a resource he had been too foolish to utilize properly. A few days after their truce, he found her in a quiet alcove of the library, where she was cross-referencing a celestial chart with a book on runic magic. Hermione was nearby, engrossed in her own studies. This time, Harry approached alone, without Ron's impulsive influence. "Ariana," he began quietly, his voice hesitant but sincere. She looked up from her work, her periwinkle eyes meeting his. She offered a small, encouraging nod, an invitation to speak. "I know I messed up," he said, his voice low, "and I'm sorry again, but I need your help, the right way this time. I need to understand." He took a deep breath. "You said you knew who Nicholas Flamel was, and that mirror, the one I saw my parents in, what was it?" This was the moment Ariana had been waiting for. He wasn't asking for an accomplice, he was asking for knowledge. He was offering his trust. She closed her book, giving him her full, undivided attention. "Nicholas Flamel," she began, her voice a calm, clear stream of information, "was one of the most brilliant alchemists in history. Alchemy is a branch of magic concerned with transmutation, the changing of one substance into another. Its ultimate goal is the creation of the magnum opus, the great work, which is the Philosopher's Stone." She saw the flash of recognition in his eyes. The stone has two primary properties. It can transform any base metal into pure gold, and it produces the elixir of life, which grants the drinker immortality. Flamel and his wife, Perenelle, are currently over 600 years old. He is, as I mentioned, a close associate of Professor Dumbledore's. The stone you saw the three-headed dog guarding is almost certainly his. Harry stared at her, dumbfounded. The entire mystery, which had consumed them for months, was explained in a few simple, factual sentences. "So, someone's trying to steal it." "A logical conclusion," Ariana affirmed. "It is an object of immense power and temptation." "And the mirror?" Harry asked, his voice softer, more vulnerable. A flicker of empathy softened Ariana's gaze. "The Mirror of Erist. It is a very old, very powerful, and very dangerous piece of enchantment. It does not show the future or the truth. It shows the viewer nothing more and nothing less than the deepest, most desperate desire of their heart. For a boy who never knew his family, it would show them to him. For a boy like Ron, who feels overshadowed by his brothers, it would show him achieving ultimate success on his own terms." She leaned forward slightly. "It is not a healthy thing to dwell on, Harry. It shows you only what you cannot have, and it can drive people mad with false hope and longing. Men have wasted away before it. Dumbledore likely placed it there as the final, psychological protection for the stone. Only someone who wanted to find the stone, but not use it for their own desires, would be able to get it from the mirror. Someone pure of heart." She paused. "Someone like you." Harry sat back, the pieces clicking into place. The mirror was a trap, a test, and he had walked right into it, obsessed. He understood now. He understood the danger, the logic, and the profound sadness of the artifact. "Thank you, Ariana," he said, his voice filled with a gratitude that went far beyond simple information. "Thank you for trusting me with that." "You asked," she said simply. "That's all it took." The trust, once established, paid immediate dividends. A few weeks later, Hagrid invited the four of them down to his hut, his face alight with a secretive, nervous excitement. In the center of his cabin, a large, black egg was sitting in the embers of his fireplace. "Won it off a stranger in the pub," Hagrid said proudly. "Reckon it's a Norwegian ridgeback." Hermione immediately launched into a lecture on the illegality of dragon breeding, but Hagrid was too besotted with his new prize to listen. A few days later, the egg hatched. A creature that looked like a crumpled black umbrella with large, spiny wings emerged, sneezing sparks. "Isn't he beautiful?" Hagrid cooed, stroking its snout. "I've decided to call him Norbert." Harry and Hermione exchanged worried glances. Ron, however, was fascinated. But Ariana, who had been observing the small dragon with a quiet, analytical eye, spoke up. "Hagrid," she said, her voice calm and factual, "I believe your son is actually a daughter." Hagrid looked at her, confused. "What do you mean, Ariana?" "The morphology is subtly different," she explained, pointing with a delicate finger. "The ridge along the spine has a slightly more pronounced curvature, and the snout is a fraction shorter and wider than the standard male of the species. Those are characteristics of a female Norwegian ridgeback. You have a Norberta, not a Norbert." Hagrid stared at the dragon, then back at Ariana, then at the dragon again. A wide, beaming smile spread across his face. "Norberta? Well, what do you know, a little girl, even better." The problem, however, remained. Norberta grew at an alarming rate. Within a week, she was the size of a small boar, her venomous fangs were developing, and she had set fire to Hagrid's duvet twice. Ron even got a nasty bite that swelled up alarmingly. "We've got to do something," Harry said, during a panicked visit to the hut. "I could write to my brother Charlie," Ron suggested, his face lighting up. "He works with dragons in Romania, we could smuggle her out." Harry and Hermione looked tempted by the thrill of the idea. But before the reckless plan could take root, Ariana intervened. "That is an excellent idea, Ron," she said, her praise making Ron puff up his chest. She immediately followed it with a dose of cold, hard logic. "Your brother is the perfect expert to contact. However, smuggling a Class A non-tradable magical creature across international borders is a serious criminal offense that could land all of us in Azkaban and get Hagrid fired. There is a more efficient and legal solution." The three of them looked at her expectantly. "First," she said, ticking the points off on her fingers, "Hagrid, you must inform the headmaster. Immediately." Hagrid looked horrified. "Inform Dumbledore, he'll get rid of her, he'll have me sacked." "No, he won't," Ariana countered smoothly. "Professor Dumbledore trusts you implicitly, but you are living in a wooden hut with a creature that breathes fire. You are endangering yourself and the castle. Informing him is not an admission of guilt, it is an act of responsibility. It shows you understand the danger and require assistance." She then turned to Ron. "Once Dumbledore is aware of the situation and has sanctioned her removal, then you will write to Charlie. Not to arrange a clandestine smuggling operation, but to organize a formal, professional transfer of a dangerous magical creature to a secure sanctuary. Dumbledore can authorize it. The Ministry can provide the necessary paperwork. It will be safe, legal, and above all, it will not involve first-year students sneaking around the castle at midnight." The logic was unassailable. It was the adult solution. It lacked the thrill of a secret mission, but it was guaranteed to work without risk of expulsion or imprisonment. Hagrid, though heartbroken at the thought of losing Norberta, saw the profound wisdom in the plan. He trudged up to the castle that very evening. The next day, a smiling Dumbledore informed him that arrangements would be made. Ron, feeling immensely important, sent a formal owl to Charlie, explaining the situation and asking for professional assistance. A week later, the transfer took place. It was not a shadowy affair on the astronomy tower. Two of Charlie's colleagues from the Romanian sanctuary, tough-looking wizards with burn scars on their arms, arrived at Hagrid's hut in the late afternoon. Professor McGonagall was there to oversee the proceedings, her expression stern but approving. They sedated a now enormous Norberta, secured her in a magically reinforced crate, and departed with a formal handshake and a word of thanks to Hagrid for his cooperation. Malfoy, who had clearly been snooping, was seen lurking near the edge of the forbidden forest, hoping to catch them in the act of some wrongdoing. He saw nothing but a perfectly legal, professionally handled transfer of a dangerous animal. His face, when he realized he had nothing to report to Snape, was a picture of thwarted fury. Back in the common room, Ron was ecstatic. It worked, they got her. Charlie says they might even name a paddock after Hagrid. Harry and Hermione were just relieved. No detention, no lost points, no trouble. Harry looked over at Ariana, who was reading by the fire as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened at all. They had solved a real-world problem with intelligence, collaboration, and responsibility. It felt, in its own way, far more satisfying than any midnight adventure ever could have. They were learning to be not just wizards, but competent ones. Chapter 20, The Protocol for Heroism. The successful and trouble-free resolution of the dragon incident created a period of calm academic focus. The group, now working as a cohesive and logical unit, excelled. Their combined study sessions became legendary within Gryffindor Tower, a powerhouse of intellect and practical application. But the tranquility of Hogwarts was a thin veneer over a dark, festering secret, and it was only a matter of time before that secret broke the surface. The catalyst, as it so often was Malfoy. Goaded by Malfoy's relentless taunts about his family, Ron finally snapped, and a messy, undignified fistfight broke out in the corridor between classes. Harry, attempting to break it up, was inevitably dragged into the fray. The result was predictable. All three boys were hauled before Professor McGonagall, who looked as though her patience had been worn down to a single, frayed thread. Fighting in the corridors. As for you two, are you determined to single-handedly beggar Gryffindor House of every last point? She had thundered, her voice echoing with fury. Detention, all of you, tonight. You will meet Mr. Filch at the entrance hall. When Harry and Ron returned to the common room late that night, they were pale and shaken. Their detention, overseen by Hagrid, had not been polishing trophies. It had been a terrifying trek into the Forbidden Forest. We saw something? Awful, Harry whispered, his voice trembling as he recounted the story to Ariana and Hermione, who had waited up for them. A unicorn, it was dead. Something had attacked it, drank its blood. Hagrid had explained that this was the second one in a week. Something was stalking and killing the purest creatures in the forest. A cloaked figure had appeared, a shadowy, slithering presence that had sent even the brave centaurs into a panic. Harry's scar had seared with a pain so intense it had buckled his knees. Ariana listened to the account, her face a mask of calm, analytical concentration. The pieces were falling into place with grim certainty. A being sustained by unicorn blood, an entity that caused Harry's scar to burn. It could only be one thing, Voldemort in a parasitic, weakened form, desperate for life. And the Philosopher's Stone was the ultimate prize, the key to his full return. The next few days were tense. The knowledge of what was lurking in the forest cast a pall over the castle. Harry, haunted by what he had seen, became obsessed. He connected the dots: Snape's desire for the stone, the injured leg from his encounter with Fluffy, and the dark presence in the forest. His conclusion was simple and, from his perspective, inescapable. Snape was trying to steal the stone for Voldemort. His resolve hardened when he confronted Hagrid, pressing him about the dragon egg. The guilt-ridden giant confessed that the stranger in the pub who'd given him the egg had been a cloaked, hooded figure who had cleverly plied him with drink and asked him how to handle magical beasts. Hagrid in his cups had admitted that the trick to calming any beast, even Fluffy, was a bit of music. The final, critical piece of information had been given away. That evening, a frantic owl from the Ministry of Magic arrived for Dumbledore in the Great Hall. It was an urgent summons to London. Harry watched the headmaster leave, a cold dread settling in his stomach. Dumbledore was gone. The path to the stone was clear. "He's going to do it tonight," Harry said, his voice grim as he, Ron, and Hermione huddled in the common room. "Snape. He knows how to get past Fluffy. Dumbledore's gone. He's going to steal the stone. We have to stop him." Ron nodded eagerly, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. "We have to go down there." Hermione looked terrified but resolute. She had been through the troll incident. She would not abandon her friends now, no matter how much rule-breaking was involved. "I'm with you," she said, her voice shaking slightly. All three of them then turned to Ariana, who had been listening to Harry's frantic declaration with her usual unnerving stillness. They expected her to argue, to point out the flaws in their plan, to tell them they were being illogical. Instead, she gave a single, decisive nod. "I agree," she said. The three of them stared at her, stunned. Harry felt a surge of relief and gratitude so powerful it almost made him dizzy. You'll come with us." "Yes," Ariana confirmed. "The available data strongly suggests an imminent attempt to procure the Philosopher's Stone. The potential consequences of that procurement are catastrophic. Intervention is not just logical, it is a moral imperative." Ron let out a whoop of triumph. "Brilliant, with your spells, Snape won't stand a chance." "However," Ariana continued, holding up a single, elegant finger, silencing Ron instantly. Her gaze was firm, her voice leaving no room for argument. "My participation is contingent upon one non-negotiable condition. We will not be undertaking this mission alone." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, confused. "Who else would we get?" "We are not a formal law enforcement body," Ariana stated, as if explaining a simple fact to a group of toddlers. "We are 4 first-year students. To engage a powerful, adult wizard who may be in league with Voldemort is a tactical absurdity. We do not have the training, the authority, or the magical repertoire to guarantee a successful outcome. Therefore, we will follow the correct protocol." "Protocol?" Ron echoed blankly. "Yes, we will report our intelligence regarding an imminent, high-level security breach directly to the ranking authority figure currently present in the castle," Ariana said. Her eyes were like chips of ice. "We are going to tell Professor McGonagall." A horrified silence fell over the small group. "Tell McGonagall?" Harry gasped. "No way, she'll stop us. She'll tell us we're being ridiculous, that Snape is a professor, that we should go to bed. She'll never believe us." "She will not have a choice," Ariana said, a steely confidence in her voice. "Because I will not be asking for her permission. I will be informing her of our intent. I will present the evidence. The creature in the forest, the sustained use of unicorn blood, the timing of Dumbledore's departure, and Hagrid's compromised intelligence. And I will state that, given the catastrophic risk, we feel compelled to act. And then I will state my condition." She stood up, her posture radiating an authority far beyond her years. "I will tell her that I am willing to accompany you 3 to the 3rd-floor corridor to prevent the theft, but only if she, as the deputy headmistress and a master of transfiguration, comes with us." The sheer audacity of the plan was breathtaking. They weren't asking for help. They weren't tattling. They were, in essence, requisitioning their head of house to provide tactical support for their mission. She'll never agree to that," Ron stammered. "Oh, she will," Ariana said, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. "She will be faced with 2 choices. 1, she can forbid us from going, in which case she knows you 3 will almost certainly disobey her and go anyway, resulting in your probable deaths. Or 2, she can accept the situation, bend the rules, and accompany us, ensuring our safety and lending her formidable power to the effort." She looked at Harry, her gaze unwavering. "Professor McGonagall is a pragmatist, and she is a Gryffindor. She will not stand by and allow her students to walk into mortal danger unsupported. She will complain. She will threaten us with a lifetime of detention. And then she will come with us." The plan was terrifying. It was brilliant. It was so utterly, logically sound that it felt unbreakable. It subverted the entire paradigm of the children sneaking out to be heroes narrative. It replaced reckless, impulsive bravery with calculated, responsible courage. "So," Ariana concluded, her voice calm and final, "that is the plan. We go to McGonagall's office now, we present our case, and we go down to the 3rd floor with a proper escort. Are we in agreement?" Harry looked at Ron, then at Hermione, and then back at Ariana. This was a new kind of heroism, one he had never considered. It wasn't about breaking the rules, it was about leveraging them, about forcing the system to work for you. It was about being smart as well as brave. "Yes," Harry said, a new, firm resolve in his voice. "We're in agreement." Chapter 21, The Unassailable Logic of Truth. Professor McGonagall's office was a place of stern order and academic rigor. Tonight, it was the backdrop for chaos. Harry, his face flushed with a mixture of terror and righteous conviction, was pacing back and forth, laying out his case with frantic energy. And Hagrid told him, he told the stranger how to get past Fluffy. It's a bit of music. And now Dumbledore's gone and Snape's going to go down there tonight, I know it. Harry finished, his voice cracking with urgency. Ron nodded vigorously beside him. He's been acting suspicious all year. It all adds up. Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk, her lips pressed into a thin, severe line. She looked from Harry's impassioned face to Ron's earnest one, and her expression was one of profound, weary skepticism. Potter, Weasley, I appreciate your concern, but you are making wild, unsubstantiated accusations against a fellow professor. The idea that Professor Snape would attempt to steal anything from Albus Dumbledore is preposterous. Now, I suggest you both return to your dormitory before you lose any more points for Gryffindor. But Professor, you don't understand, Harry pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. I understand perfectly, she retorted crisply. I understand that you have let your imaginations run away with you. It was at that moment that Ariana, who had been standing silently by the door with Hermione, spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it cut through the frantic energy in the room like a cold, clean blade. Professor, she said, they are correct that there is a threat. They have simply misidentified the perpetrator. All eyes turned to her. McGonagall's eyebrows rose to a perilous height. Miss Dumbledore. It is not Professor Snape who is after the stone, Ariana stated, her voice a calm declaration of fact. It is Professor Quirrell. A stunned silence filled the office. Harry and Ron stared at her, their mouths agape. McGonagall looked as though she had been struck by a mild jolt of lightning. Quirrell, she finally managed, her voice laced with disbelief. The stammering, trembling man who is frightened of his own students, that is your accusation. Professor, Ariana replied, stepping forward calmly. I will not waste your time by attempting to explain the myriad data points that have led me to this conclusion. I will only state the logical imperative of the situation. She met McGonagall's sharp gaze without flinching. Even if you believe there is only a 1% chance that I am correct, the potential cost of inaction is the Philosopher's Stone falling into the hands of Lord Voldemort's servant. With the headmaster away, you are the ranking authority in this castle. Is the risk of being wrong about Professor Quirrell's character a risk you are truly willing to take with the fate of the wizarding world? Her logic was a steel trap, cold, impeccable, and impossible to escape. She wasn't asking McGonagall to believe a fantastic story. She was asking her to perform a risk assessment. McGonagall stared at her, the skepticism in her eyes warring with the undeniable truth of Ariana's argument. The girl was right. The stakes were too high to dismiss even the most outlandish claim without verification. And what precisely do you propose I do, Miss Dumbledore? She asked, her tone dangerously soft. We, Ariana corrected gently, will go down to the third-floor corridor. We will investigate. If we find nothing, then Harry, Ron, and I will accept a month of detention for wasting your time. But if there is a threat, we will face it. Her gaze hardened. But we will face it together. McGonagall was silent for a long, tense moment. Finally, she stood up, a fire igniting in her eyes. It was the fire of a Gryffindor, a protector who could not stand idly by. Very well, she said, her voice like steel. The 5 of us will go, and pray for all your sakes, children, that you are wrong, because if you are right, this will be a night none of us will ever forget. The journey to the third-floor corridor was a silent, tense affair. McGonagall led the way, her wand held at the ready. When they reached the slumbering form of Fluffy, she didn't bother with a flute. A single, powerful, non-verbal sleeping charm descended upon the 3-headed beast, causing it to slump into a magically induced stupor, so deep its snores shook the floor. She dispatched the devil's snare with a burst of brilliant bluebell flames that incinerated the tendrils without harming the children. The room of flying keys was solved in seconds. A complex locating charm made the correct, silver key with the broken wing glow with an intense golden light, and a powerful summoning charm brought it directly to her hand. When they reached the giant wizard's chessboard, Ron began to explain the rules, but McGonagall held up a hand. I do not have time for games. With a wave of her wand, she transfigured the entire set of opposing white pieces into a flock of terrified, bleating sheep, which scrambled out of their way. She simply walked across the board. They arrived at the final chamber to find a scene that proved Ariana's terrifying assertion correct. Professor Quirrell stood before the mirror of Arist, his back to them, and he was not stammering. You are too late, Minerva, he said, his voice cold, sharp, and utterly sane. He turned, and his face was pale with a triumphant malice. The turban was still on his head. "The headmaster is gone. The stone will be mine." "Quirrell," McGonagall gasped, her face a mask of horrified realization. "How?" "My master has taught me much," Quirrell sneered, raising his wand. The duel was a blur of terrifying power. McGonagall was magnificent, a whirlwind of precise, potent spell casting. Jets of red and green light slammed against shimmering shields. Transfigured daggers flew through the air. But Quirrell, fueled by a dark, desperate power that was not his own, was a formidable opponent. He fought with a reckless, vicious abandon. In a desperate exchange, he conjured a swarm of venomous serpents. As McGonagall vaporized them with a jet of fire, he sent a dark, crackling curse that caught her unprepared. It struck her in the shoulder, and she cried out, stumbling back against the wall, her wand arm dropping to her side. Quirrell laughed, a high, chilling sound, and turned his wand on the fallen professor for the killing blow. "Pratigo Maxima?" The voice was Ariana's, clear and commanding. A dome of solid, crystalline blue light erupted around McGonagall, intercepting a jet of sickly green light that would have ended her life. The shield groaned under the impact but held firm, intricate runic patterns flaring across its surface. Quirrell whirled on Ariana, his face contorted with rage. "A first-year brat dares to challenge me." He unleashed a furious onslaught of spells, bolts of dark magic slamming into Ariana's shield. Each impact sent shudders through the air, but the shield held, Ariana standing behind it, her face a mask of serene concentration, her elder wand held steady. Enraged by her defiance, Quirrell gathered all his power, all his master's power, into a single, devastating beam of pure, malevolent energy. Ariana met it with a beam of her own, a torrent of pure, silver-white magic from her wand. The two spells met in midair with a deafening shriek. The spells connected by the tips of their wands lock and began to vibrate violently. They were locked in a battle of pure will. This was the moment. Harry, watching from the side, saw his chance. He was not thinking of prophecies or destiny. He was thinking of the injured Professor McGonagall, of Hermione and Ron cowering behind a pillar, of the serene, powerful friend who was holding back the darkness on her own. Fueled by a surge of pure, protective instinct, he did the one thing the magical duel could not account for. He charged. He sprinted across the room and physically tackled Quirrell from the side. The moment his hands made contact with Quirrell's flesh, a horrifying scream tore through the room. It was not a scream of pain, but of utter, absolute corruption. Smoke poured from where Harry touched him. Blisters rose on Quirrell's skin as if he had been plunged into acid. "Master," Quirrell shrieked, his voice contorting. "I cannot hold him, the boy, his touch it burns." The lock between the wands shattered. Harry scrambled back as Quirrell began to crumble, his body turning to ash and dust before their horrified eyes, his robes falling into a pile on the floor. A dark, vaporous shape, like a scream made manifest, rose from the pile, shrieked, and flew straight through Harry before vanishing through the far wall. The pain in Harry's scar was an explosion of pure agony, and the world went black. Chapter 22, The Price of Will. The sudden, deafening silence in the chamber was more jarring than the duel itself. The air, thick with the smell of ozone and dark magic, slowly began to clear. Quirrell was gone, a pile of scorched robes and fine gray dust the only evidence he had ever existed. Harry lay unconscious on the cold stone floor, a faint trickle of blood from his lightning bolt scar staining his forehead. Professor McGonagall was slumped against the wall, pale and clutching her injured shoulder, but alive. The crisis had passed. The adrenaline that had sustained them began to drain away, leaving a trembling exhaustion in its wake. Ron, who had been frozen in terror, was the first to snap out of it. "Harry!" he yelled, rushing to his friend's side. Hermione, her face as white as chalk, hurried to Professor McGonagall. "Professor, are you all right? Can you walk?" McGonagall, grimacing with pain, nodded weakly. "I think so, Miss Granger, with your help." Ariana, however, was still standing where she had been, her elder wand held loosely at her side. Her face, usually a mask of serene composure, was ashen. A fine tremor ran through her hands, and she looked, diminished, as if the immense effort of holding back Quirrell's onslaught had drained the very color from her. The battle had not been fought with simple spells. It had been a contest of pure will, a direct outpouring of her own life force against the parasitic malevolence of Voldemort. She took a steadying breath, her mind, even in its exhaustion, immediately assessing the situation and delegating tasks. "Ron, you're uninjured. Go first. Clear the way and watch for any remaining threats," she commanded, her voice quiet but firm. "Hermione, support Professor McGonagall. I have Harry." She pointed her wand at Harry's still form. "Levicorpus," she whispered, not the jinx, but the pure, functional levitation. Harry's body lifted gently from the floor, floating horizontally in the air as if lying on an invisible stretcher. With Ron leading the way, Hermione helping the injured but resolute McGonagall, and Ariana guiding Harry's floating form, the small, battered group began their slow retreat from the depths of the castle. As they emerged from the third-floor corridor, they were met with a sight that was both a profound relief and a confirmation of the gravity of their situation. Albus Dumbledore was striding towards them, his usual twinkling demeanor replaced by a look of grim, urgent concern. He had clearly realized the summons to the ministry was a decoy and had returned at once. His eyes took in the scene in a single, sweeping glance. The injured McGonagall, the terrified but determined students, and the unconscious boy who lived. "Minerva," he said, his voice a low rumble. He gently touched her injured shoulder, and a warm, golden light enveloped it, easing the pain and beginning the healing process. He then turned his full attention to Harry. "To the hospital wing, all of you, now." The hospital wing was a flurry of controlled, professional activity. Madame Pomfrey, the school matron, clucked and fretted, her face a mixture of stern disapproval and genuine concern. She immediately took charge of Professor McGonagall, applying salves and muttering about reckless professors who should know better. Dumbledore himself knelt by Harry's bedside, his long fingers tracing ancient runes in the air above the boy's scar, his expression unreadable as he worked to counter the dark magic that had passed through him. Ron, being the only one completely unscathed, stood awkwardly by the door, feeling useless and overwhelmed. Hermione, her immediate duty to Professor McGonagall completed, rushed to the bed beside Harry's, where Ariana had just been settled by a concerned Madame Pomfrey. "Sit," the matron had commanded, seeing the girl's exhaustion. "Magical backlash is not to be trifled with." Ariana had acquiesced without argument, her body finally acknowledging the immense strain it had been under. She lay back against the pillows, her eyes closed, the color slowly returning to her cheeks. Hermione pulled a chair to her bedside, her face etched with worry. "Ariana, are you all right?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "That shield, I've never read of a Protego that could hold against such dark magic. The sheer force of it. What was that spell?" Ariana opened her eyes. They were tired, the usual deep periwinkle looking a little faded, like a sky after a great storm has passed. She looked at her best friend, at the genuine, fearful concern on her face, and offered a small, reassuring smile. "It wasn't simply a spell, Hermione," she said, her voice soft but clear. Hermione frowned, confused. "What do you mean? Of course it was a spell. Protego Maxima, you said it yourself." "The words were a formality," Ariana explained, her voice gaining a little strength. "A key to open a door, but what flowed through the door? That was not from a textbook." She lifted a hand, looking at her own pale fingers as if seeing them for the first time. "I couldn't match Quirrell's dark curses with standard countercurses. They were too strong, too foreign, so I didn't try." She met Hermione's gaze. "I simply built a wall. I took my own magic, the raw essence of it, the anima mundi that flows through me, and I gave it form and purpose. The purpose was simple. Nothing shall pass. The runes you saw were not part of a pre-designed charm. They were my will, my intent, given symbolic form. It was a shield made not of magic, but from magic." Hermione stared at her, her brilliant mind struggling to grasp the concept. She had spent her life learning the rules, the incantations, the wand movements, the grammar of magic. Ariana was telling her that she had abandoned the grammar entirely and had simply spoken in the pure, proto-language of creation itself. She had not cast a shield, her magic itself was cast as the shield. The implications were staggering. The level of power, control, and raw, innate talent required for such a feat was beyond anything Hermione had ever conceived of. "But that must have taken," Hermione trailed off, the words magical exhaustion, feeling utterly inadequate. A great deal of energy, yes, Ariana confirmed with a quiet sigh. It is not a sustainable method of defense, but it was the only logical option. At that moment, Dumbledore rose from Harry's bedside, the boys breathing now deep and even. He looked over at the two girls, and his blue eyes, behind his half-moon spectacles, held a look of profound, sorrowful understanding. He had heard Ariana's explanation. He walked over to her bed. "What you did tonight, Ariana," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of unspoken history, "was an act of profound power and immense risk. It is a type of magic that few have ever mastered, a type of magic that my sister, that the first Ariana, possessed, though she could never control it." He looked at her, his expression one of a man seeing a ghost and a miracle all at once. "You have her face, you have her name, but you also have the control she never did. You have her gift without her curse." He placed a gentle hand on her forehead. A wave of warm, soothing magic, like sunshine and phoenix song, flowed into her, replenishing the vast energy she had expended. The tremors in her hands ceased, and the deep-seated exhaustion began to recede. It was a gift, a silent acknowledgement of her sacrifice and her power. "Rest now, all of you," he said, his voice encompassing the entire room. "You have done something extraordinary tonight. You have faced the shadow of the past and stood your ground. Hogwarts is safe because of you." He turned to leave but paused at the door, looking back at the small group. The unconscious hero, the loyal friend standing guard, the brilliant witch at the prodigy's bedside. They were not the children he had expected to fight his battles. They were something more. They were smarter, more unified, and in the case of the quiet girl with the brilliant blue eyes, more powerful than he could have ever imagined. His carefully laid plans for the future, he realized, would have to be completely redrawn. The game had changed, because a new, formidable player had just demonstrated, beyond any doubt, that she would not be playing by anyone's rules but her own. Chapter 23, The Portkey to New Beginning. Harry awoke slowly, the world swimming back into focus not with a jolt, but with the gentle, rhythmic beeping of a monitoring charm and the sterile scent of the hospital wing. His head ached, but the searing, agonizing pain in his scar was gone, replaced by a dull throb. He sat up to find a mountain of sweets and get well-soon cards on his bedside table. And sitting in a chair beside him, his blue eyes twinkling with a weary but profound relief, was Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster explained everything with a serene patience. How Harry's mother's love had left a mark of protection on him, a magic so old and powerful that Voldemort, inhabiting Quirrell, could not bear to be touched by it. He explained how the stone had been destroyed, a mutual decision made with his friend Nicholas Flamel, to prevent it from ever being a temptation again. When Harry asked about the events of the duel, Dumbledore's expression grew more complex. "You, Harry, performed an act of pure, selfless bravery, and Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley showed a loyalty that any friend would cherish." He paused, his gaze becoming distant. "As for Miss Dumbledore, she demonstrated a form of magic, a control of will, that goes far beyond any curriculum. She stood as a shield, not just for Professor McGonagall, but for all of you. She paid a heavy price in energy, but she held the line." The aftermath of their subterranean adventure echoed through the school. They were no longer the pariahs who had lost Gryffindor 150 points. They were legends. The story, in its simplified, schoolyard version, was that the four of them and McGonagall had faced down a dark wizard and saved the school. Their status soared. Life returned to a semblance of normality, but with a new undercurrent of respect. Final exams approached, a prospect that terrified most of the first years, but was met by Ariana and Hermione with a calm, surgical precision. They didn't just study, they synthesized. Their notes were a tapestry of established spellcraft, advanced theory, and Ariana's unique insights into the fundamental grammar of magic. Harry and Ron, beneficiaries of this intellectual powerhouse, found themselves better prepared than they had any right to be. The exams were, for Ariana, a simple exercise in recitation. She wrote flawless essays on the properties of Moonstone, transfigured a mouse into an ornate silver snuffbox and back with silent ease, and performed every charm with an artistry that left her examiners scribbling furiously on their clipboards. She and Hermione, unsurprisingly, tied for the top spot in the year, their scores a perfect, unbroken line of outstandings. The end-of-year feast arrived. The Great Hall was decked in the green and silver of Slytherin. They had won the House Cup, a fact that Professor Snape seemed to relish with a smug, triumphant sneer that was particularly directed at Harry. The mood at the Gryffindor table was funereal. Dumbledore rose to speak, his voice filling the hall. After a few preliminary remarks, he smiled. "However, I believe we have some last-minute points to award." A hush fell over the hall. "First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley," Dumbledore announced. "For the support of a friend, even in the face of peril, I award Gryffindor 50 points." The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, as Ron turned a shade of scarlet that matched his hair. "Second, to Miss Hermione Granger," he continued. "For the use of cool logic for a friend's defense, I award Gryffindor 50 points." Hermione buried her face in her arms, but Harry could see her beaming. "Third, to Mr. Harry Potter." Dumbledore's voice grew stronger. "For pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points." The noise was deafening. Gryffindor was now tied with Slytherin. "And finally," Dumbledore boomed, silencing the hall once more. He looked directly towards the Gryffindor table, his eyes finding Ariana. "It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, and it takes a power beyond measure to stand as a shield for your friends against them all." His voice filled with a profound respect. "For unparalleled magical proficiency, tactical brilliance, and the wisdom to seek counsel when faced with overwhelming odds, I award Miss Ariana Dumbledore 70 points." The explosion of sound from the Gryffindor table was an avalanche. They had done it. They had won. With a clap of his hands, Dumbledore changed the green and silver banners to a triumphant scarlet and gold. The feast that followed was the happiest Harry had ever experienced. Even Snape, forced to shake Professor McGonagall's hand, looked less sour than usual, his gaze flickering towards Ariana with a grudging look of her hidden Slytherin tendencies he was beginning to decipher. The train ride back to London was a joyous, relaxed affair. The four of them shared a compartment, the atmosphere a world away from the awkward, tentative meeting at the beginning of the year. They were a unit, battle-forged and bound by shared secrets. They talked of their summer plans. Ron was ecstatic to be returning to the Burrow. Hermione was off to France with her parents, though she promised to write constantly. Harry, clutching the precious photo album, faced the prospect of the Dursleys with a quiet, grim resignation. "What about you, Ariana?" Harry asked. "Are you going back to the orphanage?" Ariana looked out the window at the rolling green English countryside. "I suppose so," she said, her voice neutral. St. Jude's felt like a lifetime ago, a place from a different story. When the Hogwarts Express finally steamed into King's Cross Station, the transition back to the mundane world was jarring. They said their goodbyes on the platform, promising to write. Harry went off to find the Dursleys, Ron vanished through the barrier with his family, and Hermione was swept into a hug by her beaming parents. Ariana stood alone for a moment, her trunk beside her, the roar of the station a familiar but alien sound. She was preparing to find a taxi back to the orphanage, to a summer of quiet, solitary study, when a calm, familiar voice spoke her name. "A moment, if you please, Miss Dumbledore." She turned. Albus Dumbledore was standing there, having appeared from the crowd as if by magic. He had shed his flamboyant robes for a simple but well-cut tweed suit, though the twinkle in his eye was unmistakable. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, and for a moment, the noise of the station seemed to fade into a respectful hush around them. "I confess," he said, his voice low and for her ears only, "that I do not believe St. Jude's orphanage is a suitable environment for your continued development. Your talents require a different sort of nourishment." He reached into the pocket of his tweed jacket and produced a thick, creamy envelope, sealed not with the Hogwarts crest, but with a single, elegant wax seal depicting a phoenix in flight. "Your arrangements for the summer have been altered," he explained. "This letter is for the head goblin at Gringotts. Present it to him, and him alone. He will understand what is required. You will be provided with a portkey." Ariana took the letter, the parchment warm and thrumming with a faint, powerful magic. "A portkey? To where, Professor?" A genuine, fond smile touched Dumbledore's lips, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "To a quiet country home in Devon, a place of immense knowledge where you will be most welcome. You will be staying with some very old, very dear friends of mine." He leaned in slightly, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. I believe you are already familiar with their work. You will be the guest of Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. The name landed not with a shock, but with a sense of profound, quiet rightness. It was the most logical, most perfect solution imaginable. A summer spent not in a mundane orphanage, but in the home of the world's greatest alchemist, a place of ancient magic and deep, scholarly peace. It was not just a vacation, it was an apprenticeship. It was Dumbledore's ultimate act of protection and acknowledgement, placing her in a sanctuary where she could truly flourish, far from the prying eyes of the Ministry and the coming storm that would inevitably surround Harry Potter. I see, Ariana said, her voice perfectly calm, but a spark of genuine, intellectual excitement lit her periwinkle eyes. That is acceptable. Dumbledore chuckled softly. I thought it might be, have a wonderful summer, my dear. I suspect you will find it most educational. With a final, meaningful look, he turned and melted back into the crowd, leaving Ariana standing alone on the bustling platform. She looked down at the letter in her hand, the key to the next chapter of her extraordinary life. The first year was over. The foundation had been laid. Now, it was time to begin the real work, to delve into the ancient secrets of a magic she was born to weave. Chapter 24, The Alchemist's Apprentice. The journey from King's Cross to Gringotts was a short, jarring walk through two colliding worlds. One moment, Ariana was surrounded by the mundane grime and diesel fumes of London. The next, she had passed through the leaky cauldron's unassuming entrance and was once again immersed in the chaotic, vibrant magic of Diagon Alley. The change no longer felt surreal. It felt like coming home. She walked with a serene purpose, her trunk gliding smoothly behind her, a small, wandless charm keeping it tethered to her will. The usual boisterous crowd of the alley parted before her almost unconsciously, sensing the aura of quiet, unshakable confidence she projected. Gringotts stood as imposing as ever, its white marble columns gleaming in the summer sun. Inside, the cool, calculating atmosphere was unchanged. Goblins weighed jewels and scribbled in ledgers, their dark, intelligent eyes missing nothing. Ariana did not approach a teller. Dumbledore's instructions had been specific. She walked directly to the main podium, where an old, particularly stern-looking goblin oversaw the floor. I have a letter from Albus Dumbledore for the head goblin, she stated, her voice calm and clear, betraying none of the awe or fear most wizards felt in this place. The goblin looked up, his expression one of weary impatience. His eyes fell on the Dumbledore family crest on the envelope she held, and his demeanor shifted infinitesimally. He gave a curt, sharp nod. Follow me. She was led away from the main hall, down a corridor of polished obsidian, to a set of imposing iron doors. The goblin ushered her inside a grand, circular office. Seated behind a massive, darkwood desk was a goblin whose age was impossible to guess. He had a face like a weathered stone carving, long, clever fingers, and eyes that held the accumulated sharpness of centuries of dealing with wizards' follies. His nameplate identified him as Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts, London. You have a letter for me, Miss Dumbledore, Ragnarok said, his voice like the chink of gold coins in a deep vault. Ariana presented the letter. Ragnarok broke the seal with a long, sharp fingernail and read the contents, his dark eyes flickering across the page. When he finished, he looked up at her, a new, profound interest in his gaze. A most unusual request from the headmaster, he mused. He places a great deal of trust in you. He has authorized a full disclosure of your familial accounts and status. He tapped a sharp finger on a ledger beside him. You are, of course, aware of your lineage. I am aware that my father was from a squib line of the Dumbledore family, she replied. A simplification, Ragnarok said with a toothy, unsmiling grin. Your paternal great-grandfather was Credence Barebone, adopted into a side branch of the Dumbledore family before his magic manifested, explosively. He was, for a time, an immensely powerful obscurial. His partner, Ragnarok's eyes gleamed with the pleasure of revealing a hidden secret, was a maledictus, a woman named Nagini. The name landed in the quiet office with a soft thud. Nagini, the future Horcrux of Lord Voldemort. Ariana's composure remained absolute, but her mind raced, connecting disparate pieces of lore. A maledictus was a carrier of a blood curse that would eventually turn them permanently into a beast. It explained so much: the deep, primal nature of her own magic, its intuitive, elemental feel. She had the blood of an obscurial and a maledictus in her veins, tempered and refined through generations into something stable, powerful, and unique. This lineage has left you with a rather singular inheritance, Ragnarok continued. He slid a heavy, leather-bound book across the desk. It was a Gringotts family registry. He opened it to a page detailing her line. There it was, Credence Barebone married to Nagini. Their children, their grandchildren, and finally her own parents. Credence Barebone, before his disappearance, had a vault established in his name, whether by himself or someone else no one knows, the Barebone Vault. It has lain dormant for decades. As his last living magical descendant, it falls to you. It contains not gold, but his personal effects, research, and several artifacts of considerable power and obscurity. It is now yours. Ariana simply nodded. It was not a prize to be celebrated, but a resource to be managed. I see. Ragnarok looked at her, clearly impressed by her lack of a childish reaction. Indeed, now to the matter of the portkey. He snapped his fingers and another goblin entered, carrying a small, velvet pouch. Ragnarok took it and tipped its contents onto his desk. It was a simple, smooth, gray river stone. This portkey will activate once upon your touch in precisely 5 minutes. It will take you to your summer residence. The return has not been arranged. We await further instruction at the end of the summer. Thank you, Director Ragnarok, Ariana said, accepting the stone. It is our business, Miss Dumbledore, he replied with another sharp grin. We trust you will be a valuable client. She was escorted back to a private waiting chamber. As the final seconds ticked away, she placed her hand on the smooth, cool stone. The world dissolved in a nauseating, violent wrench behind her navel, a whirlwind of color and sound that was over as quickly as it began. Her feet hit soft grass with a gentle thump. She was standing in a sun-drenched garden, the air thick with the scent of lavender, thyme, and a dozen other herbs she couldn't immediately identify. The house before her was not a grand manor, but a rambling, ancient cottage made of warm, honey-colored stone, covered in climbing roses and ivy. It looked as though it had grown out of the earth itself, and it hummed with a magic so old and gentle it felt like the slow breathing of the land. The door opened, and a man and a woman stepped out. They looked impossibly old and impossibly young all at once. Their faces were lined with the faint, spidery wrinkles of extreme age, but their eyes were bright and clear, and their movements were spry and energetic. The man had kind, intelligent eyes and a warm smile. The woman radiated a serene, powerful grace. Welcome, Ariana, the man said, his voice warm and kind. I am Nicholas, and this is my wife, Perenelle. We are so very pleased to finally meet you, Perenelle added, her smile as gentle as a summer breeze. Albus has told us a great deal. Please come in. Your summer of study is about to begin. That summer was a lifetime. It was an existence completely removed from the world. There were no owls, no daily prophet, no contact with her friends. It was a hermetically sealed sanctuary of pure knowledge. The Flamels were not teachers in the Hogwarts sense, they were mentors, guides. They saw her innate ability to weave magic not as a curious talent, a party trick, but as the foundation of all high magic. Nicholas taught her the true meaning of alchemy. It was not about creating gold. It was about understanding the fundamental essence, the prima materia of all things. Under his tutelage, she learned to deconstruct objects not just by transfiguration, but by understanding their very soul, their metaphysical blueprint. Her ability to weave became infinitely more refined. She learned to mend broken objects not by repairing them, but by persuading them to remember their state of wholeness. Perenelle, a mistress of potions and charms whose skill dwarfed even Snape's, taught her about the subtle art of will-based magic. She helped Ariana move beyond the crutch of incantations and wand movements, teaching her to channel her intentio directly into the anima mundi. Ariana's magic became truly silent, truly effortless, an extension of her own thoughts. Midnight, her shadow panther, thrived. The Flamels recognized her immediately. Ah, a creature of the void, Nicholas had mused, drawn to a soul with a similar depth. In the magical safety of the cottage, Midnight spent her days in her full panther form, a silent, violet-eyed guardian who seemed to listen intently to the lessons alongside Ariana. Their quiet life was occasionally punctuated by visitors. Bathilda Bagshot, ancient and wizened, came for tea, her mind still a razor-sharp repository of history. She spoke to Ariana of the Dumbledores she had known, of Kendra and Percival, and of the tragic, fragile first Ariana. She spoke of Albus's brilliant, tortured youth and his fateful friendship with Gellert Grindelwald. It was not gossip, it was a history lesson delivered by a primary source. One sun-drenched afternoon, Newt Scamander visited, his case full of wondrous beasts. He was old now, his movements slow, but his eyes lit up with a boyish wonder when he saw midnight. He and Ariana needed no words. They shared a silent, profound understanding of the magical world's creatures. He spoke of his friendship with Credence, of Nagini's tragic curse, filling in the gaps of Ariana's own history with a gentle, sorrowful empathy. The summer passed like a dream. Ariana's power did not just grow, it deepened, matured, settled into a core of absolute, quiet confidence. She was no longer just a gifted child. She was becoming a true adept. When the end of August arrived, Perenelle handed her a small, silver locket. "A portkey, my dear. It will take you to the Leaky Cauldron, one day before the term begins. Albus felt you would appreciate time for your shopping." Ariana arrived in Diagon Alley feeling like a different person. The world seemed louder, more chaotic, more breakable. She walked with the same serene grace, but now there was a palpable weight to her presence, a stillness that was not just calm, but powerful. She made her way to Flourish and Blots, knowing it would be the most likely place to find her friend. The bookshop was in a state of utter pandemonium. A crowd was gathered around a dashing, peacock-blue wizard with dazzlingly white teeth, Gilderoy Lockhart. Ariana ignored the spectacle completely, her eyes scanning the stacks for a familiar bushy-haired figure. She found her in the theory section, Hermione. Hermione whirled around, her face breaking into a smile of pure, unadulterated joy and relief. "Ariana, you're here. I was so worried. I sent owls all summer, but they all came back. I thought something had happened." She threw her arms around Ariana in a fierce hug. "I was, in a place where owls could not find me," Ariana said, returning the hug gently. "I am fine, more than fine. It is good to see you." When they broke apart, Hermione's face grew serious. "It's a good thing you're here. It's been a complete nightmare. We only just arrived. We were supposed to meet Harry with the Weasleys here, but he never showed up at the Flupent. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are in a complete panic. They're searching everywhere. Harry's lost." Chapter 25, The Logic of Lost Boys. Hermione's words, "Harry's lost," hung in the chaotic air of Flourish and Blots like a pall of smoke. Her face was a mask of frantic worry, her hands twisting the strap of her new school bag. The joyous reunion was instantly overshadowed by the looming crisis. "They've been everywhere," she continued, her voice rising with anxiety. "Mr. Weasley went to the Leaky Cauldron. Mrs. Weasley is checking all the apothecaries. Fred and George are, well, probably causing trouble somewhere, but they're looking. No one can find him." While Hermione's panic was escalating, Ariana's mind was already processing the data with the cool, swift efficiency of a complex magical calculation. Fact, Harry was traveling by Floo powder for the first time. Fact, the Weasleys, being a large and sometimes chaotic family, would likely have a rushed and noisy departure. Fact, clear enunciation is critical for successful Floo travel. Conclusion, the highest probability was not that Harry had vanished, but that he had made a simple, rookie error. "Calm down, Hermione," Ariana said, her voice a steady anchor in her friend's emotional storm. She placed a reassuring hand on Hermione's arm. "Panicking is an inefficient use of energy. Let us analyze the variables." Hermione stared at her, her frantic energy momentarily checked by Ariana's unshakable composure. "Harry was traveling from the Weasleys' home," Ariana began, ticking off points on her fingers as if outlining a proof. "He was aiming for Diagon Alley. What is the most common mistake made by inexperienced Floo users?" Hermione's brow furrowed in thought, her analytical mind latching onto the problem. "Mumbled or mispronounced destinations," she answered, her voice already a little steadier. "Precisely," Ariana affirmed. "He was likely nervous, the fireplace was likely loud, and he fumbled the words. Now, what is the phonetically similar but dangerously close alternative to Diagon Alley?" The realization dawned on Hermione's face, replacing her panic with a new, more specific kind of dread. "Nocturne Alley," she whispered. "The logical conclusion is that Harry is not lost," Ariana stated. "He has simply arrived at the wrong destination. A significantly less pleasant destination, but a known location nonetheless." The sheer, simple logic of it was a bucket of cold water on Hermione's hysteria. Of course, it made perfect sense. "We have to go get him." Attempting to navigate Nocturne Alley as two unaccompanied second-year girls would be unwise, Ariana countered smoothly. "The inhabitants are not known for their hospitality. We require an escort, someone large, intimidating, and unquestionably good." Just at that moment, a colossal figure blocked the light from the bookshop's entrance. Rubeus Hagrid, his beetle-black eyes scanning the crowd, had spotted them. "Hermione, Ariana, there ye are. Have ye seen Harry?" Ariana gave Hermione a small, knowing look. Problem, meet solution. They approached the gentle giant, who was clearly distressed by Harry's disappearance. "Hagrid," Ariana said, her voice carrying a calm authority that immediately commanded his full attention. "We believe we know where Harry is. He's made a mistake with the flu powder. We think he's in Nocturne Alley." Hagrid's face paled beneath his bushy beard. "Nocturne Alley? Blimey, that's no place for Harry. All sorts of dark wizards and dodgy folk down there. We've got to get him." "Our thoughts exactly," Ariana said. "We were hoping you would be willing to accompany us." Oh course," Hagrid boomed, his protective instincts fully engaged. He seemed immensely relieved to have a course of action. "You two stick close behind me, don't talk to anyone, and whatever ye do, don't touch anything." With Hagrid as their formidable shield, they left the relative safety of Diagon Alley and made their way towards the narrow, shadowy entrance to the darker side of magical London. The transition was stark. The sunlight seemed to die, the cheerful noise was replaced by a furtive, suspicious silence, and the air grew cold and damp, smelling of dust and decay. The shops here sold shrunken heads, venomous candles, and cages of spiders the size of teacups. Witches and wizards with cruel, shadowy faces watched them pass from dark doorways, their gazes lingering on the two young girls before flickering away from the intimidating bulk of Hagrid. As they walked through the gloomy, oppressive alley, Hermione leaned closer to Ariana, her earlier panic now replaced by a deep curiosity. "You said you were in a place where owls couldn't find you," she whispered, her voice low. "Where were you? What did you do all summer?" Ariana, her eyes scanning their surroundings for any sign of Harry, began to speak, her voice a calm, quiet counterpoint to the sinister atmosphere. "Professor Dumbledore arranged for me to stay with some friends of his, in Devon." "Friends," Hermione pressed. "Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel." Hermione stopped dead in the middle of the alley, her jaw dropping. Hagrid had to gently nudge her to keep her moving. "You spent the summer with the Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist, but he's over 600 years old." 666 to be precise, Ariana corrected gently. "And Perenelle is 659. They are remarkable teachers. They believe magic is not a set of spells to be memorized, but a fundamental force to be understood and guided." She went on to describe her summer, her words painting a picture of a world far removed from Hogwarts. She spoke of alchemy not as a quest for gold, but as a philosophical art of understanding matter and spirit. She described Perenelle's lessons in silent, will-based casting, where intent was the only incantation needed. "Bathilda Bagshot visited," Ariana continued, her voice still a low murmur. "She was a friend of the Flamels. She gave me her personal, annotated copy of Hogwarts, a history. It contains notes and corrections she never put in the published editions." Hermione's eyes went wide with a scholar's envy. An author-annotated, first-edition copy of her favorite book was a treasure beyond imagining. "Newt Scamander came as well," Ariana added. "He wanted to observe midnight. He said her particular manifestation as a shadow panther was exceptionally rare. He told me about my great-grandfather, Credence, and about Nagini." She spoke the names with a calm detachment, presenting them as historical facts rather than personal burdens. Hermione listened, utterly spellbound. Ariana's summer hadn't just been a vacation, it had been a private, intensive tutelage with some of the greatest magical minds of the last millennium. The power she had displayed at the end of their first year had not been a fluke, it had been a foundation, and she had spent the entire summer building upon it. The girl walking beside her now was not the same one who had boarded the Hogwarts Express in June. She was vastly more knowledgeable, more powerful, and her serene confidence was now rooted in an understanding of magic that was centuries deep. Their conversation was interrupted as they passed a particularly sinister-looking shop full of cursed artifacts. Through the grimy window, they saw a familiar, pale blonde head of hair. Draco Malfoy was inside with his father. But a moment later, another figure emerged from the shop, looking soot-stained, bewildered, and utterly lost. "Harry," Hermione gasped. He was standing right there, brushing dust from his robes, looking around with wide, nervous eyes. "Told you," Ariana said quietly. She didn't shout his name. She simply waited. Hagrid, however, was not so subtle. "Harry, there ya are. Blimey, we've been worried sick." Harry spun around, his face flooding with relief as he saw his friends and the giant gamekeeper. He rushed over, and as he began to recount his terrifying tale of landing in Borgin and Berks, Ariana simply watched. Her logic had been proven correct. The problem had been identified, a plan formulated, and a solution executed with minimal fuss and maximum efficiency. It was a perfect outcome. And as she stood there, a silent guardian in the dark heart of Nocturne Alley, she knew this year would be different. She was no longer just observing the story. She was ready to rewrite it. Chapter 26, A Deviation of Malice. Hagrid's booming voice and massive presence acted as a perfect shield, extracting Harry from the oppressive gloom of Nocturne Alley and shepherding the three of them back into the bright, bustling chaos of Diagon Alley. Just as they emerged, a chorus of relieved cries met them. The Weasley family, looking frayed and frantic, descended upon them like a flock of worried red-headed birds. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in a bone-crushing hug, fussing over the soot on his clothes and scolding him gently for his travel mishap. Mr. Weasley clapped him on the shoulder, his face alight with relief, while Fred and George offered mock salutes. In the happy pandemonium of the reunion, Ariana and Hermione stood back, allowing the family their moment. "Right then," Mrs. Weasley said, finally releasing Harry and taking charge with renewed vigor. "To Flourish and Blots, we still need to get everyone's books." The scene inside the bookshop had, if anything, grown more manic. The crowd was a solid, sweaty wall of witches and wizards, all clamoring for a view of the preening celebrity at the front. Gilderoy Lockhart, dressed in robes of a brilliant, forget-me-not blue that perfectly matched his eyes, was flashing his dazzling smile for a photographer from the Daily Prophet. As the Weasleys, Harry, Hermione, and Ariana tried to squeeze through the throng, Lockhart's eyes, constantly scanning for opportunities, landed on Harry. "It can't be," he boomed, his voice magically amplified to carry over the din. "Harry Potter." The crowd parted like the Red Sea. In an instant, Lockhart had lunged forward, grabbed Harry by the arm, and dragged him to the front of the shop. The photographer's camera began flashing with renewed ferocity, capturing the image of the famous boy who lived alongside the famous monster slayer. Harry, red-faced and utterly mortified, was trapped. Lockhart draped a heavy arm over his shoulders, announcing to the delighted crowd that he was not only donating a full set of his books to Harry, but would also be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. After what felt like an eternity, a flustered Harry managed to escape, dumping his armful of Lockhart's garishly covered books into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. He tried to retreat into the crowd, but Lockhart's gaze, sweeping for another photo opportunity, fell upon Ariana. He saw her standing there, a vision of serene, ethereal beauty amidst the chaotic crush of people. Her calm was a stark contrast to the surrounding fervor, and her striking looks made her a perfect subject. "And this lovely young lady?" Lockhart boomed, starting to move towards her, his hand outstretched, a predatory gleam in his eye. A picture with Hogwarts' newest celebrity and another clearly bright young student would be. He never finished the sentence. A shadow fell over him. Hagrid, who had been watching Lockhart's antics with a deep, rumbling disapproval, stepped directly into his path. The gamekeeper's huge hand, as large as a dustbin lid, closed gently but with immovable firmness around Lockhart's wrist, stopping him mid-reach. "I don't think," Hagrid said, his voice a low, dangerous growl that cut through Lockhart's magical amplification. "That Miss Dumbledore is interested in having her picture taken." Lockhart's smile faltered. He tried to pull his wrist free, but it was like trying to move a rooted oak tree. He looked up into Hagrid's stony, disapproving face and his bravado evaporated. With a nervous, high-pitched laugh, he stammered, of course, a shy one, perfectly understandable." He retreated back to his podium, rubbing his wrist and pointedly avoiding looking in their direction again. Ariana watched the exchange with a flicker of internal disappointment. Her mind had already been tracing the pathways of a subtle but intensely uncomfortable hex, something that would cause Lockhart's perfect teeth to temporarily feel as though they were coated in fur. Hagrid's intervention, while well-intentioned, had deprived her of the satisfaction. She gave Hagrid a small, grateful nod nonetheless. With the spectacle finally over, they began the arduous task of gathering their schoolbooks. It was during this process, as they queued to pay, that the day's final and most significant confrontation occurred. Well, Arthur Weasley." The voice was a cold, aristocratic drawl. Lucius Malfoy, his pale, pointed face a mask of contempt, stood before them, his son Draco smirking at his side. He surveyed the Weasleys' pile of second-hand books with disdain. "Still struggling, I see," Lucius sneered, his cold gray eyes flicking over their frayed robes and worn-out supplies. "I suppose it's the best you can do on a civil servant's salary. Tell me, what's the point of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it?" Mr. Weasley went scarlet. "We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of Wizard Malfoy." The two men exchanged heated words, their mutual animosity a palpable force. Draco took the opportunity to taunt Harry and Ron, his gaze full of the usual petty malice. Ariana and Hermione simply stood back, observing the scene with a shared, weary disdain for the childish posturing of it all. Ariana didn't even bother to acknowledge Draco's presence. To her, he was an irrelevant variable, a buzzing insect not worthy of her attention. Lucius's gaze then moved from the Weasleys and landed on the two girls. He looked at Hermione with a sneer, clearly identifying her Muggle-born heritage. Then his eyes fell on Ariana. He paused. He had heard the stories from Draco, of course. The strange Dumbledore girl who was as powerful as she was beautiful, the one who had neutralized the troll and dominated her first-year classes. He saw the serene composure, the unnerving intelligence in her periwinkle eyes. She was a Dumbledore, an offshoot or not, and that made her a player in the grand game, a piece on the board he had not yet accounted for. An idea, slick and insidious, formed in his mind. His original plan had been simple. He would slip the old, dark school diary of Tom Riddle into the cauldron of the youngest Weasley girl, a poor, pure-blood family with close ties to Dumbledore. It would be a perfect way to disgrace Arthur Weasley, unleash chaos within Hogwarts, and rid himself of a dangerous dark artifact, all in one go. But now, a new opportunity presented itself. Giving the diary to the Weasley girl was a blunt instrument. Giving it to this girl, that was a move of exquisite, calculated malice. She was Dumbledore's namesake, clearly a protégée of the old fool. To have her be the one to open the Chamber of Secrets, to unleash the monster, to be possessed by the memory of the Dark Lord. The political and emotional fallout would be devastating. It would shatter Dumbledore's reputation and destroy his prized pupil from the inside out. It was a far more elegant, far more cruel, and far more damaging plan. Lucius's sneer transformed into a thin, reptilian smile. While Mr. Weasley was distracted by his wife, Lucius reached into his robes, his hand closing around the small, black diary. He stepped forward, his movements smooth and practiced. He stopped in front of Ariana. "And you must be the talk of the school," he said, his voice a silken, dangerous murmur. "Another Dumbledore at Hogwarts. How quaint." He looked down at the pile of new, expensive-looking books in her arms. "It seems not all students have to make do with hand-me-downs." His hand moved with lightning speed. He reached into Arian's cauldron, which she was, plucked out a copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, something Ariana could have stopped by simply petrifying him close range, but she allowed, curious of his actions. With the same motion as plucking out the book, Lucius slipped the small, black diary into Ariana's stack of books. It was a movement of such deftness that only someone watching for it would have noticed. And Ariana had been watching his every move. her mind analyzing his body language, his shifting gaze, the subtle tensing of his muscles. "A book someone like the Weasleys would never be able to afford," he said condescendingly, thrusting the book back in Ariana's cauldron. "I'm not sure, though, whether even you might be able to afford one, should the benevolent headmaster fall from grace." He then gave a final, dismissive sneer at the Weasleys and turned, sweeping from the shop with Draco in his wake. Hermione was about to protest the man's rudeness, but Ariana placed a calming hand on her arm. She looked down at her stack of books. There, nestled between Advanced Runic Translation and the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, was a small, plain, black-covered diary. It felt cold to the touch, and a faint, almost imperceptible whisper of dark, hungry magic emanated from it. Tom Riddle's Horcrux. A slow, secret, and utterly predatory smirk touched the corner of Ariana's lips. It was there and gone in an instant, replaced by her usual serene mask. Lucius Malfoy, in his arrogance, thought he had planted a seed of chaos in the heart of Dumbledore's fortress. He had no idea what he had actually done. He hadn't given a weapon to a victim. He had handed a live grenade to a master of magical ordnance who already knew exactly how to disarm it. She hugged the stack of books to her chest, the diary held securely within. "Come on," she said to Hermione. "We've gotten everything we need." This year, she thought, was going to be very interesting indeed. Lucius Malfoy had just made a terrible, terrible mistake, and she was going to enjoy every moment of his eventual regret. Chapter 27, Proactive Measures. The morning of September 1st dawned crisp and clear. Ariana, having spent a quiet night at a magically discreet inn near the Leaky Cauldron, arrived at King's Cross Station well ahead of schedule. There was a peacefulness to the station in the early hours, a sense of coiled potential before the great rush began. Her trunk, containing her new books, her perfectly organized supplies, and one very dangerous diary, glided silently beside her. Midnight was a quiet, living shadow in her carrier, observing the world with her unnerving violet eyes. She found Hermione waiting near the entrance to platforms 9 and 10, looking anxious but excited. The two girls greeted each other with the easy familiarity of old friends, their bond forged in the fires of their first year and solidified over a summer of missed correspondence. "Have you seen the others?" Hermione asked, scanning the growing crowds. "Not yet," Ariana replied, "but the Weasleys are a large family. A prompt and orderly departure is a statistical improbability." They waited. The great clock on the station wall ticked past 10:30, then 10:45. The platform was now a throng of people rushing to their mundane destinations. The time for the Hogwarts Express to depart was drawing perilously close. There was still no sign of Harry or the Weasleys. Hermione was beginning to fidget, her anxiety mounting. Where could they be? They're going to miss the train. Ariana, however, was running a different set of calculations. Her mind, now filled with a wealth of knowledge from her summer with the Flamels, sifted through possibilities. The Weasleys were late, yes, but it was the complete absence of Harry that pinged her internal warning systems. She thought back to the stories, to the narrative she knew so well. A house elf, Dobby, an elf determined to save Harry Potter by preventing him from returning to Hogwarts. The most likely point of interference was here, at the gateway. "I suspect there may be a magical impediment," Ariana said calmly. "It is possible the barrier is being tampered with." "Tampered with?" Hermione gasped. "But who would do that?" "Someone with a misguided sense of protection," Ariana answered cryptically. She looked at the solid brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10. A direct confrontation with a house elf's desperate, powerful magic would be messy and unpredictable. A proactive, indirect approach was far more logical. Her eyes scanned the bustling platform. Most of the witches and wizards had already passed through to platform 9 3/4. However, stationed discreetly near a pillar was a man in plain, slightly shabby robes, his eyes constantly moving, alert and watchful. He had the unmistakable air of an off-duty ministry wizard, likely assigned to crowd control and observation. "An Auror." "Wait here, Hermione," Ariana instructed. She walked over to the Auror, her expression one of polite, youthful concern. The man straightened up as she approached, his gaze softening slightly at the sight of a young, well-mannered student. "Excuse me, sir," Ariana began, her voice perfectly pitched to sound respectful and slightly worried. "Can I help you, miss?" he asked. "My name is Ariana Dumbledore," she said, using her name deliberately to lend her words an immediate weight. "My friends and I are on our way to the Hogwarts Express, but we've noticed something odd." She gestured towards the magical barrier. "The portal seems to be flickering. A few of the older students who passed through just ahead of us mentioned it felt unstable. We're a bit concerned that some of the younger students, who might be arriving late, could have trouble getting through. It might seal up entirely." She looked at him with wide, sincere periwinkle eyes. "Professor Dumbledore always says that student safety is the highest priority. I was wondering, would it be too much trouble for you to stand on this side of the barrier? Just for the next few minutes until 11 o'clock strikes. That way, if any students do get stuck, there will be an official ministry representative right here to assist them. It would make us all feel much safer." Her request was a masterpiece of subtle manipulation. She had invoked Dumbledore's name, framed her concern around the safety of younger students, and presented her suggestion as a simple, responsible precaution. She wasn't reporting a crime or making a scene, she was being a model student. The Auror was completely won over. "Flickering, you say? Unstable? Can't have that. You're absolutely right, miss, a very responsible young witch. Don't you worry, I'll stand guard right here until the train leaves. If anyone has any trouble, I'll sort it out immediately." "Thank you so much, sir," Ariana said with a grateful smile. "That's a great relief." She returned to Hermione. "The problem is being managed," she said simply. "What did you do?" Hermione asked, impressed. "I delegated," Ariana replied. "Now let's go, we don't want to be late ourselves." Without a backward glance, the two girls pushed their trolleys forward. They walked at a steady, confident pace directly at the brick wall and passed through without incident. Platform 9 3/4 was bustling, the magnificent scarlet engine hissing steam, ready for its journey. They found an empty compartment, loaded their trunks, and settled in. Midnight emerged from her carrier, stretched her sleek black form, and curled up on the seat beside Ariana, a picture of contentment. "But what about Harry and Ron?" Hermione asked, still peering anxiously out the window. "If the barrier was indeed tampered with, the Auror I spoke to will notice and override the enchantment," Ariana explained patiently. "He will then ensure they get through. If, for some other reason, they do not make it, the Auror will drop them at Hogsmeade or at least contact a professor about the barrier. In either scenario, they will arrive at Hogwarts. Panicking will not alter the outcome, so it is an unnecessary expenditure of our own energy." The train whistle blew its final, shrill warning. The train lurched and began to move, pulling slowly out of the station. Hermione looked crestfallen, disappointed that their friends had missed the journey. Ariana, however, felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. She had foreseen a problem. She had analyzed the variables, and she had put a system in place to resolve it with minimal fuss and without her direct involvement. She had not prevented Dobby's interference, but she had mitigated its consequences, ensuring that the Auror on duty would be the one to deal with the magical anomaly of a sealed portal, rather than leaving two panicked boys to resort to Grand Theft Auto. She had altered the narrative, not by force, but by a simple, logical, and well-placed request. She leaned back against the plush seat, opened a book on advanced transfiguration theory, and prepared for a peaceful, productive journey north. The boys would arrive when they arrived. Her own academic year had already begun. Chapter 28, A Quiet Vindication. The journey north on the Hogwarts Express was, for the first time, a tranquil and studious affair. Without the boisterous energy of Ron or the constant, low-level anxiety that often surrounded Harry, the compartment became a mobile library. Ariana and Hermione spent the hours in a comfortable, focused silence, engrossed in their respective texts. Ariana delved deep into the alchemical principles Nicholas Flamel had introduced her to, while Hermione, inspired, devoured de novo artificio, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. The peaceful atmosphere was a stark contrast to the chaos they knew was likely unfolding back in London. But Ariana, having set her pieces on the board, felt no need to worry. She had created a logical failsafe. Now, she simply had to wait for the system to work. They arrived at Hogsmeade Station as evening fell, the familiar sight of the castle's glittering windows a welcoming beacon. They joined the throng of returning students, making their way to the horseless carriages that would carry them up to the castle gates. The first years, a huddle of nervous, excited faces, were being gathered by Hagrid, their journey across the lake about to begin. The Great Hall was as magnificent as ever, ablaze with the light of thousands of floating candles. Ariana and Hermione took their seats at the Gryffindor table, the familiar buzz of reunion filling the air. As she settled in, Ariana's gaze swept over the crowd of new first-years waiting nervously at the front. Her eyes found two figures she recognized from the story. One was a small girl with flaming red hair and a face full of awestruck excitement, Ginny Weasley. The other was a girl with straggly, dirty blonde hair and a dreamy, distant look in her protuberant eyes, who seemed to be observing the enchanted ceiling as if it held far more interesting secrets than the ceremony below, Luna Lovegood. A new generation of players was entering the game. The Sorting Hat sang its song, a new verse warning of unity in the face of uncertain times, and the sorting began. Ginny Weasley, to no one's surprise, was sorted into Gryffindor, and she ran to the table to be enveloped in hugs by her brothers. Luna Lovegood, after the hat seemed to have a quiet, contemplative conversation with her, was placed in Ravenclaw, where she sat down and immediately began reading the Quibbler upside down. Just as the last student was sorted and Professor Dumbledore rose to speak, the great oak doors of the hall swung open. Professor McGonagall entered, her expression a thunderous mixture of fury and immense relief. And flanking her, looking sheepish, soot-stained, and utterly miserable, were Harry and Ron. A ripple of whispers and gasps went through the hall. The two most famous second years had missed the train and had just been marched into the feast like prisoners. McGonagall led them to the Gryffindor table, her lips pressed into a line so thin it was almost invisible. "Sit," she commanded, her voice a low hiss. "We will be having a long conversation after the feast." She then swept up to the staff table, her back ramrod straight. Harry and Ron slumped into the seats opposite Ariana and Hermione. "What happened?" Hermione whispered, her eyes wide. "The barrier wouldn't let us through," Ron grumbled, stabbing at a potato with his fork. "Just sealed up solid. We were about to. Well, we were thinking of a way to get here when an Auror came over, said a student had reported the barrier was unstable." He glanced at Ariana. "He just touched the wall with his wand, said some fancy spell, and it shimmered and let us through. He brought us to Hogsmeade on a ministry broomstick." "It was lucky he was there," Harry added, looking profoundly grateful and embarrassed. "He said if we'd been a minute later, we would have missed him. He's launched a full investigation into the barrier's malfunction." Ariana simply took a serene sip of her pumpkin juice. Her plan had worked perfectly. No flying Ford Anglia, no whooping willow, no broken wands, just a quiet report, a timely intervention, and a logical resolution. Dumbledore, who had watched the entire scene with a knowing twinkle in his eye, rose to his feet once more after the feast was over. "A few start-of-term notices," he began, before launching into the usual warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the list of banned items. When he had finished, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the Gryffindor table. "Before we retire for the evening," he said, his voice carrying a note of distinct approval, "I believe a few points are in order, not for deeds of daring-do, but for foresight and responsibility." The hall fell silent. It was highly unusual to award points on the very first night. "This afternoon," Dumbledore continued, "a potential magical security breach at King's Cross Station threatened to leave several students stranded. Fortunately, due to the quick thinking and proactive measures of two of our students, a ministry official was alerted in time to rectify the situation, ensuring the safe passage of all." He beamed down at the Gryffindor table. "For demonstrating a level of civic-mindedness and logical problem-solving that all students should aspire to, I award 10 points each to Miss Hermione Granger and Miss Ariana Dumbledore." A smattering of polite applause broke out across the hall. The Gryffindors cheered, delighted to be on the scoreboard already. Hermione blushed a brilliant shade of pink, thrilled and flustered by the public praise. Ron and Harry just stared, a dawning comprehension on their faces. It hadn't been luck. It had been a plan. Ariana hadn't just predicted the problem, she had solved it before it had even fully occurred, and had done so in a way that earned them house points instead of losing them. Harry looked at Ariana. She was calmly buttering a piece of bread, her expression utterly placid, as if being awarded points by Dumbledore for outmaneuvering a rogue house elf's magic was the most mundane occurrence in the world. He was beginning to understand that while he might be the one destined for grand, dramatic confrontations, Ariana was playing a different game entirely. She was the one who saw the entire board, moving the pieces with a quiet, subtle brilliance that ensured the drama never had a chance to unfold in the first place. As the students began to file out of the Great Hall, McGonagall descended upon Harry and Ron. "My office, now." The boys trudged off to face their reckoning, while Ariana and Hermione made their way to the Gryffindor common room. "That was brilliant, Ariana," Hermione said, her voice full of admiration. "You knew it was going to happen." "I assessed the probabilities and took a logical precaution," Ariana corrected gently. "It is always better to build a bridge than to be forced to swim a raging river." She settled into her favorite armchair by the fire, Tom Riddle's innocuous-looking diary safely stowed in her trunk upstairs. The year had begun. The players were in place. And she, having already averted the first disaster, was ready for the next move. She had a chamber to investigate, a basilisk to consider, and a certain memory in a diary that she was very much looking forward to deal with. Chapter 29, The Incompetence Protocol. The anticipation for their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Gilderoy Lockhart was, for most of the female population of Hogwarts, at a fever pitch. Girls chattered excitedly in the corridors, comparing their favorite chapters from his books and debating whether his eyes were more periwinkle or cornflower blue. Hermione, much to Ariana's quiet bewilderment, was not immune. "Isn't he just amazing?" she sighed as they made their way to the classroom, clutching her full set of Lockhart's works to her chest. To have fought all those creatures, a banshee, a werewolf, the ghoul with the gripe, he must be an incredibly powerful wizard. His prose suggests a greater talent for narrative embellishment than for factual reporting, Ariana commented dryly, having skimmed one of the books out of academic curiosity. She'd found it to be a masterwork of self-aggrandizement, riddled with magical inconsistencies and vague, unprovable claims. The classroom itself had been transformed. The usual scent of dust and old spellcraft was gone, replaced by a cloying, floral perfume. The walls were draped in large tapestries depicting scenes from Lockhart's books, and a massive, life-sized portrait of the man himself, winking and flashing his dazzling smile, hung behind the teacher's desk. When Lockhart made his grand entrance, a wave of delighted sighs swept through the room. He was dressed in turquoise robes that were even more vibrant than the ones he'd worn in Diagon Alley. He beamed at the class, his teeth gleaming unnaturally. "Me," he announced, gesturing to himself. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her." He waited for the laugh, which came dutifully from most of the class. Ariana simply watched, her expression one of polite, clinical neutrality. She was observing a specimen, a curious case of projected confidence utterly detached from actual substance. The lesson began with a quiz. A quiz not about defensive spells or dark creatures, but about Gilderoy Lockhart himself. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? Hermione set to work with a fervor, scribbling down answers she had clearly memorized. Ariana stared at the parchment for a moment, then calmly wrote her name at the top and left the rest of the 54 questions blank. It was a useless exercise, a waste of ink and time. Lockhart collected the papers, chuckling as he looked them over. "Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered my favorite color is lilac, but Miss Hermione Granger knew that my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl." He beamed at a blushing Hermione. Then his eyes fell on Ariana's blank paper. His smile faltered for a fraction of a second, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features before being plastered over with more charm. "And Miss Dumbledore, clearly too modest to show off her knowledge, admirable." He then launched into a dramatic, and largely nonsensical, lecture about his supposed adventures. The entire class, save for a few skeptical boys and a completely disengaged Ariana, hung on his every word. "Now be warned," Lockhart said, gesturing dramatically to a large, covered cage on his desk. "It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizardkind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here." With a flourish, he whipped the cover off the cage. It revealed a swarm of small, electric blue creatures, chattering and vibrating with manic energy. Cornish pixies. Freshly caught Cornish pixies, Lockhart announced grandly. Seamus Finnegan snorted with laughter. "What's so dangerous about them?" "Don't be so sure, Mr. Finnegan," Lockhart wagged a finger. "They can be devilishly tricky little blighters," and with a stunningly ill-advised gesture, he unlatched the cage door. The result was instantaneous pandemonium. The pixies shot out of the cage like a swarm of tiny blue rockets, shrieking and cackling. Two of them seized Neville by the ears and lifted him into the air, dangling him from a chandelier. Others began to wreck the classroom, throwing ink bottles, tearing up books, and pulling hair. The students shrieked and ducked under their desks. Lockhart, looking panicked, tried to intervene. "Pesca pixie pesternomi," he yelled, waving his wand wildly. The spell did absolutely nothing. A particularly large pixie snatched his wand from his hand and threw it out the window. Lockhart gave a terrified yelp and dived under his own desk, leaving the class to fend for themselves. The chaos swirled around Ariana's desk, but it never touched her. The moment the cage door opened, she had acted, not with a grand spell or a shout, but with a simple, decisive snap of her fingers. A dome of slightly shimmering, and yet perfectly transparent energy had instantly formed around her, encompassing her desk, her chair, and a neat 3-foot radius of personal space. It was a silent, flawless, and utterly impenetrable shield. Pixies slammed into the invisible barrier with tiny, frustrated pings, bouncing off harmlessly. They shrieked at her, pulling faces and sticking out their tongues, but they could not get through. Inside her dome of perfect tranquility, Ariana simply sat, watching the chaos unfold with the detached curiosity of someone observing a badly managed science experiment. She didn't even bother to take out her wand. This was not a threat, it was a farce. Eventually, as the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson, the pandemonium began to die down. Lockhart, emerging from under his desk, called out, "Right, I'll just ask you three to nip the rest of them back in their cage." He pointed at Harry, Ron, and Hermione before fleeing the classroom. "Can you believe him?" Ron fumed, trying to swat a pixie away with a textbook. Harry was trying to coax Neville down from the chandelier. Hermione, however, her initial hero worship shattered by the pathetic reality of the man, took charge. "Immobulus," she commanded, her voice sharp and clear. A wave of freezing energy washed through the room. The remaining pixies froze in midair, their manic expressions locked on their tiny blue faces. With the room finally still, Ariana lowered her shield. The dome of energy dissolved back into nothingness with another, silent snap of her fingers. She stood up, gathered her pristine books, and placed them neatly in her bag. Hermione stared at her, a look of profound awe on her face. "How did you do that shield? It wasn't a standard Protego." "It was a simple kinetic and spatial ward similar to my magical shield from last year, now improved thanks to summer training," Ariana replied calmly, as if discussing the weather. "A bubble of redirected momentum. It is more efficient than constantly swatting at minor annoyances." She slung her bag over her shoulder and walked towards the door, her movements graceful and unhurried. She paused at the threshold, looking back at the wrecked classroom, the frozen pixies, and her friends who were now trying to poke the tiny creatures back into their cage. A quiet, firm decision settled in her mind. This was not education. It was a dangerous, time-wasting circus. Her presence here was illogical. "Ariana, where are you going?" Harry asked, finally getting Neville down. "To the library," she answered, "to learn something useful." She walked out of the classroom without a backward glance. Mentally, she decided to send a composed letter to Professor McGonagall later on, informing her that she would be respectfully withdrawing from all defense against the dark arts practical lessons until such time as a competent instructor was appointed. She would continue with the theoretical coursework independently. She had faced down a servant of Lord Voldemort. She would not be wasting her time with Cornish pixies and a charming fraud. Her first defense lesson of the year would also be her last. Chapter 30, The Economics of Education. Ariana's withdrawal from practical defense against the dark arts lessons sent a quiet but immediate shockwave through the Hogwarts staff. It was an unprecedented act. Students simply did not refuse to attend a core class. It was insubordination of the highest order. Any other student would have been facing a month of detentions and a stern letter home. But Ariana was not any other student. A summons arrived before dinner. A crisp, formal note delivered by a fifth-year Gryffindor prefect requested her presence in Professor McGonagall's office at her earliest convenience. When Ariana arrived, she found her head of house not in her classroom, but in her private study adjacent to it. The room was warmer, more personal, lined with bookshelves filled with serious-looking tomes on advanced transfiguration. A fire crackled in the hearth, and a half-finished game of wizard's chess sat on a small table. Professor McGonagall was seated behind her desk, her expression a formidable mixture of stern duty and deep, weary curiosity. She gestured to the chair opposite her. "Miss Dumbledore," she began, her voice devoid of its usual classroom sharpness, replaced by a tone of grave seriousness. "I have received your letter. It is, to put it mildly, an extraordinary piece of correspondence." She steepled her fingers, her keen eyes fixed on Ariana. "To be clear, you are refusing to attend a required class." "I am refusing to attend a class that fails to provide the service it purports to offer," Ariana corrected gently but firmly. "There is a significant distinction." McGonagall's lips thinned. "Professor Lockhart is the ministry-appointed instructor for defense against the dark arts. His methods may be unorthodox, but attendance is not optional." Ariana met her gaze without a flicker of intimidation. Her composure was absolute, her logic a fortress. "Professor, the school has been gracious enough to provide a fund to cover my tuition and expenses. For that, I am profoundly grateful." She paused, allowing the acknowledgement of her debt to settle in the air. "However, that funding, whether from a private trust or my own vault, is a payment for a service. That service is education." She leaned forward slightly, her tone remaining respectful but taking on the sharp clarity of a Gringotts goblin discussing a contract. "In your class, Professor, I learn the intricate art of transfiguration. In Professor Flitwick's, I learn the subtleties of charm work. In Professor Snape's, despite his abrasive demeanor, I learn the exact science of potions. Even Professor Quirrell," she said, her voice betraying no emotion at the name, "taught us about the practical application of curses and countercurses, albeit from a unique perspective. In every one of those classes, knowledge is being imparted. A service is being rendered in exchange for the time and money invested." She leaned back, her point made with surgical precision. "In Professor Lockhart's classroom, I am learning nothing. I am not being armed against the dark arts. I am being subjected to narcissistic anecdotes and dangerous incompetence. The release of the Cornish pixies was not a lesson. It was a dereliction of duty that endangered every student in that room. To continue attending would be a waste of my time and a waste of the school's money, no matter the source of that money. It is an illogical and inefficient allocation of resources. I will not participate in it." McGonagall was silent for a long, long time. She stared at the 12-year-old girl sitting opposite her, a girl who was discussing her magical education with the cold, hard logic of a financial analyst. She was not being rebellious or defiant. She was not throwing a tantrum. She was presenting a logical, reasoned argument based on a principle of value and return on investment. It was utterly, maddeningly sound. In that moment, McGonagall saw a ghost. But it was not the ghost of the tragic girl whose face Ariana wore. It was the ghost of a young Albus Dumbledore. She remembered him in his younger years of defense professor, brilliant, powerful, and possessed of a mind that saw the world not as it was, but as a series of interconnected systems and logical constructs. He too had challenged the headmaster and magic itself, not with insolence, but with arguments so flawlessly constructed they were impossible to refute. He too had a way of looking at a situation and cutting through the emotional and social clutter to the absolute, unvarnished truth at its core. A faint, weary sigh escaped McGonagall's lips. How was she supposed to discipline this? How could she punish a student for demanding the very thing Hogwarts was meant to provide, a proper education? "And what do you propose as an alternative, Miss Dumbledore?" she asked, her voice softer now, tinged with a reluctant admiration. "You cannot simply have a free period while your classmates are in defense." "Of course not," Ariana agreed immediately. I have already procured the full OWL and NEWT syllabi for defense against the dark arts. I will engage in a program of independent study in the library during that period. I will submit all written assignments to you for grading, and I will sit the end-of-year practical exam with the rest of my year group. If my performance is found to be substandard, I will accept whatever remedial action you deem appropriate. I am not refusing the education, Professor. I am refusing the instructor. The proposal was airtight. It was responsible, academically rigorous, and placed the entire burden of proof on herself. She was not asking for an easy way out. She was asking for a more difficult, but more effective, path to the same goal. McGonagall felt a slow smile tug at the corner of her lips, though she suppressed it quickly. Albus would be delighted by this. He would have found it immensely amusing. Your solution is well-reasoned, she admitted, the words feeling like a massive concession. And your performance at the end of last year would suggest you are more than capable of independent study in this particular subject. She fixed Ariana with a stern gaze, her professional mask sliding back into place. Very well, Miss Dumbledore. On a probationary basis, I will grant your request. You will report to the library for a period of supervised independent study during your scheduled defense lessons. I expect weekly progress reports. And if your grades on the final exam are anything less than outstanding, this arrangement will be immediately revoked. Are we clear? Perfectly clear, Professor, Ariana said, her expression unchanging. Thank you for your time and your consideration. She stood, gave a respectful nod, and walked out of the office, leaving her head of house staring at the closed door. Minerva McGonagall shook her head slowly, a mixture of exasperation and profound respect on her face. She had just negotiated terms with a second-year student as if she were a visiting diplomat from the ministry. And she had the distinct feeling that she had not won. She looked at the chessboard on the table, at the complex arrangement of pieces. The year was only just beginning, and Minerva had a sudden, certain feeling that Gilderoy Lockhart's tenure at Hogwarts was going to be even more eventful than she had feared. Chapter 31, The Echoes of Halloween. Ariana's approved absence from practical defense lessons became a topic of intense discussion within the second-year Gryffindor common room. The reactions were varied and telling. Harry and Ron were openly, almost painfully, jealous. They were forced to endure Lockhart's increasingly farcical classes, which now consisted mainly of dramatic reenactments of scenes from his books, with Harry often being dragged up to play the part of the werewolf or the Yeti, much to his own mortification and Malfoy's delight. It's not fair, Ron grumbled one evening, nursing a bruised ego after being forced to play a weeping villager in a scene from Wanderings with Werewolves. She gets to sit in the quiet library reading, while we have to listen to that fraud drone on about his fan mail. She's not just reading, she's studying, Harry corrected, though his own envy was palpable. But still, I wish I'd thought of it. Hermione's reaction was far more complex. A part of her, the rule-following, diligent student, was horrified at the idea of willingly missing a class, no matter how useless. Another, larger part of her longed to be in the library with Ariana, delving into the real, deep magic they so often discussed. But the most powerful part of her, the part that craved validation from authority figures, couldn't bring herself to follow Ariana's lead. She couldn't bear the thought of a black mark on her perfect academic record. This internal conflict left her torn, and she found herself looking at Ariana's empty seat during defense class with a mixture of admiration and wistful regret. Ariana, for her part, thrived. Her independent study sessions became the most productive hours of her week. She systematically worked her way through the entire 7-year theoretical curriculum for defense against the dark arts, her mind absorbing and cross-referencing information with terrifying efficiency. She read about dark creatures, curses, hexes, and their corresponding counters, but she did so through the lens of pure magical theory. She wasn't just learning what to do, she was learning why it worked. Her understanding of defensive magic was becoming academic, profound, and utterly detached from the performative nonsense happening in Lockhart's classroom. As the weeks turned into autumn, the school's attention shifted to the grand passion of Hogwarts, Quidditch. Tryouts were announced, and the atmosphere in Gryffindor Tower became thick with nervous energy and competitive spirit. Harry, as the established seeker, was exempt from trying out, but he attended the practice to support his teammates and observe the new hopefuls under the watchful eye of their driven captain, Oliver Wood. Ron, filled with a desperate hope and a lifetime of practice dodging bludgers his brothers threw at him in the paddock at the Burrow, decided to try out for the position of keeper. He flew with a frantic, scrappy energy, his long limbs flailing as he blocked quaffles. He wasn't the most elegant flyer, but he had surprisingly good reflexes and a fierce determination. In the end, Oliver Wood, a man who valued grit above all else, named him the reserve keeper. The starting position was still Wood's, of course, but Ron was officially on the team. He returned to the common room puffed up with pride, the achievement a much-needed balm for his ego after weeks of Lockhart's classes. Life settled into a new rhythm: classes, Quidditch practice for the boys, and intense study sessions for the girls. The mystery of the diary lay dormant in Ariana's trunk. She knew its time would come, but it was not yet ripe. To act now would be premature. She needed a catalyst, a public event that would bring the chamber's secret to the forefront. She knew that catalyst was coming. October bled into its final days, and the castle began to transform for Halloween. Great, grinning pumpkins appeared in the corridors, and swarms of live bats were enchanted to flutter through the Great Hall. For most students, it was a time of excitement, of looking forward to the magnificent feast. For Harry, it was a shadow, the anniversary of his parents' murder, a day of profound, personal grief that was completely at odds with the festive atmosphere. A few days before the 31st, Ariana approached him in a quiet corner of the common room. She didn't wait for him to be alone. She simply drew him and Hermione into a small, private conversational bubble. Ron was across the room, engrossed in a discussion about Quidditch tactics with Fred and George. "Harry," she began, her voice soft and direct, "Halloween is approaching. Last year, we found a quiet space to acknowledge the day. I would like to extend that invitation again this year." Her gaze then shifted to include Hermione. "I believe you would be welcome to join us as well, Hermione, if you wish. A quiet meal in the kitchens, away from the noise, a time for friends to support a friend." The offer was a lifeline to Harry, just as it had been the year before. The thought of facing the feast alone, surrounded by celebrating students, was a heavy weight on his heart. The idea of having not just Ariana, but Hermione too, sitting with him in quiet solidarity was a profound comfort. It made him feel seen, not as the boy who lived, but as a boy who had lost his parents. "Yes," he said, his voice thick with gratitude. I'd really like that, both of you." Hermione, who had been dreading the thought of leaving Harry to his grief while she attended the feast, looked immensely relieved. "Of course, Harry, we'll be there." Her eyes met Ariana's, a silent message of thanks passing between them. Ariana had not only supported Harry, but had also provided Hermione with a way to show her own loyalty without having to navigate the awkwardness herself. Ron, when he heard of the plan later, was nonplussed. "Skip the Halloween feast? Are you mad? They have pumpkin tarts the size of broom wheels." "Suit yourselves," he said, not with malice, but with the simple, uncomplicated priorities of a boy who saw Halloween as a purely culinary event. He would join them later, he promised, after the pudding course. And so, on the evening of October 31st, as the rest of the school filed into the Great Hall, its ceiling enchanted to show a sky full of dramatic, swirling storm clouds, 3 second-year students slipped away. They made their way down to the kitchens, a small, tight-knit group united by a quiet, somber purpose. The house elves, remembering them from the previous year, welcomed them warmly, providing a simple, comforting meal of soup and fresh bread. They ate in near silence, but it was not an awkward silence. It was a silence of profound respect and deep friendship. Harry didn't have to pretend to be happy. Hermione didn't have to fill the quiet with nervous chatter. And Ariana, the architect of this small sanctuary of grief, simply sat with them, her serene presence a testament to the fact that sometimes the greatest act of friendship is not to cheer someone up, but to simply sit with them in their sadness. Chapter 32, The Unscheduled Anomaly. The quiet solemnity of their meal in the kitchens was a world away from the boisterous celebration happening in the Great Hall above. They spoke little, but the silence was filled with a comfortable, shared understanding. Harry, for the first time, felt he could properly mourn on the anniversary of his parents' death, supported by friends who expected nothing from him but his presence. When they finally left the warmth of the kitchens, a sense of quiet peace had settled over him. Their route back to Gryffindor Tower was intended to be a direct one, but as they ascended the grand staircase, they began to notice something was wrong. The usual ambient hum of the castle was gone, replaced by an eerie, unnatural silence. The portraits on the walls were whispering nervously, their painted occupants huddled together in frightened groups. "What's going on?" Hermione whispered, her hand instinctively going to her wand. As they reached the second floor, the reason for the silence became apparent. The corridor was flooded. A sheet of water, inches deep, covered the flagstones, shimmering in the torchlight. And at the far end of the corridor, clustered around the entrance to the girls' lavatory, was a huge, silent crowd of students. They were all staring at something on the wall, their faces a mixture of fascination and horror. Ariana's senses went on high alert. Something was wrong. This attack was not supposed to happen, and yet the canon storyline was still happening. How? She, Harry, and Hermione moved forward, their footsteps splashing in the shallow water. The crowd parted for them, their faces pale and anxious. They finally saw what everyone was looking at, and they froze. Hanging by its tail from a torch bracket was Mrs. Norris, Argus Filch's scrawny, dust-colored cat. Her body was stiff, her eyes wide and staring, as if she had been flash-frozen in a moment of terror. And on the wall beside her, painted in glistening, foot-high letters, were the words: "The Chamber of SSRTS has been OPNED. Enemies of the air, beware." A wave of shock rippled through Ariana, so profound it was almost physical. It was not shock at the sight itself. It was shock at the fact that it was happening at all. Her mind, a fortress of logic and foresight, was suddenly faced with an impossible, terrifying anomaly. The diary, Tom Riddle's Horcrux, the instrument for opening the chamber, was safely locked away in her trunk. It was protected by a series of interwoven charms and theoretical wards so complex that not even Dumbledore could have opened the trunk without her knowledge. She had neutralized the primary threat before it could ever be deployed. And yet, here it was, the chamber had been opened anyway. For the first time since her arrival in this world, Ariana was truly, deeply questioning herself. Her entire strategy had been predicated on her knowledge of the original story, on a predictable sequence of events she could subtly manipulate. But this was a deviation, a catastrophic one. It meant there was another key, another method of opening the chamber, another player on the board she had not accounted for. Her carefully constructed understanding of the world had just been shattered. Who? How? Her internal turmoil was masked by her usual serene expression, but inside, her mind was a whirlwind of frantic recalculation. While she was processing this new, dangerous variable, the scene devolved into its predictable chaos. "Enemies of the air, beware," Draco Malfoy's voice, full of a smug, malicious glee, cut through the horrified silence. "You'll be next, mudbloods." He shot a venomous look at Hermione. Filch arrived then, pushing through the crowd. He saw his petrified cat and let out a raw, grief-stricken howl of rage. His bulging, mad eyes landed on Harry. "You!" he shrieked, his face contorted. "You've murdered my cat, I'll kill you, I'll." Argus, Dumbledore's voice, calm but powerful, silenced the caretaker's tirade. He had arrived with a contingent of other teachers, including McGonagall and Snape. They took in the scene, their faces grim. Dumbledore gently detached Mrs. Norris from the bracket, his expression unreadable. "She is not dead, Argus," he said softly. "She has been petrified, but how I do not yet know." Lockhart then pushed forward, all preening self-importance. "I must have been in my office. If I'd been here, I could have." "What is needed now," Dumbledore said, cutting him off coolly, "is for all students to return to their dormitories. Immediately." As the crowd began to disperse, Snape's black, probing eyes swept over the scene. They lingered on the writing, then on the petrified cat, and finally, they settled on the trio of Gryffindors standing at the front. His gaze was sharp, analytical, and full of suspicion. "Perhaps," he said, his voice a low, silky drawl that carried across the corridor, "we should ask Potter and his friends why they were not at the feast with everyone else." All eyes turned to them. It was a pointed, dangerous question. Harry and Hermione looked panicked, unsure how to answer without incriminating themselves in some new, unforeseen way. Ariana stepped forward slightly, her composure absolute despite the raging storm in her mind. Her periwinkle eyes met Snape's black ones, her gaze as cool and unyielding as a winter lake. "We were not celebrating," she said, her voice quiet but ringing with an unassailable, sorrowful truth. "We were in the kitchens. Today is the anniversary of the night Lord Voldemort murdered Lily Evans. We were mourning her." The effect of her words was devastating. She had not just said, Harry's parents. She had once again used Snape's own long-lost love's name as a means for derailing his animosity. She had invoked the one memory that held a power over him greater than any dark magic. A flicker of something, raw, agonizing pain, flashed deep in Snape's eyes. It was there and gone in an instant, so quickly that only someone watching for it would have seen it. His face, already pale, seemed to lose another shade of color. The sneer on his lips vanished, replaced by a tight, rigid mask. He had been so intent on cornering Potter that he had stumbled headfirst into the one memory that could shatter his own composure. He said nothing. He simply turned, his black robes billowing, and stalked away down the corridor, his retreat a silent admission of defeat. Dumbledore looked at Ariana, a profound, heavy understanding in his eyes. He knew exactly what she had done and why. He gave a single, somber nod. "A worthy reason to be absent. Go to your dormitory, all of you." As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, surrounded by the frightened whispers of their housemates, Hermione and Harry were buzzing with questions and theories about the chamber, the air, and the attack. But Ariana was silent. Her mind was not on the immediate drama. It was racing, sifting through possibilities, analyzing the new, terrifying equation. The diary was inert, and yet the chamber was open. This was no longer the story she knew. It was a new, more dangerous version, and she was no longer a step ahead of it. She was, for the very first time, completely in the dark. Chapter 33, The Language of Dominance. The petrification of Mrs. Norris plunged Hogwarts into a state of simmering fear and paranoia. The corridors, once filled with cheerful chatter, were now home to hushed whispers and suspicious glances. The air of Slytherin was a phantom haunting every conversation, and the Chamber of Secrets was a dark legend reborn. While most of the school was caught up in the panicked gossip and finger-pointing, Ariana's mind was a whirlwind of cold, hard logic. The immediate aftermath of the attack had played out differently than in the original timeline. Because she, Harry, and Hermione had arrived after the crowd had already gathered, and because her reasoning for their absence was so emotionally potent and publicly stated, Harry was not immediately ostracized as the prime suspect. The school's fear had no clear target yet, leaving it a diffuse, ambient poison. This, however, was of little comfort to Ariana. Her primary concern was the fundamental disruption of the narrative. That first night back in the dormitory, she had taken out Tom Riddle's diary. Under the silencing and privacy wards she'd woven around her four-poster bed, she had examined it with the full weight of the knowledge she'd gained from the Flamels. She could feel the sliver of Voldemort's soul trapped within, a cold, hungry void. But it was dormant, powerless. The intricate charms she had placed on her trunk were not merely physical locks. They were conceptual wards that suppressed and contained magical signatures. The Horcrux was, for all intents and purposes, in a state of magical hibernation. It could not influence anyone. She had also, with subtle, unobtrusive observation, accounted for Ginny Weasley's whereabouts. The girl was nervous and awestruck, as any first year would be, but she showed none of the signs of possession, no memory loss, no pale, drawn exhaustion. She was not the conduit. This was a new game. The same board, the same pieces, but an unknown player was making unscheduled moves. The chamber had been opened by another means, or by another person wielding a different key. Her summer of advanced study had prepared her for complex magic, but not for an utter deviation from the known historical record. The architect had discovered her blueprints were for a different building entirely. Her response was not panic, but an immediate and intense escalation of research. She and Hermione practically lived in the library. While Hermione frantically searched for any mention of the Chamber of Secrets in the public record, Ariana, armed with Bathilda Bagshot's annotated copy of Hogwarts, a history, delved deeper. She cross-referenced architectural plans of the castle mentioned in Bathilda's private notes, studied the lineage of Salazar Slytherin, and researched ancient lore on magical constructs and hidden passageways. She was not just looking for the chamber. She was trying to understand the castle as a system, looking for backdoors and forgotten protocols. It was during this period of intense study that the dueling club was announced. A notice appeared on the common room board promising a practical demonstration of defensive techniques by Professor Lockhart, ably assisted, the note added, by Professor Snape. "I'm not going," Ron declared immediately. "I've had enough of Lockhart to last a lifetime." Hermione, however, was torn. "But it could be useful, and Professor Snape will be there. He actually knows what he's doing." Ariana, who had been about to dismiss the event as another of Lockhart's publicity stunts, paused. Snape, that was a significant variable. A chance to observe Snape's dueling style, his particular brand of magic, was a valuable intelligence-gathering opportunity. And a public forum was a useful place to establish a certain reputation. "I will attend," Ariana stated, her decision made. Professor Snape's involvement makes it a potentially valuable use of time. That evening, the Great Hall was packed. The tables had been vanished, and a long, golden dueling platform had been erected in their place. Lockhart, dressed in absurdly flamboyant plum-colored robes, strutted onto the stage, soaking in the applause. Snape followed, his expression one of profound loathing, his black robes a stark contrast to Lockhart's finery. After a brief, disastrous demonstration in which Snape effortlessly and humiliatingly disarmed Lockhart with a single, contemptuous Expelliarmus, Lockhart, flustered, decided it was time for the students to have a go. "Let's have a pair of volunteers," he announced brightly. "How about Malfoy and Potter?" The stage was set for the original narrative's confrontation, but before Harry could even react, Ariana moved. She took a single, deliberate step forward. "Professor," she said, her voice quiet but carrying an undeniable authority that silenced the murmuring crowd. "Perhaps it would be more educational to begin with varied pairings." Lockhart, still smarting from his own humiliation and remembering Hagrid's intervention in Diagon Alley, was about to refuse. But Snape, a cruel, calculating glint in his eyes, saw an opportunity. "An excellent suggestion, Miss Dumbledore," Snape drawled, his voice slick with malice. "Let us see the skills of our top students. Malfoy, you may duel Miss Dumbledore. Potter, you will duel Weasley." He had effectively sidelined Harry from the main event while pitting Ariana against her most vocal antagonist. Draco Malfoy strutted onto the stage, a smug, arrogant smirk on his face. This was his chance to publicly humiliate the girl who so often ignored him. "Scared, Dumbledore?" he sneered. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." Ariana ascended the stage with a fluid, silent grace. She faced him, her expression as calm and placid as a frozen lake. They bowed, Draco with a mocking flourish, Ariana with a simple, respectful nod. They turned, walked their paces, and then spun to face each other. "Wands at the ready," Lockhart shouted. Malfoy raised his wand, his mouth already forming the first syllable of a curse. He never got to say it. The moment they turned, before Lockhart had even finished his sentence, Ariana's elder wand was in her hand. There was no grand gesture, no shouted incantation. There was only a flick of her wrist, so fast it was almost a blur, and a silent, focused pulse of her will. A jet of pure, silver-white energy, devoid of color or flash, shot from her wand. It was not the simple red of a standard disarming charm. It was raw, controlled force. The spell struck Draco's wand, ripping it from his grasp and sending it clattering to the far end of the hall. But the spell's momentum did not stop there. The kinetic force, perfectly calibrated, slammed into Draco's chest like a physical blow. He was lifted clean off his feet, flung backwards through the air as if he'd been hit by a speeding carriage, and landed in a heap on the floor 10 feet behind the platform, completely winded and utterly humiliated. The entire duel had lasted less than 2 seconds. A stunned, absolute silence descended upon the Great Hall. The students stared, dumbfounded. Snape's jaw was tight, his plan to see her humiliated having backfired spectacularly. Lockhart looked utterly terrified. Ariana calmly lowered her wand. The display had been concise, overwhelming, and absolute. It was a statement. I am not to be trifled with. "An excellent demonstration of the disarming charm, Miss Dumbledore," Snape said, his voice a low hiss, unable to hide the grudging respect in his tone. He then turned his attention to Harry and Ron, but the energy had gone out of the room. Their duel was a clumsy, awkward affair that ended with Ron's wand producing a jet of green goo. Lockhart, trying to regain control, clapped his hands. Wonderful, wonderful, a new pairing, how about Miss Dumbledore and Mr. Potter? Ariana was back on stage. Harry reluctantly climbed onto the stage again. He felt a deep sense of dread. He had seen what she did to Malfoy. He raised his wand, his heart pounding. This time Ariana waited. She allowed him to take his stance. They bowed, they turned. Go, Lockhart yelled. Expelliarmus, Harry shouted, putting all his energy into the spell. He was fast, but Ariana was faster. Her counterspell, another silent pulse of silver light, met his jet of red midair, deflecting it harmlessly into the enchanted ceiling. In the same instant, a second, identical pulse shot from her wand, struck his, and sent it spinning out of his hand. It landed neatly at her feet. She had disarmed him without breaking a sweat, without even moving from her spot. She gave him a small, almost apologetic nod, as if to say, nothing personal. It's just physics. With a quiet grace, she stepped down from the platform. Her part in this farce was over. She had gathered the data she needed on Snape's dueling style, economical, precise, favoring nonverbal attacks, and had established a clear baseline of her own dominance. There was nothing more to be learned here. As she walked away, Snape, seeing his chance to pit her against Hermione thwarted, snarled, "And where do you think you're going, Miss Dumbledore?" "To the library, Professor," she replied without turning around. "My independent study awaits." She swept out of the Great Hall, leaving behind a crowd of awestruck students, a humiliated rival, an awestruck friend, a terrified Lockhart, and a seething but strangely impressed Snape. The language of power was universal, and she had just delivered a masterclass in fluency. Chapter 34, A Preemptive Application of Medicine. The dueling club and Ariana's stunning, back-to-back displays of effortless superiority became the new topic of conversation at Hogwarts, briefly eclipsing even the fear of the heir of Slytherin. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Ron rehashed the events endlessly. "I still can't believe how fast she was," Harry said, shaking his head in awe. "My wand was gone before I even finished the incantation." "Yeah, but who do you reckon would have won between her and Hermione?" Ron mused, a thought that was clearly circulating amongst the students. "It's like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object." The two girls in question, seated by the fire and deep into a discussion about the theoretical links between alchemy and transfiguration, were completely oblivious to the debate. The concept of a duel between them was, to their minds, utterly absurd. Their partnership was not built on competition, but on a collaborative pursuit of knowledge. The idea of turning their wands on each other was as alien as willingly failing an exam. The talk of duels, however, soon gave way to the much more immediate and pressing excitement of the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The rivalry was at a fever pitch, exacerbated by the fact that the Slytherin team was now flying brand new, top-of-the-line Nimbus 2001s. A gift to the team from Lucius Malfoy that had secured his son, Draco, the position of Seeker. Last year, Ariana had treated the Quidditch matches as background noise, an illogical and chaotic sport she had no interest in. This year, however, was different. Her mind, constantly processing variables and potential threats, flagged the upcoming match as a high-risk event. She recalled the story from her past life. A rogue bludger, enchanted to target Harry relentlessly, resulting in a broken arm, followed by Gilderoy Lockhart's disastrous attempt to mend it, which resulted in the complete removal of all the bones in said arm. It was a predictable, dangerous, and entirely preventable sequence of events. The day before the match, she approached Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor team's intense and slightly fanatical captain. She found him in the common room, obsessively polishing his broom handle. "Captain Wood," she began, her tone polite and professional. "Ariana," he said, looking up surprised, "didn't take you for a Quidditch fan." "I am a fan of ensuring our seeker remains fully functional," she replied coolly. "I have reason to believe that tomorrow's match may involve outside magical interference, specifically targeting Harry." Wood's expression darkened. "You think the Slytherins will cheat?" "I believe a single player is at high risk," she clarified, "given the nature of the potential injury and the questionable competence of our current defense professor, I would like to propose a precautionary measure. She paused, letting him process her words. I would like permission to be on the pitch during the match, not in the stands. I will require a clear line of sight to Harry at all times. I am proficient in basic medical charms. If an incident occurs, I can provide immediate assistance before Professor Lockhart has an opportunity to help. The request was unprecedented, but Wood, who had heard of her take down a mountain troll and humiliate Malfoy in a duel, had a profound respect for her capabilities. He also shared her deep-seated mistrust of Lockhart. The idea of having a magical medic on standby, especially one with Ariana's reputation, was an offer he couldn't refuse. All right, Dumbledore, he said after a moment's thought. You can stand with Madame Hooch near the team benches, but stay out of the way of the players. That is all I require, she said with a nod. The day of the match was cold and blustery. The entire school trooped down to the Quidditch pitch, a sea of scarlet and gold versus green and silver. Ariana, dressed in warm, practical robes, took her place on the sidelines as promised. Hermione, having been briefed on Ariana's concerns, joined her own wand at the ready. She didn't fully understand Ariana's certainty, but she trusted her friend's analysis implicitly. The match began, a frantic blur of speed and aggression. The Slytherin team, powered by their superior brooms, was fast and brutal, but the Gryffindor team had heart and they had Harry. He darted through the air, his eyes scanning for the glint of the golden snitch. It didn't take long for Ariana's prediction to come true. A bludger, one of the two heavy, black balls enchanted to knock players off their brooms, suddenly changed its trajectory. It ignored all other players and began to pursue Harry with a vicious, unerring focus. It was sentient, malevolent. That bludger's been tampered with, Lee Jordan, the commentator, roared from the stands. The Gryffindor beaters, Fred and George Weasley, did their best, flying escort for Harry and repeatedly hitting the rogue bludger away. But it was relentless. It curved through the air, spun with unnatural speed, and always came back for Harry. Hermione, standing beside Ariana, raised her wand. I can try a counterjinx. No, Ariana said calmly, her eyes never leaving the sky. The enchantment is complex and powerful. A failed counterjinx could make it explosive. We must wait for the inevitable. Harry, meanwhile, was leading the bludger on a wild chase, trying to find the snitch at the same time. He spotted it, a tiny glint of gold hovering near the ground by the Slytherin goalposts. Draco Malfoy saw it too. They both went into a steep dive, the rogue bludger screaming after Harry. They were neck and neck. Harry pushed his nimbus, urging every last ounce of speed from it. Just as his fingers were about to close around the fluttering snitch, the bludger struck. It slammed into his right arm with a sickening crunch. A wave of white-hot pain shot through him, but his fingers, through sheer force of will, closed around the snitch. He hit the ground hard, tumbling across the muddy pitch, the golden snitch held triumphantly in his good hand. The whistle blew. Gryffindor had won, but Harry was writhing on the ground, his arm bent at an unnatural angle. A crowd of players and concerned teachers began to gather, and pushing his way through them all, his teeth gleaming, was Gilderoy Lockhart. Not to worry, Harry, he announced grandly. I'll have that arm of yours fixed in a jiffy. He never got the chance. The moment Harry hit the ground, Ariana was already moving. She strode onto the pitch, her wand in hand, a field of invisible force parting the gawking crowd before her. She reached Harry's side just as Lockhart was pulling out his own wand. Stand aside, Professor, she said, her voice quiet but ringing with an authority that stopped him cold. She knelt beside Harry, her eyes quickly assessing the damage. It was a clean break, but a nasty one. She placed her left hand gently on his arm, just above the break, feeling the chaotic, painful energy of the injury. Then, she raised her elder wand. She didn't use a simple mending charm. She used the knowledge she had gained from the Flamels, the deeper magic of healing and restoration. Episci Maximus, Recreo Ossium. The incantations were soft, almost whispered, but they hummed with a power that made the very air around them vibrate. A warm, golden light emanated from the tip of her wand, enveloping Harry's arm. He felt not a jolt, but a soothing, penetrating warmth. The jagged ends of the broken bone flowed like warm wax, aligning themselves perfectly. The hairline fractures sealed. The torn ligaments and bruised muscle tissue mended themselves. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. When the light faded, Harry tentatively moved his arm. It was perfect. There was no pain, no stiffness, not even a lingering ache. While Ariana was healing Harry, Hermione took care of the other problem. The rogue bludger, its target now on the ground, was hurtling towards them for another strike. "Finite incantatem totalis?" Hermione shouted, aiming her wand at the speeding black ball. She poured all her power and focus into the general counterspell. It wasn't elegant, but it was powerful. A bolt of blue light struck the bludger. The dark magic animating it sputtered and died. The bludger, suddenly just a heavy ball of inert iron, dropped from the sky and buried itself in the mud with a final, definitive thud. The crowd was silent, stunned. They had just witnessed a second-year student perform a healing charm with a level of skill Madame Pomfrey would have envied, while another had single-handedly destroyed a powerfully cursed object. Lockhart stared, his wand held limply, his jaw slack. His moment of glory had been stolen with an efficiency that was both breathtaking and deeply insulting. Ariana helped a shaky but completely healed Harry to his feet. "You should still go to the hospital wing for observation," she said calmly. "Internal bruising is still a possibility." She had done it. She had identified a problem, created a plan, and executed it flawlessly. The rogue bludger was dealt with, Harry was unharmed, and Lockhart's incompetence had been neatly bypassed. As the triumphant Gryffindor team lifted Harry onto their shoulders, carrying him off the pitch as a hero, Ariana simply nodded, satisfied. Another variable had been controlled. Another disaster neatly averted. Chapter 35, Forcing the Endgame. The elation from the Quidditch victory was short-lived. The very next day, a grim new reality settled over the castle. Colin Creevey, the cheerful first year with the ever-present camera, was found near the library, rigid and lifeless, his camera clutched in his petrified hands. The mood at Hogwarts curdled from fear into outright panic. The attack on Colin, however, had an unintended side effect. Because it had happened while Harry was in the middle of the crowded common room, surrounded by his celebrating teammates, the whispers and suspicions that had briefly attached to him after the first attack never gained traction. He had an airtight alibi provided by half of Gryffindor House. The heir of Slytherin remained a terrifying, faceless phantom. For Ariana, Colin's petrification was the final data point she needed. She had been content to observe, to counter threats as they arose, but this was a fundamental shift. A student has been harmed. Her passive, observational stance was no longer a logical option. The potential for further harm outweighed the strategic benefit of waiting for the narrative to unfold. It was time to force the endgame. Her plan had 3 distinct phases. Phase 1, confirm the primary asset. That evening, she found Harry and Ron in an empty classroom they often used for privacy. Hermione was with her, a silent, supportive presence. "Harry," Ariana began, her tone direct and serious, dispensing with any preamble. "I need you to participate in an experiment. It is of the utmost importance." "An experiment?" Harry asked, confused. "What for?" "I have a hypothesis regarding the nature of the air and the method of attack," she explained. "To confirm it, I need to verify one of your abilities, an ability you may not even know you possess." She drew her elder wand. Her expression was calm, but her eyes held a new, sharp intensity. Before Harry could ask another question, she pointed her wand at the empty space in front of his desk. "Serpensortia," she said, her voice clear and precise. A long, black snake shot from the tip of her wand. It coiled on the floor, hissing, its head rising to regard them with beady, intelligent eyes. Ron yelped and scrambled backwards onto his chair. Hermione watched, fascinated and wary. "What are you doing?" Harry exclaimed. "Observe," Ariana instructed, her gaze fixed not on the snake but on him. The snake hissed again, its forked tongue flicking out. It was a sound of sibilant, threatening inquiry. To Ron and Hermione, it was just a hiss. But Harry understood it. "Let me at them." And Ariana understood it too. The sound did not register in her ears as a hiss, but in her mind as a clear, distinct thought, a thread of ancient, primal language. A speaker. The genes of Nagini, the maledictus, dormant for generations, had awakened within her, not as a curse, but as a vestige, an echo of an ancient power. She could understand the serpent tongue. "Don't move," Harry said to the snake, not in English, but in a low, guttural hiss that seemed to emanate from a place deep within him. He didn't even realize he was doing it. The words felt natural, instinctive. The snake immediately became still, its head lowering slightly, submissive. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place for Ariana. Harry was a Parselmouth, the ability of Salazar Slytherin himself. It was the missing link, the reason Voldemort had chosen him. "As I suspected," Ariana said calmly, waving her wand and vanishing the snake in a puff of black smoke. Ron was staring at Harry with a mixture of terror and awe. "You can talk to snakes." I guess so," Harry said, looking utterly bewildered. "I've done it once before at the zoo." "You're a Parselmouth," Ariana stated. "This is a critical piece of information." She then turned to her friends, her plan moving to its next phase. "We are going to see Professor Dumbledore. Now." Phase 2, present the case to the highest authority. They found Dumbledore in his office, Fawkes trilling a soft, welcoming note from his perch. The headmaster looked at the 4 students, his expression one of gentle inquiry. "Professor," Ariana began, taking the lead, "we have new information regarding the Chamber of Secrets. We believe we have identified the monster within it." Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened behind his half-moon spectacles. "Indeed. The creature is a basilisk," Ariana stated. "The king of serpents. It kills with a direct gaze and petrifies with an indirect one, through a reflection. This explains why Mrs. Norris was petrified by the water on the floor, and why Colin Creevey, who was looking through his camera lens, was also only petrified. He saw it through a reflection." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A sound and chilling hypothesis, Miss Dumbledore. What brought you to this conclusion?" This was Harry's part. "Sir," he said, his voice trembling slightly, "I can talk to snakes. Ariana just proved it, and I've been hearing a voice in the walls, a voice no one else can hear, a hissing voice." Ariana stepped forward again. "A basilisk would naturally travel through the castle's plumbing, the walls, and only a Parselmouth would be able to hear and understand it. Furthermore, we believe we have located the entrance to the chamber." "Where?" Dumbledore asked, leaning forward, his full attention now captured. "The second-floor girls' lavatory," Ariana answered. "The one haunted by Moaning Myrtle. She was the student who died the first time the chamber was opened, 50 years ago. She would have died by looking directly at the basilisk. The entrance must be there. A sink, most likely, marked with a symbol of a serpent, operable only by a Parselmouth." The case was laid out, a chain of evidence and logical deduction that was airtight. Dumbledore looked from Harry's earnest, worried face to Ariana's calm, analytical one. He saw the truth in their words. "You have done extraordinary work," he said, his voice grave. "This changes everything. I must convene the staff, inform the Board of Governors." "With respect, Professor," Ariana interrupted, her tone polite but unyielding. "That will take time. The basilisk is still active. The heir is still at large. We cannot afford a bureaucratic delay. A more direct course of action is required." Dumbledore looked at her, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. She was not just presenting information, she was inquiring a specific response. "And what course of action do you propose?" he asked. "I propose that you and I, along with Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, accompany Harry to the lavatory tonight," Ariana said. "Harry will attempt to open the chamber. If he succeeds, we will have our proof and we will have the entrance. We will not enter to fight it. We will enter to confirm, to seal, and to plan a proper, systematic assault with the full resources of the castle. This is not a task for children. It is a task for the senior staff, guided by the one person who can open the door." Her plan was, once again, a masterpiece of responsible, strategic thinking. It utilized Harry's unique ability as a key, not as a weapon. It placed the burden of confronting the monster squarely on the shoulders of the powerful, trained adults. It was a plan to neutralize the threat while ensuring Harry would not face it alone. Dumbledore looked at her for a long, silent moment. He saw the wisdom, the logic, the sheer, unassailable force of her will. She had not only solved the mystery, but had also provided a clear, safe, and effective protocol for dealing with it. A slow, deep smile spread across his face, a smile of profound pride and relief. "An impeccable plan, Miss Dumbledore," he said, his eyes twinkling with renewed energy. Absolutely impeccable, though I do believe some changes from my side are necessary as well. I shall summon the professors at once. Also, I must make another necessary call before we leave. It seems the Basilisk of Slytherin is about to receive some unexpected and very well-armed visitors. Chapter 36, The Protocol of Engagement. Professor Dumbledore did not just summon the staff. He moved with a speed and decisiveness that showed the gravity with which he took Ariana's plan. Within the hour, Hogwarts was a fortress on high alert. An official announcement, delivered by Dumbledore's magically amplified voice, echoed through the halls, ordering all students to return to their house common rooms immediately and remain there until further notice. Prefects patrolled the corridors, their faces grim, ensuring the lockdown was absolute. But Dumbledore's preparations went further. As Ariana, Harry, Ron, and Hermione waited in his office, they saw a succession of visitors arrive via the Flu network. First was Professor McGonagall, her face set like stone, her wand already in her hand. Then came Professor Snape, his expression a mask of cold fury, though whether it was directed at the situation or at them was unclear. Then, a formidable-looking witch with a stern jaw and a monocle stepped out of the green flames, her aura of crisp, no-nonsense authority immediately filling the room. "Albus," she said, her voice sharp as steel, "your message said it was a matter of national magical security." "It is, Amelia," Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." This was Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And behind her came two more figures, clad in the dark, practical robes of on-duty Aurors. Ron and Hermione stared, utterly awestruck. This was no longer a school matter. This was a full-blown ministry operation. Ariana, however, simply nodded in quiet approval. Dumbledore had not just accepted her plan, he had escalated it correctly. This was the proper response to a Class X magical beast loose in a school full of children. "Miss Dumbledore," Dumbledore said, turning to her, "your hypothesis has led us here. Please, brief Director Bones on the situation." Calmly and concisely, Ariana laid out the entire theory. The basilisk, the petrifications via reflection, Harry's parcel-tongue ability, the voice in the walls, and the suspected location of the entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. She presented it not as a story, but as an intelligence briefing, her logic clean and irrefutable. Amelia Bones listened intently, her monocle fixed on Ariana, her expression shifting from skepticism to grim belief. "A basilisk," she breathed when Ariana was finished. "In Hogwarts, and you, a second year, deduced this." "The data was available," Ariana replied simply. "I merely connected it." "Very well," Bones declared, her voice now hard as iron. "The castle is secure. Professor Dumbledore, lead the way. Potter, you'll be with us. Your ability is the key." The group that descended to the second-floor lavatory was a force to be reckoned with. Dumbledore and Amelia Bones led the way, flanked by the two Aurors. McGonagall and Snape followed, their wands drawn. And in the center of this protective diamond of immense magical power walked the four students. They found Moaning Myrtle floating miserably over her usual toilet. "Oh, it's you," she said, seeing Harry. "What do you want?" "We need to find the entrance, Myrtle," Harry said, his voice echoing strangely in the silent, tense room. Dumbledore gently pointed to a sink tap that Harry had never noticed before. It was old and copper, and etched into its side was a tiny, almost invisible serpent. "Harry," he said softly, "if you would." Harry focused on the carving. He imagined it was a real snake and hissed, "Open up." The parcel-tongue command worked just as Ariana had predicted. The copper tap glowed with a green light, and the entire sink began to sink into the floor, revealing a large, dark, gaping pipe leading down into utter blackness. "Remarkable," Amelia Bones murmured. "There are no stairs," Ron said, peering into the dark hole. Ariana turned to Harry. "The creator would not have built an entrance he could not use. Parcel-tongue is the key not just to the lock, but to the entire mechanism. The control is verbal. Instruct it." Harry, understanding, faced the dark opening again and hissed, "Stairs." With a deep, grinding groan of ancient stone, a spiral staircase materialized out of the damp walls of the pipe, descending into the darkness below. "Excellent thinking, Miss Dumbledore," Dumbledore said with an approving smile. "Aurors, take point. Harry, you will stay in the center of the formation at all times. The rest of you, wands at the ready." They descended into the depths of the castle, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. The tunnel led them through a series of chambers littered with the bones of small animals, each door opening only to Harry's sibilant commands. Finally, they reached a solid wall carved with two intertwined serpents with emeralds for eyes. "This is it," Dumbledore said, his voice low. "The final gate." Harry spoke the command to open, and the stone serpents parted, the wall sliding away to reveal the main chamber. It was a long, cavernous room lined with towering pillars carved like snakes. A sickly green light filled the space, emanating from an unseen source. At the far end of the chamber, a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin rose to the ceiling, his face ancient and monkey-like. But it was what lay coiled at the base of the statue that made them all freeze. It was a snake, a truly massive one, thicker than a tree trunk and easily 20 feet long. But it was not a basilisk. Its scales were a beautiful, iridescent pattern of green and brown, and its eyes, large and intelligent, were not the killing yellow of the King of Serpents. The snake lifted its great head, its forked tongue flicking out, and a voice echoed in Ariana's and Harry's minds, clear as a bell. "So, the little speaker returns, and he has brought the old man." Dumbledore stepped forward, his expression one of profound, sorrowful recognition. "Nagini," he said, his voice filled with a weary sadness. "After all these years, I had thought you long gone." "I go where my master wills me," Nagini hissed in reply, her gaze flicking past Dumbledore to settle on Ariana. "And I see a familiar scent, the blood of my own line. How strange that you should stand with him." Ariana's question, the one that had tormented her since Halloween, was answered in that single, chilling moment. It hadn't been the diary. It had been Nagini, Voldemort's most loyal servant, the Maledictus, his future Horcrux. Ariana's presence last year for the fight must have deviated Voldemort's actions, and Voldemort's wraith-like spirit, upon escaping Hogwarts, had been able to reawaken her and command her to open the chamber from the inside. "It was you," Ariana said aloud, her voice calm despite the revelation. "You opened the chamber on his command." "The master's will must be done," Nagini hissed. Her great head turned towards the gaping mouth of the Slytherin statue. She let out a single, long, commanding hiss in Parseltongue, a command far more complex and powerful than any Harry could produce. "The King of Slytherin awakes, defend the sacred chamber, kill the intruders." From the black depths of the statue's mouth, something vast began to stir. A sound of immense slithering, of scales the size of dinner plates scraping against ancient stone, echoed through the chamber. "The basilisk comes," Dumbledore roared. "Shield your eyes, do not look at it directly." Nagini gave a final, triumphant hiss and slithered away, disappearing into a dark tunnel at the side of the chamber, her mission complete. She had summoned the beast. The professors and aurors immediately raised their wands, preparing for a battle against a creature none of them could afford to look at. The endgame had been forced, the players were all on the board, and from the darkness, the true monster of the Chamber of Secrets was finally coming out to play. Chapter 37, A Symphony of Force and a Quiet Retreat. The moment Nagini's command echoed through the chamber, and the horrifying sound of the approaching basilisk began, Ariana's mind processed the new reality with lightning speed. This was no longer a mission of investigation. It was a combat situation against a Class X threat. Their role as students, even as key-bearers and strategists, was over. "Behind the pillar, now," she commanded, her voice cutting through the rising tension. She didn't wait for them to obey. She grabbed Harry's arm with one hand and Hermione's with the other, physically pulling them back behind the base of a massive, snake-carved column. Ron, scrambling after them, followed a second later. Their movement triggered an immediate, disciplined response from the aurors. Two of them, a stern-faced woman and a grim-looking man, abandoned their offensive positions and spun around, placing themselves directly in front of the pillar. They raised their wands, forming a secondary, dedicated shield around the four students. Their orders were clear: protect the civilians. From the safety of their stone sanctuary, they could only hear the battle, a terrifying symphony of destructive magic. "Oculos Everty," it was Dumbledore's voice, thundering with a power they had never heard before, a spell of pure, blinding force. It was followed by a terrible, agonized shriek from the basilisk, a sound of pain and fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle. "Its eyes are gone, it's blinded," Amelia Bones shouted. "All units full offensive pattern, it can still hear and smell, bombarda maxima." The chamber erupted in a cataclysm of light and sound. Jets of red, blue, and searing white light slammed into the unseen, massive body of the basilisk. The air crackled with the raw power of dozens of highly trained wizards and witches unleashing their full might in a coordinated assault. They could hear the creature thrashing, its immense tail smashing against stone pillars, sending cascades of rock and dust raining down from the ceiling. Spells ricocheted, shields flared, and the combined shouts of the aurors and professors became a single, focused roar of defiance. Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together, their faces pale with terror and awe. They were witnessing a real, high-level magical battle, a world away from the fumbled spells of a dueling club. This was what true power looked like: disciplined, overwhelming, and utterly terrifying. Ariana, however, was listening analytically. She tracked the sounds, mapping the battle in her mind. She noted the pattern of spells, concussive blasts to disorient, cutting curses aimed at the creature's underbelly, binding charms attempting to slow its movements. It was a brutal, efficient, and professional extermination. The battle raged for what felt like an eternity, but was likely only a few minutes. Finally, after a particularly massive, coordinated volley of spells, there was a final, earth-shaking crash as the basilisk's immense body toppled over, its death throw a tremor that ran through the floor beneath them. A profound, ringing silence descended, broken only by the heavy breathing of the combatants. "Status report," Amelia Bones's voice called out, sharp and commanding. "Target neutralized," an auror replied. "No casualties on our side, minor injuries only." The aurors guarding them lowered their wands, though their stances remained wary. Dumbledore approached their pillar, his face grim but his eyes holding a deep relief. "It is over," he said. "You are all safe." They emerged from behind the pillar to a scene of utter devastation. The chamber was a wreck of shattered stone and magical residue. And lying in the center of it all, its massive, dark green coil still, was the corpse of the basilisk. It was a creature of nightmarish scale, its head the size of a carriage, its fangs as long as swords. Its great, yellow eyes were ruined, blackened pits, testament to Dumbledore's swift and decisive opening strike. Even in death, it was a terrifying sight, but the threat was gone. The ascent back to the surface was a slow, somber procession. They left a team of aurors behind to secure the chamber and begin their investigation. When they finally emerged back into Moaning Myrtle's lavatory, it felt like returning from another world. Amelia Bones, her professional demeanor firmly back in place, turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, this changes everything. A basilisk loose in the school for months. A potential second entrance controlled by, whatever that other serpent was. We cannot assume this threat is entirely neutralized." "I agree, Amelia," Dumbledore said gravely. "Therefore," she continued, her voice leaving no room for argument, "I am exercising my authority under the Magical Law Enforcement Charter. I am ordering the temporary closure of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, effective immediately for a period of 1 week." A collective gasp went through the assembled people. "The students will be sent home," Bones stated firmly. "This will allow my teams to conduct a full, systematic sweep of this castle, from the dungeons to the highest tower. We will search for this Nagini, for any other hidden chambers, and for any lingering traces of the basilisk's venom or influence. The safety of the students is paramount, and it cannot be guaranteed until this castle is declared secure. You will arrange for the Hogwarts Express to be ready for an emergency departure tomorrow morning." The decision was absolute. Hogwarts was closing. The news spread through the castle like wildfire, causing a mixture of panic, excitement, and confusion among the student body. Parents were notified by owl post of the emergency closure. That evening, in the Gryffindor common room, the reality of the situation began to sink in. Harry and Ron were relieved, but also worried about where Harry would go. The Dursleys would not be pleased with his unexpected return. It was Hermione who provided the solution. She approached Ariana, her face earnest. "Ariana," she said, "my parents, They'll be worried, but they'll understand. Our home is just a normal house in a London suburb, nothing like the Flamels' cottage, I'm sure. But it's safe, and my parents would love to meet you properly. Would you? Would you like to come and stay with my family for the week? The offer was simple, heartfelt, and born of their deep, unshakable friendship. Last summer, Ariana had been whisked away to a world of high magic. This time, she was being offered something different, but in its own way just as valuable: the quiet, normal sanctuary of a friend's home. A place to rest, to process, and to be, for a little while, just a girl instead of a magical prodigy. Ariana looked at Hermione's hopeful face, and a rare, genuine smile touched her lips. She had faced down ancient prophecies, dueled dark wizards, and outmaneuvered a house elf. A week in the Muggle world sounded logical. It sounded peaceful. "Thank you, Hermione," she said, her voice warm. "I would like that very much." Chapter 38, The Interlude of Normalcy. The emergency departure from Hogwarts was an organized, if somber, affair. The Hogwarts Express, usually a vessel of holiday cheer, was filled with the low murmur of uncertain students. Harry, to his immense relief, was swept up by the Weasleys, Mrs. Weasley declaring that he was not to spend a single moment longer than necessary with his dreadful Muggle relatives. Ariana and Hermione, meanwhile, found Hermione's parents waiting for them on platform 9 3/4, their faces etched with a mixture of confusion and parental concern. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were a kind, intelligent couple with warm smiles and a slightly bewildered air when it came to the magical world their daughter now inhabited. "Hermione, darling," Mrs. Granger said, enveloping her daughter in a hug. "We were so worried when we got the owl. A school closing for a magical sanitation sweep. Is everything all right?" "Everything's fine now, Mum," Hermione assured her. "This is my best friend, Ariana Dumbledore. I invited her to stay with us." The Grangers turned their attention to Ariana, their eyes widening slightly at her ethereal beauty and the serene, polite composure she radiated. "Oh, it is an absolute delight to meet you, Ariana," Mr. Granger said, shaking her hand warmly. "Hermione has told us so much about you in her letters. Any friend of hers is most welcome in our home." The Granger house was a picture of comfortable suburban normalcy. It was a large, detached brick home in a quiet, leafy cul-de-sac, with a neatly manicured lawn and a welcoming, bright-red front door. Inside, everything was clean, orderly, and filled with the scent of books and dental-grade antiseptic. To Ariana, after a year of stone corridors, moving staircases, and ancient magic, it felt like stepping into an entirely different dimension, a nostalgic one at that. It was peaceful. The Grangers were utterly charmed by Ariana. Hermione had been a lonely child, her fierce intellect and bossy nature often isolating her from her peers. To see her with a friend, and such a poised, intelligent, and polite friend at that, was a source of immense joy and relief for them. They treated Ariana not as a guest, but as a second daughter, fussing over her, ensuring she was comfortable, and engaging her in long, fascinating conversations about her special school, though Ariana carefully edited her accounts to be far less terrifying than the reality. The days fell into a slow, easy rhythm, a welcome respite from the constant tension of Hogwarts. The girls spent their mornings studying, but in a relaxed, leisurely way. They would sit in the Grangers' sun-drenched conservatory, surrounded by potted plants, quizzing each other on potion ingredients and transfiguration theory. They would then spend their afternoons introducing Ariana to the wonders of the Muggle world, one that she already knew. But Hermione's enthusiasm was matched only by her innate excitement of having a friend over. They watched movies. Ariana found the concept quite nostalgic of her previous life, though she found the plots of most romantic comedies to be deeply illogical. They baked cookies with Mrs. Granger, Ariana's precise, methodical nature making her an unexpectedly excellent baker. They simply enjoyed the quiet companionship, their friendship deepening in the absence of dark lords and giant snakes. One warm afternoon, with the sun beating down from a clear blue sky, Hermione suggested they use the small swimming pool in their back garden. It was a rare treat, a perfect escape from the unseasonable heat. In the privacy of the garden, enclosed by a high fence, the two girls changed into their swimsuits. Hermione wore a practical, sporty one-piece. Ariana emerged from the changing room in a simple, dark blue bikini. The effect was startling. Without the concealing layers of her school robes, her natural grace and ethereal beauty were on full display. She moved with the fluid elegance of a dancer, her skin pale and flawless against the dark fabric. Hermione, sitting on the edge of the pool dangling her feet in the cool water, couldn't help but stare. "Wow, Ariana," she said, her voice full of genuine, unenvious awe. You're really beautiful." Ariana looked at her friend, at the honest admiration in her eyes, and offered a soft smile. She sat down beside Hermione, her own reflection shimmering in the water. "Beauty is a matter of symmetry and subjective perception, Hermione," she said, her tone analytical but warm. "But thank you." She then looked at Hermione, truly looked at her. She saw not just her brilliant mind and her loyal heart, but the pretty, vibrant girl beneath the frizzy hair and the slight insecurity. "You are also quite beautiful, you know," Ariana stated, not as a platitude, but as a simple, observable fact. "You have wonderful, expressive eyes and a lovely smile." She paused, her gaze thoughtful. Although, from a purely structural standpoint, the dental alignment could be optimized. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth, a familiar, self-conscious gesture. "It's my front teeth, isn't it? My parents are dentists, they could fix them in an instant, but they think it builds character. Character is built through intellectual and moral fortitude, not through correctable orthodontic issues," Ariana countered calmly. "Madame Pomfrey is exceptionally skilled with minor cosmetic charms and restructuring spells. A simple, painless procedure could resize them to be more in proportion with the rest of your facial features. It is something to consider if it would improve your own sense of well-being." The suggestion was delivered with such clinical, detached kindness that Hermione didn't feel insulted at all. She felt seen. Ariana hadn't just complimented her. She had identified a source of her insecurity and offered a practical, logical solution. It was the most Ariana-like gesture of friendship imaginable. They spent the rest of the afternoon swimming and laughing, two normal teenage girls enjoying a warm day in the pool, the weight of the wizarding world a distant memory. The planned one-week closure of Hogwarts stretched into 2. The Aurors, under Amelia Bones's direct supervision, were conducting a sweep so thorough it was bordering on a deconstruction of the castle's ancient plumbing. The official word came via owl. The basilisk was dead, the castle had been declared safe, but the investigation into the chamber's origins and potential secondary access points was ongoing. On their last evening at the Granger's house, Ariana and Hermione sat in Hermione's bedroom, their trunks packed and ready for the return journey. "I'm glad we're going back," Hermione said, "but this was nice, really nice." "It was," Ariana agreed. A period of low-stress data consolidation was beneficial. She was satisfied. Her proactive measures had worked. The basilisk was dead, neutralized by competent adults instead of by a lucky sword-wielding 12-year-old. The school and its students were safe. Harry was safe. But her own private mission was far from over. Nagini had escaped, her whereabouts unknown, and Tom Riddle's diary still lay dormant in her trunk, a cold, dark secret waiting for its moment. She had won this battle by changing the rules of the game. The war, however, was still a long way from over. She had neutralized this year's threat, but she knew the diary was a key, a direct line to the memory of a young Voldemort. It was a weapon she had yet to decide how or when to use. The board was clear for now, but the most dangerous pieces were still in play. Chapter 39, The Aesthetics of Confidence. The return journey on the Hogwarts Express was a mirror of their departure. A quiet, studious trip for 2. When they arrived back at the magically scrubbed and certified safe castle, the atmosphere was one of immense relief. The students, returning from their unexpected 2-week break, filled the halls with a renewed, boisterous energy. The fear of the basilisk now relegated to the status of a thrilling, legendary tale they had all survived. Before they even unpacked their trunks, however, Ariana had a plan. "Come with me, Hermione," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Instead of heading towards Gryffindor Tower, she steered her friend in the direction of the hospital wing. "The hospital wing?" Hermione asked, confused. "Are you feeling all right? Was it the train ride?" "I am perfectly fine," Ariana replied. "This is about optimizing a variable we discussed over the holiday." They found Madame Pomfrey in her impeccably clean and orderly domain, restocking potions and tutting to herself. The matron looked up as they entered, her expression immediately shifting to one of concern. "Miss Dumbledore, Miss Granger, is everything all right? No lingering effects from your adventures, I hope?" "We are both in excellent health, Madame Pomfrey," Ariana said politely. "We are here to request a cosmetic procedure." The Mediwitch looked surprised. "A cosmetic procedure?" "Yes," Ariana continued smoothly, stepping aside slightly to give Hermione the floor, though her presence was a clear, supportive pillar. "My friend, Hermione, would like to inquire about a minor dental restructuring charm. Specifically, to reduce the marginal length of her two front incisors to be more in proportion with her maxillofacial structure." Hermione blushed furiously, but bolstered by Ariana's clinical and confident framing of the request, she found her voice. "Yes, ma'am," she squeaked, if it's not too much trouble." Madame Pomfrey bustled over, peering into Hermione's mouth with a practiced, professional eye. "Trouble? Not at all, dear," she said kindly. "A simple shrinking charm, precisely applied. Your parents are muggles, aren't they? Dentists, I recall. They probably use those dreadful metal braces. Magic is so much more efficient." She had Hermione sit on the edge of a bed, brandished her wand, and murmured a short, complex incantation. There was a faint, painless tingling sensation in Hermione's mouth. The entire procedure took less than 5 seconds. "There now," Madame Pomfrey said briskly. "All done, take a look." She conjured a small, handheld mirror. Hermione took it with a trembling hand and lifted it to her face. She gasped. Her teeth were still her teeth, but her two prominent front ones were now perfectly sized, aligning beautifully with the rest of her smile. The change was subtle, yet transformative. It balanced her features in a way she had never imagined. "Oh," she whispered, her fingers tracing her lips. "They're perfect." "Of course they are," Madame Pomfrey said proudly. "Now, off with you both. I've got enough restocking to do without students asking for vanity charms." But her smile was warm. As they left the hospital wing, Hermione couldn't stop looking at her reflection in the polished suits of armor they passed. A new, shy confidence was already beginning to bloom on her face. "Thank you, Ariana," she said, her voice full of genuine gratitude. "I can't believe I never did that before." "There is one final adjustment," Ariana said, stopping in the middle of the corridor. "Hold still." Before Hermione could ask what she meant, Ariana drew her own elder wand. Hermione trusted her friend so implicitly that she didn't even flinch. Ariana's focus was absolute. She wasn't thinking of a simple grooming spell. She was thinking of the underlying structure of the hair itself, of cuticle alignment and moisture balance. She envisioned Hermione's bushy, frizzy hair not being flattened or straightened, but tamed. She pictured each strand coalescing into soft, defined, glossy curls that would frame her face rather than obscure it, cascading down her back in a way that was both beautiful and practical. She didn't use an incantation. She simply wove her will, a complex tapestry of intent, into Hermione's hair. A soft, silvery light enveloped Hermione's head for a moment, swirling like a gentle mist. It was a silent, intricate piece of weaving, far more advanced than any simple styling charm. When the light faded, Hermione's hair had been transformed. The frizz was gone. In its place was a cascade of shining, healthy, perfectly defined brunette curls. The style had body and life, but it was controlled, sweeping away from her face to reveal her high cheekbones and intelligent, expressive eyes. The change, combined with her newly perfected teeth, was staggering. The pretty girl that Ariana had always seen was now visible to the entire world. The bushy-haired, slightly awkward bookworm was gone. In her place stood a genuinely beautiful young woman. Ariana smiled, a rare, brilliant smile of pure satisfaction. She conjured the same handheld mirror Madame Pomfrey had used and held it up for her friend. Hermione looked at her reflection, and this time her gasp was one of utter, profound shock. She didn't just look neat, she looked stunning. She touched her soft, manageable curls, her eyes wide with disbelief. For the first time, she saw herself not as the clever one, but as someone who could also be beautiful. "Ariana," she breathed speechless. "Confidence is a key strategic asset," Ariana said softly, making the mirror vanish. "It is important to align one's external appearance with one's internal capabilities. Now they match." With that, she linked her arm through Hermione's. "Come on, I believe we are late for the welcome back feast." They walked into the great hall together, and the effect was instantaneous. Heads turned, conversations faltered, whispers broke out. Ron's fork, halfway to his mouth, clattered onto his plate. Harry stared, his jaw slack. Seamus Finnegan actually choked on his pumpkin juice. Even from the staff table, the professors looked up, surprised. It was not just Hermione's transformation that caused the stir, as dramatic as it was. It was the combined image they presented. Ariana, with her ethereal, blonde beauty and serene, untouchable grace. And now Hermione, her own brilliant, brunette beauty finally unveiled, radiating a new, glowing confidence. They walked side by side, two girls at the absolute pinnacle of their generation in both intellect and power, now revealed to be striking beauties as well. They were no longer just the smart girls. They were a force, a vision of elegance, intelligence, and untapped power that was frankly intimidating. They took their seats at the Gryffindor table, ignoring the stunned silence and the flurry of whispers that followed in their wake. Ariana simply began to serve herself some shepherd's pie, her composure as perfect as ever. But inside, she felt a quiet sense of triumph. She had helped her friend find a new level of self-assurance, and in doing so, she had subtly but irrevocably altered the social dynamics of the entire school. They were no longer just two students. They were an alliance, and they had just announced, without saying a single word, that they were a power to be reckoned with. Chapter 40, The Instruments of Empowerment. The 2 weeks following their return to a basilisk-free Hogwarts were a period of intense, focused normalcy. The fear that had haunted the corridors was replaced by a renewed dedication to studies, as students scrambled to catch up on the lost time. The most significant and lasting change, however, was the new social standing of Hermione Granger. Her transformation was the talk of the school. Boys who had previously seen her as nothing more than an insufferable know-it-all now stumbled over their words when she spoke to them. Girls who had once mocked her frizzy hair now asked her for styling tips, which Hermione, with a newfound, gracious confidence, would politely decline to provide. She carried herself differently, her posture straighter, her head held higher. Her contributions in class were no less brilliant, but they were now delivered with a calm authority rather than a desperate, hand-waving urgency. She was, in every sense of the word, glowing. Her alliance with Ariana became even more formidable. The sight of the two of them walking together, a study in blonde and brunette, serene grace and vibrant confidence, was enough to make even the most boisterous upperclassmen step aside. They were no longer just the smart girls. They were a recognized power couple of intellect and elegance. Harry and Ron, for their part, were utterly flummoxed. "Blimey," Ron muttered to Harry one morning at breakfast, watching Hermione and Ariana calmly discuss a complex arithmetic equation. How did Hermione get, you know? "I have no idea," Harry admitted, equally bewildered. "She just came back from the holiday and she was different." They were happy for her, of course, but her transformation, coupled with her deep intellectual bond with Ariana, created a subtle distance. The girls operated on a level of focus and maturity that the two boys, with their interests still firmly rooted in Quidditch and exploding snap, couldn't quite match. Their friendship remained, but it had evolved. The girls were the strategists, the brains. The boys were the loyal, sometimes clumsy, field agents. As the castle once again decorated itself for Christmas, the atmosphere was far more relaxed than the year before. The great mystery of the chamber had been solved, the monster slain, and the threat, for now, had passed. Most students chose to go home for the holidays, but once again, the core group found themselves staying behind. Harry, by unspoken agreement, would never spend Christmas with the Dursleys if he could help it. The Weasleys were having a quiet family Christmas at the Burrow, but Ron, having tasted the freedom of a Hogwarts Christmas, had begged to stay with his friends. Neville's Gran was again visiting relatives, and for Ariana and Hermione, there was no question. The quiet castle was the perfect environment for their collaborative studies. Christmas morning dawned bright and cold, the grounds blanketed in a fresh layer of snow. The pile of presents at the foot of each of their beds was a welcome sight. They gathered in the common room, the fire roaring, the five of them forming their own small, familiar family circle. They exchanged the usual gifts, lumpy jumpers from Mrs. Weasley, books and sweets from each other. Then, it was time for Ariana's presents. As before, they were delivered without fuss, each one a product of deep observation and logical, targeted kindness. She first handed a long, slender box to Hermione. Inside, nestled on velvet, was a wand holster. It was not a simple leather strap, but an intricate, beautiful piece of craftsmanship made of supple, dark brown dragonhide, embossed with a subtle, elegant pattern of intertwining vines. It was designed to be strapped discreetly to the forearm. "I commissioned it from a specialist in Vienna," Ariana explained as Hermione stared at it, speechless. "It has a minor proximity charm woven into it. The wand will only release to your magical signature. It is a matter of efficiency and preparedness. A wand in your bag is a tool. A wand at your fingertips is a part of you." Hermione looked at her, her eyes shining with understanding. It was a gift that acknowledged her as an equal, a fellow combatant in whatever lay ahead. It was a symbol of their shared strength. Next, she turned to Harry and handed him a nearly identical box. His holster was made of a sturdy, unadorned black acromantula silk, practical and built for action. "Yours is charmed for speed," Ariana said. "It has a faster release mechanism. In your case, reaction time is the most critical variable." Harry, who had often fumbled for his wand in a crisis, felt a surge of gratitude. It was a gift of safety, a tool that might one day save his life. For Ron, she presented 2 items. The first was a professional-grade beater's bat, made of magically reinforced hickory and bearing the scorched, snarling logo of the Chudley Cannons. The second was a pair of dragonhide keeper's gloves, also bearing the team's insignia. Both were signed by the entire current Chudley Cannons team. Ron's jaw dropped. He stared at the gifts, utterly speechless. "But how?" he finally managed to stammer. "I have an open line of correspondence with a contact from the Cannons," Ariana said simply. "I requested his assistance in procuring the items. He was happy to oblige." It was a gift that spoke directly to Ron's deepest passion, treating his dream not as a childish fantasy, but as a serious ambition worthy of professional-grade equipment. The fact that this contact came from the Flamels was, for now, a secret kept to herself. Finally, she turned to Neville. Her gift for him was not a box, but a single, sealed envelope of thick, creamy parchment. Neville opened it cautiously. Inside was not a card, but a formal-looking note embossed with the Ollivanders' insignia. It was a voucher, paid in full, for the crafting of a new, custom wand. Tucked behind it was a handwritten letter from Ariana. She watched his face as he read it. "Neville, over the past year and a half, I have observed your magical development. You possess a significant innate talent, particularly in herbology, a field that requires a deep, intuitive connection to living magic. However, I have also observed a persistent inconsistency in your spell casting. This is not, I believe, a failing on your part, but a fundamental incompatibility with your instrument. A wand chooses its wizard, Neville. It is a deeply personal, symbiotic relationship. The wand you currently use is your father's. While the sentiment is a beautiful and understandable tribute, it is his wand. It chose him. It did not choose you. You are attempting to channel your magic through a conduit that is not attuned to your specific magical signature. It is like trying to write a symphony with an instrument that is perpetually out of tune. I have taken the liberty of speaking with your grandmother via owl post. I have explained my theory to her. She is a practical and proud woman who wants nothing more than to see you succeed and honor your family's name. The greatest way to do that is by embracing your own power, not by attempting to wield an echo of your father's. This voucher is for you, but it is your decision to use it. I urge you to speak with your grandmother yourself. Tell her you are ready to become the wizard you are meant to be, with a wand that is truly your own." Neville looked up from the letter, his round face pale, his eyes shining with a mixture of terror and a dawning, brilliant hope. For his entire life, he had believed he was a disappointment, a near squib who constantly failed to live up to his heroic father's legacy. The thought that the problem might not be him, but his wand. It was a revelation so profound it shook him to his core. Ariana had not just given him a gift, she had given him an explanation. She had given him permission to be himself. Do you really think so?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "I do not deal in speculation, Neville," Ariana replied gently. "I deal in observable data. Your magical potential is significant. You simply require the correct tools to unlock it." He clutched the letter and the voucher to his chest, a fierce resolve hardening his features. He would speak to his gran. He would get his own wand. He would, for the first time, become his own wizard. Ariana sat back, a quiet satisfaction settling over her. She had armed her friends, a holster for the strategist, a holster for the hero, professional tools for the loyal heart, and for the quiet one with the hidden strength, she had given the most powerful gift of all, the key to his own potential. Chapter 41, The Confession of a House Elf. The months following Christmas unfolded with a peaceful, almost mundane rhythm that was a stark contrast to the terror of the first term. The basilisk was gone, the castle secure, and the students settled into the familiar routine of classes, homework, and house rivalries. For Ariana, this period of calm was not boring, it was an opportunity. An opportunity to study, to consolidate her knowledge, and to observe the effects of the changes she had set in motion. Hermione, armed with her new confidence and her unwavering alliance with Ariana, blossomed into a formidable academic force, her brilliance now matched by a calm, assertive presence. Harry and Ron, freed from the immediate threat of mortal peril, threw themselves into Quidditch with a single-minded passion, their Ariel battles a welcome and straightforward challenge. The most dramatic transformation, however, was in Neville Longbottom. After a tense but ultimately successful conversation with his grandmother over the holidays, he had returned to Hogwarts with a new wand. It was 13 inches, made of cherry wood with a unicorn hair core, and it had chosen him. The change was immediate and profound. His spells, once weak and prone to backfiring, were now clean, precise, and surprisingly powerful. His confidence soared. In herbology, he was a prodigy. In charms, he was suddenly competent. Even in potions, while Snape's sneers remained, the results in Neville's cauldron were no longer as disastrous, a conscious effect of his newfound confidence. He was, as Ariana had predicted, finally playing with an instrument that was in tune with his own magic. Ariana watched all this with a quiet satisfaction. Her circle of friends was not just a social group. It was a team, and she had spent the year ensuring each member was properly equipped and empowered. The Black Diary remained locked in her trunk, a cold, dormant piece of a Dark Lord's soul. She knew she had to deal with it, but the method and timing had to be perfect. To simply destroy it would be to discard a valuable source of information. To reveal it without a clear, present threat would lead to questions and investigations she preferred to avoid. So she waited, studying the nature of Horcruxes from ancient texts borrowed from the Flamel's extensive library, formulating a plan. The catalyst came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon in late May. Ariana and Hermione were in the library, their heads bent over a particularly complex piece of runic translation, when a soft pop echoed in their secluded corner. Standing before them, wringing his long, bat-like ears in his hands, was a small creature dressed in a filthy, patched pillowcase. His tennis-ball eyes were wide with a mixture of terror and reverence. It was Dobby, the house elf. "Miss Ariana Dumbledore," he squeaked, his voice a high-pitched, trembling whisper. He executed a low, floor-sweeping bow. Hermione gasped, but Ariana simply looked up from her book, her expression calm and neutral. "You are Dobby," she stated, not as a question, "the Malfoys' house elf." Dobby's eyes widened further, and he began to tremble violently. "Dobby has heard of the great Miss Dumbledore," he whispered. "Dobby has come to thank you. You is protecting the great Harry Potter, you is making him safe." "Harry's safety is a matter of logical priority," Ariana replied coolly. "Why are you here, Dobby? It is dangerous for you to be seen." "Dobby knows," he squeaked, wringing his hands again. "But Dobby had to come. Dobby knows you stopped the Dark Lord's creature, but Dobby also knows about the diary." Hermione's eyes shot to Ariana, her expression alarmed, yet questioning about what diary. "Dobby saw the evil book with the Miss Ariana," the elf continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hiss. "Dobby knows what that book is. It is a memory, a bad memory. It is the master's old master." "I am aware of its nature," Ariana said, her gaze steady. "But what is the great witch going to do with it?" Dobby pressed, his voice full of a desperate urgency. "Dobby is so worried. He knows you as powerful and wise, but the other one, the snake, she will come for it." Ariana's focus sharpened. "The other one, you mean Nagini?" Dobby flinched at the name. "Yes, the master's other pet. Dobby already knows that the Dark One has promised her. He promised her the book." He promised that if she helped him, he would give her the memory of his youth to keep her company. She is old and her curse makes her lonely. She will not forget the promise. She will find you. And she is very, very clever. The final piece of the puzzle slotted into place. Nagini wasn't just a servant, she had a personal stake in the diary. That made her a persistent, intelligent, and motivated threat. The diary was no longer a dormant artifact to be dealt with at leisure. It was a beacon, a target that would inevitably draw a dangerous creature to Ariana's doorstep. The time for waiting was over. "Thank you, Dobby," Ariana said, her voice holding a genuine note of gratitude. "Your information has been invaluable. You have been very brave to come here. Now you must go before you are missed." With another fearful squeak and a final, reverent bow, Dobby vanished with a sharp pop. Hermione turned to Ariana, her face pale. "Nagini is coming for the diary? Ariana, what are we going to do? And what diary is it?" "We are going to execute the final phase of the plan," Ariana said, closing her book with a soft, definitive thud. "We are going to remove the piece from the board. Permanently." She stood up. "Come on, Hermione, we're going to see the headmaster." For the second time that year, the two girls made the journey to Dumbledore's office. This time, there was no fear, no panic. There was only a cold, hard resolve. They were admitted without question. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk, Fawkes preening on his perch beside him. He looked up, a gentle smile on his face. "Miss Dumbledore, Miss Granger, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Ariana walked to his desk, and from a specially shielded pocket in her robes, she produced the small, black diary. She placed it on the polished wood between them. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes vanished instantly. A look of profound shock, followed by a deep, chilling horror, crossed his face. He stared at the innocuous-looking book as if it were a live basilisk. "Where," he said, his voice a low, dangerous whisper, "did you get this?" "It was a gift," Ariana replied calmly. "From Lucius Malfoy in Flourish and Blots last summer. He intended to slip it into Ginny Weasley's cauldron, but he changed his mind. He saw me as a more strategic target." She then laid out the entire story. She told him of her immediate recognition of the book's dark nature, her decision to contain it, and the recent intelligence from Dobby regarding Nagini's personal interest in the object. She explained her reasoning for waiting, that revealing it too soon without a clear threat would have led to a ministry investigation into the Malfoys that would have put her, a schoolgirl, at the center of a political firestorm. Dumbledore listened, his face growing paler and more grave with every word. He was not just hearing a story from a student, he was listening to a field report from a master strategist who had been quietly managing a threat that could have destroyed the school. He had thought the danger had been the basilisk. He had been wrong. The true danger had been lying dormant in a second year's trunk all along. When she finished, he reached out a trembling hand and rested it on the diary, not quite touching it. He could feel the dark, cancerous magic radiating from it. "A Horcrux," he breathed, the word a terrible secret shared between them. "I had suspected, but I never knew for certain he had made more than one." He looked at Ariana, his eyes filled with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher, awe, fear, and a profound, bone-deep respect. "You have been carrying this burden all year. You understood what it was, and you contained it. You saved not only Miss Weasley, but perhaps the entire school, from a fate too dreadful to imagine." He fell silent, the weight of the revelation settling in the room. Fawkes let out a single, low, mournful note. "The question now," Ariana said, bringing the conversation back to the present, "is what to do with it. It is a piece of Lord Voldemort's soul." Dumbledore looked from the diary to the young, serene face of the girl before him. "Yes," he said, his voice finding its strength again, now filled with a new, grim purpose. "Yes, it is a dangerous piece of magic, and this will require a very delicate method to destroy. I believe it is time to go to the chamber once again." He stood up, his gaze fixed on the small, black book that held so much evil. The quiet interlude was over. The game had been afoot all along, and Ariana had just moved the final piece into place. It was time to destroy a part of Lord Voldemort's soul. Chapter 42, The Serpent and the Shad. The decision was made. The destruction of the diary was paramount. Dumbledore, moving with a quiet urgency, declared that the task would be undertaken immediately, under the cover of night. This was not a matter for Aurors or ministries. It was a secret, surgical strike against the core of Voldemort's power, a piece of dark magic so profound that its existence must not become public knowledge. The team was small, chosen for specific skills. Dumbledore for his immense power and knowledge, Ariana as the strategist and a key witness, and Hermione, at Ariana's quiet insistence, for her quick thinking and encyclopedic knowledge of countercurses, a valuable support asset. At first Harry was decided to be involved as his use of Parseltongue was required, but Ariana specifically requested Dumbledore to not involve Harry right now. Ron was not to be involved, simply because this was not a mission for impulsive bravery. Midnight, sensing the shift in her companion's demeanor, emerged from her usual place of quiet repose. She did not take the form of a small cat. She remained in her full, powerful panther form, a silent, four-legged shadow of rippling muscle and deadly grace. She would be Ariana's guardian. Under the concealing magic of Dumbledore's disillusionment charms, the small group made their way through the sleeping castle. The corridors were silent, the portraits snoring gently in their frames. They moved like ghosts towards the second-floor girls' lavatory, the air growing colder as they descended. They had just reached the entrance to the damp, disused bathroom when a low, sibilant hiss echoed from the darkness at the end of the corridor. "The little Dumbledore, I knew you would come for my prize." From the shadows, a massive form uncoiled. It was Nagini. Her iridescent scales shimmered in the faint moonlight filtering through a high window. Her great reptilian head was raised, her forked tongue flicking out, tasting the air. Her eyes, ancient and intelligent, were fixed on Ariana with a cold, possessive hunger. "Nagini," Dumbledore said, his voice a low warning. He raised his wand, but the serpent was preternaturally fast. She lunged, not at Dumbledore, but directly at Ariana, her intended target. She never reached her. With a speed that defied physics, Midnight moved. She was not a panther of flesh and bone, but a creature of living shadow and void. She flowed from her position beside Ariana, meeting Nagini's lunge with a silent, blurring attack of her own. There was no ferocious roar, only the whisper of displaced air. The two ancient, magical creatures collided. Nagini, a being of cursed blood and earthly power, was met by Midnight, a being of pure shadow and abstract potential. It was not a normal fight. Claws of solidified darkness raked against enchanted scales. Nagini snapped with fangs that dripped with ancient venom, but Midnight would dissolve into a formless shadow, letting the attack pass through her before recoalescing to strike again. They were a whirlwind of green scales and black shadow, a primal battle between two fundamentally different kinds of magic. Nagini was powerful and cunning, but Midnight was something else entirely. She was an entity from a place beyond the physical realm. The Maledictus, for all her power, could not gain purchase on a living shadow. With a final, frustrated hiss of rage and pain as Midnight's claws left a deep, smoking gash along her flank, Nagini disengaged. "This is not over, little witch," the voice echoed in Ariana's mind. "The master's property will be returned." And with that, Nagini slithered away with incredible speed, melting back into the shadows from whence she came. She was gone. Hermione was staring, pale and breathless, at the spot where the fight had occurred. Dumbledore's expression was grim. "It seems the house elf was correct, Ariana. She will not give up easily." He looked at Midnight, who was now calmly sitting beside Ariana, licking a non-existent wound on her shadowy paw. "A remarkable guardian you have." "She is unique," Ariana said, stroking Midnight's sleek head. Shaken but resolute, they proceeded. They entered the lavatory, and Dumbledore sealed the door behind them with a powerful locking charm. "We must be quick." They stood before the serpentech tap. "Harry is not here to open it, Professor," Hermione pointed out, looking at Ariana for an explanation of her decision. "That will not be a problem," Ariana said calmly. She stepped up to the sink, her gaze fixed on the tiny, carved serpent. She focused her mind, dredging up the ancient, instinctual language that was her birthright. "Open," she hissed, the sound soft but perfectly formed, a perfect echo of the Parseltongue Harry had used. Hermione gasped. Dumbledore's eyes widened in profound, stunned realization. Of course, the Maledictus bloodline, the connection to Nagini. It was not just an understanding, it was an ability. The sink descended, revealing the dark, gaping pipe. With another hissed command, the stairs formed. They descended into the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore's wand now glowing with a brilliant, steady light. They navigated the tunnels and arrived in the vast, snake-carved hall. The colossal corpse of the basilisk lay where it had fallen, a monument to the battle that had taken place there weeks ago. "Stay back," Dumbledore warned, approaching the dead monster. From its great, open maw, a single, magnificent fang as long as his arm had been broken in the fight. It lay on the floor, still dripping with a viscous, black venom so potent it sizzled on the stone. Dumbledore did not touch it directly. He pulled a small, silver dagger from within his robes, its blade intricately etched with runes of preservation and containment. With extreme care, he dipped the tip of the dagger into the pool of venom. The silver blade hissed and smoked, turning a malevolent shade of black as it absorbed the poison. He then turned to Ariana. "The diary, if you please." Ariana stepped forward and placed the small, black book on a flat, clear section of the stone floor. It lay there, looking innocent and harmless. Dumbledore stood over it, the venom-coated dagger held firmly in his hand. "To destroy a Horcrux, the container must be damaged beyond magical repair," he said, his voice grim, a professor giving one last, terrible lesson. "There are very few substances capable of such a feat. Basilisk venom is one of them." He raised the dagger high. "Tom," he said, his voice filled with a profound sorrow and resolve, "may Merlin have mercy on what is left of your soul." He plunged the dagger down. The moment the venom-laced tip pierced the leather cover, the diary screamed. It was not a sound, but a psychic shriek of pure, unadulterated agony that echoed in their minds. A thick, black, ink-like substance poured from the wound, sizzling and dissolving on the floor. A ghostly, translucent image of a handsome, dark-haired boy, Tom Riddle, rose from the book, his face contorted in a silent, horrifying scream of dissolution. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The screaming stopped. The ghostly image vanished. The black ink evaporated. All that was left was a smoking, ruined book with a gaping hole through its center. A piece of Lord Voldemort's soul had been extinguished from the world. Dumbledore stood breathing heavily, the dark dagger still in his hand. He looked at the two girls who had stood by him, their faces pale but resolute. He had faced down one of his darkest fears, and he had not done it alone. "It is done," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of the act. Chapter 43: The Intervention of a Predator. The weeks following the destruction of the diary were a period of deceptive tranquility. With the basilisk dead and the chamber's mysteries solved, at least to the satisfaction of the ministry, a sense of profound relief settled over Hogwarts. The final exams were approaching, and the castle was filled with the familiar, frantic energy of last-minute revision. Ariana and Hermione were, as usual, ahead of their studies, spending their time in the library exploring the more esoteric corners of magical theory. The mundane rhythm of school life was a welcome change, but Ariana's mind was never truly at rest. She observed. She analyzed. She watched for the next deviation from the expected narrative. She never expected it to come from such a mundane and pathetic source. It was a Tuesday afternoon, just after the last class of the day. Ariana and Hermione were walking back from the greenhouses when Ariana noticed a Slytherin girl pacing frantically near the entrance to the dungeons. The girl was wringing her hands, her face a mask of pale, escalating panic. Ariana recognized her as Tracy Davis, one of the quieter girls from their year. Tracy kept looking up the grand staircase, then back towards the dungeons, her anxiety palpable. Most students, particularly Gryffindors, would have ignored a distressed Slytherin. But to Ariana's analytical mind, the girl's panic was a data point that didn't fit the normal pattern of school life. It was an anomaly, and anomalies required investigation. "Are you all right?" Ariana asked, her voice calm, and even as she and Hermione approached, Tracy jumped, startled. Her eyes, wide and fearful, darted from Ariana to Hermione. The ingrained house rivalry was evident in her hesitation. It's nothing," she mumbled, looking away. "You are clearly distressed," Ariana stated, not unkindly. "Your cortisol levels are likely elevated, and your repetitive motion suggests a state of high anxiety. It is more efficient to articulate the problem than to continue pacing." Perhaps we can help. The clinical, detached assessment seemed to break through Tracy's panic. She looked at Ariana, then at Hermione's concerned face, and her resolve crumbled. "It's Daphne," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Daphne Greengrass. She had to ask Professor Lockhart a question after the defense lesson. He told her to come to his office. That was over an hour ago. She hasn't come back and he's not in his classroom. I went to his office door and I could hear him talking, but she didn't answer when I called." A cold, sharp alarm went off in Ariana's mind. Lockhart, a man whose entire persona was built on a fraudulent, predatory charm. A private meeting with a young, pretty, pure-blood student. A student who was now missing. The variables combined into a deeply disturbing and highly probable conclusion. "Memory charms," she breathed. "He writes about them constantly. It's how he steals other wizard stories. If he can do that, then he can do more." The implication was sickening. Lockhart wasn't just a fraud. He was a predator who used memory manipulation as his primary tool. Ariana's demeanor shifted instantly. The calm, academic observer vanished, replaced by a cold, decisive commander. "Tracy," she said, her voice sharp and clear, leaving no room for argument. "Go to the Transfiguration classroom. Find Professor McGonagall. If she is not there, go to the dungeons and find Professor Snape. Do not take no for an answer. Tell them that I have reason to believe a student is in imminent danger in Professor Lockhart's office and that their immediate presence is required. Do you understand?" Tracy, galvanized by Ariana's authority, nodded numbly and sprinted off towards the Transfiguration corridor. Ariana then turned to Hermione. "We are not waiting." The two girls ran, their footsteps echoing in the stone corridors. They didn't stop for anything, their minds focused on a single objective. They reached Lockhart's office, a flamboyant door adorned with a golden knocker shaped like Lockhart's own face. Faintly, from within, they could hear his smooth, cloying voice. Ariana didn't bother to knock, she didn't try the handle. She raised her elder wand. "Bombarda," she stated, her voice flat and cold. The spell was not a shout, but a focused, percussive pulse of raw power. The heavy oak door didn't just unlock. It imploded, blasted off its hinges in a shower of splintered wood and twisted metal, crashing into the far wall of the office. They stepped through the ruined doorway into a scene that confirmed their worst fears. The office was a chaotic shrine to Lockhart's vanity. But in the center of the room, Gilderoy Lockhart had his wand pointed directly at a terrified Daphne Greengrass. Daphne was backed against a desk, her robes askew, her usually immaculate blonde hair disheveled. Tears were streaming down her pale face. Now, my dear," Lockhart was saying, a sickly sweet smile on his face that didn't reach his panicked eyes. "Just a little confusion. A simple memory charm and you won't remember a thing about our little misunderstanding." He had clearly made an unwanted advance, been rebuffed, and was now resorting to his usual method of covering his tracks. He whirled around as the door exploded, his face turning from predatory confidence to sheer, abject terror as he saw Ariana and Hermione standing there, wands raised. "What is the meaning of this?" he blustered, trying to regain his composure. Ariana didn't give him the chance. Her mind was a crucible of cold, controlled fury. This man was not just an incompetent teacher. He was a predator who used his position of power to prey on his students. He was a variable that needed to be permanently neutralized. Stupefy Maximus. The spell left her wand without a sound. It was not the simple red jet of a standard stunning spell. It was a bolt of brilliant, blinding white light, a concentrated manifestation of her will to incapacitate. It moved so fast that Lockhart, his reflexes dulled by a life of pampered fraudulence, didn't even have time to raise a shield. The spell hit him square in the chest. He was lifted off his feet and thrown backwards, his body slamming into a large, ostentatious portrait of himself. The portrait shattered, and he slumped to the floor, unconscious before he even hit the ground, a thin line of smoke rising from his garish robes. He would not be waking up any time soon. The silence in the room was absolute, broken only by Daphne's ragged sobs. "Hermione," Ariana said, her voice still cold and steady. "Keep your wand on him. If he so much as twitches, stun him again." Hermione, her face pale but her expression resolute, nodded and moved to cover the unconscious form of Lockhart, her wand held in a firm, unwavering grip. Ariana holstered her own wand and walked over to Daphne. She knelt before the terrified girl, her entire demeanor softening from a wrathful judge into a gentle, reassuring presence. "Daphne," she said softly, "it's over, you are safe now." She reached out and gently straightened the girl's robes, a simple, grounding gesture. She then placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You were very brave," she whispered. Daphne looked up, her blue eyes swimming with tears and a dawning, immense gratitude. She stared at the two Gryffindor girls, the ones her house was supposed to hate. They hadn't hesitated. They had kicked down the door and taken down a professor to save her. Just then, Professors McGonagall and Snape burst into the room, Tracy Davis trailing fearfully behind them. They took in the scene at a glance: the blasted door, the unconscious Lockhart, a resolute Hermione standing guard, and Ariana calmly comforting a sobbing Daphne Greengrass. McGonagall's face was a mask of cold fury. Snape's black eyes narrowed, sweeping over the scene with a chilling intensity. He looked at the state of Daphne, at the position of Lockhart, and for once, his usual sneer was absent, replaced by a look of utter, murderous contempt for the unconscious man on the floor. "Miss Dumbledore," McGonagall said, her voice shaking with controlled rage. "Report." Ariana stood up, her composure absolute. Professor Lockhart detained a student against her will and was preparing to perform a powerful, unauthorized memory charm on her to conceal his inappropriate conduct, she stated, her voice clear and precise. "We deemed it a critical situation, requiring immediate intervention." Her words and the scene before them painted a picture so damning and unambiguous there was no room for doubt. The hero of the wizarding world was nothing more than a common predator. Chapter 44, The Restructuring of Alliances. The hospital wing became the reluctant epicenter of yet another school-shaking scandal. Gilderoy Lockhart lay in a magically induced coma in a private ward, his mind being carefully probed by specialists from St. Mungo's at Dumbledore's urgent request. Daphne Greengrass was in a nearby bed, resting under a calming draught, her parents, a pair of stern, influential purebloods, having been summoned to the castle. The full story emerged, pieced together from Daphne's tearful account to her head of house and Professor Dumbledore. It was even uglier than Ariana had suspected. Lockhart's latest book, Year with the Yeti, had featured a daring tale of capturing the beast in a remote Tibetan ice cave. The story, Daphne tearfully explained, had been stolen, word for word, from a private journal belonging to her adventurous but reclusive uncle, a brilliant but unsung magi-zoologist. She had recognized the details immediately and, in a moment of youthful indignation, had confronted Lockhart after class. Cornered and faced with irrefutable proof of his plagiarism, Lockhart's charm had vanished. He had lured her to his office under the pretense of discussing the unfortunate coincidence, at which point he had dropped all pretense. He had admitted to his method of stealing stories and erasing memories. When Daphne had tried to leave, he had become aggressive, grabbing her arm. It was at that moment, as he was raising his wand to obliterate her memory of the encounter, that Ariana had blasted the door off its hinges. The Greengrass family was, to put it mildly, incandescent with rage. The full weight of their ancient and influential name came crashing down on the ministry. Lockhart was not just a fraud, he was a criminal, a predator who had assaulted the daughter of a prominent pureblood family. His career was not just over, it was annihilated. In the days that followed, while the school buzzed with lurid rumors, a new social dynamic began to form. Daphne, once recovered, sought out Ariana and Hermione. She found them in their usual corner of the library. Tracy Davis stood a few paces behind her, a loyal and nervous shadow. Daphne did not approach with the usual Slytherin arrogance. She was humbled, her composure rebuilt but forever changed. She stood before them, her blue eyes clear and serious. "I wanted to thank you," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Both of you, you didn't have to help me. We're Slytherins, you're Gryffindors, but you did, you saved me." Hermione fidgeted, unused to such direct gratitude from a Slytherin. "Of course we did," she said. "He was going to hurt you." Ariana simply gave a small, acknowledging nod. It was the logical course of action. "It was more than that," Daphne insisted. She took a deep breath. "My house, they're all talking about it. Some of them are angry you attacked a professor. Others are furious at what Lockhart did to a pureblood. It's all about politics and blood status. She shook her head. But you too, you just saw someone in trouble, that's different. She looked from Ariana's calm, powerful face to Hermione's kind, intelligent one. Tracy and I, we were wondering if you would let us be your friends. The question was an offering, a political realignment disguised as a schoolgirl friendship. It was a Slytherin acknowledging that the power in their year did not reside with Malfoy's brutishness, but with the quiet, formidable strength of the two Gryffindor girls. Ariana considered the request. An alliance with a politically astute pureblood family like the Greengrasses was a valuable strategic asset, and more than that, she saw in Daphne a core of unexpected integrity. Yes, Ariana said simply, friendship is an acceptable outcome. And so, the duo became a quartet. It was an alliance that sent shockwaves through the established social order of Hogwarts. The sight of two Gryffindor girls and two Slytherin girls studying together at the same library table was unprecedented. When Daphne and Tracy began sitting with Ariana and Hermione at the Gryffindor table for meals, the Great Hall practically short-circuited. The first time Draco Malfoy tried to approach their new integrated group with a sneer on his face, he didn't even get to speak. Daphne, with a cold fire in her eyes, drew her own wand, the tip pointed squarely at his chest. "Take one more step, Malfoy," she said, her voice like ice, "and you'll find out what a real stinging hex feels like. Pester my friends again, and I'll make sure my father hears about how you're tarnishing the Slytherin name by behaving like a common thug." Draco, faced with a threat from one of his own and a complete lack of fear, froze, paled, and retreated. He never bothered them again. The end-of-year exams arrived, and the results reflected the new alliances. Ariana, unsurprisingly, took the top spot in their year with flawless scores. Hermione, her confidence now matching her intellect, was a hair's breadth behind her at number 2. Daphne Greengrass, already an excellent student, placed 3rd. Tracy Davis, too, saw a massive improvement, coming in 6th. And Neville Longbottom, armed with his new wand and a year of newfound confidence, turned in his best academic performance ever, scoring higher than both Harry and Ron, whose Quidditch-focused year had seen their grades slip slightly. The final end-of-year feast was a triumphant one for Gryffindor, their points from the Chamber of Secrets incident easily securing them the House Cup. As Dumbledore gave his final speech, he looked down at the Gryffindor table. He saw Harry, Ron, and Neville laughing, their friendship easy and strong. And he saw the quartet of girls, Ariana, Hermione, Daphne, and Tracy, a quiet, formidable powerhouse of Gryffindor courage and Slytherin ambition, all united under one banner of mutual respect. He had never seen anything like it. The old house rivalries, for this small, powerful group, seemed to be melting away, replaced by something new, something stronger. He looked at Ariana, the calm, serene center of this new constellation, and he knew that the future of Hogwarts, and perhaps the entire wizarding world, was being quietly and irrevocably reshaped by the powerful, unexpected alliances of friendship. Chapter 45, The Politics of Summer. The last few days of term were a flurry of packing and farewells. Trunks were hauled down from dormitories, owls were sent with last-minute messages, and the castle buzzed with the happy, chaotic energy of impending freedom. For Ariana's newly formed group, it was a time of mixed emotions. They sat together on the sun-drenched lawn sloping down to the lake, their final afternoon as a collective. Daphne and Tracy, now fully integrated into the group, were discussing their summer travel plans to France. Ron was excitedly detailing the Weasleys' upcoming trip to Egypt, funded by his father's grand prize from the Daily Prophet. Harry was trying to sound cheerful about returning to the Dursleys, though the dread was plain on his face. "It's only for a few weeks, Harry," Hermione said, trying to be reassuring. "We'll write all the time." "Of course," Harry said, forcing a smile. Ariana, who had been quietly observing the group dynamic, knew that this summer would be different for Harry. The Dursleys' power over him was waning. He had a world of friends now, a network of support they couldn't sever. On the final morning, as students were making their last checks and heading towards the waiting carriages, a school owl found Ariana. It carried a single, sealed note from the headmaster, requesting her presence in his office before her departure. She found Dumbledore standing by his window, looking out over the peaceful grounds. Fawkes trilled a soft, welcoming melody from his perch. "Ariana," Dumbledore began, turning to her with a warm smile. "Another eventful year comes to a close. I trust your independent study in defense has been fruitful." "It was adequate, Professor," she replied, "significantly more so than the alternative would have been." He chuckled softly. "Indeed, I am calling on behalf of Nicholas and Perenelle. They have extended another invitation for you to spend the summer with them in Devon. They were, to put it mildly, exceptionally impressed with their latest apprentice." It was a tempting offer. A summer of high alchemy, ancient magic, and profound knowledge away from the noise and distractions of the world. A logical, productive use of her time. But Ariana had other plans. Her focus was shifting. Last summer had been about consolidating her own power and knowledge. This summer needed to be about strengthening her key alliances and laying the groundwork for the battles to come. "That is an incredibly generous offer, Professor," she said respectfully, "and I am grateful for it. However, I must decline." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Oh, may I ask why?" "I have my own arrangements for the summer," Ariana explained. "I have secured a small, magically warded residence in London for myself. There are projects I wish to undertake. Research at the Ministry archives, practical applications of certain theories I have been developing. It requires proximity to the city." She paused, then added the more critical part of her plan. "I also intend to visit Harry." Dumbledore's expression softened. "Ah, I am sure he would appreciate that very much." "My intention is not merely social," Ariana continued, her gaze direct. "Sometime in mid-August, I plan to take him on a short trip. I believe it is time he saw it for himself." "Saw what, my dear?" Dumbledore asked, his curiosity piqued. "Godric's Hollow," Ariana stated simply. The name hung in the air between them. It was not just a place. It was a wound, a monument, a beginning and an end. It was the site of the Potters' home, their last stand, their murder. It was a place Dumbledore had likely kept Harry from for his own protection, to shield him from the pain of the memory. "He has the album," Ariana said, anticipating his objection. "He has seen the images of their life. Now he needs to see the context of their sacrifice. He needs to stand where they stood, to understand the reality of what they gave for him. It is a necessary part of his emotional and psychological development. He cannot be the hero everyone expects him to be if he doesn't fully understand the legacy he carries." Dumbledore looked at her, at this young girl who spoke of Harry's emotional trauma with the clear-eyed logic of a mind healer. She was right, of course. She was profoundly, unassailably right. He had been shielding Harry from the pain, but in doing so, he may have been stunting his growth. "A very wise and very brave plan, Ariana," he said, his voice heavy with respect. "I will not stand in your way. I will even ensure you a portkey for that specific journey to ensure your safety and privacy." "Thank you, Professor," she said. "That will be most efficient." With their business concluded, Ariana made her way to the Hogwarts Express. The journey back to London was a lively affair. Their compartment, now expanded to accommodate Daphne and Tracy, was filled with chatter and laughter. As they neared King's Cross, the conversation inevitably turned back to summer plans. "So, Ariana, you never said where you'll be staying," Daphne said, leaning forward with a hopeful, almost predatory glint in her eyes that was pure Slytherin charm. "My family has a townhouse in London. You would be more than welcome to stay with us for a week or two. It would be far more comfortable than an orphanage." Before Ariana could reply, Hermione bristled, her competitive instincts flaring. "That's very kind of you, Daphne, but Ariana already knows my family's home is open to her. We had a wonderful time during the closure, and my parents have been asking when she'll visit again." An unspoken rivalry had been simmering between the two brilliant witches all term, a friendly but intense competition for the position of Ariana's closest confidant. Daphne saw Ariana as a powerful political and social ally. Hermione saw her as her truest and most profound intellectual and emotional equal. Now, their rivalry was out in the open. Harry, Ron, and Tracy watched the exchange with a mixture of amusement and apprehension, like spectators at a tennis match between two grandmasters. Ariana, the prize they were vying for, simply held up a calming hand. "I appreciate both of your offers immensely," she said, her voice a placid sea that quelled their rising competitive tides. However, I have already secured my own residence for the summer. I have a great deal of independent work to accomplish. Both girls looked crestfallen. But, Ariana continued, giving them a small, diplomatic smile, that does not mean a visit is out of the question. My schedule is flexible. If I find myself with free time, I will inform you both. It would likely only be for a day or two, but I would be happy to see you. It was a masterful stroke of neutrality. She had not chosen a side. She had validated both offers while maintaining her own independence, leaving them both with a sense of hope but no victory. Daphne and Hermione exchanged a look, a shared, momentary glance of mutual frustration and respect for the girl they both so admired. The battle for Ariana's summer was not over, it had merely been postponed. As the train pulled into the station, Ariana looked at her friends, her team. The brave hero, the loyal heart, the ambitious strategist, the quiet supporter, and the brilliant mind. The foundations were strong. This summer would be one of preparation, because she knew what was coming next year. Sirius Black was about to escape from Azkaban, the Dementors were coming to Hogwarts, and the truth about Peter Pettigrew was waiting to be revealed. Her summer of quiet projects was going to be very busy indeed. Chapter 46, A Summer of Variables and Vows. The London residence Ariana had secured for herself was not a grand townhouse, but a discreet flat in a quiet, magically shielded corner of South Kensington. It was modern, minimalist, and perfectly suited to her needs, a place of solitude and intense focus. The first thing she did was unpack Tom Riddle's diary, placing the ruined, venom-scarred book in a magically inert containment cube she had constructed with Nicholas Flamel's guidance. It was no longer a threat, but it was a crucial piece of evidence, a physical link to Voldemort's soul-splitting ritual that she needed to study. Her summer project began. With the freedom and resources at her disposal, she delved into a meticulous, exhaustive investigation of the events surrounding Lord Voldemort's first fall from power. She spent long, silent days in the Ministry of Magic's public archives, a place most wizards avoided, but which she found to be a treasure trove of unfiltered data. She requisitioned court transcripts from the Death Eater trials, cross-referencing names, dates, and testimonies. She read every article published in the Daily Prophet from October 1981 to the end of 1982. She was not just reading, she was building a web of connections, a map of deceit. She noted every Death Eater who had claimed the Imperious Curse as a defense. Lucius Malfoy's name was prominent. She studied the details of the Fidelius charm, its mechanics, its strengths, and its critical, fatal weakness, the Secret Keeper. The official narrative was clear. Sirius Black, James Potter's best friend, had been the Secret Keeper. He had betrayed the Potters, murdered Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, and was now rotting in Azkaban. But Ariana's analysis of the data revealed inconsistencies, logical gaps, fueled by her knowledge of the original timeline. Black, from all accounts, was arrogant but fiercely loyal. Pettigrew was weak-willed, a follower. The switch of Secret Keepers at the last minute, a detail mentioned in a passing comment in one of Dumbledore's trial testimonies, was the critical, overlooked variable, the absence of trial another. It was a poorly constructed narrative, and Ariana intended to deconstruct it completely before the year was out. In late July, she fulfilled her promise and sent an owl to Daphne Greengrass. The invitation that came back was immediate and effusive. She arrived by apparition, a skill she had perfected under the Flamel's tutelage, though she was careful not to use it publicly, at the gates of Greengrass Manor. It was an ancient, elegant estate of pale stone and sprawling, manicured gardens, a testament to old money and pure-blood influence. She was greeted not just by Daphne and Tracy, who was also visiting, but by Lord and Lady Greengrass. They were a formidable couple, polite and aristocratic, their initial coolness melting into a profound, serious respect when they saw their daughter's genuine friendship with the girl who had saved her. After a formal dinner, Lord Greengrass asked to speak with Ariana alone in his study. The room was dark wood and leather, filled with the scent of old books and family history. "Miss Dumbledore," he began, his voice grave, "my daughter has told me the full extent of what occurred with the man Lockhart. It is a debt our family cannot easily repay. The House of Greengrass acknowledges a life debt to you." It was a significant, politically powerful declaration. A life debt from a family like the Greengrasses was a formidable asset in the intricate world of pureblood politics. Ariana, however, met his serious gaze with her own calm one. "Lord Greengrass," she said, her voice polite but firm, "I appreciate the gravity of your words and the honor you intend. However, I must respectfully dismiss the notion of a life debt." He looked taken aback. "Dismiss it? Such a thing is not easily dismissed." "My actions were not undertaken with the expectation of reward or obligation," Ariana explained simply. "They were undertaken for one reason. Daphne is my friend. I protected my friend. That is not a debt to be repaid. It is a fundamental principle of our alliance. To formalize it as a debt would be to cheapen it." Lord Greengrass stared at her, this young girl who spoke of ancient pureblood customs with such modern, unassailable logic. He saw in her not a child, but a future leader of immense power and unnerving clarity. A slow, deeply impressed smile touched his lips. "You are an extraordinary young woman, Miss Dumbledore," he said. "Daphne has chosen her friends well." Her visit was also marked by another significant encounter. While touring the gardens, Daphne introduced Ariana to her younger sister, Astoria. She was a small, delicate girl with large, expressive eyes that held a shadow of deep, persistent weariness. Ariana felt it immediately, a faint, discordant hum in the girl's magical signature, a flaw in her very essence. It was the echo of a blood curse. "Astoria has always been delicate," Daphne explained quietly when her sister was out of earshot. "An old family malediction. The healers say it will weaken her over time. There is no cure." Ariana looked at the young girl, and her heart, usually so calm and analytical, felt a pang of profound empathy. She thought of Nagini, a being so twisted by her own curse that she had sought solace in the shadow of a dark lord. She saw in Astoria another potential victim of a cruel magical fate. In that moment, Ariana made a silent, internal vow. Her research would not just be about defeating Voldemort. It would be about understanding the deepest, most fundamental laws of magic, the magic of blood, of curses, of life itself. If a cure was possible, she would find it. She would not let these two souls, one lost and one just beginning, be consumed by the darkness in their blood. A week later, she visited the Grangers. Arriving at their quiet, suburban home was like returning to a different kind of family. The welcome was warm, effusive, and utterly devoid of politics or ancient debts. Mrs. Granger hugged her fiercely, and Mr. Granger plied her with her favorite biscuits. The house had a new addition. A large, fluffy ginger cat with a squashed face and an attitude of supreme intelligence was lounging on the sofa. It took one look at Ariana, gave a discerning sniff, and seemed to grant her its regal approval. "That's Crookshanks," Hermione explained, beaming as she scooped the cat into her arms. "Isn't he wonderful? He's incredibly smart. I bought him in Diagon Alley last week. The witch said he'd been there for ages. No one wanted him." Ariana stroked the cat's head, feeling the strong, semi-magical life force humming beneath the fur. A part Kneazle, clever and independent, a perfect match for her friend. Crookshanks and Midnight, of course, became fast friends, a match just like their owners. Her stay with the Grangers was a balm. They talked for hours, Hermione excitedly sharing her summer reading, Ariana offering deeper insights from her own advanced studies. They went to a Muggle cinema, watched a historical documentary that Ariana quietly and systematically deconstructed for its factual inaccuracies, and simply enjoyed the peaceful normalcy of it all. It was a reminder of the world they were fighting to protect, a world of quiet homes, loving families, and the simple joy of a shared afternoon. As her visit drew to a close, Hermione looked at her friend, her expression serious. "Harry's birthday is next week. Ron said he's not been having a good time. His aunt's dreadful sister is visiting. I'm sending him a new broomstick servicing kit by Owl." "I am aware," Ariana said. "My own plans for Harry are already in motion." She looked out the window of Hermione's bedroom at the quiet, peaceful street. It is time he visited home. The pieces were set. The research was done. The alliances were strong. And a promise to a friend was about to be kept. The summer was drawing to a close, and the events of their third year were about to be set in motion, not by chance or prophecy, but by a quiet, determined, and flawlessly executed plan. Chapter 47, The Intervention at Privet Drive. The night of Harry's 13th birthday was a study in misery. He was trapped in his small bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive, the air thick with the oppressive heat of late July and the even more oppressive presence of his Aunt Marge, who was visiting for the week. Her booming voice and the aggressive barking of her favorite bulldog, Ripper, were a constant, grating soundtrack to his summer. His birthday had been marked only by the arrival of a few owls, bringing welcome gifts from his friends, but also earning him a string of angry warnings from Uncle Vernon about freakishness under his roof. He was lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling and feeling utterly alone, when a faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound came from his window. He sat up, his heart leaping with a sudden hope. He crept to the window and looked out. There was nothing there. Disappointed, he was about to turn away when his eyes caught a flicker of movement in the deep shadows of the Dursleys' prize-winning petunia bed. It was a shadow, but it moved with a fluid, deliberate grace that was not natural. As he watched, the shadow detached itself from the others and flowed across the manicured lawn towards the house. It was large, sleek, and utterly black. It was Midnight in her full panther form. Harry's jaw dropped. He fumbled with the latch on his window, easing it open with a soft click. Midnight padded silently to a spot directly below him, her incredible violet eyes glowing in the darkness. She looked up at him, then tilted her head towards the front of the house. A moment later, a sleek black car, the kind Harry had only ever seen in films, pulled up silently at the curb. The driver's side door opened, and a figure emerged. Even in the dim suburban streetlights, her serene posture and the moonlight catching her honey-blonde hair were unmistakable. It was Ariana. She was dressed not in robes, but in simple, elegant Muggle clothes, dark trousers, and a silk blouse that seemed to shimmer in the low light. She walked up the pristine path to the Dursleys' front door with the calm confidence of someone who owned the entire street. Before she could ring the bell, the front door was thrown open. Aunt Marge's bulldog, Ripper, came bounding out, barking ferociously, his jowls slavering. "Who's out there at this hour?" Aunt Marge boomed from the doorway. Ripper charged towards Ariana, his barks echoing through the quiet neighborhood. He was halfway across the lawn when Midnight moved. She didn't pounce or roar. She simply stepped out of the shadows and into the bulldog's path, a silent, 4-foot-long predator of living darkness. She lowered her head and let out a single, low, guttural growl. It was not a sound of animal aggression. It was a sound of absolute, primal dominance, a vibration that seemed to make the very air tremble. Ripper skidded to a halt, his ferocious barking cutting off into a terrified yelp. He tucked his tail between his legs, turned, and fled back into the house, whimpering, and hid behind Aunt Marge's considerable legs. Aunt Marge stared, her piggy eyes widening in disbelief at the giant black cat that had just terrified her prize bulldog into submission. "What in blazes is that?" she screeched. "Whose filthy beast is that?" She drew breath to let out a volley of abuse at Ariana. But then Midnight turned her head, fixing her luminous, intelligent violet eyes directly on Marge. The woman's tirade died in her throat. She found she couldn't speak. She was looking into the eyes of something ancient and utterly without fear, and a cold, primal terror, the likes of which she had never known, seized her. She just stood there, her mouth opening and closing like a beached fish. Ariana walked past the terrified woman and her whimpering dog as if they were garden ornaments. She stepped into the brightly lit hallway where Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were now standing, their faces a mixture of confusion and outrage. "Who do you think you are, barging in here?" Vernon began to bluster, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple. "I am here for Harry," Ariana stated, her voice quiet but carrying an authority that silenced him. Instantly, she looked up the stairs, her gaze meeting Harry's from the landing where he had been watching, stunned. "Harry, pack your things, you're leaving." The command was so simple, so absolute, that Harry didn't even think to question it. He scrambled back into his room, throwing his school books, his robes, and his precious photo album into his trunk. Downstairs, a strange, silent standoff was taking place. The Dursleys and Aunt Marge were frozen, completely intimidated by the serene, powerful girl and the great, shadowy panther that now sat patiently at her feet by the door. When Harry came down the stairs, dragging his trunk, Ariana nodded once. "Midnight," she said softly. The panther rose, padded over to the Dursleys, and gave them one last, lingering look with her unnerving violet eyes before melting out the door and into the night. "Our transportation is waiting," Ariana said to Harry. She looked at the Dursleys, who were still pale and speechless. "Do not attempt to contact him. Do not attempt to prevent him from returning to school. His well-being is no longer your concern. It is mine." With that final, chilling declaration, she turned and walked out of number 4 Privet Drive, Harry following in her wake like a man freed from a long prison sentence. They got into the waiting car, Ariana in the driver's seat, and pulled away from the curb, leaving the Dursleys standing in their hallway, trembling in the aftermath of an encounter with a power they could never hope to understand. Ariana didn't drive towards London. Instead, she drove out of the suburbs and into the quiet, sleeping countryside. She pulled over by a small, moonlit meadow. In the back of the car, she had a basket. "I am aware that the Dursleys likely did not provide you with a proper birthday dinner," she said, her voice regaining its familiar warmth. They sat on a blanket under the stars, and she produced sandwiches, a flask of warm tea, and a small, perfect chocolate cake with a single, magically lit candle burning in the center. It was the best birthday meal Harry had ever had. They ate in comfortable silence, the only sound the chirping of crickets. "Where are we going?" Harry finally asked. "And did you buy a car?" "To my flat in London for tonight," Ariana replied. "You need a proper night's rest in a safe place. Your trunk is already there. Midnight transported it through the shadows. As for the car, I have rented it for the day only. A little wandless magic that does not hurt anyone should be fine. The car does not fly, though, a shame." She took a sip of tea. "And tomorrow we are going to a place you need to see. A place that is important for you. A secret place." Harry looked at her, at his friend, who had just single-handedly liberated him from his prison, who had terrified his monstrous relatives into silence, and who had remembered to bring him a birthday cake. The gratitude he felt was so immense it was overwhelming. "Thank you, Ariana," he said, his voice thick with unshed tears. "For everything." She simply nodded, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Friends have a responsibility to mitigate the illogical suffering of other friends," she said, as if it were the simplest, most obvious law of the universe. "Now, eat your cake. It's a Belgian dark chocolate with a raspberry filling. The flavor profile is optimally balanced." Chapter 48, The Pilgrimage to Godric's Hollow. Harry slept more soundly that night in the spare bedroom of Ariana's London flat than he had in his entire life. The bed was comfortable, the room was quiet, and for the first time, he felt a profound and absolute sense of safety. The knowledge that the Dursleys were miles away, and that his formidable friend was just in the next room, was a more potent sleeping draught than anything Madame Pomfrey could have brewed. He awoke to the smell of fresh coffee and toast. Ariana was already up, dressed in simple, practical traveling clothes. She had a small backpack ready by the door. "Good morning, Harry," she said, her tone as calm and steady as ever. "Eat, we will be leaving shortly." "Where are we going?" Harry asked, still feeling the sleepy afterglow of a truly restful night. "To the place I mentioned," she replied, offering no further explanation. Their transport was a portkey, a small, smooth piece of sea glass that Dumbledore had provided. At precisely 9 o'clock, Ariana instructed him to take hold of it. The familiar, nauseating wrench behind his navel pulled them into a vortex of swirling color, and a moment later, their feet landed with a soft thump on a patch of damp grass. The air was cool and smelled of wet earth and old stone. They were standing in a small, quiet village square. The houses were quaint, half-timbered cottages, and a small war memorial stood in the center. The place had an air of ancient, peaceful history. "Where are we?" Harry asked, looking around. "Godric's Hollow," Ariana answered softly. The name hit Harry like a physical blow. He had read it in books, heard it whispered in conversations. It was a place of legend, the place where Dumbledore had been born, where the great wizard Godric Gryffindor had lived. And it was the place where his own life had been shattered and remade. Without another word, Ariana led him away from the square, towards a small, stone church with a sprawling graveyard beside it. The ancient tombstones were covered in moss, their inscriptions faded by centuries of wind and rain. They walked in silence, the only sound the crunch of their feet on the gravel path. Ariana stopped before two graves, slightly apart from the others, but clearly well-tended. Harry looked down, and his breath caught in his throat. The names were carved deep and clear into the white marble. James Potter, born 27 March 1960, died 31 October 1981. Lily Potter, born 30 January 1960, died 31 October 1981. And beneath the names, an inscription: "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." He stared at the words, at the dates. It was real. This was not a story, not a legend. This was the final, quiet resting place of his mother and father. He felt a wave of grief so profound it threatened to buckle his knees. It was a cold, hollow ache, a longing for people he had never known but missed with his entire being. Ariana did not speak. She simply stood beside him, a silent, supportive presence. She drew her wand, and with a gentle, intricate weaving motion, she conjured two beautiful, intricate wreaths of magic. One was made of shimmering, silvery lilies, their petals glowing with a soft, internal light. The other was woven from deep red roses, their thorns softened into gentle curves. The magical flowers gave off a faint, sweet scent. She levitated them gently, placing one on each headstone. It was an act of profound, silent respect. Harry reached out a trembling hand and traced his mother's name on the cold marble. He had no words. He could only stand there, the grief a heavy weight in his chest, his heart aching with 1,000 unasked questions and a love that had never had a place to go. After a long time, when the first wave of sorrow had passed, leaving behind a quiet, somber ache, Ariana gently touched his arm. "There is someone else I would like you to see," she said softly. She led him to another part of the graveyard, to a pair of older, more weathered headstones. He looked down and saw the names that had become so entwined with his own new life. K.E.N.D.R.A. Dumbledore, 1851, 1899. And beside it, a smaller, simpler stone. A.R.I.N.A. Dumbledore, 1885, 1899. Harry stared at the second name. "She was 14 when she died," Ariana said, her voice a quiet murmur. "Tormented, frightened, a victim of a world that did not understand her." She looked at the grave, her periwinkle eyes holding a deep, ancient sadness. It was not her own sadness, but she felt its echo, a responsibility to the name and the face she now carried. It is important to remember her, too. Finally, she led him out of the graveyard and down a quiet, tree-lined lane. And then he saw it. At the end of the lane stood the ruin of a house. The roof was gone, the windows were blown out, and dark ivy snaked its way up the crumbling stone walls. But it was still standing, held together by a memory of magic and tragedy. A wooden sign had been driven into the ground before it, covered in magical graffiti, messages of hope, of thanks, of remembrance for the boy who lived and the parents who had saved him. This was it, the house where he was born, the house where his parents had died. He could almost see it, the flash of green light in the upstairs window, the sound of his mother's scream, the cry of a baby. The entire defining moment of his life had happened right here, in this ruined, hallowed place. He and Ariana stood before the gate, the silence between them thick with unspoken history. The air itself seemed to hum with the residual magic of that terrible night. Ariana turned to him, her expression gentle, her eyes full of a profound understanding. She was not just showing him a ruin, she was giving him a piece of himself back. She was allowing him to confront the origin of his own story, not as a legend, but as a real, tangible place. "Do you want to go inside?" she asked, her voice soft. The question was simple, but it held the weight of 13 years of pain and mystery. It was an offer to step past the legend, to walk through the wreckage of his own past, and to finally, truly, begin to understand. Chapter 49, The Threshold of Memory. The question hung in the still, heavy air between them. "Do you want to go inside?" Ariana asked it with no hint of expectation in her voice. Her periwinkle eyes were clear, steady, and full of a quiet, patient empathy. She had brought him to this threshold, this physical epicenter of his entire life's trauma and identity. But she could not, force him to cross it. The choice had to be his. Harry stared at the ruined house, the ivy-choked walls a monument to a sacrifice he was only just beginning to comprehend. Part of him recoiled from it, a deep, instinctual fear of the pain that lay within those broken walls. The thought of stepping inside, of walking on the same floors where his parents had drawn their last breaths, was terrifying. It felt like willingly stepping into an open wound. But another, stronger part of him felt an undeniable pull. This was not just a place of death. It was a place of love. This was the house where his mother had soothed him to sleep, where his father had likely made him laugh, where they had lived as a family, however briefly. The photo album Ariana had given him had shown him their lives. This place would show him the reality of their love, a love so powerful it had shattered a dark lord and left an echo strong enough to protect him even now. Ariana had not mentioned the Dementors or the coming year. She had simply brought him here. But as Harry looked at her serene, intelligent face, he understood her deeper strategy. This was not just a pilgrimage of grief. It was a preemptive strike, an inoculation. She was giving him the opportunity to confront his own ghosts on his own terms, in a place of memory rather than a moment of terror. By facing the source of the echo now, he might be able to withstand its power later. He looked from the broken doorway to Ariana's patient face. He saw not a powerful witch or a brilliant strategist, but a friend. A friend who had respected his grief, who had armed him with knowledge, and who was now trusting him with his own healing. She was offering him control over his own narrative. He took a deep, shaky breath, the cool, damp air filling his lungs. He made his decision. "Yes," he said, his voice quiet but firm, a single word that carried the weight of a lifetime. "I do." A small, almost imperceptible nod was Ariana's only response. There was no praise, no encouragement. There was only a profound, silent approval. She had presented him with a variable, and he had chosen the more difficult but ultimately more rewarding path. She pushed open the rickety wooden gate, which groaned in protest. Together, they walked up the overgrown path, past the sign covered in messages of love and support from a world that knew the legend but not the boy. They stepped over the threshold, leaving the sunlit world behind and entering the shadowed, silent heart of the past. The inside of the house was a wreck, open to the sky. Dust motes danced in the beams of light that pierced the collapsed roof. The furniture was overturned and broken, a testament to the violence of that night. But beneath the destruction, there were still faint traces of a home. A faded patch of wallpaper with tiny, winged snitches. A child's height chart penciled on a doorframe. A broken rocking chair by a cold, dark hearth. They didn't speak. There were no words for a place like this. Harry walked through the downstairs rooms slowly, touching the dusty surfaces, his mind painting pictures from the photographs he had memorized. This was where they had lived. This was where they had been happy. The true test, he knew, was upstairs. He looked at the staircase, its banister splintered and broken. He hesitated for only a moment before beginning to climb. Ariana followed a few paces behind, her presence a silent, steady anchor. The upstairs hallway was dark. The door to his parents' bedroom was blasted off its hinges, but it was the door at the end of the hall, his old nursery, that held the true horror. It stood slightly ajar. He pushed it open. The room was almost empty. A broken cot lay on its side against one wall, and on the floor, directly in the center of the room, was a dark, indelible scorch mark, a permanent scar on the floorboards where the killing curse had struck his mother down. He stood in the doorway, and for the first time the memory came to him not as a vague, terrifying sound, but as a fleeting, phantom image in his mind's eye. A flash of brilliant, sickening green, a woman's high, pleading voice, "Not Harry, please not Harry," and then a final, desperate scream. Tears streamed down his face, hot and silent. He didn't try to stop them. He let the grief wash over him, the pure, undiluted pain of a son who had just witnessed the echo of his mother's murder. He sank to his knees, his hand pressed against the doorframe, his body shaking with sobs he had held back for 13 years. Ariana did not move to comfort him. She did not offer platitudes or gentle words. She understood that this was a crucible, a pain he had to pass through alone. To interfere would be to diminish the importance of the moment. She simply stood watch, her presence a silent testament that he was not, in the end, truly alone. She was guarding the perimeter of his grief, allowing him the space and safety to finally feel it all. He knelt there for a long time, the tears cleansing him, the pain lancing the wound that had festered in his soul for so long. And when the sobs finally subsided, leaving him hollowed out and exhausted but strangely lighter, he slowly got to his feet. He looked around the ruined nursery one last time. He saw not just a place of death, but the place where his mother had performed the ultimate act of love. This room was not a tomb, it was an altar. He turned and walked out of the room, out of the house, and back into the sunlight. He felt changed. The vague, shadowy horror that had lived inside him had been replaced by a sharp, clear memory. It was a terrible memory, but it was his. It was real. He had faced it. Ariana was waiting for him by the gate. She looked at his tear-streaked but resolute face and knew he had made the right choice. He was stronger now, more whole. The Dementors would come, and they would still be a terror. But they would no longer hold the same power over him. He had faced his worst memory, and he had survived it. "Are you ready to go?" she asked softly. Harry nodded, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "Yes," he said, his voice hoarse but clear. "I'm ready." He took one last look at the ruined house, a place of sorrow, and of a love so powerful it had defied death itself. He had arrived a boy haunted by a legend. He was leaving a young man who was finally beginning to understand the truth of his own story. Chapter 50, The Living History. Just as Harry felt the quiet finality of their visit settling over him, Ariana spoke, her voice gently pulling him from his reverie. "There is one more stop we need to make before we leave Godric's Hollow." Harry, emotionally drained but feeling a strange new sense of peace, looked at her questioningly. "Another one." "A living one," she replied. "It is one thing to see history carved in stone. It is another to hear it from someone who witnessed it. Come." She led him away from the ruin of his family home and down a small, cobbled lane to a particularly ancient and crooked cottage that seemed to be held up more by the thick ivy covering it than by its own timber frame. The garden was a chaotic but beautiful jungle of magical plants and overgrown flowers. This, Harry knew from his reading, was the home of Bathilda Bagshot, the celebrated author of Hogwarts, a history. Ariana knocked gently on the weathered oak door. After a long moment, it creaked open, and a tiny, incredibly ancient witch peered out. She was so wrinkled that her face seemed to be a road map of the centuries she had lived through. Her eyes, however, behind thick, lensed spectacles, were sharp and surprisingly bright. "Yes," she rasped, her voice thin as dry paper. Her gaze fell on Ariana. "Ah, the little alchemist's apprentice. It is good to see you again, child." Then her eyes shifted to Harry, and they widened in profound, joyous recognition. A fragile, trembling smile spread across her face. "Merlin's beard," she breathed, her voice filled with a sudden, fierce emotion. "It's Harry, Lily's boy, you've come home." She shuffled aside, her movements frail but eager, and beckoned them into the cottage. The inside was a cozy, cluttered labyrinth of books. They were stacked on every surface, piled in corners, and overflowing from groaning shelves that reached the low, beamed ceiling. The air smelled of old paper, dried herbs, and a faint hint of sherry. "Sit, sit," Bathilda insisted, gesturing to two mismatched, chintz armchairs by a cold hearth. "Tea, we must have tea." While the old witch busied herself with a self-heating kettle and a chipped porcelain teapot, Ariana spoke softly to Harry. "Bathilda was a close friend to both your family and the Dumbledores. She knew your parents when they were just children, running through these very streets." Bathilda returned with a tray, her hands shaking slightly as she poured the tea. She sat opposite Harry, her bright, intelligent eyes studying him intently. "You have your mother's eyes," she said, her voice full of a fond, aching sadness. "I remember when she first arrived here, a brilliant, fiery little thing, so full of life and magic. And your father? Oh, James was a handful. Cocky, arrogant, but with a heart of gold buried under all that swagger. They were a force of nature, the two of them." For the next hour, Harry sat spellbound as Bathilda Bagshot, the great magical historian, became just Bathy, a loving neighbor recounting stories of the people she had known. She didn't speak of prophecies or dark lords. She spoke of James Potter learning to ride his first toy broom, terrorizing the village cats. She told a story of a teenage Lily Evans accidentally turning the vicar's tea into a wriggling tadpole and being both mortified and secretly proud. She painted a picture of his parents not as martyred saints, but as real, vibrant, flawed, and loving people. She spoke of their happiness when Harry was born, of the quiet joy that filled the little house at the end of the lane. And she spoke of their fear as the world grew dark around them, of their fierce, desperate love for their son. They were so brave, you know, Bathilda finished, her voice a reedy whisper, her old eyes shining with unshed tears. They knew the risks. They stood their ground. They gave you everything. Listening to her, Harry felt the final pieces of his identity click into place. The photo album had given him their faces. The graveyard had given him the reality of their loss. The ruined house had shown him the site of their sacrifice. But Bathilda had given him their life. She had filled the black and white images with color and sound and laughter. When it was time to leave, Bathilda hugged Harry tightly, her frail frame surprisingly strong. "You come back and visit an old woman anytime, Harry Potter," she said firmly. "This village is as much your home as Hogwarts is. Don't you forget that." As they walked back to the village square, Harry felt a profound sense of closure. The day had been emotionally devastating, but it had also been incredibly healing. The vague, shadowy horrors in his mind had been replaced with real memories, real stories, real love. "Thank you, Ariana," he said, his voice quiet but full of a depth of gratitude he couldn't fully express. I needed that." "I know," she replied simply. They took the portkey and returned to the quiet sanctuary of her London flat. The rest of the summer passed in a peaceful, productive rhythm. Harry stayed with her for another week, a week of comfortable companionship, good food, and absolutely no shouting. Ariana guided him through some of his summer homework, not giving him the answers, but teaching him the underlying principles in a way that made the magic finally make sense to him. The last week of August, they all met in Diagon Alley to buy their third-year supplies. The reunion was a happy, boisterous affair. Ron was full of stories about Egyptian tombs, and Hermione was ecstatic to be back in a world of magical books. The quartet of girls, Ariana, Hermione, Daphne, and Tracy, reconvened with an easy familiarity, their unlikely alliance now a solid, accepted fact. As they stood outside Flourish and Blot's, their arms full of new books, Harry felt a sense of belonging so strong it was a physical warmth in his chest. He looked at his friends, at Ron, loyal and loud, at Hermione, brilliant and confident, at Daphne and Tracy, his new, unexpected allies, and at Ariana, the calm, powerful center of their world. The train ride back to Hogwarts was filled with laughter and excitement. They were a team, stronger and more unified than ever before. Harry knew the coming year would hold new dangers. The news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban was on the front page of every paper. But for the first time, he wasn't afraid. He had faced the ghosts of his past. He had a home to return to. And he had friends who would stand with him, no matter what came. He was ready. Chapter 51, The Sentinel of Light. The Hogwarts Express rattled through the Scottish countryside, the familiar rhythm a comforting backdrop to the lively chatter within the compartment. Their expanded group had managed to secure a large carriage to themselves. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were catching up on their respective summers, while Daphne and Tracy were engaged in a quiet but intense game of wizard's chess. Ariana sat by the window, a book of advanced arithmancy open but unread in her lap, her senses attuned not to the pages, but to the subtle shifts in the magical atmosphere around them. As the afternoon wore on and the sky outside grew dark with a sudden, unseasonable storm, a strange and creeping cold began to seep into the carriage. It was a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. It was a deep, penetrating chill that leached the warmth from the air and seemed to settle in the very marrow of their bones. The cheerful chatter faltered and died. The windows frosted over, not with natural condensation, but with a creeping, feathery ice. Ron rubbed his arms, shivering. "What's going on? Has the heating broken?" Hermione looked around, her face pale with a sudden, inexplicable dread. I feel awful, so sad." Harry felt it worst of all. A wave of bone-deep misery washed over him, a feeling of utter despair, as if all the happiness in the world had been extinguished. Faintly, at the edge of his hearing, he could hear a high, pleading scream. His mother's. But Ariana was already moving. The moment the unnatural cold had touched the edges of her perception, her mind had identified the threat. Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, searching the train for the escaped Sirius Black. "Stay here," she commanded, her voice cutting through the fog of misery that was descending upon them. She stood up, her posture serene but her eyes holding the cold, hard light of a winter star. She drew her elder wand. The train jolted to a sudden, screeching halt, throwing them forward in their seats. The lights flickered and died, plunging the carriage into a near-total darkness, broken only by the faint, eerie glow from the frosted windows. A slow, shuffling, dragging sound began to echo from the corridor outside. A profound terror seized the other students. Ron was white-faced, trembling. Hermione had her arms wrapped around herself, tears of unexplained sadness welling in her eyes. Harry was slumped in his seat, his face ashen, his hand clamped to his scar as the ghostly screams grew louder in his mind. Expecto Patronum. The words were spoken by Ariana, not as a desperate shout, but as a calm, unwavering command. Her voice was the only clear, strong thing in the suffocating silence. A brilliant, blinding silver-white light exploded from the tip of her wand, a light so pure and powerful it was like a shard of a newborn star. It was not a misty shield, it was a corporeal, incandescent being. The light took the form of a magnificent thunderbird. It was a creature of immense size and majestic power. Its body formed of shimmering, solidified light, its great wingspan easily filling the corridor outside their compartment. Its eyes were blazing sapphires, and crackling tendrils of pure, positive energy, like miniature lightning bolts, danced along its feathers. It let out a silent, piercing cry that was not a sound, but a wave of pure, unadulterated joy and hope that washed through the carriage, pushing back the encroaching despair. Just as the shadowy, cloaked hand of a Dementor slid the compartment door open, the Thunderbird struck. It didn't wait for the Dementor to enter. It surged forward, slamming into the dark creature with the force of a magical battering ram. The Dementor was thrown backwards down the corridor, its foul presence repelled by the overwhelming force of pure, positive energy. Ariana didn't stop there. She stepped out of the compartment and into the darkened corridor, her stance firm, her wand held steady. The spectral Thunderbird wheeled in the narrow space, its incandescent light casting long, dancing shadows. It became a sentinel, a living wall of light that patrolled the length of their carriage, preventing any of the other Dementors from approaching. The other students, peering from their own compartments, saw only a blinding, beautiful light, and the shadowy forms of the dark guards of Azkaban recoiling from it. The despair receded, driven back by the Patroness's powerful aura. Inside the compartment, Harry's breathing steadied, the ghostly screams fading from his mind. Hermione and the others looked up, their fear replaced by utter, staggering awe. The standoff lasted for what felt like an eternity. Ariana stood her ground, a lone, serene figure holding back the tide of darkness, her concentration absolute, her Patroness an unwavering beacon. Finally, a new light appeared at the far end of the corridor. It was the warmer, gentler light of a different wand. A man in shabby, patched robes was making his way down the train, his face kind but etched with weariness. It was Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts teacher. He saw the scene, the terrified students, the last of the retreating Dementors, and the magnificent, crackling Thunderbird standing guard before a single, calm third-year girl. His eyebrows shot up in profound astonishment. He had been expecting to find panicked children, not a full-fledged, corporeal Patroness holding a dozen Dementors at bay. As he approached, the Thunderbird, sensing the primary threat was gone, turned its sapphire eyes to Ariana. It dipped its great, shining head in a gesture of acknowledgement before dissolving into a shower of silver sparks, returning to the tip of her wand. Lupin stopped in front of her, his gaze sweeping from her calm, composed face to the awestruck students in the compartment behind her. That, he said, his voice full of a deep, incredulous respect, was a Patroness charm of a power I have not seen since Albus Dumbledore himself. May I ask your name? Ariana Dumbledore, she replied, her voice steady, though a faint weariness now touched the corners of her eyes. The charm had required a significant expenditure of emotional and magical energy. Lupin's eyes widened slightly at the name. Of course, it would have to be a Dumbledore. He offered her a piece of chocolate from a bar he produced from his pocket. Here, you'll need it. The Dementors affect us all, but a Patroness charm of that magnitude takes a heavy toll. She accepted it with a grateful nod. He then turned his attention to Harry, who was still looking pale and shaken. "Are you all right, son?" he asked kindly. "I'm fine," Harry mumbled, embarrassed by his reaction. Lupin gave him a piece of chocolate as well. "Eat, it will help." He looked around at the students, his expression grave. The Dementors are searching the train for Sirius Black. It seems they are not overly concerned with discretion. He sighed, a sound of deep, old weariness. An apology will be made by the ministry, I'm sure, but the damage is done. He looked at Ariana one last time, a new, profound respect in his eyes. He had come onto this train expecting to be the sole protector of its students. The year had barely begun, and already it was clear that this quiet, serene girl was a force to be reckoned with, a sentinel of light against the encroaching darkness. Chapter 52, The Logic of Limits. The arrival at Hogwarts was a subdued affair. The usual excitement of the students was tempered by the chilling memory of the Dementors on the train. The story of the encounter had spread like wildfire, embellished with every telling. The dominant version, however, was consistent on one point. When the darkness had come, it was Ariana Dumbledore's blindingly powerful patroness that had held it back. As she walked through the entrance hall, she found herself the subject of awestruck, whispering glances. Students from all houses, even older ones, looked at her with a new level of respect and a healthy dose of fear. She had always been known as brilliant and powerful, but the patroness charm was different. It was a visible, undeniable measure of magical strength and purity of spirit. To cast a corporeal patroness at all was a sign of immense talent. To cast one powerful enough to repel a dozen Dementors was the stuff of legend. Ariana, as always, ignored the attention, her focus already on the year ahead. The welcome feast was a more somber event than usual. Dumbledore rose to speak, his expression graver than the students had ever seen it. He formally introduced Professor Lupin as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, and Lupin received a polite, if slightly wary, round of applause. Then Dumbledore addressed the elephant in the room. "As you will all be aware after our journey here," he began, his voice resonating with a quiet authority, "our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business." A wave of fearful murmurs swept the hall. "They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds," Dumbledore continued, his blue eyes sweeping over the students, his gaze lingering for a moment on Harry. "And while I have been assured that their presence will not disrupt our day-to-day activities, I am making it plain that no one is to leave the school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises or even invisibility cloaks." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "It is not in the nature of a Dementor to be forgiving. But you know, happiness can be found even in the darkest of times, if one only remembers to turn on the light." His gaze flickered briefly towards Ariana, a silent, profound acknowledgement of the light she had already turned on. After the feast, the Gryffindors were led back to their common room by the prefects. The main topic of conversation was the new third-year electives. "I'm taking care of magical creatures and divination," Ron announced proudly. "They sound like they'll be easy. What about you, Harry?" "Same," Harry said, though his mind was still on the Dementors and the mysterious Professor Lupin. "I, of course, have signed up for everything," Hermione declared, pulling out a timetable so crammed and complex it looked like a multicolored spiderweb. "Arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, Muggle studies, and study of ancient runes. They all sounded so fascinating, I couldn't bear to choose." Ron stared at her, utterly baffled. "But how are you going to get to all of them? Look at that schedule. You've got 3 classes scheduled for 9 o'clock on Monday morning." "I've worked it all out with Professor McGonagall," Hermione said, a little defensively. "It's all been approved." Harry and Ron just shook their heads, completely bewildered. Ariana, however, was observing Hermione with a calm, analytical eye. She saw her friend's genuine passion for knowledge, but she also saw the underlying anxiety, the fear of missing out, the desperate need to learn everything, to prove herself in every possible field. It was a noble ambition, but it was also a path to burnout. Later that evening, when the common room had mostly cleared out, Ariana found Hermione hunched over a book, already trying to get a head start on her rune translations. She sat down opposite her, her presence quiet and unassuming. "Hermione," she began, her voice soft, not chiding but purely factual. "Oh, hello, Ariana," Hermione said, looking up, a slightly frazzled but happy expression on her face. "Isn't it wonderful? So much to learn this year." It is, Ariana agreed. She paused for a moment, choosing her words with care. I need to say something, and I will only say it once because the decision is ultimately yours. Hermione's smile faded slightly, her full attention now on Ariana. Your ambition is admirable, Ariana continued. Your thirst for knowledge is one of your greatest strengths, but your current course of action is foolhardy. Hermione bristled, a defensive spark in her eyes. It's not. Professor McGonagall approved it. I can handle it. You can handle the academic workload, Ariana conceded. Your mind is more than capable, but you have failed to account for all the variables. You have accounted for your intellectual capacity, but you have not accounted for the limitations of your physical body. Time, energy, the need for rest, the simple biological requirement for your mind and body to recover. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze gentle but piercing. Knowledge is infinite, Hermione. You cannot learn everything at once. By attempting to do so, you risk not mastering anything. You will stretch yourself so thin that your understanding will become wide but shallow. It is wiser to not only know your own limits, but to respect them. True strength lies not in trying to do everything, but in choosing to do the right things and to do them well. With that, she stood up. I have chosen ancient runes and care of magical creatures. They align with my current research interests. I have said what I needed to say. The choice, as always, is yours. She left Hermione sitting by the fire, her complex timetable spread out before her, a thoughtful, troubled expression on her face. Ariana had not forbidden her or belittled her. She had simply presented a logical, compassionate argument, a truth that resonated deep within Hermione's own analytical mind. She had planted a seed of doubt not in Hermione's ability, but in the wisdom of her ambition. For now, Hermione would continue on her impossible path, but Ariana knew the seed had taken root. Sooner or later, the logic of limits would prove itself, and she would be there to help her friend when it did. Chapter 53, The Fracture of Pride. Ariana's words, delivered with the calm precision of a master duelist's spell, did not have the immediate effect she had logically anticipated. She had presented Hermione with a sound, reasoned argument, expecting her friend's own formidable intellect to process the data and arrive at the same conclusion. She had, however, underestimated a powerful and illogical variable: Hermione's pride. The next morning, a distinct chill had settled between them. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione sat a few seats away, pointedly engrossed in a discussion with Neville about the proper way to prune a self-fertilizing bush. She answered Ariana's polite, "Good morning," with a curt nod, her eyes not quite meeting hers. Ariana observed this new development with a quiet, analytical detachment. Hermione had not processed her advice as a logical concern for her well-being. She had interpreted it as a challenge to her capability. She felt that Ariana was telling her she couldn't do it, and her entire identity was built on proving she could do anything, and do it better than anyone else. The rift, subtle at first, began to widen. In the corridors, Hermione would often be walking with a large group, her laughter a little too loud, pointedly not noticing Ariana walking nearby. In the library, they no longer shared a table. Hermione would set up her own fortress of books on one side of the vast room, while Ariana worked in her usual secluded alcove on the other. They were two magnets of the same polarity, repelling each other with a silent, powerful force. This schism did not go unnoticed. In fact, it became the subject of intense, gleeful speculation throughout the school. "See, I told you it wouldn't last," Parvati Patil whispered to Lavender Brown over breakfast, watching Hermione pointedly ignore an empty seat next to Ariana. "You can't have two queens in one hive. They were bound to turn on each other." "It's a proper catfight, isn't it?" Lavender giggled. "I wonder what it's about. A boy, probably. Maybe they both fancy Cedric Diggory." The Hogwarts rumor mill, a machine more powerful and less accurate than any divination tool, churned out theory after theory. The idea of the two smartest, most beautiful, and most powerful girls in their year being locked in a silent feud was irresistibly dramatic. It was a narrative the student body seemed almost desperate to believe. It made the two girls seem more human, more accessible, their falling out a comforting confirmation that even perfection could crack. The boys in their own group were completely bewildered. "What's going on with them?" Ron asked Harry, watching Hermione and Ariana walk past each other in the common room without a single word. They were fine on the train. Now they're acting like Snape and, well, everyone. I don't know, Harry said, feeling a familiar sense of being on the outside of a complex emotional equation he didn't understand. Ariana said something to her about her schedule. Maybe Hermione's just stressed. Daphne and Tracy, with their Slytherin perceptiveness, understood the dynamic better. It's pride, Daphne commented quietly to Tracy as they watched the silent standoff from their seats at the Gryffindor table, a habit that still caused ripples of confusion. Granger can't stand the implication that she has limits, and Dumbledore only deals in logic. It's a battle between pride and logic. Logic will win, eventually, but pride is a stubborn beast. Ariana, for her part, did not engage. She did not press the issue. She had delivered her analysis. To repeat it would be inefficient. To apologize for it would be to invalidate the truth of her concern. So she simply waited. She continued her own studies, attended her chosen electives, and observed her friend from a distance. She saw the dark circles beginning to form under Hermione's eyes, the slight tremor of exhaustion in her hands as she juggled 5 different textbooks, the way her shoulders were constantly tensed with the stress of a schedule that was not just demanding, but physically impossible. She knew this Cold War was not sustainable. Hermione was running on pure intellectual adrenaline and stubbornness. Sooner or later, she would hit a wall, and when she did, Ariana would be there. She would not say, "I told you so." She would simply be there to help her friend pick up the pieces. It was, she concluded, the only logical thing to do. The rift was not a true fracture in their friendship. It was a stress test of Hermione's own self-perception. And like any well-designed structure, it had to be tested to its limits before its true strength could be known. Chapter 54, The Protocol for Predators. The walk down to their first care of magical creatures class was a welcome change from the stuffy confines of the castle. The air was crisp with the scent of autumn, and the forbidden forest loomed as a dark, mysterious backdrop. For Ariana, it was a practical application of the knowledge she had gleaned from Newt Scamander, a chance to observe magical biology in its natural, albeit managed, habitat. Hagrid was waiting for them on the edge of the forest, his face beaming with pride. "Come on now, get a move on," he boomed. "Got a real treat for ya today. Great lesson common up. Everyone here, right, follow me." He led them to a small, grassy paddock. Inside, tethered to a long rope, were a dozen of the most magnificent creatures Ariana had ever seen in person. They were hippogriffs. They had the bodies, hind legs, and tails of powerful horses, but the front legs, wings, and heads of giant eagles. Their eyes were a fierce, intelligent orange, and their front talons looked lethally sharp. The class gasped in unison. They were beautiful, proud, and undeniably dangerous. "Hippogriffs," Hagrid announced proudly. "First thing ya gotta know about hippogriffs is they're proud. Easily offended, hippogriffs are, don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing ya do." He then explained the proper etiquette: maintain eye contact, bow, and wait for them to bow back before approaching. He then untethered the largest of the herd, a magnificent, stormy gray hippogriff. "This here is Buckbeak," Hagrid said fondly. "Isn't he a beauty?" The class instinctively took a step back. Buckbeak tossed his great, sharp-beaked head and fixed them with his fierce orange eyes. Ariana, however, stepped forward, her expression one of calm, professional interest. "Professor Hagrid," she said, her voice respectful but clear, cutting through the nervous tension. "Ah, Ariana," Hagrid beamed, "ready to meet him." "Professor," she continued, "while I appreciate the opportunity for a practical demonstration, might I suggest a slightly more controlled protocol? These are proud and powerful creatures. Perhaps it would be wiser to keep Buckbeak at a safe distance from the main body of the class unless a student specifically volunteers to approach. And only then, under your direct, one-on-one supervision, should they be allowed near him. It would minimize the risk of an accidental insult from an inexperienced student." Her suggestion was, as always, rooted in pure logic and risk assessment. It was a simple, effective safety measure. Hagrid, whose love for creatures often overshadowed his sense of their inherent danger, blinked for a moment, processing her words. He looked at the nervous faces of the other students, then at the proud, easily offended creature before him. "Well, that's a right sensible thought, Ariana," he admitted, scratching his beard. "Right then, as Ariana says, everyone stay back by the fence. Who wants to be the first to volunteer and say hello to Buckbeak? No one moved, except for Hermione, who took a half-step back. Harry, however, looked at the magnificent creature, and a sense of curiosity and empathy outweighed his fear. He stepped forward. "I'll do it." "Good man, Harry," Hagrid boomed. Under Hagrid's careful guidance, Harry approached Buckbeak. He held the creature's fierce gaze, then gave a slow, respectful bow. After a tense moment, Buckbeak bent his scaly front knees and bowed back. With a whoop of delight, Hagrid helped Harry onto the hippogriff's back. A moment later, they were soaring into the air, a breathtaking silhouette against the sky. They circled the castle once before landing gracefully back in the paddock. The flight had been a success, a perfect demonstration of mutual respect between wizard and beast. The class applauded, their fear now replaced with a sense of wonder. The lesson seemed to be a resounding success. But then, Draco Malfoy decided to ruin it. Buoyed by the apparent tameness of the creature, and fueled by his own arrogant nature, Malfoy swaggered forward, pushing past the other students. "Yes, you're not dangerous at all, are you?" he sneered, his voice dripping with condescension as he approached Buckbeak. "You great, ugly brute." He never finished the insult. Buckbeak reacted with the explosive speed of a coiled spring. With a furious, ear-splitting shriek, he reared up, his great wings spreading wide, his lethal front talons slashing through the air directly at Malfoy's chest. The class screamed. Hagrid yelled in panic, but Ariana was already moving. The moment Malfoy had begun his arrogant swagger, her senses had gone on high alert. She had identified the variables. One arrogant boy plus one proud predator equals inevitable conflict. Her hand was already on her wand. As Buckbeak's talons slashed downwards, a shimmering, translucent wall of force appeared in an instant between the creature and the boy. "Protego." The sound of the shield charm was a sharp crackle in the air. Buckbeak's razor-sharp talons, which would have torn Malfoy's chest open, scraped against the magical barrier with a horrifying screech of horn on pure energy, leaving deep, glowing gouges in the shield but not penetrating it. The force of the impact was still enough to send a shockwave through the air. In the same fluid motion, Ariana's other hand shot out, not with a spell, but with a physical, decisive action. She grabbed the collar of Malfoy's robes and yanked him backwards with a surprising strength, pulling him stumbling out of the immediate danger zone just as her shield collapsed. Malfoy fell into a heap at her feet, his face ashen with a terror so profound it had bleached all the arrogance from him. He stared at the spot where the talons had nearly connected, his mouth opening and closing silently. He was completely unharmed, not a single scratch on him. The entire event, from Malfoy's insult to his rescue, had taken less than 3 seconds. Hagrid, finally reacting, managed to get a chain around Buckbeak's neck and soothed the furious creature with a dead ferret from his pocket. The rest of the class stared, frozen in a state of shock, first at the enraged hippogriff, and then at the 2 figures on the ground. Ariana stood over a trembling Draco Malfoy, her expression not one of triumph or anger, but of cool, detached disappointment. She had prevented the injury. She had negated the incident. And in doing so, she had saved Hagrid from the Ministry inquiry, Buckbeak from a death sentence, and Draco Malfoy from his own stupid, arrogant pride. "The lesson," she said calmly, her voice cutting through the stunned silence, directed at the entire class, was about respect for dangerous creatures. Malfoy has just provided you all with an excellent practical demonstration of what happens when that respect is not given. She gave the pale, trembling boy on the ground one last, dismissive look before turning and walking back towards the rest of the class, leaving him to be tended to by a frantic Pansy Parkinson. The crisis was over before it had ever truly begun, and the rift between herself and Hermione seemed, for just a moment, a little less important in the face of such stark, preventable danger. Chapter 55, The Logic of Friendship and the Madness of Fear. The incident with the hippogriff had a curious effect. While Draco Malfoy, deprived of a dramatic injury, could only complain about being almost killed, his blustering held little weight. The entire class, Slytherins included, had witnessed his arrogant provocation and Ariana's swift, decisive intervention. She had not only saved him, but had also framed the event as a learning experience, a narrative so logical that even Snape couldn't find fault with it. The result was a quiet but significant increase in the school's respect for Ariana's capabilities, and a corresponding decrease in Malfoy's social standing. However, the event did little to mend the quiet, chilly rift between Ariana and Hermione. If anything, it seemed to widen it. Hermione had watched Ariana act with flawless, life-saving precision while she herself had been frozen in panic like the rest of the class. It was another piece of evidence in the mounting case for her own inadequacy compared to her friend, a thought that festered in her proud, overworked mind. The subtle but persistent Cold War between the two girls did not go unnoticed by their head of house. A few days after the hippogriff lesson, Professor McGonagall requested Ariana's presence after a transfiguration class. "Miss Dumbledore," McGonagall began, her tone unusually gentle as they stood in the now empty classroom. "I do not make it my business to meddle in the social lives of my students. However, the frostiness between yourself and Miss Granger has become a matter of some comment. As your head of house, I am concerned." Ariana met her professor's gaze calmly. "There is no frostiness on my part, Professor. I hold Hermione in the highest esteem." "And yet you do not speak," McGonagall countered. "You were inseparable last year. Now you might as well be in different houses." She sighed, her expression softening. "A friendship as powerful as yours, it is a rare and valuable thing. It would be a great shame to see it founder on the rocks of youthful pride." Ariana considered her words. "I offered my friend some logical advice regarding her academic workload. She interpreted it as a criticism of her abilities. The subsequent emotional response is hers to process. I cannot force a reconciliation without her acknowledging the root of the issue." McGonagall looked at her, seeing once again that unnerving mixture of youthful appearance and ancient wisdom. "Miss Granger is driven," she said carefully. "She has taken on a schedule that is, by normal standards, impossible." She paused, then seemed to make a decision. "I am telling you this in the strictest confidence, as I believe you have a right to understand the full context. With the Ministry's permission, I have provided Miss Granger with a time turner, to allow her to attend all of her chosen classes." Ariana's face remained impassive, but her mind instantly processed the information she already knew. A time turner. A device that manipulated the flow of causality. A dangerous, powerful tool in the hands of an overambitious teenager. It explained everything: Hermione's ability to be in multiple places at once, and also her increasing exhaustion. She wasn't just mentally tired, she was living through extra hours every single day. "I see," Ariana said, her voice quiet. "That explains the accelerated rate of her physical and mental fatigue. My initial advice was, therefore, even more pertinent than I realized." "Indeed," McGonagall agreed, "but she will not hear it, least of all from me. She feels she has something to prove." She looked at Ariana, her eyes full of a teacher's concern. "All I ask is that you do not give up on her, my dear. Pride is a lonely fortress." "I have no intention of giving up on her," Ariana replied, her voice holding a simple, unshakable certainty. "I still consider Hermione to be my best friend. The door to our friendship remains open. It is simply up to her to walk through it. I will be there when she does." The conversation ended on that note of quiet understanding. The weeks passed. Hermione's condition, as Ariana had predicted, worsened. The dark circles under her eyes became permanent fixtures. She was constantly irritable, snapping at Ron and Harry for the smallest things. She grew thinner, her already formidable intellect sharpened to a brittle, anxious edge. She was a candle burning at both ends, and Ariana watched from a distance, her heart aching with a logical, empathetic sorrow, knowing that the inevitable collapse was drawing nearer. As the end of October approached, bringing with it the familiar festive decorations and the anniversary that always cast a shadow over Harry, Ariana knew she had to act, at least for him. She found him in the common room, looking lost in thought. "Harry," she said softly. He looked up, his face brightening at her approach. Despite the chill with Hermione, he and Ariana had maintained their own quiet, steady friendship. "The feast is tomorrow night," she said. "I assume you have no more desire to attend it this year than you have in the past." He shook his head. "No, I'd rather not." "Then you will spend the evening with me," she stated, not as a question but as a fact. "A quiet dinner in the kitchens, we will honor their memory in our own way." She then added, her gaze softening, "Hermione will be invited, of course. It will be her choice whether to join us." And so, on Halloween night, as the rest of the school gathered for the feast, Ariana and Harry made their way to the kitchens alone. Hermione, when asked, had mumbled an excuse about needing to finish an arithmancy essay, her pride still too strong to allow her to accept the offered truce. The meal was quiet, somber, and deeply comforting for Harry. Ariana's presence was a steady, grounding force, allowing him to navigate the painful anniversary without being consumed by it. They returned late, the castle silent and deserted. As they approached the 7th floor, they heard a commotion. A crowd of Gryffindors was clustered around the corridor, their voices a babble of panic and confusion. Pushing their way through, they saw the scene that would once again plunge the school into fear. The portrait of the fat lady, their cheerful, slightly tipsy guardian, was in ruins. The canvas had been slashed viciously, great rents torn through it, and the fat lady herself was gone, having fled in terror to another painting. Standing there, his face pale and his expression grimmer than anyone had ever seen it, was Albus Dumbledore. He examined the deep, powerful cuts in the canvas. "We need to find her," he said to the other professors who had gathered. "All of you, search the castle, check every painting." Then he turned to the terrified Gryffindors. His gaze was hard as stone. "The castle will be searched. For now, you cannot return to your dormitory." His voice was grave and held a new, chilling note of urgency. "He is here. Sirius Black is inside the castle." Chapter 56, The Unveiling of a Deception. The night of Sirius Black's infiltration was one of managed chaos. The Gryffindor students were hastily bedded down in the Great Hall, sleeping in purple sleeping bags under the watchful eyes of the prefects and Professor Dumbledore himself. The air was thick with fear and excited whispers. Harry, lying awake, felt a strange, cold dread. The man who had betrayed his parents, the man who had led Voldemort to their door, was somewhere in the castle. He was close. Ariana, however, lay in her own sleeping bag, her mind a silent, whirring engine of calculation. The variables were all in place. Sirius Black was in the castle. The Dementors were outside. The truth of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal was a dormant bomb waiting to be detonated. And Pettigrew himself, in his animagus form as Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, was likely just a few feet away, sleeping in Ron's bag. Her summer of research had not been an academic exercise. It had been preparation for this exact moment. She had the court transcripts, the timeline of events, the logical proof of Black's innocence and Pettigrew's treachery. The question was no longer if she should reveal it, but how and when. To simply announce it to the world would be chaotic and would likely result in Pettigrew escaping in the confusion. No, the unveiling had to be a controlled demolition, a sequence of events she would orchestrate to ensure the correct outcome. And the first step in that sequence was to bring the person most affected by the truth into the fold. She could not, would not, move forward without Harry's knowledge and consent. To do so would be to treat him as a pawn, the very thing Dumbledore was so often guilty of. 2 days passed. The castle was on high alert. Security trolls patrolled the corridors, and the fat lady was eventually found and persuaded to return, though she would only do so if provided with extra protection. The fear of Black was a constant, oppressive presence. It was during this time that Ariana sought out Harry. She found him in a quiet, sunlit window seat in the Gryffindor common room, staring out at the grounds, his expression troubled. She sat down opposite him, her presence calm and focused. "Harry," she began, her voice low and serious, creating a bubble of privacy around them. "We need to talk about Sirius Black." Harry flinched at the name, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the stone windowsill. "What about him? He's a murderer. He betrayed my parents." "That is the official narrative," Ariana said, her gaze steady and unwavering. "It is also a lie." Harry stared at her, his green eyes wide with a mixture of shock, confusion, and a dawning, defensive anger. "What are you talking about? Everyone knows he was their secret keeper." "Everyone is mistaken," Ariana stated simply. She did not present her findings as a theory or a possibility. She presented them as fact. "I have spent a considerable amount of time reviewing the ministry transcripts and historical records from that period. The narrative has critical inconsistencies." She began to lay out the evidence with the cool, dispassionate clarity of a barrister presenting her case. The Fidelius charm protects a secret by magically embedding it within the soul of a single living person, the secret keeper. No one, not even the people the secret is about, can reveal it unless the secret keeper chooses to. James and Lily Potter chose Sirius Black to be their secret keeper. He was their best friend, your godfather. It was the logical choice. She paused, letting him absorb the information. However, at the last minute, Black had an idea. He believed he was too obvious a target. He reasoned that Voldemort would come after him directly. So, he persuaded your parents to switch. To use someone Voldemort would never suspect, someone weak and unassuming, whom they all considered a friend. Her periwinkle eyes held his, and she delivered the final, devastating blow. They switched the secret keeper to Peter Pettigrew. The name hung in the air. Peter Pettigrew. The man Black had supposedly murdered. The man who had been posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, second class. No, Harry whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. That's not possible. Black killed him, they only found his finger. Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus, Ariana continued, her voice relentless but not unkind. A skill he learned here at Hogwarts, alongside your father and Sirius Black. His form is that of a rat. He cut off his own finger, created a massive magical explosion to simulate his own death, and killed 12 muggles in the process. He framed Black for everything, and then, as a rat, he vanished. He has been in hiding ever since. Harry felt the world tilt on its axis. Everything he thought he knew about his past, about the night his parents died, was being systematically dismantled before his eyes. Sirius Black is innocent, Harry, Ariana said, her voice softening with a profound empathy. He did not betray your parents. He was framed by the man who did. He has spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit, his escape, his infiltration of this castle. He is not here to harm you. He is here for one reason, to find and kill Peter Pettigrew. He is here for revenge. He is here for justice. She fell silent, allowing Harry the space to process the monumental, world-altering truth she had just given him. He stared at her, his mind reeling, trying to reconcile the image of the grinning, handsome man from his photo album with the supposed mass murderer, and now with the tortured, innocent victim of a terrible betrayal. Why, Harry finally managed to ask, his voice hoarse, why are you telling me this now? Because I have a plan, Ariana answered. A plan to expose Pettigrew, exonerate Sirius, and rewrite the last 12 years of history. But it is a plan that directly concerns you, your godfather, and the memory of your parents. It is not a decision I would ever make without you. I will not blindside you with this, Harry. You are not a piece on a chessboard to be moved without your knowledge. You are the person who matters most in this equation. She held his gaze, her own full of a fierce, protective loyalty. I have located Peter Pettigrew. I know where he is. I know how to corner him. But I will not act until you have had time to process this truth. Until you tell me you are ready. The choice of when and how we proceed is yours. She had done it. She had armed him not with a spell or a shield, but with the truth. She had given him back his own story, placing the power of its conclusion firmly in his hands. Chapter 57, The Controlled Demolition of a Lie. Harry didn't speak for a long time. He sat in the window seat, the world outside the rain-streaked glass a meaningless blur. Ariana's revelations had shattered the very bedrock of his understanding of his own life. The man he had been hating was innocent. The friend his parents had trusted was a traitor. His now identified godfather was a suffering victim, not a villain. Ariana waited with the infinite patience of a master strategist who knows the most critical part of any plan is the human element. She had provided the data. She had to allow him time for the emotional processing. Finally, Harry looked up, his green eyes, so like his mother's, shining with a new, hard-won clarity. The grief and confusion were still there, but beneath them was a core of steel she had never seen before. "What's the plan?" he asked, his voice steady. "The plan," Ariana began, her tone shifting from empathetic friend to focused commander, "is to avoid the mistakes of the past. A secret revealed in a dark corridor or a shrieking shack leads to chaos, disbelief, and the escape of the guilty. A truth revealed under the full authority of the law, with undeniable proof and unimpeachable witnesses, leads to justice. We're not going after Pettigrew ourselves," Harry realized. "Wrecked," Ariana affirmed. We are not vigilantes. We are informants presenting a case to the proper authorities. Our role is to provide the intelligence and the means of capture. Their role is to execute the arrest and administer the law. She leaned forward. First, we assemble our own internal council, the people who have the most right to be present for this revelation. Professor Dumbledore for his authority. Professor McGonagall as your head of house. Professor Lupin as the defense professor. And, she said, her gaze steady, Professor Snape. Harry recoiled. Snape, why him? He hates me. He'll try to stop it, especially if he finds Sirius related to me. Professor Snape does not hate you. He did hate Sirius Black, though, Ariana corrected gently. He hated James Potter as well, but he has a history with your mother. His entire life since her death has been shaped by the belief that Sirius Black was responsible for it. He, more than anyone, deserves to know the truth of who actually betrayed Lily Evans to her death. His participation is not just strategic, it is a moral necessity. Harry, remembering the flash of pure pain in Snape's eyes when she had mentioned his mother's name before, understood. It was a bitter pill, but he could see her logic. Once our council is assembled and informed, Ariana continued, we will present the final, irrefutable piece of evidence, Pettigrew himself. We will then contact Amelia Bones, present her with the living, breathing traitor, and allow the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to take over. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity and its respect for protocol. It was designed for maximum impact and minimum chaos. Okay, Harry said, taking a deep breath. Let's do it. That evening, a series of discreet, urgent messages were sent. One by one, the summoned professors arrived in a large, unused classroom on the 7th floor that Ariana had secured for the meeting. Dumbledore arrived first, his expression curious but trusting. McGonagall was next, looking stern and concerned. Lupin appeared pale and wary, clearly wondering what new crisis had emerged. Finally, Snape swept in, his face a mask of contemptuous impatience. What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore? Snape drawled. I have potions to grade. Ariana has something of critical importance to discuss, Dumbledore said simply, gesturing for them all to take a seat. With Harry standing silently by her side, Ariana laid out the case. She did not tell it as a story. She presented it as a formal intelligence briefing, just as she had to Dumbledore about the basilisk. She presented the inconsistencies about the missing trial transcripts. She explained the logic of the last-minute switch for the secret keeper of the Fidelius charm. She detailed the evidence of Pettigrew's unregistered animagus ability, a missing finger. And finally, she stated the conclusion. Sirius Black was innocent, and Peter Pettigrew, the true traitor and mass murderer, had been hiding for 12 years in his animal form. Lupin listened, his face growing paler and more horrified with every word. The memory of his own suspicions and his guilt over believing his friend was a traitor washing over him. McGonagall was utterly speechless, her hand pressed to her mouth in shock. Snape, however, sneered. An interesting and entirely fanciful fairy tale, Miss Dumbledore. You have no proof. Black is a murderer, and that is the end of it. The proof, Ariana said calmly, is currently in the Gryffindor third-year boys' dormitory. In the form of a pet rat named Scabbers, who is missing a toe on his front paw, just as the largest piece of Peter Pettigrew found at the scene of his death was the single finger. She then turned her gaze directly to Snape, her eyes holding no malice, only a profound, quiet truth. Professor Snape, Sirius Black did not lead Voldemort to the Potters. Peter Pettigrew did. Peter Pettigrew is the man responsible for the death of Lily Evans. The name, spoken so plainly, so finally shattered Snape's composure. The sneer vanished. His face became a ravaged landscape of shock, dawning horror, and 12 years of misdirected hatred crumbling to dust. He stared at her, speechless. The final phase of the plan, Ariana announced to the stunned room, is to secure the target. Professor Dumbledore, with your permission, I suggest you summon Director Bones and a team of Aurors. Have them wait, disillusioned, outside the Gryffindor common room. We will then go up, retrieve the rat, and bring it to them for a forced transformation. Dumbledore, his face grim but his eyes blazing with a fierce energy, nodded once. A sound and impeccable plan. Severus, Remus, Minerva, you will accompany me. Minutes later, the Gryffindor common room was mostly empty, the students having retired for the night. Amelia Bones and two Aurors stood silently under disillusionment charms near the portrait hole. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and Lupin stood waiting as Harry and Ariana ascended the stairs to the boys' dormitory. They found Ron asleep and curled on his pillow, a fat, gray, and decidedly ordinary-looking rat. Scabbers! With a silent summoning charm, Ariana levitated the sleeping rat from the pillow. It squirmed, its eyes opening, and began to squeak in terror as it floated through the air. They brought it downstairs. The moment the rat saw the assembled professors, particularly Lupin and Snape, it began to struggle with a frantic, desperate intelligence no normal rat possessed. "Now, Director Bones," Dumbledore said calmly. Amelia Bones and the Aurors became visible. She pointed her wand at the struggling rat. "Revelio." A flash of blue-white light enveloped the rat. The creature convulsed in midair, growing and twisting. Its fur receded, its snout flattened, its limbs elongated. In its place, whimpering and trembling on the floor, was a small, balding man with watery eyes and a pointed nose. A man whose right hand was missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew. He looked around at the faces staring down at him. The sorrowful Dumbledore, the furious McGonagall, the grief-stricken Lupin, and the utterly murderous Snape, and let out a pathetic squeal of terror. "Remus, my old friend," he whimpered. "You can't believe him, Black is the one, he was always the strong one." "Silence, traitor," Snape hissed, his voice trembling with a rage so profound it was almost silent. "Peter Pettigrew," Amelia Bones said, her voice like the snap of a closing iron vault. "You are under arrest for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, the murder of 12 Muggles, and conspiring with the Dark Lord, he who must not be named." The Aurors stepped forward, their wands raised, and bound Pettigrew in magical ropes before he could even think of transforming back. The lie, the great, festering lie that had shaped the last 12 years of the wizarding world, had been demolished. Not in a chaotic fight, but in a quiet, controlled, and utterly irrefutable presentation of the truth. Ariana stood back and watched, a silent observer of the history she had just rewritten. Chapter 58, The Politics of Truth. The morning after Peter Pettigrew's capture, Hogwarts awoke to a world irrevocably changed. The students, emerging from their dormitories, found the castle buzzing not with fear, but with a wild, incredulous excitement. The early edition of the Daily Prophet, delivered by a fleet of bewildered owls, was screaming the news in headlines that would be remembered for a generation. Peter P. Tgthegood alive, war hero a traitor. Sirius Black innocent, 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. Ministry announces emergency trial. Fudge VOWS to correct gravest injustice in a century. The story was a bombshell, a narrative so shocking it eclipsed every other piece of news. It detailed the dramatic capture within the walls of Hogwarts, crediting the astute observations of certain students and the decisive action of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and DMLE Director Amelia Bones. The night before, after Pettigrew had been secured, Ariana had requested a brief, private word with Director Bones and Professor Dumbledore. "Director," she had said, her tone respectful but direct. "The political fallout from this will be significant. The ministry will be seen to have wrongfully imprisoned an innocent man for 12 years without a trial, while awarding a mass-murdering traitor the Order of Merlin. This could be disastrous for Minister Fudge." Amelia Bones had nodded grimly. "I am well aware of the potential scandal, Miss Dumbledore." "Which is why," Ariana continued smoothly, "it must be framed not as a failure, but as a triumph. A triumph of the current administration correcting the errors of the past. Minister Fudge did not sentence Black. Bartemius Crouch SR did, under emergency wartime powers. This is not Fudge's mistake to own. It is his opportunity to be the hero who rectifies it. If you advise him to act decisively, to hold a swift and public trial for Pettigrew, to publicly exonerate Black, and to position himself as the champion of justice, he will not only survive this scandal, he will emerge more popular than ever." Dumbledore's eyes had twinkled with deep appreciation for her political acumen. Amelia Bones, a pragmatist to her core, had recognized the brilliant, if slightly cynical, logic of the strategy immediately. It was the perfect way to manage the narrative, ensuring the truth came out while minimizing institutional damage. The results were now splashed across the front page. Cornelius Fudge had seized the opportunity with both hands, his quotes full of bluster about justice, integrity, and the strength of his administration. An impromptu session of the Wiesengamot had been convened overnight. Pettigrew, forced to testify under veritaserum, had confessed to everything. Sirius Black, asked to appear and in a tearful, dramatic session, was declared a free and innocent man. His Order of Merlin, second class, was revoked, and the Wiesengamot, in a move suggested by a suddenly very popular Minister Fudge, voted to reassign it. The news was announced by Professor McGonagall in the Great Hall during breakfast, her voice ringing with a pride and satisfaction she rarely showed. And in light of his heinous crimes, she read from an official ministry decree, the Order of Merlin, second class, awarded to Peter Pettigrew has been stripped from his name. Furthermore, in recognition of her pivotal role in uncovering this 12-year deception, for her application of logic and reason in the pursuit of justice, and for her courage in presenting a difficult truth to the highest authorities, the Ministry of Magic is proud to award the Order of Merlin, third class, to Miss Ariana Dumbledore. It was a strategic decision, diverting the attention from the ministry scandal and currying favor from the young Dumbledore, a political move of multiple angles and steps. A stunned silence fell over the Great Hall, followed by an eruption of applause so deafening it shook the enchanted ceiling. The Gryffindor table exploded, with Fred and George starting a chant of her name. Students from all houses, even the Slytherins, many have understood the principle of a well-executed and almost Slytherin plan, applauded with genuine respect. Ariana simply gave a small, polite nod of acknowledgement, her expression serene, as if being awarded one of the highest honors in the wizarding world was a perfectly normal Tuesday morning. She was pleased not by the award itself, but by the fact that her plan had executed flawlessly. The celebration, however, was cut short by a second, more frantic wave of owls, carrying a special edition of the Prophet a few days later. PTTIGRW escapes. DMENTOR averted as traitor, transforms on way to AZKABN. The paper detailed how, during the heavily guarded transfer from the ministry, holding cells to Azkaban, Pettigrew, in a moment of desperate opportunity, when the Dementor's draining presence caused a guard to falter, had transformed back into his rat form and scurried away into the London sewer system, vanishing without a trace. A groan of frustration went through the Great Hall. The ultimate justice had been thwarted. Harry, sitting beside Ariana, looked devastated. He got away. Yes, Ariana said, her eyes scanning the article. He did, but she did not seem surprised. In fact, a cool, calculating look was in her eyes. Pettigrew's escape was an unfortunate but predictable variable. A cornered rat will always try to bite, and a desperate wizard will always look for an escape. This did not change the primary outcome. It doesn't matter in the long run, Harry, she said quietly. His guilt has been proven. His confession is on record. Sirius is free. That is the victory that counts. Sirius Black, now cleared of all charges, was recovering in a private ward at St. Mungo's. The Dementors were officially recalled from Hogwarts that very afternoon, their presence no longer required. A palpable sense of relief and liberation swept through the school. The next few days were a blur of excitement and readjustment. The world had been turned on its head. The story of Ariana Dumbledore, the quiet genius who had single-handedly exonerated a man and exposed a traitor, was now legend. She handled her newfound fame with the same unnerving calm she handled everything else, deflecting questions and praise with polite, minimalist answers. Her plan had been a resounding success. She had exposed the truth, freed an innocent man, neutralized a threat within her own circle of friends, and placed Harry's long-lost godfather back on the board as a powerful ally. Pettigrew's escape was a loose end, yes. But he was a frightened, powerless rat on the run. The far more significant piece, Lord Voldemort, was still out there, weakened and bodiless. And Ariana knew that Pettigrew, desperate and alone, would eventually seek out the only master he had ever known. His escape was not just an escape. It was the beginning of the next chapter. A chapter that would lead inevitably to a graveyard in Little Hangleton. And for that, Ariana would be ready. Chapter 59, The Scars of Memory. The invitation arrived a week after Pettigrew's escape. A formal letter from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, addressed to both Harry and Ariana, granting them visitation rights to see Mr. Sirius Black, who was now recuperating in a private, long-term care ward. "He wants to see us," Harry said, his voice a mixture of nervous excitement and trepidation. He looked at Ariana. Will you come with me?" "Of course, Harry," she said. "He is your godfather. It is important you establish this connection." They were granted leave from the school for the afternoon, traveling to London via the Flu network from Professor McGonagall's office. St. Mungo's was a chaotic, strangely cheerful place of healing spells and bustling mediwitches. They were led to a quiet, sunlit room at the end of a long corridor. Sitting in an armchair by the window was a man who was a shadow of the handsome, laughing figure from Harry's photo album. 12 years in Azkaban had left their mark. Sirius Black was gaunt and pale, his dark hair lank and unkempt. His eyes, set in deep, shadowed sockets, held a haunted, restless energy. But as he saw Harry step into the room, a light ignited in those eyes, a flicker of the old, reckless joy. "Harry," he breathed, his voice hoarse. He tried to stand, but seemed too weak. Harry rushed forward, his own heart pounding. This was it, his godfather, the man who should have raised him. Sirius's gaze then shifted to Ariana, who stood quietly by the door. A look of profound, humbled gratitude crossed his face. "And you," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "you must be Ariana Dumbledore. There are no words, you gave me back my life." "You were an innocent man, Mr. Black," Ariana replied calmly. "The truth had a right to be known. This is a private family matter. I will wait outside." She gave Harry a small, encouraging nod. This was his moment, his connection to make. She slipped out of the room, closing the door softly behind her, leaving godfather and godson to their reunion. As she stood in the quiet corridor, a formidable figure approached her. It was Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, her customary vulture-topped hat perched regally on her head. She had clearly been waiting. "Miss Dumbledore," she said, her voice crisp but holding a note of deep respect. "I was hoping I might have a word." "Of course, Madame Longbottom," Ariana replied politely. "My Neville has been a different boy this year," Augusta stated, getting straight to the point. "His confidence, his magic, it is all because of you. First, saving him from that fall, then the matter of his wand. You saw in him a potential that I, in my grief, was too blind to see. You have my gratitude." "Neville has great potential," Ariana affirmed. "He simply required the correct tools and encouragement." Augusta nodded, a flicker of sad pride in her eyes. "I am here for my weekly visit," she said, her voice softening slightly. "To see my Frank and Alice. I know of your unusual capabilities. I wondered if, perhaps, you would do an old woman the honor of accompanying me to see them." It was a deeply personal, vulnerable invitation. The story of the Longbottoms was a tragedy that mirrored the Potters. They were Aurors, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange and other Death Eaters with the Cruciatus Curse. They had not died, but their minds had been irrevocably broken. "I would be honored, Madame Longbottom," Ariana said. She followed the old witch to the Janus Thicky ward for permanent spell damage. The atmosphere here was hushed, a place of quiet, incurable sorrow. In a room at the very end, 2 figures sat in chairs, staring blankly at the walls. A man with a gentle, round face and a woman who, even with a vacant look in her eyes, possessed a kind, soft beauty. They were Frank and Alice Longbottom. Augusta spoke to them, her stern voice softening into a gentle murmur as she told them about Neville's progress, about his new wand, about how proud they would be. They showed no sign of recognition. Alice, however, began to absent-mindedly fiddle with a Drubal's best blowing gum wrapper that her son had left for her on her last visit. It was her only connection to the world, a small, repetitive motion. Ariana watched them, her analytical mind processing the scene. She could feel the magic around them, or rather, the lack of it. Their magical cores were intact, but their minds were shattered. She focused, using the deeper senses the Flamels had helped her awaken. She looked past the physical and into the metaphysical. She saw that the damage was not just a blankness. It was a scar. A psychic scar left by unimaginable agony. The Cruciatus curse, she realized, did not just cause pain, it was pain. And the memory of that absolute, all-consuming pain had burned out the neural pathways of their consciousness, leaving them trapped in a perpetual, silent echo of their own torture. The curse was gone, but the memory of the curse remained, a ghost that had hijacked their sanity. Is it the damage, she wondered, or the memory of the damage? Without thinking, moved by a profound, logical empathy, she stepped forward. "May I?" she asked Augusta softly. The old witch, seeing the strange, intense light in Ariana's eyes, simply nodded. Ariana gently placed her hand on Alice Longbottom's head. She closed her eyes. She did not try a healing spell, there was nothing physical to heal. She did not try a memory charm, that would be a crude and damaging violation. Instead, she did what she did best. She began to weave. She reached out with her own consciousness, not with force, but with a gentle, insistent touch, like a locksmith feeling for the tumblers of a complex lock. She found the psychic scar tissue, the looping, agonizing memory of the torture. It was a knot of pure, chaotic, painful energy. She did not try to unravel it, she did not try to fight it, she simply detached it. She focused her will, her intentio, a concept of pure, clean peace. She envisioned a pair of metaphysical scissors, sharp and precise. She found the threads connecting the traumatic memory to Alice's core consciousness, and with a single, silent, focused act of will, she cut them. She didn't erase the memory from existence. She simply severed its ability to be perpetually experienced. She was removing the phantom limb of an old agony. Alice Longbottom, who had been staring blankly at the wall, blinked. Her hands, which had been fiddling with the wrapper, stilled. Her eyes, for the first time in over a decade, focused. They looked around the room, confused, and then settled on her husband. "Frank," she whispered, her voice a dry, unused rasp. Augusta Longbottom let out a choked, disbelieving sob, her hand flying to her mouth. Ariana withdrew her hand, a wave of profound exhaustion washing over her. The mental and magical effort had been immense, far greater than holding back Quirrell's curses. This was a deeper, more fundamental magic. Alice's gaze found Ariana. There was no recognition, only a deep, dawning confusion. The last thing she truly remembered was a flash of red light and a high, cruel laugh. But the terror was gone. The endless, screaming echo in her mind was silent. "Who?" she began. "It is all right," Ariana said softly, though her voice was faint. "You are safe." She knew it wasn't a cure. The damage to their minds, the years of lost time, could never be fully recovered. But she had given them a chance. She had silenced the ghosts. She had given them back the possibility of peace. Chapter 60, The Quiet Aftermath. The single word from Alice's lips, "Frank," shattered the decade-long silence of the Janus Thicky ward. Augusta Longbottom, a woman forged in the fires of grief and stoic pride, let out a sound that was a mixture of a gasp and a sob. She rushed to her daughter-in-law's side, her gloved hands hovering, afraid to touch lest the miracle dissolve like mist. "Alice, my dear girl, can you hear me?" Augusta whispered, her voice thick with a hope she had long since buried. Alice's eyes, no longer vacant but filled with a deep, swimming confusion, flickered from her husband's blank face to her mother-in-law's. "Augusta," she rasped, her voice weak from disuse. What happened? The last thing I remember, Bellatrix." She shuddered, a phantom pain crossing her features, but the all-consuming, mind-shattering echo was gone. Ariana, meanwhile, had stumbled back, a wave of profound magical and mental exhaustion crashing over her. The intricate, dangerous weaving she had performed had drained her reserves to a critical level. The world seemed to tilt, the edges of her vision graying out. She leaned against the wall for support, her breathing shallow. "Miss Dumbledore," Augusta cried out, her attention snapping from her daughter-in-law to the pale, swaying girl. "I am depleted," Ariana managed to say, her voice barely a whisper. "The process, it is taxing, I need to rest." The healers of St. Mungo's, alerted by Augusta's frantic call, descended upon the room in a state of controlled panic. They saw Alice Longbottom, lucid and speaking for the first time in 12 years, and they saw Ariana, looking as though her very life force had been siphoned away. It was a scene that defied every law of magical medicine they knew. Ariana was immediately settled into a private recovery room, where Madame Pomfrey, summoned from Hogwarts at Dumbledore's insistence, took personal charge of her care. She administered a series of gentle restorative potions, her face a mask of awe and deep concern. "Child, what have you done?" she murmured, sensing the profound magical void within her patient. While Ariana rested, the news of Alice's recovery spread like a controlled wildfire through the highest echelons of the magical world. Dumbledore arrived, his expression one of profound, stunned gravity. He spoke at length with a weeping, overjoyed Augusta Longbottom. Alice's first, insistent request, once the initial confusion had been soothed, was to see her son. Neville was pulled from a herbology lesson and brought to St. Mungo's by a tight-lipped but visibly emotional Professor McGonagall. He walked into his mother's room with the hesitant, familiar dread of his weekly visits. He saw her sitting up in bed, and his heart clenched, preparing for the usual blank stare. But then she looked at him, and her eyes focused. A real, true smile, tremulous and full of a love he had only ever dreamed of, touched her lips. "Neville," she whispered, "my boy, look at you, you're so tall." Neville stopped dead. He stared at her, at the mother he had never known, who was now looking at him, seeing him. The carefully constructed walls around his heart crumbled. He let out a sob and rushed to her side, burying his face in her lap as she stroked his hair with a weak but loving hand. For the first time in his life, Neville Longbottom was being held by his mother. Meanwhile, Augusta sat with the still unresponsive Frank. "We must wait for the girl to recover her strength, Frank," she told him, her voice full of a new, fierce patience. "Her body is frail now, but the mind is there. We will have to be patient." The healers had explained that while Alice's mind was free, her body was weak from years of inactivity. Physical therapy would be long and arduous, but it was a journey they would now take together. Ariana slept for nearly 24 hours, her magic slowly, painstakingly replenishing itself from a deep, internal well. When she finally awoke, she felt a profound, bone-deep weariness, but the critical emptiness was gone. The first person she saw upon opening her eyes was Hermione, who had refused to leave the chair by her bedside, her face etched with worry. "You're awake," Hermione breathed, a wave of relief washing over her. "You were so pale." "Dumbledore said you performed a type of soul magic he's only ever read about in forbidden texts." "It was an exercise in conceptual severance," Ariana said, her voice still weak. "I did not heal her, I simply unhooked her from her pain." She sat up slowly. "I need to see Neville." She found him in his mother's room. He was sitting by her bed, reading a herbology textbook aloud to her. Alice was listening, her expression one of quiet, tired contentment. When Neville saw Ariana, he stood up, his eyes shining with a gratitude so immense it needed no words. He simply bowed his head, a gesture of profound, heartfelt respect. Ariana nodded back, then looked at Alice. "How are you feeling?" "Tired," Alice said, her voice a little stronger. "And quiet. For the first time in a long time, my head is quiet." She looked at Ariana with searching eyes. "Augusta told me what you did. I don't understand it, but thank you." "Rest and recover, Mrs. Longbottom," Ariana said gently. Her gaze then fell on Frank, who still sat in his chair, staring at nothing, a faint, placid smile on his face. Ariana felt a pang of her own depletion. She knew, with an absolute certainty, that she did not have the strength to perform the same feat again, not yet. It would take weeks, perhaps months, for her magical core to fully recover from such a profound and invasive act of will. One look was enough. She had to leave. She needed the familiar, ambient magic of Hogwarts, the quiet of her dormitory, the grounding presence of her books and her friends. "I must return to school," she announced quietly. Augusta Longbottom intercepted her in the corridor. She did not offer thanks or platitudes. She simply took Ariana's hand in her own too, her stern face etched with an emotion that went beyond gratitude into something akin to reverence. "Our house is yours, child," she said, her voice thick. "Forever. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, you have only to ask." It was a vow of fealty from one of the wizarding world's proudest matriarchs. Ariana returned to Hogwarts that evening, exhausted but resolute. She had done something impossible, something that had changed the lives of her friends forever. But it had come at a cost. As she lay in her bed in the quiet of the Gryffindor dormitory, she felt the deep, lingering ache of her spent power. She had healed a mind, but she knew the coming battles would require a different kind of strength, a strength she now had to carefully, patiently rebuild. The game was far from over, and she had just played one of her most powerful cards. Chapter 61, The Confluence of Hearts. Returning to Hogwarts was like returning to a state of equilibrium. The ambient, ancient magic of the castle was a soothing balm to Ariana's depleted core, a gentle current that helped to refill the vast, empty reservoir within her. The news of what she had done for the Longbottoms had been carefully contained by Dumbledore and Amelia Bones, attributed officially to a previously unknown reaction to a new experimental potion. A vague explanation that satisfied the public while protecting Ariana from unwanted, dangerous attention. But within the school, the truth, or at least a version of it, circulated in hushed, awestruck whispers. Neville Longbottom returned a changed boy yet again, his newfound confidence now underpinned by a quiet, profound joy that radiated from him. He treated Ariana with a gentle reverence that bordered on worship. For a few days, Ariana did little else but rest. She attended classes, but her participation was minimal. She spent her free time in the library, not reading complex magical theory, but simply sitting in the quiet, allowing the silence and the proximity to knowledge to heal her. She felt like a finely crafted magical instrument that had been played until its strings were frayed, needing time for them to regain their tension and tone. Hermione was her constant, silent guardian. The rift that had existed between them, born of Hermione's pride, had been annihilated by the events at St. Mungo's. Hermione had seen the true measure of her friend's power, not in a flashy duel, but in a quiet act of profound, self-sacrificing magic. She had seen the cost of that power etched on Ariana's pale, exhausted face. Her own anxieties about timetables and grades suddenly seemed laughably small, trivial in the face of what Ariana had accomplished. One evening, about a week after their return, Hermione found Ariana sitting alone by the fire in the nearly empty common room. The rest of the Gryffindors were busy with last-minute homework or holiday chatter. A gentle snow was beginning to fall outside the tower window. Hermione pulled up a footstool and sat at Ariana's feet, a gesture of humility and closeness she wouldn't have made a month ago. For a long time, they just sat in silence, watching the flames dance in the hearth. Finally, Hermione spoke, her voice small and thick with an emotion she could no longer contain. "I was so stupid." Ariana turned her head slowly, her periwinkle eyes, now regaining their usual depth and clarity, resting on her friend. "Stupidity is the act of making a poor decision despite having access to correct information," she said, her voice soft. "You were not being stupid. You were being proud." The quiet, non-judgmental accuracy of the statement broke something in Hermione. The tears she had been holding back for weeks finally spilled over. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "I was awful to you," she choked out between tears. "You tried to warn me, you were just trying to look out for me, and I took it as an insult. I thought you were saying I wasn't good enough, that I couldn't do it, and all I wanted was to prove that I was as smart and as capable as you." Ariana listened, her expression one of deep, patient empathy. She reached out and placed a comforting hand on Hermione's trembling shoulder. "I have never, for a single moment, doubted your capability, Hermione," Ariana said, her voice a steady anchor in her friend's storm. "Your mind is one of the most brilliant I have ever encountered, in this life or any other. That is a simple, observable fact. My concern was never for your intellect. It was for your well-being. I saw you sacrificing your physical and mental health on the altar of ambition, and I did not want to see my friend burn herself out." Hermione looked up, her face streaked with tears, her eyes wide with a raw, painful honesty. "But you do everything so effortlessly. The magic, the dueling, what you did for Neville's mum, it's like breathing to you, and I have to work so hard for every little bit of it. I have to read every book, memorize every spell. I wanted to be your equal." A rare, soft smile touched Ariana's lips. "Hermione," she said gently, "we are not equals, and we never will be." Hermione flinched, a fresh wave of pain crossing her face. "Because this is not a competition," Ariana continued, her voice firm but kind. "I do not see you as a rival to be surpassed. I see you as my partner, my ally, my best friend. My magic may be more intuitive, but your knowledge, your recall, your dedication to the written word, those are strengths I do not possess to the same degree. You are the scholar, the historian, the expert on established lore. I am the theorist, the weaver, the one who looks at the underlying principles. We are two different parts of a single, functioning whole. We are stronger together than we could ever be apart. Why would I ever want an equal when I can have you?" The words were a balm, a healing spell more powerful than any she could have read in a book. Hermione stared at her friend, at the absolute sincerity in her eyes, and the last vestiges of her pride and insecurity washed away. She understood. Ariana didn't see her as less. She saw her as different, as essential. She let out a final, shuddering sob, this one of pure, overwhelming relief. She leaned forward and wrapped her arms around Ariana, hugging her tightly. "I'm so sorry, Ari," she whispered into her friend's shoulder. Ariana returned the hug, her own weariness seeming to lift in the warmth of their renewed connection. "There is nothing to forgive," she said softly. "Friendship, like any complex system, requires periodic stress tests to identify and reinforce its structural integrity. Consider our friendship officially reinforced." They sat there for a long time, the fire crackling, the snow falling outside, the silence between them no longer one of tension, but of a deep, profound, and unbreakable peace. The rift had healed, and the bond that remained was stronger, more honest, and more powerful than ever before. They were no longer just friends. They were partners, a true alliance of minds and hearts, ready to face whatever came next together. Chapter 62, The Unspoken Question. In the week that followed their heart-to-heart, a new dynamic settled over the group. Hermione, freed from the crushing weight of her self-imposed rivalry, became Ariana's fiercest and most protective guardian. While Ariana continued to recover from her profound magical expenditure, Hermione acted as a vigilant sentinel. She would save Ariana a seat in the warmest, most comfortable part of the common room. She would fetch her books from the library so Ariana wouldn't have to walk the long corridors. And she would fix anyone who stared too long at her resting friend with a glare so intellectually ferocious that it could have curdled milk. Ron, after making one too loud joke near a dozing Ariana, found himself on the receiving end of a 10-minute, whispered lecture on the neurological benefits of REM sleep that left him utterly bewildered and vowing never to do it again. But as Ariana's strength slowly returned, Hermione began to notice something. During their shared study periods in the library, they were often joined by a third party. Daphne Greengrass would slip into the seat beside Ariana, her presence quiet and respectful. She rarely spoke, simply opening her own books and working in a companionable silence. There was an unspoken understanding between the Slytherin girl and the recovering Gryffindor prodigy, a bond forged in a moment of shared crisis. Hermione at first tried to ignore it. She told herself it was fine. Daphne was their friend now, their ally. But a small, persistent knot of possessiveness began to form in her stomach. She had just gotten her best friend back. The thought of sharing her, especially with a Slytherin, was an unwelcome complication. One afternoon, after Daphne had packed her things and left them with a polite nod, Hermione could no longer contain her curiosity. "She sits with you a lot," Hermione said, her tone carefully neutral as she pretended to be engrossed in a chart of healing potions. "Yes," Ariana replied, not looking up from her own text. "She does." "I was just wondering, why?" Hermione pressed, unable to help herself. Ariana finally closed her book, giving Hermione her full attention. Her gaze was clear and direct, with no hint of judgment. "While you were occupied with your crusade to attend every class in existence, Hermione, Daphne would often join me in the library. She did not demand my attention or try to engage me in frivolous conversation. She simply sat. She provided a quiet, unobtrusive companionship. She was present. It would be illogical and unkind to alienate her now, simply because you have decided to rejoin our alliance." The words were not an accusation, but they landed with the precise weight of truth. Hermione flushed, realizing that while she had been caught in her storm of pride, others had quietly stepped in to fill the void she had created. Ariana let the silence sit for a moment before her expression softened. "That, however, is a secondary issue. It brings us back to the primary one." She leaned forward slightly. "The cause of the initial divergence in our friendship. I have a question for you, Hermione." "What is it?" Hermione asked, her stomach twisting with a familiar anxiety. "I am aware of the time turner," Ariana said, her voice low. "Professor McGonagall informed me. I understand how you are attending all of your classes." She paused, her periwinkle eyes intense. My question is not how. My question is why. More specifically, what is your decision regarding your electives now? Hermione was taken aback. What do you mean? I've been managing. Have you? Ariana countered gently. You are perpetually exhausted. You are subsisting on nervous energy and sheer willpower. You are living more hours than your body was designed for. You have not been managing, Hermione. You have been enduring. The academic year is a marathon, not a sprint. You are sprinting. Eventually, you will collapse. The data strongly suggests this outcome. But I can't just drop a class, Hermione protested, the very idea feeling like a physical failure. I'd be behind, I'd miss so much. Ariana held her gaze, her logic relentless and inescapable. Reevaluate the variables. You chose these electives because they were interesting, but you did not account for the primary variable, yourself. You did not account for the cost. The cost is your health, your peace of mind, and, as we have recently established, your friendships. She reiterated her original point, her voice calm but unyielding. I am asking you again, now that you have more data. Now that you have experienced the physical and emotional cost of your decision. What is your logical course of action for the remainder of this year and for the years to come? Will you continue on a path that is demonstrably unsustainable, simply because you are too proud to admit you made a miscalculation? The question hung in the silent library, sharp and unavoidable. It was the same question she had asked weeks ago, but this time it was different. This time, Hermione had the experience of her own exhaustion, the memory of her emotional collapse, and the fresh pain of their temporary rift to add to the equation. She looked at her timetable, at the impossible, overlapping scrawl of classes. She thought of the frantic, heart-pounding stress of turning the time turner, of living the same hour over again, of the constant fear of being seen. She thought of the dark circles under her eyes, the irritability, the loneliness. And then she looked at her best friend, who was not judging her, not mocking her, but simply holding up a mirror to her own choices and asking her to be as logical about herself as she was about everything else. A slow, shaky breath escaped Hermione's lips. The pride, the stubborn, desperate need to do it all, finally began to crumble, not in a storm of tears, but in the quiet, dawning light of reason. No, she whispered, the admission a profound relief. No, it's not sustainable. She looked at Ariana, her eyes clear with a new resolve. You're right, I need to make a choice. The battle was finally over. Not the battle for house points or against dark lords, but the battle for her own well-being. And in conceding, Hermione realized she had won something far more valuable. She had won back her own peace of mind. Chapter 63, The Freedom of Choice. The decision, once made, was like a key turning in a long-rusted lock. Hermione walked into Professor McGonagall's office the next day, her head held high, and formally withdrew from divination and Muggle studies. The relief she felt was immediate and palpable, a physical weight lifting from her shoulders. She had chosen depth over breadth, mastery over mere attendance. Professor McGonagall, who had been watching her prized student run herself ragged for months, gave a rare, genuine smile of approval. A very wise decision, Miss Granger, she had said. It takes a great deal of strength to recognize one's limits. With a newly manageable schedule, the old, easy camaraderie between Ariana and Hermione returned in full force. The chill was gone, replaced by a deep and abiding warmth. They were once again an inseparable pair, their minds working in tandem in the library and the common room. The friendship with Daphne and Tracy also settled into a comfortable rhythm. It was a different bond, one built more on mutual respect and strategic alliance than the deep, soul-level connection she shared with Hermione, but it was strong and valuable nonetheless. As the Christmas holidays approached, the castle once again emptied out. This year, Harry and Ron were both heading to the Burrow, an invitation Harry had accepted with heartfelt joy. "Are you coming home with me for Christmas, Ari?" Hermione asked one afternoon, her expression full of hopeful expectation. "Mum and Dad are already asking. Dad wants to show you his new collection of non-magical dental tools." Ariana smiled at the thought. The simple, loving normalcy of the Granger household was a welcome sanctuary. "Yes, Hermione," she said. "I would be delighted to spend part of the holiday with you and your parents." Hermione beamed. "Wonderful, we can watch all the classic Christmas films and..." However, Ariana continued, her tone gentle, I have also accepted an invitation from Daphne to spend a few days at Greengrass Manor. Hermione's face fell instantly. A pout formed on her lips. With Daphne, she said, the name coming out with a hint of petulance. But why? Christmas is for family and best friends. Daphne is a friend, and alliances must be maintained, Ariana replied calmly, recognizing the familiar flicker of Hermione's possessiveness. Furthermore, her sister, Astoria, is a person of interest in my ongoing research into blood curses. Observation in a relaxed, non-clinical environment is a valuable data-gathering opportunity. She looked at her pouting friend with an expression of fond exasperation. It is only for 2 days. Hermione, my time is not a finite resource that is depleted by sharing it. Hermione, though still slightly disgruntled, couldn't argue with the logic, especially when it was framed in terms of research. All right, she conceded with a sigh, but you have to promise to be back in time for Christmas Eve. My itinerary is scheduled to accommodate that eventuality, Ariana confirmed with a nod. Later that day, as they were packing their trunks in the quiet of their dormitory, Ariana turned to Hermione. You seem much more relaxed since you adjusted your schedule. Are you content with your choice of electives? I am, Hermione said, and it was the truth. Arithmancy and ancient runes are intellectually stimulating, and care of magical creatures is a nice practical balance. It's still a heavy workload, but it's manageable. I feel a bit guilty. Like I'm missing out on divination and muggle studies. There's so much I still want to know. Ariana paused her packing and sat on the edge of her bed, giving Hermione her full attention. Then your problem is not one of scheduling, but of perception. You believe that the only way to acquire knowledge is through formal instruction. She leaned forward, deciding it was time to share a piece of information that would fundamentally alter her friend's perspective. Hermione, I'm going to share a secret with you. A piece of information that is not widely advertised by the school, as it would cause administrative chaos if every student knew. Hermione's eyes widened with curiosity. The requirement, Ariana explained, is to attend a minimum of 2 new electives. The classes are for lecture purposes, for guided instruction. However, the OWL and NEWT examinations are administered by the Wizarding Examinations Authority, not by Hogwarts directly. The WEA does not care how you learn the material, only that you have learned it. A dawning realization began to spread across Hermione's face. If you so desire, Ariana continued, you can register as an independent candidate for any of the other elective exams when the time comes. You can self-study divination. You can read the entire Muggle Studies curriculum in your own time. You are not missing out on the knowledge, Hermione. You are simply opting out of the structured, and in the case of divination, highly unreliable, classroom instruction. You can still learn everything. You just have the freedom to do it on your own terms, at your own pace. The revelation struck Hermione like a bolt of lightning. The freedom of it, the sheer, logical brilliance of it was intoxicating. She wasn't giving up on the knowledge. She was just giving up the stress, the impossible timetable, the time turner. She could have it all, just not all at once, in the same chaotic way. A slow, brilliant smile spread across her face, the first truly stress-free smile she'd had all year. Ariana, she breathed, her voice full of awe, that's genius. It is simply the logical application of the rules as they are written, rather than as they are commonly perceived, Ariana replied with a small shrug. Now you have all the variables. You can truly make the best choice for yourself. The Hogwarts Express journey to London was a cheerful, relaxed affair. Their compartment was once again a mix of Gryffindor and Slytherin, with Ariana, Hermione, Daphne, and Tracy falling into an easy camaraderie. The petty house rivalries that consumed so much of the school seemed a world away. As the train pulled into King's Cross, the girls made their plans to meet up over the break. The rivalry between Hermione and Daphne was still there, a low, simmering hum beneath the surface, but it was no longer one of anxiety or insecurity. It was now a good-natured competition, a friendly joust for the attention of the girl they both admired. Ariana stepped off the train and into the bustling station, a quiet sense of accomplishment settling over her. She had navigated the challenges of the year, neutralized threats both magical and emotional, and strengthened her alliances. The board was set, her pieces were in position, and she had armed her friends not just with tools, but with confidence and knowledge. As she prepared for a holiday of quiet research and political maneuvering, she knew the rest of their Hogwarts years would be anything but dull. And she was ready for it. Chapter 64, The Quiet Expansion. The Granger home was a haven of warmth and cheerful, organized normalcy. Stepping through the front door was like stepping into a different world, one where the greatest concerns were whose turn it was to choose a movie and whether there were enough biscuits for tea. Mr. and Mrs. Granger welcomed Ariana with open, heartfelt hugs, their delight at seeing her again utterly genuine. "Ariana, dear, it's so wonderful to have you back," Mrs. Granger beamed, bustling them into the warm, clean kitchen. Hermione was sounding exited in her letters. That evening, after a lovely dinner, Hermione, in a moment of cathartic honesty, confessed the story of her recent falling out with Ariana to her parents. She explained her impossible schedule, Ariana's logical warning, her own prideful and cold reaction, and how Ariana had waited patiently for her to come to her senses. Mr. and Mrs. Granger listened intently, their expressions shifting from concern to a deep, profound gratitude. When Hermione had finished, Mrs. Granger turned to Ariana, her eyes shining with emotion. "Thank you, Ariana," she said, her voice soft but sincere. "Truly, Hermione, she has always been so driven, so hard on herself. She's never really had a friend who understood that part of her, let alone one who had the wisdom to challenge it for her own good. To know she has someone like you looking out for her who wouldn't just throw her away when she was being difficult." She trailed off, her throat tight. "It means more to us than you could possibly know." "Friendship is an active process, Mrs. Granger," Ariana replied calmly, though she was touched by the raw emotion. "It requires maintenance, communication, and occasional course correction. Hermione would do the same for me." The conversation cleared the last lingering shadows of the incident, leaving behind only the solid foundation of their renewed friendship. The next few days were idyllic. They spent hours in Hermione's book-lined room, studying side by side in comfortable silence. They also embraced the joys of Muggle technology. Ariana, drawing on the distant but clear memories of her past life, found a strange comfort in the familiar logic of a video game console Mr. Granger had bought for Christmas. She introduced Hermione to the strategic complexities of chess-like video games, her tactical mind translating perfectly to the digital realm, much to Hermione's fascinated frustration. One afternoon, they decided to go for swimming pool the Grangers had again. As they swam and floated, laughing and splashing each other, all thoughts of Hogwarts, Horcruxes, and looming Dark Lords melted away. They were just two teenage girls enjoying a holiday. "You know," Hermione said, treading water as she looked at Ariana, who was floating serenely on her back, "it's still amazing how you can be so calm after everything. The Dementors, Peter Pettigrew, what you did for Neville's mother. Emotional expenditure that does not lead to a logical outcome is inefficient," Ariana replied, her eyes closed. "Panic does not solve problems. Analysis and action do." But even as she said it, she felt something different. A strange, deep warmth was spreading through her, starting from the very core of her being. It was not the familiar, placid hum of her magic, but something more. It was a feeling of expansion, like a star gently pushing against its own boundaries. She sat up in the water, a thoughtful, curious expression on her face. "That's new." "What is?" Hermione asked, swimming closer. "A shift in my magical core," Ariana murmured, her analytical mind immediately turning inward, observing the phenomenon. "It feels like potential energy converting to kinetic, an expansion." This was her first core maturation. For most wizards and witches, it was a tumultuous, often unconscious event, a surge of accidental magic and raw power that accompanied periods of extreme stress, puberty, or life-threatening conflict. Harry had experienced his first taste of it in the graveyard. For Ariana, however, it was different. Her magic was not a wild river flooding its banks. It was a vast, deep reservoir, and the dam was simply, consciously being raised. Her core was not erupting. It was expanding, a controlled, deliberate increase in her fundamental capacity. The process was triggered not by external conflict, but by internal peace. Here, In this sanctuary of normalcy, surrounded by the unconditional friendship of Hermione and the quiet acceptance of her family, her magic felt no need to be a shield or a weapon. It felt safe, and in that safety, it had decided to grow. A soft, silvery white aura, almost invisible in the bright light of the conservatory, bloomed around her for a second, causing the water to shimmer and hum with a faint, melodic vibration. Hermione stared, her jaw dropping as she felt the palpable wave of pure, refined power wash over her. It was not threatening. It was as gentle and as absolute as the sunrise. The aura faded as quickly as it had appeared. Ariana took a deep breath, feeling more. The well of power within her was deeper, the hum of the anima mundi around her clearer, her connection to the fundamental grammar of magic more profound. "Ariana," Hermione whispered, her voice full of awe. "What was that?" "I believe," Ariana said, a slow, wondrous smile spreading across her face, "that was my first magical maturation." She looked at her hands, then at the shimmering water, then at her best friend. It appears that a state of logical tranquility is a far more effective catalyst for growth than emotional distress. She had just passed a major milestone in her magical development, not in the heat of battle, but in the quiet, peaceful waters of a friend's swimming pool. It was a testament to her unique nature. While others found their power in conflict, Ariana Dumbledore found hers in peace. And as she rested, preparing for her brief visit to the Greengrasses and the inevitable return to the complexities of the wizarding world, she knew she would be returning with a deeper well of power than ever before, ready for whatever challenges the coming year would bring. Chapter 65, A Muggle Variable in a Magical Equation. The transition from the cozy, modern Granger household to the ancient, aristocratic Greengrass manor was like stepping between centuries. Hermione, having insisted on accompanying Ariana, looked around the vast, marble-floored entrance hall with a mixture of awe and intimidation. The air itself felt different, cooler, heavier, scented with old money, beeswax, and the faint, lingering traces of powerful ancestral magic. Daphne Greengrass greeted them at the door, her usual cool composure replaced by a genuine, warm smile. "Ariana, Hermione, I'm so glad you both could come." Her use of Hermione's first name was a small but significant gesture, an olive branch offered in the neutral territory of her own home. The burgeoning rivalry between the two girls, while still present, had softened into something more respectful since Hermione had made her peace with her own limitations. Lord and Lady Greengrass were as impeccably polite as before, their gratitude towards Ariana a tangible presence in the room. They treated Hermione with a cool but correct courtesy, her status as Ariana's closest friend affording her a level of respect they would not normally grant a Muggle-born. The true purpose of Ariana's visit, beyond maintaining her alliance with Daphne, became clear when they were joined by Astoria. The younger Greengrass sister was as delicate as Ariana remembered, her large, expressive eyes holding a deep-seated weariness that belied her age. She greeted them with a shy, sweet smile, her admiration for Ariana clear. That evening, after a formal dinner, Ariana requested a private audience with Lord and Lady Greengrass in their study. Daphne and Hermione were present at her insistence. "Lord and Lady Greengrass," Ariana began, her tone calm and professional, as if she were a specialist presenting a consultation. "I would like to discuss Astoria's condition." A shadow passed over their faces. "The maledictus curse is a family tragedy, Miss Dumbledore," Lord Greengrass said, his voice heavy. "The greatest healers at St. Mungo's have confirmed there is no magical cure. It is a matter of managing her decline." "That is because they are approaching the problem from a purely magical perspective," Ariana countered gently. She turned to Hermione's parents for her explanation. "The wizarding world's diagnostic texts refer to blood curses as a form of magical mutation or spiritual corruption. They are considered incurable because no counter-curse or healing charm can reverse the degradation of the magical core. They are, in essence, trying to use magic to fix a problem that is embedded within the magic itself." She then turned back to the Greengrasses, her gaze sharp and analytical. "However, I have been studying the problem from a different angle, one that combines magical theory with knowledge from the non-magical world." She paused, ensuring she had their complete attention. Muggle medicine speaks of genetic disorders, of flaws in the very code that builds a person. They cannot be cured in the traditional sense, but they can be understood, managed, and sometimes, through advanced science, their effects can be mitigated. I believe the maledictus curse functions in a similar way. It is not just a curse, it is a magical, genetic flaw. She saw a flicker of understanding in Lord Greengrass's intelligent eyes. Wizarding kind has a natural, magical immunity to most mundane Muggle diseases, Ariana continued. Our magic purges them. But what if the reverse were also true to an extent? What if this magical gene was vulnerable to a non-magical approach? No one has ever tried to study a blood curse on a cellular, biological level. The wizarding world, in its pride, dismisses such methods as primitive and, in some cases, even unworthy. She came to the heart of her proposal. I would like to request your permission to take a small sample of Astoria's blood, not with a spell, but with a sterile Muggle instrument, a syringe. I wish to analyze it, to study its biological composition, to see if the curse manifests on a physical, cellular level that can be seen and understood outside the context of traditional magic. The request was so outlandish, so utterly revolutionary, that the Greengrasses were struck silent. Hermione stared at her friend, her mind reeling at the sheer, breathtaking brilliance of the idea to apply Muggle scientific principles to a purely magical malady. It was a merging of two worlds she had never even considered possible. You want to use Muggle science to study an ancient pureblood curse? Lady Greengrass finally asked, her voice a mixture of horror and fascination. I want to use logic, Ariana corrected. Magic is a force of nature, like gravity or electromagnetism. It has rules. A curse that passes through a bloodline must have a physical carrier, a mechanism. If we can understand the mechanism, we can begin to formulate a countermeasure. Not a counter-curse, but perhaps a potion, an alchemical solution, something that can stabilize the flawed code on a molecular level. Her explanation was so confident, so deeply rooted in a logic that transcended the normal boundaries of their world, that it was impossible to dismiss. To the Greengrasses, who had been told for generations that their daughter's fate was sealed, Ariana was offering something no wizard had ever offered before, a different kind of hope. You will not harm her, Lord Greengrass stated, his voice a low command. The procedure is minimally invasive and completely sterile, Ariana assured him. The potential benefit far outweighs the negligible risk. After a long, silent exchange with his wife, Lord Greengrass gave a single, decisive nod. Very well, Miss Dumbledore, you may have your sample. We have trusted in magic for centuries, and it has failed us. Perhaps it is time to trust in logic. The next few days were a blur of intense, groundbreaking research. In a magically shielded room in the Manor's library, Ariana, with Hermione as her eager and brilliant assistant, went to work. With a practiced hand from her past life's knowledge, she carefully drew a small vial of blood from a brave but nervous Astoria. Then, she performed a feat of magic that left even Hermione speechless. She did not use a microscope. She expanded upon the principles of the scrying charm, weaving a complex array of diagnostic and magnification spells to use her own magic as a microscope. She projected a massively enlarged, shimmering image of the blood cells into the air between them. And there they saw it. In a normal blood sample, the magical energy is a gentle, ambient glow. In Astoria's, certain cells were different. They carried a tiny, dark, writhing thread of chaotic energy, a visible corruption that seemed to be slowly, patiently replicating itself. For hours, they worked, Hermione frantically taking notes from Muggle biology textbooks she had brought, while Ariana analyzed the magical properties of the corrupted cells. They spent their evenings in lighter pursuits, playing games with Daphne and telling stories to Astoria, bringing a rare, genuine joy into the quiet girl's life. But every day, they returned to their secret research, two brilliant minds working on a problem that had stumped the magical world for centuries. They did not find a cure in those 2 days, but they found a path. They proved a hypothesis. The curse was not just a spiritual stain, it was a physical, biological reality. And if it was physical, it could be fought. When it was time for Ariana and Hermione to return to the Grangers' home for Christmas Eve, they left with more than just memories of a pleasant visit. They left with data, with a purpose, and with the fervent, desperate hope of a noble family resting on their young shoulders. The game had a new, deeply personal dimension. Defeating Voldemort was a matter of saving the world. Curing the maledictus curse, that was a matter of saving a soul. And Ariana Dumbledore was determined to do both. Chapter 66, A Key to a New Family. The return to Hogwarts after the Christmas holiday was marked by a new sense of normalcy. The castle, thoroughly swept and secured, felt safer than it had in months. The remaining Dementors at the gates were a grim reminder of the recent past, but within the walls, life had returned to its familiar, academic rhythm. Ariana and Hermione returned, their bond stronger than ever. Hermione, now armed with the knowledge that she could pursue her academic passions without destroying herself, was more focused and less anxious. Ariana, while still feeling the subtle, lingering echoes of her magical depletion, was buoyed by the new, profound purpose of her research into the maledictus curse. They met up with Harry and Ron in the common room, who were full of stories from their boisterous Christmas at the Burrow. Harry, for the first time, looked truly rested and happy after a holiday, the warmth of the Weasley family having worked its own kind of healing magic on him. "You'll never guess who came to visit," Harry said, his voice a low, excited buzz as he pulled Ariana and Hermione aside. "Sirius." Sirius Black was at the Burrow. Hermione gasped, her eyes wide. "No, not there," Harry explained. "He met with me and Professor Lupin in Hogsmeade. Dumbledore arranged it. He looks better, cleaner. He's been staying somewhere secret, getting his strength back." Harry's face was alight with a joy that was profound to see. "We talked for hours. About my dad, about their time at school. It was amazing." He then turned to Ariana, his expression turning serious and full of a deep gratitude. "He wanted to speak with you too, Ari. Both of you," he corrected, glancing at Hermione. "He wants to thank you properly. Professor Lupin said they'll be in his office tomorrow evening, if you're willing." "Of course," Ariana said with a nod. The following evening, they made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Remus greeted them at the door, his kind, weary face breaking into a warm smile. The man standing by the fireplace was transformed. Sirius Black's hair was cut and clean, his gaunt features had filled out slightly, and he was dressed in well-made, if slightly old-fashioned, robes. The haunted, restless energy in his eyes had been replaced by a fierce, joyful light. He was beginning to look like the handsome, laughing man from the photographs again. "Hermione," he said, his voice a warm, rich baritone, he shook her hand firmly. "Thank you. Harry told me how you stood by him. That's real friendship." Hermione blushed, pleased and flustered. Then he turned to Ariana. His expression became one of profound, humbled reverence. He didn't offer a handshake. He simply looked at her, his eyes full of a gratitude that was too deep for simple words. "Miss Dumbledore," he began, his voice thick with emotion. "I owe you more than my life. You gave me back my name, you gave me back my godson. There is no debt, no words that could ever repay what you did." "There is really no debt to repay, Mr. Black," Ariana replied calmly. "A gross injustice was identified, and the logical steps were taken to rectify it. That is all." Sirius let out a short, barking laugh, a sound full of a rusty, rediscovered joy. Spoken like a true Dumbledore, all logic and frighteningly brilliant. "You remind me of Albus a lot, but with less twinkle." He sobered, his expression becoming serious. "Harry trusts you, completely, and for that I trust you too. The Potters, they were my family, and now Harry is all I have left of them, but he considers you his family too." He reached into his pocket and produced a small, ornate, and very old-looking silver key. It was heavy, and it hummed with ancient, powerful protection magic. "This," Sirius said, holding it out to her, "is a key to number 12 Grimmauld Place. It's the old Black family home in London. It's a dreadful place, full of dark memories, but it's safe and it's mine. It is my official residence." He pressed the key into her hand. "I know you have your own place, but this is different. This is a home. Harry will be staying there with me this summer, and for every summer after if he'll have me." He looked at her, his eyes fierce with sincerity. "And I want you to have a key, to have a place where you can go anytime you want, for any reason, without needing an invitation. A place where you will always be safe and always be welcome. I've already had you keyed into the wards, alongside Harry and myself. The house will recognize you as family." It was an incredible gesture. He was not just giving her a key, he was officially, magically, welcoming her into the new family he was trying to build around Harry. He was giving her a home. Ariana looked at the heavy silver key in her palm, feeling the deep, protective magic thrumming within it. "Thank you, Sirius," she said, using his first name for the first time. "I accept." Later that evening, back in the common room, Ariana showed the key to Hermione. Her friend's reaction was immediate and predictable. "He gave you a key to his house," Hermione said, her voice rising slightly. A familiar, pouty expression crossed her face. But you have a home with my family, we have a spare room. Dad was even thinking of putting in a new bookshelf for you." The friendly rivalry with Daphne had been one thing, but this was different. This was Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, formally inducting Ariana into their inner circle in a way that felt exclusive. Hermione's possessiveness over her best friend flared up, mingled with a genuine hurt that Ariana might prefer a dusty, old wizarding house to her own warm, loving, muggle one. Ariana saw the complex emotions warring on her friend's face. She put the key away and turned to Hermione, her expression soft. "Hermione," she said gently, "a key is a tool, a house is a building, your home, your family, that is a sanctuary. They are not the same thing, and one does not replace the other." She reached out and took Hermione's hand. "Sirius gave me a safe house. Your parents gave me a home. Do you understand the difference?" Hermione looked at her, at the absolute sincerity in her eyes, and the pout slowly faded, replaced by a reluctant understanding. Ariana wasn't choosing Sirius over her. She was simply accumulating resources as she always did. Sanctuaries, alliances, homes. "I suppose," Hermione mumbled, though she still looked a bit disgruntled. "Just make sure you still come for the holidays." "That is a fixed variable in all future equations," Ariana confirmed with a rare, reassuring smile. The rest of the year loomed, with Dementors at the gates and the shadow of Voldemort's eventual return on the horizon. But now, their small alliance had a powerful new member, and Ariana, the girl who had started with nothing, now held the keys to two different worlds. A magical fortress filled with ancient secrets, and a quiet, suburban house filled with something even more powerful, the unconditional love of a family. Chapter 67, The Room of Requirement. The conversation with Sirius left Ariana with a deep sense of satisfaction, but also a lingering, logical frustration. The primary threat to Harry for the year, a vengeful, escaped convict, had been neutralized. Sirius was free. Pettigrew was exposed, and yet the Dementors remained. Their soul-sucking, joy-draining presence was a constant, oppressive weight on the school, a daily torment for Harry, and an unacceptable variable in her carefully managed environment. She sought out Professor Dumbledore the next day. She found him in his office, observing one of his strange, silvery instruments with a thoughtful expression. "Professor," she began without preamble, "I have a logistical inquiry. Peter Pettigrew has been exposed and is a fugitive. Sirius Black has been exonerated. The immediate threat to Harry within these walls has been neutralized. So why are the Dementors still stationed at the school gates?" Dumbledore sighed, a sound of deep, weary resignation. "A fair question, Ariana. The answer, unfortunately, lies in the labyrinthine world of ministry politics." Minister Fudge, while enjoying his newfound popularity for correcting the Black injustice, is also terrified of appearing weak. Pettigrew's escape was a major embarrassment. The Dementors are a visible, if unpleasant, symbol of the ministry's power and diligence. To withdraw them now, while a notorious traitor is still at large, would be seen by his political opponents as a sign of weakness. They are here less as guards and more as political theater. Ariana's expression remained impassive, but inside she felt a cold wave of disdain. The well-being of hundreds of children was being sacrificed for political posturing. It was illogical, inefficient, and deeply immoral. "I see," she said, her voice flat. "So we are to endure their presence indefinitely." "I am afraid so," Dumbledore confirmed sadly. "At least until Pettigrew is recaptured or the political winds shift." Ariana gave a curt nod. The situation was what it was. Complaining further was a waste of energy. If the authorities were going to be preoccupied with political games, then she would focus her own considerable resources on a problem they were incapable of solving. Her new project was the Maledictus Curse. The blood sample from Astoria Greengrass was a puzzle box of immense complexity. Her analysis with Hermione had confirmed the curse's physical nature, but understanding its magical mechanics required a level of research that the public Hogwarts library could not provide. She needed a space. A private, secure laboratory where she could work undisturbed, with access to materials and information beyond the normal curriculum. She knew just the place. A few days later, she approached Hermione and Daphne in the Great Hall. Tracy was with them, the four of them now a common, if still somewhat startling, sight. "Hermione, Daphne," she said, her tone indicating that this was not a casual chat. "I require your assistance with a research project." Ariana led the two girls up through the castle, not to the library, but to the 7th floor. They stopped in a corridor opposite a large, rather ugly tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy's foolish attempt to teach trolls ballet. "Ariana, what are we doing here?" Hermione asked, looking around the empty corridor. "I have discovered a place," Ariana said, a rare, secretive smile touching her lips. "A piece of forgotten Hogwarts magic. I have spent the last few weeks studying its properties and securing its access protocols." She began to walk back and forth in front of the blank stretch of wall opposite the tapestry. In her mind, she focused her will with absolute clarity. "I need a private, secure laboratory and library for my research on blood curses and ancient magic. I need a place where my friends and I can work undisturbed." She walked past the spot a third time, and on the smooth stone wall, a highly polished, dark mahogany door with a simple brass handle shimmered into existence. Hermione gasped. Daphne's perfectly composed expression finally broke, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How?" Hermione breathed. "This is the room of requirement," Ariana explained calmly. "It provides whatever the user requires. Its existence is a closely guarded secret. I have modified its access protocols. The room will now only appear for me, and only I can bring others inside. It is now our private sanctuary." She opened the door and gestured for them to enter. The room beyond was not the chaotic mess of lost items she knew it could be. It was a vast, cathedral-like space that seemed to be a fusion of the Hogwarts library and an advanced alchemical laboratory. Bookshelves stretched up into the shadowy heights, filled with ancient, leather-bound tomes. In the center of the room were several large, clean worktables, set with crystal beakers, delicate scales, and enchanted analysis tools she had requested. It was a scholar's paradise. "This is incredible," Daphne whispered, her eyes sweeping over the rows of books, many of which she recognized as rare, pureblood family grimoires that should have been impossible to find. "The room provides access to knowledge and items that have been lost to the castle over the centuries," Ariana explained. Hermione immediately rushed to a shelf, her fingers tracing the spines of books she had only ever read about. "But, Ariana, some of these could be dangerous. What if there are dark artifacts in here?" "An astute and logical concern," Ariana said, turning to a far corner of the vast room. "Which is why my first requirement was this." She pointed. In the corner stood another door, this one made of solid, black iron, with no handle and covered in shimmering, complex silver runes. "The room has already sorted, identified, and isolated every object containing dark or dangerous magic behind that door. It is sealed with a series of conceptual wards keyed only to my magical signature and my will. Nothing in this main area can harm us. The environment is secure." She had not just found the room. She had tamed it, organized it, and turned it into her personal research and development facility. She turned to her two stunned friends. "I brought you here because I need your help. Hermione, your knowledge of magical theory and your research skills are unparalleled. Daphne, your understanding of pureblood lineage, ancient family curses, and their political histories is a perspective I do not have. My goal is to understand, and ultimately to neutralize, the maledictus curse that affects Astoria, and by extension, Nagini." She looked at them, her two most powerful allies, one from a world of Muggle logic, the other from a world of ancient wizarding tradition. "The task is immense, perhaps impossible. But with the resources of this room and our combined intellect, the probability of success is significantly increased. Will you help me?" Hermione looked at the endless shelves of knowledge, her eyes shining with a fierce, academic fire. Daphne looked at Ariana, her expression full of a deep, unwavering loyalty to the girl who had saved her and now offered hope for her sister. "Of course," Hermione breathed. "Anything," Daphne said, her voice firm. The trio stood together in the heart of their secret sanctuary, a Gryffindor lioness, a Slytherin serpent, and at their center, the calm, brilliant Thunderbird who had brought them all together. The great work was about to begin. Chapter 68, The Cartography of a Curse. The Room of Requirement became their sanctuary, their laboratory, and their fortress against the outside world. The rest of Hogwarts went on with its Dementor-haunted, Quidditch-obsessed existence, but for the three girls, their true education was now taking place behind a hidden door on the 7th floor. Ariana's control over the room was absolute. As she had surmised, keying the room's complex matrix of intent-based magic to a single, powerful will was far more stable and secure than creating multiple access points. It meant that Hermione and Daphne could only enter when Ariana was with them, a fact that subtly reinforced her leadership of their small, powerful cabal. Their work on the Maledictus curse was a masterclass in collaborative, multidisciplinary research. Hermione, in her element, became the lead archivist. She cross-referenced dozens of ancient texts on bloodlines, curses, and magical maladies, her brilliant mind creating a web of connections and historical precedents that no one had ever assembled before. She discovered that the Maledictus curse appeared in several ancient, noble bloodlines, always passed down the maternal line, and always with slightly different animal manifestations. Daphne, meanwhile, provided the crucial pureblood context. She accessed her own family's private grimoires, brought to the room by the room's own mysterious means, and interpreted the coded, allegorical language that pureblood families used to describe such shameful afflictions. She understood the social implications, the political maneuvering, the alliances made and broken over the centuries to contain or hide the curse. She provided the human, political map onto which Hermione laid her academic one. And at the center of it all was Ariana. She spent her time in deep, focused analysis of Astoria's blood sample. Using her advanced, will-based magic, she was able to observe the curse on a level that was neither purely magical nor purely biological. She saw the dark, parasitic thread of magic not just as a corruption, but as a piece of flawed, sentient code. It had a purpose: to replicate, to degrade the host's magical core, and to eventually overwrite their physical form with that of the beast. It was, she realized with a chilling clarity, a magical, hereditary virus. It's designed to break the host's connection to their own humanity, she explained one evening, as the three of them sat around a large table, their notes and Astoria's magically projected blood cells spread out before them. The final transformation is triggered not by time, but by despair. By the moment the host gives up, when their will to remain human is finally eroded by the curse's constant pressure. This, she knew, was what had happened to Nagini. It was during a break in their intense research that the true scope of their sanctuary became apparent. "This room, it doesn't just provide books, does it?" Daphne asked, her gaze sweeping over the endless, shifting aisles of their private library. "No," Ariana confirmed. "It provides what is required, and over the centuries, many things have been required and then lost or hidden here." She led them on a tour. It was a journey through the forgotten history of Hogwarts. In one section, she showed them a rack of old, discarded wands. These belonged to students who had them confiscated or who simply lost them. Most are inert, but some still hold a faint echo of their original owners. In another aisle, she gestured to a dusty corner where several beautiful, but clearly outdated, racing brooms were propped against a wall. A silver arrow, a clean sweep 5, relics, but fascinating examples of early flight enchantment. Then she led them to a velvet-draped table. On it, gleaming under a soft, magical light, were several intricate, golden necklaces. Hermione gasped. "Time turners," she breathed, recognizing them instantly. "At least 5 of them," Ariana said calmly. "Lost or confiscated from students over the centuries who, like you, overestimated their ability to manage them. The Ministry believes they have them all accounted for. They are mistaken." She looked at Hermione. "This is why I was so certain of the dangers. The potential for catastrophic timeline corruption is immense." Hermione stared at the forbidden devices. a new, profound understanding of the rules she had so nearly broken settling over her. The sheer wealth of knowledge and artifacts was staggering. They were sitting on a treasure trove that could alter the course of magical history. It was during one of these quieter moments that Ariana noticed a subtle shift in Daphne. While Tracy Davis was still her roommate and public friend, she seemed increasingly distant from her in their private moments. "Daphne," Ariana asked one afternoon as they catalogued a series of rare alchemical ingredients. "You and Tracy seem less close than you once were." Daphne looked up from a jar of powdered moonstone, a conflicted expression on her elegant face. "Tracy is fine," she said carefully. "She's a good friend, but," she hesitated, "our conversations are about classes, about boys, about Quidditch. They are simple. When I am here with you and Hermione, we are discussing the fundamental nature of magic, the fate of my sister, the history of the world. It makes my other friendships feel superficial," Ariana supplied. Daphne nodded, looking relieved that someone understood. "Yes, and I feel guilty about it. She's been my friend since we were children." "Friendships, like people, evolve," Ariana said. "Sometimes they evolve in different directions. It does not invalidate the past friendship, but it does not obligate you to a future one that no longer fits. You do not have to remain friends with someone out of a sense of historical obligation." She looked at her directly. "Do you wish to bring Tracy here, to include her in this work?" It was a test, a question of loyalty and discernment. Daphne thought for a long moment. She valued Tracy, but she also knew her friend's limits. Tracy did not possess Hermione's academic rigor or Ariana's profound intellect. Her inclusion would slow them down, and the secrecy of their work was paramount. More than that, Daphne cherished the unique intellectual connection she was forging here. This was her alliance, a place where she felt she was truly an equal contributor. "No," Daphne said finally, her voice firm with a newfound certainty. "Tracy is my friend, but this is different. What we are doing here is more important. My friendship with you, Ariana, and with you, Hermione," she added, with a nod to the other girl, "has become more valuable to me." Ariana simply nodded, accepting her decision. She then added, her voice softening slightly. "You should know, Daphne, that you do not have to spend time with Tracy out of guilt or obligation. If you would prefer to work with me here alone sometimes, or with just Hermione, you only need to say so. Your time is your own. Your friendships should be a source of strength, not a social burden." A look of profound relief and gratitude washed over Daphne's face. Ariana had not only accepted her decision, but had also given her permission to let go of her guilt. She had offered her the freedom of choice. In that moment, Daphne's loyalty to Ariana solidified from a strategic alliance into a deep, personal, and unshakable bond. She had found her true circle, and she would do whatever it took to protect it. Chapter 69, The Calm Before the Storm. The first Hogsmeade weekend of the year arrived on a crisp, bright Saturday in late January. For the third-year students, it was a momentous occasion, their first taste of freedom beyond the castle walls. With Sirius Black free, while Peter Pettigrew was still at large, the regulations were now freed slightly, in hopes of showing peaceful times. The permission slips had been signed, the warnings about Peter Pettigrew had been issued, and an excited buzz filled the air. Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne decided to go together, leaving Tracy to join some of her other Slytherin friends. As the three of them walked down the path from the castle, they created an immediate stir. The student body had grown accustomed to seeing them together in the library or the Great Hall, but seeing them out in the world, dressed in stylish Muggle winter coats and scarves, was a different spectacle entirely. Ariana, with her honey-blonde hair and serene, otherworldly grace. Hermione, her brunette curls bouncing, her face alight with a new, vibrant confidence. And Daphne, with her aristocratic poise and cool, blonde elegance. They were a study in contrasts, yet they moved together with a shared, unspoken understanding, their conversation a low, intelligent murmur. They were, as a flustered fourth-year boy whispered to his friends as they passed, terrifyingly brilliant and brilliantly terrifying. The three most formidable witches of their generation, a powerhouse of brains, beauty, and burgeoning power, walking side by side. They explored the village with a leisurely enjoyment. They visited Honeyjuke's, where Ariana analyzed the magical properties of fizzing Whizbees with a clinical curiosity, while Hermione and Daphne stocked up on chocolate frogs. They browsed the shelves of tomes and scrolls, and stopped for warm, butter beers at the Three Broomsticks, finding a quiet corner booth away from the boisterous crowd. Their conversation was a seamless blend of the mundane and the profound. They discussed their charms homework, the upcoming Quidditch season, and then, in hushed tones, the molecular structure of the Maledictus curse. It was a friendship that operated on multiple levels simultaneously, a bond that other students could only observe with a mixture of envy and awe. One particular visit was the Hog's Head, where Ariana was expecting to find a person of interest for her. Unfortunately, she only found the inn being operated by a woman. Upon inquiry, the woman informed Ariana of an old man selling the place to her 3-something years ago. The man sold her the shop at a cheap price and left without any indication of where he was planning to leave. Ariana wondered about it, and also about whether to speak with Dumbledore or not. They returned to the castle that evening, their arms full of sweets, feeling refreshed and relaxed, even though Ariana had several thoughts in her mind. The quiet, idyllic period of study and friendship, however, was about to be shattered. A few days later, a wave of collective shock and terror swept through the wizarding world, delivered by the screeching owls of a special edition of the Daily Prophet. The front page was dominated by a single, terrifying moving photograph, the wild, maniacal face of a woman with lank black hair and heavy-lidded, crazed eyes. Bellatrix Eliasterangi, ESCPS AZKBN. Notorious death, eater freed by traitor PTTGRW. Ministry in crisis, Fudge VOWS, immediate and overwhelming response. The article was scant on details, pieced together from panicked ministry sources. Pettigrew, in his rat form, had somehow infiltrated the supposedly impenetrable fortress. He had located Bellatrix. Lestrange, Voldemort's most fervent and dangerously unhinged lieutenant, and had orchestrated her escape. How he had accomplished such a feat was a mystery, but the result was a nightmare. 2 of the most dangerous fugitives in Britain were now at large, and one of them was a sadistically powerful witch utterly devoted to the return of her master. The ministry's response was swift and heavy-handed. The number of Dementors surrounding Hogwarts doubled, their presence a constant, soul-draining miasma that left the student body perpetually cold and miserable. Furthermore, 2 full-time Aurors were assigned to the castle itself. One was a tall, imposing black wizard with a deep, calming voice and a single gold earring, Kingsley Shacklebolt. The other was a young, bubbly Auror with spiky, bubblegum pink hair that changed to a shocked violet when she tripped over the castle steps, Nymphadora Tonks. For Ariana, this news was a critical, game-changing variable. The escape of Bellatrix Lestrange had just moved the Longbottom family from a personal project to a high-risk security situation. She found Neville in the greenhouse, tending to a venomous tentacula with a newfound confidence. His face, when he saw her, was pale with a sick, familiar dread. He had seen the papers. He knew the woman who had destroyed his parents was free. "Neville," Ariana said, her voice cutting straight to the point. "We need to act, now." "Act," he whispered, his hands trembling slightly. "What can we do? She's out there." "Your parents are currently at St. Mungo's," Ariana stated, her logic cold and clear. "While secure, it is a known location. Bellatrix Lestrange is unstable, and her primary motivation is fanatical devotion to her master. It is a logical probability that she will seek to finish the job she started, to eliminate the loose ends of the last war. Your parents are a prime target." Neville's face went white. "Therefore," Ariana continued, "they can no longer remain there. We need to move them to a secure, private location. Longbottom Manor is protected by ancient family wards, is it not?" "Yes," Neville confirmed. "It's unplottable now, especially with Gran modifying the wards and even keeping several family members unaware of it." "Then that is where they must go," Ariana declared. "But there is another matter, your father." She had been resting, allowing her magical core to replenish after the immense strain of healing Alice. It was not at full capacity, but it was strong again. Strong enough, she calculated, for one more profound act of will. She would not leave the job half-finished. She would not leave Neville's father in the dark while his wife was waiting for him. "The risk of Lestrange finding them outweighs the risk of my own magical depletion," she said, more to herself than to Neville. "The timeline has been accelerated. We must complete the process. She sent an urgent patronus message, her brilliant Thunderbird soaring invisibly through the castle walls, to Professor Dumbledore, requesting an immediate emergency portkey to sent. Mungo's for herself and Neville, and for Augusta Longbottom to be summoned there at once. Within the hour, they were standing once again in the Janus Thicky ward. Augusta was already there, her face a grim, stony mask that couldn't quite hide her terror. Alice was sitting up in bed, looking stronger than before, but her eyes were wide with a remembered fear. And in his chair sat Frank Longbottom, placid and unaware. Ariana took a deep, steadying breath, gathering her power. This time, she knew the cost. She knew the drain it would take, but she also knew it was necessary. She walked to Frank, placed her hand gently on his head, and closed her eyes. Once again, she delved into the shattered landscape of his mind. She found the screaming, chaotic knot of the cruciatus memory, a psychic cancer that had consumed his consciousness for over a decade. With a focused, silent application of her will, she drew her metaphysical scissors. She found the threads, and with a strength born of purpose and necessity, she cut him free. Frank Longbottom shuddered, a violent tremor that shook his entire body. He blinked, his eyes clearing for the first time in 12 years. He looked at his wife, at his mother, at his tall, teenage son. "Alice," he whispered, his voice a disused rasp. He looked down at his own hands, then at Neville. "Neville, my God, what happened?" Augusta let out a sob of pure, unadulterated joy. Neville rushed to his father's side, his own tears flowing freely. The Longbottom family, broken for so long, was finally, miraculously, whole again. Ariana staggered back, the magical backlash hitting her like a physical blow. She leaned against the wall, a profound exhaustion settling deep in her bones, but her work was done. "Madam Longbottom," she said, her voice quiet but firm, cutting through the emotional reunion. "They are vulnerable. You must take them home. Now, to the safety of your own wards, they cannot stay here another night." Augusta turned to her, her face a mixture of fierce gratitude and grim determination. "It will be done, child," she said. "They will be safe. I swear it on the name of my house." Ariana had done it. She had defied a dark lord, rewritten history, and now she had mended the minds that one of his most powerful servants had broken. She had taken two of the most tragic pieces off the board and placed them securely in a fortress of their own. But she knew this was only the beginning. Bellatrix was free. Pettigrew was free. And Voldemort, somewhere in the dark forests of Albania, was waiting. The game was escalating, and she had just made herself a very, very powerful enemy. Chapter 70, The Anatomy of a Curse. The second healing of a Longbottom mind took its toll, but as Ariana had calculated, the effect was less debilitating than the first. Her magical core, having undergone its first maturation, now had a greater capacity and a faster rate of recovery. The exhaustion was still profound, a deep, cellular weariness that clung to her for days, but it was a manageable state, not the near collapse she had experienced before. The ambient, ancient magic of Hogwarts itself seemed to aid her. A gentle, nourishing presence that soothed her frayed magical nerves and helped to refill the deep well of her power. She continued to attend classes, her movements a little slower, her usual serene expression touched with a faint shadow of fatigue, but her mind remained as sharp as ever. Her two closest friends immediately formed a protective, fiercely loyal cordon around her. Hermione and Daphne, their former rivalry now completely sublimated into a shared purpose, became what Ron privately dubbed the She-Dragons. Hermione took charge of her academic needs, summarizing lengthy reading assignments, taking meticulous notes for her in class, and ensuring a constant supply of nutrient-rich snacks and restorative teas were on hand. She would read aloud to Ariana in the common room, her voice a soothing, intelligent murmur, allowing Ariana to absorb knowledge without the physical strain of focusing on a page. Daphne, on the other hand, managed her social and physical environment. She used her Slytherin cunning and pureblood authority to ensure no one bothered Ariana. A single, icy glare from Daphne Greengrass was enough to silence the whispers of curious students. She would ensure Ariana's path through the crowded corridors was always clear, and deal with any logistical issues with a quiet, ruthless efficiency. Together, they were a formidable team, a shield of Gryffindor loyalty and Slytherin pragmatism, dedicated to protecting their queen while she recovered her strength. It was during this period of forced rest and quiet contemplation that Ariana made her breakthrough. In the sanctuary of the Room of Requirement, with Hermione and Daphne standing as silent, supportive sentinels, she once again projected the enlarged, shimmering image of Astoria's blood. She had spent weeks studying the dark threads of the curse, observing their behavior, their slow, patient replication. But she had been looking at them as a foreign invader. Now, with her own magical senses heightened by their recent depletion and recovery, she looked again, but with a different perspective. She looked not for the curse, but for the absence of something. She remembered Nicholas Flamel's teachings. Alchemy was not just about changing things, but about understanding their true, essential nature, their prima materia. What she asked herself was the prima materia of a witch or wizard's magic. It was their will, their life force, their soul's unique signature. She focused on a single, corrupted blood cell. She ignored the writhing dark thread and looked deeper, at the cell's own magical essence. And then she saw it. It was a flaw so subtle it was almost invisible. The cell's own magical aura, which should have been a complete, whole circuit of energy, had a tiny, almost infinitesimal break in it, a fracture. And the dark thread of the curse was not just a parasite, it was a patch. A crude, magical scab that had latched onto that fracture, feeding on the leaking magical energy while simultaneously preventing the cell from healing itself. It was a symbiotic relationship of the most malignant kind. "That's it," Ariana whispered, her voice filled with a sudden, breathless excitement. The exhaustion fell away, replaced by the fierce, energizing thrill of discovery. "What is it?" Hermione asked, rushing to her side. "I've been looking at it all wrong," Ariana explained, her mind racing. "We've been treating the curse as the disease, but it's not. It's something else. It's like an opportunistic infection." She pointed a slender finger at the projected image. "The true problem is here. A congenital, hereditary weakness in the very structure of the magical core as it manifests on a cellular level. It's a genetic flaw, a tiny crack in the spiritual DNA. The maledictus curse isn't the flaw itself. It's a magical parasite that is attracted to this specific weakness. It latches on, feeds on the leaking magic, and over time, it rewrites the host's physical and magical blueprint to match its own, that of the beast." Daphne stared, her hand pressed to her mouth. "So, it's not that we're cursed to become a beast. It's that we have a weakness that attracts the curse." "Precisely," Ariana affirmed. "This is why magic cannot cure it. Magic is the source of the problem. You cannot use a faulty power source to fix its own flaw." She looked at them, her eyes blazing with a brilliant, revolutionary idea. "Think of it like a cancer, a magical one. The curse is the tumor latching to the greengrass blood magic itself, perhaps some kind of a specific magical signature that is not in other people. That is why it appears in some people and not in others. We can't just cut it out, because it's woven into the very fabric of the host's magic. But what if we could stop it from growing? What if we could introduce something that reinforces the host's own magical walls, that starves the parasite of the energy it feeds on?" She was no longer just a witch. She was a magical geneticist, a cellular biologist of the soul. "The key isn't a counter-curse," she murmured, thinking aloud. "It's an alchemical solution, a potion perhaps, something that works on a physical, molecular level to seal the cracks. If we can cut off the curse's food source, we can suppress its growth. We might even be able to force it into a permanent state of dormancy." She looked at Daphne, her expression now one of fierce, determined hope. "We might not be able to remove it, Daphne, but we might be able to stop it. We can give Astoria a full, normal life." The room was silent for a moment, the three girls standing on the precipice of a medical discovery that could change the wizarding world. They had found the root cause of an incurable curse. The how was still a vast, unknown territory, a lifetime of research and experimentation stretching before them. But for the first time, they had a map, they had a direction, and they had hope. Ariana felt her own magical core give a quiet, contented hum. It was not the explosive expansion of her maturation, but a deep, resonant thrum of purpose. This was her great work, not just defeating a dark lord, but healing the very fabric of magic itself. And with her friends by her side, she felt, for the first time, that it might just be possible. Chapter 71, The Anesthesia of the Soul. The breakthrough in identifying the core nature of the maledictus curse opened a floodgate of new, focused research. The room of requirement transformed further, its vast space now containing not just a library and laboratory, but also anatomical charts of magical nervous systems, complex arithmetic models of energy flow, and alchemical arrays shimmering with contained power. Their work became a three-pronged assault on the problem. Hermione, with her encyclopedic knowledge, became the conduit theorist, researching ancient runes, magical siphoning, and the history of soul magic transference. She pored over texts describing how magical energy could be drawn, contained, and moved, looking for a safe and stable way to create a one-way street for the curse to travel. Daphne, with her deep understanding of pureblood history and genetics, became the lineage analyst. She meticulously traced the Greengrass family tree and, through correspondence with other old families, began to map the occurrences of the maledictus curse through generations. She discovered patterns. The curse often lay dormant for centuries before re-emerging, its virulence seemingly tied to the overall magical strength of the host generation. Ariana, however, was the primary surgeon. Her focus was on the central, critical problem: how to safely detach the parasitic curse from the host's magical core without causing catastrophic damage. "The curse is like a deeply embedded splinter in the soul," she explained one evening, gesturing to the swirling, projected image of Astoria's magical signature. "If we simply try to pull it out, we will tear the soul itself. The host would be left a husk, magically and spiritually crippled. That is likely why all previous attempts at a magical cure have failed. They have been too brutal, too direct." She spent days in deep meditation, her mind navigating the complex, interwoven tapestry of Astoria's magical and physical being. She analyzed the latch, the point of connection where the dark thread of the curse integrated with the flaw in the host's cellular magic. It was a neurological connection as much as a magical one, a feedback loop where the physical body and the magical core were in a constant, toxic conversation. "We need to interrupt the conversation," she murmured, a new idea beginning to form. "We need to put the host's magic to sleep." Hermione looked up from a dusty grimoire. "Put it to sleep? How?" "In the Muggle world," Ariana said, her past life knowledge bubbling to the surface, "surgeons use anesthesia, a chemical compound that temporarily suppresses the central nervous system, allowing them to perform invasive procedures without the patient experiencing the trauma of the pain. The body is still being cut, but the brain does not register it. The memory of the pain is not created." Her eyes lit up with a sudden, brilliant insight. "That's what we need. Not a chemical anesthetic, but a magical one, a state of magical anesthesia." Daphne looked confused. "But how would that work? Magic is life for us." "We are not trying to suppress life," Ariana explained, her mind racing as she worked through the theory. "We are trying to temporarily retract it. Most magic a wizard performs is external, spells, charms, transfigurations, but the core itself is an internal power source. What if we could develop a technique, a potion or a meditative state that causes all of a person's magic to recede, to pull back from the periphery of their body and consolidate entirely within their core for a short, controlled period?" Hermione's eyes widened as she grasped the concept. "If the magic pulls back, it would retreat from the latch point." "Precisely," Ariana affirmed. "The curse would be left clinging to a connection point that has gone dormant. For a moment, it would be untethered. It would be hungry, searching for the magical energy it needs to survive." The final piece of the plan clicked into place with stunning clarity. "And in that moment of searching," Ariana continued, her voice filled with a quiet, fierce excitement, "we present it with a more attractive, more accessible food source." She pointed to Hermione's notes on runic siphoning. "We create an external conduit, a runic array, drawn on the body, leading away from the latch point. At the end of that conduit, we place a containment vessel." "Like what?" Daphne asked. "Something simple," Ariana mused. "Something magically absorbent but fundamentally neutral. A piece of prepared parchment. A specially treated crystal. We draw the curse out, along the runic path and into the object. The curse, desperate for energy, will follow the path of least resistance and embed itself in the new host material." "And then you seal it," Hermione breathed, her mind alight with the possibilities. a runic seal on the parchment, trapping the curse inside. Exactly, Ariana said. We don't destroy the curse, we transplant it. We lure the tumor out of the patient and trap it in a petri dish. Once it is isolated, we can study it, and eventually find a way to destroy it safely without harming the original host. It was a plan of breathtaking elegance and audacity. It combined ancient runic magic, advanced alchemical theory, and a core principle borrowed from modern Muggle surgery. It was a fusion of worlds, a type of thinking that had never been attempted before. The challenges were still immense. They would need to develop the magical anesthetic from scratch, a process that would involve incredibly complex potion work and meditation techniques. They would need to design the perfect runic conduit, one that was powerful enough to attract the curse, but stable enough not to shatter under its dark energy. And the timing of the procedure would have to be flawless, executed in the brief window where the host's magic was fully retracted. But for the first time, they had more than a theory. They had a procedure. A tangible, step-by-step plan that could, if they were skilled and brave enough, lead to a cure for an ancient, incurable curse. The three girls looked at each other in the quiet, magical light of their secret room. The weight of what they were attempting was enormous, but it was overshadowed by the fierce, brilliant light of possibility. They were no longer just students. They were pioneers on the very cutting edge of magical science, and they were about to attempt the impossible. Chapter 72. The Confluence of Generations. With a viable procedure mapped out, the next 2 weeks became a blur of focused, relentless work. The room of requirement became their entire world. Hermione, drawing on her near-photographic memory, perfected the complex runic array, a delicate, branching pattern designed to be a gentle but irresistible lure for the curse. Daphne, using her family's extensive alchemical archives, focused on the containment vessel, a small, flat disc of obsidian, polished and treated with silver nitrate and powdered moonstone to make it magically porous yet stable. Ariana, meanwhile, took on the most critical and dangerous task, the development of the magical anesthetic. It was a potion of immense subtlety. It couldn't just suppress magic, that would be a poison. It had to persuade the magical core to enter a state of temporary, voluntary dormancy. She used a base of distilled water from a magically silent spring, added the powdered seed of the soporiferous bean for its sleep-inducing properties, and infused it with the essence of moonlight, captured using an arcane flammel technique, to promote a state of restful recession. The final ingredient was a single drop of her own blood, a catalyst to attune the potion to a human magical signature. After numerous small-scale tests on magical plants, they had a prototype. The plan was no longer theoretical. It was ready. But Ariana knew that a plan of this magnitude could not be executed by 3 schoolgirls alone, no matter how brilliant. The final phase, the actual extraction and sealing of the curse, required a level of power and control that even she, in her depleted state, could not guarantee. This was not a task for an apprentice, it was a task for a master. "It is time," she announced one evening, placing the final, perfected diagram of the runic conduit on the table. "We have done all we can. Now, we must bring in the establishment." She requested another meeting with Professor Dumbledore, this time with Professors McGonagall and Snape also in attendance. She insisted it take place within the secure confines of the room of requirement. The 3 professors entered the vast, secret space, their expressions a mixture of awe and bewilderment. With Hermione and Daphne at her side, Ariana presented their findings. It was not a student's report. It was a professional, peer-reviewed presentation. Hermione laid out the historical and runic theory. Daphne explained the lineage and genetic components. And Ariana, with clinical precision, detailed the nature of the curse as a magical parasite, the concept of magical anesthesia, and the full, step-by-step procedure for its extraction and containment. The 3 professors listened in stunned, profound silence. Snape, the potion's master, was the first to speak, his voice a low, incredulous hiss as he examined Ariana's potion formula. This is unheard of. A potion designed to induce core dormancy without causing systemic shock. The theory is revolutionary. It is also incredibly dangerous. "The risks have been calculated and mitigated, Professor," Ariana replied calmly. To use a runic siphon to extract a soul fragment-like curse, The potential for psychic backlash is enormous, McGonagall murmured, her face pale. Which is why the final stage cannot be performed by us, Ariana said, turning her gaze to the headmaster. Professor, the procedure requires a wizard of immense power, control, and experience to manage the energy transfer and perform the final, absolute seal. My own magical reserves are still suboptimal for a procedure of this delicacy. I have developed the surgical plan. I am asking you to be the surgeon. Dumbledore looked from the detailed charts to the faces of the 3 young witches before him. He saw a project of such brilliance, such collaborative genius, that it humbled him. They had achieved in a matter of months what the magical world had failed to do in centuries. They had looked at an incurable problem, and by refusing to accept the established magical dogma, had engineered a solution. A slow, proud smile spread across his face. It would be my greatest honor, he said, his voice full of a deep, profound respect. The date was set. The procedure would take place at Greengrass Manor, within the safety of its ancient family wards. Lord and Lady Greengrass, their faces a mask of nervous hope, gave their consent. On a quiet Saturday morning, the team assembled in a large, sunlit room in the manor. Astoria lay on a comfortable bed, looking small and frightened but also incredibly brave. Her parents and sister stood by, their hands clasped tightly. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape were present, their usual roles as teachers shed, replaced by those of a medical team. Ariana and Hermione stood beside them, acting as primary consultants. The process began. Hermione, her hand steady, carefully painted the intricate runic array onto Astoria's skin with a special silver-infused ink, the lines leading from a point on her back near the base of the neck, down her arm, to the palm of her hand. Ariana then administered the potion, the magical anesthetic. She helped Astoria drink the small, shimmering vial, her voice a calm, reassuring murmur. It will feel like falling asleep in a warm, quiet place, she explained. They watched as Astoria's magical aura, visible only to Dumbledore and Ariana's enhanced senses, slowly began to recede, pulling back from the surface of her skin and consolidating into a dense, sleeping star in the center of her being. The core is dormant, Ariana announced quietly. Professor, the window is open. Snape, with a surprising gentleness, placed the small obsidian disc into Astoria's open palm, directly over the terminus of the runic array. Now it was Dumbledore's turn. He stood over the sleeping girl, his eyes closed for a moment in deep concentration. He then raised the elder wand, its tip pointed at the base of Astoria's neck, where the curse was most strongly anchored. He did not use an incantation. He began to channel his own immense, pure magic, not as a blast, but as a gentle, irresistible current. He created a pressure differential, a magical vacuum along the runic path. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a thin, writhing thread of pure darkness, like a strand of living black smoke, was pulled from Astoria's skin. It latched onto the glowing runic lines, a parasite seeking a new host. It flowed, slow and reluctant, down the path Hermione had drawn, a dark river following its new channel. The air grew cold, and a faint, despairing whisper seemed to fill the room as the ancient curse fought against its eviction. Dumbledore's brow was beaded with sweat, the sheer effort of controlling the dark energy immense. Almost there, Severus, prepare the seal. The last of the dark thread was pulled from Astoria's body and flowed into the obsidian disc in her palm. The disc pulsed once, a wave of black energy making it glow like a malevolent coal. Now, Dumbledore commanded. Snape's wand was a blur. He performed a complex, multi-layered sealing charm, his incantations a rapid, sibilant hiss. A cage of silver light erupted around the disc, shrinking and tightening until it was branded onto its surface as a permanent, unbreakable matrix of containment runes. The cold in the room vanished. The oppressive whispering ceased. It was done. Dumbledore staggered back, leaning on McGonagall for support, the effort having taxed even him. Astoria slept on, her breathing deep and even, her face, for the first time, completely free of the shadow of weariness that had always haunted it. Ariana stepped forward and placed a hand on Astoria's forehead. She could feel it. The flaw in her magical core was still there, the genetic predisposition. But the parasite, the curse itself, was gone. Her magic was her own again. Later, after the anesthetic had worn off, Astoria awoke. She sat up, her eyes wide with a wonder she had never known. She could feel her own magic, pure and untainted, singing in her veins. She raised a hand and conjured a small, perfect, shimmering butterfly that fluttered around her head. It was the first piece of magic she had ever performed that didn't feel like wading through mud. Ariana stood in the doorway, watching the joyous, tearful reunion of the Greengrass family. Astoria, her face alight with a pure, unadulterated joy, caught her eye. Ariana gave her a small, warm smile. "The curse is gone, Astoria," she said. "Your magic is your own now." She paused. "Are you excited for Hogwarts next year?" The younger girl's answering grin was blinding. For the first time, her future was not a countdown to a monstrous transformation, but an open, magical road full of possibility. And it was a future she owed entirely to the quiet, brilliant girl who had refused to believe in the word incurable. Chapter 73, The Paradigm Shift. The news, when it broke, did not just make a splash. It was a tidal wave that reshaped the entire landscape of magical medicine and social hierarchy. At Ariana's insistence, the procedure was not kept a secret. She, with Dumbledore's guidance, co-authored a formal research paper with Hermione and Daphne. It was submitted not to the Daily Prophet, but to the prestigious International Journal of Alchemical and Magical Theory, the wizarding world's foremost academic publication. The paper, titled A Proposed Method for the Extraction and Containment of Hereditary Magical Curses, Maledicti, via Corecession Anesthesia and Runic Transference, was a dense, brilliant, and utterly revolutionary document. It laid out their theory of the curse as a magical parasite, detailed the development of the anesthetic potion, and provided the exact runic specifications for the containment procedure. The three authors were listed clearly: Ariana Dumbledore, Hermione Granger, and Daphne Greengrass. Their names, alongside Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape, who were credited as consultants on the practical application, were now permanently etched into the annals of magical history. The paper was published, and the magical world erupted. At first, there was disbelief. An incurable, ancient curse solved by 3 teenage girls, it seemed preposterous. But then, the Greengrass family, one of the oldest and most respected pureblood lines, issued a formal statement through their solicitors, confirming that their youngest daughter, Astoria, had been successfully treated using the exact method described in the paper. The Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was forced to reclassify the maledictus curse from incurable to treatable. Healers from St. Mungo's scrambled to understand the new paradigm. The social implications were immense. Families who had hidden their cursed daughters for centuries suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. The fact that the solution came from a team comprising a Dumbledore, a Muggle-born, and a Slytherin pureblood was a powerful, if uncomfortable, statement about the future of magical collaboration. Whispers also began to connect the dots. The experimental potion that had miraculously brought Alice and Frank Longbottom back from the brink of insanity was now re-examined in the light of this new discovery. While the truth of Ariana's direct, hands-on healing remained a closely guarded secret, the wizarding world at large began to suspect that this new Dumbledore girl was at the center of a medical revolution. Her reputation grew from that of a powerful prodigy to something far more profound: a true innovator, a paradigm shifter. Amidst this global storm of academic debate and social upheaval, life at Hogwarts continued. But for the 3 girls at the center of it, everything had changed. They were no longer just students, they were the co-authors of a miracle. One evening, a few days after their return to the castle, Ariana found Daphne sitting alone by the windows of the owlery, looking out at the setting sun. The usual Slytherin mask of cool composure was gone, replaced by an expression of deep, quiet emotion. Ariana stood beside her, the two of them watching the last rays of light paint the sky in shades of orange and violet. "My father sent an owl this morning," Daphne said, her voice soft. "A family in France, the Delacours, have a distant cousin with the curse. They are consulting my family's healers about the procedure. They have hope." She turned to Ariana, her blue eyes shining with an unshed, grateful tears. "You didn't just save my sister, Ariana. You saved generations of witches who were born with a death sentence. You gave them back their lives." Before Ariana could respond with her usual logical, detached explanation, Daphne did something very un-Slytherin. She closed the distance between them and hugged her, fiercely and tightly. It was not the awkward, hesitant embrace of a new acquaintance, but the desperate, grateful hug of someone whose entire world had been remade. "Thank you," Daphne whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Ariana, surprised by the sudden, intense physical contact, slowly relaxed and returned the hug. She held her friend, feeling the genuine, overwhelming gratitude pouring from her. She understood in that moment that this was more than just a successful research project. She had changed the fundamental reality for families like the Greengrasses. When they finally pulled apart, Ariana looked at Daphne's emotional, sincere face. She saw not just a political ally or a research partner, but a friend who had stood by her, trusted her, and shared in her most ambitious undertaking. Her internal calculations, which had always placed Hermione in the singular category of best friend, required a significant update. "Hermione is my best friend, Daphne," Ariana said, her voice quiet but clear, her periwinkle eyes holding an unwavering sincerity. "We connect on a level of intellectual and emotional understanding that is unique. She is the first true friend I have ever had." Daphne nodded, a flicker of understanding and perhaps a little disappointment in her eyes. "But," Ariana continued, holding her gaze, "what we have accomplished together, what you have contributed, the trust you have shown me and the loyalty you have given, it is a bond of a different kind, but it is no less powerful. You are also my best friend." The distinction was subtle but crucial. Hermione was the friend of her heart and mind. Daphne had become the friend of her purpose and will. It was not a competition, it was an expansion. Her capacity for deep, meaningful alliance was not a zero-sum game. A slow, brilliant smile spread across Daphne's face. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated joy and acceptance. She had not replaced Hermione, but she had earned her own unique place in Ariana's inner circle. She had been seen, valued, and claimed. "Thank you, Ariana," she said, her composure regained but her eyes still shining. "Alliances must be maintained," Ariana said, a faint smile touching her own lips. "And strong alliances are built on mutual trust and shared purpose. We have both." They stood there for a moment longer, two powerful young witches from rival houses, united by a secret project and a profound new friendship. The sun set on their third year at Hogwarts, a year that had seen them face down Dementors, exonerate an innocent man, and cure an incurable curse. The future was uncertain. Voldemort was still a looming shadow, but as Ariana stood there with the loyalty of a Gryffindor lioness and a Slytherin serpent at her back, she knew she was ready for it. Her team was assembled, her power was growing, and the game was about to get much, much bigger. Chapter 74, The Logic of Wolves. The end of the school year arrived with a bittersweet finality. The exams were a formality for Ariana and her friends, their real education having taken place in hidden rooms and through world-changing discoveries. The Gryffindor table celebrated another House Cup victory, a triumph that felt both well-earned and slightly distant, overshadowed by the momentous events of the year. The joy, however, was soured by a piece of news that spread through the castle just before the final day of term. In the wake of Sirius Black's exoneration and Pettigrew's escape, questions had been asked. Old school records had been re-examined. And someone, likely Snape, in a final act of bitter, misdirected resentment, had leaked a crucial piece of information to the Ministry. Professor Remus Lupin was a werewolf. The fallout was immediate and predictable. Despite Dumbledore's staunch defense and the overwhelming support of the student body who had, for the first time, experienced a truly competent defense against the dark arts teacher, the political pressure from the Board of Governors and panicked parents was too great. Lupin, with a quiet dignity that was heartbreaking to witness, tendered his resignation. The day he was set to leave, as he was packing his worn, shabby briefcase in his now empty classroom, there was a soft knock on his door. He looked up to see Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne standing there. "We heard you were leaving, Professor," Hermione said, her voice laced with a genuine sadness and indignation. "It's not fair." Lupin offered a weary, gentle smile. "The world is not always fair, Miss Granger, but I thank you for the sentiment." His gaze fell on Ariana, a look of deep, abiding respect in his eyes. I suppose I should have expected this. It was only a matter of time. It is an illogical and prejudicial reaction based on fear rather than on data, Ariana stated calmly. Your performance as an educator was exemplary. Your condition did not impede your ability to teach. In fact, your understanding of dark creatures gave you a unique and valuable perspective. Kind of you to say so, Miss Dumbledore, Lupin said with a sigh, but logic has very little to do with the politics of fear. He snapped his briefcase shut. Well, that's everything. He made to move past them, a lonely, dignified figure heading into an uncertain future. Professor, Ariana said, stopping him, your resignation is a loss for the school, but do not let it create another, more personal loss. You have not yet spoken to Harry. Lupin flinched slightly. I thought it best to slip away quietly. The boy has enough complications in his life. He has Sirius now. He doesn't need a reminder of the darkness that surrounded his father. You are miscalculating the variables, Ariana countered gently but firmly. You are not a reminder of darkness to him. You are one of the last living, accessible link to his parents. Sirius is his godfather, a figure of excitement and newfound family. You, Professor, are his teacher. You are the one who can tell him stories not of grand adventures and rule-breaking, but of quiet moments in the library, of James's surprising talent for charms, of Lily's kindness to a lonely, cursed boy. You are a different kind of history. To leave without speaking to him would be to deprive him of that connection. It would be a disservice to him and to the memory of the friends who accepted you without question. Lupin stared at her, her words cutting through his own wall of guilt and self-pity. She was right, of course. Her logic was, as always, unassailable. He was not just a werewolf, he was Remus Lupin, his friend's Moony. To deny Harry that part of his heritage would be a selfish act. Furthermore, Ariana continued, it is imperative that you keep in touch with him. Harry now has a godfather, but Sirius Black, for all his admirable qualities, is emotionally volatile and has been deeply traumatized. Harry will need another adult mentor in his life. A calm, steadying influence. A voice of reason. You are uniquely qualified for that role. She was not just offering friendly advice. She was assigning him a duty, framing his relationship with Harry not as a burden, but as a crucial responsibility. A slow, sad smile touched Lupin's lips. You miss nothing, do you, Miss Dumbledore? He said. He looked at the three girls, the brilliant Gryffindor, the loyal Slytherin, and their quiet, formidable leader. He is in good hands. He gave a decisive nod. You are right. I will go and find him now. As he walked away, his shoulders a little straighter, his purpose renewed, Hermione turned to Ariana. That was a kind thing to do. It was the logical thing to do, Ariana replied. Maintaining Harry's support structure is a strategic priority. But as she watched Lupin walk away, her mind was already moving, processing a new, long-term project. She thought of the Maledictus curse, a flaw in the magical blood. And now she thought of lycanthropy. The wizarding world treated it as an incurable, dark curse, a mark of monstrosity. But what was it, really? A magical virus? A transformative blood ailment that responded to the lunar cycle? Was it truly incurable, or had the world simply stopped looking for a cure, content to ostracize the victims rather than treat the disease? The parallels to her research with Astoria were undeniable. New project, a quiet, determined voice noted in the back of her mind. Catalog, lycanthropy. Objective, analyze the magical biological mechanism of the curse. Hypothesis, if the Maledictus curse is a flaw in the magical gene, lycanthropy may be a viral agent that hijacks the host's transformative magic. Possibility of suppression or cure, currently unknown but probability is non-zero. The train ride back to London was filled with the usual end-of-term excitement. Harry was full of his conversation with Lupin, his face glowing with the promise of letters and future visits. The girls discussed their summer research plans. The future stretched before them, a landscape of immense possibility and looming danger. Ariana looked out the window at the passing countryside, her mind already working. She had solved the mystery of the chamber. She had cured an incurable curse. She had righted a 12-year-old injustice. But these were merely opening moves in a much larger, more complex game. Voldemort was still out there. Pettigrew was his servant. And the world was full of other, older, deeper kinds of magic, curses, and pains that the wizarding world had deemed incurable. It was, she thought with a flicker of a smile, a target-rich environment, and she was just getting started. Chapter 75, The Locket in the Dust. The summer after third year was a welcome, restorative calm after the storm. It was a time of deep study, quiet friendship, and the slow, patient replenishment of Ariana's magical reserves. As she had promised, she divided her time, creating a new summer tradition that balanced her alliances and her research. She began with 2 weeks at the Granger household. Life there was a comforting routine of intellectual pursuits and mundane pleasures. She and Hermione spent long, sun-drenched afternoons by the pool, their lounge chairs buried under stacks of books on advanced arithmancy and alchemical theory. They would swim, discuss complex magical concepts, and then fall into easy, comfortable silence, simply enjoying the warmth of the sun and each other's company. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, now completely accustomed to their daughter's extraordinary friend, treated her as part of the family, their quiet pride in the two brilliant girls palpable. Next, she spent a week at Greengrass Manor. The atmosphere there was one of profound, hopeful change. Astoria, now free from the constant, draining presence of the curse, was a different child. She was still delicate, but her eyes were bright with life and laughter. She followed Ariana everywhere, her adoration shining. Ariana spent time with her, playing magical games and subtly monitoring her progress, gathering data on a curse-free maledictus bloodline. The research with Daphne continued in the great Greengrass library, but it was now less frantic, more theoretical, focused on the long-term goal of preventing the curse from ever latching onto a future generation. Finally, in mid-August, she sent an owl to Harry and traveled by flew to number 12, Grimmauld Place. The ancient Black family home was a shock to the senses. It was a tall, gloomy townhouse steeped in centuries of dark magic and pure-blood prejudice. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, and the disembodied heads of house elves mounted on the walls stared down with vacant, glassy eyes. But amidst the gloom, there was life. Sirius Black, looking healthier and happier than ever, was working tirelessly with Remus Lupin to clean and decontaminate the house. They were laughing, trading insults like they were schoolboys again, the deep bond of their friendship a warm light in the oppressive darkness of the house. Harry was there, a permanent smile on his face, finally experiencing a true home, surrounded by the men who were his last links to his parents. Ariana's presence was a welcome one. She was not part of their boisterous, chaotic energy, but a calm, steadying anchor. She would sit in the dusty drawing room, reading, while the others worked, her quiet presence a source of comfort. It was during one of these quiet afternoons that she made her discovery. Sirius, in a fit of determined cleaning, had decided to tackle a series of locked, glass-fronted cabinets in the drawing room, which were filled with a collection of unpleasant-looking dark artifacts. "Right, better get this lot out," he muttered, wrestling with a rusty lock. "No idea what my mad old mother was collecting, probably all cursed." He finally managed to wrench the cabinet door open, and together, he, Harry, and Ron, who was visiting for the day, began to carefully remove the objects. A snuff box that snapped viciously at anyone who tried to open it, a heavy silver music box that played a sinister, discordant tune, and a variety of other dark trinkets. As they cleared a dusty shelf, Ariana's eyes were drawn to a small object tucked away at the back. It was a heavy, ornate locket made of gold, with a serpentine S inlaid with glittering green stones. It was unremarkable to the others, just another piece of ugly, old jewelry. But Ariana felt it instantly. It was a cold spot in the room, a void of magic that seemed to suck the warmth and light out of the air around it. It felt profoundly, horribly familiar. It was the same cancerous, soul-fragmented magic she had felt from Tom Riddle's diary. Another Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. She kept her expression perfectly neutral, her internal composure a stark contrast to the sudden, icy shock that went through her. The original story had involved a long, arduous hunt for this very object, and here it was, lying forgotten in a dusty cabinet. "What's this?" Harry asked, picking it up. He immediately shivered. Feels nasty." "Probably cursed," Sirius said dismissively. "We'll put it in the rubbish pile with the rest of this junk." Before he could take it, a frantic, croaking voice echoed from the corner of the room. "Mistress's locket. Creature will not allow the half-blood to defile it. It is a treasure of the House of Black." The ancient house elf, Creature, appeared, his bulbous eyes glaring with a fanatical devotion. He made a grab for the locket, but Sirius intercepted him. "Get back, you miserable old git," Sirius snarled, his good mood evaporating at the sight of the elf who represented everything he hated about his family. As the two began to argue, Ariana stepped forward. "May I see it?" she asked Harry quietly. Harry, happy to be rid of the unpleasant object, handed it to her. She took it, her fingers barely brushing the cold metal. The dark magic within it writhed, sensing her own immense power, but she shielded her mind from its whispers, her focus absolute. She turned to the grappling Sirius and Creature. "Mr. Black," she said, her voice calm but authoritative, cutting through their argument. "Creature, the locket is indeed a powerful artifact of your family, but it is also cursed with a particularly malevolent piece of soul magic. It corrupts those who wear it or keep it close." Creature looked at her, his usual disdain for anyone not of the black bloodline warring with the truth of her words. He knew the locket was dark. His master, Regulus, had told him so. "Its presence in this house is a danger," Ariana continued. "However, destroying it outright would also destroy a priceless black family heirloom." She looked directly at Creature, her eyes holding not pity, but a clear, logical understanding. "You served Regulus Black, did you not? He was the one who retrieved this locket from the Dark Lord." Creature froze, his eyes widening in shock. No one had spoken his beloved master's name in years. How does the girl know?" he croaked. "I have studied the history," she said simply. "Regulus died trying to destroy this object, did he not? He failed because the soul fragment within it is too powerful, but he entrusted it to you to finish his work." She held up the locket. "I can finish his work. I can remove the curse, the piece of the Dark Lord's soul, without destroying the locket itself. I can cleanse it, restoring it as an heirloom of your house." She then looked at the elf, offering not a command but a promise. "Will you entrust it to me, Creature, to honor the final wish of your master, Regulus?" The ancient house elf stared at her, his large, bloodshot eyes filled with a storm of conflicting emotions. For decades, he had been bound by contradictory orders, to protect the locket and to destroy it. This girl, this strange, powerful witch, was offering him a way to do both. She was offering to fulfill his master's dying wish. With a low, shuddering sob, Creature bowed so low his nose touched the dusty floor. "Creature will entrust the mistress's locket to the wise young witch," he rasped. "Creature will obey." Sirius stared, utterly dumbfounded. He had spent weeks shouting at and fighting with the elf to no avail. Ariana, with a few calm, logical sentences, had earned his undying loyalty. Ariana slipped the locket into a specially shielded pouch she carried for just such contingencies. She would keep it a secret for now, revealing the existence of another Horcrux to Dumbledore, and the others would create a new wave of panic and action. She preferred to work on her own timeline. She had the diary, a neutralized Horcrux, to study. Now she had a live one. The Maledictus curse was one project. This was another. A chance to study the anatomy of a soul fragment, to learn how to excise it without destroying the vessel. As she returned to her quiet reading, leaving Sirius and Harry to stare at the now docile Creature in amazement, a quiet satisfaction settled over her. The summer was proving to be even more productive than she had planned. The game board was becoming clearer, and she was steadily, secretly, removing the opponent's most powerful pieces, long before he even knew they were in play. Chapter 76, The Convergence at Stoatshead Hill. The change in number 12, Grimmauld Place, was nothing short of miraculous. With the dark influence of the locket removed from the house and Creature's loyalty now firmly pledged to Ariana, the ancient house elf underwent a startling transformation. His muttering ceased, replaced by a zealous, if still slightly creepy, dedication to cleanliness and order. He began to refer to Ariana as the wise young mistress, and followed her around with an almost dog-like devotion, constantly offering her cups of tea and freshly baked scones, which were surprisingly delicious. Sirius, freed from the constant, resentful presence of the elf he'd always known, found himself in a cleaner, brighter, and significantly more pleasant home. He treated Ariana with a mixture of awe and familial affection, often just shaking his head in wonder at her ability to solve problems he'd struggled with his entire life. It was during this period of domestic harmony that Sirius burst into the drawing room one morning, waving a handful of tickets. "I've got them," he announced, his face alight with a boyish excitement. "Tickets for the Quidditch World Cup final, Ireland versus Bulgaria. What do you say, Harry? Fancy a trip?" Harry's eyes lit up. The World Cup, brilliant. "And you, of course," Sirius said, turning to Ariana. "You have to come, and bring your friends, all of them, my treat." His gaze softened. "It's the least I can do." He then mentioned that they would be meeting the Weasleys there, making it a grand reunion. Ariana, for whom Quidditch was still a rather chaotic and illogical sport, recognized the invitation for what it was: a crucial team-building exercise, an opportunity to solidify the bonds of their alliance in a relaxed, celebratory environment. "We would be delighted to attend, Sirius," she accepted graciously. Of course, she also knew the next event and its nexus location. She sent owls to Hermione and Daphne. Hermione's reply was immediate and ecstatic. Daphne's was equally enthusiastic, though she informed them that her family already had their own tickets in a different section, but that she and Tracy would be thrilled to meet them there. And so, on a misty, pre-dawn morning in late August, Ariana, Harry, Sirius, and Remus, who had been staying at Grimmauld Place as well, apparated to a quiet, windswept field near the Weasleys' home. A short walk brought them to the bottom of a steep incline known as Stoatshead Hill. Waiting at the top, silhouetted against the rising sun, were the Weasleys, their familiar red hair a beacon in the gray morning. The reunion was a joyous, noisy affair. Mrs. Weasley hugged everyone, Mr. Weasley shook Sirius's hand with heartfelt warmth, and the Weasley twins immediately started plotting with Harry and Ron. Hermione was there, having arrived a few minutes earlier, her face bright with excitement. Just as Mr. Weasley was explaining that their portkey was an old, manky boot, two more figures appeared over the crest of the hill. One was a stout, ruddy-faced wizard with a proud, booming voice. The other was a tall, handsome boy with kind gray eyes and a quiet, unassuming confidence. "Arthur," the man boomed, "good to see you." "Amos, and this must be Cedric," Mr. Weasley replied cheerfully. Amos Diggory was clearly thrilled to be sharing a portkey with the famous Harry Potter. He began to boast loudly about how his son, Cedric, had once beaten Harry at Quidditch, a fact that made Cedric look deeply embarrassed. It was then that Amos Diggory's gaze fell upon the two girls standing slightly apart from the Weasley chaos, next to Harry. He saw Hermione, her hair now a cascade of glossy curls, her new confidence shining, and then he saw Ariana, her serene beauty and powerful presence making her stand out even in the misty dawnlight. "Well now," Amos exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I know who you two are. My Cedric has told me all about you. The brilliant Granger girl and the Dumbledore prodigy, causing quite a stir at Hogwarts, the pair of you. Curring curses, I hear, astonishing." Cedric Diggory looked over at them, a polite and genuinely impressed smile on his handsome face. He had seen Ariana's duel and had heard the whispers about her incredible power. Now, seeing her up close, calm and poised on a windswept hill at dawn, he found the stories easy to believe. He gave them a friendly, respectful nod. "It's an honor to meet you both properly," Cedric said, his voice warm and sincere, pointedly ignoring his father's loud boasting. Hermione blushed, unaccustomed to such direct, positive attention from an older, popular boy. Ariana simply inclined her head in a gesture of cool, polite acknowledgement. "Time to go," Mr. Weasley announced, pointing at the decrepit boot. "Everyone get a hand on it." They all crowded around, each placing a finger on the worn leather. 3, Mr. Weasley counted, 2, 1. The world dissolved in the familiar, sickening lurch of a portkey. They were flung through a whirlwind of color and sound, landing moments later in a heap on a misty, empty moor. In the distance, they could see the faint outline of hundreds of tents and the colorful flags of the campsite. As they picked themselves up, brushing the dew from their clothes, they were at the heart of the wizarding world's greatest sporting event. The air was already alive with the sounds of different languages, the smells of strange foods cooking over magical fires, and the palpable, crackling energy of thousands of witches and wizards gathered together in shared excitement. Sirius clapped Harry on the shoulder, his face alight with a joy he hadn't felt in 13 years. Remus looked on with a quiet, contented smile. Ron and the twins were already arguing about whether Crumb or Lynch would catch the snitch. And standing together, a small, unshakable island of calm in the rising tide of cheerful chaos, were Ariana and Hermione, ready to observe the spectacle. The game was about to begin, both on and off the pitch. Chapter 77, The Spectacle of the Summit. The campsite was a sprawling, chaotic city of magic. Tents of every shape and size dotted the moor, from small, unassuming domes that were magically expanded on the inside to grand, multi-storied pavilions of silk and velvet, complete with peacocks strutting on the lawns. The air was a thick tapestry of sounds and smells, Irish folk music clashing with Bulgarian chants, the aroma of frying sausages mingling with the scent of magical fireworks. After setting up their own magically enlarged tents, a task accomplished with a few efficient waves of Mr. Weasley's and Sirius's wands, they had some time before the match. It was then that a familiar, elegant figure made her way through the crowds towards them. "Ariana, Hermione," Daphne Greengrass called out, her voice a calm, refined note in the surrounding cacophony. She was dressed impeccably in dark green traveling robes, and beside her, clutching her hand, was a wide-eyed Astoria. "Daphne, you found us," Hermione said, delighted. "Our tent is just over the rise in the old money section, as Father calls it," Daphne explained with a wry smile. She then nodded towards a group of girls laughing loudly nearby. "Tracy has gone to join the Parkinsons. I believe she finds our discussions on magical theory a bit dry." There was no malice in her tone, only a simple statement of fact. She was not upset by Tracy's absence, she understood it. Her friendship with Tracy was one of childhood habit, but her alliance with Ariana and Hermione was one of intellectual and personal evolution. This was where she now belonged. As Daphne and Astoria joined their group, another, shyer figure attached herself to the periphery. Ginny Weasley, who had been hovering near her brothers, drifted over to stand closer to Ariana, her expression one of pure, unadulterated hero worship. Since the events of her first year, Ginny viewed Ariana not just as a powerful witch, but as her personal, if unknowing, savior from the events. And so, a new configuration formed, a quintet of powerful young witches. Ariana, the calm, logical center, Hermione, the brilliant, confident scholar, Daphne, the poised, strategic pureblood, Astoria, the hopeful, adoring younger sister, and Ginny, the loyal, brave admirer. Their journey to the stadium was an adventure in itself. They passed wizards hawking luminous rosettes, merchants selling dancing shamrock hats, and vendors with miniature, fire-breathing models of the Welsh green dragon. Finally, they reached the colossal, golden stadium, a structure so vast it seemed to defy physics. "Blimey," Ron breathed, staring up at it. "How many people are in there?" 100,000, I think," Mr. Weasley said, consulting their tickets. "Right then, we're in the top box. Up we go." The seats were magnificent, plush purple armchairs in a small, private box at the very top of the stadium, offering a perfect, panoramic view of the emerald green pitch below. They were soon joined by a gaggle of ministry officials, and then, to their collective dismay, the Malfoys. Lucius Malfoy walked in with his signature aristocratic swagger, Narcissa on his arm, and Draco trailing behind. Lucius exchanged a cold, stiff greeting with Sirius, the animosity between the two men a palpable, freezing presence. Draco's eyes scanned the box, his usual sneer firmly in place. It faltered for a moment when he saw the formidable group of girls sitting together. He shot a particularly nasty look at Hermione, but a single, icy glare from Daphne was enough to make him look away and complain to his mother about the quality of the seats. The pre-match spectacle began. First came the Irish mascots, a swirling, glittering rainbow that arced across the stadium, showering the crowd in lucky gold coins, which later vanished, much to Ron's dismay. Then, 100 leprechauns flew into the air, forming a giant, dancing shamrock. Then came the Bulgarian mascots. The mood in the stadium shifted. 100 beautiful women with silvery blonde hair and moonbright skin glided onto the pitch. They were Vila. As their enchanting music began to play, most of the men in the stadium, including Ron and a slightly dazed Harry, were overcome with a sudden, desperate urge to perform incredible, death-defying feats to impress them. Ron was trying to stand on his head on the balcony railing before Mr. Weasley and Sirius managed to pull him back. Ariana observed the effect with clinical detachment. It was a powerful, pheromonal form of emotional compulsion magic. Interesting. She noted that she herself felt nothing but a mild aesthetic appreciation for their coordinated dancing. Beside her, Hermione was looking cross, while Daphne and Ginny seemed more amused than anything. The match itself was a brutal, breathtaking display of aerial acrobatics and raw power. The Irish chasers were a seamless, flying machine, scoring goal after goal. But the Bulgarian seeker, a scowling, moody-looking young man named Victor Krum, was a genius in the air. He flew with a grace and power that was mesmerizing. He performed a perfect Wronski feint, a death-defying dive that tricked the Irish seeker into nearly crashing, drawing a collective gasp from the entire stadium. Even Ariana, who found the rules of the game arbitrary, could appreciate the sheer physical and magical mastery of the move. The game was a blur of green and red robes, of bludgers cracking against bats, and the roar of 100,000 fans. It was chaos, but it was a beautiful, exhilarating chaos. Then it happened. Krum, seeing that Ireland's lead was insurmountable, made a strategic decision. He went into another steep dive. The Irish seeker, Lynch, followed him, but this time it wasn't a feint. Krum pulled up at the last second, his hand outstretched, and in it, gleaming and fluttering, was the golden snitch. He had caught the snitch, but Ireland, with their massive lead in goals, won the match. The stadium erupted in a cacophony of Irish celebration and disappointed Bulgarian groans. Fireworks exploded, painting the sky in green and silver. The Irish team did a victory lap, their fans screaming with joy. In the top box, the atmosphere was electric. Ron was arguing with Ginny about Krum's strategy. Harry was replaying the Wronski feint in his head, and the girls were discussing the magical properties of the villa's allure. Ariana watched it all, a small, serene smile on her face. It had been a fascinating spectacle, a perfect demonstration of power, strategy, and human emotion on a grand scale. The game on the pitch was over. But as the sky began to darken and the celebrations turned into wild, raucous parties in the campsite below, she had a feeling that the night's main event was yet to come. And for that, she was, as always, prepared. Chapter 78, The Mark of a Darker Game. As the last of the celebratory fireworks fizzled out, a triumphant and slightly tipsy Mr. Weasley declared it was time to head back to the tents. They descended from the top box, swept up in the massive, joyful river of celebrating Irish supporters. "We'll see you back at school," Daphne called out, giving Ariana and Hermione a quick, elegant wave. She took Astoria's hand firmly in her own. "Come on, little sister. Father will be waiting." She guided Astoria away, melting into a different stream of the crowd, heading towards the more opulent section of the campsite. The atmosphere in the main camp was one of pure, unrestrained revelry. Bonfires roared, music blared, and wizards and witches danced and sang, their faces lit with joy. The Weasleys, Harry, and Sirius were caught up in the mood, laughing and joking as they navigated the happy chaos. Ariana and Hermione walked slightly behind them, observing the scene. But Ariana's senses, always attuned to the subtle shifts in the magical atmosphere, began to detect a discordant note beneath the joyous symphony. A low, ugly thrum of malice. A pocket of dark, predatory magic beginning to coalesce on the far side of the field. "Something is wrong," she said quietly to Hermione, her hand instinctively moving closer to the wand holster on her arm. Her warning came too late. A sudden, collective scream ripped through the night, followed by the sound of explosions. Panic erupted. The joyous crowd transformed into a stampeding, terrified mob. Tents were being blasted apart. Green and purple jets of light shot through the darkness. From the woods at the edge of the campsite, a group of figures emerged. They were marching in a tight formation, their faces hidden by pointed hoods and grotesque masks. They were Death Eaters. They were not killing, but terrorizing, levitating a terrified family of muggles, the campsite manager and his wife and children, and spinning them through the air like grotesque puppets, their wands pointed at them like cruel jokes. "Death Eaters," Mr. Weasley yelled, his face pale. "Fred, George, you get Ginny and get to the woods. Go, we'll find you. Sirius, Remus with me. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ariana, run." In the ensuing chaos, the group was instantly shattered. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were swept away by a wave of fleeing wizards. Sirius, Remus, and Mr. Weasley charged towards the Death Eaters, their own wands blazing. Ariana, however, found herself separated, moving in a different direction. She moved with a preternatural calm, her mind assessing the situation, her eyes scanning for her friends. It was then that she heard a small, terrified cry nearby. "Daphne!" It was Astoria. In the panic, she had been knocked down and separated from her sister. She was huddled at the base of a large oak tree, her face white with terror as 3 masked Death Eaters broke away from the main group and began to advance on her, their wands raised, their laughter cruel and mocking. They had spotted a lone, vulnerable pureblood child, an easy target for their sport. "Well, well, what have we got here?" one of them sneered. "A little songbird lost from her nest." Ariana did not hesitate. There was no time for a plan, no time for logic. There was only the immediate, absolute imperative to protect a child who was under her care. She moved, a blur of motion, placing herself directly between the advancing Death Eaters and the terrified Astoria. "Leave her alone," she said. Her voice was not a shout. It was a low, cold, and utterly commanding statement that cut through their mocking laughter like a shard of frozen steel. The 3 Death Eaters stopped, surprised. They saw a lone, slender, blonde girl standing before them, her expression one of absolute, unwavering calm. They laughed. "Look at this," the leader sneered. "Another little Gryffindor playing hero. What are you going to do, girl? Throw makeup charms?" Ariana didn't answer with words. Her Elder Wand was already in her hand. The battle was over before it even began. Stupefy incarceris, impedimenta. The spells left her wand in a silent, lightning-fast sequence. 3 distinct bolts of silver-white light, each aimed with perfect precision. The first Death Eater's eyes rolled back as he was hit with a stunning spell so powerful it bypassed his magical resistance entirely. The second was instantly bound head to toe in thick, conjured ropes, crashing to the ground, immobile. The third was hit with a full-body impediment jinx that froze him in place, his jeering expression locked on his masked face. It took less than 5 seconds. 3 fully grown, dark wizards, neutralized by a 14-year-old girl with a terrifying, silent efficiency. She didn't spare them a second glance. She turned to Astoria, who was staring at her, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and utter, boundless awe. Ariana knelt down, her expression softening. "It is all right, Astoria," she said gently. "You are safe." She cast a quick, shimmering shield charm around the 2 of them as stray curses flew overhead. "Stay with me." It was at that moment that a new, more profound terror gripped the campsite. A great, booming voice, magically amplified, roared from the woods. "MORSMORDRE." A jet of brilliant green light shot high into the sky. It exploded, forming a colossal, shimmering skull composed of emerald stars, a great serpent protruding from its mouth like a grotesque tongue. The dark mark. The symbol of Lord Voldemort. The sight of it broke the Death Eaters' revelry. Their cruel sport forgotten, they immediately disapparated with sharp cracks, vanishing into the night. The terrorized muggles fell to the ground, unharmed but deeply traumatized. Silence descended upon the field, a silence even more terrifying than the chaos it had replaced. Everyone, from the Ministry wizards to the fleeing families, stared up at the ghastly green symbol hanging in the sky like a malevolent moon. Ministry wizards began to apparate into the clearing, their wands drawn, shouting and casting stunning spells in every direction. The night was far from over. The investigation into who had cast the dark mark was just beginning, and the wizarding world had just been served a chilling reminder that even in their moments of greatest celebration, the shadow of the past was always waiting to return. And Ariana, standing amidst the smoldering tents and the lingering fear, knew that her quiet summer of study was officially over. Chapter 79, The Tenth Suspicion. The arrival of the Ministry wizards transformed the chaotic campsite into a scene of official, panicked investigation. Aurors in dark robes spread out, securing the perimeter and tending to the traumatized muggles. In the center of the clearing, under the ghastly green light of the dark mark, a tall, rigid man with a perfectly trimmed toothbrush mustache and an air of intense, stressed importance was barking orders. This was Bartemius Crouch SR, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. It was into this scene that the Greengrasses and the Weasleys, having finally found each other in the woods, came rushing. Daphne, her face pale with worry, spotted Ariana shielding her younger sister behind a still-shimmering Protego charm. "Astoria!" Daphne cried, rushing forward and enveloping her sister in a fierce hug. Lord and Lady Greengrass followed, their faces a mixture of terror and immense relief. At the same time, Mr. Weasley, Sirius, and Remus arrived, their wands still drawn, their expressions grim. They saw the 3 unconscious Death Eaters lying bound and frozen on the ground near Ariana. Barty Crouch SR strode over, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He took in the scene, the powerful, lingering magic of the shield, the 3 incapacitated Death Eaters, and the impossibly calm young girl at the center of it all. "You," he said, his voice sharp and accusatory as he pointed a finger at Ariana. "You were found at the epicenter of this, and 3 fully grown wizards are incapacitated at your feet. Explain yourself, girl." Before Ariana could offer her calm, logical report, Lord Greengrass stepped forward, placing himself protectively beside her. "This girl, Mr. Crouch," he said, his voice cold with aristocratic authority, "just saved the life of my daughter. I would advise you to adjust your tone." "She is a child who has somehow taken down 3 dark wizards," Crouch retorted, his suspicion overriding his political sense. "It is highly irregular. It requires an explanation." He was a man who believed in rules and order, and Ariana's display of power was a variable he couldn't compute. Just as the tension was about to escalate, a new set of apparition cracks echoed through the clearing. A formidable, monocled witch strode into view, flanked by Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks. It was Amelia Bones. "What is the situation here, Barty?" she demanded, her gaze sweeping over the scene with the practiced eye of a seasoned investigator. "Amelia," Crouch said, flustered, "I have the situation under control. This girl is under suspicion for unorthodox use of magic." Amelia Bones's gaze fell upon Ariana, and her expression shifted from sternness to immediate recognition. She then looked at the 3 neutralized Death Eaters. "Under suspicion?" Director Bones said, her voice dripping with incredulity. She walked over and addressed Crouch as if he were a slow-witted student. "Barty, are you quite well? Do you not recognize the person you are attempting to interrogate? This is Miss Ariana Dumbledore, holder of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, for services to magical law and justice. The witch who was instrumental in the exoneration of Sirius Black and the exposure of Peter Pettigrew. The witch whose research is currently revolutionizing magical medicine at St. Mungo's." Crouch's jaw dropped. He stared at Ariana, his mind struggling to reconcile the calm, young girl with the formidable reputation Amelia Bones had just laid out. "My Aurors will take it from here," Bones continued, dismissing him completely. She nodded to Shacklebolt and Tonks. "Secure the prisoners and get them to holding cells. I want them interrogated under Veritaserum before the night is out." She then turned to Ariana, her expression softening into one of pure professional respect. "Miss Dumbledore, a good night's work. Your report when you are ready." 3 unidentified assailants, wearing masks, advanced on a lone, underage witch, Ariana stated calmly. "I intervened to protect her. I used a maximal stunning spell on the first, a full-body incarcerous charm on the second, and an impediment jinx on the third. The engagement lasted approximately 3 seconds. Then the dark mark was cast from the direction of the woods." Bones nodded, accepting the report without question. It was concise, professional, and logical. It was then that Hermione, her face streaked with dirt and worry, finally pushed through the crowd with Harry and Ron. "Ariana, we couldn't find you. Are you all right?" She then saw the 3 down Death Eaters, and her eyes went wide. At that moment, an Auror emerged from the woods, holding a terrified, squeaking house elf by one of its large ears. It was Winky, the Crouch family house elf. And clutched in her tiny, trembling hand was Harry's wand. "We found this one in the woods, Director," the Auror reported, "right under where the mark was cast, and she was holding this." Barty Crouch SR's face went from pale to a ghastly white. "Winky, what is the meaning of this?" The ensuing scene was a chaotic mess of accusations, denials, and the firing of a loyal, terrified house elf. Through it all, Ariana watched, her mind piecing together the truth. Winky had not cast the mark, but someone else had, someone who had been near her, someone who had taken Harry's wand, someone who she knew well enough that she will be meeting soon. When the chaos finally died down, the prisoners had been taken away, Crouch had disapparated, leaving his disgraced elf. And the Ministry was beginning the long, arduous process of memory, modifying the Muggles and cleaning up the campsite. Their own group huddled together, exhausted and shaken. Daphne, her duty to her parents done, came straight to Ariana. Without a word, she wrapped her arms around her, a hug that was fierce with gratitude and a newfound, deep-seated loyalty. "You saved her," she whispered. "Again." "It was the logical course of action," Ariana murmured back, patting her friend's shoulder. Hermione was fussing over her, checking for injuries, her face a mask of worry. "Are you sure you're all right? A 3-on-1 magical engagement, even a short one, must have taken a toll on your reserves." "I am functioning within acceptable parameters," Ariana assured her, though she did feel a faint, familiar weariness deep within her core. The night was over. The World Cup, which had begun with such joy, had ended in terror and mystery. But as their weary group prepared to make their way back to their tents for a few hours of restless sleep, Ariana's mind was already at work. The Death Eater attack, the Dark Mark, Winky the house elf, they were all variables in a much larger equation. An equation that she knew, with a chilling certainty, would have its solution within the walls of Hogwarts itself. The Triwizard Tournament was coming. And someone was determined to make it a game of 4 players, not 3. Chapter 80, The Blood of the Wolf. The Hogwarts Express, usually a vessel of cheerful, end-of-summer chatter, was subdued on its journey north. The memory of the Dark Mark hanging in the sky and the chaotic aftermath of the World Cup had cast a long, fearful shadow over the students. Whispers of the Death Eater attack and the mysterious casting of Voldemort's symbol were the dominant topic of conversation in every carriage. In the compartment occupied by Ariana and her friends, however, the atmosphere was different. It was not one of fear, but of focused, quiet intensity. Harry and Ron were recounting the night's events for the 10th time, still buzzing with a mixture of terror and adrenaline. But Ariana, having processed the immediate threat, had already moved on to the year's more significant projects. She waited until Harry and Ron were engrossed in a game of exploding snap before she turned to Hermione and Daphne, creating a subtle bubble of privacy. "The events at the World Cup were an unfortunate but predictable escalation," she began, her voice low and even. "The political climate is destabilizing. It is more important than ever that we focus on our own research. The work we are doing is, in the long term, far more significant than the random acts of disorganized terrorists." Hermione and Daphne leaned in, their expressions serious. They knew she was not talking about their schoolwork. "The Maledictus project had a solid theoretical foundation," Ariana continued. "But I have decided to open a second, parallel line of research this year." She reached into a specially shielded pocket of her robes and produced a small, magically sealed glass vial. Inside was a single drop of dark, crimson blood that seemed to hum with a faint, wild energy. "What is that?" Daphne whispered, her eyes wide. "It is a blood sample from Professor Lupin," Ariana explained calmly. "I asked him for it before we left Grimmauld Place. I told him it was for my ongoing research into magical blood anomalies. He was happy to oblige." Hermione's eyes lit up with dawning comprehension. "Lycanthropy," she breathed. "Precisely," Ariana affirmed. "It is treated by the wizarding world as a curse, a form of dark magic. But that is a simplistic and unhelpful classification. It is not a curse in the same way the maledictus affliction is. One is hereditary, a flaw in the magical DNA. The other is transmitted through an attack, like a disease. It is, I believe, a magical virus." She held up the vial. "Like the maledictus curse, this virus hijacks the host's magical core, specifically their innate capacity for self-transfiguration. The lunar cycle acts as a biological trigger, activating the dormant viral code and forcing the transformation. The pain and the loss of self are not inherent to the transformation itself, but are symptoms of the host's own mind and magic fighting a losing battle against the viral takeover." She was discussing one of the most feared and misunderstood conditions in the magical world, with the cool, detached language of a Muggle virologist. "So, you think it can be cured?" Daphne asked, her mind clearly connecting this to the hope Ariana had given her for Astoria. "Cure is a strong word," Ariana cautioned. The virus, once bonded with a magical core, is likely impossible to completely eradicate. But suppression? That is a different matter. If we can understand the mechanism by which it hijacks the host's magic, we might be able to develop a potion, an antiviral, in essence, that could inhibit the process. Something more permanent and effective than the Wolfsbane potion, which only allows the user to retain their mind, but does not stop the agonizing transformation itself. She looked at her two friends, her gaze intense. Our work on the Maledictus curse is about repairing a faulty foundation. This is about fighting an active, intelligent invader. It will require a completely different approach. I will need your help. Hermione, I need you to research all known magical viruses and transformative pathogens. Daphne, I need you to look into ancient family accounts of attempts to manage or mitigate lycanthropy beyond the standard ministry regulations. The pureblood families often had their own secret methods. It was another monumental task, a challenge that would have seemed impossible to anyone else. But to the three girls in the compartment, it was just the next logical step in their shared work. There was, however, one project she did not share. Later that evening, after Hermione and Daphne had gone to the trolley for snacks, Ariana sat alone in the dimming light of the carriage. She quietly reached into another, even more carefully shielded pocket, and her fingers brushed against the cold, heavy gold of Slytherin's locket. The Horcrux project was hers and hers alone. It was a burden too dangerous, too dark, to share, even with her closest friends. The knowledge of Voldemort's split soul was a secret Albus Dumbledore himself had guarded for years. To involve Hermione would be to place her in direct, existential danger, and saddle her with a terrible, consuming fear. To involve Daphne would be to draw her and her family into the very center of the war against the Dark Lord, a risk Ariana was unwilling to take for them. Her research into the locket was a solitary, silent endeavor. She would study its properties, analyze the soul fragment within, and learn the mechanics of its dark, parasitic magic. She would treat it as she had the Maledictus curse, as a problem to be understood, contained, and ultimately solved. She would find a way to perform the same kind of extraction, to cleanse the object without destroying the priceless historical artifact. It was a lonely, perilous path, but it was one she knew she had to walk alone. Her friends were her allies, her strength, her support system. But some burdens, she understood, were only meant for one person to carry. As the train rattled on towards the familiar, welcoming lights of Hogwarts, Ariana sat with her secrets. The curable curse, the manageable virus, and the shattered soul of a Dark Lord. The school year hadn't even officially begun, but her true work was already well underway. Chapter 81, The Scent of Deception. The start-of-term feast at Hogwarts was abuzz with an energy that went beyond the usual reunion excitement. Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling with a particular brand of theatrical gravitas, had made two stunning announcements. First, the Inter-House Quidditch Cup was cancelled for the year. This was met with a roar of outrage and disappointment from the students, particularly the Quidditch players. Second, he announced the reason. Hogwarts would be hosting the Triwizard Tournament, a legendary magical competition between the three largest European schools of witchcraft and wizardry: Hogwarts, Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, and Durmstrang Institute. He explained the history, the glory, and the unfortunate fatality rate that had led to its discontinuation centuries ago. He assured them that new safety measures were in place, and that an age line would be drawn to prevent any student under the age of 17 from entering. The hall erupted in a feverish babble of excitement, the loss of Quidditch instantly forgotten in the face of this new, thrilling prospect. Then Dumbledore made his final introduction. "We also have a new addition to our staff this year," he announced. "Please join me in welcoming our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alistair Moody." The great oak doors of the hall swung open. A man stood there who seemed to be carved from ancient, battle-scarred wood. He limped heavily on a clawed, wooden leg, and his face was a roadmap of old scars. One of his eyes was small, dark, and normal. The other was a large, round, electric blue orb that whizzed and spun in its socket, completely independent of his normal eye, scanning the hall with a disturbing, penetrating gaze. A palpable aura of paranoia and battle-hardened power rolled off him in waves. This was Mad-Eye Moody, the most famous Auror of his generation. The students stared, a mixture of fear and awe on their faces. As Moody limped into the hall, Ariana heightened magical senses, honed by a summer of intense research and her own maturation, registered a profound and immediate dissonance. She saw the man, the scars, the magical eye, the aura of power. But beneath it, like a discordant note in a symphony, she felt something else. It was the sense of knowledge that Polyjuice potion was currently being used. She had studied its complex alchemical properties with the flamels. She knew its feel, the way it imperfectly masked the user's core magical essence, leaving behind a faint residue that only the most sensitive of magical beings could detect. To her, the man who called himself Aleister Moody was like a lie. Her mind, with its terrifying speed, immediately knew the dots. The Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts, a supposedly trusted new professor, a complex, year-long plan, and Harry Potter, the boy Voldemort was obsessed with. This was Barty Crouch Jr., the supposedly dead Death Eater playing the game of teacher. A cold, calm certainty settled over her. This was not a threat to be monitored. This was a threat to be neutralized, immediately. She would not wait for a champion to be chosen. She would not wait for mysterious clues and dangerous tasks. She would not allow the charade to continue for a single day longer than necessary. That evening, after the feast, while her friends were excitedly discussing the tournament, Ariana slipped away and sent a patronus message to Dumbledore's office, requesting a private and urgent meeting on a matter of critical internal security. She was summoned at once. She entered the familiar circular office, where Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking at her with a curious, expectant expression. "Ariana," he said warmly, "a pressing matter so early in the term." "Professor," she began, her voice low and serious, "the man you have hired as the defense against the dark arts teacher is an imposter." The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes vanished, replaced by an expression of profound, sharp attention. He did not question her. He did not doubt her. He had learned over the past year that when Ariana Dumbledore made a definitive statement, it was based on data, not on speculation. "Explain," he said simply. "He is using a continuous dose of Polyjuice potion," she stated. "My senses can detect the residual magical signature. It is faint, but unmistakable. The man in that hall is not Aleister Moody." She paused. Given the timing of his arrival with the Triwizard Tournament and the overarching threat to Harry Potter, the logical conclusion is that he is a servant of Lord Voldemort, placed here to manipulate the tournament for his master's ends. Dumbledore listened, his face becoming a grim, stony mask. He had had his own subtle suspicions, a faint unease he couldn't quite place. Ariana had just given it a name and a terrifyingly plausible identity. "Your senses are remarkable, my dear," he said, his voice grave. "I fear you are correct." He looked at her, his mind clearly working through the ramifications. To confront him directly would be dangerous. If he is who you suspect, he is a powerful and desperate wizard. A direct confrontation is unnecessary and tactically unwise, Ariana countered smoothly, already 2 steps ahead. A public accusation would cause mass panic and a ministry investigation that would compromise the school. We require a controlled environment, a trap. She laid out her plan with the cool, efficient logic of a master strategist. "You will call a mandatory emergency staff meeting tomorrow morning," she instructed. "Inform them it is a security briefing regarding the tournament, delivered by Professor Moody himself. It is a plausible reason that will not arouse his suspicion. The meeting will take place in the faculty lounge." She continued, her voice precise. "Before the meeting, you will contact Amelia Bones. You will inform her that you have credible intelligence of an infiltrated Death Eater operating within the castle. You will request a small, elite team of Aurors, including Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, to be present. They will be hidden, disillusioned, and waiting in the antechambers of the lounge." Dumbledore nodded, his expression one of intense focus. "When the staff is assembled," Ariana concluded, "you will ask Professor Moody to demonstrate a security charm. As he raises his wand, you will give the signal. The Aurors will emerge. He will be surrounded, outnumbered, and with no avenue of escape. We will not give him a chance to fight. We will simply apprehend him. The entire affair will be over before the rest of the school has even finished breakfast." The plan was perfect. It was a silent coup, a trap so elegant and absolute that the target would not even know he was in danger until it was too late. It used the imposter's own cover story against him and leveraged the full authority of both the school and the ministry to ensure a swift, bloodless resolution. Dumbledore looked at the 14-year-old girl standing before him, and for a moment he felt a profound sense of awe. He had spent decades playing a long, complex game of chess against Voldemort. Ariana had just looked at the board, identified the enemy's most powerful piece, and devised a plan to take it off the board on the second move. "An impeccable strategy, Ariana," he said, his voice full of a deep, almost weary respect. "I will make the arrangements at once." He stood up, a new, hard light in his eyes. "It seems Professor Moody's tenure at Hogwarts is going to be even shorter than we anticipated." Chapter 82, The Sunlight Variable. The staff meeting the next morning was a masterclass in controlled deception. The faculty gathered in their lounge, a comfortable room with chintz armchairs and a lingering scent of sherry. The imposter Moody sat near the fireplace, his magical eye whizzing suspiciously, but he had no reason to suspect anything was amiss. Dumbledore was his usual calm, genial self, and the other professors were grumbling good-naturedly about the early hour. Hidden behind tapestries and in shadowed alcoves, Amelia Bones, Shacklebolt, Tonks, and two other senior Aurors stood perfectly still, disillusioned and silent, their wands at the ready. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," Dumbledore began cheerfully. "As we are hosting the Triwizard Tournament, I felt it was prudent for our new defense expert, Professor Moody, to brief us on some of the updated security protocols." He turned to the imposter. "Alastor, perhaps you could begin by demonstrating the new ward detection charm the Ministry has implemented." The imposter Moody grunted, pleased to be the center of attention. "Aye, Dumbledore, simple enough." He limped to the center of the room and raised his gnarled wand. It was the last move he would make as a free man. The moment his wand was raised, Dumbledore gave a slight, almost imperceptible cough. It was the signal. In an instant, the room exploded into disciplined action. The Aurors dropped their disillusionment charms, appearing from nowhere. Shacklebolt and Tonks were on him from behind, their wands pressed to his neck. Amelia Bones stood before him, her own wand aimed directly at his heart. "Barty Crouch Jr., she said, her voice like cracking ice. "You are under arrest." The imposter's face contorted in a mask of pure, shocked rage. He tried to cast a spell, but Dumbledore's own wand was a blur, and a silent petrification jinx hit him before he could utter a syllable. He froze solid, his expression of fury locked on his face. The entire takedown was over in less than 5 seconds. It was swift, silent, and absolute. Later that evening, at dinner in the Great Hall, Dumbledore made another announcement. "I have some rather startling, but ultimately good news," he began, his voice calm but carrying a note of grave importance. "Thanks to the extra vigilance of our new defense professor and the swift action of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a long-term fugitive has been apprehended within the walls of this castle. The man you knew as Alastor Moody was, in fact, an imposter. We have identified him as Bartemius Crouch Jr., a Death Eater long thought dead." A wave of shocked gasps and horrified murmurs swept the hall. "The real Alastor Moody has been rescued and is recovering," Dumbledore continued, raising a hand for silence. "However, he will be unable to take up his post this year. In his stead, the Ministry has graciously appointed one of its finest to act as our defense against the dark arts professor for the remainder of the term. Please welcome Professor Kingsley Shacklebolt." Shacklebolt, who was sitting at the staff table, stood and gave a grave, reassuring nod to the student body. "He will be assisted," Dumbledore added with a twinkle in his eye, "by Auror Nymphadora Tonks, who will be acting as a special security liaison and teaching assistant." Tonks, whose hair had just turned a bright canary yellow of excitement, gave a cheerful wave and promptly tripped over her own feet, much to the amusement of the students. The crisis was over before it had ever truly begun. The plot to enter Harry into the tournament was dismantled. The servant of Voldemort was captured, and Hogwarts had gained 2 highly competent, professional Aurors as its new defense team. The Triwizard Tournament would proceed, but without the dark, manipulative shadow hanging over it. With the immediate threat neutralized, Ariana turned her formidable intellect back to her personal projects. The days settled into a comfortable routine. Classes, study sessions with Hermione, political discussions with Daphne, and in the deep privacy of the room of requirement, the meticulous, groundbreaking research continued. Their work on the lycanthropy curse was fascinating. They observed Remus Lupin's blood sample under magical magnification, noting how the viral magic lay dormant, almost indistinguishable from the normal magical core. However, as the full moon approached, their observations became more startling. "Look," Hermione whispered one evening, pointing at the magically projected image. "The lunar energy isn't just a trigger. It's a nutrient. The virus is absorbing the ambient moonlight magic, using it as a power source to replicate and initiate the forced transformation." "It's photosynthetic," Ariana murmured, her mind making a connection to Muggle biology. "But with moonlight instead of sunlight. Not even direct moonlight, just the magic itself. It converts a specific spectrum of magical radiation into the energy needed for the change." A new, brilliant idea sparked in her mind, a logical leap inspired by the very name of the process. If the curse fed on moonlight, what would happen if it were exposed to its opposite? "Hermione," she said, her voice sharp with sudden excitement, "what is the purest form of light-based magic we know? The opposite of the dark, cold energy of a Dementor." "The Patronus charm," Hermione guessed. "Too complex, too emotional," Ariana countered. "Simpler, a direct magical manifestation of the sun." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Lumos Solemn, the sunlight charm." "Precisely," Ariana said. "It was a simple, first-year spell, but one rarely used as its applications were so specific." She drew her elder wand, its tip pointed at the vial containing Lupin's blood. This was not a time for overwhelming power, but for precise, controlled application. She focused her will, not on creating a blinding flash, but on conjuring a single, sustained, pure beam of concentrated sunlight. "Lumos Solemn," she whispered. A thin, intense beam of brilliant, golden light, as pure and warm as the midday sun, shot from her wand and struck the vial. Not really directly, but instead creating an area of field around the vial that would not be charged by moonlight magic. The reaction was immediate and violent. The blood in the vial did not burn or boil. Instead, the dormant, viral magic within it began to writhe and recoil, like a creature of darkness exposed to a holy relic. Under their magical magnification, they could see the viral threads shrinking, pulling away from the blood cells, becoming inert and brittle under the charm's radiant energy. They were not being destroyed, but they were being neutralized. Rendered dormant and powerless by the pure, positive energy of the sunlight spell. The two girls stared at each other, their minds reeling with the implications. It wasn't a cure. The viral code was still there, but it was a treatment, a revolutionary one. If a controlled, regular application of the sunlight charm could render the lycanthropy virus inert, it could potentially prevent the transformation altogether. It could mean no more agony, no more loss of self, no more monthly torment. It could mean giving Remus Lupin and every other werewolf their lives back. "We've found it," Hermione breathed, her voice full of awe. "A potential suppressor, a real one." Ariana nodded, a slow, triumphant smile gracing her lips. She had looked at an ancient, terrifying curse, and by applying a simple, elegant piece of logic, had found its fundamental weakness. The sunlight, she thought, was always the best disinfectant for things that thrived in the dark. Chapter 83, The Containment of Sunlight. The discovery of the sunlight charm's effect on the lycanthropy virus was a monumental breakthrough. But Ariana, with her characteristic foresight, immediately identified the next logistical hurdle. "A direct application of the charm is impractical," she explained to Hermione and Daphne in the room of requirement a few days later. "It would require Professor Lupin to be subjected to a powerful spell every single day. It is inefficient and creates a dependency on a caster, not to mention the amount of energy required. The solution must be self-sustaining. We need to find a way to contain the magical effect of Lumos Solemn within a physical object that can then release it slowly. A passive, continuous treatment." The new project was born, the creation of a magical battery for sunlight. Their research took on a new, feverish intensity. The room provided them with arcane texts on magical containment, alchemical treatises on light-storing crystals, and ancient runic charts detailing symbols for energy regulation and dispersal. Hermione became the expert on runic matrices, designing complex, interwoven patterns that could be etched onto an object to act as a magical regulator, controlling the flow of power. She discovered that the rune Swillow, representing the sun, could be combined with Lagas, for flow, and Alges, for protection, to create a stable dispersal array. Daphne, using her knowledge of gemology and potion ingredients, focused on the vessel itself. It needs to be something that can absorb and hold raw, pure light magic without degrading, she reasoned, consulting an ancient Greengrass family text on enchanted jewelry. Gold is a good conductor, but it's too soft. A quartz crystal would hold the light, but it would release it all at once. We need something that is both porous to magic and incredibly stable. She eventually identified the perfect material. A sunstone, a rare, shimmering crystal known for its natural affinity for positive, solar energies, encased in a setting of enchanted, rune-etched silver to regulate the flow. Ariana, as the primary weaver, worked on the enchantment itself. The challenge was not to cast Lumos Solemn, but to modify it. She needed to cast the charm not as a transient beam, but as a permanent, self-replenishing charge of magical energy that could be infused into the sunstone. It was a piece of spellcrafting, so advanced it bordered on the creation of a new, permanent magical artifact. Their days became a whirlwind of secret, intensive work. A quiet, intellectual fervor hidden from the rest of the school, which was now buzzing with a new, more immediate excitement. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were due to arrive. On the last Friday of October, the students of Hogwarts were instructed to line up in front of the castle to greet their guests. The air was crisp and full of anticipation. Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne stood together near the front of the Gryffindor and Slytherin lines, a united front that no longer drew as many shocked stares as it did looks of grudging respect. First came the Beauxbatons delegation. A powder-blue, horse-drawn carriage the size of a house, pulled by a dozen magnificent, winged Abraxan palfreys, soared through the sky and landed with a thunderous but graceful crash. From it emerged the colossal headmistress, Madame Maxime, followed by a procession of her students, all clad in beautiful, fine blue silk robes. They shivered slightly in the cool Scottish air, looking elegant and slightly disdainful. Among them were several girls of Vila descent, their silvery hair and otherworldly beauty causing a collective sigh to go through the male population of Hogwarts. Next came Durmstrang. A dark, skeletal ship burst from the depths of the Great Lake like a phantom, its tattered black sails billowing in the wind. The Durmstrang students, led by their stern headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, marched up the lawn in thick, blood-red furs, their expressions grim and intimidating. At the head of their delegation was the scowling, world-famous seeker, Victor Krum. That evening, at the welcome feast, the Great Hall was more crowded and louder than ever. The Beauxbatons students sat with the Ravenclaws, while the Durmstrangs joined the Slytherins. As the Vila beauties gracefully took their seats, an interesting phenomenon occurred. In previous years, their presence would have been an overwhelming spectacle. But this year, the students of Hogwarts had their own standard of comparison. Whispers rippled through the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. "The Vila are pretty, I guess," a fifth-year boy commented to his friend, "but are they Dumbledore pretty?" "And look at Granger now," his friend replied, watching Hermione confidently debate a point of magical law with Percy Weasley. "She's stunning, and Greengrass looks like a princess." A strange, unspoken consensus had formed. The visiting Vila, with their magical, pheromonal allure, were certainly captivating. But the resident trio of powerful witches at the Gryffindor table possessed a different, more compelling kind of beauty. It was the beauty of confidence, of intellect, of power held in serene reserve. The Vila's magic was a glamour, a trick of the light. The presence of Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne was a force of nature. Theirs was a beauty that was earned, not just enchanted. The girls themselves were, of course, completely oblivious to this comparison. Their minds were on higher things. "The dispersal rate of the Swillow rune needs to be calibrated," Hermione was whispering to Ariana under the cover of the feast's noise. "If it's too fast, the stone will be inert in a week. Too slow, and the suppressive effect on the virus won't be strong enough during the lunar peak." "Daphne is correct about the silver casing," Ariana murmured back. It acts as a natural magical insulator. We can etch the primary containment runes on the inside of the casing and the dispersal array on the stone itself. It creates a regulatory buffer. As Dumbledore rose to explain the rules of the Triwizard Tournament and unveil the Goblet of Fire, the three girls exchanged a look of quiet, shared purpose. The boys could dream of eternal glory and Quidditch heroes. The visiting beauties could captivate the crowd. Their own focus was on a small, shimmering sunstone, a complex runic matrix, and the quiet, revolutionary work of containing sunlight. They were playing a much bigger game, with stakes far higher than any tournament. Chapter 84. The Inevitable Contingency. The presence of the Goblet of Fire in the entrance hall transformed the atmosphere of the castle. It sat on a stool in the center of the hall, a simple, age-blackened wooden cup filled with dancing blue-white flames. A thin, golden line had been traced on the floor around it, Dumbledore's age line, a barrier to prevent any underage student from succumbing to the temptation of eternal glory. The next 2 days were a spectacle of ambition and bravado. Students from all 3 schools, all 17 or older, approached the goblet with a mixture of swagger and nervous reverence. Cedric Diggory, handsome and popular, was the first from Hogwarts to cross the line, dropping his name into the flames to a great roar of approval from the Hufflepuffs. Angelina Johnson and a few other older Gryffindors followed suit. The Durmstrang students marched up with grim determination, each one placing their name in the goblet under Karkaroff's watchful eye. The Beauxbatons students were more elegant, approaching with a graceful poise. The younger students watched with a mixture of envy and excitement. "I'd do it if I could," Ron said wistfully, watching a brawny Durmstrang champion add his name. "Imagine it, eternal glory." "It's incredibly dangerous, Ronald," Hermione chided, though her eyes were also fixed on the dancing flames with fascination. They both looked at Ariana, who was observing the proceedings with a detached, analytical calm. "What about you, Ari?" Harry asked. "If you were old enough, would you enter?" The question seemed to catch the attention of several nearby students, who leaned in to hear her answer. The idea of the powerful, brilliant Ariana Dumbledore competing was a thrilling one. She turned her gaze from the goblet to Harry, her expression perfectly placid. "No," she said simply. "Why not?" Ron asked, baffled. "You'd probably win. You'd figure out all the tasks in about 5 minutes." "The premise of the tournament is illogical," Ariana explained, as if stating a simple, self-evident fact. "It pits champions against deliberately engineered, high-risk scenarios for the purpose of public entertainment. The potential rewards, 1,000 galleons and eternal glory, are intangible and fleeting. The potential cost is severe injury or death. A cost-benefit analysis renders participation an inefficient and unnecessary risk." Her cold, logical dismissal of the entire event left her friends speechless. For her, the Triwizard Tournament wasn't an adventure or a challenge, it was just a bad equation. Her own focus was on a far more elegant piece of magical engineering. Later that day, in the privacy of the Room of Requirement, she unveiled the fruits of their recent labor. She laid 2 objects on a velvet cloth on the workbench. They were 2 identical bracelets. Each was a simple, elegant band of enchanted silver, polished to a mirror shine. Set in the center of each band was a perfectly cut, round sunstone. The stones seemed to glow with a soft, internal warmth, their shimmering, golden-orange depths catching the light. "They're beautiful," Daphne breathed, her eye for fine jewelry immediately appreciating the craftsmanship. "The aesthetics are secondary to the function," Ariana said, though she was pleased with the result. She picked one up for them to inspect. The silver is etched on the interior with Hermione's containment runes. The sunstone itself has 2 arrays carved into its crystalline matrix, one on top of the other. She projected a magnified, magical image of the stone's interior. The base layer is the Soilolagazalges matrix, the dispersal array, which will constantly release a low-level field of pure solar magic, but the second layer is the key to making it self-sustaining. She pointed to a second, more complex set of runes shimmering above the first. This is a passive energy siphoning array. It is designed to draw ambient magical energy from the surrounding environment. The magic in the air, in the stones of Hogwarts, even the latent magic from other people. And slowly, continuously, Use that energy to recharge the Lumos' solemn enchantment sealed within the stone. Hermione gasped, her mind racing through the implications. It's a perpetual motion machine, she whispered in awe, a self-recharging magical battery. In essence, Ariana confirmed, the energy draw is minimal, so it's undetectable and won't drain the environment. But it is constant. In theory, once activated, these bracelets will never lose their charge. They will provide a constant, low-level suppressive field against the lycanthropy virus. She looked at the two bracelets, her expression one of quiet satisfaction. The final test, of course, will have to wait until the next full moon. We will need to observe Professor Lupin's reaction while wearing one. But the theoretical model is sound. The night of Halloween arrived, the night the champions would be chosen. The Great Hall was filled with a palpable electric tension. After the feast, Dumbledore stood and, with a wave of his wand, dimmed the lights. All eyes were on the goblet of fire. The blue flames suddenly turned red. A tongue of fire shot into the air, spitting out a single, charred piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it. "The champion for Durmstrang," he read, his voice booming through the silent hall, "is Victor Krum." A great roar went up from the Slytherin table. The goblet flared again. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur de Lacquer." The beautiful, part Vila girl from the Ravenclaw table stood and glided gracefully towards the front. And again, "The Hogwarts champion," Dumbledore announced, a proud smile on his face, "is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table exploded in a pandemonium of cheers and applause, Cedric looking both thrilled and overwhelmed. "Excellent," Dumbledore beamed. "We now have our 3 champions, but in the end, only one will go down in history." He was cut off. The goblet of fire, which should have been extinguished, suddenly flared to life again, its flames a violent, angry red. With a powerful surge, it spat out a 4th piece of parchment. A stunned silence fell over the entire hall. Dumbledore seized the parchment, his face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. He stared at the name written on it for a long, terrible moment. Then he read it aloud, his voice a strained whisper that nonetheless carried to every corner of the room. "Harry Potter." 1,000 pairs of eyes turned to stare at Harry, who sat frozen in his seat, a look of pure, sickly shock on his face. Ariana felt no surprise, only a quiet, cold confirmation. She had known this was coming. The impostor may have been removed, but the plan he had set in motion was not his own. It was Voldemort's. And the magic used to fool the Goblet of Fire, a powerful, ancient artifact, had been cast long before Barty Crouch Jr. had ever stepped foot in the castle. It was an automatic, magical contingency. As the hall erupted into a chaotic storm of accusations, whispers, and booing, Ariana simply watched. The Triwizard Tournament, as she had known all along, was never meant to be a competition of 3. It was a trap, and the bait had just been taken. The game had been forced, and Harry was now its unwilling, central player. Her job, she knew, had just become infinitely more complicated. Chapter 85, The Aftermath of a Foregone Conclusion. Harry stumbled back into the Gryffindor common room late that night, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, fear, and a burgeoning hot anger. The meeting in the chamber off the Great Hall had been a nightmare. The other champions had glared at him with open hostility. Karkaroff and Madame Maxime had accused him of cheating, of making a mockery of the tournament. And Dumbledore, while not outwardly angry, had looked at him with a strange, piercing disappointment that was somehow worse. The common room, which should have been a sanctuary, was a sea of speculative, suspicious faces. The initial shock had given way to whispers and arguments. The Gryffindors were torn between house loyalty and the undeniable fact that a 14-year-old had somehow bypassed a magical barrier created by Albus Dumbledore himself. But the most painful confrontation was yet to come. As Harry made his way towards the fireplace, Ron stood up, his face pale and tight, his freckles standing out like angry spots. "So," Ron said, his voice dangerously quiet, "go on then, tell me how you did it." It was not a question, it was an accusation. "I didn't," Harry said, his voice trembling with a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief. "I don't know how it happened. I didn't put my name in." "Yeah, right," Ron scoffed, his voice rising, laced with a bitter, raw jealousy. "You just happened to get picked, didn't you? It's always you, isn't it? Can't stand anyone else getting a bit of glory. First the Seeker, now this. It's not enough for you, is it? being the boy who lived. "Ron, I'm telling you I didn't do it," Harry yelled back, his own temper, frayed by the night's events, finally snapping. "Why would I want this? To be in a tournament where people have died? Do you think I'm that desperate for attention?" "I'm starting to think so," Ron roared, his face now as red as his hair. "You and your special friends," he shot a venomous look towards Ariana and Hermione, who were watching from their armchairs. "Probably cooked it up with Dumbledore's little prodigy. She can do anything, can't she? Maybe she bewitched the goblet for you." The accusation was so wild, so unfair, that it stunned the room into silence. Harry stared at his best friend, his heart feeling like a cold, heavy stone in his chest. This was worse than their argument over the invisibility cloak. This was a fundamental breakdown of trust. "You're a real git, you know that?" Harry said, his voice dropping to a low, furious hiss. He turned his back on Ron, the friendship between them fracturing in that single, ugly moment. He walked over to the fireplace, slumping into the armchair opposite the girls, feeling utterly alone and betrayed. He looked at them, his eyes pleading, desperate for someone, anyone, to believe him. He didn't have to say the words. His expression screamed the question, "You believe me, don't you?" Hermione, her face full of a fierce, protective loyalty, answered first. She reached out and put a comforting hand on his arm. "Harry," she said, her voice firm and unwavering, "it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how your name came out of that goblet. The fact is, it did. We're your friends. We're with you." Her words were a balm to his raw nerves. She didn't question, she didn't doubt. She simply offered her unconditional support. Then he looked at Ariana. He braced himself for a logical analysis, a breakdown of probabilities, perhaps even a quiet reprimand for landing in this mess. Instead, he was met with an expression of profound, self-recriminating regret. "Harry," she said, her voice quiet but laced with a steely intensity he had never heard her direct at herself. "I apologize." Harry blinked, stunned. "Apologize for what? You didn't do anything." "Precisely," she said, her periwinkle eyes hard with self-criticism. "I failed. I neutralized the immediate threat, the imposter, but I failed to account for his contingency plan. The magic used to confound the goblet was powerful and laid in advance. It was a separate protocol, designed to activate regardless of whether the caster was present or not. I focused on the agent, and I missed the lingering effects of his actions. It was a failure of strategic foresight. And for that failure, which has now placed you in this dangerous and untenable position, I am truly sorry." It was the first time Harry had ever heard her admit to a mistake. Her apology was not emotional. It was a cold, hard admission of a tactical error. And in a strange way, it was more comforting than anything else she could have said. It meant she saw this not as his fault, but as a problem they all now shared. She leaned forward, her gaze unwavering. "You need to understand something. The tournament is no longer a competition. For you, it is a matter of survival. The tasks will be dangerous, designed for 17-year-olds. The person who put your name in did not do so with the expectation that you would win. They did so with the expectation that you would die." The blunt, cold reality of her words sent a chill down his spine. "Therefore," she continued, her voice taking on the tone of a field commander briefing her team, "our objective for this year is no longer simply academic. My primary function and Hermione's will be to ensure your survival. We will analyze the tasks. We will research every possible solution. We will train you, equip you, and provide you with every advantage we can devise. Ron can have his jealousy. The rest of the school can have their suspicions. It is all irrelevant noise." She held his gaze, her promise an unbreakable vow. "You are not in this alone, Harry. You will have the full, unconditional, and logical support of my abilities and Hermione's intellect. We will get you through this. That is no longer a plan. It is a guarantee." In the warmth of the Gryffindor common room, with the fire crackling and his best friend's angry snores now coming from the boys' dormitory, Harry felt the fear and betrayal begin to recede, replaced by a new, powerful sense of resolve. He was a champion in a deadly tournament he hadn't entered. But he wasn't just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was Harry Potter, the friend of Ariana Dumbledore and Hermione Granger. And with them at his back, he felt, for the first time that night, like he might actually have a chance. Chapter 86, The Shield of Reputation. The days following Harry's selection, as the fourth Triwizard champion, were a descent into a new kind of social purgatory. The initial shock at the announcement had curdled into a school-wide sentiment that ranged from resentful suspicion to open hostility. The Hufflepuffs, fiercely loyal to their own champion, Cedric Diggory, were the most openly antagonistic, muttering cheat as Harry passed them in the corridors and adorning themselves with enchanted badges that flashed the words, "Support CEDRIC the real Hogwarts champion." The students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang viewed him with cold contempt, seeing him as an arrogant upstart who had sullied their prestigious tournament. Even within Gryffindor, the support was fractured. The fissure between Harry and Ron had split the year group, with some, like Seamus Finnegan, openly doubting Harry's story. But this ostracization had a significant and glaring loophole. It only worked when Harry was alone. The moment he was flanked by his friends, the atmosphere changed entirely. The jeers died in people's throats. The hostile glares were quickly averted. No one, it seemed, was brave enough or foolish enough to antagonize Harry Potter when he was standing in the protective shadow of Ariana Dumbledore. Her reputation, already legendary, had reached a new, almost mythical status. She was the girl who had stared down Dementors, cured an incurable curse, exposed a traitor, and humiliated Draco Malfoy in a duel that had lasted less than 3 seconds. She moved through the castle with a serene, untouchable grace, and her quiet presence was a more effective deterrent than any shield charm. When she, Hermione, and Daphne walked with Harry, they formed a phalanx of intellect, beauty, and power that no one dared to cross. Daphne, in particular, seemed to relish fixing any sneering Slytherins with a look so cold and disdainful it could have frozen lava. This protective bubble, however, was about to be tested by someone who was not easily intimidated. A few days after the champion selection, the 4 of them were sitting in the library, their heads bent over a large table. They weren't studying for classes. They were already engaged in what Ariana had termed Task 1 threat analysis. The first task always involves facing a beast of some kind, Hermione was saying, pointing to a passage in Hogwarts, a history. It's about testing the champion's courage and their ability to think under pressure. The clue is traditionally hidden, Daphne added, consulting a book on the history of magical tournaments. They have to retrieve something from the beast, an egg, a cup, something of that nature. So we need to prepare Harry for any number of potential creatures, Ariana summarized, already making a list. Even though she knew about dragons, it was in a way helping him become stronger. Manticores, chimeras, perhaps even a nundu, though that seems excessively dangerous. It was at that moment that a figure glided up to their table, casting a literal shadow over their work. It was Fleur de Lacre. The Beauxbatons champion was breathtakingly beautiful, her silvery blonde hair shimmering even in the dusty library light, her part Vila heritage radiating an almost overwhelming aura of enchantment. But her expression was one of cold, haughty disdain. She ignored Hermione and Daphne completely, her gaze fixing on Ariana as the perceived leader, before flicking dismissively to Harry. "I am surprised to see someone like you," Fleur said, her voice a melodic, heavily accented drawl that did nothing to soften the contempt in her words. "Wasting your time with this little boy, this tricheur, this cheat." Hermione gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Daphne's eyes narrowed to icy slits. Harry flushed a deep, painful red. Ariana, however, did not even look up from the book she was reading. She finished her sentence, then placed a silken bookmark to mark her page before slowly raising her head. She met Fleur's haughty glare with a look of cool, clinical curiosity, as if she were examining a particularly interesting but slightly flawed specimen. "Your agitation is illogical, Mademoiselle de Lacre," Ariana said, her voice quiet but carrying an unnerving clarity. Fleur's perfectly sculpted eyebrows rose. "Pardon, it is illogical to object to a cheat entering a tournament of honor." "It is illogical for you to be so agitated by it," Ariana clarified, her gaze steady. "Let us analyze the variables. Harry is 14. He is, by the rules of the tournament, underage, outmatched, and possessing a magical education that is 3 years less developed than your own. Victor Crumb is an international Quidditch star, a prodigy of physical and magical coordination. Cedric Diggory is a popular, highly competent, and fully trained 17-year-old wizard. They are your peers." They are your competition. She paused, letting her words hang in the silent air of the library. Harry, she continued, her voice still perfectly calm, is a fourth year. By all objective measures, he should be the least of your concerns. Your focus should be on your actual rivals. The fact that you are so threatened by a younger, less experienced competitor suggests a profound lack of confidence in your own abilities. A faint gasp went through the students at the nearby tables who had been shamelessly eavesdropping. Fleur's beautiful face, for the first time, lost its haughty composure. A flush of angry color rose in her cheeks. She was accustomed to fawning adoration or jealous sniping, not this cold, surgical deconstruction of her own insecurities. I am not threatened, she hissed. The data suggests otherwise, Ariana countered smoothly. Your emotional response is disproportionate to the stated threat. A truly confident champion would see Harry's inclusion not as an insult, but as an irrelevance, a minor curiosity in a game played by adults. Your fixation on him is, therefore, illogical. She gave a small, dismissive shrug. But perhaps the Beauxbatons curriculum does not include rudimentary threat assessment. The final, quiet barb was devastating. It was not just a personal insult. It was an insult to her school, her education, and her entire magical tradition. Fleur stared at her, speechless, her mind clearly struggling to formulate a retort to an argument that had so completely and calmly dismantled her. She looked from Ariana's placid, unassailable face to Hermione's fiercely loyal glare and Daphne's cold, aristocratic smirk. She was outnumbered and outmaneuvered. With a furious, frustrated huff, Fleur spun on her heel and glided away, her elegant exit slightly marred by the rigid anger in her posture. A beat of silence, and then Ron, who had been watching from a nearby table with Seamus, let out a low whistle. Wicked, he breathed. Harry looked at Ariana, a sense of immense gratitude washing over him. She hadn't yelled or cast a spell. She had simply defended him with logic, turning his perceived weakness, his age, into a weapon that had made his opponent look foolish and insecure. Ariana, her point made, simply reopened her book. Now, she said, as if nothing had happened, let's consider the possibility of a dragon. The historical precedent is strong. The work continued. The shield around Harry had held once again. Chapter 87, The Weighing of Wands and a Reassessment of Threats. The confrontation in the library did not remain a secret for long. Like everything else at Hogwarts, it was fuel for the school's relentless rumor mill, but this time, the story spread with a surprising degree of accuracy. The narrative was just too compelling. The beautiful, haughty Beauxbatons champion had confronted Harry Potter, and Ariana Dumbledore had, without raising her voice or her wand, intellectually dismantled her in front of half the library. The effect was a subtle but significant shift in school opinion. Ariana's argument, when repeated, was so logical it was almost impossible to refute. Why was Fleur de Lacre so concerned with a 14-year-old? The conversation reframed Harry's participation. For many, he went from being a contemptible cheat to a tragic underdog, a boy unfairly thrown into a dangerous game far beyond his capabilities. The support Cedric Diggory badges didn't disappear, but the open hostility towards Harry began to soften, replaced by a sort of pitying curiosity. Even Fleur de Lacre, after her initial fury had cooled, was forced to concede the point. She was a smart witch, and she recognized the flawed logic of her own emotional outburst. She began to pointedly ignore Harry, focusing her competitive energy on Cedric and Crumb, a tacit admission that Ariana had been right. Her respect for the quiet Gryffindor girl, grudging as it was, had been firmly established. Draco Malfoy, who had been savoring Harry's ostracization with undisguised glee, found this turn of events deeply unsatisfying. He had overheard the entire exchange in the library and had initially been thrilled at the prospect of a fight between the champion and Dumbledore. Instead, he had witnessed a clinical, strategic takedown. He began to reassess his understanding of Ariana. He had always seen her as a powerful but aloof curiosity, a freakishly talented witch who was best avoided. Now he started to see her as something more dangerous. She wasn't just powerful, she was a political operator. She could shift school-wide opinion with a few calm sentences. She didn't just win fights, she won arguments, which was, in the long game of influence his father had taught him, a far more potent skill. The threat level he mentally assigned to her was upgraded from dangerous to be handled with extreme caution. A few weeks later, a notice appeared announcing the first official event of the tournament, the weighing of the wands. It was a ceremony where the champions' wands would be inspected by an expert from the ministry to ensure they were in proper working order. A journalist and photographer from the Daily Prophet would also be present. Harry was filled with a familiar dread at the prospect of more public scrutiny. On the afternoon of the ceremony, Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne walked with him to the small classroom where the event was to be held. "It's just a formality, Harry," Hermione said reassuringly. "They just check that your wand is functional. Ollivander will be there." "Try not to let Rita Skeeter bait you," Daphne added, her voice full of a pureblood's disdain for tabloid journalism. "She'll twist your words into whatever narrative sells the most papers." Ariana simply placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Your objective is to answer truthfully, speak minimally, and exit efficiently. Do not engage with provocations. It is a simple data-gathering exercise for the press. Give them nothing of value." She gave his shoulder a light squeeze. "Good luck." With that, the three girls turned and left him at the door. Their presence was a show of support, but they had no interest in the ceremony itself. It was a media event, a piece of political theater, and therefore an inefficient use of their time. "Shall we head back to the room?" Hermione asked as they walked away. "I think I've found a parallel between the runic matrix for energy dispersal and the arithmetic formulas for magical decay." "An interesting correlation," Ariana mused. "But no. My analysis suggests that our recent period of intense research has led to a marginal decrease in our own physiological efficiency due to lack of rest. A brief period of non-academic activity is the logical course of action to restore optimal cognitive function." Daphne smirked. "In English, that means you think we should take a break." "Precisely," Ariana confirmed with a rare, small smile. "I propose we acquire several honey and almond nougats from the kitchens and find a quiet, sunny spot by the lake." The suggestion was so uncharacteristically normal, so simple, that Hermione and Daphne both stared at her for a moment before breaking into genuine, happy laughter. The idea of the three of them simply relaxing, eating sweets, and doing nothing of monumental importance felt like a luxury. As they made their way towards the kitchens, their conversation light and easy, Harry was facing the press. He endured the flash of the camera, the condescending inspection of his wand by a smug-looking Ollivander, and the probing, saccharine-sweet questions of Rita Skeeter, a woman with acid-green robes and alarmingly predatory spectacles. He answered as Ariana had advised, with short, simple, and uninteresting truths. He felt the other champion's eyes on him, Cedric sympathetic, Crumbs brooding, and Fleur's coolly indifferent. It was an ordeal, but he got through it. He knew that later he would have to face the first task. He would have to face a dragon or a manticore or something even worse. But as he left the stuffy classroom, he felt a new sense of calm. He wasn't alone. He had a team. While he was facing the photographers and the politicians, his friends were already working on the bigger picture, analyzing the threats and preparing the solutions. He was the champion, the one who had to stand in the arena. But they were his strategists, his researchers, his silent guardians. And with them on his side, the impossible odds of the tournament felt just a little more manageable. Chapter 88, The Neutralization of a Pest. The Daily Prophet that arrived the next morning was even worse than Harry had feared. The front page was dominated by a large, unflattering photograph of his face, his expression one of dazed confusion, under a massive, garish headline. Harry Potter, A Champion's Tragedy, Tears, Trauma, and Tournament Terrors. Rita Skeeter's article was a masterpiece of malicious insinuation and saccharine-sweet fabrication. She painted Harry as a disturbed, possibly unstable boy, haunted by the ghosts of his past and prone to weeping in corners. She hinted that he was desperate for attention, that his inclusion in the tournament was a cry for help. She quoted him saying things he had never said, twisting his simple answers into long, rambling monologues about his tragic orphan status. She even managed to get in a few sly digs at Hermione, describing her as a plain but ambitious girl who seems to have a taste for famous wizards, and at Ariana, whom she called a cold, calculating beauty who rarely speaks. The article achieved its desired effect. The school was buzzing with it. The Hufflepuffs now looked at Harry with a mixture of pity and contempt. The Slytherins, led by Malfoy, who was reading passages aloud with dramatic flair, were having a field day. Harry was mortified, his face burning with a mixture of anger and humiliation. "She made it all up. I never said any of that." He fumed, crumpling the newspaper in his fist as he sat with his friends at the Gryffindor table. "She's a dreadful woman," Hermione said, her own face flushed with indignation. "It's libelous. There should be a law against it." "There is," Daphne commented dryly from across the table. "But Rita Skeeter has been cleverly navigating the loopholes for years. My father says she has incriminating information on half the ministry. No one dares to cross her." Ariana, however, was not angry. She read the article with a cool, analytical detachment, her expression unreadable. She absorbed the data, identified the threat, and calculated the most efficient response. Rita Skeeter was a variable that could compromise their work. Her ability to eavesdrop and fabricate stories was a potential security risk, not just to Harry's emotional well-being, but to their own secret research and strategic planning. Therefore, the variable had to be neutralized. She had known from her memories that Rita was an unregistered animagus, a beetle. This was the source of her uncanny ability to acquire private information. A direct confrontation would be messy and would reveal her own knowledge. A public accusation would devolve into a he said, she said media circus that Skeeter would undoubtedly win. The logical solution, therefore, was to remove herself from the equation entirely. That afternoon, she retired to the room of requirement alone. She penned a short, anonymous letter. The handwriting was not her own, but a flawless, generic script she had learned for creating untraceable documents. The parchment was standard, purchased from a shop in Diagon Alley. The owl she would use would be a common brown school owl, unremarkable in every way. The letter was addressed directly to Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE. It read, "Director Bones, it has come to my attention that a significant and ongoing breach of ministry law is being perpetrated by the journalist Rita Skeeter. It is a well-known fact that Ms. Skeeter has an uncanny ability to procure information from private, magically secured locations. The source of this ability is her status as an unregistered animagus. Her form is that of a common beetle, Coleoptera. This illegal status not only constitutes a serious crime under the Registry of Animagi Act of 1895, but it also represents a significant threat to national security, allowing her to act as an untraceable intelligence-gathering agent in secure ministry locations, Wisengamot sessions, and even at Hogwarts School itself. I trust you will find this information useful in your duties to uphold the law. I remain, as always, a friend to due process." She sealed the letter and sent it off with the anonymous owl. The game was set. She had provided the authorities with a verifiable, actionable piece of intelligence. The rest was up to them. The result was swifter and more dramatic than even she had anticipated. 2 days later, the morning edition of the Daily Prophet was delivered, and the headline was a showstopper. Rita Skeeter arrested. Prominent journalist and illegal ANIMAGUS. Emergency trial sentences her to 6 years in AZKABAN. A stunned silence fell over the Great Hall as everyone read the shocking news. The article, written by a flustered-looking junior reporter, explained that acting on a highly credible anonymous tip, Aurors had raided Skeeter's home and found her in the process of transforming. Faced with irrefutable evidence and the threat of Veritaserum, she had confessed everything. The Wisengamot, many of whose members had been victims of Skeeter's poison quill pen for years, had convened an emergency session. They showed no mercy. She was found guilty on all counts, fined an exorbitant amount, and sentenced to 6 years in Azkaban for her flagrant and long-term violation of magical law. Ariana had correctly surmised that Skeeter had made too many powerful enemies. Amelia Bones, a stickler for the law, would have been duty-bound to act on the tip. And the moment the information was made public, every witch and wizard Skeeter had ever wronged had lined up to ensure the punishment was as severe as possible. "Blimey," Ron breathed, staring at the paper. "A beetle, she was a beetle, and now she's in Azkaban." Harry felt a wave of immense relief. He looked over at Ariana, who was calmly eating a piece of toast, her expression as serene as ever. He couldn't prove it. There was no evidence. But he knew, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, that she was the one who did it. He had been agonizing over a public humiliation, and she had solved the problem with a single, anonymous letter, surgically removing the threat from the board with a terrifying and beautiful efficiency. Hermione and Daphne also looked at her, their expressions a mixture of awe and profound respect. They didn't need to ask. They knew. Ariana met their questioning gazes with a calm, neutral expression. A surprising but ultimately logical outcome, she commented, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. It seems that even in the wizarding world, the consistent violation of established protocols will eventually lead to negative consequences. Her message was clear. Rita Skeeter was an inefficient, chaotic variable, and Ariana Dumbledore did not tolerate inefficient, chaotic variables. The wizarding world's most feared journalist had just learned a very hard lesson. You don't pick a fight with a person who treats justice not as a passion, but as an equation to be solved. Chapter 89, The Hypothesis of Hope. With the nuisance of Rita Skeeter permanently neutralized, the path was clear for Ariana and her friends to focus on their more significant projects. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament was still weeks away, providing a valuable window for their work on the lycanthropy problem. They spent every spare moment in the room of requirement, refining and perfecting the 2 sunstone bracelets. Hermione double and triple-checked her runic calculations, ensuring the energy dispersal rate was perfectly calibrated to counteract the lunar influence without overwhelming the wearer. Daphne, using her knowledge of fine magical metals, ensured the silver casings were flawlessly enchanted, creating a stable and durable containment field for the powerful magic within. Ariana, her own core now fully replenished, performed the final, delicate infusion of the modified Lumos solemn spell, charging each sunstone with a perpetual, self-sustaining core of pure sunlight. Finally, the bracelets were ready. They glowed with a soft, internal warmth, looking less like scientific instruments and more like pieces of beautiful, ancient jewelry. The day before the next full moon, Ariana sent a patronus message to Dumbledore. Phase 2 of Project Lycanthrope is ready for practical application. We require a secure, controlled environment and the presence of the test subject. Your assistance is requested. That evening, the same council that had gathered to witness the exposure of Peter Pettigrew convened once more in the quiet solemnity of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape sat listening as the 3 girls stood before them. Remus Lupin, summoned by a personal flu call from Dumbledore, stood by the fireplace, his face pale and etched with a nervous, desperate hope. He had been told only that a new, experimental treatment was ready to be tested. Ariana, as the project lead, conducted the briefing. She placed one of the glowing sunstone bracelets on Dumbledore's desk. "This is a continuous solar energy dispersal artifact," she began, her voice calm and clinical. "It is designed to suppress the viral activation of the lycanthropy curse." She proceeded to explain their theory and their method, her logic as clean and sharp as cut glass. She detailed the magical virus hypothesis, the role of lunar energy as a catalyst, and the neutralizing effect of concentrated solar magic. Hermione then stepped forward, unrolling a chart to explain the complex runic matrix for containment and dispersal. Daphne followed, explaining the alchemical properties of the sunstone and the enchanted silver that made the device stable and self-sustaining. The 3 professors listened in stunned silence. This was not a student project. This was a presentation of revolutionary magical science that would have been the pride of any research division at the ministry. Snape, as always, was the first to voice skepticism, though his usual sneer was replaced by a look of intense, grudging academic curiosity. "The theory is audacious," he drawled, picking up the bracelet to examine the fine runework. "But you propose to suppress a dark curse of immense power with what amounts to a continuous, low-level sunlight charm. The power differential is immense. How can you be sure it will be enough?" "We are not attempting to overpower the curse, Professor," Ariana countered smoothly. "We are disrupting its food source. The lycanthropy virus requires a surge of specific lunar radiation or simply lunar magic to activate. This device does not fight the virus itself. It creates a constant, localized field of opposing solar energy." This field acts as a magical, white noise, scrambling the lunar signal and preventing the virus from receiving the trigger it needs to initiate the transformation. We are not killing the beast, we are simply preventing it from ever waking up. Her explanation was so elegant, so fundamentally logical, that Snape found himself with no immediate rebuttal. He merely grunted and continued to study the bracelet, a look of intense calculation on his face. The risks, however, are not insignificant, McGonagall said, her face taut with concern as she looked at Lupin. If this fails... The failure state has been accounted for, Ariana said, which is why the test must be conducted in a secure environment. We propose the Shrieking Shack. It is already prepared to contain a full werewolf transformation. Professor Snape will have the Wolfsbane potion on hand as a secondary failsafe. And Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and yourself, Professor Snape, will be present to intervene with overwhelming force if the subject shows any sign of uncontrolled transformation. She had anticipated every concern, planned for every contingency. Dumbledore, who had been listening with a look of profound pride and wonder, finally spoke. "Remus," he said gently, his eyes full of a cautious hope. "The choice, as always, is yours. There is no shame in refusing." Remus Lupin looked at the small, glowing bracelet on the desk. He looked at the faces of the 3 young witches who had dedicated themselves to this impossible task. For his entire adult life, he had been a prisoner to the moon, his life dictated by a cycle of agonizing pain and monstrous transformation. He had accepted it as his fate. And now, these children were offering him not a cure, but a chance at a quiet night, a chance at peace. He took a deep, shaky breath and nodded. "I will do it," he said, his voice hoarse with an emotion he had not allowed himself to feel in years. "I will try." The plan was set. The following evening, as the sun set and a brilliant, full moon began to rise in the sky, a small, grim party made their way under the cover of disillusionment charms to the Shrieking Shack. Lupin sat in a chair in the center of the dusty, dilapidated room, his face pale and beaded with sweat. The first tremors of the transformation were already beginning to rack his body. With a trembling hand, he allowed Ariana to fasten the sunstone bracelet around his wrist. The moment the silver clasped shut, the sunstone began to glow with a soft, warm, golden light. A gentle, almost imperceptible warmth spread up Lupin's arm. The others, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and the 3 girls, stood back, their wands raised, their faces tense with anticipation. They watched as the moon climbed higher in the sky, its pale light streaming through the boarded-up windows. They waited for the screams. They waited for the sickening crack of breaking bones. They waited for the monstrous transformation. But it never came. Lupin trembled, his knuckles white as he gripped the arms of his chair. A low growl of fear escaped his lips. His body was fighting a war on a cellular level, but this time, he did not feel it. The agonizing, body-racking spasms of the change did not occur. The sunstone on his wrist glowed with a steady, defiant light, its gentle, constant field of solar energy holding back the tide of lunar madness. He looked down at his own hands, which remained hands. He looked up at the moon, and for the first time in his adult life, he felt its pull not as a master's command, but as a dull, distant ache. Tears began to stream down his face. They were not tears of pain, but of a relief so profound, so absolute, it was a physical release. The beast was still inside him, but tonight it slept. In the dusty silence of the Shrieking Shack, surrounded by his friends, Remus Lupin passed his first peaceful full moon since he was a small boy. The hypothesis had been proven. The experiment was a success. And the lives of werewolves across the wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 90, The Dawn of a New Era. The night in the Shrieking Shack marked a turning point, not just for Remus Lupin, but for the entire wizarding world. The success of the Sunstone bracelet was not a fluke. The following month, under the same controlled conditions, the test was repeated with the same result: a peaceful, transformation-free full moon. The data was conclusive, the theory was proven, it was time to publish. Once again, Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne collaborated on a formal research paper. This one was titled, "A Proposed Method for the Continuous Magical Suppression of the Lycanthropy Virus via a Self-Sustaining Solar Energy Dispersal Artifact." It was even more groundbreaking than their first. It not only detailed the magical virus theory of lycanthropy, but also provided the complete alchemical and runic specifications for the creation of the sunstone bracelets. The designs for the device and the specific runic array that made it self-sustaining were patented under their three names, a move Dumbledore insisted upon to ensure they retained control and credit for their monumental discovery. The paper was sent to the International Journal of Magical Healing and Restorative Arts. It was fast-tracked for peer review by the most respected healers and potions masters in Europe, including the board at St. Mungo's. The initial reaction was one of stunned disbelief, which quickly gave way to frantic, excited replication studies. Within weeks, the results were verified. The Dumbledore-Granger-Greengrass method, as it came to be known, worked. It was not a cure, but it was the next best thing, a permanent, manageable, and painless treatment that effectively gave werewolves their lives back. It freed them from the monthly agony and the monstrous loss of self. They could now live normal lives, hold jobs, and exist in society without being a danger to themselves or others. The impact was seismic. The Ministry of Magic, under immense pressure from progressive factions and families with afflicted relatives, was forced to reevaluate the entire legal classification of werewolves. The Werewolf Registry, once a list of dangerous dark creatures, began to be spoken of as a medical database. The Wolfsbane potion, once a prohibitively expensive and difficult-to-brew lifeline, was now seen as an obsolete, almost barbaric, temporary measure. The three girls became international celebrities in the academic and medical communities. Portraits of them appeared on the covers of scholarly journals. They received owls from healers in Egypt, alchemists in Germany, and curse-breakers in Peru, all begging for more information, offering congratulations, and hailing them as the most brilliant minds of their generation. At Hogwarts, their status ascended from respected prodigies to something approaching royalty. They were no longer just the smart girls. They were pioneers, innovators who had solved a problem that had plagued the wizarding world for millennia. Students would fall silent when they entered a room, not out of fear, but out of sheer, unadulterated awe. This newfound fame had a profound effect on each of them. Hermione, who had once craved academic validation above all else, found herself inundated with it. Her name was now permanently linked with a world-changing medical breakthrough. The achievement was so monumental that her own internal anxieties about grades and class rankings seemed to melt away. She had already achieved more than most full-grown wizards could ever dream of. This realization brought her a new level of calm, confident maturity. Daphne's family, the Greengrasses, saw their social and political standing skyrocket. They became the faces of progressive pureblood thought, champions of magical science and healing. Daphne herself was no longer just the pretty, aloof Slytherin. She was a respected researcher, a co-patent holder of a revolutionary magical device. She walked the halls with a new, quiet authority, her alliance with Ariana and Hermione having elevated her far beyond the petty squabbles of her housemates. And Ariana accepted the accolades with her usual serene grace. The fame, the awards, the letters, they were all just data points, logical outcomes of a successfully executed project. Her true satisfaction came not from the public recognition, but from the quiet knowledge that she had made a tangible, positive difference. She had eased suffering. She had solved an impossible problem. One afternoon, she received a letter delivered by a beautiful barn owl. It contained no sender's name, but the handwriting was familiar. Ariana, it read. There are no words to properly express what you have done. You have given me back my life. Not the life of a monster, not the life of a man hiding from the moon, but my own life. You have given me peace. It is a gift I never thought I would receive. Sirius and I have begun funding a new initiative, using some of the old Black family gold, to manufacture and distribute the bracelets to registered werewolves who cannot afford them. Your work will not just be theory, it will be a reality for everyone. Thank you is not enough, but it is all I have. Your friend, Remus Lupin. Ariana folded the letter, a rare, genuine smile touching her lips. This was the true measure of her success. Not the patents or the fame, but the quiet, profound impact on a single, good man's life. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament was fast approaching. The dragons were waiting. But as Ariana sat in the quiet of the library, with Hermione and Daphne beside her, she felt a sense of profound calm. The challenges ahead were significant, but they had already proven that nothing was truly impossible. They had cured the incurable. They had contained sunlight. They were not just reacting to the world anymore. They were actively, brilliantly, and logically reshaping it. Chapter 91. The Application of Known Variables. The weeks leading up to the first task were filled with a tense, school-wide anticipation. The champions were excused from exams, a fact that Ron bemoaned loudly, and were seen huddled in corners, poring over books and practicing spells. Harry, however, was in a state of quiet panic. He knew, thanks to a midnight tip-off from a guilt-ridden Hagrid, what the other champions did not. The first task was dragons. One evening, looking pale and deeply stressed, he found Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne in their usual alcove in the library. "It's dragons," he whispered, his voice tight with fear. "The first task. I saw them with Hagrid, 4 of them, a Welsh green, a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, and a Hungarian horntail. They're bringing them in for us to fight." Hermione and Daphne gasped, their faces paling. The idea of pitting a 14-year-old against a fully grown, nesting mother dragon was not just dangerous, it was barbaric. Ariana, however, did not look surprised. She simply closed the book she was reading, marked her page, and gave Harry her full, analytical attention. "A Hungarian horntail," she mused quietly. "The most aggressive and dangerous of the breeds. They will, of course, assign that one to you." She sighed, a soft, weary sound. The organizers of this tournament seemed to possess a flair for predictable, theatrical cruelty. "What am I going to do?" Harry asked, his voice desperate. "I can't fight a dragon." "No, you cannot," Ariana agreed calmly. "A direct magical confrontation would be suicidal. Your objective is not to defeat the dragon. Remember our discussions, your objective is to retrieve the item, most likely the golden egg it is guarding. This is not a battle, it is a heist. Therefore, we will not approach it with brute force. We will approach it as a tactical problem to be solved with your specific, established skill set." She leaned forward, her periwinkle eyes sharp and focused. "Harry, forget about what you can't do. Tell me, what is your greatest, proven skill?" Harry stared at her, confused by the question. I don't know, I'm okay at defense, I guess." "No," Ariana corrected gently. "Your greatest skill. The data is unequivocal. You are, by a significant margin, the most naturally gifted flyer in this school. You also have a demonstrated aptitude for a single, specific charm, one you used to snatch the cookies of someone's table once." It took Harry a moment to understand. "The summoning charm, Akio, the one you asked me to learn during summer for fun." "Precisely," Ariana affirmed. "Flight and summoning, those are our primary variables. Therefore, the solution is not to fight the dragon on the ground. It is to bypass it entirely." A slow, dawning light of understanding spread across Harry's face. "My firebolt, the one Sirius gave me during the summer." "You will summon your firebolt to the arena," Ariana laid out the plan, her voice crisp and clear. "You will then use your superior flying skills to outmaneuver the dragon, retrieve the egg, and exit the engagement zone. The dragon is bound by a chain, its range of attack is limited. Speed and agility will be your shield." It was a plan so simple, so elegant, and so perfectly tailored to his own abilities that Harry felt a surge of hope for the first time in days. "But my summoning charm isn't that good," he protested. "It's okay for small things, but a broomstick all the way from the castle, I don't know if I can do it." "Then your training begins now," Ariana stated. "We will not just practice, we will perfect it." For the next week, the room of requirement transformed again. It became a private training ground. At Ariana's command, the room filled itself with objects of varying size and weight, scattered at increasing distances. Her training methods were rigorous and logical. "The power of a summoning charm is not in the wand movement or the volume of the incantation," she explained, pacing as Harry attempted to summon a heavy book from across the room. "It is in the clarity of your intentio. You are not just calling the object. You are creating a magical tether between your will and its physical form. You must see the path it will take. You must know with absolute certainty that it will come to you. Doubt is the enemy of this charm." Day after day, she drilled him. Books, cushions, heavy iron goblets. He practiced until his arm ached and his voice was hoarse, but under her focused tutelage, his skill grew exponentially. He was soon summoning objects from 100 feet away with a simple, clear Accio. But Ariana's training didn't stop there. "In the arena, your reaction time will be critical," she told him, handing him his wand holster. "You need to be able to draw your wand and cast a shield in a single, fluid motion. The dragon will breathe fire. A half-second delay could be fatal." She had him practice drawing his wand from the speed holster she had given him over and over, until the motion was second nature, a thoughtless reflex. Hermione and Daphne would fire harmless Jellylegs jinxes at him, and he would have to draw, shield with a Protego, and retaliate before the jinx could hit him. "You will also need diversionary and environmental charms," Ariana continued, her training regimen expanding. "The arena is rock and dust. Use it." She taught him the nebulous charm to create pockets of thick, disorienting fog. She taught him disorientation charms that could be aimed at the ground near the dragon to create flashes of light and concussive sounds. "Do not aim at the dragon. You will only anger it, affect its environment, control the battlefield." By the day of the first task, Harry was transformed. He was still terrified, but it was no longer the helpless, panicked fear of a lamb going to slaughter. It was the focused, adrenaline-fueled fear of a trained warrior stepping into the arena. He had a plan. He had the skills. He had a chance. As he walked towards the champion's tent, his friends gave him one last word of encouragement. "You can do this, Harry," Hermione said, her voice full of a nervous confidence. "Show them what a Gryffindor can do," Daphne added with a rare, encouraging smile. Ariana simply met his gaze, her own calm and steady. "You have the data. You have the training. Execute the protocol." He nodded, took a deep breath, and walked into the tent, his hand resting on his wand, ready. He was as prepared as he could possibly be. And it was all thanks to the quiet, logical, and terrifyingly brilliant girl who had refused to let him face the dragon alone. Chapter 92: The Dragon and the Divide. The roar of the crowd was a physical force, a wave of sound that washed over the champion's tent. Inside, Harry paced back and forth, the logical, step-by-step plan he had rehearsed with Ariana a calming mantra in his mind. He could hear the commentator, Ludo Bagman, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. Cedric Diggory went first, cleverly transfiguring a rock into a Labrador to distract his Swedish short snout, a tactic that earned him some burns, but ultimately the egg. Fleur de Lacquer attempted to lull her Welsh green into a trance with an enchanted melody, but the dragon snorted a jet of fire that set her robes alight, and she had to abandon the strategy, snatching the egg at the last moment. Victor Crumb was brutally effective, blinding his Chinese fireball with a powerful conjunctivitis curse, though he was penalized for damaging the dragon's eggs in the process. Then it was his turn. "And now," Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed, "our fourth and youngest champion. Harry Potter, facing the most dangerous of our beasts, the Hungarian horntail." Harry walked out into the arena to a cacophony of sound. He saw the massive, black-scaled dragon, its bronze horns glinting, its yellow eyes pools of reptilian fury. It was guarding a clutch of eggs, one of which was a gleaming, perfect gold. The fear was a cold, coiling serpent in his stomach, but he pushed it down, his mind focusing on the protocol. He raised his wand, his arm steady. The motion was fluid, practiced, reflexive. "Accio firebolt," he yelled, his voice clear and ringing with a certainty born of hours of training. He poured every ounce of his will, his focus, his intentio into the charm, creating an unbreakable tether between himself and his broom. For a moment, nothing happened. The crowd murmured, but Harry waited, his eyes scanning the sky towards the castle, and then he saw it. A tiny speck, growing larger at an incredible speed. His firebolt was coming. The horntail let out a deafening roar and unleashed a torrent of fire. Harry, without thinking, performed the move Ariana had drilled into him. He drew his wand from its holster and cast a shield in a single, seamless motion. Protego. A shimmering shield erupted in front of him, deflecting the worst of the flames, though the heat was still immense. The firebolt zoomed into the arena, hovering beside him. He leaped onto it and kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky just as the dragon's spiked tail smashed into the spot where he had been standing. The crowd roared with approval. This was not a scared little boy, this was a flyer. What followed was not a battle, but a masterclass in aerial superiority. Harry, in his element, became a blur of motion. He used his speed to stay just outside the reach of the dragon's flames. He banked, he spiraled, he feinted. He remembered Ariana's words, "Control the battlefield." Diving low, he aimed not at the dragon, but at the dusty ground beside it. Nebulous! A thick, disorienting fog erupted, momentarily confusing the horntail. As it roared and shook its great head, Harry saw his opening. He plunged into a steep dive, his body flat against the broom, his hand outstretched. He flew past the dragon's snapping jaws, his fingers closing around the smooth, heavy golden egg. He pulled up, soaring high into the air, the egg tucked securely under his arm, leaving the confused and enraged dragon roaring impotently below. He had done it. He had executed the plan flawlessly. The entire engagement had taken less than 5 minutes. The roar from the crowd was deafening. He had not only survived, he had been magnificent. As he landed, his legs trembling with adrenaline, he could see his friends in the stands, Hermione and Daphne jumping up and down, hugging each other. And standing slightly apart from them, Ariana, who simply gave him a single, approving nod. It was the highest praise he could have asked for. He received high marks from the judges, even Karkaroff giving him a grudgingly decent score. The relief and elation he felt were intoxicating. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was a scene of wild celebration. The party raged for hours. Harry was the hero of the hour, hoisted onto shoulders, his story demanded again and again. Through it all, he noticed Ron standing in a corner, his arms crossed, a sour, resentful expression on his face. Later, when the party had finally died down, Harry, exhausted but happy, saw Ron heading up to the dormitory. He followed him, hoping that his success might have finally broken through his friend's stubborn jealousy. "Did you see it?" Harry asked, a note of pride in his voice. "The plan worked perfectly." Ron turned, and his face was not one of pride, but of deep, bitter resentment. "Oh, the plan," he sneered. "You mean her plan, Dumbledore's little prodigy. Of course it worked. She probably could have just walked in there and put the dragon to sleep by boring it with logic." "What's your problem, Ron?" Harry shot back, his good mood evaporating. "We won. I got through it. Aren't you happy for me?" "Happy?" Ron's voice rose, cracking with a hurt and jealousy he could no longer contain. "Happy that you're the center of attention again? Happy that you don't even need me anymore? It used to be us, Harry, us against the world. Now it's you and your fan club." He gestured vaguely in the direction of the common room. "You've got the brilliant Hermione hanging on your every word. You've got a bloody Slytherin princess defending you, and you've got her. The perfect, powerful Ariana who can solve everything with a flick of her wand. What do you need me for? To carry your books." The accusation was ugly and deeply unfair, but it was born of a genuine, painful insecurity. Ron felt useless, overshadowed. He saw himself being replaced. "That's not true," Harry yelled, stung. "You're my best mate." "Am I?" Ron laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "Doesn't feel like it. It feels like I'm just the stupid, poor sidekick. Well, I'm done with it. Go on, go back to your perfect friends. I'm sure they've already got the next 2 tasks figured out for you. You don't need me." With that, Ron stormed past him and drew the curtains around his 4-poster bed with a violent, final swish. Harry stood there in the quiet dormitory, the cheers of the party downstairs now a distant, mocking echo. He had faced down a Hungarian horntail and emerged a hero. But in the process, it seemed, he had lost his best friend. The victory suddenly felt hollow, the golden egg in his trunk a cold, heavy weight. The lines of their alliance had been redrawn, and the schism was now deeper and more painful than ever before. Chapter 93, The Yule Ball Proposition. The days following the first task settled into a new, awkward normal. Ron's jealousy had solidified into a sullen, stubborn silence. He and Harry communicated only when absolutely necessary, their interactions clipped and formal. The space between their beds in the dormitory felt like a vast, icy chasm. Ron pointedly ignored Hermione and Daphne, and he treated Ariana with a resentful deference, unable to be openly hostile to the girl who was now widely regarded as a school hero, but making his displeasure clear in his avoidance. The atmosphere was a constant, low-level strain on their entire group. Harry, though outwardly celebrated, felt the loss of his first friend keenly. He threw himself into his studies with a new fervor, spending most of his time with Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne in the library or the room of requirement. Their quiet, logical focus was a balm to his turbulent emotions. Seeing the tension, Ariana made a strategic decision. She temporarily scaled back their more intense research projects. A period of social and emotional consolidation is required, she had explained to Hermione and Daphne. Our primary asset, Harry, is operating under significant emotional distress. To push him into further complex preparations would be counterproductive. We will focus on standard curriculum and recreation until the emotional variable has stabilized. And so, for the first time in a long while, the girls relaxed. They still studied, but they also took long walks around the lake, played wizard's chess, and simply enjoyed each other's company. It was a period of quiet, much-needed normalcy. It was into this fragile peace that Professor McGonagall dropped a bombshell. During a Transfiguration class, she announced the upcoming Yule Ball, a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament. It would be a formal dance, open to 4th years and above, though younger students could attend if invited by an older partner. And, she added, looking pointedly at Harry, the champions and their partners would be opening the ball with the first dance. The news sent a wave of panic and excitement through the student body, particularly the 4th years. The prospect of finding a partner became the single, all-consuming topic of conversation. For Ariana, the announcement was met with a quiet, internal sigh. A formal social gathering, an event governed by illogical, unwritten rules of adolescent courtship. It was, in her opinion, a far more terrifying prospect than facing a dragon. Her status, however, made her an immediate and prime target. Within hours of the announcement, she found herself at the center of a storm of hopeful invitations. An earnest Cedric Diggory asked her in the library, his handsome face full of a hopeful sincerity. She politely declined, stating she had other plans. A group of burly Durmstrang boys, including a surprisingly flustered friend of Victor Crumb's, tried to ask her in the entrance hall. She dispatched them with a look so calmly dismissive they retreated in confusion. Even a few brave 7th-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws attempted to ask her out, only to be met with a polite but unshakably firm, "Thank you for the offer, but I am not available." Her repeated refusals only fueled the gossip. Who was the brilliant, beautiful Ariana Dumbledore going with? The speculation was rampant. One evening, Harry found her alone in their usual corner of the common room. He was looking more nervous than he had before he'd faced the Horntail. "Ariana," he began, shuffling his feet. "Yes, Harry," she said, looking up from her book. "I was wondering about the Yule Ball," he stammered. "I know you've said no to everyone, and I know we have to, open the dance, and I was just thinking, well, it would be a lot less terrifying if I was doing it with a friend." He finally managed to meet her gaze, his own full of a desperate, hopeful plea. Will you go to the ball with me, just as friends?" Ariana looked at him, at her friend who was facing down dragons and public scorn, but who was terrified of asking a girl to a dance. She saw his vulnerability, his reliance on their friendship as his primary source of strength. Her previous rejections had not been about avoiding the ball entirely. They had been about reserving her acceptance for the one person for whom it was strategically and emotionally necessary. A rare, soft smile touched her lips. "Harry," she said, her voice gentle, "it would be illogical for me to go with anyone else. Of course I will accompany you." The relief that washed over Harry's face was so profound it was almost comical. "Really? Brilliant, thank you." The news spread through the school the next day like a shockwave. Ariana Dumbledore was going to the Yule Ball with Harry Potter. The revelation was met with a mixture of disappointment from her rejected suitors, envy, and a general consensus that it just made sense. They were a unit, a team. Of course they would go together. The only person who seemed displeased was Ron. He overheard the news from Seamus Finnegan and his scowl deepened. To him, it was just another piece of evidence that Harry's new, perfect life no longer had room for him. He still hadn't asked anyone, his pride preventing him from admitting he even wanted to go. A few days later, Hermione, looking stressed, approached Ariana. "Have you got your dress robes yet?" "I have commissioned a set," Ariana replied. "I haven't found anything," Hermione wailed, "and I need a partner, no one's asked me." "The event is still weeks away," Ariana said calmly. The probability of you receiving an invitation is high. You are now widely recognized as one of the most intelligent and attractive witches in our year. A suitor will present himself." As if on cue, a scowling Victor Crumb walked into the library. He marched past the giggling girls who tried to get his attention and stopped directly in front of Hermione's table. "You are Hermione," he said, his voice a thick, guttural baritone. "It's Hermione," she corrected automatically, blushing. "You are coming to the ball with me," he stated, not as a question but as a declaration. Hermione stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, before stammering out a yes. Ariana watched the exchange, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. The variables were all falling into place. The champions had their partners. The board was set for the next great social and strategic challenge of their school careers, and she, as always, was ready for it. Chapter 94, The Grand Social Equation. The evening of the Yule Ball arrived, and a palpable, nervous excitement filled the air of Hogwarts. The Gryffindor common room was a chaotic whirlwind of students struggling with dress robes, attempting complex hair charms, and anxiously waiting for their dates. In the girls' dormitory, Hermione was a vision. Her periwinkle blue robes flowed like water, and her hair, which she had spent hours taming with a Sleekeazy's hair potion, was swept up into an elegant, intricate knot at the back of her head. Her new, confident smile was dazzling. Ariana's own preparations were, as always, a study in quiet efficiency. She emerged in robes of a deep, midnight blue silk that seemed to drink the light, making the fabric look like a piece of the night sky. The cut was simple, timelessly elegant, and unadorned, save for a delicate, shimmering silver embroidery of constellations that swirled around the hem and sleeves. Her honey blonde hair was woven into a complex, graceful coronet braid, and the only jewelry she wore was her customized bracelet cum wand holster, its gentle inner light a subtle, warm counterpoint to her cool elegance. She was, in a word, breathtaking. When she and Hermione descended the stairs together, the common room fell into a stunned silence. They were a vision of Gryffindor power and beauty, a perfect harmony of fiery intelligence and serene grace. They met Harry at the bottom of the stairs. He was looking smart but deeply uncomfortable in his traditional black dress robes. When he saw them, his jaw dropped. "Wow," he managed to say. "You both look, wow." Their first challenge was the Champions Parade. Harry, his face a mask of nervous terror, offered Ariana his arm. They walked into the Great Hall, which had been transformed into a magical winter wonderland of silver frost, twinkling stars, and evergreen wreaths. They followed Cedric Diggory and his beautiful date, Cho Chang, and were followed by Fleur de Lacquer with her Ravenclaw partner, and finally, a scowling Victor Crumb with a beaming Hermione on his arm. The Champions' dance was an ordeal for Harry. He was stiff and clumsy, stepping on Ariana's feet more than once. But she moved with a fluid, effortless grace that compensated for his awkwardness, guiding him through the steps with subtle, gentle pressure and a calm, reassuring presence. She did not mock him or show any impatience. She simply supported him, her serenity a silent anchor in his sea of teenage anxiety. To the onlookers, they looked like a handsome, if slightly nervous, prince being guided by a serene, otherworldly princess. When the first dance concluded and the floor filled with other couples, the true social maneuvering began. Ariana, as one of the most sought-after and mysterious figures in the school, was immediately approached for a dance. Neville, looking surprisingly confident in his dress robes and emboldened by a year of newfound self-worth, was the first. He bowed formally, and Ariana accepted with a warm, genuine smile. He was a much better dancer than Harry, and she guided him through a waltz, her presence a quiet reward for his incredible growth. Next came Cedric Diggory. He was charming, handsome, and polite, and he and Ariana made a strikingly beautiful pair as they moved across the dance floor. He spoke to her of the tournament, of his plans for the future, his respect for her abilities clear in every word. Victor Crumb, at Hermione's urging, even had a turn. Their dance was a silent, intense affair. He was a powerful, brooding presence, and he danced with a surprising grace. He didn't speak much, simply nodding and saying, "You are," very good, in his thick accent, his respect for her power overriding his usual sullen demeanor. But the most significant dances were the ones she shared with her friends. She found Hermione near the punch bowl, looking slightly overwhelmed by Crum's intensity. "May I have this dance, Miss Granger?" Ariana asked, offering a formal, playful bow. Hermione laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. "Of course, Miss Dumbledore." They moved onto the dance floor together, and it was the most natural pairing of the night. They didn't need to be led or guided. They moved as one, their steps perfectly in sync, their conversation a low, happy murmur of shared jokes and observations. Their friendship was a tangible, radiant thing, a quiet force that was more powerful than any Vila's enchantment. The sight of the two brilliant, beautiful best friends dancing together, completely happy in their own world, silenced the gossipers and solidified their status as an untouchable, iconic duo. Daphne Greengrass, looking regal in emerald green silk, was next. Their dance was more formal, a graceful, gliding waltz that spoke of their shared understanding of power and poise. "You have half the boys in this room staring at you," Daphne murmured, a smirk playing on her lips. "And the other half are too terrified to even look in your direction." "An optimal state of equilibrium," Ariana replied dryly, eliciting a genuine laugh from the Slytherin girl. Throughout the night, Ariana was a master of social strategy. She kept Harry comfortable, engaged Neville in confidence-building conversation, and formed a united, unassailable front with Hermione and Daphne. They moved as a trio, a fortress of friendship that was warm and welcoming to those they cared for, and coolly impenetrable to those they did not. This became most apparent in their management of Ron Weasley. Ron, who had come to the ball with a slightly bewildered Padma paddle, was a thundercloud of misery. He spent the entire evening glowering at Hermione and Krum, his jealousy a bitter, ugly aura around him. Several times, he looked as though he was about to march over and confront Hermione. But every time, Ariana subtly repositioned their group, drawing Hermione into a conversation with Daphne or leading her to the refreshment table, effortlessly keeping her out of Ron's path. She was not being cruel. She was simply preventing a predictable and unpleasant emotional outburst from ruining her friend's evening. As the night drew to a close, the four of them, Harry, Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne, found themselves gathered for a final photograph, taken by a beaming Colin Creevy's younger brother, Dennis. They stood together, a strange and powerful alliance of Gryffindor and Slytherin, of chosen heroes and quiet strategists. They even managed to get a photo with the staff. Hagrid wept with joy, McGonagall gave a rare, proud smile, and Dumbledore stood behind Ariana, his hand on her shoulder, his eyes twinkling with an almost paternal pride. The Yule Ball was a resounding success, not because of the music or the decorations, but because Ariana had treated it like any other challenge, with foresight, strategy, and a deep, logical commitment to protecting the well-being of her friends. She had navigated the treacherous waters of teenage social dynamics and emerged not just unscathed, but having strengthened her alliances and solidified her position as the quiet, unshakable center of their extraordinary world. Chapter 95, The Solitary Project. The magic of the Yule Ball faded, leaving behind the quiet, studious atmosphere of a Hogwarts deep in winter. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament loomed, a new puzzle to be solved. One afternoon, Ariana found Harry in the common room, staring blankly at the golden egg he had won from the Horntail. It was smooth, inert, and utterly silent. "It just sits there," Harry said in frustration, having tried every standard opening spell he could think of. "It won't open." Ariana sat down opposite him, her gaze analytical. She didn't touch the egg, but she could feel the complex, water-aspected magic woven into its golden shell. "You are approaching it as a lockbox," she said calmly. "That is the wrong paradigm. The organizers of this tournament favor theatricality. The clue is likely not in the egg, but is the egg. It is a message that needs the correct medium to be heard." "A medium?" Harry asked, confused. "You retrieved it from a nesting mother. The preparation of the second task is being done at the lake," she stated, laying out the variables. "The connecting element is water. The egg's magic feels fluidic, auditory. The logical conclusion is that you must submerge the egg in water to hear its message." The solution was so simple, so elegant, that Harry felt foolish for not seeing it himself. "The lake, or I guess a bathroom would do," he exclaimed. "Do I take a bath with it?" "A sound suggestion," Ariana confirmed with a nod. The environment is secure and provides the necessary medium. I suggest you pursue that line of inquiry. With Harry's immediate problems set on a logical path, Ariana turned her formidable intellect to her own, far more dangerous projects. The maledictus and lycanthropy research had reached a stable, successful conclusion for now. The papers were published, the bracelets were in production, and the Greengrass and Lupin families were beginning their long, slow journeys to a new kind of normalcy. Those projects were about healing others. The final project was about confronting evil. It was time to deal with the locket. This was a task she undertook in absolute solitude. She did not involve Hermione or Daphne. Their work on the previous curses had been a collaboration, but this was different. This was not a disease or a hereditary flaw. This was a deliberate act of soul mutilation performed by the most powerful dark wizard in history. To involve her friends would be to needlessly expose their minds to its corrupting, whispering influence. This was a battle she had to fight alone. In the deepest, most secure configuration of the Room of Requirement, she began her work. The room transformed at her will into a sterile, white chamber, more like a high-tech laboratory from her past life than a magical workshop. In the center, on a pedestal of pure, non-conductive marble, sat Slytherin's locket. She spent days, then weeks, simply observing it. She did not touch it. She did not try to open it. She surrounded it with diagnostic spells of her own invention, weaving intricate webs of magic to analyze its properties. She mapped its aura, quantified its dark energy output, and studied the soul fragment's reactions to various stimuli: light, sound, proximity to other magical objects. She confirmed what Dumbledore had told her. Destroying the Horcrux required destroying the vessel beyond magical repair. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, these were crude, destructive tools. They were the equivalent of using a sledgehammer for brain surgery. Her goal was not just to destroy the soul fragment, but to understand and master the process of its removal. Her plan began to form, a daring synthesis of her previous two projects. Problem: the soul fragment is inextricably linked to the physical object. Previous solution: maledictus, a magical parasite latched onto a flawed core. Solution: detach and transfer. Hypothesis: the soul fragment can be treated as a parasite latched onto the locket's own innate magical matrix. The key, once again, was the principle of magical anesthesia. The soul fragment is sustained by the locket's own enchantments, she murmured to herself, pacing the white, sterile room. It has integrated itself, creating a symbiotic bond. If I attack the locket, the soul fragment will defend it. If I attack the soul fragment, the locket's own powerful preservation charms will protect it. She needed to sever that bond. Her plan was audacious. She would use a modified, far more powerful version of the anesthetic potion she had developed for Astoria. She would not be administering it to a person, but to the locket itself, forcing the ancient, powerful enchantments on the object into a state of temporary dormancy. If I can put the locket's magic to sleep, she reasoned, I can momentarily break the link between the object and the soul fragment. For an instant, the Horcrux will be exposed, a parasite without a host. The next step was transference. She couldn't just pull the soul fragment out, it would likely dissipate or attempt to latch onto the nearest living thing, her. She needed a new vessel, a magical prison. The Room of Requirement provided the materials. She designed a small, hollow sphere made from magically inert obsidian. She spent a week meticulously carving it, inside and out, with a new runic matrix, a combination of containment runes, siphoning runes, and runes of perpetual magical silence. It was designed to be a perfect magical vacuum, a space with an empty, waiting core that would be irresistible to a disembodied, hungry piece of soul. The final procedure would be a sequence of pure, high-level magic. Administer the anesthetic potion to the locket, placing its innate enchantments into a dormant state. In the brief window this creates, use a modified runic siphoning spell, powered by her own will, to create an energy conduit between the locket and the obsidian sphere. Lure the untethered soul fragment along the conduit and into the sphere's prepared vacuum. Activate the final, permanent sealing runes on the sphere, trapping the soul fragment inside, isolated from any physical vessel it could corrupt. The result, if she was successful, would be twofold. The locket of Slytherin would be cleansed, its dark passenger evicted, leaving the historical artifact intact. And she would have a contained, isolated piece of Voldemort's soul to study safely, a Horcrux in a jar. It was a plan of incredible risk and unparalleled genius. As the date of the second task approached, Ariana stood before the pedestal in her secret laboratory. On one side lay the cold, golden locket. On the other, the polished, empty black sphere. In her hand, a vial of shimmering, powerful anesthetic. The time for theory was over. It was time to perform surgery on a soul. And this time, her magic was fully replenished and ready to tackle it. Chapter 96, The Surgery of a Soul. The day of the procedure was chosen with meticulous care. It was the day of the second task, a time when the entire castle's attention, from the students to the professors to the very ghosts, would be focused on the Great Lake. No one would be wandering the 7th floor corridor. The castle's ambient magical energy would be distracted. It was the perfect moment for a secret, dangerous operation. Ariana entered the room of requirement, and it sealed itself behind her, becoming a sterile, white sanctuary cut off from the rest of reality. On the marble pedestal in the center of the room, the locket and the obsidian sphere sat waiting. She did not begin immediately. For a full hour, she sat in a meditative state, calming her mind, focusing her will, and extending her senses. This was not a task to be rushed. First, she established her defenses. She did not cast a simple protego. Instead, she spoke to the room itself, her will meshing with its ancient, powerful, and sentient magic. I require a multi-layered, conceptual shield between myself and the subject, she commanded softly. The shield will be permeable to my own magic, but impermeable to any psychic, emotional, or soul-based emanations from the artifact. Filter all hostile intent. The very air in the room shimmered. An invisible but immensely powerful barrier of pure, conceptual magic formed around the pedestal, a one-way wall created by the room's own innate power. She was now insulated, a surgeon protected by the very highest grade of magical containment. Next, she approached the pedestal. She did not touch the locket. Using precise, wandless telekinesis, she levitated the vial of anesthetic potion. The potion was a more potent variant of the one used on Astoria, designed to affect inanimate enchanted objects rather than living magical cores. With a gentle mental command, she uncorked the vial and slowly, carefully, dripped the shimmering liquid onto the golden locket. The potion did not roll off. It was absorbed instantly into the metal, which seemed to sigh as its ancient, protective enchantments were coaxed into a state of deep, temporary slumber. The cold, malevolent aura emanating from the locket flickered and dimmed, its connection to its host vessel weakened. Now came the most critical step. The locket was famous for resisting all attempts to open it, but Ariana knew it was not a physical lock. It was a lock of will, keyed to the soul of its creator. She focused her own parcel tongue ability, not as a shout, but as a silent, insistent mental command, a sliver of serpent thought aimed directly at the now vulnerable latch. "Open," she commanded in the language of Slytherin. There was a soft metallic click. The locket sprang open. Inside, 2 glass windows were revealed, but instead of holding portraits, they held a swirling, dark, living mist. From the mist, a voice began to whisper in her mind, a voice of sweet, venomous poison, the voice of the young, charismatic Tom Riddle. "I see you, little witch. So powerful, so alone, you do not need those lesser friends. I can give you knowledge they cannot dream of. We can be great together." But the voice was weak, disoriented. Its connection to the locket was severed, and its whispers struck the room's conceptual shield and dissolved harmlessly. It was a predator whose fangs could find no purchase. "Your offer is illogical," Ariana stated aloud, her voice calm and clear in the sterile room. "You offer nothing I cannot achieve on my own, and the cost of your companionship is a loss of self-sovereignty. It is a poor transaction." Ignoring the panicked, angry whispers that now filled her mind, she began the transference. She pointed her elder wand at the open locket. On the floor, she had already inscribed a small, temporary runic conduit connecting the pedestal holding the locket to another pedestal holding the obsidian sphere. "Exilium animi," she incanted, the spell a complex piece of her own design, though derived from the Flammel library, meaning exile of the soul. A beam of pure, white, siphoning energy shot from her wand and struck the dark, swirling mist within the locket. The mist shrieked, a silent, psychic scream of rage and terror. The soul fragment fought back, but it was untethered, a parasite without a host, and it was no match for the focused, absolute will behind Ariana's spell. The dark mist was pulled from the locket, stretching into a screaming, shadowy tendril. It was drawn along the glowing runic path on the floor, inexorably pulled towards the obsidian sphere, which now pulsed with an inviting, empty darkness. The soul fragment, desperate for any vessel, any anchor, surged into the sphere. The moment the last wisp of darkness had entered the obsidian prison, Ariana acted. Claustrum Aeternum, the final command, the eternal seal. The intricate runes she had carved into the sphere flared with a brilliant, silver light. They activated, folding in on themselves, creating a permanent, inescapable, and magically silent prison. The pulsing darkness within the sphere was instantly snuffed out, contained, and cut off from the outside world. It was done. A profound silence filled the room. The cold, oppressive aura was gone. She levitated the now closed locket and ran a dozen diagnostic charms over it. The dark magic was gone. The corrupting influence was gone. It was still a priceless, powerfully enchanted artifact, but it was now clean. It was just a locket. She then approached the obsidian sphere. It was cool to the touch, inert. The piece of Voldemort's soul was trapped inside, a powerless specimen in a jar. She could now study it at her leisure, learn the secrets of its creation and its destruction without any risk to herself or others. She had done the impossible. She had performed a successful Horcruxectomy. With a deep, satisfied breath, Ariana dissolved the conceptual shield and commanded the room to return to its state as her private library. She placed the cleansed locket and the contained Horcrux sphere into separate, warded boxes. As she left the room of requirement and stepped back into the normal castle corridor, she could hear the distant, muffled roar of the crowd from the Great Lake. The second task was likely reaching its conclusion. Harry, she knew, would be fine. She had her own victories to celebrate. While the champions had been battling Grindylows and Merpeople for tournament points, she had been quietly waging a secret war for the soul of the wizarding world, and she had just won a major, unprecedented victory. Chapter 97, The Disparity of Victories. Ariana emerged from the 7th floor corridor into a castle buzzing with the energy of the second task. Students were running back from the lake, their voices a chaotic chorus of excited chatter, debating who had finished first and what magical creatures had been seen. The air was thick with the scent of damp cloaks and lake water. She made her way calmly through the throngs, her mind still resonating with the profound, silent battle she had just won. The chatter about spells used to breathe underwater seemed trivial, almost childish, compared to the soul surgery she had just performed. She found Daphne and Tracy, surrounded by a crowd of Gryffindors and Slytherins who were all talking at once. "Ariana, you missed it," Daphne said, her eyes bright with excitement. "It was incredible. Fleur was attacked by Grindylows and had to pull out. Cedric used a perfect bubblehead charm. Crumb actually transfigured himself, partially anyway, into a shark." "And Harry," Tracy chimed in. "He used gillyweed. He finished last because he was trying to save all the other hostages, not just his own. The judges awarded him extra points for moral fiber." It was then that Hermione and Harry arrived, wrapped in thick, fluffy towels provided by Madame Pomfrey, their hair still damp. Harry was shivering but grinning, a hero once more. Hermione, however, looked slightly flustered and was avoiding Ariana's gaze. "A sound strategy," Ariana commented, nodding to Harry. "Using an existing magical plant is more efficient than a complex transfiguration. Your display of moral concern was illogical from a competitive standpoint, but admirable from a character standpoint." Harry beamed at the praise. Ariana then turned her calm, analytical gaze to Hermione. "And who was your hostage, Harry?" she asked, though she already suspected the answer. Well," Harry began, looking awkwardly at Hermione. "It was me," Hermione mumbled, finally looking up, her cheeks slightly pink. Ariana's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch. This was an unexpected variable. "Indeed, that is not at all surprising. I was under the impression that the hostages were meant to be the person the champion would miss the most. Crumb's hostage was a school friend of his from Durmstrang. Cedric's was Cho Chang. Fleur's was her younger sister. And yours, Ariana looked at Harry, was Hermione. The implication was clear. Hermione rushed to explain, her words tumbling out. Professor McGonagall was looking for you everywhere, Ariana. She said you were Harry's obvious choice, but no one could find you. They checked the library, the owlery, everywhere. When they couldn't locate you, they said they needed the next closest person, the one he spent the most time with and valued as a friend. So, they chose me. I see, Ariana said, her mind immediately processing the information. The room of requirement had rendered her completely invisible, completely inaccessible. The organizers, in their need for a hostage, had been forced to move to the next logical candidate. It was a minor, unforeseen consequence of her secret work, but a revealing one nonetheless. It publicly codified Hermione as Harry's closest confidant in her absence. "Where were you anyway?" Harry asked. "We were all looking for you before the task." "I was engaged in a time-sensitive, independent research project," Ariana replied, her voice smooth and offering no further details. She then shifted the topic, her mind already moving to the next, more important phase of her plan. "The results of the task are satisfactory. However, recent developments in another of my projects necessitate an immediate consultation with the headmaster." She turned to leave, her purpose clear. "Now?" Hermione asked, surprised, "but the celebration is just starting." "The data I have acquired is too significant to be delayed by social gatherings," Ariana stated. "The security of the wizarding world may depend on it. I will see you all later." She left the group, leaving her friends in a state of bewildered awe. They had just faced down merpeople and magical beasts at the bottom of a freezing lake, and Ariana was calmly talking about a research project that was apparently more important. She made her way directly to Dumbledore's office, the gargoyle springing aside at her approach, a permanent password having been keyed to her presence. She found the headmaster examining something, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Ariana," he said, his eyes twinkling. "A successful day for our Hogwarts champions, would you not agree?" "A successful day for the tournament, perhaps," she countered calmly. "I have had a successful day on a much more significant front." She walked to his desk and placed two objects upon its polished surface. The first was the beautiful, ornate, and now magically inert locket of Salazar Slytherin. The second was the small, black, and utterly dead obsidian sphere. Dumbledore stared at the two objects, his usual twinkle vanishing, replaced by a look of profound, staggering disbelief. He slowly reached out a hand, his long fingers hovering over the locket. He could feel it. The oppressive, soul-deep coldness was gone. The dark, cancerous magic had vanished. It was clean. He then looked at the obsidian sphere. He could feel the wisp of Tom Riddle's soul trapped within, screaming silently in its eternal, lightless prison. "How?" he breathed, his voice a hoarse whisper. He looked up at her, his ancient eyes full of a wonder that bordered on fear. "How did you do this? To separate a soul fragment from its vessel without destroying the vessel? It is a feat of magic thought to be impossible." "Nothing is impossible, Professor," Ariana replied, her voice calm and steady. "It is merely a problem that has not yet had the correct logical framework applied to it." She stood before him, a 14-year-old girl who had just single-handedly accomplished what he, the most powerful wizard in the world, had believed could not be done. She had not just followed the path he had set, she had forged an entirely new one, a path of healing instead of destruction, of precision instead of brute force. The game had changed once again, and Ariana Dumbledore had just proven that she was no longer just a player. She was becoming its master. Chapter 98, A New Strategy for an Old War. The silence in the headmaster's office was profound, broken only by the soft, mournful trill of Fawkes from his perch. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed on the two objects before him, the cleansed locket and the contained soul fragment. He looked from them to the calm, composed 14-year-old girl who had placed them there, and he felt the familiar, humbling sensation of being in the presence of a mind that operated on a different plane of existence. "You have performed a miracle, Ariana," he said finally, his voice full of a quiet, staggering awe. "I have spent 50 years studying the magic of Tom Riddle, trying to understand and fearing the existence of Horcruxes. I have sought them, I have feared them, and I have believed that their destruction was the only path. You have proven me wrong. You have performed surgery where I was preparing for an amputation." He gently picked up the obsidian sphere, holding it with extreme care. The captured soul fragment within writhed silently, a tempest in a teacup, utterly powerless. To have isolated it, to have created a prison for a piece of a soul, this changes everything. He looked at her, his blue eyes sharp with 1,000 new questions. "Tell me your process." Ariana, with her usual clarity and precision, detailed her methodology. She explained the theory of magical anesthesia as applied to inanimate objects, the severing of the symbiotic link between the soul fragment and the vessel's enchantments, the runic siphon, and the design of the containment sphere. She spoke not with pride, but with the detached satisfaction of a scientist presenting a successful experiment. Dumbledore listened, his expression shifting from awe to a deep, intellectual fascination. "You used the principles of healing and transference on an artifact of the darkest soul magic," he mused. "You did not fight the darkness, you logically persuaded it to move. It is a philosophy of magic that is as profound as it is powerful." He set the sphere down carefully. "This," he said, tapping the obsidian prison, "is my responsibility now. I have the means to destroy it utterly. I will take it to a place where its end can be guaranteed without risk to others." He looked at her, a silent promise passing between them. He would handle the disposal of the Dark Lord's soul. He then pushed the golden locket gently back across the desk towards her. "This, however," he said, his voice soft, "is yours." Ariana looked at him, a questioning look in her eyes. "It is a piece of Hogwarts history, Professor, a legacy of Salazar Slytherin. Surely it belongs in the castle." "It was a legacy of Slytherin," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Then it became a vessel for Tom Riddle's evil. Now it is something else. It is a symbol of your victory, a testament to a new kind of magic." He leaned forward, his expression becoming serious and strategic. "But there is a more practical reason. You are correct that it is a priceless artifact. If it were to suddenly reappear in the world, clean and whole, questions would be asked. Whispers would start. The magical historical community would be in an uproar. And those whispers would eventually reach the ears of those still loyal to Voldemort." He met her gaze, his meaning clear. "And eventually, they would reach Voldemort himself. If he were to learn that Slytherin's locket had been found, and more terrifyingly, cleansed, he would know with absolute certainty that his secret has been discovered. He would know that his Horcruxes are being hunted. He would immediately take steps to secure the others, to hide them in places even I could not find. He would be alerted, and our greatest advantage, his arrogance and his belief in the absolute security of his immortality, would be lost." Ariana immediately understood the strategic implication. To reveal the cleansed locket would be to show their hand. It would turn their quiet, methodical hunt into a frantic, desperate race against a paranoid and alerted Dark Lord. "The locket must remain a secret," she concluded, her voice a quiet affirmation. "It must remain lost to the world." "Precisely," Dumbledore said. "And I can think of no safer place for a secret to be kept than with you. It is a trophy, yes, but it is also a burden of knowledge, one that I believe you are uniquely equipped to carry." Ariana accepted the locket, the heavy gold now feeling warm and inert in her hand. It was no longer a source of evil, but a heavy secret. She placed it back into its shielded pouch. "This leaves us with a new strategy," she said, her mind already moving to the next logical steps. "We know of the diary and the locket. My research from the archives suggests other potential Horcruxes, all tied to the founders of Hogwarts, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and perhaps something of Gryffindor's. And then there is Nagini." "My own conclusions align with yours," Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "The path ahead is still long and dark. But we now have a new method," Ariana pointed out. "We do not need to destroy these priceless artifacts. We need only to find them and perform the same surgery. We can neutralize his immortality without erasing our own history." A look of profound hope dawned on Dumbledore's face. For decades, he had believed that defeating Voldemort would require the destruction of some of the wizarding world's greatest treasures. Ariana had just handed him a way to win the war and preserve their heritage at the same time. "You have given us a new path, Ariana," he said, his voice filled with an emotion that went beyond simple gratitude. A better one. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the dark grounds of Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament, the petty school rivalries, the political maneuvering of the Ministry. It all seemed so small, so insignificant, compared to the secret war being planned in this very room. "The game remains the same," Dumbledore said, more to himself than to her. "He will try to return, he will use Harry to do it. We must allow events to unfold to a point. But now we have a hidden advantage he can never anticipate." He turned back to her, a new, fierce light in his eyes. "You will continue your work in secret. You will continue to support Harry through this tournament, and I will begin the hunt for the remaining pieces. We will work in parallel, two separate fronts in the same war." Ariana nodded. The strategy was logical. The division of labor was efficient. She left the headmaster's office that night with a heavy secret and a renewed sense of purpose. The path ahead was dark and dangerous, but for the first time, it was also clear. She was no longer just reacting to the story as it was written. She was actively, secretly, dismantling the very foundations of the villain's power, one logical, brilliant move at a time. Chapter 99, The Cartography of Souls. Returning to the Gryffindor common room, Ariana bypassed the cheerful, noisy celebration of Harry's success in the second task. She needed silence. She needed to think. She made her way to the owlery, the cool night air a welcome balm after the intensity of her meeting with Dumbledore. She stood at the open archway, looking out at the star-dusted sky, the vast, silent expanse a mirror of the immense and complex map now laid out in her mind. She sighed, a soft, weary exhalation that was rare for her. The victory over the locket was significant, but it had only served to bring the full, daunting scale of the task ahead into sharp focus. One by one, she mentally catalogued the remaining pieces of Voldemort's shattered soul. The diadem of Ravenclaw. This was the simplest variable. She knew, from the ghost of Helena Ravenclaw and from her own deep exploration of the Room of Requirement's properties, that it was hidden within the castle itself, within her own secret sanctuary. She could retrieve it at her leisure. The plan was already formulated. Another session of soul surgery, another containment sphere. She would deal with it before the end of the term, a quiet, methodical neutralization of a threat lurking in her own backyard. That was a problem she could control. The Ring of the Gaunts. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, containing not just a Horcrux but also one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. This was Dumbledore's current focus, she knew. Her knowledge pointed to the ruins of the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton, but it was also protected by dark, vicious curses, the kind born of ancient, paranoid pureblood magic. Dumbledore, in his quiet pride and his desire to protect others, would likely attempt to retrieve it alone. A mistake, she thought, her mind cold and analytical. He will succeed, but at a great personal cost. The memory of the withered, blackened hand from the original story flashed in her mind. She made a mental note. She would have to subtly intervene, to provide him with research on curse-breaking and regenerative potions before he undertook his quest, framing it as an academic curiosity. She would not allow him to sacrifice himself so carelessly. Nagini, this was not just a Horcrux, it was a living being. A victim. Ariana's mind shifted from that of a strategist to that of a healer. She remembered the intelligent, lonely, and pain-filled hisses from the serpent in the chamber. She remembered Dobby's words. He promised to give her the memory of his youth to keep her company. Voldemort had not just used Nagini. He had preyed on her maledictus-born loneliness, offering a twisted companionship in exchange for her servitude and, eventually, her soul's vessel. Ariana's vow to Astoria now extended to the one who had been lost for so much longer. The maledictus curse, she had learned, was triggered by despair. Could it be reversed by hope? If she could extract the Horcrux from Nagini, could the woman trapped inside the beast ever find her way back? The thought of having another family member, a great-grandmother of sorts, was a strange, illogical, but deeply compelling idea. Nagini was not just an objective, she was a patient. That left 2 final, terrible pieces. One was Harry himself, the accidental Horcrux, a problem for a future so fraught with danger she walled it off in her mind for now. And the last one, Hufflepuff's cup. This was the most immediate and complex logistical problem. Her research pointed to one owner, Bellatrix Lestrange. And Bellatrix would not keep such a treasure in her house. It would be in the safest place she knew, her vault at Gringotts. A vault protected by ancient goblin magic, dragons, and enchantments that would make the protections around the philosopher's stone look like a child's puzzle box. Ariana knew, with absolute certainty, that she could not breach Gringotts alone. This was not a task for logic or singular power. This would require a team. It would require stealth, misdirection, and a specific set of skills she did not possess. It would require external help. She sighed again, the weight of it all settling on her. The world saw her as a brilliant, powerful prodigy. Dumbledore saw her as a secret weapon. Her friends saw her as their unshakable anchor. But here, alone in the silence of the owlery, she felt the immense, crushing weight of the secret war she was waging almost entirely on her own. She was the architect of a future no one else could see, and the burden of that knowledge was a heavy one. A soft hoot startled her. A familiar barn owl landed on the railing beside her, offering its leg. It was Hedwig. Attached was a small, hastily scribbled note from Harry. Ariana. Ron and I made up. He finally came to his senses after the task. He said he was a git. He's right. Just thought you should know. Thanks again for everything. We're all back together. Harry. A small, genuine smile touched Ariana's lips, breaking through her somber thoughts. The smaller battles, the skirmishes of friendship and loyalty, were just as important as the Great War. Her team was whole again. Her support structure was secure. The weight on her shoulders didn't disappear, but it lessened. She was not entirely alone. She had her allies, her friends, her family. And armed with that knowledge, she felt her resolve harden once more. The path was dark and complex, but she would navigate it, one logical, brilliant, and decisive step at a time. Chapter 100, A Preemptive Intervention. The weeks following the second task passed with a deceptive, academic calm. Harry, his friendship with Ron now mended, was in higher spirits than ever, his confidence bolstered by his success in the tournament. The duo of Harry and Ron was whole again, their dynamic falling back into its familiar rhythm. Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne continued their own quiet alliance, their research in the room of requirement progressing steadily. Ron even came to apologize to Ariana, which she forgave easily, but informed him that his behavior towards Harry was going to be watched carefully. But beneath the surface of school life, Ariana's mind was constantly working, her strategic thoughts focused on the next critical move in her secret war. The diadem in the room of requirement was a contained problem she could solve at her leisure. The cup in Gringotts was a long-term logistical nightmare. Nagini was a future project requiring immense subtlety. That left the most immediate and dangerous threat, the Gaunt Ring. She knew Dumbledore would be planning to retrieve it soon, likely over this summer, or perhaps the next. And she knew, with a chilling certainty born of her foreknowledge, that he would go alone, and that his encounter with the cursed ring would set in motion the chain of events leading to his death. This was an outcome she deemed unacceptable. Dumbledore was too valuable a strategic asset to lose to a predictable, cursed trap. His death would destabilize the entire resistance against Voldemort. Plus, he was family. Therefore, she had to intervene. She requested another private meeting. When she entered his office, Dumbledore greeted her with a warm, knowing smile. Ariana, I trust you are not here to inform me you have single-handedly solved world hunger, he joked, his eyes twinkling. My current project is slightly more modest in scope, Professor, she replied, her tone serious, cutting through the levity. I am here to discuss the ruins of the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes vanished, replaced by a look of sharp, intense focus. You have been busy with your research. I have, she confirmed. Tom Riddle's mother was Merope Gaunt. His grandfather was Marvolo Gaunt. They were the last direct descendants of Salazar Slytherin. The shack is a place of immense personal significance to Voldemort. It is a symbol of his heritage, the place where he connects to his Slytherin ancestry. It is, therefore, a highly logical location for him to have hidden a Horcrux. Dumbledore did not confirm or deny it, but the grim set of his jaw told her she was correct. You are planning to go there alone, aren't you? She stated, not as a question, but as a fact. He sighed, a deep, weary sound. It is a task of great darkness, my dear, not one for a student, no matter how gifted. That is an emotional assessment, not a strategic one, Ariana countered coolly. The gaunt ring will be protected not just by the Horcrux itself, but by layers of ancient, corrosive curses designed to kill any who touch it. Your plan is to retrieve the ring, bring it back here, and then attempt to destroy it with the basilisk venom, correct? That is the general outline, yes, he admitted. The plan is flawed, she said bluntly. You are a powerful wizard, Professor, but you are not immune to curses of this magnitude. You will likely succeed in retrieving the ring, but you will be grievously wounded in the process. You will sustain an injury from which you will not fully recover. You are sacrificing your long-term strategic value for a short-term tactical victory. It is an inefficient use of our most valuable asset, you. Dumbledore stared at her, momentarily speechless. She had just laid out the exact scenario he had privately feared but had accepted as a necessary risk. He could also see the love in her eyes, masked by her pragmatism, a fact he was now recognizing in her. I propose a revised protocol, Ariana continued, pressing her advantage. A small, specialized team, you for your immense power and experience with Voldemort's magic, and me. Ariana, I cannot possibly. And Professor Snape, she finished, cutting him off smoothly. Dumbledore blinked. Severus, why? Because the gaunt shack will be warded not just with curses, but with psychic and emotional traps, she explained. Illusions of grandeur, whispers of despair, all designed to prey on the mind of the intruder. Professor Snape is the most accomplished occlumens in this castle. His mind is a fortress. He will be our shield against any mental assaults, leaving you free to focus on the physical curses. Her logic was, as always, impeccable. A three-person team, the master of magic, the master of the mind, and the master of the soul. And my role? Dumbledore asked, his curiosity overriding his protective instincts. Your role and Professor Snape's role is to neutralize the external defenses and secure the ring, Ariana said. My role is to deal with the Horcrux itself in situ. We will not bring the cursed ring back to Hogwarts. The risk of transportation is too great. I will perform the soul transference procedure on site. I will bring my containment sphere. We will neutralize the Horcrux and the curse at the source in a single, efficient operation. We retrieve a cleansed, historical artifact and a contained soul fragment, leaving no trace of dark magic behind. The audacity of her plan was breathtaking. She was proposing a live, in-the-field magical surgery on one of Voldemort's Horcruxes in one of his most heavily guarded lairs. It is too dangerous, Dumbledore protested, the protector in him finally finding his voice. It is less dangerous than your plan, she countered immediately. My plan involves a team with specialized, complementary skills, and it neutralizes all threats at the source. Your plan involves you going alone and bringing a lethally cursed object back into a school full of children. From a purely logical, risk assessment standpoint, my protocol is superior. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, a slow smile spreading across his face. It was a smile of weary defeat, but also of immense pride. He was being out-argued, outmaneuvered, and outplanned by a 14-year-old girl, and he found he didn't mind at all. She was not just his student or his secret weapon, she was becoming his peer. Very well, Ariana, he said, his voice full of a new, collaborative energy. You have made your case. The mission to the Gaunt Shack will be a 3-person operation. He looked at her, his eyes twinkling, not with their usual mirth, but with the thrill of a new, daring plan. When do you propose we leave? Ariana had already calculated the optimal time. 2 days before the third task, she replied. The entire wizarding world's attention will be focused on the maze at Hogwarts. The ministry will be here. The press will be here. No one will notice the absence of 2 professors and 1 quiet student for a few hours. It is the perfect cover. The plan was set. It was a move of incredible daring, a secret gambit in a war no one else even knew had truly begun. Chapter 101, The Resonance of Regret. The night was moonless and starless, a perfect blanket of darkness for a secret mission. Under the cover of a powerful disillusionment charm cast by Dumbledore, the 3 of them, Dumbledore, Snape, and Ariana, apparated with a soft pop to the edge of the overgrown, derelict lane leading to the Gaunt Shack. The air was thick with the stench of decay and neglect. The shack itself was a ruin, barely more than a pile of rotting timbers and crumbling stone, half swallowed by thorny vines. But the ambient magic around it was immensely powerful, a complex, layered web of dark, vicious curses. "The protections are formidable," Dumbledore murmured, his eyes scanning the ruin. Anger, despair, and pain woven into potent defensive wards. "I can feel the psychic resonance," Snape hissed, his hand already on his wand, his occlumency shields fully engaged. "It is designed to unhinge the mind before the curses even strike." "Professor Snape will handle the psychic defenses," Ariana stated, her voice calm and clear, taking charge of the protocol. "Professor Dumbledore will dismantle the physical curses. I will remain at the perimeter and provide support where needed. We proceed with caution." For the next hour, they worked with the grim, silent efficiency of a highly trained team. Snape moved like a shadow, his wand casting silent, intricate countercharms that dissipated the clouds of magical despair and deflected the whispers of madness that emanated from the shack. Dumbledore, his own face a mask of intense concentration, meticulously unraveled the physical curses one by one, wards that would boil the blood, hexes that would twist the bone, jinxes that would fill the lungs with grave dust. Finally, the air cleared, the oppressive feeling lifted, the path to the shack was open. Inside, the ruin was even more pathetic. A single room, littered with the detritus of squalor and faded grandeur. And there, hidden beneath a loose floorboard in a small, carved wooden box, was the ring. It was a simple gold ring, crudely made, but the stone set within it was a piece of jagged, black rock etched with a symbol that made the air around it seem to grow cold. The triangular mark of the Deathly Hallows. The moment Dumbledore's eyes fell upon it, a profound and terrible change came over him. The wise, strategic headmaster vanished, replaced by a man consumed by a century of grief and regret. His face, illuminated by the light of his wand, was a mask of desperate, yearning hope. He saw not a Horcrux, not a cursed object, but the resurrection stone, the chance to see her again, to speak to his sister, Ariana, to apologize. "Albus, no," Snape shouted, sensing the shift in Dumbledore's intent. But it was too late. Dumbledore reached for the ring, his mind completely consumed by the Hallows lore, his immense magical defenses momentarily forgot in his surge of personal agony. Snape reacted with lightning speed. "Impedimenta!" A jet of light shot from his wand, but Dumbledore, even in his grief-addled state, was still the most powerful wizard alive. He deflected the spell with a contemptuous flick of his wrist, never taking his eyes off the ring. "You will not stop me, Severus," he whispered, his voice thick with a desperate longing. He raised the elder wand, and with a lazy, powerful wave, Snape was bound in thick, invisible ropes and thrown back against the far wall of the shack, landing with a heavy thud. Dumbledore turned back to the ring, his hand trembling as he reached for it. Ariana had been observing, her mind processing the catastrophic failure of the protocol. Dumbledore, their most powerful asset, had been compromised by his own emotional trauma. Snape was incapacitated, the mission was a failure. Unless she intervened. In that split second, she made a decision. She was not a student, she was not a child. She was a combatant, and her commander had been compromised. She moved, a blur of silent grace. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, her voice sharp as ice, "stand down, that is a direct order." He didn't even hear her. His entire being was focused on the stone. "So be it," she whispered. She did not waste time with a simple disarming charm. She knew that in his current state, Dumbledore's raw power was too immense. She needed to overwhelm him completely, in a single, decisive move. She raised her own wand. A storm of silent, interwoven spells, a complex tapestry of binding, stunning, and disarming charms, erupted from it in a single, blinding torrent of silver-white light. It was not a single spell, but a dozen, all cast simultaneously, a technique that should have been impossible. Dumbledore, startled, spun around, his own wand coming up to defend. He met her assault with a shield of golden fire. The two forces collided in the center of the tiny shack with a deafening roar. For a moment, the old master and the young prodigy were locked in a battle of wills, but Ariana was not fighting with emotion. She was fighting with cold, hard, calculated logic. She analyzed his shield, found a harmonic weakness in its magical frequency, and pushed her own power through it. the golden shield shattered. The silver torrent struck Dumbledore. The Elder Wand flew from his grasp. Invisible ropes, identical to the ones holding Snape, wrapped around him, and a powerful stunning spell washed over him, not enough to knock him out, but enough to break the Hallow's hypnotic hold on his mind. Ariana knew she would not have one if Dumbledore was lucid. But in his current compromised and misty situation, tackled by her completely focused attack, her only chance of victory was something she had grasped. He stumbled back, his eyes clearing, a look of profound shock and dawning horror on his face as he realized what he had almost done. Ariana, with a flick of her wand, released Snape, who scrambled to his feet, his face pale, his wand immediately trained on the now lucid but deeply shaken Dumbledore. "Professor Snape," Ariana commanded, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her. "Keep your wand on him, observe only, do not interfere unless he moves towards the ring again." Snape, for the first time in his life, simply nodded and obeyed the order of a 14-year-old girl without question. Ariana turned her attention back to the ring. With Dumbledore's will no longer empowering it, the lure of the Hallow was weaker. She knelt, placing her pre-prepared obsidian sphere next to the wooden box. She performed the now-familiar procedure. The anesthetic potion, the Parseltongue command to open the Horcrux's conceptual defenses, the Exilium Animi to draw out the screaming, shadowy fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, and the final, absolute Claustrum Aeternum to seal it within its new prison. The process was draining, but she worked with a grim, focused efficiency. When it was done, the oppressive evil in the room had vanished. She then turned her attention to the ring itself. The Horcrux was gone, but the curse Marvolo Gaunt had placed upon it remained. Using the knowledge gleaned from the Flamels library, she began a delicate, intricate counter-curse, her hands moving in a complex dance as she wove threads of purifying magic, dismantling the deadly ward layer by layer. Finally, she picked up the ring. It was warm, inert. The resurrection stone within it was just a stone, its power dormant and passive without the active desire of a user. She stood up, holding the cleansed ring in one hand and the obsidian sphere containing the soul fragment in the other. She walked over to Dumbledore, who was now sitting on the floor, his head in his hands, looking older and more broken than she had ever seen him. Snape still had his wand trained on him, his expression a mixture of fury and a strange, grudging concern. Ariana handed both items to the headmaster. "The threats have been neutralized, Professor," she said, her voice softening now, the commander replaced by the compassionate friend. Dumbledore looked up at her, his blue eyes swimming with shame and a century of unshed tears. I am sorry, Ariana, I was weak." "You are human," she corrected gently. "Grief is a powerful, illogical force. You have carried yours for a very long time." She looked at the ring in his hand. "The Horcrux is gone, the curse is gone, it is just a stone now." She held his gaze, and she gave him the one thing she knew his soul craved. "If you want to, Professor," she said softly, "you can speak with your sister now, she might be listening." Chapter 102, The Reconciliation of Ghosts. Albus Dumbledore stared at the black stone set in the simple gold ring, his hand trembling. For a century, this had been his darkest secret, his most profound yearning. The chance to see the true her, to speak to her, to beg for a forgiveness he knew he did not deserve. He had almost sacrificed himself, his mission, everything, for this single, selfish desire. And now, this extraordinary girl with the same face was offering it to him freely, not as a temptation, but as a tool for healing. He took a deep, shuddering breath. He looked from the stone to the living Ariana, whose calm, empathetic eyes held no judgment, only understanding. Then he looked at Snape, who still stood guard, his face a rigid mask of conflicting emotions. Slowly, Dumbledore slipped the ring onto his finger and turned it once in his hand. The air grew still. A figure began to coalesce from the dusty shadows of the shack. It was not a ghost, transparent and shimmering, but something more solid, more real, like a memory given form. It was a young girl with long, honey-blonde hair and kind, gentle eyes that held a deep, lingering sadness. It was the first Ariana Dumbledore. She looked at her brother, not with anger or accusation, but with a sorrowful love. "Albus," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "you have carried this for so long." Tears streamed freely down Dumbledore's face. He was no longer the great headmaster, the powerful wizard. He was just a boy, facing the ghost of the sister he had failed. "Ariana," he choked out, his voice thick with a century of guilt. "I am so sorry, for everything. For my pride, my ambition, for what happened." "It was not your fault, Albus," she said gently. "It was a storm of anger and fear. We were all lost in it." Her spectral eyes then shifted, moving past her brother to look at the living girl who wore her face. She looked at the new Ariana, and her expression was one of profound, quiet gratitude. "You are so strong," she whispered. "You carry our name not as a burden but as a shield. Thank you for being the light I could not be." The living Ariana simply inclined her head, eyes closed. A silent acknowledgement passing between the two souls who shared a face and a name, but had walked two vastly different paths. Dumbledore spoke with his sister for a long time, his words a torrent of confession and regret, hers a soft balm of forgiveness and peace. Finally, with a last, sorrowful smile, she began to fade. "Let me go, Albus," she whispered. "It is time for all of us to be at peace." With a final, heartbroken sob, Dumbledore turned the stone again, and his sister vanished, leaving him weeping but, for the first time in 100 years, unburdened. He slowly, painfully, pulled the ring from his finger. He looked at it, no longer with desperate yearning, but with a weary, newfound wisdom. He held it out to Ariana. "It should be destroyed. Its lure is too great." Ariana looked at the ring, at the resurrection stone. She saw not a dangerous temptation, but a tool that had just healed one profound wound. And she knew there was another, just as deep, standing in the same room. She did take the ring, but did not keep it. Instead, she turned to Snape. He was staring at the spot where the spirit had vanished, his face a mask of utter shock. He had just witnessed a miracle, a conversation with the dead. "Professor Snape," Ariana said, her voice soft. He flinched, his black eyes snapping to her. "The stone does not only call back family," she said gently. "It calls back those whom the user loved most deeply, those with whom they have a powerful, unresolved connection." She nodded towards the ring in Dumbledore's hand. "I believe there is someone who would wish to speak with you." Snape stared at her, his mind struggling to comprehend. He looked at the ring, and a lifetime of carefully constructed walls, of bitterness and bile and self-loathing, began to tremble. "That is foolish sentimentality," he hissed, but his voice lacked its usual cutting force. It was brittle, fragile. "Perhaps," Ariana conceded. "But I believe the opportunity for a final conversation is a logical prerequisite for true emotional closure." Dumbledore, his own face now calm and clear, understood at once. He walked over to Snape and held out the ring. "Severus," he said, his voice full of a gentle compassion Snape had never heard from him before. "She would want to see you." Snape's hands were shaking. He looked from Dumbledore's kind eyes to Ariana's steady, knowing gaze. He felt cornered not by a threat, but by an act of profound, unexpected grace. After a long, agonizing moment, he took the ring. His fingers trembled as he turned it once. And there she was. Standing before him, just as he remembered her from that last, terrible day, was Lily Evans. Her dark red hair shimmered, and her brilliant green eyes, the eyes he saw every day in the boy he tormented, were filled not with anger, but with a deep, sorrowful understanding. "Severus," she said, her voice a perfect echo in his memory. All the air left Snape's lungs. The cold, sarcastic potion's master, the feared head of Slytherin, the man who had built a fortress around his heart, completely shattered. A raw, animal sound of pure, undiluted grief tore from his throat, and he fell to his knees. "Lily," he sobbed, the single word containing a lifetime of regret. "I'm sorry. I am so, so sorry." "I know, Save," she said softly. "I always knew." Her spectral form knelt before him, her hand hovering near his face. "I forgive you." "You shouldn't," he choked out. "I did this, I led him to you." "You made a terrible mistake," she said, her voice firm but gentle. "But you have spent every day since trying to atone for it. You have protected my son. Even in your own cruel way, you have kept him safe. That is enough." She looked at him, her green eyes full of a final, earnest plea. "Let go of the hate, Save. For me, let it go, and look after him, truly look after him. He needs you." Her gaze then shifted to Ariana, who was watching from a respectful distance. A warm, grateful smile lit her face. "And you," Lily's spirit said, her voice echoing in Ariana's mind as well as Snape's. The girl who became his shield. Thank you for caring for my son. Thank you for being the friend he needed. With a final, radiant smile, she began to fade. Be happy, Save, she whispered, and then she was gone. Snape remained kneeling on the floor, his body racked with silent, cleansing sobs. Dumbledore and Ariana stood in silence, allowing him his moment of private grief and absolution. When he finally rose, he was a different man. The bitterness that had defined him for over a decade was gone, washed away by a tide of forgiveness. His face was still stern, his demeanor still severe, but the deep, soul-deep poison had been drawn. He handed the ring back to Ariana, his hand steady. Thank you, he said, his voice hoarse. It was not clear to whom he was speaking, Dumbledore, Ariana, or the ghost of the woman he had loved. It didn't matter. Ariana knew, in that moment, that she had done more than just destroy a Horcrux. She had healed the deepest wounds of the two most powerful men who would stand against Voldemort. She had mended the cracks in their own souls, and in doing so, she had just made their alliance and their chances of winning the coming war infinitely stronger. Chapter 103, The Stewardship of Hallows. The return journey from the Gaunt Shack was a silent, somber affair. The three of them apparated back directly to the headmaster's office, the weight of the night's events a tangible presence between them. Snape, his face scrubbed clean of its usual sneer, and replaced with a quiet, hollowed-out exhaustion, gave a single, curt nod to Dumbledore and Ariana before sweeping from the room without a word. He had a lifetime of grief to process. Dumbledore, looking weary but more at peace than Ariana had ever seen him, sank into his chair. Fawkes let out a low, crooning note, a soft melody of comfort and renewal. What you have done tonight, Ariana, Dumbledore said, his voice full of a quiet wonder, goes far beyond the destruction of a Horcrux. You have healed wounds I thought were mortal. You have given two old men a peace they did not deserve. You deserved peace, Professor, Ariana replied gently. And Professor Snape's loyalty is now absolute. He will protect Harry not out of guilt, but out of love for his mother. It was a strategically necessary outcome. Dumbledore chuckled, a soft, weak sound. Even in a moment of profound spiritual catharsis, you see the strategic advantage. You are truly remarkable. He sighed, his gaze falling upon the Elder Wand, which lay on his desk where Ariana had placed it. Then he looked at the ring, which she still held. An interesting and unforeseen consequence of tonight's events has arisen, he said, his expression becoming serious. A matter of ownership. He gestured to the powerful wand on his desk. You defeated me. You disarmed me, cleanly and without malice. By the ancient laws of magic that govern such things, the allegiance of the Elder Wand has now passed to you. It will no longer recognize me as its true master. Ariana looked at the gnarled, powerful wand. She could feel it, a subtle shift in the room's magical currents. The wand was aware of her. It recognized her strength, her victory. It was waiting for her. And the ring, Dumbledore continued, his gaze moving to the object in her hand, contains the resurrection stone. You took it from its hiding place. You cleansed it of its curse. You are its current keeper. He looked at her, his blue eyes holding a look of immense gravity. Unintentionally, in a single night, you have become the master of two of the three Deathly Hallows. Ariana's face remained impassive, but she processed the information with a quiet, internal intensity. The Wand of Destiny, the Stone of Revival. Combined with the invisibility cloak that was currently in Harry's possession, the three legendary artifacts were, for the first time in centuries, aligned with a single, unified purpose of protecting Harry. I am aware, she said simply. The wand is yours by right of conquest, Dumbledore said, a hint of sadness in his voice. I cannot wield it to its full potential any longer. Ariana looked at the Elder Wand, then at her own custom-made wand, which she drew from its holster. Her wand felt like a part of her, an extension of her own will, attuned to the unique, elemental nature of her magic. The Elder Wand was a weapon of immense, almost brutal power, a tool for conquest and domination. It was a fascinating artifact, but it was not her. Professor, she said, her decision made with swift, logical certainty. The Elder Wand's allegiance may have shifted to me, but its purpose has not. It is the Dumbledore wand in the eyes of the world. It is the symbol of your power, a key component of the defense you represent against Voldemort. For you to suddenly be seen without it would create instability and raise dangerous questions. My ownership of it is a secret that must be kept, just like the Horcruxes." She pushed the elder wand gently back across the desk towards him. "I do not need it. My own wand is sufficient for my purposes. You must continue to carry it. It will still function for you, even if it does not give you its absolute, final loyalty. Its symbolic power is, at this moment, more important than its practical allegiance to me. Consider its ownership a strategic loan." Dumbledore looked at her, moved by her wisdom and her lack of ambition. Any other wizard would have seized the legendary wand without a second thought. She saw it merely as a tool whose current placement was suboptimal. The wand, recognizing Ariana's intent, immediately established a nascent bond with Albus once again. "And the ring?" he asked. Ariana looked down at the resurrection stone in her palm. It was a tool for communion with the dead, a balm for grief. But it was also a source of obsession, a dangerous lure for those who could not let go of the past. Its work, for now, was done. It had healed the two men who needed it most. To use it further would be to invite peril. "I will keep the stone for now," she said. "It is too dangerous to be left unsecured and too tempting to be held by anyone still wrestling with great loss. I have a particular aptitude for emotional detachment that makes me a suitable guardian." She slipped it into a shielded pouch. "When the time is right, when its use is no longer required and its existence becomes a liability, I will dispose of it, in a permanent and untraceable manner." Drove it into the depths of the ocean, perhaps, or transfigured it into a single, unremarkable grain of sand and released it to the wind. The method was irrelevant. The decision was made. Dumbledore nodded, a profound sense of trust settling over him. He was speaking not to a child, but to a peer, a partner in this great, terrible war. She was not just helping him, she was, in many ways, directing the very strategy of their conflict. "You carry heavy burdens, Ariana," he said softly. "Burdens are merely complex variables requiring management," she replied, her voice devoid of any self-pity. "And our primary objective remains unchanged." She stood to leave, her own part in the night's work concluded. She had neutralized a Horcrux, healed 2 broken souls, and quietly become the master of the most powerful objects in the wizarding world. And no one but the old man sitting before her would ever know. It was, she thought, the most logical and efficient victory she could have hoped for. Chapter 104, The Protocol for a Labyrinth. The days leading up to the third and final task were a strange mixture of feverish excitement and oppressive dread. The entire school was buzzing with anticipation for the grand finale of the Triwizard Tournament. Champions were seen practicing complex spells in empty classrooms, and betting pools were running rampant in every common room. But for those who knew the truth, a darker current ran beneath the surface. Harry, fully aware that his participation was not an accident but a malicious plot, trained with a grim, focused intensity. He felt as though he were preparing not for a competition, but for an ambush. His training sessions with Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne in the Room of Requirement became less about learning new spells and more about strategic refinement. They had already covered every conceivable defensive charm, countercurse, and navigation spell. Now, Ariana shifted her focus from practical magic to psychological warfare. The first 2 tasks were tests of specific skills, she explained one afternoon, as they stood before a magically generated map of the maze that was growing on the Quidditch pitch. Bravery against the dragon, problem-solving for the lake. The third task, the maze, is different. It is a test of character under immense, sustained pressure. The obstacles will not just be magical creatures or physical barriers. The greatest threat in the maze will be the maze itself. "What do you mean?" Harry asked. "It will be enchanted to disorient you," she said, her voice calm and analytical, "to foster paranoia, to make you doubt what you see and hear. It will prey on your fears and wear down your resolve. Your magical skill is sufficient, Harry. Your challenge will be to maintain your mental clarity." On the day before the final task, Ariana asked to speak with Harry alone. They walked by the edge of the Great Lake, the water calm and dark under the evening sky. "Tomorrow you will enter the maze," she began, her tone serious. "I have taught you the necessary spells. Hermione has provided you with all the relevant historical data. Daphne has given you insights into how the other champions think. but I have two final critical pieces of advice for you. They are not spells. They are protocols for survival. You must commit them to memory." Harry nodded, his full attention on her. "First," she said, her periwinkle eyes locking onto his, "the moment you step into that maze, you are alone. Trust no one. Not Cedric, not Fleur, not Crumb. They are your competitors, and the maze will make them desperate. Even more importantly, trust no one you might see who is not a competitor. Do not trust whispers or apparitions or offers of help. They will be illusions designed to trap you." She paused, her expression becoming grim. "This task is the endgame of the plot that put you in this tournament. This is where they will make their move. This is the task where they will try to kill you, or worse, take you. Which means the other champions are not just your rivals, they are collateral damage. They are in immense danger. If you see an opportunity to help one of them without compromising your own safety, do so. But your primary objective is not to be a hero to them. It is to survive. Do not team up with anyone. Do not allow anyone to travel with you. If you see the Triwizard Cup and the path is clear, you take it. You do not wait. You do not hesitate. You complete the contest. Pulling them will not only cause them to get in your escape way, but also cause them to be in a risk themselves. Is that understood?" The cold, hard logic of it was chilling, but Harry knew she was right. This wasn't a school competition anymore. It was a war zone. "Understood," he said, his voice quiet. "Good," she said. "Now for the second and most important piece of advice." She stopped walking and turned to face him fully. "The Triwizard Cup at the center of the maze is your goal. However, there is a moderate to high probability that the cup itself has been tampered with. It may not be what it seems." Harry stared at her. "What do you mean? You think it's a trap?" "I believe it is the final piece of the transportation mechanism," she stated. "The person who confounded the Goblet of Fire would have ensured the final step of their plan was also magically secured. It is highly probable that the cup has been turned into an unauthorized portkey." The idea was so audacious, so devious, that Harry felt a cold dread wash over him. "So listen to me very carefully, Harry," Ariana said, her voice low and urgent. "If you touch the cup and find yourself somewhere else, somewhere that is not the entrance to the maze, you have been taken. You will be in the heart of the enemy's territory. Do not, under any circumstances, waste time. Do not try to look around. Do not try to be an adventurer. Do not engage in any kind of investigation. Your enemy will be there, waiting for you, and he will be prepared." She met his gaze, her own intense and absolute. "The moment your feet touch the ground in that other place, your only objective is to get back. The cup that took you there is your only guaranteed way out. It will likely be a two-way portkey. Do not let go of it. If you do, grip it again as hard as you can. Do not hesitate for a single second. The creator of this trap will be counting on your momentary confusion and fear. Do not give them that moment. Touch the cup and return. That is your only priority, survival above all else." She had just given him a precise, step-by-step protocol for escaping a trap he hadn't even known was coming. She had foreseen the ambush, the portkey, and the critical, split-second decision he would have to make. Harry looked at his friend, at the brilliant, logical mind that saw the world not as it was, but as a series of interconnected possibilities and probabilities. He had walked out to the lake feeling like a boy being sent to his doom. He was walking back feeling like a soldier who had just been given the key to his own survival. "Okay," he said, the single word a solemn vow. "I understand, I won't hesitate." "Good," Ariana said, a flicker of relief in her eyes. "Then you are as prepared as you can be." She had done all she could. She had armed him, trained him, and given him the strategic knowledge to survive the inevitable. Now, the rest was up to him. The final task was about to begin, and the fate of the wizarding world was balanced on a 14-year-old boy's ability to follow a simple, life-saving instruction. Chapter 105, The Gathering of a Family. The day of the third task dawned with an atmosphere of electric, festival-like tension. The grounds of Hogwarts were transformed. A great, roaring crowd was already filling the Quidditch Stadium, which had been converted to overlook the entrance to the massive, hedge-walled maze. Flags representing the 3 schools and the 4 champions snapped in the breeze. In a quiet antechamber reserved for the champions and their families, Harry was experiencing a kind of support he had never known before. He was not alone. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were there, fussing over him like a second mother and father, pressing sandwiches into his hands and telling him how proud they were. Bill was there, having taken the day off work to be there, offering words of encouragement and tactical advice. Ron, their friendship fully mended and stronger for it, was by his side, a solid, unwavering presence. And standing with them, looking for all the world like the brothers they were meant to be, were Sirius and Remus. Sirius, his eyes shining with a fierce, proud love, clapped Harry on the back. "Just remember what you have practiced, Harry. Keep your wits about you. You're more than a match for anything in there." Remus, calmer but no less supportive, offered a reassuring smile. "Ariana's training has served you well. Trust your instincts, but trust your preparation more." This was his family. A loud, chaotic, loving, cobbled-together family, all there for him. The sight of them, united in their support, was a more powerful shield than any Protego. As he was soaking in this unfamiliar warmth, a new figure approached their group hesitantly. It was Fleur de Lacre. She was dressed in her pale blue champion's robes, but her usual haughty confidence was gone, replaced by a look of sincere, nervous humility. She walked directly to Ariana, who was standing quietly with Hermione and Daphne near the edge of the group. "Mies Dumbledore," Fleur began, her voice soft. "May I have a word?" Ariana inclined her head, giving Fleur her full attention. I wish to apologize," Fleur said, looking Ariana directly in the eye. It was clearly difficult for her, but she did not waver. "My behavior in the library, it was proud and it was foolish. You were correct. I was intimidated by your reputation, and I allowed my own insecurity to manifest as arrogance. It was not befitting of a champion. I am sorry." It was a genuine, heartfelt apology. Hermione and Daphne looked on, surprised and impressed. Ariana's expression softened. An apology based on a logical reassessment of one's own behavior is always accepted, Mademoiselle de Lacre, she said graciously. It shows strength of character, not weakness. A look of immense relief washed over Fleur's beautiful features. "Thank you," she said. She then gestured towards a small group standing nearby, a handsome, well-dressed wizard, a beautiful, elegant woman, and a small, blonde girl who was staring at Ariana with wide, star-struck eyes. "My parents and my sister, Gabrielle, they insisted on meeting you. Gabrielle especially. She has heard the stories. She thinks you are? Well, she hero worships you." Ariana, seeing the earnest plea in Fleur's eyes, gave a small nod. She walked with her over to the de Lacre family. Monsieur de Lacre bowed deeply. "It is an honor, Mademoiselle Dumbledore. My daughter has told us of your formidable intellect and power. And we are also grateful for your research on the maledictus cure. A relative of ours is now feeling much healthier." But it was little Gabrielle who was truly captivated. She hid behind her mother's robes, peeking out at Ariana with eyes full of adoration. You have a Thunderbird patroness?" she whispered in heavily accented English. "I do," Ariana confirmed gently. "It is true, then," Gabrielle breathed, looking as though she had just met a figure from a fairy tale. The interaction was brief but significant. It was a mending of bridges, a forging of a new, respectful alliance between two of the most powerful young witches in the tournament. Fleur, by acknowledging her own fault, had gained Ariana's respect, and in doing so, had subtly aligned herself with their growing circle of influence. As Ariana returned to her own group, Sirius was watching her with a wry, impressed smile. "Making political allies even before the main event starts," he murmured to Remus. "She really is Dumbledore's heir." Finally, Ludo Bagman entered the tent, his voice booming. "Champions, time to take your positions. Harry, Cedric, you're tied for first place. You'll be the first to enter the maze." The moment had come. Harry's family enveloped him in one last, massive group hug. "We'll be watching, Harry. Just do your best. We're proud of you, no matter what." Finally, he stood before Ariana. She didn't offer a hug or a platitude. She simply met his gaze, her own calm and steady, a final, anchoring point of logic before he stepped into the chaos. "Remember the protocols, Harry," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Stay vigilant, trust no one. And above all, if you find yourself in the wrong place, grip the cup and don't let go," he finished for her, the instruction now burned into his memory. "Correct," she said, a flicker of something pride, concern, friendship warmed her eyes. "Execute the plan, survive." He nodded, a new, steely resolve settling over him. He was not just fighting for a cup or for glory. He was fighting for the laughing people in his photo album and for the living, breathing family that now surrounded him. He was ready. He turned and walked with Cedric towards the dark, looming entrance of the maze, the roar of the crowd washing over him. He was walking into a trap, but he was not walking into it blind. He was armed, he was trained, and he had a plan. The endgame of the tournament was about to begin. Chapter 106, The Inevitability of the Endpoint. The cannon roared, signaling the start of the third task. Harry and Cedric, sharing a final, sportsmanlike nod, plunged into the dark, narrow entrance of the maze. The high, rustling hedges immediately swallowed them, the roar of the crowd dimming to a distant, muffled hum. The air inside was cool, damp, and unnervingly quiet. The path ahead twisted and turned, cloaked in an eerie, shifting mist. Harry's senses were on high alert, his wand held tightly in his hand, its tip glowing with a soft lumos. He remembered Ariana's warning: the greatest threat in the maze will be the maze itself. He moved forward with a caution that bordered on paranoia. He ignored the strange whispers that seemed to come from the hedges, dismissed the fleeting, shadowy shapes he saw at the edge of his vision. Every few yards, he would cast a quick, silent revealing charm, checking for traps. He encountered a boggart that transformed into a dementor, but he dispatched it with a non-verbal ridiculous, his mind too focused on the real threats to be truly frightened by a phantom. He navigated a patch of enchanted mist that tried to turn him upside down, countering it with a simple orientation charm Hermione had taught him. He was not just surviving, he was methodically dissecting the maze's challenges. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the labyrinth, sharp and full of pain, followed by a shower of red sparks shooting into the sky, the signal for a champion in trouble. It had come from Fleur's direction. Harry hesitated for a moment, his Gryffindor instincts screaming at him to go and help. But Ariana's voice, cold and logical, echoed in his mind. Your primary objective is not to be a hero to them. It is to survive. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, his own survival paramount. A few minutes later, he heard another commotion. He saw two figures dueling in a side passage ahead. It was Cedric and a strangely stiff, robotic-looking Victor Krum. Krum's eyes were glazed over, his movements jerky. He was firing unforgivable-level curses, not to injure, but to subdue. He's been Imperiused, Cedric yelled at Harry. Harry, seeing Cedric holding his own, made a split-second decision. He fired a stunning spell not at Krum, but at a thick hedge root near his feet. The root writhed and coiled, tripping the Durmstrang champion. As Krum stumbled, Cedric hit him with a full-body bind curse. Krum toppled over like a statue. Another shower of red sparks went up. Thanks, Potter, Cedric called out before running down a different path. Two champions were down. Harry continued on, his heart pounding. The maze was a place of ambush and betrayal. He was nearing the center now, he could feel it. The air was thrumming with the magic of the Triwizard Cup. He rounded a final corner and saw it. There, in a quiet, starlit clearing, the Triwizard Cup sat on a plinth, glowing with a soft blue light. It was beautiful, triumphant, and completely unguarded. But just as he was about to step into the clearing, he saw Cedric get there from another path. Cedric was closer. He reached the cup, his face alight with victory. But before his fingers could touch it, a jet of red light shot out from the hedges. Cedric's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, stunned and unconscious. Harry spun around, his wand raised, but there was no one there. The attacker had vanished. He was alone. Cedric was incapacitated. The path to the cup was clear. Ariana's voice was a clarion call in his mind. If you see the Triwizard Cup and the path is clear, you take it. You do not wait. You do not hesitate. He ran. He sprinted across the clearing, his eyes fixed on the glowing trophy. He reached the plinth, his hands outstretched. He grabbed the two handles of the cup. The world dissolved. It was not the sickening lurch of a portkey he was used to. It was a violent, tearing sensation, a forced apparition that ripped him from the clearing at Hogwarts. He landed with a hard, painful thud on cold, damp ground, the cup falling to the ground beside him. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and decay. He was in a dark, overgrown graveyard, surrounded by ancient, crumbling tombstones. A massive yew tree loomed over him, and in the distance, he could see the dark shape of a church and a large, stately house on a hill. He knew, with a sickening certainty, that he was not in Hogwarts anymore. A short, cloaked figure was moving towards him, carrying a bundled object. A large snake was there and a cauldron as well, but Harry was only looking peripherally. The moment he had landed, Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. Do not hesitate. Do not look around. Grip the cup and don't let go. The figure was almost upon him. Harry's eyes on the Triwizard Cup lying beside him. The portkey was supposed to be two-way. It was supposed to take him back, right? He saw the cloaked figure raise a wand. There was no time. He had to act. He poured every ounce of his will, his desperation, his desire to return, and gripped the cup quickly with his hands, hoping the portkey will reactivate. At the same time, the cloaked figure, Peter Pettigrew's voice recognizable, shouted, "Reducto!" A jet of red light hit Harry in the chest at the exact same moment he felt the familiar, wrenching pull at his navel. Pain exploded in his arm as he fell, the spell and the portkey's violent activation tearing at him simultaneously. The world spun into a nauseating vortex of color and pain. Chapter 107, The Victory of Protocol. The world snapped back into existence with a gut-wrenching finality. Harry landed in a crumpled heap on the soft grass at the entrance of the maze, the Triwizard Cup clattering to the ground beside him. The roar of the crowd, which had been a distant echo, was now a deafening, triumphant wave of sound. He had done it. He was back. He lay there for a moment, his body screaming in protest. A searing, white-hot pain lanced up his arm from a deep, ragged gash on his forearm where Pettigrew's curse had grazed him. He was trembling uncontrollably, but he was alive and he was here. The crowd's cheer was for the victor. They saw their champion emerge from the maze, clutching the trophy. They did not see the terror in his eyes or the blood beginning to soak his sleeve. A band began to play. Officials, led by a beaming Ludo bagman, started to move towards him. But one figure moved faster, with an urgency that cut through the celebration. Albus Dumbledore was at his side in an instant, his blue eyes sharp and missing nothing, taking in Harry's pale face, his trembling limbs, and the blood on his arm. "Harry," he said, his voice a low, urgent command. "What happened?" "The cup was a portkey," Harry gasped, his teeth chattering. "It took me to a graveyard. He was there, Professor Pettigrew." The festive music seemed to die in the air around them. The blood drained from Dumbledore's face. He knelt beside Harry, his wand already out, casting a series of quiet, diagnostic spells over the boy. "Pettigrew," Dumbledore repeated, his voice dangerously calm. "Was he alone?" "Yes, I think so," Harry said, trying to push himself up. "He was carrying something. A bundle of robes, it looked like, but it was making noises. He raised his wand and I did what Ariana told me to do. I held onto the cup and I didn't let go." He had followed the protocol. He had not hesitated. He had not investigated. He had survived. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to where Ariana was now pushing through the crowd with Hermione and Daphne, her face a mask of intense, analytical concern. He understood. She had foreseen the trap, and she had given him the key to escape it. He then looked at the gash on Harry's arm. It was deep, still weeping blood. It was a curse wound, not a simple cut. "He struck you." "Yes, just as I left," Harry confirmed. Dumbledore gently touched the edge of the wound with the tip of his wand. Blood. The headmaster's expression became grim, his eyes hardening with a terrible certainty. "Harry," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "The curse. It drew blood, your blood." He looked at Harry, his eyes full of a new, profound dread. "Pettigrew has your blood. He would only need that for one reason. An old, very dark piece of magic, a rebirthing ritual." The implication hung in the cool night air between them, more terrifying than any dragon or Dementor. Pettigrew had what he needed. The bundle he was carrying. It had been the embryonic, weakened form of Lord Voldemort. And now, armed with the blood of his foe, he had the final ingredient to restore his master to a full, terrifying body. Voldemort was back. The victory celebration around them was now a meaningless, discordant noise. The real game had just been played, and while Harry had escaped the board, the enemy had still achieved his primary objective. "Get him to the hospital wing," Dumbledore commanded, his voice ringing with an authority that silenced Bagman and the approaching officials. Now. Sirius and Remus were there in an instant, their faces masks of terror and rage as they saw Harry's injury. They helped him up, supporting him as Madame Pomfrey came rushing over, her wand already glowing with healing charms. As they began to wheel Harry away on a magically conjured stretcher, his eyes found Ariana's in the crowd. She met his gaze, her own calm and steady. In her eyes, he saw no surprise, no panic. He saw only a quiet, cold confirmation of a reality she had already calculated. She gave him a single, almost imperceptible nod. It was a nod that said, "You did what you were supposed to do. You survived. The rest we will handle." The crowd was in a state of confusion, their cheers turning to worried murmurs as they saw their bleeding champion being rushed from the field. The Triwizard Tournament, which had begun with such pomp and circumstance, had ended not with a glorious victory, but with the quiet, chilling certainty that the peace the wizarding world had enjoyed for 14 years was officially over. The war had begun again, but this time, Dumbledore was not alone. He had a new, formidable Grandmaster on his side of the board, one who had already foreseen the enemy's opening move and had ensured their king survived to fight another day. Chapter 108, The Unassailable Evidence. The hospital wing was a pocket of tense, sterile silence in a castle still buzzing with confused celebration. Harry lay in a freshly starched bed, his arm bandaged and throbbing, Madame Pomfrey fussing over him with a series of gentle but potent healing spells. Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, McGonagall, Hermione, Daphne, and the Weasleys formed a tight, anxious circle around him. The peace was shattered by the arrival of Cornelius Fudge. The Minister for Magic bustled in, his pinstriped robes swishing, a copy of the Daily Prophet already clutched in his hand, ready for a photo opportunity with the brave Hogwarts champion. "There he is," Fudge boomed, his face beaming. "The boy of the hour, a bit of a scrape, I hear, but a magnificent victory, a real triumph for interschool cooperation." Dumbledore stepped forward, his expression grave, blocking Fudge's path to Harry's bedside. "Cornelius," he said, his voice low and serious. "I am afraid the situation is far more serious than a simple scrape. Harry was attacked. The Triwizard Cup was an unauthorized portkey. It took him to a location where he was confronted by Peter Pettigrew." Fudge's cheerful demeanor vanished. His face went slack with disbelief, then hardened with denial. Pettigrew? Preposterous. The man's a fugitive, hiding in the wind. How could he possibly orchestrate something of this magnitude? "He was not alone, Minister," Dumbledore continued, his voice like the tolling of a great bell. "He was there to perform a dark ritual. He took Harry's blood. It is my belief that he has succeeded in using it to restore Lord Voldemort to a physical body." "No," Fudge said, his voice rising, taking a step back as if from a physical blow. "Absolutely not. He who must not be named is gone. He is finished. This is just the boy's overactive imagination, the stress of the tournament, clearly." "I saw him," Harry protested from the bed, his voice weak but firm. "Pettigrew, he was there." "The boy is clearly delirious," Fudge blustered, his face turning a blotchy red. He was a man terrified of the truth, a politician whose entire career was built on an era of peace and prosperity. The return of Voldemort was a reality he was simply unwilling to accept. "I will not have it," spreading panic and fear. "Dumbledore, I am deeply disappointed in you for entertaining such fanciful, dangerous nonsense." The argument escalated, Fudge's loud, panicked denials clashing with Dumbledore's grim, insistent truths. The others watched, horrified at the minister's willful blindness. It was Ariana who cut through the noise. She had been standing quietly by the door, observing the interaction with a cool, analytical eye. She now stepped forward, her voice not loud, but carrying a weight that silenced the room. "Minister Fudge," she said, her tone respectful but her logic unyielding. Fudge turned to her, momentarily flustered by this new interruption. "Ah, Miss Dumbledore, a fine young witch. You see, this is all just a misunderstanding." "Let us, for a moment, set aside the Voldemort hypothesis," Ariana said, calmly dismantling his argument. "Let us assume you are correct and he has not returned. We are still left with a series of undeniable, verifiable facts." She began to tick them off on her fingers. "Fact 1, Peter Pettigrew. a known Death Eater and dangerous fugitive, is active and capable of orchestrating complex magical plots. Fact 2. Someone has already infiltrated Hogwarts and confounded the Goblet of Fire, as we have uncovered at the start of the year. Fact 3. 2 of the other Triwizard champions, Fleur de Lacquer and Victor Crumb, were incapacitated by powerful, illegal curses, the Cruciatus and Imperius, respectively, during the final task. This means there is at least one, and possibly more, highly skilled dark wizard operating freely, capable of casting unforgivables within a school full of children. She paused, letting the weight of these facts settle. Voldemort may or may not be back, Minister. That is a matter for future debate, but what is not debatable is that the threats to our world are escalating. Pettigrew is at large. Dark wizards are casting unforgivable curses at international champions. Surely, the most prudent and responsible course of action for the Ministry would be to bolster its defenses. To increase the number of active Aurors, to tighten security, to prepare our world for the undeniable threats that do exist, regardless of their ultimate source. To do anything less would be a dereliction of your duty to protect the public, wouldn't you agree? Her argument was a brilliant piece of political maneuvering. She had sidestepped his primary point of denial and cornered him with a set of facts he could not refute, framing increased vigilance not as panic, but as responsible governance. Fudge stared at her, his mouth opening and closing. He was trapped. To deny her logic would be to admit his own incompetence. Well, yes, of course, he stammered. We will naturally be looking into these matters, increasing vigilance? Yes. At that moment, the door to the hospital wing opened again, and Amelia Bones strode in, her monocle glinting. I heard the minister was here, she said, her sharp gaze taking in the scene. She had clearly been summoned by Dumbledore. Fudge, seeing a way out, seized it. Amelia, excellent. I was just explaining to Dumbledore that the DMLE will be increasing its patrols. Looking into these unfortunate security lapses at the tournament, I leave it in your capable hands. And with that, he bustled out of the room, fleeing a truth he could not bear to face. Amelia Bones watched him go, a look of profound disdain on her face. She then turned to Harry. Potter, she said, her voice all business. The minister may be a fool, but I am not. I need to know exactly what happened in that graveyard. I need a memory for official review. Dumbledore nodded. It is the only way, Harry. Harry agreed, and Dumbledore began preparing to extract the memory. Director Bones, Ariana said, stepping forward again. I request permission to be present for the viewing of the memory. Amelia looked at her, surprised. This is an official DMLE investigation, Miss Dumbledore. It is highly irregular. The circumstances are highly irregular, Ariana countered smoothly. I have been acting as a strategic advisor to Harry for this tournament. My protocol, coupled with his own bravery and quick thinking, is the reason he is alive right now. Understanding the full scope of the threat he faced is essential for me to continue providing him with effective protection. Furthermore, my unique perspective may allow me to identify details that others might miss. Dumbledore and Sirius both nodded their support. Amelia Bones considered for a moment, then gave a curt nod. Very well. Your involvement in recent events has earned you that much. You may observe. We would like to be present as well, Hermione said, stepping forward with Daphne at her side. We are part of her team. Amelia was about to refuse, but Dumbledore intervened. Let them stay, Amelia. These young people have proven themselves to be more capable and trustworthy than half the ministry. They are a unit. They deserve to face this together. And so, a small, somber group gathered around the pensive that Dumbledore had summoned. One by one, they would view the memory. Dumbledore, the wise leader, McGonagall, the steadfast teacher, Sirius and Remus, the family, Amelia Bones, the arm of the law, and the 3 brilliant girls who had become Harry's unshakable shield. They prepared to dive into Harry's memory, to witness the dark ritual in the graveyard, and to face the unassailable, terrifying evidence of Lord Voldemort's return. The time for denial was over. The time for war had begun. Chapter 109, The Ghost in the Maze. The air in the hospital wing grew still and silent as Dumbledore carefully tipped the silvery, gossamer threads of Harry's memory into the wide stone basin of the pensive. The surface of the liquid swirled, turning from a silver mirror to a dark, churning vortex. "I will go first with Harry to guide him through the memory," Dumbledore said softly. "The rest of you may follow. It is best to enter one at a time. The experience can be disorienting." He and Harry touched the surface, and their forms seemed to stretch and distort before being pulled down into the basin. One by one, the others followed. Sirius and Remus went next, their faces set with grim determination. Then McGonagall, then Amelia Bones. Finally, Daphne, Hermione, and Ariana stepped forward together, touching the swirling memory as one. The world dissolved into a dizzying fall, and then solidified. They were standing, unseen, in the dark, misty entrance to the Triwizard Maze. They watched as the spectral form of Harry, followed by the real Harry and Dumbledore, took his first tentative steps inside. The memory was a chaotic blur of high hedges, strange magical creatures, and wrong turns. But Ariana was not watching Harry's progress. Her senses were extended, analyzing the background, the periphery, the data that Harry himself would have missed in his fear. They witnessed the encounters, the boggart, the golden mist, the blast-ended Scroot. They saw the red sparks that signaled Fleur's defeat. Then came the duel between Cedric and the Imperiused Crumb. As the memory Harry watched from a distance, Ariana's own focus sharpened. "There," she said, her voice a sharp, clear note in the shared mental space of the pensive. The others, startled, turned their attention to where she was indicating. In the deep, shifting shadows of the hedges behind Crumb, almost perfectly concealed, was another figure. It was a woman, cloaked and hooded, but as she moved to watch the curse that had tripped Crumb, her hood fell back for a single, fleeting second. Her face was gaunt, with wild, dark hair and the manic, crazed eyes of a fanatic. "Bellatrix," Sirius snarled, his voice a low growl of pure hatred. "Lestrange," Remus breathed, his face pale. "She's in the maze," Amelia Bones said, her voice a horrified whisper. "How did she get past the perimeter?" "She wasn't a spectator. She was part of the task," Ariana stated, her mind processing the new information with terrifying speed. "She was the one who stunned Fleur after casting Cruciatus on her. She was the one controlling Crumb using Imperius. She wasn't just an intruder, she was an active agent, clearing the path." They watched as Memory Harry pressed on, Cedric leaving the stunned Crumb with red sparks marking his location. They followed him as he navigated the final turns, and then they saw it again. As Cedric reached the clearing first, the jet of red light that stunned him shot out from the hedge. And for a split second, before the spell was cast, Ariana pointed again. "Look, to the left of the yew tree." There she was again. The spectral, memory-faded form of Bellatrix Lestrange, her wand raised, her face contorted in a triumphant sneer, before she melted back into the shadows. "She was clearing the path for Harry," Dumbledore murmured, a look of dawning horror on his face. "She was clearing the path to him. She was ensuring Harry would be the one to reach the cup alone." The rest of the memory unfolded with a sickening, predestined speed. They watched Harry grab the cup, felt the violent wrench of the portkey, and landed with him in the dark, terrifying graveyard. The scene was exactly as Harry had described it. The great cauldron, the hissing snake, the dark headstones, and the short, cloaked figure of Peter Pettigrew carrying the grotesque, bundled form of the infant-like Voldemort. They heard Pettigrew's high, whining voice. They saw him raise his wand to cast the curse. And then they felt the violent, tearing sensation as Harry, following Ariana's protocol to the letter, forced the portkey's activation. The graveyard vanished in a nauseating swirl, and they were back, standing in the quiet, sterile calm of the hospital wing. The silence in the room was absolute, heavy with the weight of what they had just witnessed. "It's true," Amelia Bones said, her voice a strained, hollow whisper. "All of it, he's back." Sirius was shaking with a silent, murderous rage. Pettigrew and Bellatrix, she was there, she was helping him. "It was a coordinated plot," Dumbledore said, his face looking 100 years older. "Bellatrix cleared the way for Harry within the maze, ensuring he would be the one to touch the portkey. Pettigrew was waiting on the other side to perform the ritual." He looked at Harry. "Your blood, Harry. He has your blood." The reality of Voldemort's return was no longer a theory. It was a witnessed, undeniable fact. But Ariana's mind was focused on the other, more immediate implication. "The imposter Moody plan failed," she said, piecing it together. So Bellatrix became their agent on the outside. She has been at large, operating freely, this entire time. Her escape from Azkaban was probably orchestrated by Pettigrew for this. This was their endgame, Remus murmured, operating in the shadows while the Ministry was focused on Pettigrew. Amelia Bones's face was a mask of cold fury. We have been played for fools, the entire Auror department. She turned to Dumbledore, her voice hard as steel. Albus, this changes everything. This isn't just about Pettigrew anymore. We have 2 high-level, extremely dangerous Death Eaters at large, successful in restoring their master. I must return to the Ministry at once. We need to mobilize. As Amelia and the professors began a frantic, low-voiced discussion of strategy and security, Harry sat on his bed, a profound exhaustion settling over him. He had survived. He had followed the plan. But he had still served as the unwilling key to Voldemort's return. He looked at his friends. Hermione, pale but resolute, Daphne, her face a mask of cold Slytherin fury, and Ariana, who was watching the strategizing professors with a calm, calculating expression. She was not panicking. She was observing, analyzing, already moving on to the next phase of the war. They had seen the truth. The war was no longer a distant shadow. It had arrived. And as Harry looked at the determined faces of his friends, he knew that whatever came next, he would not be facing it alone. Chapter 110, The Quiet Consolidation. The final weeks of term at Hogwarts were a strange, surreal anticlimax. The official story released to the public was that the Triwizard Tournament had ended with Harry Potter's win, showing his exceptional courage. The unfortunate magical interference during the final task was attributed to the fugitive Peter Pettigrew, and the Ministry, under intense pressure, launched a massive, high-profile manhunt for both him and Bellatrix Lestrange. The truth of Voldemort's return was a secret held tightly within the small circle who had viewed the memory. There were rumors, as the Hogwarts as usual, of Harry Potter and Dumbledore preaching of Voldemort's return, a fact that unsettled some, while others merely scoffed at the news. Ariana, when asked by Dumbledore as to why she was not supporting them openly, was of 2 major opinions, the first being that since Voldemort was not in the open, proving his return was not possible, especially when the public is in denial. Second was that Fudge was not going to publicly support this narrative and was going to probably go on a war against Harry and Dumbledore. Right now, Ariana's neutrality meant that she was perfectly capable of using Fudge's decision to bolster the Aurors against the No Fugitives, as a step towards fighting Voldemort, even when Fudge himself was not aware of it. Fudge's belief that Ariana was supporting him was simply his own misconception, not Ariana's business to concern with. For Ariana, the outcome of the year was a significant, if partial, victory. Her primary objective, Harry's survival, had been achieved. Her secondary objective, preventing the death of a fellow champion, had also been successful. Cedric Diggory was alive and well, celebrated as a true Hogwarts champion, even though he was not a winner. The timeline had been successfully altered. Voldemort had returned, yes, but that had always been an inevitable variable. The critical difference was that he had returned without a dramatic confrontation and without the death of a student to mark his resurrection. He was a shade that they were going to fight within hiding. This gave them time, and time was their most valuable asset. On the last day of term, while most students were frantically packing their trunks and saying their goodbyes, Ariana had one final piece of business to attend to. She slipped away to the 7th floor corridor. I need the place where things are hidden, she thought, pacing 3 times before the wall. I need to find the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. The familiar, polished door appeared. She stepped inside, not into her laboratory, but into the vast, chaotic cathedral of lost things, the chamber that she herself had locked. Mountains of old furniture, towers of forgotten books, and centuries of discarded hopes and dreams filled the cavernous space, sordid and yet cluttered all the same. She did not search aimlessly. She closed her eyes and focused her senses, searching not for an object, but for the familiar, cold, cancerous signature of a Horcrux. It was a faint, sickly whisper in the magical silence. She followed it, navigating the labyrinth of forgotten junk with a quiet, purposeful grace. She found it perched atop a dusty, chipped bust of an ugly old warlock. It was a delicate, silver diadem, beautifully crafted, with a pale blue sapphire set in the center. It was tarnished and old, but it still radiated a faint aura of ancient wisdom, now horribly corrupted by the soul fragment clinging to it. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," was etched faintly upon its surface. The procedure, by now, was familiar. She created her sterile, shielded workspace. She administered the anesthetic. She used Parseltongue to command the soul fragment's defenses to lower. And with a clean, efficient exilium animi, she pulled the screaming wisp of Tom Riddle's soul from its hiding place and sealed it within a new obsidian sphere. She now possessed another contained piece of Lord Voldemort's soul. She presented the fourth piece of Tom's mangled soul and the now-cleansed diadem to Dumbledore just before leaving for the train. The headmaster, who was becoming accustomed to his prodigy's stunning achievements, simply shook his head with a weary, awestruck smile. "You have done in a single year what I have failed to do in a decade, Ariana," he said, accepting the contained Horcrux. "I had better data," she replied simply. "As with the locket, Professor, I will retain the diadem. It is safer lost with me than found in a ministry vault." Dumbledore nodded his agreement without hesitation. Her guardianship was, he knew, the most secure in the world. The departure of the foreign students was a series of poignant farewells. Victor Krum, sullen as ever, found Hermione and gave her a stiff, formal nod before boarding the dark Durmstrang ship, promising to write. Fleur de Lacquer, however, sought out Ariana. She approached the Gryffindor-Slytherin group with a newfound grace, her previous haughtiness completely gone. "Ariana," she said, her voice warm and sincere, "I wish you a good summer. You are a truly remarkable witch, beautiful and powerful." She gave Ariana a brief, continental hug. "Please stay in contact." As she pulled away, she shot a quick, triumphant smirk over her shoulder at the slightly bristling expressions on Hermione's and Daphne's faces, a final, good-natured spark in her eyes at their possessive look. The journey back to London on the Hogwarts Express was a relaxed, happy affair. The six of them, Harry, Ron, Neville, Hermione, Daphne, and Ariana, occupied a carriage. "So, what are the summer plans?" Ron asked. "I'm at the Burrow. Harry's coming to stay with me after a week, and Hermione's parents are taking her to France." "My family is summering on the continent as well," Daphne said. "Father has diplomatic business to attend to." All eyes turned to Ariana. "I will be at Grimmauld Place for the first week," she announced. "Sirius and Remus require assistance in organizing the Black Family Library, a task I find acceptable. After that," she paused, looking at Neville, "I plan to visit Longbottom Manor for a time." Neville's face lit up with a brilliant, joyous smile. The prospect of having Ariana, the person who had given him back his parents, as a guest in his own home was the greatest honor he could imagine. "And after that," Hermione pressed, a hopeful look on her face. "After that," Ariana said, a thoughtful, distant look in her eyes, "I will be retreating to my own residence. I have a new project I am developing." "Oh," Hermione asked, her curiosity immediately piqued. "What is it? A new magical theory? An alchemical problem?" "Something more fundamental," Ariana replied, her expression serene but her mind already working on the complex variables. It was her most audacious project yet, a plan that would take her into the deepest, most dangerous waters of magic. As the train rattled towards London, carrying them away from a year of trials and triumphs, Ariana was already looking ahead, her brilliant mind focused on the next impossible problem, ready to solve it. Chapter 111, The Weaponization of Law. The first week of summer at number 12, Grimmauld Place was a return to haven for Harry. It was the time in his life to experience a true, chaotic, and loving home during the holidays, a fact that he had enjoyed immensely last year as well. The house, under Creature's newly enthusiastic and Ariana-centric care, was slowly shedding its gloomy, oppressive atmosphere. The mornings were filled with the easy banter of Sirius and Remus, the afternoons with exploring the dusty, secret-filled rooms, and the evenings with shared meals where laughter, not fear, was the dominant sound. Ariana fit into this new family dynamic with her usual quiet grace. She was a calm, steadying presence, often found reading in a corner of the drawing room while the others engaged in more boisterous activities. Her primary project was the Black Family Library. It was a treasure trove of ancient, often dark, magical knowledge. With Sirius's permission, she began the monumental task of cataloging, purging the most dangerous cursed tomes and restoring the valuable ones. It was a task she undertook with a librarian's zeal and a scholar's precision. One afternoon, while Harry and Remus were busy in the small, magically expanded attic room, Ariana sought out Sirius. She found him in the study, staring at the vast, sprawling tapestry of the Black family tree. "Sirius," she said, her voice pulling him from his reverie, "I need to speak with you privately, on a matter of strategic importance concerning the war effort." Her tone was so serious, so formal that Sirius immediately gave her his full attention. He gestured to a chair. "Of course, Ariana, what is it?" "With Voldemort's return," she began, dispensing with pleasantries, "he will require a base of operations. A secure, well-warded location within Britain from which he can rally his followers and plan his next moves. He will not choose a random location. He will choose a place of power, offered by one of his most loyal and high-ranking followers." Sirius's expression darkened. "Lucius Malfoy." "Precisely," Ariana affirmed. "Malfoy Manor is the most logical choice. It is well protected, politically significant, and Lucius's public denial of his Death Eater past makes it the perfect, unsuspected headquarters." "And what can we do about it?" Sirius asked, a frustrated anger in his voice. "We can't just storm the place. Fudge would never allow it." "We do not need to storm it," Ariana said, a cold, sharp light in her eyes. "We need to legally repossess it." Sirius stared at her, utterly bewildered. "Repossess it? What are you talking about?" "I have spent some time in your library studying the ancient laws of pureblood houses and the marriage contracts of the noble and most ancient House of Black," she said, her voice as calm as if she were discussing a potions recipe. "You, Sirius, as the last male heir, are the undisputed lord of the Black family. Your authority in matters of family law is absolute." She continued, her logic unfolding like a legal argument. "Your cousin, Narcissa, married Lucius Malfoy. Her marriage contract included a significant dowry provided by the Black family, fortune to the Malfoy family. A dowry which, I have discovered, included the deed to the land upon which Malfoy Manor was built, effectively making it a Black family property gifted through marriage." Sirius's eyes widened as he began to see the shape of her plan. "Similarly," Ariana went on, "your other cousin, Bellatrix, married Rodolphus Lestrange. Her dowry was also substantial." "What's your point, Ariana?" Sirius asked, his heart beginning to pound. "The point," she said, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial tone, "is that ancient pureblood law contains clauses for the revocation of such contracts. As Lord Black, you have the right to dissolve the marriage alliances of any who have brought dishonor upon the house or acted against its interests. Bellatrix Lestrange is a convicted, escaped mass murderer. Narcissa Malfoy is married to a known, if unconvicted, Death Eater who consorts with the man who murdered your own new family members. You have more than enough grounds." She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with a ruthless, strategic brilliance. "You have the legal, magical, and moral authority to revoke both marriage contracts, and in doing so, you can legally reclaim their dowries." The full, devastating impact of her words hit Sirius. "Reclaim the dowries? That would mean I would own Malfoy Manor." "You would," she confirmed. "And you would gain control of the entire Malfoy family vault at Gringotts, as it would be seized to repay the cash portion of the dowry. You would effectively bankrupt Lucius Malfoy and evict him from his own home." Sirius looked stunned, then a slow, predatory grin spread across his face. It was the grin of the old marauder, the troublemaker. "That is the most beautifully vicious thing I have ever heard." "The timing, however, is critical," Ariana cautioned. "You must not act now. To do so would alert Voldemort that we are aware of his presence there. You will allow them to continue using the manor. Let them feel safe. Let them establish their headquarters, bring in their followers, store their dark artifacts. We will let them build their hornet's nest." "And then," Sirius breathed, captivated. "And then," Ariana said, her voice like ice, "at a moment of our choosing, perhaps after Voldemort has made his public reappearance and the Ministry can no longer deny the truth, you will enact the revocation clause. With a single legal move, you will seize his home, his fortune, and his base of operations, throwing the Dark Lord and his entire inner circle out onto the street. It will be a blow so devastating, so humiliating, it will cripple their entire organization before the war has even truly begun. The plan was not just a military strategy, it was a masterpiece of political and economic warfare. It used the purebloods' own archaic, prejudiced laws as a weapon against them. "There is one more thing," Ariana said, her tone shifting slightly. "The Lestrange dowry. When you reclaim it, you will also seize control of their Gringotts vault." "It's yours," Sirius said immediately. "Whatever's in it." "I am not interested in the gold," Ariana said. But Bellatrix, as Voldemort's most trusted lieutenant, was likely entrusted with an object of great importance to him. "An object I believe is currently stored in her vault. I will need access to it." She was, of course, referring to Hufflepuff's cup. Sirius Black looked at the young woman before him, a girl who had just handed him the legal and financial equivalent of a dragon. She had armed him with a weapon more powerful than any curse. "Ariana," he said, his voice full of a new, profound respect. "Consider it done. I'll have my solicitors at Gringotts begin drafting the paperwork immediately. We'll have it ready to strike the moment you give the word." He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the quiet London street. Lucius Malfoy was sleeping peacefully in his grand manner, utterly oblivious to the fact that a 15-year-old girl had just legally and financially destroyed him, and was simply waiting for the perfect moment to let the axe fall. The war had many fronts, and Ariana Dumbledore had just opened a new one, right in the heart of the enemy's treasury. Chapter 112, The Manor of New Hope. After her week of strategic planning at Grimmauld Place, Ariana fulfilled her next promise. She sent an owl to Longbottom Manor, and the reply from a delighted Augusta was immediate. A portkey was enclosed, set to activate the following afternoon. Longbottom Manor was nothing like the gloomy grandeur of Grimmauld Place or the aristocratic elegance of the Greengrass estate. It was a sprawling, comfortable country home, built of warm, honey-colored stone and surrounded by the most magnificent, chaotic, and magical gardens Ariana had ever seen. Greenhouses shimmered with magical heat, strange, beautiful plants with pulsating leaves grew alongside perfectly ordinary roses, and the air was thick with the rich, loamy scent of 100 different magical pollens. It was a herbologist's paradise, a home that felt deeply, fundamentally connected to the earth. Neville met her at the gate. The usual anxious slump of his shoulders was long gone, a distant memory. He stood taller, his face alight with a quiet, steady joy that seemed to emanate from his very core. "Ariana," he said, his voice full of a warmth and confidence she was now familiar with recently. "Thank you for coming. They're waiting in the solarium." He led her through the comfortable, sunlit house to a large, glass-walled room that overlooked the gardens. Augusta Longbottom was there, her usual stern expression softened by an undeniable, radiant happiness. And sitting in comfortable armchairs, holding hands, were Alice and Frank Longbottom. The change was breathtaking. Frank was still quiet, his recovery a slower, more difficult path, but his eyes were no longer showing any traces of being vacant. They were clear, and they followed Neville's movements with a look of dawning, proud recognition. He was still recovering, but he could smile, a real, genuine smile, and he had greeted his son that morning with a clear, single word: Neville. Alice, however, was a miracle. The physical therapy had been arduous, but she was regaining her strength. The frail, haunted woman from St. Mungo's was gone. In her place was a woman with kind, intelligent eyes, her face still holding the shadows of her ordeal, but now filled with a quiet, determined light. She stood up as Ariana entered, her movements a little unsteady but full of grace. "Miss Dumbledore," she said, her voice soft but clear. She walked over and, to Ariana's surprise, took both of her hands. "The words, 'thank you,' feel so small for what you have given us. You have given us back our lives. You have given our son back us, his parents." "I am pleased to see you recovering so well, Mrs. Longbottom," Ariana replied, her own voice touched with a genuine warmth. "Please," she insisted, "call me Alice." They spent the afternoon in the solarium, talking. Augusta, for the first time, spoke not of duty and honor, but of her joy, her relief. Neville, with his parents listening intently, spoke with passion and expertise about the magical properties of the Mimbulus Mimbletonia he was cultivating. Later, while Frank rested, and Neville was showing Hermione's gift of a rare herbology encyclopedia to his grandmother, Ariana found herself alone with Alice, sipping tea and looking out at the gardens. "Neville told me about his friends," Alice said, her gaze thoughtful. "About Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, and about Harry." She looked at Ariana, her eyes full of a soft, sad curiosity. "My godson, I see his picture in the papers sometimes. He looks so much like James, but he has her eyes Lily's eyes." The memory bubbled to the surface. She had been one of Lily Potter's closest friends. "It must be difficult for him," Alice continued. "Growing up without them, and now with Sirius back in his life, it is a joy but a complicated one." Ariana saw her opening, the logical next step in her plan to reinforce Harry's support structure. "He is navigating it well," Ariana said. "Sirius and Remus provide a connection to his father. They are a great source of strength for him." She paused, choosing her words with care. "But he has no one left who can truly speak to him of his mother, not just of her bravery, but of her kindness, her humor, her heart." Alice looked at her, understanding dawning in her eyes. "You are his godmother, Alice," Ariana stated gently. "That is a bond of magic and love, a bond that was stolen from you both for 13 years. Now that you are back, that bond can be reforged." "But what could I offer him?" Alice whispered, a flicker of her old insecurity showing. "I am still so fragile. I barely know myself, let alone how to be a godmother to the most famous boy in the world." "You do not need to offer him fame or grand adventures," Ariana countered. "You need only offer him your memories. Tell him about the girl you went to school with. Tell him about the fun you had, the way she chewed her quill when she was concentrating, the sound of her laugh. You can give him the piece of his mother that no one else can. You can give him the small, quiet, real moments that build a life." She let the idea settle, a seed of purpose planted in the newly fertile ground of Alice's healed mind. "He needs you," Ariana said simply, "not as a legend from the past, but as a family for the future. And perhaps you need him too." Alice looked out at the garden, at a vibrant, singing lily that seemed to turn its face towards the sun. A slow, determined smile spread across her face. The path to her own full recovery had been a daunting, unknown road. But now, Ariana had just given her a destination, a purpose beyond her own healing. "When I am stronger," Alice said, her voice full of a new, quiet resolve, "I would like to see him. I would like to tell my godson all about his mother." Ariana nodded, a sense of quiet satisfaction settling over her. Chapter 113, The London Project. After her restorative visits with her friends and their families, Ariana returned to the quiet solitude of her London flat. The space was a sanctuary of minimalist order, a stark contrast to the magical clutter of the wizarding world. Here, her mind was free to expand, to move beyond the immediate, terrestrial concerns of Horcruxes and Dark Lords. Her work on the Maledictus Curse and lycanthropy had been about fixing existing magical problems. Her new project was about creating something that had never existed. It was a project born from the fusion of her two lives, the boundless possibilities of magic from this world and the scientific understanding of the universe from the one before. She unrolled a vast sheet of architectural parchment on her large work table. She did not draw a castle or a manor. With magically precise, self-inking quills, she began to draw the blueprints for a spaceship. Her research had revealed a curious and glaring blind spot in wizarding knowledge. They had mastered apparition, portkeys, and broomstick flight, all forms of magical transportation tied to the planet's magical and gravitational fields. They could travel from one continent to another in the blink of an eye, but their world, in a very real sense, ended at the upper atmosphere. No wizard had ever set foot on the moon. No witch had ever seen the curve of the earth from the silent, airless void. They had magic that could bend space and time, but they had never bothered to simply look up and go there. To Ariana, this was an unacceptable, illogical limitation. Her design was a synthesis of two paradigms. The vessel's shape was aerodynamic and practical, drawn from her memories of Muggle space shuttles and rockets, a sleek, needle-nosed craft with powerful thrusters at the base. But the mechanics were pure magic. Propulsion, not chemical rockets, but a modified, massively scaled-up version of the levitation charm, combined with directional propulsion jinxes, creating a controlled, sustained thrust that could overcome planetary gravity. Life support, not oxygen tanks, but a permanent, self-replenishing bubblehead charm contained within the sealed cockpit, creating a breathable atmosphere. Navigation, not computers, but a complex, three-dimensional arithmetic model of the solar system, linked to a modified seeker charm that would lock onto the destination, the moon, and make real-time course corrections. Shielding, a multi-layered warding scheme to protect against the vacuum of space, solar radiation, and micrometeoroid impacts, far more efficient than any metal hull. It was the ultimate expression of her unique mind. Muggle science providing the question and the destination, and magic providing a more elegant, efficient, and powerful answer. When Hermione and Daphne came to visit her for a weekend in late August, she led them not to a library of old books, but to the large, blueprint-covered table that dominated her living space. "What in Merlin's name is that?" Daphne asked, her eyes wide as she tried to make sense of the complex schematics. Hermione, whose Muggle upbringing gave her a different context, gasped in realization. It's a rocket ship, but the enchantments, the arithmetic calculations, this isn't for atmospheric flight. Ari, where's this designed to go? Its destination, Ariana said calmly, tapping a smaller, detailed chart of the lunar surface, is the Sea of Tranquility. The two girls stared at her, then at the blueprints, then back at her, their minds struggling to process the sheer, audacious scale of what she was proposing. "You want to go to the moon?" Hermione finally squeaked, her voice a mixture of utter disbelief and unbridled excitement. "But wizards don't do that. Space travel is a Muggle thing." "Muggles have reached the moon using controlled explosions and primitive computers," Ariana countered, her voice full of a quiet, unshakable confidence. "It is illogical to assume that we, with the ability to bend the fundamental laws of physics to our will, are incapable of the same feat. They used brute force. We will use elegance." She began to walk them through the blueprints, her passion for the project a palpable, infectious energy. "The primary challenge is not propulsion. A scaled propulsion charm can provide the necessary thrust. The challenge is threefold: pressure, oxygen, and power." She pointed to a section detailing the ship's hull. "The pressure differential between a magical atmosphere and a true vacuum is immense. We will need a series of layered, self-repairing containment shields, not just a physical hull. Hermione, I need you to research the most powerful atmospheric and pressure-warding spells known. We will need to adapt them." She then pointed to another schematic. "The bubblehead charm creates breathable air, but it's a short-term solution. We need a permanent, self-replenishing version. I believe we can achieve this by creating a rune-based atmospheric generator, one that constantly transmutes trace elements within the ship into a breathable oxygen-nitrogen mix. Daphne, your knowledge of alchemical transmutation will be invaluable here." Finally, she gestured to the core of the design. "And power. The entire vessel will be powered by a central, magically charged crystal, a much larger, more complex version of the sunstone regulators we designed for the werewolf treatment. It will draw ambient magic from the solar itself to power the ship's systems. It will never run out of fuel." Hermione and Daphne stared at the plans, their minds reeling. It was the most ambitious, most insane, most brilliant project they had ever conceived of. It was a true marriage of magic and science, a leap not just into space, but into an entirely new magical discipline. "This will take years," Daphne whispered, her eyes shining with the challenge. "Decades, perhaps," Hermione added, already mentally cataloging the books she would need to consult. "All great projects require time," Ariana said with a serene smile, "but the work begins now." She looked at her two best friends, her partners incurring curses and now her co-pilots in a mission to conquer the heavens. "Are you with me?" Hermione's face was alight with a fierce, intellectual fire she hadn't felt since she first read Hogwarts. A history. Daphne's usual cool composure was replaced by the excited, ambitious gleam of a Slytherin who has just been offered the chance to achieve something truly legendary. "To the moon," Hermione breathed, a wide, brilliant smile spreading across her face. "And beyond," Daphne added, her own smile mirroring Hermione's. In the quiet London flat, far from the ancient castles and dark forests of the wizarding world, a new dream was born. The three most powerful witches of their generation were no longer just focused on fixing the problems of the past. They were now designing the future, a future that was, quite literally, limitless. Chapter 114: The Gravity of Reality. The initial, heady excitement of the lunar project gave way to a summer of frustrating, exhilarating, and deeply complex work. The grand vision of their spaceship, so elegant on parchment, was a nightmare of practical difficulties. Every solution they devised seemed to create three new problems. The pressure differential is the main issue, Hermione announced one afternoon, pushing a stack of arithmetic calculations across the table in Ariana's flat. A standard shield charm, even a reinforced one, is designed to deflect kinetic and magical energy. It's not built to withstand a constant, absolute pressure of 0 on its exterior. It would be like trying to hold back the entire ocean with a pane of glass. The magical energy required to maintain the ward would be catastrophic. Daphne encountered similar problems with the materials. "We need a metal for the superstructure that is light, strong, and magically receptive," she reported, after a week of correspondence with goblin metalsmiths. "Goblinwrought silver is strong but too dense. Mithril is light but notoriously difficult to enchant with atmospheric wards. Every alloy has a fatal flaw." Their progress was slow, a painstaking process of trial and error. They would design a power core, only to realize its magical output would interfere with the navigation charms. They would perfect a life support rune, only to find it was incompatible with the specific type of shielding they needed. It was a monumental, three-dimensional chess game against the laws of physics and magic, and for every step forward, they seemed to take 2 steps back. "We are approaching this with insufficient data," Ariana finally concluded one evening, after a particularly frustrating day where a prototype containment field had imploded, turning a teacup into a singularity for a terrifying 3 seconds. "Our ambition has outpaced our foundational knowledge. We are trying to write a symphony when we have not yet fully mastered the scales." She looked at her 2 friends, who were looking tired but still determined. "We will not abandon the project," she said, her voice firm. "But we will reclassify it as a long-term research initiative. We will continue to solve these problems one by one, but we must be patient. For now, we focus on what is achievable." It was a logical, strategic retreat, a recognition that some problems required not just brilliance, but time. The dream of the moon was not dead, but it was now a distant star to navigate by, not an immediate destination. It was into this atmosphere of studious recalibration that the real world came crashing back in. An urgent owl arrived from Ron one sweltering August afternoon. Hermione read the letter, her face growing paler with every line. "What is it?" Ariana asked, seeing her friend's distress. "It's Harry," Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. "He's been attacked, near the Burrow House, Dementors." Ariana's calm demeanor sharpened into one of icy focus. "Is he all right?" "He's safe," Hermione confirmed, reading from the frantic scrawl. "He cast a Patronus to save himself and the Weasleys, but, oh no, the Ministry. They've detected the underage use of magic. He's been expelled from Hogwarts, and there's going to be a disciplinary hearing." The news was a jolt of cold, hard reality. While they had been dreaming of space, their enemies had been moving pieces on the terrestrial board. An attack on Harry, in broad daylight, just before the start of term. It was a deliberate, provocative act. And the Ministry's knee-jerk, bureaucratic response was playing right into their hands. "They cannot expel him," Ariana stated, her mind already analyzing the legal and political angles. "The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has a clear exception for life-threatening situations. He was defending himself against Dementors, creatures the Ministry itself has failed to contain. A hearing will exonerate him." "But it's a full hearing, Ari," Hermione cried. "In front of the entire Wisengamot, he'll be terrified. And Fudge will be looking for any excuse to discredit him after last year." Ariana's eyes narrowed. Fudge, the weak, denial-driven minister who would prioritize political convenience over justice. He would try to make an example of Harry to further his narrative that there was no returning threat. This was not just a hearing, it was a political show trial. And Harry was walking into it alone. "No," Ariana said, her voice quiet but absolute. He will not. She immediately penned a letter to Dumbledore, not asking, but informing him of her intentions. Then, she flew-called Grimmauld Place, getting a full report from a frantic, furious Sirius. The night before the hearing, Dumbledore himself arrived at her flat. He looked grave and weary. "Ariana," he said, "I have managed to get the hearing moved to a full court session, which gives us a better chance. I will be there to speak on Harry's behalf." "That will not be sufficient, Professor," Ariana replied, her tone respectful but firm. "You are a powerful voice, but you are also seen as Harry's biased protector. The Wizengamot, led by Fudge, will be looking for any way to dismiss your testimony. Harry needs more than a character witness. He needs a legal advocate." Dumbledore looked at her, already knowing what was coming. "I have spent the past 48 hours in the Ministry's legal archives," she continued, gesturing to a neat stack of annotated law books on her table. "I have reviewed every precedent related to the underage sorcery decree and the statutes on Dementor jurisdiction. The case for his defense is legally unassailable, but it must be presented with precision and logic, free from emotional appeals." She met his gaze, her own clear and determined. "I request that you formally grant me leave to act as counsel for the defense at Harry's hearing tomorrow." Dumbledore was taken aback. "Ariana, you are a 15-year-old student. They will never allow it." "They will if you insist on it," she countered smoothly. "You are Albus Dumbledore. Your political capital, while strained, is still immense. And I am Ariana Dumbledore, holder of the Order of Merlin for services to magical law and justice. A title they awarded me themselves. It would be politically disastrous for them to be seen denying counsel from someone the Ministry itself has decorated for her legal acumen. They will bluster, but Fudge will not risk the public perception of silencing a decorated heroine in order to persecute a boy who was attacked by Ministry-controlled creatures." Her logic was, as always, a perfectly constructed, inescapable trap. She was using their own awards and their own political weaknesses against them. A slow smile spread across Dumbledore's face. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated delight at her audacity. "You are proposing to defend Harry Potter in front of the entire Wizengamot yourself." "I am," she confirmed. "He is my friend. He is my responsibility. And I will not allow his future to be destroyed by the political cowardice of Cornelius Fudge." Dumbledore looked at the young woman before him, at her unshakable confidence and her brilliant, strategic mind. He had once thought of her as a secret weapon. He now realized he was looking at the future. "Very well, Miss Dumbledore," he said, his eyes twinkling with a renewed fire. "Get your robes, we have a trial to win." Chapter 115, The Annihilation of a Case. The courtroom at the Ministry of Magic was a place designed for intimidation. It was a vast, dark stone dungeon, the members of the Wizengamot seated on high, tiered benches that looked down upon the accused like vultures on a perch. In the center of the room sat a single, intimidating chair with magical chains on its arms. Harry was led to it, his heart hammering against his ribs, feeling like a criminal being led to his execution. Cornelius Fudge sat in the highest seat, his face a mask of grim, self-important authority. To his right sat his odious, pink-clad undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. At a slightly lower tier was Amelia Bones, her expression stern and unreadable behind her monocle. "Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August," Fudge boomed, his voice echoing in the chamber. "Into offenses committed by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, Amelia Susan Bones. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Sr. Undersecretary to the Minister." He droned on, listing the charges. A violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and a violation of the International Statute of Secrecy. When he had finished, he looked down at Harry with a smug expression. "You may now present your defense." "The defense calls its advocate." Dumbledore's voice rang out from the back of the courtroom, where he sat as an observer. Fudge scowled. "Very well, Dumbledore, who have you brought? Some high-priced city lawyer?" "Not at all," Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling. The heavy doors to the courtroom opened. Ariana Dumbledore walked in. She was not dressed in school robes. She wore simple, impeccably tailored, dark gray legal robes that were formal and utterly professional. Her hair was tied back in a neat, severe chignon. She carried a single, thin leather folio. She walked to the center of the room with a calm, unhurried grace, her serene composure a stark, unnerving contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon. A wave of shocked, confused murmurs swept through the Wizengamot. "What is the meaning of this?" Fudge sputtered, his face turning puce. "This is a child." "This," Ariana stated, her voice cool, clear, and carrying to every corner of the room without any need for magical amplification, "is Ariana Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, acting as counsel for the defense for Mr. Harry Potter. I believe my credentials and my right to be here have been pre-approved by your own office, Minister, at the insistence of Professor Dumbledore." Fudge and Umbridge exchanged furious, flustered looks. They were trapped. To dismiss her would be a public relations nightmare. With a strangled grunt, Fudge gestured for her to proceed. Ariana turned to face the Wizengamot. She did not look at them with fear or supplication. She looked at them as if they were a particularly slow-witted class she was about to instruct. "We will address the charges in order," she began, her voice a scalpel. "Charge 1, a violation of the International Statute of Secrecy. The alleged offense took place in the vicinity of the Weasley family home, known as the Burrow." She looked up at Fudge. "Minister, is the Burrow registered with the Ministry as a magical dwelling, located in a magically secluded, unplottable area?" "Well, yes, of course it is," Fudge answered, confused. "And were any muggles present during the incident?" Ariana pressed. "No, the only witnesses were members of the Weasley family," Fudge conceded, beginning to look uneasy. "Then, by the Ministry's own definition," Ariana concluded, "no muggles were present or endangered. The event took place entirely within a magical enclave, therefore the International Statute of Secrecy was not, and could not have been, violated. The charge is factually baseless." She closed her folio with a soft thump. "I move for immediate dismissal of the first charge." A murmur went through the Wizengamot. Amelia Bones made a note on her parchment, a flicker of a smile on her face. Fudge looked as though he had swallowed a lemon. "Very well," he grumbled. "The first charge is dismissed, but the second charge remains. The flagrant use of a patronus charm in a non-school environment by an underage wizard." "Let us examine that charge," Ariana said, her composure unwavering. "The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, Article 3, Paragraph C, explicitly states that the use of magic is permissible for an underage witch or wizard in situations of immediate, life-threatening peril to themselves or others." "And what peril was there?" Umbridge simpered, her voice like poisoned honey, a bit of nighttime chill. "The peril," Ariana said, turning her icy gaze on Umbridge, "was the presence of 2 Dementors." She then looked at Amelia Bones. "Director Bones, would you classify 2 fully grown Dementors, creatures under the direct control of the Ministry, appearing in a residential area, as a life-threatening situation?" Amelia Bones's expression was grim. "I would. And I have sworn testimony from 7 members of the Weasley family, all of whom are respected purebloods, confirming the presence of said Dementors," Ariana continued. "So, Mr. Potter acted in self-defense, a clear and legally sound exception to the decree." "But he still performed the magic," Fudge insisted desperately. "He is underage." "Is he?" Ariana asked, her voice dangerously soft. She opened her folio again. "I would like to call the court's attention to the rules of the Triwizard Tournament as ratified and announced by the Ministry's own representative, one Bartemius Crouch SR." She looked directly at Fudge. "At the announcement of the champions, Mr. Crouch, acting in his official capacity, declared that all 4 champions, including the then 14-year-old Harry Potter, would be considered of age for the participation of the tournament, granting them the magical rights and responsibilities of an adult wizard. This was done to allow them to legally learn and use the powerful magic necessary to survive the tasks." She let that sink in. The Triwizard Cup was the designated endpoint of the tournament. The tournament did officially conclude after the winner was declared, but its associated magical dispensations remain in effect for the foreseeable future, simply because no underage wizard has ever participated in the Triwizard Tournament, period. Therefore, by the Ministry's own ruling, Harry Potter is, at this present moment, legally considered an adult wizard. A stunned, absolute silence filled the courtroom. Ariana had done it. She had used the Ministry's own rules, their own pronouncements, their own incompetence in allowing Harry's name to be entered as the foundation of her argument. She had systematically, logically, and ruthlessly dismantled their entire case from the inside out. The charges, she concluded, her voice ringing with finality, are therefore not just baseless, but null and void under the very laws this body is sworn to uphold. She closed her folio and stood back, her work done. Checkmate. Fudge sat there, his face a mottled purple, his mouth agape. Umbridge looked as though she had swallowed a toad, a point to be noted, considering she always looked the same. The members of the Wisengamot were whispering furiously among themselves. Amelia Bones cleared her throat, a sharp, decisive sound. In light of the evidence presented by counsel for the defense, she announced, her voice booming with authority, I find no grounds for conviction. I vote to clear the accused of all charges. A wave of assent rippled through the Wisengamot. The case had been so thoroughly annihilated that even Fudge's staunchest allies couldn't find a foothold for argument. Cleared, Fudge finally choked out, his voice full of impotent rage. Cleared of all charges. Harry was free, he realized with a startle. He stood up, his legs shaking, and looked at Ariana. She gave him a single, small nod, a look that said, the outcome was never in doubt. As they walked out of the dark, oppressive dungeon and back into the light of the Ministry atrium, Dumbledore placed a proud hand on both their shoulders. Harry had survived another trial, not by magic or luck, but by the irrefutable, unassailable power of pure, cold logic. The Ministry had tried to make him a scapegoat, and Ariana Dumbledore had turned their own laws into a weapon and beaten them into submission with it. Chapter 116, The Pink Toad in the Pond. The remainder of the summer at Grimmauld Place was a period of quiet, defiant peace. The victory at the Ministry hearing had been a significant blow to Fudge's campaign to discredit Harry, and it solidified their small, growing circle of allies. Ariana stayed with Harry, Sirius, and Remus, the four of them forming an unconventional but deeply loyal family unit. They spent their days cleaning out the dark corners of the Black family home and their evenings in the cozy kitchen, listening to Sirius and Remus tell stories of the First War against Voldemort, providing Harry with a real, unfiltered education on the enemy he was destined to face. When it was time to leave for Hogwarts, Ariana and Harry traveled together from Grimmauld Place, meeting Hermione, the Weasleys, and their other friends on Platform 9 3/4. The atmosphere on the Hogwarts Express was markedly different from previous years. The wizarding world, fed a steady diet of Ministry propaganda by the Daily Prophet, was in a state of willful denial. The prevailing attitude was that Harry Potter was an unstable attention seeker, and Dumbledore was a trouble-making old fool. As Harry walked down the train corridor, he was met with hostile whispers, suspicious glares, and pointed fingers. But the moment Ariana appeared at his side, her expression as serene and unbothered as ever, the atmosphere changed. The whispers died. The glares were averted. No one was willing to be openly antagonistic to the boy who was so clearly under the personal protection of the girl who had legally dismantled the Minister of Magic and whose intellectual prowess was the stuff of legend. Her presence was a shield, a silent, powerful declaration that Harry was not to be trifled with. They found a compartment with Hermione, Neville, and Ginny. Later, Daphne also joined them, her presence now largely accepted as the new normal. The journey was a comfortable bubble of friendship amidst the wider hostility of the train. When they arrived at Hogwarts, the first sign that this year would be unlike any other was sitting at the staff table. There, dressed in disgustingly frilly, fluffy, pink robes, was Dolores Umbridge. She had a face like a pale toad, with a wide, flabby mouth and bulging, pouchy eyes. A sickly sweet smile was plastered on her face, but her eyes held a cold, calculating cruelty. "What is she doing here?" Harry hissed, sliding into his seat at the Gryffindor table. "Dolores Umbridge," Ariana stated, her voice a low, clinical note. "Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Fudge has planted a spy, a political operative to undermine Dumbledore's authority and control the narrative within the school. This is his response to losing the trial. Predictable." The sorting ceremony began, the new first years looking more terrified than usual in the tense atmosphere. But after the last of them had been sorted, Professor McGonagall stepped forward with one final piece of parchment. "We have one more student to be sorted this evening," she announced, a rare note of warmth in her voice. Having completed an intensive course of private tutoring to catch up with her age-mates, she will be joining our third year. Please welcome Astoria Greengrass. A ripple of surprise went through the hall. From the crowd of first years, a small, delicate girl with dark hair and bright, happy eyes stepped forward. It was Daphne's sister. She walked to the stool not with fear, but with a quiet, shining confidence. The shadow of weariness that had haunted her features was completely gone. She looked healthy, vibrant, and full of life. The sorting hat was placed on her head. It barely touched her hair before it shouted, "Slytherin." A loud cheer went up from the Slytherin table, led by a beaming Daphne. Astoria skipped over to her sister, giving her a hug before sitting down. Her eyes scanned the great hall until she found Ariana at the Gryffindor table. She gave her a brilliant, grateful smile, a silent acknowledgement of the girl who had given her this future. After the feast, Dumbledore gave his start-of-term speech, his usual twinkle somewhat dimmed by the presence of Umbridge. He introduced her as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, a post she had been appointed to by the ministry itself. Umbridge stood and gave a short, simpering speech, punctuated by a little hem that was like nails on a chalkboard. Her words were honeyed poison, full of talk about progress for progress's sake being discouraged, and the need for preserving what must be preserved. It was a declaration of war on everything Dumbledore stood for. As the students filed out of the Great Hall, Ariana and her friends walked together. "I can't believe it," Hermione fumed, her face thunderous. "That woman, the ministry is interfering at Hogwarts." "It was the next logical step for Fudge," Ariana said calmly. "He could not discredit Harry legally, so he will now attempt to discredit him ideologically by controlling the flow of information within the school." She looked at Harry. "Her class will be a waste of time. She will not teach you how to defend yourself. She will teach you that there is nothing to defend against." "So what do we do?" Ron asked, looking grim. Ariana's expression was cool and determined. "We do what we have always done. We adapt. We form our own protocols. We create our own sources of information and our own training. The ministry may have taken over the classroom, but they do not control our education." She looked at her group of friends, the Gryffindors, the Slytherins together. The pink toad in their pond was an ugly, unpleasant variable, but they had faced down basilisks, dementors, and the machinations of dark lords. They would not be defeated by a bureaucrat in a pink cardigan. The battle for Hogwarts had begun. Chapter 117, The Opening Salvo. The walk down to their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Professor Umbridge felt less like heading to a class and more like marching into enemy territory. The air in the corridor was thick with a nervous, resentful energy. Just before they reached the classroom, Ariana pulled Harry aside, her expression serious. Hermione, Daphne, and Ron instinctively formed a protective circle around them. "Harry," she began, her voice low and direct. "A word of strategic counsel. Inside that room, you are not a student. You are a political target. Umbridge's primary objective today is to provoke you into an outburst that she can use as justification for punishment and to further discredit you." "So I should just sit there and say nothing?" Harry asked, his frustration already simmering. "No," Ariana corrected. "Silence can be interpreted as dissent. You must engage, but you must control the narrative. Under no circumstances are you to mention Lord Voldemort." "But he's back, people need to know." "The people in that room do not want to know," she stated, her logic cold and absolute. "And Umbridge will use his name as the trigger for your instability. Therefore, we will reframe the argument." She met his eyes, her own sharp and clear. "If she questions the need for practical defense, you will not speak of a Dark Lord who the ministry denies exists. You will speak of the threats the ministry acknowledges. Peter Pettigrew, an escaped traitor and proven murderer. Bellatrix Lestrange, a sadistically violent and escaped Azkaban inmate. And Fenrir Greyback, a known vicious werewolf who preys on children and is still at large. These are ministry-acknowledged, undeniable threats. Argue for the need to defend yourselves against them. Frame it as a matter of civic preparedness. She cannot logically refute the need to defend against threats her own government has failed to contain. You will be reasonable, you will be logical, and you will give her no ammunition. It was a brilliant piece of verbal judo, a way to argue for defensive training without ever touching the third rail of Voldemort's name. Harry nodded, a new, determined glint in his eye. He had a strategy. The classroom had been scrubbed of all personality. The fascinating, often gruesome artifacts of previous professors were gone, replaced by a series of twee plates decorated with frolicking kittens. At the front of the room, Professor Umbridge sat behind her desk, her sickly sweet smile firmly in place, radiating an aura of condescending authority. She began the lesson with another simpering speech about a well-structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic. She then had them put away their wands and open their new textbook, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard. Hermione's hand shot into the air. "Professor, there's nothing in here about how to use defensive spells." "Use them," Umbridge repeated with a soft, tinkling laugh. "My dear girl, I can't imagine why you would need to use defensive spells in my classroom. Surely you aren't expecting to be attacked during class." "But the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice," Harry interjected, unable to help himself. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge said, her smile tightening slightly, "your hand was not up. As I was saying, as long as you have studied the theory hard enough, you should be able to pass your examination without any trouble." "And what good is theory in the real world?" Harry shot back, his temper rising. "Harry, the acknowledged threats," Ariana murmured, just loud enough for him to hear, a quiet, steadying anchor. Harry took a breath, remembering her counsel. He raised his hand. Umbridge ignored him. He kept it raised. Finally, with an exaggerated sigh, she called on him. "Yes, Mr. Potter." "Professor," Harry began, his voice now calm and measured, just as Ariana had instructed. "I understand the importance of theory, but the Ministry itself has warned us of several extremely dangerous fugitives at large. Peter Pettigrew, who murdered 12 people. Bellatrix Lestrange, who tortured the Longbottoms into insanity. Not to mention werewolves like Fenrir Greyback. Surely, we need to learn how to practically defend ourselves and our families from these known criminals." He had done it perfectly. He had used her own ministry's failures as the justification for practical magic. A wave of murmurs went through the class. The argument was sound. Umbridge's sickly smile vanished completely. Her toad-like face hardened. She had expected a shouting match about Voldemort, an emotional outburst she could easily punish. She was not prepared for this calm, logical, and publicly irrefutable argument. She could not deny the existence of these threats. Her bulging eyes flickered around the room, and for a single, telling moment, they passed over Ariana. For that 1 second, Umbridge did not look at her. She looked through her. It was a complete, deliberate, and chilling dismissal. And in that moment, Ariana understood. Umbridge had been briefed. She knew who Ariana was, of course she did. She knew about her Order of Merlin. Her legal takedown of the Ministry at Harry's hearing was probably still a nightmare for her. And she had made a strategic decision. She knew she could not win a direct confrontation with Ariana. Ariana's logic was a weapon she had no defense against. So, she had classified her not as a student to be provoked, but as a threat to be contained. Her strategy was to ignore her, to render her invisible within the classroom, to deny her any platform or opportunity to challenge her authority. It was a smart move, a cowardly move, and it was the most dangerous warning as well as the strongest validation Ariana could have received. Lockhart had been a fool, easily provoked and dispatched. But Umbridge was different. She was not a blustering fraud. She was a political operative with the full, unchecked power of a corrupt ministry behind her. She recognized Ariana not as a child to be bullied, but as an opposing power on the chessboard. Her refusal to engage was a sign of respect for Ariana's capabilities, and that was far more terrifying, yet flattering than any open hostility. The class ended in a tense stalemate. Umbridge had been unable to punish Harry, but she had refused to concede his point, simply stating that ministry-approved theory was sufficient. As the students filed out, Hermione was fuming. "She's deliberately not teaching us. It's outrageous." "It's a containment strategy," Ariana said quietly, her mind already processing the new variables. "She intends to leave us defenseless." "Well, we can't let her," Harry said, his voice full of a new, steely resolve. "If she won't teach us, we'll have to learn ourselves." The seed of Dumbledore's army had just been planted, not in a fit of rebellious anger, but as a logical, necessary response to a direct and insidious threat. As they walked away, Ariana glanced back at the classroom door. Dolores Umbridge, the woman in pink who refused to even look at her, had just declared herself to be her most interesting opponent yet. Chapter 118, The Unveiling of a Weapon. The following weeks descended into a Cold War fought in the corridors and classrooms of Hogwarts. Professor Umbridge, unable to provoke Harry on the subject of Voldemort, changed her tactics. She became a creature of insidious, bureaucratic tyranny, implementing a flood of educational decrees that slowly strangled the school's freedoms. She found some kind of a joy stalking the halls with her clipboard, terrorizing other professors and looking for any infraction to punish. Her primary target, however, remained Harry. She couldn't get him on ideology, so she began a campaign of relentless, petty harassment. She would deduct points from Gryffindor if his posture was insubordinately slouchy. She would criticize his essays for unhealthy fantasizing. She was constantly trying to bait him, to push him into a reaction she could punish. Through it all, she continued to actively and pointedly ignore Ariana. It was a bizarre, chilling spectacle. If Ariana answered a question in another class, Umbridge, who was often observing from the back, would make a note and pointedly look away. If they passed in the corridor, Umbridge's eyes would slide right over her as if she were a ghost. She was treating Ariana not as a student, but as a rival politician, a non-state actor whose existence was to be acknowledged only by its complete and total avoidance. Ariana, for her part, simply observed, her mind a cold engine of analysis, waiting for Umbridge to make a mistake. The mistake, when it came, was born of Umbridge's frustration. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was holding its first practice of the season. Umbridge, in her capacity as a responsible professor, was present to observe. After a particularly nasty bludger from a Slytherin beater nearly knocked Harry off his broom, a heated argument broke out between the two teams on the pitch. Malfoy, as usual, hurled a series of vile insults about Harry's parents. This time, Harry, remembering Ariana's counsel about controlling his reactions, did not rise to the bait. But George Weasley, seeing his seeker insulted, did. He launched himself at Malfoy, and a full-blown brawl erupted. It was exactly the opening Umbridge had been waiting for. She swooped in, her face alight with a triumphant, venomous glee. "Fighting," she simpered. "That will be a lifetime ban from Quidditch for the Weasley twins. And for you too, Mr. Potter, for provoking the incident." "Provoking it? I didn't do anything," Harry yelled, his control finally snapping. "And attention, Mr. Potter," she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "Every evening this week, in my office, we will work on your lines." That evening, Harry trudged to Umbridge's office, his heart full of dread. He returned to the common room hours later, his face pale, his hand trembling. He refused to say what had happened, simply retreating to his dormitory in a stony silence. The next evening, it was the same. When he returned, Hermione saw him trying to hide the back of his right hand. "Harry, what's wrong with your hand?" she asked, her voice full of concern. "Nothing," he mumbled. Before he could pull away, Ariana was there. Her movements were swift and silent. She gently but firmly took his hand and turned it over. The words "I must not tell lies" were carved into the back of his hand in angry red script, as if written in his own blood. A collective gasp went through the small group of friends who had gathered. Hermione's eyes filled with horrified tears. Daphne's face became a mask of cold, aristocratic fury. "What is this?" Hermione whispered, her voice shaking. "It's a special quill she has," Harry said, his voice low and full of shame. It uses my own blood for ink." Ariana stared at the wound, her periwinkle eyes turning the color of a storm-tossed sea. Her expression did not change, but a cold, terrifyingly calm anger settled deep within her. She had been observing Umbridge, waiting for her to overplay her hand. And she just had, in the most idiotic, arrogant way imaginable. She had just handed Ariana a checkmate. "This changes the equation," Ariana said, her voice quiet but ringing with a frightening finality. "This is no longer a matter of educational malpractice. This is the use of a dark artifact to torture a student. This is a criminal act." She looked at Harry. "You will not be attending detention tomorrow." "But she'll kill me." She will not be in a position to do so, Ariana stated. She then turned and walked out of the common room without another word. She went directly to the headmaster's office. She did not request a meeting. She informed the gargoyle that her presence was required on a matter concerning the illegal torture of a student under the ministry's care. The gargoyle sprang aside instantly. Dumbledore and Amelia Bones, who had been in a late-night meeting about ministry politics, looked up as she entered. "Ariana," Dumbledore began. She cut him off, walking directly to his desk. "I require a warrant," she said to Amelia Bones, her voice like ice. "A warrant for what, Miss Dumbledore?" Amelia asked, taken aback by her tone. "I have reason to believe that the Hogwarts High Inquisitor, Dolores Jane Umbridge, is in possession of and is actively using an illegal, Class B dark artifact, specifically a self-harming blood quill. She is using it to torture a student during detention." Amelia Bones's face went rigid. The use of a blood quill was a serious offense, carrying a mandatory sentence in Azkaban. "That is a very serious accusation," she said, her voice grim. "Which is why you will have evidence," Ariana said. She removed a memory from her mind and used a projection spell to display it. A perfect, high-fidelity moving image projected into the air, showing a close-up of the raw, bleeding words carved into Harry's hand. Dumbledore's face became a mask of cold, terrible fury. Amelia Bones stood up so fast her chair scraped across the stone floor. "That is all the warrant I need," she hissed. She immediately sent her patroness, a fierce badger, to summon her most trusted aurors. The plan was swift and brutal. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, their faces grim, appeared in Dumbledore's office. "Where is her office?" Amelia demanded. Ariana led the way. They marched through the silent castle, a small, grim army on a mission of justice. They reached Umbridge's office. Without knocking, Shacklebolt blasted the door open with a powerful curse. They found Umbridge sitting at her desk, a sickly sweet smile on her face as she looked up. "I really don't know what the meaning of this is," she began to simper. Her eyes fell on Amelia Bones and the other aurors, and her face went slack with terror. "Dolores Jane Umbridge," Amelia Bones announced, her voice booming in the small, pink office. "You are under arrest for the possession of a proscribed dark artifact and for the magical assault and torture of a student." I have a permit," she stammered, fumbling in her desk. "There are no permits for blood quills," Amelia said coldly. She nodded to Tonks. "Search the premises." Tonks found the quill in a locked drawer, a long, black, wicked-looking thing. "Seize it as evidence," Amelia commanded. "Take her into custody." As Shacklebolt and Tonks bound Umbridge in magical ropes, her simpering smile finally dissolving into a mask of pure, terrified rage, Ariana looked on, her expression unreadable. She had waited, she had observed, she had allowed the enemy to feel secure, to become arrogant, and at the first clear, undeniable criminal act, she had brought the full, crushing weight of the law down upon her. She had not just defeated Umbridge, she had utterly and completely annihilated her, using the Ministry's own authority as the weapon. The pink toad had just learned a fatal lesson. You do not play games with a person who has already calculated every possible move to your checkmate. Chapter 119. The Public Autopsy of a Political Career. The trial of Dolores Jane Umbridge was the most sensational ministry event since the exoneration of Sirius Black. The Wisengamot convened in the largest courtroom, Courtroom 10, and it was packed to the rafters with reporters, ministry officials, and curious members of the wizarding public. Fudge, looking pale and sweating profusely, was forced to preside over the trial of his own senior undersecretary, a political nightmare of his own making. Ariana, citing a need to observe the practical application of wizarding law for educational purposes, was granted leave to attend by a quietly approving Dumbledore. She did not sit with the headmaster or with the other witnesses. She chose a simple, unobtrusive seat in the public gallery, flanked by a grimly fascinated Hermione and a coolly observant Daphne. Both girls also granted leave of their own. To anyone looking, she was just another interested student. But her presence was a quiet, powerful statement. She was the architect of this downfall, and she had come to watch her work reach its logical conclusion. The case against Umbridge was, on the surface, straightforward. Amelia Bones presented the evidence with brutal efficiency. the blood quill itself, the magically preserved images of Harry's wounded hand, and the sworn testimony of Albus Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey. Umbridge, her pink robes looking absurdly cheerful in the grim stone courtroom, tried to defend herself with a mixture of simpering denial and blustering appeals to her authority. "I was merely implementing necessary disciplinary measures. The boy is a known liar and troublemaker. My methods were approved by the minister's office." This was Fudge's chance to stand by his loyal subordinate. But as he looked out at the sea of grim, unforgiving faces in the Wizengamot and the furiously scribbling quills of the press, he knew his career was on the line. He chose self-preservation. "I approved no such thing," Fudge declared, his voice trembling with a faux outrage. "The use of such a dark, illegal object is abhorrent. I am as shocked and appalled as everyone else." The betrayal was total. Umbridge's face contorted in a mask of pure, venomous rage. But this was only the beginning. With the primary charge proven, Amelia Bones, a shark who had smelled blood in the water, moved for the application of Veritaserum to investigate the full extent of Umbridge's crimes. Fudge, politically cornered, had no choice but to agree. What followed was not a trial. It was a public autopsy of a corrupt and cruel career. Under the influence of the truth serum, her sickly sweet voice now a flat, emotionless monotone, Umbridge confessed to everything. The blood quill was just the tip of the iceberg. She admitted to extorting money from ministry employees, to illegally spying on her colleagues, to fabricating evidence to ruin the careers of her political rivals. Then came the darker revelations. She confessed to drafting the anti-werewolf legislation not out of public safety concerns, but out of a deep-seated personal prejudice, deliberately designed to make their lives impossible. She admitted to taking bribes to look the other way on cases of creature abuse. The final blow came when a crusty old wizard from the backbenches asked about a cold case from years ago, the mysterious death of a Muggle-born wizard who had been a vocal opponent of Umbridge's early career. Under the potion's unyielding power, Umbridge calmly admitted to having arranged the accident that had silenced him. A collective gasp of horror went through the courtroom. She was not just a corrupt bureaucrat, she was a murderer. The verdict was swift and unanimous, guilty on all counts. As the members of the Wizengamot called for a life sentence, Fudge, his face the color of ash, had no choice but to bang his gavel. "Dollars Jane Umbridge," he pronounced, his voice shaking. "You are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, with your wand snapped and your name stricken from all ministry records." As the Aurors moved in to haul the now screaming, struggling Umbridge away, her composure finally shattered. Ariana caught the minister's eye from across the courtroom. Fudge looked at this serene, 15-year-old girl sitting calmly in the public gallery. He remembered her at Harry's hearing, her legal arguments dismantling his entire case. And now this. He suddenly realized, with a wave of cold, sickening dread, that all of his recent political nightmares, all of these public humiliations, had one quiet, brilliant person at their center. As his gaze met hers, Ariana allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile to touch her lips. It was not a smile of triumph or joy. It was a smile of pure, cold, analytical satisfaction. It was the smile of a grandmaster who has just moved a pawn, and in doing so, has checkmated a king 5 moves down the line. The smile sent a chill down Cornelius Fudge's spine that had nothing to do with the Dementors of Azkaban. He suddenly felt like a very small, very stupid man who had stumbled into a game far beyond his comprehension, playing against an opponent whose intelligence was as vast and as terrifying as the open sea. He didn't know how or why, but he knew, with an absolute certainty, that he had just made a very, very powerful enemy. Ariana stood up, her work here done. She had not raised her voice. She had not cast a single spell in public. She had simply observed, analyzed, and presented the truth to the right people at the right time. And with that, she had brought down one of the most powerful and cruel figures in the ministry. It was a quiet, brutal, and utterly satisfying victory. As she walked out of the courtroom with her friends, she was already thinking ahead, her mind already calculating the next move in the much larger game that was still to come. Chapter 120, The Problem of the Void. The fall of Dollars Umbridge was a satisfying, if temporary, victory. The immediate result was the swift repeal of her most draconian educational decrees. The long-term result, however, was less encouraging. Cornelius Fudge, terrified and politically wounded, doubled down on his denial of Voldemort's return. The Daily Prophet, now under new, more cautious editorial leadership, carefully towed the ministry line. Harry Potter was no longer a dangerous liar, but he was treated as an eccentric, slightly tragic figure, his claims of a Dark Lord's resurrection the sad fantasies of a troubled boy. The wizarding world, desperate for peace, chose to believe the comfortable lie over the terrifying truth. The new defense against the dark arts teacher, a nervous, perpetually flustered ministry functionary named Tiberius Stump, was utterly powerless. He was too terrified of Dumbledore to act as a ministry stooge and too terrified of his students to exert any real authority. His classes became a study hall, a pointless but harmless placeholder. For Ariana, this new status quo was a logical, if frustrating, stalemate. The ministry was a lost cause for now. The wider wizarding world was a non-factor. The war would be fought not in the press or the halls of power, but in the shadows. With the immediate political threats neutralized, she saw no further value in engaging with them. It was time to return to the real work. The political variable is stagnant, she announced to Hermione and Daphne in the secure quiet of the Room of Requirement. Further attempts to influence it are an inefficient use of our resources. We will now reallocate our focus to Project Chimera. This was the code name they had given the spaceship project, a hybrid of magic and science. They returned to the blueprints, to the complex equations and arcane theories, and they immediately hit their first, most fundamental wall, the material. We are trying to contain a magical, pressurized atmosphere within a non-magical, absolute vacuum, Hermione said, pointing to a complex diagram of magical stress fractures. No purely magical shield can do it. The pressure differential is absolute. The magical energy required to sustain a ward against a true void would drain a wizard's core in minutes. We would be a ship of ice, dead in space, before we even passed the orbit of the moon. And no purely physical material can do it either, Daphne added, consulting a goblin treatise on enchanted metals. Even the strongest dragonhide or goblin-wrought steel would eventually succumb to the stresses of space. The micrometeoroids, the unfiltered solar radiation, the extreme temperature shifts. It would become brittle and fail. For weeks they were stuck. They were facing a problem that neither magic nor science, on its own, could solve. It was Ariana, with her unique dual-world perspective, who finally broke the deadlock. "We are approaching this as a binary problem," she said one afternoon, looking at the frustrated faces of her friends. "We are asking if the solution is magical or physical. That is the wrong question. The solution must be both." She took out a new piece of parchment. Muggles have already developed materials for space travel, alloys of titanium and aluminum. They are light, strong, and designed to withstand the rigors of launch and re-entry. They are, however, magically inert. "So they're useless for enchanting," Hermione pointed out. "Not if we don't enchant the material itself," Ariana countered, a new, brilliant idea sparking in her eyes. "What if we use the Muggle alloy as the physical superstructure, the skeleton for its strength and resilience, and then we don't enchant it, we infuse it. We create a magical molecular bond." She began to sketch a new design. "We take the titanium alloy panels for the hull. On the interior surface, we etch a matrix of containment runes designed to hold the magical atmosphere inside. On the exterior surface, we etch a different array, the passive energy siphoning runes we designed for the werewolf bracelets, but modified." "But there's no ambient magic in space to siphon," Daphne argued. "Not in the way we understand it," Ariana agreed. "But space is not empty. It is full of solar radiation, cosmic rays, gravitational forces. It is full of energy. These external runes will not be designed to draw in magical energy. They will be designed to convert other forms of energy into magical energy." Hermione gasped, her mind reeling at the concept. "You want to turn solar radiation directly into magical power? That's alchemy on a level I've never even read about." "The principles are sound," Ariana said calmly. "It is simply a matter of finding the correct runic grammar to translate one form of energy into another. It solves our power source problem. But that led them to the next great wall. Even if we have a power source, Hermione said, her mind already racing ahead, how do we generate the magic needed for propulsion and life support in a place where there is no magic to draw upon? The power from the hull runes would need to be channeled somewhere. We would need an onboard generator, Daphne mused, a magical engine. Precisely, Ariana said. A contained, pressurized runic core, a magical reactor. It would take the raw magical energy converted by the hull and use it to power the specific systems we need. The propulsion charms, the atmospheric generator, the shields. The idea was breathtaking. They were designing a vessel that would be a living, self-sustaining magical ecosystem. It would wear a Muggle-designed skin for physical protection, while its heart and soul would be pure, applied magic. It would literally drink the light of the stars to power its journey. The next great challenge immediately presented itself. To design such a magical reactor was a task of immense complexity, but it was the next logical step. Our next objective, Ariana declared, her voice ringing with a new, profound purpose, is to find a way to streamline the generation of controlled, stable magic in a contained, non-magical environment. We need to build the first-ever magical engine core. She looked at her friends, her two brilliant partners in this impossible, magnificent endeavor. They were no longer just studying old magic. They were inventing a new kind. The quiet of the room of requirement was filled with the furious scratching of quills on parchment as they set to work, their minds united in the shared, audacious dream of touching the stars. The politics and petty squabbles of the world outside faded away, irrelevant in the face of a challenge so grand. It would redefine the very limits of what it meant to be a witch. Chapter 121, The Logic of a Harsh Teacher. While the trio of girls was lost in the theoretical complexities of magical reactors and solar conversion runes, Harry was facing a far more visceral and immediate threat. The connection between his mind and Lord Voldemort's, forged on the night his parents died, was strengthening. It began as flashes in his dreams, dark corridors, hushed, sibilant whispers, and a cold, coiling sense of triumphant malice. Then the visions started bleeding into his waking hours. During a particularly dull history of magic lecture, the classroom dissolved for a moment, and he found himself looking through another's eyes, staring at a gnarled, white wand held in a long, pale hand. He came back to himself with a gasp, his scar burning like fire. He confessed what was happening to Sirius and Remus via the two-way mirror Sirius had given him as a gift. The response was swift and grave. Dumbledore was informed, and a decision was made. Harry needed to learn to shield his mind. He needed occlumency. The news of who his teacher would be was delivered by Dumbledore himself, and it landed like a lead weight in Harry's stomach. Professor Snape, Harry, is a supremely accomplished occlumens, Dumbledore had explained, his expression leaving no room for argument. He has defended his mind against the most powerful legilimens in history. There is no one better qualified to teach you. The lessons were, from the very beginning, a disaster. They took place in the gloomy dungeon office, the air thick with Snape's animosity. There was no instruction, no guidance. Snape simply ordered Harry to empty his mind, and then, with a vicious legilimens, he would launch a full-scale assault on Harry's consciousness. Harry was overwhelmed. His most private, painful, and humiliating memories were ripped from him and laid bare for his most hated professor to sneer at: the cupboard under the stairs, Marge's insults, his terror in the graveyard. He would try to fight back, but his anger and fear only made his mind more vulnerable. Each lesson left him exhausted, furious, and with a searing headache. After 2 weeks of this nightly torment, he was making no progress. He was just being psychologically flayed, over and over again. Desperate, he sought out Ariana. He found her, as usual, in the library, a complex diagram of what looked like a runic power converter spread out before her. "Ariana," he said, his voice low and strained, "I need to talk to you about the occlumency lessons." She looked up, her analytical gaze immediately taking in his pale face, the dark circles under his eyes, and the tension in his posture. "The sessions are not proceeding logically," she stated, not as a question. "They're a nightmare," Harry confessed, slumping into the chair opposite her. "He's not teaching me anything. He's just attacking me. He enjoys seeing me fail. I can't learn like this. I was wondering." Could you teach me instead? You know about all this mind magic stuff. You could show me how to do it right." It was a plea from a desperate friend, an appeal to the person whose competence and power he trusted above all others. He expected her to agree immediately, to devise a logical, efficient training regimen that would have him shielding his mind in days. Her answer shocked him. "No, Harry," she said, her voice calm and absolute. He stared at her speechless. "No, but why not?" "Because my approach would not be effective for the threat you are facing," she explained, her tone that of a strategist discussing military doctrine. "I could teach you the theory of occlumency. I could guide you through the meditative states required to order your thoughts and build mental walls. My method would be calm, logical, and based on mutual respect. It would, in time, be successful." She paused, her gaze becoming intense. "And it would leave you completely defenseless." "What?" Harry stammered. "How?" "You are training to defend your mind against Lord Voldemort," she stated, the name spoken with a clinical lack of fear. "He is not a logical or respectful opponent. When he attacks your mind, he will not do so in a calm, controlled environment. He will do so when you are tired, when you are angry, when you are afraid. He will use your emotions as a weapon against you. He will rip and tear at your consciousness with pure, sadistic malice." She leaned forward, her voice dropping but losing none of its intensity. "My gentle, logical method would teach you how to build a fortress on peaceful ground. It would be a beautiful, well-ordered fortress, but it would have no experience of being under siege. It would crumble at the first real assault." "So you're saying Snape torturing me is good?" Harry asked, his voice full of disbelief. "I am saying that Professor Snape's method, while crude, aggressive, and fueled by his personal animosity, is a perfect simulation of the enemy you will actually face," she corrected. "He is attacking you when you are angry and resentful. He is using your own emotional turmoil to breach your defenses. He is, unintentionally, the perfect sparring partner. He is teaching you how to build your fortress in the middle of a battlefield, under constant, relentless fire." The cold, hard logic of it was brutal, but it was also undeniable. Harry had been seeing the lessons as a personal torment. Ariana saw them as a stress test, a live-fire exercise. "You believe you are failing because you cannot empty your mind," she continued. "That is Snape's flawed instruction. Your strength is not emptiness, Harry. Your strength is your emotion. Your love for your friends, your grief for your parents, your righteous anger at injustice. You cannot empty your mind of these things. To do so would be to cease being you." "So what do I do?" he pleaded. "You do not build an empty fortress. You build a citadel around what you value most," she said. "You learn to use your emotions not as a weakness, but as a shield. When he attacks, do not try to block him with nothing. Focus on a single, powerful, positive memory, your first flight on a broom, seeing Hogwarts for the first time, the feeling of your family standing with you at the World Cup. Use the raw power of that emotion to build a wall of light that sears him on contact. Fight his hatred with your love. That is a battle he can never win." She had not offered to replace his teacher. She had not offered him an easy way out. She had, instead, given him a new strategy. She had reframed his perceived weakness as his greatest strength. Harry looked at her, at his brilliant, sometimes terrifyingly logical friend. She was right. It was a harsh, painful truth, but it was the truth. Snape's lessons were hell, but they were a necessary hell. He had to learn to fight in the dark, not just in the light. "Okay," he said, a new grim determination settling over him. "Okay, I understand." He would go back to the dungeons. He would face Snape's attacks. But this time, he wouldn't be trying to be empty. He would be armed with the memories of his friends, his family, and his own joy. He would learn to fight like himself. And that, he realized, was a lesson only a teacher as harsh as Snape and a friend as logical as Ariana could have taught him. Chapter 122, A Public Dissection of Doubt. Harry took Ariana's advice to heart. His occlumency lessons with Snape remained a grueling, painful ordeal, but they were no longer fruitless. Instead of trying to empty his mind, he learned to fill it, to build walls out of his strongest, happiest memories. The image of soaring on his firebolt, the feeling of his friends around him at the Yule Ball, the memory of his parents' smiling faces in his photo album, these became his shields. He was still thrown out of Snape's office every night, exhausted and with a pounding headache, but he was beginning to hold his ground, to push back, even if only for a few precious seconds. The larger battle, however, was being fought in the court of public opinion within Hogwarts. The Ministry's campaign to discredit Harry, led by the Daily Prophet's steady stream of articles questioning his stability and Dumbledore's judgment, was having its intended effect. Doubt was a weed, and it was taking root everywhere. The most fertile ground for this doubt was within Gryffindor itself. While Harry's closest friends formed an unshakable core of support, others in his year were wavering, caught between loyalty to a housemate and the overwhelming narrative being pushed by the Ministry. Not to mention reckless bravery was no doubt going to overcome the fear they had of Ariana's presence. The confrontation came one evening in the crowded common room. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were working on a potions essay when Seamus Finnegan, flanked by a few other wavering Gryffindors, marched over to their table. "All right, Potter," Seamus began, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of the entire room. "My mum's been reading the Prophet. She doesn't want me coming back to Hogwarts next term. She thinks you're lying about you-know-who." Harry's face hardened. "Then your mum should read something other than the Prophet," he shot back. "She believes the Ministry," Seamus insisted, his voice rising. "And so do a lot of us. You haven't offered any proof, just stories. You're making us all targets for nothing." The room fell silent. Everyone turned to watch the standoff. This was the moment the silent doubt became an open rebellion. Ron started to get to his feet, his face red with anger, but before he could say anything, the other students turned their attention to the fourth member of their group, the one who had been sitting quietly, observing the entire exchange. They looked at Ariana. Her opinion was the one that truly mattered. She had never publicly confirmed or denied Harry's story. Her silence on the matter had been interpreted by some as doubt, by others as careful neutrality. Now, they were demanding she pick a side. "What about you, Dumbledore?" Seamus challenged, turning to her. "You're the smartest one here. You're the one who took down Umbridge. You believe in logic. What do you think? Is he telling the truth, or is he just a liar looking for more attention?" The entire common room held its breath. This was the moment of truth. Ariana slowly, deliberately placed a silken bookmark in her copy of Advanced Runic Symbology. She looked up, her periwinkle eyes calm and analytical, and met Seamus's challenging gaze. She did not look angry or defensive. She looked like a professor about to begin a lecture. "Your question is based on a false premise, Seamus," she began, her voice quiet but carrying an authority that commanded the attention of every person in the room. "You are attempting to frame this as a simple binary choice, believe Harry or believe the Ministry. A logical mind does not accept such simplistic frameworks. It analyzes the available data." She gestured to Harry. "Let us consider the first data point, Harry Potter's character. You have shared a dormitory with him for over 4 years. In that time, has he demonstrated a pattern of pathological lying? Has he shown a narcissistic need for attention beyond that of a normal teenage boy who is, through no fault of his own, famous? Or has he consistently been a loyal, if occasionally reckless, friend who has faced mortal danger on multiple occasions to protect this school and its students?" Seamus shuffled his feet, unable to answer. He knew Harry. He knew he wasn't a liar. "Now," Ariana continued, her voice still perfectly calm, "let us consider the second data point, the Ministry of Magic." She reached into her bag and produced a neatly folded copy of that morning's Daily Prophet. She opened it. On page 2, there is a lengthy article detailing Minister Fudge's new initiative to standardize cauldron bottom thickness. He is quoted as saying it is the most pressing issue facing the wizarding world today. It is a campaign designed to make him look busy and effective while pointedly ignoring any real problems. She then calmly flipped to page 7. On page 7, tucked away near the shipping news, is a small 2-inch column. The headline reads, "Azkaban Security Breach. 10 high-security prisoners escape." It details the mass breakout of some of Voldemort's most fervent and dangerous followers, including Antonin Dolokhov and Augustus Rookwood, an event of catastrophic national importance. She held up the paper. "So I ask you, Seamus, which of these two sources do you find more credible? Your friend of 4 years, whose fundamental character you know to be honest? Or a government that publicly declares cauldron thickness to be a more pressing threat than a mass breakout of sadistic, dark wizards from our most secure prison?" She folded the paper neatly and placed it on the table. Her gaze swept over the silent, captivated students. You ask if I believe Harry. I believe in data. The data suggests that Harry Potter is a reliable source, and that the Ministry of Magic, under its current leadership, is an insecure, politically motivated entity engaged in a campaign of deliberate misinformation to avoid facing a reality it finds inconvenient. She looked directly at Seamus, her final question a precise, devastating checkmate. So the question is not whether I believe Harry, Seamus. The question is, why do you choose to believe a demonstrably unreliable institution over a person you know and trust? The silence in the common room was absolute. She had not raised her voice. She had not performed a single spell. She had simply, logically, and ruthlessly dissected the ministry's narrative and Seamus's doubt, laying the truth bare for all to see. She had armed them not with her belief, but with a method for finding their own. Seamus Finnegan stood there, his face burning with a mixture of shame and dawning realization. He looked at Harry, then at the newspaper, then back at Ariana's calm, unassailable face. He had no response. He had been utterly, completely, and publicly defeated by logic. Without another word, he turned and retreated back to his corner of the room, his small rebellion collapsing into dust. The tide of opinion in the Gryffindor common room had just turned, not because of loyalty or friendship, but because Ariana Dumbledore had proven, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that believing Harry Potter was the only logical choice. Chapter 123. The Pragmatism of Rebellion. The public dismantling of the ministry's narrative in the Gryffindor common room had a profound effect. While the rest of the school remained steeped in ministry-fed doubt, Gryffindor House, for the most part, solidified behind Harry. Seamus Finnegan, deeply humbled, offered Harry a quiet, sincere apology. The atmosphere in the tower became one of defiant unity, a small island of truth in a sea of denial. This newfound peace, however, did little to soothe the turmoil in Harry's mind. His occlumency lessons with Snape continued their brutal, incremental progress, but the visions were getting stronger, more vivid. One night, just before the Christmas holidays, he was jolted from a restless sleep by a horrifyingly real dream. He wasn't himself. He was a great serpent, slithering through a dark, sterile corridor. He saw a man, Arthur Weasley, and he felt a surge of cold, venomous fury as he struck, his fangs sinking into the man's flesh. He awoke with a scream, his scar burning, the taste of blood in his mouth. He didn't hesitate. He immediately sought out Professor McGonagall, who took him straight to Dumbledore's office. When Harry recounted his vision, Dumbledore's expression became grave. He immediately sent his Phoenix patroness to the ministry. The news came back within the hour. Arthur Weasley had been found bleeding heavily from a venomous snakebite in the Department of Mysteries. He had been rushed to St. Mungo's, but thanks to Harry's timely warning, he had been found before he could bleed to death. He would make a full recovery. The incident was another stark, undeniable piece of evidence. Harry's connection to Voldemort was real, and it could, paradoxically, be used as a weapon against him. It was this event, combined with the utter uselessness of Professor Stump's defense classes, that cemented an idea that had been brewing in Hermione's mind. "He's out there," she said, her voice low and serious as she sat with Harry, Ron, and Ariana in the common room. "Voldemort, he's attacking people, and we are being taught nothing. We have to do something." "What can we do?" Ron asked glumly. "Stump just has us reading Slinkard's book over and over again." "We can teach ourselves," Hermione said, her eyes alight with a familiar, fierce intelligence. "No, not just ourselves. We can teach everyone who wants to learn. We can start a defense group. And Harry," she looked at him, her expression full of conviction, "you have to be the one to teach us." Harry stared at her. "Me, teach? I'm not a teacher." "You're one of the only two in our year who can cast a corporeal patroness," she argued. "You've fought Dementors and Voldemort himself multiple times. You have more practical experience than anyone in this castle, including most of the professors. You have to do it." The idea was daunting, but it also sparked something in Harry. It was a chance to fight back, to be proactive instead of just a target. "Okay," he said slowly, "I'll do it." The first meeting of what Ginny Weasley cheekily christened Dumbledore's Army, a name they adopted as an act of open defiance against the ministry, was not held in secret. With Umbridge gone, there were no educational decrees forbidding student groups. Ariana, using her now considerable influence with the heads of house, secured them a large, unused classroom on the third floor for their private study group. There was no need for the room of requirement, no need for passwords or secrecy. Their rebellion was out in the open. The turnout was impressive. A score of students from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw showed up, including Neville, Luna Lovegood, Cho Chang, and the Weasley twins. They were the ones who had chosen to believe Harry, the ones who were willing to defy the Ministry's narrative. Harry, though nervous, was a natural teacher. He started with the basics, teaching them a proper disarming charm, his instructions clear, practical, and based on his own hard-won experience. After the first successful meeting, Hermione, flushed with excitement, approached Ariana. "It was brilliant, Ari. You should join us. You could teach the advanced students. Imagine what they could learn from you." Ariana, who had been observing the proceedings from a chair in the corner of the room, looked up from her book, her expression calm and unreadable. "What you are doing is a logical and necessary response to an educational deficit," she said, her voice holding a note of genuine approval. "Harry is a competent instructor of practical magic. You are providing a valuable service. So you'll help us teach?" Hermione pressed, her eyes shining. "No," Ariana said simply. Hermione's face fell. "But why not? You're the best at defense in the whole school. You could help so many people." Ariana closed her book. "Hermione," she said, her voice not unkind but devoid of sentiment. "Let us analyze the composition of this group. It includes Neville, who has proven his loyalty. It includes Luna, whose perspective is unique. It includes you, Harry, and Ron. But it also includes Zacharias Smith, who openly questioned Harry's integrity. It includes Marietta Edgecombe, whose mother works for the Ministry and reports to Fudge, who herself has been slacking off during training sessions. And it includes at least a dozen others who, just last year, were wearing Potter Stinks badges and openly calling Harry a liar in the corridors a few weeks ago." She met Hermione's gaze, her own cool and clear. "They are not here because of a sudden, profound belief in Harry's righteousness. They are here because the idea of a secret club is exciting, not because they are afraid of the escaped Death Eaters, but because they want to learn powerful, flashy spells. Their loyalty is to their own self-interest, not to our cause." She stood up, her presence commanding a quiet authority. "I will not waste my time and energy teaching defensive magic to fair-weather friends and potential informants. My focus is on our core alliance. I will continue to train Harry, and you, and Daphne, in the room of requirement, with magic that is far beyond the scope of a simple disarming charm. But I have no interest in teaching a classroom full of students whose convictions are as shallow as a dinner plate." Her logic was brutal, uncompromising, and, as always, unassailable. She applauded their effort. She supported their goal, but she refused to participate in what she viewed as a fundamentally flawed and insecure operation. "You are building an army, Hermione," she concluded, her voice softening slightly. "And that is admirable, but I am training generals. The two are not the same." With that, she turned and left the classroom, leaving Hermione to grapple with the difficult truth. Ariana's loyalty was a deep, powerful, and absolute thing, but it was a resource she would not squander on those who had not earned it. Her war was being fought on a different, more exclusive front. Chapter 124, The Purge of the Uncommitted. Ariana's refusal to teach the DA sent a ripple of discontent through the newly formed group. Her logic, while impeccable, was not what they wanted to hear. They had hoped to gain access to the prodigious talents of the girl who had bested Dementors and dismantled Ministry officials. To be denied that access, and to have their own motivations so coolly dissected and dismissed, stung their pride. The discontent was led, predictably, by Zacharias Smith of Hufflepuff, a boy whose arrogance was matched only by his sense of entitlement. "So that's it, is it?" he complained loudly at the start of the third meeting, before Harry could even begin. "We get Potter, while Dumbledore's prodigy sits in her ivory tower, too good for the rest of us. What kind of army is this, where the best soldier refuses to fight?" A murmur of agreement went through a faction of the group, primarily those who had been the most vocal in their previous skepticism of Harry. "She thinks we're not good enough for her." Another student, Marietta Edgecombe, chimed in, her voice shrill. "She's just being arrogant." Harry's temper, already frayed from his occlumency lessons, began to rise. He saw this for what it was, not a genuine grievance, but an attempt to undermine his own authority and a petulant reaction to being denied what they felt they were owed. Before he could speak, however, Hermione stepped forward, her face a mask of cold, intellectual fury. Her transformation over the years had been profound. The insecure, rule-quoting girl was gone, replaced by a confident, formidable witch who would not suffer fools gladly. "Arrogant," she said, her voice quiet but ringing with a dangerous intensity that made everyone fall silent. "You dare to stand there and call Ariana Dumbledore arrogant?" She swept her gaze over the dissenting students. "Let me be perfectly clear about the situation. 3 years ago, while you were all safely in your beds, Ariana was facing down a basilisk to save this school. She stood against Death Eaters at the World Cup while you were running for cover. She has faced threats you cannot even begin to imagine." Her eyes narrowed. "And a few short months ago, many of you in this room were mocking Harry, calling him a liar and a cheat. You sneered at him in the corridors. You subscribed to the ministry's propaganda without a single independent thought. You offered him no loyalty, no support, no benefit of the doubt." She took a step closer, her voice dropping to a low, cutting whisper. "And now, because you are frightened, you come here and demand that the very person you ostracized teach you how to save yourselves. And you have the audacity to be upset when his most powerful ally, a person who has never once faltered in her loyalty, declines to waste her time on a group of fickle, fair-weather cowards." The verbal evisceration was so complete, so brutal, that a stunned silence filled the room. Zacharias Smith's face had gone from smug to a blotchy, terrified red. Harry stepped forward then, his own voice hard as stone, echoing Hermione's sentiment. "Hermione's right," he said, his gaze sweeping over the dissenters. "We started this group to learn how to fight, to protect ourselves because the ministry won't. This isn't a school club. It's not your right to be here. It's a privilege you get because you're scared and we're willing to help." He pointed a finger at Zacharias Smith. "Ariana owes you nothing. She's my friend. She's been training me, helping me when all of you were calling me a liar. Hermione is giving up her own study time to organize this. I am putting myself at risk by teaching you. We are not your private tutors. We are preparing for a war. And in a war, you don't get to question your commanding officer's strategic decisions." He squared his shoulders, his authority in the room suddenly absolute. "So here are your options. You can stay, you can be quiet, you can be grateful for the help you're being given, and you can learn, or you can get out. Right now, there is no third option." The ultimatum hung in the air, sharp and final. Zacharias Smith, along with Marietta Edgecombe and a handful of their friends, looked around, expecting support. They found none. The other students, Neville, Luna, the Weasleys, Cho Chang, were looking at them with expressions of cold disapproval. They had just witnessed a mutiny, and it had been ruthlessly and efficiently crushed. With a final, resentful sneer, Zacharias Smith turned and stormed out of the room. Marietta and about 4 other students followed him, their departure a quiet admission of their own lack of conviction. The moment the door slammed shut behind them, the atmosphere in the room changed. The tension evaporated, replaced by a new, more powerful sense of unity. The group was smaller now, but it was stronger, purified of its most unreliable elements. Neville Longbottom stepped forward, his face full of his quiet resolve. "They're wrong, Harry," he said, his voice clear and steady. "What you and Hermione are doing, it's important, and we're grateful, all of us." A chorus of agreement went through the remaining students. They looked at Harry not just as a famous figure or a skilled wizard, but as their leader. Harry looked at the faces of the loyal members of Dumbledore's army, at Ron's supportive nod, and at Hermione's fierce, unwavering friendship. He realized then that Ariana's refusal had been another, unintentional lesson. It had forced them to define what they were really fighting for. It wasn't just about learning spells. It was about loyalty, conviction, and the willingness to stand for something when it was difficult. The DA was no longer just a study group. It had just survived its first internal battle. It had been purged of the uncommitted, and it was now truly an army. Chapter 125, An Exercise in Futility. The expulsion of the mutinous members from Dumbledore's army did not quell their sense of entitlement. It festered into a bitter, indignant rage. Zacharias Smith, in particular, could not stand the public humiliation. He began to whisper in the corridors, trying to build a new narrative, that Harry and his elite friends were hoarding knowledge, that Ariana Dumbledore was an arrogant snob who thought she was too good to help ordinary students. Ariana, of course, was aware of this campaign. She classified it as post-rejection emotional vocalization and paid it no mind. It was irrelevant data. The confrontation, she knew, was logically inevitable, came a few days later. She was walking alone down a deserted corridor on the 5th floor, heading towards the library. It was a calculated risk. She knew she was being observed, but she also knew the limits of her opponent's courage. They would not dare to act in a crowded hallway. As she rounded a corner, she found her path blocked. Zacharias Smith stood there, flanked by Marietta Edgecombe and the 4 other students who had walked out of the DA. They had positioned themselves in a loose, intimidating semicircle. Their wands were out, though held uncertainly. "We want to talk to you, Dumbledore," Zacharias sneered, trying to sound brave but failing to conceal the nervous tremor in his voice. Ariana stopped, her expression one of mild, academic curiosity. She did not reach for her wand. She simply waited. She could feel another presence around the corner, a familiar, powerful magical signature, hidden and observing. Professor McGonagall. As she had anticipated, her head of house was keeping a discreet, protective eye on the situation. This changed the variables from a potential threat to a controlled experiment. "You have my attention," Ariana said, her voice calm, "though I estimate the value of this conversation will be minimal." "We're not leaving until you agree to teach us," Marietta chimed in, her voice shrill. "It's not fair that you only help Potter and your special friends. We have a right to learn proper defense too." "You have a right to the education provided by this institution," Ariana corrected gently. "An education which you are all receiving from Professor Stump. Any supplementary instruction is a privilege, not a right. A privilege you forfeited when you demonstrated a lack of loyalty and commitment." "We're not taking no for an answer," Zacharias blustered, growing bolder. He and the others raised their wands, pointing them directly at her. "You're going to teach us, or we'll make you." The air crackled with a pathetic, unfocused magical intent. 6 wands against 1 unarmed girl. The odds, to any casual observer, would have seemed overwhelming. Ariana's expression did not change, but a flicker of something, not fear, but a profound, weary disappointment, passed through her eyes. "You are threatening a fellow student, an Order of Merlin recipient, in a Hogwarts corridor. Your grasp of strategy is as poor as your grasp of ethics." She sighed, a soft, exasperated sound. "Very well, you wish for a demonstration." She looked at their 6 raised wands. "Do your worst." It was a direct challenge, an insult to their collective power that they could not ignore. Spurred on by a mixture of rage and wounded pride, Zacharias yelled, "Get her! Stupefy!" The others followed suit, impedimenta, petrificus totalis. 6 different spells, 6 jets of colored light, shot from their wands simultaneously, converging on the single, motionless point where Ariana stood. She didn't move, she didn't draw her wand. She simply snapped her fingers. The sound was soft, almost delicate, but the effect was absolute. In the instant before the spells could reach her, a dome of pure, crystalline, silver light erupted around her. It was not the shimmering, translucent shield of a Protego. It was a solid, flawless, and utterly silent barrier of pure, condensed will. The 6 spells slammed into the dome at the same time. The impact was completely negated. There was no explosion, no flash of light, no sound of magical collision. The curses simply vanished. They were not blocked, they were unmade, their magical energy absorbed and dissipated by the shield as if it were a drop of rain hitting the ocean. The 6 students stared, their mouths agape, their wands held limply. They had thrown their combined magical strength at her, and she had defeated it with a snap of her fingers. "As I suspected," Ariana's voice came from within the dome, calm and laced with a faint, academic mockery. "Your collective power output is statistically insignificant. You failed to synchronize your casting, your spell choices were contradictory, and your intent was unfocused. A truly pathetic display." Before the humiliated students could even process the insult, another, far more terrifying presence made itself known. "That is quite enough." Professor McGonagall strode around the corner, her face a mask of cold, righteous fury. Her wand was out, and with a series of sharp, whip-like motions, she disarmed all 6 students, their wands flying from their hands and into her own. "Pointing your wands at a fellow student," she said, her voice dangerously quiet, which was far worse than shouting. "Threatening her, casting spells with intent to harm, 6 of you against 1. Her eyes, burning with a lioness's protective fire, swept over them. "A month's detention, each, with Mr. Filch, and I will be sending an owl to each of your parents this evening, detailing this disgusting, cowardly behavior. You are a disgrace to your houses and to this school." She then looked at Ariana, who calmly let her shield dissolve with another, silent snap of her fingers. McGonagall's stern expression softened with a flicker of profound relief and respect. Ariana simply looked at the 6 trembling, terrified students. She shook her head slowly, a gesture of pure, intellectual disappointment. "And you didn't even manage to scratch the shield," she said, her voice a final, quiet, devastating verdict. "Pathetic." With that, she turned and continued her walk towards the library, leaving her would-be assailants to face the full, terrifying wrath of her head of house. The experiment was concluded. The data was clear. And the lesson, she hoped, had been permanently learned. Chapter 126, The Cascade of Consequences. The story of the Corridor 6 became Hogwarts legend before lunch was even served. The details, pieced together from the terrified whispers of the culprits and the grim satisfaction of Professor McGonagall, spread through the castle like fiendfire. 6 students had ambushed Ariana Dumbledore. They had all drawn their wands on her. She hadn't even drawn her own. She had defeated all 6 of their spells with a snap of her fingers. And then McGonagall had descended upon them like an avenging angel. The reaction from the student body was not what Zacharias Smith and his cohort might have hoped for. There was no sympathy. There was no debate. There was only a mixture of awe for Ariana and utter contempt for them. They had not been seen as rebels fighting for a cause. They were seen as a pack of cowardly bullies who had ganged up on a single girl and had been effortlessly, humiliatingly, defeated. Their social standing plummeted into non-existence. They were pariahs, shunned by their own houses, their pathetic attempt at rebellion having backfired in the most spectacular way possible. The staff's reaction was even more severe. The teachers, already impressed by Ariana's intellect and contributions, were now fiercely protective of her. Any of the Corridor 6, who so much as looked sullen in class, found themselves the target of icy glares and pointedly difficult questions. Professor Flitwick was heard muttering about a lack of moral fiber, and even Professor Sprout seemed to disapprove, assigning them the most pungent fertilizer to handle in herbology. The most terrifying reaction, however, was the one that was unspoken. Albus Dumbledore did not address the incident publicly. He did not need to. But at breakfast the next morning, he looked out over the Great Hall, and for a fleeting moment, his gaze, usually twinkling with benign amusement, settled on the table where the disgraced students were huddled. The twinkle was gone. In its place was a look of such cold, profound, and absolute disappointment that it seemed to lower the temperature of the entire hall. It was a silent, damning judgment from the most powerful wizard in the world, and it was far more terrifying than any punishment could ever be. The owls that had been sent home by McGonagall had their intended effect. The very next morning, during breakfast, the great hall doors swung open. A procession of angry, mortified-looking parents, the Smiths, the Edgcombes, and others, marched into the hall. They did not look at Dumbledore. They did not dare to look at Ariana. Their faces set in grim, furious lines, they marched directly to their respective children, grabbed them by the ear, and dragged them from the great hall without a single word to anyone. The message was clear. They were there to handle their own family's shame, and they wanted no part of any further conflict with the powers that now unofficially governed the school. Amidst this drama, the reactions of Ariana's own circle were telling. Draco Malfoy, who had been watching the social dynamics with the keen eye of a political analyst, saw the entire event as a final, definitive data point. He had once seen Ariana as a powerful but manageable rival. He now understood she was something else entirely. She was a force of nature operating on a level he couldn't touch. He saw the way the students revered her, the way the teachers protected her, the way Dumbledore himself looked at her with something akin to awe. He realized that antagonizing Harry Potter was one thing, it was a schoolboy rivalry. but making an enemy of Ariana Dumbledore was strategic suicide. From that day on, his taunts towards Harry became less frequent, less venomous, and he made a point of giving Ariana and her friends a wide, almost respectful, berth in the corridors. Hermione had been furious, her loyalty blazing. She had wanted to hex the Corridor 6 into oblivion, but watching the aftermath, seeing how completely and effortlessly the situation had been resolved in Ariana's favor, she felt a different emotion, a profound sense of security. She realized that being Ariana's friend meant being part of an alliance so powerful that their enemies would, inevitably, defeat themselves. Daphne Greengrass had a similar but distinctly Slytherin reaction. She watched the parents drag their children from the hall with a look of cool, satisfied vindication. This was power. Not the brutish power of curses and threats that Malfoy favored, but the true power of reputation, influence, and unassailable competence. She had allied herself with the right side, and her decision was paying dividends. Her loyalty to Ariana, already strong, now became absolute. Astoria, who heard the story from her sister, simply began to look at Ariana with an even greater degree of hero worship, her belief in her savior's invincibility now total. And Ariana's own reaction was the most telling of all. She sat at the Gryffindor table, calmly eating her porridge as if nothing had happened. She watched the disgraced students get dragged out by their parents with the same detached curiosity she might watch a particularly interesting weather pattern. She had predicted their actions, she had controlled the environment of the confrontation, and she had allowed the logical consequences to unfold. The problem had been identified, analyzed, and resolved. It was over. Her mind had already moved on. The petty squabbles of Hogwarts were a solved equation. She was now focused on the more complex, more interesting problems that lay ahead, the Horcruxes and the quiet, ambitious project of designing an engine that could one day take her to the stars. The drama of the school was just noise. Her work, the real work, was just beginning. Chapter 127, A Proposition of Fealty. The public humiliation of the Corridor 6 and the subsequent show of parental panic did not go unnoticed at the ministry. Cornelius Fudge, already on politically unstable ground, saw the incident not as a matter of school discipline, but as another demonstration of Ariana Dumbledore's unnerving and rapidly growing influence. She had, without any official power, become a force that could command the absolute loyalty of her peers and the protective fury of the Hogwarts staff. She was an uncontrolled variable, and Fudge, a man who loathed anything he couldn't control, decided he needed to deal with her directly. He arrived at Hogwarts unannounced a few days later, his bowler hat in his hand, a forced, ingratiating smile on his face. He requested a private and informal chat with Miss Dumbledore. The request was flatly denied. He found himself instead in the headmaster's office, facing not just a serene Ariana, but a united and formidable front. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression pleasant but his eyes as hard as diamonds. Professor McGonagall stood by the fireplace, her posture rigid with disapproval. And to Fudge's immense dismay, Amelia Bones was also present, having been, coincidentally, at the castle to review its new security protocols. "Minister," Dumbledore began, his voice deceptively mild, "I was surprised to hear you wished for a private meeting with one of our students. All official matters concerning a minor must, of course, be conducted with a head of house present. Plus, Dumbledore personally had absolutely no interest in allowing Fudge to even breathe near Ariana. And a representative from the DMLE, given the sensitive nature of recent events," Amelia Bones added, her tone leaving no room for argument. Fudge, realizing he was cornered, abandoned his pretense of a casual chat. He turned to Ariana, his smile now looking more like a pained grimace. "Miss Dumbledore," he said, trying to sound magnanimous, "your rise has been remarkable. Your name carries a great deal of weight. Your actions have had significant impact. I have merely responded to developing situations with logical and efficient solutions, Minister," Ariana replied, her voice cool and neutral. "Yes, well, precisely," Fudge blustered. "You are a voice of reason, and in these trying times the ministry values reason." He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I'll be frank, the public perception of this business with Potter, it's been difficult, but your public support, your endorsement of the ministry's position that we must remain calm and not rush to panic. It would be an invaluable asset. It would stabilize things immensely. He was asking her to join his side, to lend her credibility to his campaign of denial. He was offering her a seat at his table. "So, my dear girl," he finished, his smile now wide and hopeful. "What will it take? What would it take for the ministry to have your full support?" Ariana looked at him. She did not look at him with contempt or anger. She looked at him as a healer might look at a patient who was stubbornly refusing a life-saving diagnosis. "Minister," she said calmly, "you are attempting to solve the wrong problem. You are treating this as a public relations issue. It is a national security crisis. Your focus on my support is an inefficient allocation of your attention." She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the calm, peaceful grounds of Hogwarts. She had Fudge's complete attention, something perhaps only Lucius could have achieved, so she was going to use it. "Let us engage in a simple thought experiment. We will consider two possible futures. In future A, you are correct. Voldemort has not returned. You continue your campaign of denial, you silence Dumbledore and Harry, and the world remains at peace. Your legacy is secured as the minister, who maintains stability." She turned back to face him. "Now, let us consider future B. In future B, Harry and Dumbledore are correct. Voldemort has returned. He is currently gathering his strength, recruiting his followers, and planning his assault. You, meanwhile, are spending your time and resources actively dismantling the very defenses that could protect us. You are discrediting the heroes, silencing the warnings, and leaving the wizarding world vulnerable and unprepared." Her eyes, cool and analytical, locked onto his. "When the inevitable happens, Minister, when Voldemort makes his public reappearance, when the war begins in earnest, what will your legacy be then? You will not be remembered as the minister who maintained stability. You will be remembered as the fool who let the wolf into the sheepfold, the coward who buried his head in the sand while darkness gathered. Your entire political career, everything you have ever worked for, will be reduced to a single, humiliating footnote in the history of his second rise." Fudge's face had gone from pink to a pasty, sickly white. Ariana's calm, logical dissection of his potential political annihilation was more terrifying than any threat. "The only logical course of action," she concluded, "is to prepare for future B, even if you believe in future A to strengthen our defenses is prudent, regardless of the source of the threat. It is the only decision that does not result in your complete and utter ruin." "But how?" Fudge croaked, his voice barely a whisper. "I can't just go after people based on Dumbledore's suspicions. The old families, the Wisengamot, they would never stand for widespread interrogations. They would fight any attempt to use Veritaserum. Veritaserum is a crude and unreliable tool against a skilled Occlumens," Ariana said dismissively. "You do not need to interrogate them. You need to secure their loyalty." "Secure their loyalty? How?" Ariana laid out her solution. It was simple, elegant, and diabolically clever. "You will draft a new ministry employee mandate," she explained. "A loyalty oath. It will be a magically binding vow, framed not as a test of past allegiances, but as a proactive measure of future commitment to the security of the wizarding world. Every employee of the ministry, from the department heads down to the junior assistants, will be required to take it." "A vow," Amelia Bones said, intrigued. "A specific kind of vow," Ariana clarified. "It will be framed in positive, patriotic language. I swear my primary allegiance to the Ministry of Magic and the laws of Wizarding Britain. I swear that I will not knowingly aid, conspire with, or provide support to any individual or organization declared an enemy of the magical state, including but not limited to the entity known as Lord Voldemort." Simple, unobjectionable. Perhaps a little more framing is necessary to make sure that the vow is narrowed down. She continued, her eyes gleaming with a cold, strategic light. "But the true genius will be in the enforcement clause. The vow will be magically configured so that if the oath-taker violates its terms, they are not struck dead or rendered speechless. Instead, the magic of the vow will compel them, irresistibly, to walk directly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, present themselves to the head Auror on duty, surrender their wand, and give a full and complete confession of their treasonous acts." The room was silent. Dumbledore stared at her, a look of profound, almost fearful, awe on his face. She had weaponized the unbreakable vow, turning it from a personal promise into an institutional security system. No true Death Eater sympathizer could ever take such an oath, Amelia Bones breathed, instantly seeing the brilliance of it. They would be forced to resign their posts or be exposed the moment they tried to help him. Whatever the crime or alliance may be, the DMLE can be the judge of its nature. And any loyal ministry employee would have no reason to refuse, Ariana finished. To do so would be to admit you have something to hide. It is a self-purging system. You will weed out the traitors from your ministry without ever having to ask a single question or brew a single drop of veritaserum. She looked at Fudge, whose mind was reeling, a desperate political hope dawning in his terrified eyes. She had just handed him a way out. A way to look strong, to secure his ministry, and to prepare for the worst, all without ever having to publicly admit that Dumbledore had been right. "The choice is yours, Minister," Ariana said, her voice now quiet. "You can continue your current path and gamble your entire legacy on the hope that a Dark Lord has not returned. Or you can take logical, decisive, and politically defensible action to protect the world you are sworn to lead." She had laid the trap. She had baited it with his own political survival. And now, all she had to do was wait for him to walk into it. Chapter 128, The Utility of a Pawn. Cornelius Fudge left the headmaster's office in a daze, his mind reeling with the political masterstroke Ariana had just handed him. He was clutching the proposal for a ministry loyalty oath as if it were a winning lottery ticket, seeing it not as a tool for war, but as the perfect instrument for cementing his own power and routing out his political rivals under the guise of national security. The heavy oak door closed behind him, leaving a profound silence in its wake. Dumbledore was looking at Ariana, his expression a mixture of deep admiration and a slight, weary apprehension at the sheer scale of her strategic mind. Professor McGonagall simply looked stunned, as if she had just witnessed a lamb calmly lecture a wolf on the benefits of vegetarianism. It was Amelia Bones who broke the silence. She fixed Ariana with her sharp, monocled gaze, her expression one of pure, professional curiosity. "That was," she said, her voice holding a note of grudging awe, "the most brilliant piece of political maneuvering I have ever witnessed. You handed a drowning man a lifeline and convinced him it was his own idea to build a boat." She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. "But my question is, why? Why help him at all? Cornelius Fudge is a fool. He is weak, easily influenced, and he has actively worked to undermine you and Dumbledore at every turn. Why save his career?" Ariana turned from the window, her gaze calm and analytical. "Because his foolishness is a known quantity," she replied, her voice as cool and clear as her logic. "And a known, controllable variable is always preferable to an unknown, chaotic one." She began to pace slowly, not with agitation, but with the deliberate motion of a lecturer explaining a complex theorem. "Let us consider the alternative," she began. "If Fudge's administration were to collapse now, under the weight of his denial and incompetence, what would happen? The ministry would be thrown into chaos. There would be a power vacuum." She looked at Amelia Bones. Ambitious department heads would vie for the position. The old pureblood families, many of whom are Voldemort's quiet sympathizers, would see it as an opportunity to install their own candidate. The resulting infighting, political backstabbing, and bureaucratic paralysis would last for months. The ministry would be looking inward, at its own power struggles, at the very moment it needs to be looking outward, at the growing threat. Her logic was chillingly clear. Voldemort would thrive in that chaos. An unstable government is the perfect environment for a Dark Lord to consolidate his power. He could recruit, plan, and strike while our own leadership is tearing itself apart. The fall of Fudge would be a strategic gift to him. Dumbledore nodded slowly, seeing the grim truth in her words. "Fudge, on the other hand," Ariana continued, "is, as you say, a fool, but his foolishness makes him predictable. He is not motivated by ideology or a lust for power in the way a dark wizard is. He is motivated by two simple things: fear of losing his position and a desire for a comfortable, easy life." She stopped pacing and met Amelia's gaze directly. "His current behavior is not his own. It is fueled by the whispers of Lucius Malfoy and others who wish to keep the truth buried. He is a puppet, and a puppet is a useful tool, provided you can find a way to control its strings." "The loyalty oath," Amelia breathed, the full scope of Ariana's plan dawning on her. You haven't just given him a way to save himself. You've given him a tool to purge Malfoy's influence from the Ministry. Precisely, Ariana confirmed. Lucius Malfoy cannot take the oath. Many of his allies cannot take the oath. They will be forced to resign or be exposed. Fudge, in his bid for self-preservation, will inadvertently cleanse the Ministry of its most corrupt, Voldemort-aligned elements. He will, without realizing it, be doing our work for us. She gave a small, cold smile. And the beauty of it is that Fudge himself remains a manageable asset. He is, as you so accurately noted, dim-witted. He does not ask the right questions. We can feed him information, guide his policies, and use his office to our own advantage, and he will be too preoccupied with his own popularity and political survival to ever realize he is being manipulated. He will not be clever enough to use the intelligence we provide to backstab us. He is the perfect, controllable figurehead. The room was silent. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Amelia Bones, three of the most powerful and intelligent figures in the wizarding world, were staring at a 15-year-old girl who had just laid out a plan for a bloodless political coup of the Ministry of Magic, all while framing it as a way to support the current minister. "You are not just saving his career," Amelia said, her voice full of a new, profound, and slightly terrified respect. "You are making him your pawn." "A pawn is a tool," Ariana corrected gently. "And in a game with stakes this high, one must use every tool available. Minister Fudge is a tool that will allow us to prepare for the coming war with minimal political disruption. It is the most logical, efficient path forward." She stood there, calm and serene, having just outlined a strategy of breathtaking cynicism and brilliance. She was not just playing on a school level anymore. She was moving the great pieces on the world stage, and she was doing it with a clarity and ruthlessness that was both terrifying and, they all had to admit, exactly what the wizarding world needed to survive what was coming. Chapter 129, The Contained Star. While the political machinations of the Ministry churned on in the background, a quieter, more profound revolution was taking place within the hidden sanctuary of the Room of Requirement. The grand challenge of Project Chimera, the spaceship, had stalled on the twin problems of a durable vessel and a sustainable, independent power source. Having solved the material problem with their theory of a magic-infused Muggle alloy, the trio now focused their combined intellect on the heart of the vessel, the magical engine. "The issue is bleed," Hermione explained one evening, pointing to a shimmering, holographic projection of their latest failed design. The projection showed a crystal power core leaking faint, uncontrolled wisps of raw magic. "We can generate immense power, but we can't contain it perfectly. In the vacuum of space, that magical radiation would be like a beacon, not to mention a potential danger to the ship's own systems. We're building a leaky magical reactor." Daphne, who had been studying ancient goblin texts on enchanted containment, nodded in agreement. "Every material we use to build the containment dome has a certain level of magical porosity. It's like trying to carry water in a sieve. Some of it will always get through." For weeks, they were stumped. They tried reinforcing their containment fields with layers of protective spells, but it was like trying to patch a dam with sticking plasters. The sheer, constant output of the magical generator they had designed was too much for any standard enchantment to hold indefinitely. It was Ariana, during a late-night session of quiet contemplation, who approached the problem from a completely different axis. "We are trying to build a better wall," she murmured, her eyes unfocused as she stared at the glowing projection. "That is the wrong approach. We should not be trying to stop the radiation from leaking out. We should be persuading it that it has nowhere to go." Hermione and Daphne looked at her, confused. "Think of it from the perspective of the magic itself," Ariana continued, her mind beginning to assemble the pieces of a new, elegant theory. "It is pure energy. It seeks to expand, to move from a high-energy state to a lower one. A physical or magical barrier is simply an obstacle to be battered against. But what if we created an environment where the state outside the barrier was perceived by the magic as being even more hostile and high energy than the state inside it?" "You want to trick the magic into staying put?" Daphne asked, intrigued. "Not trick it," Ariana corrected. "Convince it, with logic." She began to sketch a new diagram in the air with her wand, lines of silver light forming a complex, multi-layered sphere. "We don't just build one containment dome, we build two, an inner dome and an outer dome. She pointed to the inner sphere. This is our reactor core containing the power-generating crystal. It is shielded with standard containment wards. She then pointed to the space between the inner and outer spheres. This interspace is the key. We don't leave it empty. We infuse it with a constant, low-level but incredibly chaotic, static magical field, a field of pure, unstructured magical noise. Hermione's eyes widened as she grasped the concept. The magical energy from the core will see the chaotic static field as an unstable, undesirable state to move into. Precisely, Ariana affirmed. It will be easier, more efficient, for the energy to remain contained within the stable environment of the inner core than to try and push through the chaos. And the outer dome is a final layer of physical and magical shielding, containing the static field itself. We are not just building a wall. We are building a wall with a moat of pure chaos in front of it. It was a type of insulation of magic. It was a brilliant, counterintuitive solution. They were not fighting the magic's desire to escape. They were using its own nature to persuade it to stay. The implementation took another month of painstaking work. They designed a new set of runes of magical dissonance and entropic fields, and etched them into the interspace of a small, prototype containment sphere. When they activated the core crystal this time, the results were perfect. The power auras held steady. The telltale wisps of magical radiation were gone. The containment was absolute. They had built a contained star. The power problem is solved, Daphne breathed, a look of awe on her face. Which means we can now address the next primary system, life support, Ariana said, her mind already moving on. Oxygen. We've been working on the runic transmutation theory, Hermione said, pulling out another set of notes. Converting trace elements into a breathable atmosphere, but the power requirements are immense, and the risk of mistransmuting something into a toxic gas is significant. Again, we are trying to create something from scratch when a simpler solution exists, Ariana said. She walked over to another large piece of parchment and tapped a section of the spaceship's blueprint labeled Aft Storage and Environmental Systems. We do not need to create air. We just need to move it. She sketched a small, sealed, empty chamber within the ship. This section will be designated the Atmospheric Exchange Chamber. The interior walls will be covered in a dual array of runes. A dual array? Hermione asked. Yes, the first array is a simple, powerful spatial tethering rune keyed to a specific location. She looked at them. For example, the air 1,000 feet above a calm, uninhabited meadow in the Scottish Highlands. The second array is a simple switching spell, constantly active. Daphne's eyes lit up. A switching spell, like the ones we learned in first year. Exactly, but on a grand, conceptual scale, Ariana explained. The spell's function will be to continuously swap the contents of this sealed chamber with the air at the tethered location. Every few seconds, the stale, carbon dioxide-rich air inside the chamber will be instantly swapped with a full chamber of fresh, clean, oxygenated air from Earth. The pressure and composition will be regulated by a third set of atmospheric runes. The result: a continuous, inexhaustible supply of perfectly breathable air for as long as the power core is active. It was another moment of stunning, elegant simplicity. She had taken a basic, first-year charm and repurposed it to solve one of the most complex problems of space travel. Why create air when you could simply import it? Hermione and Daphne stared at the design, then at each other, then back at Ariana. The hurdles that had seemed insurmountable just weeks ago were being dismantled, one by one. The project was moving forward. The engine was designed. The life support was conceived. The empty shell on the blueprint was slowly, logically, and brilliantly being given a soul. The moon no longer felt like an impossible dream. It was starting to feel like an inevitable destination. Chapter 130, The Cartography of Mischief. With the core systems of power and life support theoretically solved, the Chimera Project team turned their attention to the next set of fundamental problems: navigation and communication. How do you steer a ship through an airless, featureless void, and how do you speak to someone across 250,000 miles of empty space? They gathered in the Room of Requirement, which had now configured a section of itself into a celestial observatory, the ceiling a perfect, real-time map of the cosmos. Standard magical navigation is useless, Hermione stated, pacing back and forth. The Point Me spell relies on the planet's magnetic field. Apparition and portkeys require a known destination and a stable magical grid to travel along. None of that exists in deep space. We could use celestial navigation, Daphne suggested, pointing to the star charts. Like ancient mariners, plotting our course by the position of stars. Viable but slow and prone to error, Ariana countered. A single miscalculation could send us drifting into the asteroid belt or the sun. We need a system that is both precise and self-correcting. We need a lacon. It was here that her mind, ever the synthesizer of disparate information, made a leap. She thought of the Aurors, of their efficiency, of the tools they used in the field. The Auror department has a solution, she announced. Or, at least, part of one. Senior Aurors are issued enchanted badges. In an emergency, one Auror can activate their badge to create a magical beacon, and every other badge in their unit will immediately show them the direction and distance to that beacon. It's a magical GPS, keyed to a specific magical signature. Hermione's eyes lit up. Of course, it's a highly advanced variation of the Protean charm, linked to a directional charm of immense power and range. Precisely, Ariana said. Our navigation system will be an adaptation of that. We will not be locking onto another badge. We will enchant a crystal here on Earth to act as our home beacon. The ship's primary navigation system will be a far more powerful version of the Aura Compass, constantly showing us our position relative to home. For our destination, we will do the same. I will take a small, enchanted stone on one of my solo reconnaissance missions to the moon and leave it there. It will become our destination beacon. So we'll have a lock on where we are, where we came from, and where we're going, Daphne summarized, impressed by the elegant simplicity. The problem is the range, Hermione pointed out. The magic to create a stable directional lock over hundreds of thousands of miles would be immense. It would, Ariana agreed, which is why it requires further research, but the principle is sound. The communication problem was equally vexing. Magical communication methods like enchanted, patronesses or flu calls all require the ambient magical field of the planet to propagate. Hermione explained, in the vacuum the message would simply dissipate. Ariana nodded. For this, we need a closed system, a pair of objects that are magically, conceptually linked to each other, regardless of the distance between them. She pulled a sheaf of notes from her bag. Sirius gave me access to some of his and Harry's father's old-school notes. They were working on something, a pair of enchanted mirrors that could communicate with each other instantly. The two-way mirrors. The theory is here. It's a complex piece of sympathetic magic, linking the two objects on a metaphysical level. If we can replicate and amplify the enchantment, we can create an instantaneous communication device that is not dependent on the space between the mirrors, only on the link within them. The solutions were there, tantalizingly close, but immensely complex. They were on the very edge of known magical theory, trying to adapt existing concepts for a purpose no one had ever imagined. It was during a break from this intense theoretical work that their project received an unexpected and invaluable contribution. There was a soft knock on the door of their secluded library alcove. Ariana looked up to see Fred and George Weasley standing there, an unusually serious and respectful expression on their faces. Ariana, Fred began, removing his hat in a gesture of mock formality. If we might have a moment of your valuable time, George continued, his usual cheeky grin softened into a genuine smile. Hermione and Daphne looked on, curious. The Weasley twins rarely approached anyone with such gravity. We're leaving at the end of this year, Fred said, getting straight to the point. Off to start Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. And we've been discussing our legacy, George added. Who to pass our greatest accomplishment on to, the Sacred Trust. We considered giving it to Ron, Fred said, but he'd use it to sneak to the kitchens. We considered Harry, George chimed in, but he's got his own cloak. Doesn't seem fair. So we decided, they said in unison, that the true heir to the spirit of creative mischief and bending the rules for a greater purpose is you. With a great flourish, George pulled a large, square, and completely blank piece of parchment from within his robes. He laid it on the table before Ariana. "What is it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "The finest magical tool a Hogwarts student could ever wish for," Fred said proudly. He tapped the parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink spread across the parchment like veins, forming a detailed, intricate map of Hogwarts Castle. Tiny, labeled dots moved across it, showing the real-time location of every single person within the castle walls. "The Marauder's Map," George announced, "crafted by our esteemed predecessors, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs." "It shows everyone, everywhere they are," Fred explained, "and every secret passage. We know it by heart now, we don't need it anymore. Its work is done. But yours, we have a feeling yours is just beginning." Ariana stared at the map, her mind instantly grasping its immense strategic value. But then, she saw something more. It wasn't just a map of the castle. It was a masterpiece of tracking and representational magic. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice full of a sudden, intense academic interest. "The enchantment, it's not just tracking magical signatures, it's tracking individuals. It can differentiate between hundreds of people simultaneously and represent them on a two-dimensional surface in real time. This is cartographical magic of a level I've never seen." Fred and George, who had expected her to be impressed by its rule-breaking potential, were slightly taken aback by her immediate deconstruction of its magical mechanics. No idea," said Fred. "We just know the passwords." Ariana looked from the moving dots on the map to the celestial chart of her spaceship's navigation system in her notes. A brilliant, powerful connection sparked in her mind. The Auror badge was a compass. It pointed in a direction, but the Marauder's Map, the magic within it could pinpoint a specific entity and display its location on a representative chart. If she could deconstruct and replicate the enchantment that powered this map, she could create a navigational system for her ship that didn't just point the way. It would show their vessel as a single, moving dot on a three-dimensional map of the solar system. It would show their position relative to Earth, the Moon, and any other celestial body with perfect, real-time accuracy. It was the missing piece, the key to true, precise, and safe navigation through the void. A slow, genuine smile of pure intellectual delight spread across her face. "Thank you, Fred, George," she said, her voice full of a sincere gratitude that surprised them. "You have no idea how valuable this is. This is not a tool for mischief. This is a key." The twins, looking immensely pleased with themselves, gave a final bow. "Mischief managed," George said, before they disappeared with a whoosh, most likely another prank product in action. Hermione and Daphne stared at the map, then at Ariana's shining, triumphant face. "The navigation system," Hermione breathed, understanding immediately. "The representational matrix." "Is solved," Ariana finished, her fingers tracing the intricate lines of the magical map. "They've given us the cartography of the heavens." Chapter 131, The Badge and the Burden. While the Chimera Project team was making quiet, revolutionary breakthroughs in theoretical magic, Harry was fighting a nightly war within his own mind. The occlumency lessons had built walls, but Voldemort, now aware of the connection between them, was no longer just a passive presence. He was actively testing the defenses, his serpentine thoughts slithering at the edges of Harry's consciousness during his dreams. The nightmares were becoming more frequent and more vivid. Some nights, Harry would dream he was soaring through dark, unfamiliar hallways in the Ministry of Magic. Other nights, he would be a snake, watching his master, a terrifyingly clear and corporeal Voldemort, plotting with a cowering Wormtail. He would wake up in a cold sweat, his scar burning, the feeling of malevolent rage a bitter taste in his mouth. He dutifully reported every dream to Dumbledore, who would listen with a grave, thoughtful expression. The pieces of Voldemort's plan were being delivered to them, one fragmented vision at a time. It was a valuable intelligence source, but it was taking a heavy toll on Harry. It was in this atmosphere of rising tension that Ariana received an urgent summons. It was not from Dumbledore, but from a ministry owl, bearing the crisp, official seal of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The note requested her presence in the headmaster's office that evening for a matter of urgent national security. She arrived to find Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and a grim-faced Amelia Bones waiting for her. The usual pleasantries were dispensed with. "Miss Dumbledore," Amelia began, getting straight to the point. "Your proposal for the Ministry loyalty oath has been remarkably effective. We implemented it 2 weeks ago under the guise of a new security initiative considering the mass breakout of Azkaban." She slid a piece of parchment across Dumbledore's desk. It was a list of names. 15 Ministry employees resigned on the spot rather than take the oath, including 3 high-ranking officials in the Department of Magical Transportation. Another 7 have, as you predicted, presented themselves to my office over the past week, confessing to various degrees of collusion and espionage. Your self-purging system has worked beyond our most optimistic projections. You have effectively decapitated Lucius Malfoy's network of influence within the Ministry. Although, since the oaths are being taken bottom-up, we may have to wait before taking him on directly. "A logical outcome," Ariana said with a nod. "Those motivated by self-preservation will always fold when faced with a logically unwinnable scenario." "Indeed," Amelia said, a flicker of a grim smile on her face. "But this success has also created a new problem. We are rooting out the old spies, but the primary threats, Lestrange and Pettigrew, remain at large, and everything our new informants are telling us points to one thing." She looked at Dumbledore, then at Ariana. "He who must not be named is actively planning something big. His followers believe his full return to power is imminent." Dumbledore's face was grave. "Harry's visions confirm this. He is searching for something, a weapon, a prophecy, something he believes is located within the Ministry, Amelia, within the Department of Mysteries." Ariana's mind connected the final dots, the visions of dark corridors, the weapon, the prophecy. It was all leading to the climax she knew was coming. "He will not risk coming himself," Ariana stated, thinking aloud. "Not yet. He will lure Harry there. He will use their connection, plant a false vision, and make Harry believe that someone he loves is in danger. He will make Harry come to him." "He will target Sirius," Dumbledore murmured, his eyes full of a new, dawning horror. "Precisely," Ariana affirmed. "It is the most logical and most cruel choice, the one person Harry would risk everything to save." Amelia Bones looked at the 14-year-old girl, who was mapping out the Dark Lord's psychological strategy with a terrifying, cold clarity. "The problem," Ariana continued, "is that we cannot act until he makes his move. We do not know when or how he will plant the vision. We cannot simply lock Harry in a tower. Voldemort would just change his target. We must allow Harry to be the bait, but we must control the trap. I trust in his capabilities to survive now that he has trained himself well." She looked at the 3 powerful adults before her. "Which is why I have been remaining close to him. I have been monitoring his condition and reinforcing his occlumency training with my own methods. When the time comes, when the false vision is sent, I will be the first to know. And I must be in a position to react instantly." Amelia Bones nodded, understanding. "And what do you need from us?" "I require a direct line of communication to you, Director," Ariana said. "One that is secure, instantaneous, and not dependent on owls or patronesses, which can be intercepted or noticed." Amelia reached into her robes and produced a small, silver object. It was a beautifully crafted badge, shaped like a shield with the intersecting wands of the Auror office embossed on it. It was identical to the ones she had seen used for navigation. "This is a Senior Auror's badge," she said, her voice serious. She handed it to Ariana. "It is keyed directly to my own and to those of my most trusted officers like Shacklebolt and Tonks. It has several functions. A touch of your wand will send a silent distress signal. A second touch will transmit your exact location. A third, verbal command will open a secure, 2-way communication channel." She looked Ariana directly in the eye. "This is not a toy, Miss Dumbledore. It is a tool of immense power and responsibility, issued only to my most elite operatives. You are to use it only in the case of a genuine, critical emergency. The moment you activate it, I will bring the full force of the Auror department to your location. Do you understand?" "Perfectly," Ariana said, accepting the badge. It was cool and heavy in her hand, a tangible symbol of her new role. She was no longer just a student, nor just an ally. She was now an official, if secret, operative in the coming war. "Good," Amelia said with a curt nod. "Keep the boy safe. We will prepare our forces and wait for your signal." As Ariana left the office, the silver badge a cool, secret weight in her pocket, she felt a sense of grim finality. Voldemort would make his move. He would lure Harry to the Ministry. And Harry, in his grief and fear, would almost certainly walk into the trap. But this time, it would be different. This time, when the trap was sprung, the hunter would find that his prey was not alone. She had the law, she had the Aurors, and she had a plan. The battle for the Department of Mysteries was coming, and Ariana Dumbledore was ready for it. Chapter 132, The Failsafe of a Stag. The Dumbledore's army sessions continued, their secrecy now a matter of habit rather than necessity. The group had been whittled down to a core of loyal, dedicated students who were making remarkable progress under Harry's tutelage. They had mastered shield charms, disarming spells, and were now tentatively beginning to practice stunning. One evening, wishing to gauge their progress and readiness for herself, Ariana decided to attend a session. She did not participate. She simply took a seat in the back corner of their spacious training room and observed. She watched as Harry moved through the room, his confidence as a teacher now natural and assured. He corrected stances, offered quiet encouragement to a struggling Neville, and demonstrated a perfect stunning spell on a practice dummy. He was no longer just the boy who lived. He was becoming a leader. After the session ended and the other students had filed out, their faces flushed with exertion and accomplishment, Ariana remained, waiting as Harry, Ron, and Hermione put away the practice dummies. "You have done well, Harry," she said as he approached, her voice holding a note of genuine, analytical approval. "Your instructional methods are efficient, and you have built a foundation of trust and morale within the group. They are significantly more competent than they were a month ago." "Thanks, Ari," Harry said, a proud smile on his face. "They're a good group, the ones who stayed anyway." "Yes," she agreed. "Their loyalty is a valuable asset." She then gestured for him to sit. Her expression shifted, her usual serene calm replaced by a serious, focused intensity. The time for observation was over. It was time for the final briefing. "We need to talk about the visions," she began, getting straight to the point. "They are getting clearer, more specific. You told me you saw the Department of Mysteries, a dark hallway lined with shelves of glass orbs." Harry nodded, his good mood evaporating as the familiar dread returned. "Yeah, and I keep seeing a door at the end of it. I have this overwhelming feeling that I need to open it." "That is Voldemort's will, not your own," Ariana stated calmly. "He is no longer just letting you see his thoughts. He is actively planting suggestions. He is building a narrative in your mind. He is familiarizing you with the terrain of the battlefield before the battle even begins. It is a classic psychological warfare tactic." She leaned forward, her periwinkle eyes locking onto his. "Soon, he will make his move. He will send you a vision that is not just a glimpse, but an active, urgent crisis. He will show you someone you care about being tortured in that room. He will show you Sirius." Harry's blood ran cold. The thought of Sirius, back in Voldemort's clutches, being subjected to the Cruciatus curse. It was a vision so horrifying it was almost unbearable. "He will make it feel real, immediate, and desperate," Ariana continued, her voice a low, steady anchor against the tide of fear rising in him. "He will count on your love for Sirius, on your Gryffindor courage, on your heroic impulse to act first and think later. He will count on you rushing off to the Ministry to save him." "And I would," Harry said, his voice a fierce whisper. "I'd have to." "Yes," Ariana agreed. "Which is why you will not be acting alone. The moment you have such a vision, the very second it ends, you will not go to Ron or Hermione first. You will come directly to me, no matter what time of day or night. Do you understand?" "Yes, of course," Harry said immediately. "But," she added, her expression becoming even more serious, "we must account for all variables. There may be a situation where you cannot physically reach me. You may be in a different part of the castle. I may be in my laboratory. We need a communication method that is instantaneous, untraceable, and guaranteed to reach me." She thought for a moment. Her Auror badge was for a full-scale emergency, a final resort. She needed something more personal, a direct line between herself and Harry. "Your Patronus," she said, the solution clicking into place. "You can cast a full, corporeal Patronus. It is a unique piece of your own magic." But I can't make it talk, Harry said. I don't know how. You do not need it to speak, she explained. The Patronus is a projection of the caster's will and emotional state. When you cast it, do not try to send a message. Focus on a single, clear thought. Find Ariana, that is all. My own magical senses are finely tuned. I will feel the approach of your magic. I will know it is your signature. And I will know it is a summons. She held his gaze, impressing the importance of the protocol upon him. Do not try to find me physically. Do not waste a single second searching the castle. Cast the spell, send the stag, and I will find you. We will then activate the next phase of the plan together. Is that understood? It was a brilliant failsafe. A silent, magical alarm bell that only she could hear. It was a way for him to call for help without alerting anyone else, without breaking cover. It was a lifeline. Yes, Harry said, a profound sense of relief washing over him. The terrifying prospect of the vision now seemed manageable. He had a protocol. He had a way to signal his commander. Good, Ariana said, rising from her chair. The training session is concluded. She had done everything she could. She had prepared him, trained him, and now she had given him a direct, unbreakable line to her. She had built her fortress, armed her soldier, and established a line of communication. Now all they could do was wait for the enemy to make his move, and when he did, they would be ready. Chapter 133. The Activation of Protocol. The classrooms were a sea of furiously scratching quills. The fifth-year OWL examination for History of Magic was underway, a 3-hour marathon of remembering goblin rebellions and giant wars. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and concentrated stress. The exams were occurring in several classrooms simultaneously with students separated randomly. Ariana sat at her desk, her own exam paper already completed, a flawless dissertation on the socioeconomic impact of the 1709 Wandmakers' Convention. Her mind was calm, her work finished. She was simply observing the room, her senses attuned to the ambient magic of the castle. And then she felt it. It was a sudden, brilliant ripple of pure, positive energy moving through the castle with incredible speed and a singular, desperate purpose. It was a beacon of hope and fear, and it was aimed directly at her. A moment later, a magnificent, silvery stag with great, branching antlers galloped silently through the stone wall of the room. It paid no mind to the gasping students or the startled professor in charge. The stag trotted directly to Ariana's desk, dipped its shining head once, and then dissolved into a shower of silver mist. The message was delivered. Harry was in distress. The trap had been sprung. Ariana stood up. Without a word to the stunned proctor, she placed her completed exam paper neatly on her desk and walked out of the exam room with a calm, unhurried stride that radiated absolute authority. The first step was location. She pulled the Marauder's map from a shielded pocket in her robes. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The intricate lines spread across the parchment. Her eyes scanned the moving dots of names. She found him instantly, Harry Potter. He was not in any examination room. He was in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. And with him were Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger. She moved, her pace quickening into a silent, fluid glide. She reached the office in under a minute. Pushing the door open, she found a scene of frantic panic. "We have to go, he's got him, I saw it." Harry was yelling, his face pale with terror. "But Harry, what if it's a trick?" Hermione pleaded, her voice full of a desperate reason. "A trick, I saw Voldemort torturing him. We can't just wait." "Stop." The single word from Ariana cut through their panic like a physical blow. They all spun to face her. "You are panicking," she said to Harry, her voice cold and steady, a splash of ice water on his hysteria. "Your emotional state is compromised. You are reacting, not thinking. Cease this course of action immediately." "But Sirius." "You have a protocol, Harry," she interrupted, her gaze unwavering. "You have a tool for immediate verification. Use it." Harry stared at her, his mind foggy with fear. It took him a moment to understand. The mirror. The two-way mirror Sirius had given him. In his terror, he had completely forgotten it. He fumbled in his bag, pulling out the small, wrapped shard of mirror. "Sirius," he yelled at it, his voice cracking. "Sirius, are you there?" The mirror remained blank. "See, he's not there, he's been taken." "Give it to me," Ariana commanded. She took the mirror. She looked at its surface, then at Harry. "You are asking for Sirius Black. The house may be under orders not to respond to anyone but its master. The house elf, however, is bound by a different set of protocols." She looked into the mirror. "Creature." For a moment, nothing. Then, the surface of the mirror swirled, and the wizened, resentful face of the house elf appeared. "The wise young mistress calls," he croaked. "Creature," Ariana said, her voice sharp. "My friend is attempting to contact his godfather, Sirius Black. He is not answering. Is Sirius Black currently at number 12, Grimmauld Place?" Creature's large eyes darted back and forth. A flicker of malice and deceit crossed his face. "Master is not here," he lied, his voice a sly rasp. "Master has gone out." Ariana's eyes narrowed. "Creature, you are bound to the new lord of the House of Black, which is Sirius. But you are also bound by your loyalty to the memory of your previous master, Regulus. A master whose final wish I am helping to fulfill by containing the locket. You will not lie to me." The elf flinched as if struck. Her words had bypassed his master's orders and hit upon a deeper, more profound loyalty. He hesitated, his face a war of conflicting commands. "Take this mirror to Sirius Black." "Now," Ariana commanded, her voice leaving no room for disobedience. With a miserable groan, Creature's image vanished. A moment later, the mirror swirled again, and Sirius's concerned, astonished face appeared. "Harry, what's going on?" Creature said. "Sirius, you're all right," Harry gasped, a wave of relief so powerful it almost made him buckle. "Of course I'm all right," Sirius said, confused. "I'm just having a cup of tea. What's wrong?" "The vision was a lie," Ariana stated simply, taking the mirror back. "Sirius, listen carefully. Voldemort has made his move. He has lured Harry into a trap. The target is the Department of Mysteries. He wants the prophecy. He has sent Death Eaters there, likely including Bellatrix. We are activating the counterplan. Prepare the Order of the Phoenix. Also coordinate with Dumbledore as we are going to flip the trap on him." "Understood," Sirius said, his face instantly hardening into the grim mask of a soldier. "We'll be ready." The mirror went blank. The immediate crisis was averted, but the larger one had just begun. Voldemort's forces were already at the Ministry. "Hermione," Ariana said, turning to her friend. "The DA, the loyal members, I need you to contact them." "What for?" Ron asked, looking bewildered. "To create a diversion and act as a secondary force," Ariana explained, her mind already mapping out the strategy. "We cannot allow Harry to go to the Ministry alone. Voldemort will expect that, but he will not expect a full-scale, coordinated response." She sent her Thunderbird Patronus flashing through the castle, splitting in multiple patroni. They were sent to Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape with a simple, urgent message. "The serpent has moved. The headmaster's office. Now." "Let's go," Ariana said to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. She then looked at the door, where Neville, Luna, and Ginny had just arrived, having seen the Patronus from a classroom down the hall, their faces determined. "You three, too. We're going to need all of you." They ran, a small, determined army, towards the headmaster's office. They were not falling into a trap. They were consciously, deliberately walking into a battle, but they were doing so on their own terms. They were armed with the truth, a clear plan, and the full, coordinated support of their allies. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries was about to begin, but it would not be the chaotic, desperate skirmish from the original story. It would be a calculated, strategic engagement. Chapter 134, The Architecture of an Ambush. The headmaster's office became a war room. Within minutes of Ariana's summons, the key players were assembled. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, the core of the DA, stood on one side, their faces a mixture of fear and fierce determination. On the other stood Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, their expressions grim and resolute. Snape lingered by the door, a dark, silent shadow, his face an unreadable mask. Dumbledore, who had been instantly alerted by his office's wards to their unscheduled arrival, listened intently as Ariana, with the speed and precision of a military briefer, laid out the situation. Hermione had already contacted the other DA members and instructed them to run interference with the children of Death Eaters in school should they be seen spying or causing trouble. The mission required that the Death Eaters remain ignorant of any plans made to thwart them. Voldemort has planted a false vision in Harry's mind, showing the torture of Sirius Black, she began, her voice crisp and clear. The objective is to lure Harry to the Department of Mysteries to retrieve a prophecy he believes pertains to them both. Our intelligence, she gave a slight nod to Harry, suggests that a contingent of Death Eaters, likely including Bellatrix Lestrange, is already lying in wait in the Hall of Prophecy. It's a trap, McGonagall said, her voice tight with anger. Yes, Ariana confirmed. A predictable one, and because it is predictable, we can reverse it. We will not be walking into their trap, we will be walking them into ours. She moved to the center of the room, her presence commanding the full attention of everyone present, from the powerful headmaster to the youngest Weasley. This will be a multi-layered, coordinated operation, she announced, her mind weaving the complex strategy into a clear, actionable plan. Each group will have a specific role and a specific zone of engagement. Success depends on precise timing and adherence to the protocol. She turned first to the student group. Layer 1, the core team. Harry and I will proceed alone into the Hall of Prophecy. Our objective is twofold. First, to retrieve the correct prophecy orb, which will serve as both the bait and a valuable piece of intelligence. Second, to draw the Death Eaters out and confirm their numbers and identities. Harry's heart hammered, but he nodded, understanding his role. He was the lure. I will be responsible for Harry's immediate protection, Ariana continued, her gaze unwavering. My priority is to keep him shielded and mobile. We will not engage in a prolonged duel. We will retrieve the objective and begin a tactical withdrawal, drawing the enemy after us. She then looked at the rest of the DA members. Layer 2, the ambush team. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny, you will not enter the Hall of Prophecy. You will take up concealed positions in the circular room that precedes it. The moment I give the signal, a silver Thunderbird flare, you will emerge and engage the pursuing Death Eaters from the flanks and rear. Your objective is not to defeat them, but to disorient, disable, and contain them, creating chaos in their ranks. They will notice you, but your training is solid. Plus, noticing students will cause them to underestimate our planning, thinking only school students are a part of it. Ron, Neville, and Ginny looked both terrified and thrilled. Hermione was already mentally running through shield-penetrating hexes. Luna simply had a dreamy, determined look on her face. Ariana's gaze then shifted to the professors. Layer 3, the heavy support. While we are inside, the Order of the Phoenix, led by Sirius and Remus, will have infiltrated the Department of Mysteries and will be waiting in the surrounding chambers. They will form a secondary, more powerful cordon. As the Death Eaters are thrown into disarray by the Diace ambush, the Order will strike, cutting off their retreat and engaging the most powerful opponents like Lestrange. She was creating a kill box, a series of concentric traps designed to systematically dismantle the enemy force. Layer 4, the external cordon, she said, her eyes now on Dumbledore. While the battle is underway, Director Amelia Bones and a hand-picked team of elite Aurors will have secured all exits from the Department of Mysteries into the main Ministry atrium. Any Death Eater who manages to break through the Order's line will run directly into the arms of the law. There will be no escape. Finally, she outlined the last stage. Layer 5, the final net. You, Professor Dumbledore, and you, Professor McGonagall, will secure the atrium itself. Your role is to handle any unforeseen contingencies, and to ensure that once the engagement is over, you can retrieve us and secure all Flu Network exits from the Ministry, preventing any high-level political interference from individuals like Fudge. It was a comprehensive, brilliantly layered strategy that accounted for every stage of the conflict, from the initial lure to the final, inescapable containment. And what of us, Miss Dumbledore? Professor Flitwick chirped, his tiny face grim with determination. You and Professor Snape have the most critical role of all, Ariana said, turning to them. You will remain here. You will secure Hogwarts. With the headmaster and deputy headmistress absent, the castle is vulnerable. Your duty is to be its unbreachable defense, ensuring no secondary attack can take place while our forces are engaged elsewhere. Snape, who had been listening with a dark, unreadable expression, gave a single, curt nod. He understood. His role was not on the front line, but as the guardian of the home front, a task suited to his skills and his complex position. This was also a safe bet for his spy identity. The plan is set, Ariana concluded, her gaze sweeping over the assembled group. The communication will be handled via modified Patronus messages that will relay simple, prearranged signals. Engage, withdraw, target secured. Other than myself and Harry, the others will not travel to the Ministry by flu, which can be monitored, but by a series of coordinated, short-range apparitions directed by Professor Dumbledore. She looked at each person, her expression one of absolute, unwavering resolve. Voldemort believes he is luring a frightened boy into a simple trap. We will respond with the full, coordinated might of this room. We will not be the victims. We will be the hunters. A grim, determined silence filled the office. They were no longer just a school. They were an army. And they had just been given a battle plan, not from a seasoned general or a powerful headmaster, but from a 15-year-old girl with a mind like a diamond and a will of forged steel. The Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries were not waiting for a scared schoolboy. They were waiting for a storm, and they had absolutely no idea it was about to break right on top of them. Chapter 135, The Logic of Protection. As the War Council in Dumbledore's office began to disperse, each member moving to fulfill their assigned role, a single, sharp voice cut through the determined quiet. Dumbledore was currently contacting the Order and Amelia, detailing the plan. So that's it then. Daphne Greengrass stood in the doorway, her arms crossed, her usual cool composure fractured by a look of raw, betrayed hurt. She had clearly heard the commotion and come to see, only to find herself on the outside of the most important meeting of their lives. As a trusted member of Ariana's group, she was of course not suspected of spying or any such by the DA. "You're going to war, and you didn't even tell me," Daphne said, her voice low and tight. She looked directly at Ariana, her blue eyes flashing. Hermione and the others looked on, uncomfortable, sensing the deep personal sting behind the accusation. Ariana turned to face her, her expression unreadable. "This is not a matter for you, Daphne," she said, her voice calm but final. "Not a matter for me," Daphne shot back, taking a step into the room. "I have worked with you and Hermione for months. I have dedicated myself to our research, to our alliance. I thought I was part of your inner circle. And now, when the time comes to actually fight, I am dismissed like a first year?" The hurt in her voice was palpable. "Do you not trust me? Do you think I'm a coward?" "I have never questioned your courage or your loyalty," Ariana replied, her voice softening slightly but losing none of its firmness. "My decision to exclude you from this operation is not based on a lack of trust in you. It is based on a strategic imperative to protect you and your family." She walked closer, speaking in a lower tone meant only for Daphne. "Your family, the Greengrasses, currently occupy a position of powerful neutrality in the political landscape. You are respected by the old pureblood families, but you are not aligned with the Death Eaters. This neutrality is a priceless strategic asset. It gives you access, influence, and a perspective we do not have." She met Daphne's gaze, her own eyes filled with a stark, serious logic. "If you, Daphne Greengrass, are seen fighting alongside Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix against a dozen Death Eaters, that neutrality is shattered forever. Your family will be forced to choose a side. Voldemort will immediately classify you as enemies, as blood traitors. He will bring the full weight of his fury down upon your house. Your father's influence, your family's safety, Astoria's future, all of it would be placed in immediate mortal peril." The anger in Daphne's face began to recede, replaced by a dawning, horrified understanding. "Your role in this war, Daphne, is not to be a soldier on the front lines," Ariana continued, her voice a quiet, strategic whisper. "It is to be an intelligence asset, a quiet ally on the inside. You are far more valuable to our cause at a Slytherin dinner party, listening to the whispers of Draco Malfoy, no matter how stupid they are, than you are trading curses in a dark corridor at the Ministry." She placed a gentle hand on her friend's arm. "I am not sidelining you, I am protecting my queen." The most powerful pieces on the chessboard do not always engage in the opening skirmish. Daphne stared at her, the raw hurt in her eyes giving way to a grudging, profound respect. Ariana hadn't dismissed her. She had assigned her a different, more subtle, and perhaps even more dangerous role. She had seen her not just as a friend to be protected, but as a strategic asset to be deployed with care. It was the most Slytherin compliment she had ever received. "I understand," Daphne said finally, her voice tight with emotion. She gave a single, sharp nod. "Be careful, Ariana, all of you." She then turned and left the office, her head held high, her purpose redefined. With the final piece of their internal politics settled, the time for action was at hand. The members of the DA team, their faces a mixture of fear and resolve, were led by Professor Flitwick to a secure location to await the signal for their coordinated apparition. Ariana and Harry remained in the headmaster's office with Dumbledore and Amelia Bones, who had just arrived through the flu, her face grim. "Kingsley and my team are in position around the Department of Mysteries," Amelia reported crisply. "Sirius and the Order are moving into their secondary locations. The net is ready." "Excellent," Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry, his expression full of a grandfatherly concern. "Harry, you have your instructions. Your only role is to retrieve the prophecy and allow Ariana to shield you. Do not, under any circumstances, engage the enemy directly." "I understand, sir," Harry said, his hand gripping his wand. Dumbledore then turned to Ariana, his trusted general. "The rest is in your hands. May your logic be your shield." Ariana met his gaze, then looked at Amelia Bones. She gave them both a single, confident nod, a silent acknowledgement of the trust they had placed in her. She walked to the magnificent fireplace, Harry at her side. She took a pinch of flu powder, her movements calm and deliberate. "Ready, Harry?" she asked quietly. He took a deep breath. "Ready." "Destination, Ministry of Magic Atrium," Ariana called out, her voice clear and strong. She tossed the powder into the flames, which roared up, turning a brilliant emerald green. Without a backward glance, she stepped into the heart of the fire, disappearing into the magical network, on her way to spring a trap a Dark Lord would never see coming. Chapter 136, The Unveiling of the Board. Stepping out of the emerald flames of the fireplace into the vast, silent atrium of the Ministry of Magic was like entering a grand, abandoned cathedral. The usual hustle and bustle of ministry workers was gone, replaced by an eerie, echoing quiet. The golden fountain of magical brethren stood silent, its waters still. The late-night cleaning spells had left the polished black marble floors gleaming under the soft, magical light of the enchanted ceiling. "It's empty," Harry whispered, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "As expected," Ariana murmured, her eyes scanning every shadow, every alcove. "The ministry is officially closed for the night. Our presence here is unsanctioned and unseen." She placed a calming hand on his arm. "Stay close. Follow my lead precisely. Midnight." The sleek panther emerged from her shadow as if she had always been there. Harry looked at the panther with the violet eyes and calmly turned to Ariana. "Has she always been here this entire time?" Ariana walked forward. "No, she tends to go off on her own. In fact, I have no idea where she has been the entire year for that matter, but I can count on her to hear me when I need her." Ariana's confidence in her familiar was absolute. They moved across the atrium, their footsteps the only sound. Ariana walked not with the nervous tension of an intruder, but with the calm, purposeful stride of a commander inspecting her battlefield. Her senses were fully extended, a fine, invisible net of magical awareness spreading out from her. Midnight was also on full alert mode. She could feel them. They were faint presences, their magical signatures deliberately suppressed by powerful concealment charms, but they were there. Hidden in the alcoves, lurking in the dark, empty offices that lined the atrium, the outer layer of the Death Eater trap. They were waiting for the fighting to spill out, to cut off any retreat. They did not know that Amelia Bones's aurors were waiting in the shadows right behind them. "They're already here," she whispered to Harry, who felt a jolt of fear. "All around us, ignore them. They are not our target. Stick to the protocol." They reached the lifts, descending into the deep, dark heart of the ministry, to level 9. The lift doors opened onto a plain, black corridor, unremarkable save for a single, unadorned black door at the end. The Department of Mysteries. The air here was different. It was cold, still, and hummed with a strange, ancient power, the accumulated magic of time, space, and thought itself. Ariana paused before the door, closing her eyes for a moment. She could feel the layers of the ambush, like concentric rings. She could feel the faint, responding flickers of the magic settling into place in the surrounding rooms, a silent, invisible net tightening around their unsuspecting prey. The ambush team, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, was in the circular room just beyond the entrance. The Order of the Phoenix was positioned in the time room and the space chamber. The board was set. "Ready?" she asked Harry. He nodded, his knuckles white on his wand. She pushed the door open. They entered a circular room with its dozen identical black doors. Ariana didn't hesitate. She walked directly to the door that she knew led to the Hall of Prophecy and pushed it open. They stepped into a vast, cold, and silent room, so large that their footsteps echoed endlessly. Row upon towering row of dusty glass shelves stretched up into the darkness, each shelf laden with thousands of small, glowing, milky white glass orbs. "Row 97, Harry whispered, remembering the vision. Ariana guided him through the labyrinth of shelves, her senses on high alert. She could feel them now, the main force of the enemy, hidden amongst the towering shelves, their dark, hungry magic a palpable, oily presence in the air. There were at least 10 of them. They found row 97, and there, on a small, dusty shelf, was an orb with a yellowing label. It read, SBT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. "This is it," Harry breathed. "Take it," Ariana instructed, her voice a low command. "The moment you touch it, they will reveal themselves. Be ready." Harry reached out a trembling hand and closed his fingers around the cool, smooth glass of the prophecy orb. The moment he did, a voice, smooth and cold as a tombstone, echoed from the darkness. "Very good, Potter. Now turn around, nice and slowly, and give that to me." Lucius Malfoy stepped out from behind a towering shelf, his long, blonde hair gleaming. He was flanked by a dozen other Death Eaters, their wands raised, their masked faces turning towards them. At the front, her eyes burning with a wild, fanatical light, was Bellatrix Lestrange. "The little baby Potter," Bellatrix cooed, her voice a twisted mockery of affection. "Did he come to get his prophecy? Did he miss his mummy and daddy?" Harry's hand tightened on the orb, his face contorting with rage. Midnight was also standing alert beside Ariana. "Careful, Potter," Lucius drawled. "You wouldn't want to break it. It has your name on it after all." They began to advance, closing the circle, their wands all pointed at the two teenagers. The black cat, while a problem, was underestimated as a simple beast. They thought they had them trapped, cornered, 2 children, and a cat against a dozen of the Dark Lord's most powerful followers. It was their final, fatal mistake. Bellatrix raised her wand, a cruel smile on her face. Cruck. She never finished the word. The instant Ariana detected the shift in Bellatrix's magical intent, the first syllable of the unforgivable curse forming in her mind, she acted. With a sharp, definitive snap of her fingers, 2 things happened simultaneously. First, a massive, hemispherical shield of shimmering, solid silver light erupted around her and Harry, deflecting a dozen curses that slammed into it in a cacophony of screeching, sizzling noise. Second, she raised her own wand and shouted a single, clear command that was not a spell, but a signal. Tonitrus, thunder. A brilliant, silent flare of a silver shape of a thunderbird erupted from her wand, soaring up into the high, dark ceiling of the Hall of Prophecy and exploding in a shower of incandescent sparks. It was the signal. Engage. "Now," she yelled at Harry. She grabbed his arm and cast a single, powerful, nonverbal charm. Nebulous Maxima. A thick, roiling, impenetrable black fog instantly filled the entire chamber, plunging the room into absolute, disorienting darkness. The Death Eaters yelled in confusion and anger, their curses flying blind. In the first second of that confusion, Ariana was already moving, pulling Harry with her, navigating by the perfect mental map she had already created. They sprinted from the center of the trap, back towards the door they had entered. Midnight running interference by casually using the shadows to slam the Death Eaters out of the way. When the black fog finally began to clear a few seconds later, Ariana and Harry were gone from the kill zone. And the Death Eaters were no longer the hunters. They were surrounded. The DA team burst from the entrance, stunning 2 Death Eaters from behind. From the aisles to their left and right, The Order of the Phoenix emerged, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin leading the charge, their faces grim masks of righteous fury. The trap had been reversed. The ambush had been sprung. The battle of the Department of Mysteries had begun, not as a desperate skirmish, but as a coordinated, systematic annihilation. Chapter 137, The Unmasking. The Hall of Prophecy descended into a maelstrom of chaotic, multi-directional spellfire. The Death Eaters, caught completely off guard, were now fighting a battle on all fronts. Their planned, leisurely execution of a schoolboy had turned into a desperate, frantic fight for their own survival. "They're everywhere," one of the Death Eaters shrieked as a stunning spell from Ginny Weasley hit him from the side. Neville, his face a mask of grim determination, successfully performed a full-body bind curse on another. Luna's disorienting charms, bizarre but effective, caused a third to stumble directly into a powerful blasting curse from Sirius Black. The battle was short, brutal, and utterly one-sided. The Death Eaters were outmaneuvered, outmatched, and systematically taken down by the combined, coordinated force of the DA and the Order. Realizing the trap was closing, the remaining few, led by Lucius Malfoy and a screaming, furious Bellatrix Lestrange, did the only thing they could. They fled. They blasted their way out of the Hall of Prophecy, back into the circular room, only to run directly into the second layer of the trap. Kingsley Shacklebolt and the other Aurors were waiting. More Death Eaters fell, bound and stunned. The fight spilled out, a running battle through the strange, dreamlike chambers of the Department of Mysteries. A Death Eater was knocked unconscious by a shower of flying hourglasses in the time room. Another was left babbling incoherently after his head fell into the tank of brains. Finally, the last two fugitives, Lucius and Bellatrix, burst through the final door and into the vast, dark atrium of the Ministry. They thought they had reached safety, the Flu network just yards away. Instead, they found the last line of defense waiting for them. Dumbledore and McGonagall stood near the Fountain of Magical Brethren, their wands raised, their faces grim and resolute. And behind them, a crowd of Ministry officials, including a pale, terrified Cornelius Fudge, watched in horror. They had been summoned by Amelia Bones, who now strode out from behind a pillar, her own wand alight. "It's over, Lucius," Amelia said, her voice like the crack of a whip. She immediately engaged Malfoy, her spells powerful and precise, overwhelming his panicked defense in moments. At the same time, Ariana and Harry emerged from the lift, arriving just in time to see the final confrontation. Bellatrix Lestrange, her eyes wild with cornered fury, let out a high, crazed laugh. She saw Harry, her master's nemesis, and raised her wand. "I'll kill you, Potter," she shrieked. "He is not your opponent tonight." Ariana's voice was cold as the void between stars. She shoved Harry forcefully towards Dumbledore, pushing him out of the line of fire. "Professor, protect Harry," she commanded. Then she advanced on Bellatrix, her elder wand held loosely but purposefully in her hand. For the first time, her serene composure was gone, replaced by a focused, predatory intensity. This was not a duel of logic. This was an extermination. This was the woman who had tortured the Longbottoms, who had tried to kill her friends. Midnight remained beside Harry. "You," Bellatrix hissed, her gaze fixing on Ariana. "The little Dumbledore I have heard about. I'll enjoy breaking you." The duel that followed was not a duel. It was a storm. It was a clash of two immense, fundamentally different kinds of power. Bellatrix fought with a chaotic, sadistic fury, her curses wild and jagged, designed to inflict maximum pain. She sent torrents of purple and green fire, she conjured whips of pure dark energy, she laughed as her spells shattered the marble floor around Ariana. Ariana, however, was a force of pure, focused efficiency. She did not waste a single movement. Her shield charms were flawless, appearing an instant before a curse could strike. Her counterspells were not just defensive, they were tactical. She didn't block Bellatrix's fire, she transfigured the shattered marble floor into a wave of sand, smothering the flames. She didn't dodge the energy whips, she caught them with a silent binding charm, turning Bellatrix's own weapon against her. It was a battle of madness versus mathematics, of chaotic hatred against cold, logical force. And logic was winning. Ariana saw her opening. Bellatrix, in her rage, overextended herself with a powerful curse. For a fraction of a second, she was off balance. It was all Ariana needed. She cast 3 separate spells in a single, simultaneous, silent weave. A disarming charm to rip the wand from Bellatrix's hand. A powerful concussive hex aimed at her chest to throw her off her feet, and a full-body incarcerous charm to bind her before she even hit the ground. The 3 spells struck as one. Bellatrix's wand flew from her hand. The invisible force of the hex slammed into her, lifting her from the ground. And the magical ropes coiled around her midair, wrapping her in an inescapable cocoon. She hit the floor with a heavy, final thud, utterly defeated, bound, and conscious enough to feel the full, burning weight of her humiliation. Ariana stood over her, breathing slightly heavily, her wand still pointed. She had won. And it was at that moment of victory that a new, cold presence filled the atrium. A presence so powerful, so evil, that it seemed to suck all the warmth and hope from the world. From the shadows of an empty fireplace, a tall, skeletal figure with a chalk-white, snake-like face and burning, red eyes emerged. He was no longer the pathetic, infant-like creature from the graveyard. He was whole. He was terrifying. Lord Voldemort had arrived. He surveyed the scene. His most loyal lieutenant, defeated and bound at the feet of a schoolgirl, Lucius Malfoy, stunned and being secured by Aurors, and Dumbledore, standing with Harry Potter behind him. Chapter 138, The Offer and the Inevitability. Lord Voldemort glided into the center of the atrium, his red eyes taking in the scene of his followers' utter defeat with a chilling, reptilian calm. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable aura of ancient, malevolent power. The ministry officials, including Fudge, were frozen in a state of pure, abject terror. He ignored the captured Death Eaters. He ignored the Aurors. He ignored Harry. His burning, crimson gaze settled directly on the one person who was still standing tall, her wand held steady over his defeated lieutenant. He looked at Ariana. A slow, lipless smile stretched across his snake-like face. It was not a smile of mirth, but of cold, reptilian appreciation. "Remarkable," Voldemort hissed, his voice high, clear, and carrying to every corner of the silent, terrified hall. "Truly remarkable. To dismantle my finest soldiers with such efficiency. I have been watching your progress this year, little Dumbledore. Your name is a curious irony, so I have heard, but your power is undeniable." He took a step closer, his presence a wave of pure intimidation. But Ariana did not flinch. She met his gaze with her own cool, analytical one. "You have the mind of a strategist," Voldemort continued, his voice like the slithering of a snake over cold stone. "You see the world not as it is, but as a series of problems to be solved. You do not fight with foolish, sentimental emotions like love or loyalty. You are, in your own way, a purer magician than even Dumbledore." He extended a long, pale, spider-like hand towards her. "This is a waste of your talent," he hissed, gesturing to the cowering ministry officials and the order members. "You are aligned with fools, sentimentalists, and bureaucratic cowards. They will hold you back, chain your potential. They do not understand true power." "Join me, Ariana," he said, the offer of venomous temptation. The descendant of the Maledictus and the Obscurial who also once served a Dark Lord. A true heir to a lineage of profound, untamed magic. With your mind and my power, we would be unstoppable. We would not just rule this pathetic world, we would remake it, redesign it into a logical, orderly system, free from the chaotic filth of mudbloods and muggles. I do not offer you servitude, I offer you a partnership. A seat at my right hand, as the architect of my new world. It was the ultimate temptation, an appeal not to her fear or ambition, but to her very nature, her love of logic, of order, of efficient systems. For a long moment, Ariana was silent. She looked at Voldemort's burning red eyes at his offer of a perfectly ordered, ruthless world. Then her gaze flickered to Harry, standing behind Dumbledore, terrified but defiant. To Hermione and the DA, watching from the sidelines, their faces pale with fear for her. To the memory of the Longbottoms, their minds shattered by the very chaos he promised to eliminate. A small, cold smile touched her lips. "Your offer is based on a flawed premise, Tom," she said, her voice clear and calm, using his given name with a deliberate, dismissive intimacy that made him flinch. "You assume that order achieved through tyranny is superior to order achieved through consent. You assume that eliminating variables, muggles, muggle-borns, is a more efficient path to power than understanding and integrating them. Your logic is incomplete. Your system is inefficient. I am not interested in your partnership." Voldemort's lipless mouth tightened into a furious snarl. Her rejection, so calm, so analytical, was a greater insult than any curse. "So be it, little fool," he hissed. But before he could raise his wand, Dumbledore moved. "It is I you want, Tom," he said, stepping forward, his own wand now alight with a brilliant white fire. "Let the children go." What followed was a duel of titans. The atrium became a storm of unimaginable magic. Dumbledore was a force of nature, his spells like golden griffins and shimmering shields. Voldemort was a whirlwind of pure, dark destruction, his curses the color of poison and death. The fountain of magical brethren was ripped from its foundations, the golden statues animating to fight on Dumbledore's behalf. The floor cracked, the air screamed with the force of their colliding wills. Ariana did not intervene. This was not a battle for her input, a clash of two of the most powerful and experienced wizards in history. Her role was not to fight, but to protect. She maintained her position, a silent, watchful guardian ensuring the battle did not spill over towards her friends. Finally, seeing that he could not win a prolonged duel against Dumbledore, especially with Aurors and the Order closing in, Voldemort made his decision. He apparated into the fountain, creating a massive wave of blasted dark magic as a diversion, and with a final, hateful glare, he disapparated with a sharp crack, taking the bound form of Bellatrix with him. He was gone. Silence descended upon the wrecked atrium. Cornelius Fudge now had his proof right there in front of him. The truth, undeniable and terrifying, had finally smashed through his wall of denial. He stood there, trembling, his face the color of curdled milk. Dumbledore, breathing heavily, turned to Ariana. The battle was won for now. The threat was revealed. The war had officially begun. But as Ariana looked at the spot where Voldemort had vanished, she heard his last, parting words, not spoken aloud, but hissed directly into her mind with the power of a Legilimens. "This changes nothing, clever girl. The prophecy will be mine. And you will join me, whether you like it or not." Ariana stood firm, her expression unreadable. She had faced him down. She had rejected his offer. But she knew this was just the first move in a new, far more personal and far more dangerous game. Voldemort now saw her not just as an obstacle, but as a prize to be claimed. And she knew, with a cold, logical certainty, that her 5th year at Hogwarts had just come to a very definitive and very dangerous end. Chapter 139, The Summer Offensive. The return to Hogwarts was a somber, surreal affair. The Ministry, in a state of panicked chaos, had finally, officially, acknowledged the return of Lord Voldemort. The Daily Prophet, in a stunning reversal, was now hailing Harry Potter as a truth-seeing hero and Albus Dumbledore as the steadfast leader of the light. The students, once so divided, were now united in a shared, palpable fear. The end-of-term feast was not a celebration, but a solemn assembly. Dumbledore gave a grave speech, quietly acknowledging the dark times that lay ahead. The house banners seemed less vibrant, the enchanted ceiling less bright. The war had begun. On the final morning, before the Hogwarts Express was due to depart, Ariana was summoned to the headmaster's office. She arrived to find not just Dumbledore, but Sirius and Remus as well. Their faces were grim, the reality of the renewed war having settled upon them. "Ariana," Dumbledore began, his voice weary but resolute. "The Ministry is in disarray. Fudge is on the verge of being forced out. Amelia Bones is doing her best to rally the Aurors, but the old pureblood factions are already sowing discord. The board is in chaos." "Chaos is a state of maximum opportunity," Ariana replied calmly, taking a seat. "It is the ideal time to press our advantage." Sirius looked at her, a fierce, eager light in his eyes. "What's the plan, then? We take the fight to them." "We do," Ariana confirmed. "But not with wands, not yet. We will engage in political and economic warfare. It is time to execute the Malfoy Protocol." The two marauders looked at her, then at Dumbledore, who nodded his assent. "While Voldemort is distracted, trying to consolidate his power and understand how his plan at the Ministry failed so spectacularly," she explained, "you, Sirius, as Lord Black, will formally enact the revocation of the marriage contracts for both Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. You will file the claim with the Goblin Liaison Office and Gringotts simultaneously. Her voice was cold and precise. You will legally repossess Malfoy Manor. You will not allow them time to move. The moment the magic of the old laws takes effect, the wards of the manor will recognize you as their true master. Voldemort and his entire inner circle will be, for all intents and purposes, evicted without notice. They will be homeless, their primary headquarters and all the dark artifacts within it suddenly lost to them. Sirius let out a bark of triumphant laughter. Throwing Voldemort out on his ear, I love it, it is the best part of the plan. The second part is the financial blow, Ariana continued. You will seize the contents of the Malfoy family vault as repayment for Narcissa's dowry. You will bankrupt Lucius Malfoy, crippling his ability to bribe and influence ministry officials. He will be reduced to nothing. And the Lestrange vault? Remus asked quietly. The Lestrange vault, Ariana said, her gaze becoming intense, will be seized as well. And its contents, Sirius has already agreed, are to be turned over to me for analysis and containment. I have reason to believe Bellatrix was entrusted with another of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup. It must be secured. The plan was audacious, ruthless, and brilliant. It was a crippling blow delivered not with a curse, but with a quill and a legal document. It will be done, Sirius vowed, his eyes gleaming with a marauder's mischief. There is one more matter, Professor, Ariana said, turning to Dumbledore. My own academic progression. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The standard 7-year Hogwarts curriculum is structured to dispense knowledge at a pace suitable for the average student, she stated. My requirements are no longer average. The war has begun. I cannot afford to spend another 2 years studying introductory transfiguration theory when I could be mastering the advanced principles of spell creation. My time is our most valuable resource, and it is currently being used inefficiently. She met his gaze, her intent clear and absolute. I wish to take my NEWTS at the end of this coming summer. The silence in the room was profound. Even Sirius was stunned. To take one's NEWTS, the most grueling advanced exams in the wizarding world, 2 years early was unheard of. It was an act of academic ambition, so extreme it bordered on insanity. Ariana, that is. Unprecedented, Dumbledore finally said, his mind reeling at the audacity of the request. The circumstances are unprecedented, she countered. I have already mastered the entirety of the Hogwarts curriculum through my own studies. The formal examinations are merely a bureaucratic necessity to grant me the legal status of a qualified adult witch. A status I will require to operate freely in the coming conflict without the constraints of underage magic decrees. She looked at him, her expression unwavering. I need you to appeal to the wizarding examination's authority on my behalf. Frame it as a special case, a recognition of my contributions to magical science and national security. If they refuse, I will speak with Amelia Bones and Minister Fudge myself. Fudge, in his current politically vulnerable state, will not dare to refuse a public request from the girl who just saved his career from immediate doom. He will grant the exception to appear strong and supportive. She had planned for every contingency, every argument. She had laid out a path that led to only one logical conclusion, her own empowerment. Dumbledore looked at the young woman before him. She was not asking for permission. She was informing him of her intentions. He saw the future, not as a misty prophecy, but as a clear, calculated campaign being orchestrated by the brilliant, logical mind of the girl who sat before him. She was no longer just his secret weapon, she was his co-commander. He let out a long, slow breath, a smile of profound pride and a little bit of terror on his face. Very well, Ariana, he said. I will draft the letter to the WEA this afternoon. I suspect your summer is going to be very, very busy. Ariana nodded, a quiet satisfaction in her eyes. The summer offensive was planned. The war was on, and she was ready. She would finish her education, consolidate her power, and prepare for the next phase of the conflict. Chapter 140. The Quiet War of a London Summer. The summer after her 5th year was, for Ariana, a period of intense and deeply satisfying productivity. While the rest of the wizarding world grappled with the public return of Lord Voldemort, she retreated into a fortress of her own making. Her London flat was no longer just a residence. It became the secret fulcrum of the war effort. At her request, Dumbledore himself had cast the Fidelius charm upon it, making him the sole secret keeper. The flat vanished from the world, accessible only to those Dumbledore chose to inform, creating the ultimate secure location for her work. Her days were a meticulously scheduled symphony of action and information. She spent her mornings in deep study, preparing for her NEWTS. The Wizarding Examinations Authority, under pressure from a ministry desperate to curry favor with its new hero, had granted her the special dispensation. She would sit for all 12 NEWTS at the end of the summer, a feat no one had ever attempted, let alone accomplished. For her, it was merely a final piece of paperwork, the official certification of knowledge she had long since surpassed. Her afternoons were for her projects. The blueprints for Project Chimera covered an entire wall, a constant, ambitious reminder of a future beyond the current conflict. But it was her evenings that were dedicated to the war. She kept herself updated with a precision that would have shamed the head of the Auror office. Owls arrived at her shielded window at all hours. A daily report from Hermione, who was spending the summer in France but had dedicated herself to being Ariana's chief intelligence analyst, brought news from the continent. Her letters were full of complex arithmetic charts and celestial mechanics, updates on the mapping of spacetime coordinates for the spaceship's navigational system. But they also contained whispers from the French ministry, rumors of dark creatures stirring, of old allegiances being tested. Daphne's letters were different. They were written on heavy, cream-colored parchment, sealed with the Greengrass family crest. They were her window into the dark, paranoid world of the pureblood elite. She wrote of the fallout from the Malfoy seizure. "Father says Lucius is a broken man," one letter read. "They live in a small, provincial manor now, a minor property of the Knott family. His influence is gone. Voldemort's fury at the loss of the manor as his headquarters was apparently legendary. He sees it not just as a tactical loss, but as a personal humiliation. He is operating from a series of temporary, undisclosed locations, which makes his followers nervous. They crave the stability and status the manor provided." The news from Sirius was always the most triumphant. He had executed the Malfoy protocol with a marauder's glee. One morning, an official-looking owl from Gringotts arrived for Ariana. Inside was a heavy, formal deed, written in intricate goblin script. It confirmed that the entire contents of the Lestrange vault, number 711, had been legally transferred to a new, anonymous, high-security vault under the name AD. The letter from Sirius tucked, alongside it was much more informal. "It's done, Ari," he wrote. "Clean them out. Lucius is howling. Bellatrix would probably try to tear down Gringotts with her bare hands, not that she would be able to. The cup should be safe in your new vault. Creature has also polished all the silver in the house and seems to think you are the second coming of Walburga, only with better manners. It's terrifying." Ariana smiled, filing the deed away. Another Horcrux secured. The collection was growing. It was Harry's letters that brought the most perplexing new variable. He was spending the first part of the summer at the Grimmauld place before being collected by Dumbledore. His letters were full of the usual frustrations, but one, in particular, caught her attention. "Dumbledore is coming to get me next week," Harry wrote. "But he said we're making a stop on the way to the Burrow. He wants me to help him convince some old professor named Slughorn to come back to teach at Hogwarts. He says he's very important." Ariana frowned, her mind immediately analyzing this new data point. Slughorn. Horace Slughorn, the former head of Slytherin, a man known for his love of collecting famous and influential students. But why was he so important now? Dumbledore had his own memories of Tom Riddle. They already knew about the Horcruxes. Why was Slughorn, a man who had retired years ago, suddenly a critical piece on the board? She sent a quick owl to Dumbledore, phrasing her question with polite, clinical precision. "Professor, regarding the recruitment of Professor Slughorn, given that our primary hypothesis regarding multiple Horcruxes has already been confirmed, what is the strategic value of Slughorn's testimony at this stage? Please clarify his role in the current operation." Dumbledore's reply was prompt, but slightly evasive. "My dear Ariana, I simply wish to change the possible defense of Hogwarts, allowing Severus to take over the defense class. Your presence would be counterproductive to this particular recruitment. Horace is a man who is easily intimidated by overt power. Ariana understood. Dumbledore did not need Slughorn's memory to confirm the final count of Horcruxes, but instead simply wished a change in the teaching staff, and he believed his own gentle manipulation and Harry's celebrity status were the best tools for the job. It was a rare instance where Ariana's direct, logical approach might actually hinder the mission. Very well. She would trust the headmaster's judgment on this one tactical maneuver. She sat in her quiet London flat, the nerve center of a secret war. The pieces were moving across the board in France, in pureblood manors, in Gringotts vaults, and in a small village called Budleigh Babberton. The world was holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. But here, in the silence, the architect of their strategy was calm. She had done the research. She had her allies, and she was ready for the next phase. The Horcruxes were no longer just a theory, they were a checklist. And she intended to see every last item ticked off. Chapter 141, The Summons of a Falling House. The letter from the Wizarding Examinations Authority arrived on a quiet Tuesday morning. Ariana opened it with a calm, detached curiosity. The results were, as she had anticipated, flawless. 12 OWLS, all with the highest possible grade of outstanding. The accompanying note from the head of the WEA was a fawning, effusive piece of correspondence, hailing her as the most gifted student in a century. Also attached was her NEWT examination hall ticket for that matter. She filed the results away with her other research notes. They were a necessary credential, nothing more. Her primary focus remained on her projects. The spaceship blueprints were becoming more refined, the power core theory solidifying. Her analysis of the contained Horcruxes was yielding incredible data on the nature of soul magic. It was a summer of intense, satisfying, intellectual work. This piece was shattered one rainy evening in late August. She was in her study, comparing the magical resonance of the cleansed locket to the contained soul fragment, when a sharp, insistent, and powerful magical pulse emanated from the Auror badge she kept in a shielded box on her desk. It was not the simple ping of a distress signal. It was a raw, desperate scream of magical energy, the signature of a high-level emergency protocol being activated. Amelia Bones was in mortal danger. Ariana didn't hesitate. Her mind, in an instant, shifted from scholar to soldier. She slammed her research notes into a magically locked drawer, strapped her wand holster to her forearm, and grabbed the badge. "Location," she commanded, her voice sharp. The badge grew warm, and a shimmering, holographic map appeared in the air above it, a single, pulsating red dot indicating a large manor in the English countryside. Bones Manor. She didn't waste time with the flu. She focused on the location in her mind, on the desperate pulse of Amelia's magic, and with the full force of her will, she apparated. The sound of her arrival was masked by the roar of spellfire. She appeared at the edge of a manicured lawn, now scorched and cratered. The elegant Bones Manor was under full assault. The ancient wards around the house were flickering and groaning, great cracks appearing in their shimmering, protective dome. At least a dozen Death Eaters, including the hulking form of Fenrir Greyback, were hammering at the shields with a relentless barrage of dark curses. And in the center of it all, a tall, skeletal figure in black robes was directing the assault, his bony wand a conduit of pure, destructive power. Voldemort himself was leading the attack. Ariana's mind processed the tactical situation in a nanosecond. The wards were about to fail. A direct confrontation was suicidal. The objective was not victory, it was extraction. She saw them. Amelia Bones was near a side entrance, her face grim, fighting back-to-back with her niece, Susan, a terrified but determined-looking Hufflepuff. They were being overwhelmed. Ariana acted. With a silent, complex series of spells, she transfigured the wet soil of the garden. Great, thick tendrils of earth and roots erupted from the ground, coiling around the legs of the Death Eaters closest to the house, pulling them down. Simultaneously, she cast a powerful, wide-arc atmospheric charm, creating a sudden, blindingly dense fog that enveloped the entire manor, sowing chaos and confusion among the attackers. "Director Bones," Ariana's voice cut through the fog, magically amplified. "To me, southwest corner." Through the swirling mist, she saw Amelia and Susan begin to run towards her. But Voldemort, His red eyes, glowing with fury at this unexpected intervention, turned his attention to them. He raised his wand. Ariana knew she couldn't block a direct curse from him, not while preparing a complex apparition. So she didn't try. She pointed her own wand at the ground in front of Amelia and Susan. Eruptio. A solid wall of stone erupted from the lawn, 10 feet high, intercepting the jet of green light that would have ended their lives. The killing curse slammed into the stone, shattering it into a million pieces, but it had bought them the second they needed. Ariana grabbed Amelia's arm just as Susan reached them. "Hold on," she commanded. With a supreme act of will, she focused on the destination, the shielded interior of her London flat, and apparated all three of them at once. The sensation was like being squeezed through a keyhole, a violent, disorienting wrench that was the price of a side-along apparition through active wards. They landed in a heap on the floor of her study, the sounds of battle replaced by the quiet hum of London traffic. Amelia Bones, the formidable head of the DMLE, was pale and shaking, leaning against her niece for support. Susan was crying with a mixture of terror and relief. "They were waiting for us," Amelia gasped, her voice ragged. "Someone at the ministry leaked my travel plans. It was an ambush." Ariana simply nodded, already handing Amelia a calming draft from her personal stores. "The probability of a mole was high. Your survival was the primary objective. We have achieved it." Later, after Susan had been settled with a cup of tea and wrapped in a warm blanket, Amelia Bones sat in an armchair, staring at the young woman who had just saved her life. The full reality of the situation was sinking in. She looked at the Auror badge still clutched in her own hand. "I gave you this badge for your protection," she said, her voice full of a weary, dawning wonder. "I thought that if you were ever in trouble, you could call us. I, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, would come and save the gifted schoolgirl." A dry, humorless laugh escaped her lips. She shook her head slowly, looking at Ariana with a new, profound, and deeply humbled respect. "I never imagined," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "that the first time it was used, it would be for me to call you. I never imagined that the schoolgirl would be the one to save me." Ariana simply met her gaze, her expression calm. The roles of protector and protected had just been irrevocably reversed. In the quiet of her London flat, surrounded by the blueprints of impossible dreams, it was clear that the most powerful weapon the wizarding world had in its arsenal was not a ministry department or a secret society, but the brilliant, logical, and terrifyingly competent mind of the girl who had just declared war against the Dark Lord. Chapter 142, The Uncaging of a Badger. The survival of Amelia Bones was not just a personal victory, it was a strategic earthquake that sent shockwaves through the entire wizarding world. Voldemort's plan had been simple and brutal. Eliminate the single most competent and incorruptible figure at the head of the ministry's law enforcement. With her gone, the DMLE would have been thrown into chaos, leaderless and vulnerable, allowing his Death Eaters to operate with near impunity. But the plan had failed. Amelia Bones was alive, and she was furious. The next morning, she left Susan in Ariana's care, a silent, profound trust passing between the two women. "Keep her safe," Amelia had said, her voice hard as flint. "I have a ministry to cleanse." She returned to her office not as a politician or a bureaucrat, but as a warrior. The near-death experience had burned away her last vestiges of patience for Fudge's political maneuvering. She was the head of the DMLE, and she was going to war. Declaring a state of national magical emergency, she invoked wartime powers that superseded Fudge's authority. She bypassed him completely, not that he would have fought her at all, her first act to order a full, uncompromising sweep of her own department. Every Auror, every clerk, every assistant was brought in and forced to take the honest citizen loyalty oath, as it was now being called in the inner circles. The 3 Aurors who refused were arrested on the spot. The mole who had led the Death Eaters to her manor was exposed and captured within hours. The purge was swift, ruthless, and brutally efficient. Any ministry employee with known Death Eater sympathies or family connections found their careers suddenly, irrevocably over. Those who had been coasting on Malfoy's old influence found themselves under intense investigation. Amelia Bones, her natural Hufflepuff tenacity now honed to a razor's edge, was tearing through the corrupt infrastructure of the ministry like a badger through rotten wood. The wizarding world, for the first time in a year, saw its government finally, truly fighting back. Meanwhile, in the quiet sanctuary of Ariana's London flat, a different kind of education was taking place. Susan Bones, a girl known for her quiet demeanor and loyalty, found herself with a front-row seat to the workings of one of the most brilliant minds of the age. She watched in awe as Ariana prepared for her NEWTS. It was not the frantic, last-minute cramming Susan was used to seeing at Hogwarts. It was a calm, methodical, and deeply intimidating process of pure intellectual synthesis. Ariana didn't just review subjects. She deconstructed them, found the connections between them, and formulated new theories that went far beyond the scope of the curriculum. She would spend a morning mastering the complex spellwork of advanced charms, then spend the afternoon writing a flawless treatise on the alchemical properties of the same spells. Susan, still shaken from the attack on her home, found a strange comfort in Ariana's unshakable logic. One evening, she confessed her own feelings of helplessness. "They were so powerful," she whispered, her voice trembling at the memory of the Death Eaters. "I just froze. I don't know how to fight people like that." Ariana looked up from a complex chart of trans-species transfiguration. "Fear is a logical response to a mortal threat," she said calmly. "Freezing is an inefficient one. The key is not to eliminate fear, but to channel it into a predetermined, practiced protocol." And so, alongside her own NEWT preparation, Ariana began tutoring Susan. It was not like Harry's DA lessons. It was a highly concentrated, one-on-one course in practical, logical defense. "Your shield charm is adequate for deflecting minor jinxes," Ariana told her during a practice session in the magically expanded study. "But against a curse with concussive force, it will shatter. You must learn to angle it to deflect rather than block. It is a matter of physics, not just power." She taught Susan how to analyze an opponent's stance, how to predict their next spell, how to use the environment to her advantage. She was not just teaching her spells, she was teaching her how to think like a fighter, a strategist. For Susan Bones, who had always been a good, steady student, it was a revelation. She was receiving a level of personalized combat training that would have been the envy of a senior Auror. The days passed in this strange, productive rhythm. In the evenings, they would be joined by Hermione and Daphne, who would bring their own research updates on the spaceship project, their conversations a dizzying blend of magical theory, advanced physics, and pure-blood politics that left Susan utterly spellbound. Midnight lazing in one corner of the room, watching calmly. Finally, the week of Ariana's NEWTS arrived. Sirius, looking proud and paternal, came to collect Susan and take her to Grimmauld Place for the duration. "Give 'em hell, Ari," he said with a grin. Ariana walked into the examination hall at the ministry alone. The proctors, ancient and stern-looking wizards from the Wizarding Examinations Authority, looked at her with skepticism. A 16-year-old attempting all 12 NEWTS, it was unheard of, no matter who it was. 7 days later, she walked out, leaving a room full of stunned, speechless examiners in her wake. She had not just passed, she had redefined the very concept of mastery. With her formal education now officially and spectacularly concluded, she returned to her flat. Her results would arrive in a few weeks, but they were a foregone conclusion. Now she could turn her full, undivided attention to her true projects. The war was heating up, the Horcruxes were waiting, and the moon, silent and distant, beckoned. The quiet time was over. The real work was about to begin. Chapter 143, An Act of Financial Warfare. With her NEWTS completed and her status as a fully qualified witch legally cemented, Ariana wasted no time. The ministry, under Amelia Bones's ferocious new leadership, was actively purging itself. The Order of the Phoenix was regrouping, preparing for a long, shadowy war. But Ariana knew that conventional conflict was inefficient. It was time to introduce a new, disruptive variable into the equation. It was time to go to Gringotts. She arrived at the great marble hall of the Wizarding Bank, not as a student, but as a recognized power. She bypassed the regular tellers and requested a private meeting with her account manager, a grim, ancient goblin named Gornuk, who now treated her with a deference bordering on fear. They met in a private, warded chamber deep within the bank. I wish to access my vault, Ariana stated simply. Number 711. Gornuk's eyes widened slightly. Vault 711 was the newly acquired, high-security Lestrange seized vault, a place of immense wealth and dark legend. He led her down through the winding cart tracks, the air growing colder and older as they descended. The vault door was a monstrous thing of black iron, sealed with enchantments that made the air crackle. Gornuk pressed his long, gnarled finger to the door, and with a series of deep, grinding clicks, it swung open. The Lestrange family's accumulated wealth was staggering. Mountains of gold galleons, piles of priceless jewels, and stacks of silver ingots gleamed in the gloom. But Ariana's eyes were not on the gold. They were on the other items, carelessly strewn amongst the treasure. Her first target was on a high shelf, a small, golden cup with two finely wrought handles and an engraved badger. Hufflepuff's cup. It radiated the same cold, sickening aura as the locket and the diary. Another Horcrux. She carefully moved it and placed it into a magically inert, lead-lined containment pouch she had prepared. Her second target was propped against a pile of skulls. A magnificent, silver sword with a ruby-encrusted hilt, the sword of Gryffindor, or, as she knew from her research, an exquisite fake. The real sword was safe with Dumbledore, ready to present itself to any Gryffindor worthy of it. This was Bellatrix's prized and ultimately fake possession. It was still a priceless artifact and a powerful symbol. She secured it as well. Then she began the real work. For over an hour, she meticulously sorted through the vault's contents. She was not interested in the gold. She was interested in the knowledge. She collected ancient, dark grimoires on soul magic, tomes on curses that had been lost to the world for centuries, and artifacts whose malevolent power was a valuable source of research data. These were not tools to be used, but dangers to be studied and understood. When she was finished, the vault was still overflowing with a fortune in gold and jewels, but its true treasures, its darkest secrets, were now in her possession. She returned to the surface with Gornuk, her expression calm and businesslike. "The contents of the vault are satisfactory," she said. "Now, I wish to conduct a new piece of business." Gornuk's sharp eyes glinted with interest. "Gringotts is always open for business, Mistress Dumbledore." "I wish to place a bounty," Ariana stated, her voice as cool and hard as the marble around them. "A bounty," he rasped. "On whom?" "On the individual known as Tom Marvolo Riddle," she said, using the name with deliberate precision. "Also known as Lord Voldemort." Gornuk froze, his composure finally cracking. He stared at her as if she had just declared her intention to purchase Gringotts itself. To place a public bounty on a Dark Lord, who only recently officially acknowledged by the wider public, was an act of audacious, almost insane, warfare. "The terms are simple," Ariana continued, ignoring his shock. "I want an international, magically binding contract, posted in every Gringotts branch from London to Cairo. The bounty is for his capture, or, if capture proves impossible, for undeniable proof of his final, true death." "The price," Gornuk began, his mind racing. "A bounty of that magnitude would require." "The prize money," Ariana cut him off, "will be the entire remaining contents of Vault 711, the full Lestrange fortune." This time, Gornuk actually staggered back a step. The Lestrange fortune was one of the largest in the wizarding world, a treasure vast enough to fund a small country for a decade. To offer it all for the head of one man? It was a sum so ludicrously high, so breathtakingly lucrative, that it would change the very nature of the war. "Every greedy, amoral, and powerful cursebreaker, mercenary, and dark wizard hunter from here to the furthest corners of the world will join the hunt," Ariana explained, her logic cold and brutal. "They will not be motivated by loyalty or morals. They will be motivated by gold. Voldemort's followers fight for him out of fear and a belief in his power. We will now have an army that fights against him for pure, uncomplicated greed. It is a very powerful motivator." She was not just starting a manhunt. She was privatizing the war, unleashing the full, amoral force of the magical world's underbelly on its greatest threat. She was turning Voldemort from a figure of terror into a walking, breathing Gringotts vault. "Furthermore," she added, "the bounty is not anonymous. I want it issued from a new holding, a foundation. It will be called the Regulus Black Memorial Fund for the Eradication of Dark Lords." The The final stroke was a piece of genius. It tied the bounty to the memory of a fallen hero who had turned against Voldemort, giving it a veneer of righteous purpose. It would also be a perpetual, stinging insult to Sirius's family and to Voldemort himself. Gornuk stared at her, his ancient goblin mind, which had seen empires rise and fall, now filled with a new and profound respect for the young human standing before him. This was not the rash act of a grief-stricken wizard. This was finance as a weapon. This was war by a different means. This was, he had to admit, a truly goblin-like way of thinking. "It will be done, Mistress Dumbledore," he rasped, bowing low, not just as a banker to a client, but as one brilliant strategist to another. "The contracts will be drawn up immediately. The world will know of the bounty by dawn." Ariana nodded, her work complete. She left Gringotts, leaving behind a plan that would ignite a firestorm across the wizarding world. She had her Horcrux, she had her intel, and she had just hired every mercenary on the planet to be her personal army. Voldemort thought he was waging a war of terror and shadows. He was about to find out he was also the target of the most lucrative, and therefore most dangerous, manhunt in modern history. Chapter 144, The Recalibration of a War. Before revealing her grand new strategy to the Order, Ariana had one final piece of personal business to attend to. In the shielded silence of her London flat, she undertook the now familiar ritual. The cup of Hufflepuff, a simple, beautiful badger-crested cup, sat on the marble pedestal, radiating a cold, palpable aura of corrupted magic. The process was the same, but her confidence and skill were greater. The magical anesthesia, the Parseltongue command, the silent exilium animi. The screaming, shadowy wisp of Tom Riddle's soul was ripped from its golden vessel and imprisoned within a new obsidian sphere. She then meticulously cleansed the cup, leaving the ancient, benevolent magic of Helga Hufflepuff intact, a warm, comforting presence where a dark cancer had once resided. With 4 contained soul fragments now in her possession and 2 historical treasures reclaimed, she was ready. She sent a single, simple message to Dumbledore: "Full operational debriefing required. All senior members. My location, tonight." That evening, the small, minimalist living room of her magically shielded flat was filled with an unprecedented gathering of power. Dumbledore sat in an armchair, his expression thoughtful. McGonagall stood beside him, her posture rigid with anticipation. Snape lingered in the corner, a dark, silent shadow. Sirius and Remus were on the sofa, a nervous, excited energy radiating from them. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looked on, their faces a mixture of pride and parental concern. Harry and Hermione sat close to Ariana, a silent, supportive unit. And to the surprise of many, Amelia Bones was also present, not as the head of the DMLE, but as a new, grimly determined member of this clandestine council. Her presence signified a new, unofficial alliance between the Order and the uncorrupted elements of the Ministry. Ariana stood before them, a calm, commanding presence. "Thank you all for coming," she began, her voice filling the quiet room. "I have several operational updates to report." She started by placing the small, golden cup on the table. It glowed with a soft, warm light. "This is the cup of Helga Hufflepuff," she announced. "I retrieved it from the Lestrange vault at Gringotts this morning. It was a Horcrux. It is one no longer." A collective gasp went through the room. Sirius and Remus, who knew part of the plan, grinned triumphantly. Dumbledore's eyes shone with a profound pride. Next to the cup, she placed the small, black obsidian sphere containing the newly imprisoned soul fragment. "This is the 5th piece of Voldemort's soul that we have accounted for," she stated. She gestured to the other contained spheres, which she had arranged on a side table. The diary, the ring, the locket, the diadem, and now the cup. She looked at Dumbledore. "Professor, this new fragment is yours to destroy, as with the others. With its neutralization, I believe only 2 Horcruxes remain. We can speak about them later." The room was silent, the sheer scale of her secret accomplishment sinking in. In a single summer, while they had been regrouping and reacting, she had been systematically dismantling the very foundations of Voldemort's immortality. "But securing the Horcrux was only a secondary objective of my visit to Gringotts," Ariana continued, her tone shifting from academic to strategic. "My primary objective was to open a new front in this war." She looked around the room, meeting each of their gazes. We have been operating under the assumption that this will be a conventional war fought by us, the Order, and the Ministry against them. This is a flawed model. Our forces are limited. Theirs are bound by fear and fanaticism. We have been playing a defensive game. It is time to go on the offensive. What did you do, Ariana? Remus asked, leaning forward, his voice full of a nervous curiosity. I have initiated an act of global, economic warfare, she said. As of this morning, Gringotts Bank, on behalf of the Regulus Black Memorial Fund, has issued an international, magically binding bounty on the head of Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. The silence that followed this statement was so absolute, so profound, that it felt as though the air had been sucked from the room. Mrs. Weasley's hands flew to her mouth. Mr. Weasley's jaw dropped. Snape, for the first time, looked genuinely, utterly shocked. A bounty, Sirius finally breathed, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face. The prize, Ariana stated, her voice as cold and hard as a galleon, is the entire remaining fortune of the Lestrange family vault. An amount so significant that it will attract every amoral, powerful, and greedy entity on the planet. We have just hired the world's mercenaries to be our private army. She laid out the strategic implications with brutal clarity. Voldemort can no longer operate from the shadows. Every move he makes, every secret meeting he holds, is now a potential payday for someone. His own followers, those motivated by power and not just fanaticism, will now have to weigh their loyalty against a fortune beyond their wildest dreams. His trust in his own inner circle will be shattered. He will be forced to look over his shoulder not just for Aurors and Order members, but for anyone with a wand and an empty vault. She had not just put a target on Voldemort's back, she had turned his entire world into a hostile hunting ground. She had weaponized greed. Amelia Bones stared at her, her monocle nearly popping out. She had been fighting dark wizards her entire life with laws and spells. This girl was fighting him with economic theory and global-scale psychological warfare. My dear girl, Dumbledore said, his voice full of a staggering awe. You have changed the very nature of the conflict. You have turned his greatest strength, his network of fear and secrecy, into his greatest weakness. He is a variable, Ariana said simply. And his operational security was a vulnerability. I have merely chosen to exploit it. She stood before them, the quiet architect of a new and terrifyingly effective war. She had secured the past by cleansing the Horcruxes, and she had just redefined the future by placing a price on the Dark Lord's head. The Order of the Phoenix had gathered expecting to hear a report. Instead, they had just received a masterclass in a new kind of warfare, a war fought not just with courage and magic, but with cold, hard, and utterly ruthless logic. Chapter 145, The Final Variable. After the main Order meeting had concluded, after the Weasleys had gone home and the others had dispersed with minds still reeling from the bounty announcement, Dumbledore asked 3 people to remain behind: Snape, Harry, and Ariana. The atmosphere in the quiet London flat shifted, becoming heavy with the weight of unspoken secrets. This was the inner council, the ones who knew the full, terrible truth. There are 2 Horcruxes left, Dumbledore began, his voice grave as he looked at Harry. One is the serpent, Nagini, the other is the one that was never intended. Harry's hand instinctively went to his lightning bolt scar. He had long suspected, had long feared, especially after Ariana had explained the Horcruxes to him. He looked at Dumbledore, ready for the confirmation. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded that night, Dumbledore explained gently, his soul, already mutilated and unstable, shattered. A fragment of it broke away and latched onto the only living thing in that room. It latched onto you, Harry. The truth, spoken so plainly, was still a physical blow. Harry felt cold, violated. A piece of the man who murdered his parents was living inside him. Snape watched Harry, his expression unreadable, a complex mixture of his old animosity and his new, vow-driven duty to protect the boy. So I have to die? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. Is that what it comes down to? For him to be mortal, I have to die. That has been my fear for a very long time, Dumbledore admitted, his eyes full of a deep, sorrowful pain. That for the prophecy to be fulfilled, one must kill the other. But now, he trailed off. Now, the situation has changed. Her voice cut through the despair in the room like a diamond blade. The three wizards turned to look at her. "You are all operating under the old paradigm," she continued, her gaze moving from Dumbledore to Snape to Harry. "The paradigm where the only way to destroy a Horcrux is to destroy its vessel. We have already proven that to be false." She looked directly at Harry, her periwinkle eyes clear and full of a powerful, logical confidence. "Harry, you are not a Horcrux. You are a living being who is hosting a soul fragment. A parasite. It is similar to Astoria Greengrass hosting the Maledictus curse, except hers is a slightly more symbiotic in nature. The Maledictus curse would sap Magok while trying to enhance the host's body, a fact that the host is unable to bear, effectively forcing change in them, most times resulting in forced magical animagus transformation. In your case, the parasite simply leeches on your magic, providing no benefit whatsoever. The procedure would be more complex, more dangerous by an order of magnitude, Ariana said, her mind clearly working through the variables. But the principle remains the same. A magical anesthetic to induce core dormancy, a runic siphon keyed to your scar, a containment sphere. We do not need to kill the host to remove the parasite. She was proposing to perform soul surgery on Harry Potter himself. The probability of success is high, provided the primary operator has sufficient power and control to manage the transference without causing psychic schism, Ariana replied calmly. She then looked at Dumbledore. "Which brings me to another update I have not yet shared." She took a quiet breath. "During the assault on Bones Manor, in my direct magical confrontation with Voldemort, my own magical core underwent a significant event. It was a second maturation." The silence that followed was absolute. A first maturation was a sign of a powerful witch or wizard. A second was a mark of true, historical greatness. It put a wizard on a level of raw power that few had ever achieved. "2 maturations," Dumbledore whispered, his voice full of a staggering awe. "Before the age of 17. It appears my unique lineage, combined with direct exposure to extreme magical conflict, acts as a powerful catalyst for growth," Ariana stated simply. "The result is that my current magical output and control are considerable. I believe I now possess the requisite power to perform the extraction from Harry safely." She stood before them, a quiet teenager who had just calmly announced that she was, in all likelihood, now more powerful than Lord Voldemort himself. Snape stared at her, his usual sneer completely gone, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He was in the presence of a level of power he had only ever seen in 2 other people, Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. "Now," Ariana said, her tone shifting back to business, her focus absolute. "The final Horcrux is Nagini. The snake is perpetually at Voldemort's side. To get to her, we must first get to him. Professor Snape, your access as a spy is our most valuable intelligence asset. Where is he now?" Snape, still reeling, forced himself to focus. "After the debacle at Malfoy Manor, he has retreated. The last I heard, he was using the old Lestrange family estate as a temporary base, one that was not seized, simply because it holds no value whatsoever. It is remote, heavily warded, and protected by his most loyal followers." "Good," Ariana said, a plan already forming in her mind. "The bounty I placed on his head will keep him there. He will be paranoid, unwilling to move or trust anyone. He will keep his forces close. He will keep the snake even closer." She looked at the 3 men, her expression one of grim, unshakable determination. She had the method to save Harry. She had the power to do it. All that was left was the final piece of the puzzle. "I need Nagini," she stated, her voice quiet but ringing with the force of an unbreakable vow. "I need to get close to her, not to kill her, but to cure her. Once she is free of the Horcrux and her curse is suppressed, she will be a powerful ally with perhaps an intimate knowledge of Voldemort's mind and plans. She is the key." Her final plan was revealed, and it was the most daring of all. She was not just going to destroy the final Horcrux. She was going to steal it. She was going to walk into the heart of the enemy's fortress, confront the Dark Lord on his own ground, and heal the very serpent he used as his ultimate protection. Her gaze moved to the lounging panther in one corner of the room. It was a plan of such beautiful, terrifying, and utterly insane logic that only she could have ever conceived of it. Chapter 146, The Theft of a Soul. The plan to secure Nagini was an operation of such immense risk and required such a high degree of stealth that it could not involve the Order of the Phoenix. It could not involve Aurors. It was a mission for a team of 3, a spy who could walk through the front door and 2 ghosts who can slip through the shadows. Snape, his loyalty now absolute and his mind shielded by a lifetime of occlumency, was the key. Over the next week, he fed Ariana meticulous details about the Lestrange estate, the warding schemes, the patrol schedules of the Death Eaters, and most importantly, Voldemort's own habits. "He keeps the snake with him at all times," Snape reported during a secret meeting, his voice a low whisper. But at night, during the 3 hours, he enters a state of regenerative trance to maintain his new body. The snake is allowed to roam the manor's sealed gardens to hunt. 3 hours, Ariana mused. The window is sufficient. The plan was set for the next new moon, when the darkness would be absolute. The mission was not an assault, it was an extraction. On the chosen night, Snape attended a meeting of the Death Eater inner circle at the manor. While he was inside, providing a perfect alibi and a subtle magical distraction by engaging a few guards in a pointless, lengthy debate over potion ingredients, Ariana made her move. She did not apparate to the gates. That would have triggered the wards. Instead, she apparated to a point a mile away and approached through the dark, gnarled woods. She was a shadow among shadows, her presence completely masked by a powerful disillusionment charm woven with her own unique, silent magic. Midnight immediately appeared out of her shadow. They reached the perimeter of the estate. The wards were ancient and vicious, designed to repel any magical being with hostile intent. But Ariana's intent was not hostile. It was, in its own way, restorative. She was not there to attack, she was there to heal. Also, the fact that Ariana was technically the owner of the Lestrange properties meant that the magical wards did recognize her magic as the owners. With a soft, silent push of her will, she slipped through them like a ghost passing through a wall. She found the gardens. They were overgrown and filled with poisonous, dark magic-infused plants. And slithering through the undergrowth, its iridescent scales a faint shimmer in the oppressive darkness, was Nagini. Ariana did not approach directly. Instead, midnight was used to bring out Nagini out of the closure. The magic of one being will, of course, identify another. And midnight was going to be the bait. Nagini, hunting a small, unfortunate garden gnome, froze. Her great head rose, her forked tongue flicking out, tasting the strange, magical presence in the air. Curiosity warred with her ingrained suspicion. Ariana waited patiently, her presence completely concealed. Finally, drawn by an instinct she didn't understand, Nagini slithered towards the source of the feeling, towards a quiet, shadowed corner of the garden where a weeping willow trailed its branches to the ground. As the great snake passed behind the curtain of leaves, Ariana and Midnight acted. It was not a battle. It was a perfect, silent takedown. A pounce from Midnight to startle the snake and a powerful, non-verbal sleeping spell, and the air already infused with the same coruscation properties of her anesthetic potion, struck the snake. Nagini's magical core was instantly persuaded into a state of deep, peaceful dormancy. Her great body went limp, slumping to the ground in a deep, dreamless sleep. Working quickly, Ariana levitated the massive, unconscious serpent. With her other hand, she pulled out a small, enchanted object Sirius had given her, a shrunken, feather-light trunk. With a tap of her wand, it expanded to its full size. She gently placed the sleeping Nagini inside, cast a series of powerful stasis and silencing charms upon the trunk, and then shrank it once more. Midnight back to her side. They slipped back through the wards as silently as they had entered. The entire operation, from infiltration to extraction, had taken less than 15 minutes. No alarms had been raised. No one was the wiser. Back in the shielded silence of her London flat, the real work began. She placed the sleeping Nagini in a large, magically reinforced containment circle in her laboratory. Midnight already back to her corner. First, she had to deal with the Horcrux. The procedure was now second nature to her. The anesthetic potion, the exilium animi, the claustrum aeternum. The screaming fragment of Tom Riddle's soul was ripped from the serpent and sealed within its 5th obsidian prison. The primary infection was removed. Now came the far more delicate and unknown part, treating the maledictus curse itself. She did not wake Nagini. She kept her in the magically induced state of slumber. Her theory was that the curse was a symbiote that fed on the host's despair and active magic while forcing changes in their body, thus the animagus transformation. In a state of prolonged, peaceful dormancy, the curse would be starved. For days, she worked. She applied complex healing charms, not to attack the curse, but to slowly, painstakingly repair the tiny, hereditary fractures in Nagini's own magical core. She was not just killing the curse, she was healing the host, strengthening it from the inside out, making it an inhospitable environment for the curse to thrive. After a week of this intensive, round-the-clock treatment, she sensed a change. The dark, chaotic energy of the curse within Nagini was weakening, fading like a dying ember. The procedure similar to Astoria was performed next to remove the curse from her body. Then came the final, most dangerous step, reversing a physical transformation that had been permanent for decades. She gathered her full power. She reached out with her will and began to rewrite Nagini's physical and magical code, persuading it to remember its original form, the human form it had not known for so long. It was a form of legilimency similar to what Ariana had used on the Longbottoms, an active willpower guiding the magic. A brilliant, silvery white light enveloped the great serpent. Its form began to shimmer, to shift. The scales receded, the massive body shrinking and contorting. It was an agonizing, elemental transfiguration, a battle for form and identity on a cellular level. When the light faded, there was no snake. Lying peacefully asleep in the center of the circle was a woman. She was older, her dark hair streaked with gray, her face lined with the memory of a long and difficult life. But she was human. Ariana waited. She gently administered a final potion, one to ease the transition and awaken the mind. The woman's eyes fluttered open. They were dark, intelligent, and for the first time in a very long time, completely sane. She looked at her hands, her human hands, and then at Ariana, who stood watching her with a calm, gentle expression. "Who?" the woman whispered, her voice a hoarse, unused sound. "Where am I?" "My name is Ariana," she replied softly. "You have been unwell for a very long time, but you are safe now." She paused, then added the name that was both a memory and a promise. "Nagini." The woman stared at her, and in the depths of her dark eyes, a flicker of an ancient memory, of a circus, of a boy named Credence, of a life before the curse had taken everything, began to stir. The long, lonely nightmare was finally over. Chapter 147, The Closing of a Circle. The emergency meeting was convened in the quiet of Ariana's London flat. Only 3 people were summoned: Dumbledore, Snape, and a very bewildered Harry, who had been brought by Dumbledore with the simple explanation that Ariana has made a move of monumental significance. They arrived via the Flu Network, stepping into the familiar, minimalist living room. But the atmosphere was different. It was charged with a quiet, powerful sense of finality. On a table, displayed with clinical precision, was another small, black, and utterly inert obsidian sphere. Snape's eyes, sharp and analytical, widened almost imperceptibly as he took in the sight. Dumbledore simply stared, his breath catching in his throat. "The diary, the ring, the locket, the diadem, the cup," Ariana said, her voice calm as she recalled the already destroyed 5 Horcruxes. "And now," she gestured to the new 6th, which still seemed to emanate a faint, residual coldness, "Nagini." "You did it," Dumbledore whispered, his voice full of a staggering awe. "You went into his fortress, and you stole his very soul from under his nose." "The operation was successful," Ariana confirmed with a nod. She handed the 6th sphere to Dumbledore. "This is for you to dispose of, Professor. That makes 6. The primary network of Horcruxes is now dismantled." Snape looked from the spheres to Ariana, his mind, accustomed to plots and deceptions, struggling to process the sheer audacity and success of her secret war. She had, in less than a year, accomplished what the entire Order of the Phoenix had been preparing to spend a decade fighting to achieve. "But there is another update," Ariana said, her tone shifting. "The Nagini vessel was unique. The Horcrux was not the only affliction." She led them from the study into an adjacent, comfortable sitting room. There, resting in an armchair by a window, wrapped in a warm blanket and sipping a cup of tea, was a woman. She had dark, tired eyes and hair streaked with gray, and she looked at them with a wary, deep-seated confusion, like someone who has just woken from a century-long dream. Harry and Snape stared, utterly baffled. But Dumbledore stopped dead, his face paling, a look of profound, sorrowful recognition on his face. He had not seen that face in over 60 years, not since a dark time in Paris when the world was on the brink of another war. "Nagini," he breathed, the name a question and a statement all at once. The woman looked up at him, a flicker of a memory, distant and foggy in her eyes. I know you," she whispered, her voice still rough. "You are the old man, the one who fought Gellert." "Yes," Dumbledore said gently. He walked closer, his expression one of immense pity and wonder. "My dear woman, how do you feel?" "She does not remember much," Ariana explained, stepping forward. "The maledictus curse, combined with the soul fragment, effectively suppressed her human consciousness for decades. I have removed the Horcrux and suppressed the curse. Her mind is her own again, but it is fragmented, like a book with most of its pages missing." She then began to explain everything, her voice a calm, steady narrative in the quiet room. She told Nagini of the rise and fall and rise again of Lord Voldemort. She explained his obsession with Slytherin's lineage, how he had found her, a descendant of a cursed branch of magical nobility, and had seen her not as a person, but as a perfect, symbolic vessel for both his familiar and a piece of his soul. Nagini listened, her face a mask of dawning horror as the dark, nightmarish gaps in her memory were filled with a terrible new truth. She had not just been a beast. She had been the companion and the container for the very darkest wizard of the age. "And now," Nagini whispered, her gaze falling on her own human hands as if they were foreign objects. "What am I?" "You are free," Ariana said simply, "and you are family." She looked at Nagini, then at Dumbledore. "There is one final piece of the history you must understand." She laid out the lineage, the connection she had discovered in the Gringotts registry. She explained how Credence Barebone, her great-grandfather, had loved Nagini, and how their bloodline had continued through a single, often non-magical, line. Dumbledore further filling in the gaps, revealing the history of the magical adoption of Credence by Aberforth, his brother. Albus also told her of Credence's disappearance during the war with Grindelwald and her own news of going missing during the dark times. "My father was the last of that line," Ariana concluded, her voice steady. "Which makes you, Nagini, his grandmother, and my great-grandmother." Nagini stared at her, her mind reeling. This brilliant, powerful girl who had saved her, who had pulled her back from the brink of monstrous oblivion, was her own flesh and blood. A family she never knew she had. Tears began to stream down her face, not of sorrow, but of a profound, overwhelming sense of being found after being lost for so very long. "All this time," Dumbledore murmured, looking between the two of them, the quiet girl with his sister's face and the resurrected woman from his own dark past. "The circles of history, they all lead back here, to you." The strategic landscape had been utterly transformed. 6 Horcruxes were gone. The final one, the one living inside Harry, now had a clear, viable path to removal, and they had a new, unexpected ally, a woman who had spent years at Voldemort's side, who knew his secrets, his fears, his habits. Ariana stood in the center of it all, the quiet architect of these impossible victories. She had cured the incurable, neutralized the immortal, and reclaimed the lost. The war was far from over, but she had just handed the light side an advantage so profound, so decisive, that for the first time, victory felt not just possible, but logical. Chapter 148, The End of an Education. The rest of the summer passed in a state of quiet, profound healing. Nagini, for the first time in over half a century, was simply allowed to be. She stayed with Ariana in the shielded London flat, a safe harbor where the world could not find her. Her recovery was slow. Her body was weak, and her mind was a tapestry with great, gaping holes where decades of her life should have been. Ariana became her gentle guide, her patient historian. She didn't press or pry. She would simply sit with her in the evenings, telling her stories, not just of the Dark Lord, but of the world she had missed. She brought out Muggle books, played her music from her past life's memories, and showed her films on the television. She was reintroducing a mind, piece by piece, to the concept of a world that was not defined by pain, loneliness, and the cold, whispering presence of a fractured soul. Nagini, in turn, began to remember. Small things at first, the taste of a certain tea, the feeling of rain on her skin, the face of a dark-haired, troubled boy named Credence who had shown her kindness in a Parisian circus. The memories were fragmented, but they were hers. She began to speak more, to smile, her dark eyes losing their haunted, wary look and gaining a spark of their old, fierce intelligence. Dumbledore was a frequent visitor, arriving quietly via the Flu network. He would sit with Nagini for hours, the two of them old ghosts from a different war, speaking of people and places long gone. He was helping her heal, but she, in turn, was helping him. She was a living link to his own past, a reminder of the mistakes and the friendships that had shaped him. In mid-August, a large, official-looking owl from the ministry arrived for Ariana. It was her NEWT results. She opened the parchment with a calm lack of ceremony. As she had calculated, the results were perfect. 12 NEWTs, all graded outstanding. A small, personal note from Griselda Marchbanks, the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, was attached, calling her performance the most profound display of magical knowledge in the history of the examinations. Her formal education was, for all intents and purposes, complete. At 16 years old, she was now one of the most qualified witches in Britain. The day before they were all set to return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore called a final meeting. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasleys arrived at Ariana's flat, joining Sirius and Remus. The reunion was joyous, but there was an underlying question. What now? It was then that Dumbledore laid out the new arrangement. With the start of term tomorrow, he began, his eyes twinkling, we have a rather unique situation. Miss Dumbledore, he gestured to Ariana, has, as of this morning, officially completed her Hogwarts education with marks that may never be equaled. A round of stunned applause and whoops from Ron and the twins filled the room. Hermione beamed, her face a picture of pure, unadulterated pride in her friend. As such, Dumbledore continued, she will not be returning to Hogwarts as a student. To have her sit in sixth-year classes would be an absurdity and a waste of her time. He paused, letting the statement sink in. However, her presence at the castle is, I believe, strategically essential to our efforts in the coming year. Therefore, I have created a new, temporary position for her. He looked at Ariana, a warm smile on his face. Miss Dumbledore will be returning to Hogwarts as a special guest of the headmaster. She will be granted private quarters and will be undertaking a direct, postgraduate apprenticeship under my personal tutelage. The apprenticeship was, of course, a cover story. A brilliant one. It gave Ariana a legitimate, unassailable reason to be at Hogwarts, with full access to the castle's resources, without being bound by the rules and schedules of a student. It made her an independent agent, operating under the direct protection and authority of the headmaster himself. She would be free to continue her research, to train her friends, and to direct the secret war from the heart of the fortress. And, Dumbledore added, his gaze shifting to the quiet, dark-haired woman sitting beside Ariana, she will not be coming alone. Her great-grandmother, Nagini, who is recovering from a long and difficult illness, will be staying with her in the guest quarters as a ward of the school, under my personal protection. Her presence here will be known only to those in this room. The plan was perfect. It provided a safe haven for Nagini, kept Ariana at the center of the action, and gave them all a secure base of operations for the year to come. And so, when the Hogwarts Express pulled out of King's Cross Station on September 1st, Ariana was not in the student carriages. She, along with Nagini, traveled later that evening by Flu, arriving directly in the headmaster's office. They were given a comfortable, spacious suite of rooms in a quiet, unused tower of the castle. As Ariana helped Nagini settle in, she looked out the window at the familiar, glittering grounds of Hogwarts. She had arrived here as a lost girl in another's body. She had become a student, a friend, a warrior, a healer, and a strategist. Now she was something else entirely. She was an independent power, a secret grandmaster in a war against the darkest wizard of the age. The final Horcrux, the one living inside her friend, was the last piece on the board. The final confrontation with Voldemort was an inevitability. The school year was beginning, but for Ariana Dumbledore, the endgame was already in motion. Chapter 149, The Fear of a Dark Lord. The start-of-term staff meeting at Hogwarts was an affair of unprecedented gravity. It was held not in the usual cheerful staff room, but in the headmaster's office, and it included not just the professors, but a grim-faced Amelia Bones. The meeting began with Snape. He stood before them, his face a pale, taut mask, his black eyes holding the deep, chilling echo of what he had witnessed. "He is unhinged," Snape reported, his voice a low, clipped monotone that did nothing to hide the undercurrent of tension. "The disappearance of the snake has pushed him to a new level of paranoia and rage. He trusts no one. He has killed 2 Death Eaters this past week simply for failing to notice the intrusion." He looked directly at Dumbledore and Ariana. He does not understand how it was done. The wards of the Lestrange estate were considered impenetrable. The fact that someone could enter, take his most precious possession from under his nose, and leave without a single trace has terrified him. He is lashing out, and his followers are bearing the brunt of his fear. "His fear is our weapon," Amelia Bones stated, her voice hard. "While he is distracted, my Aurors have successfully rounded up another half-dozen of his known associates. The bounty has been a remarkable success. The information network of the underworld is now working for us." "He will become more reckless," Ariana added, her voice calm and analytical, drawing the attention of the room. "His paranoia will force him to accelerate his plans. He will still be fixated on the prophecy, even if it is now out of his reach, perhaps even on his connection to Harry, as it is the one piece of the puzzle he believes he still controls. We must be prepared for a more direct, less subtle assault." The meeting concluded with a new, shared sense of purpose. The war was on, but for the first time, the enemy was on the back foot, unnerved and afraid. As the school year settled into its routine, a strange new dynamic emerged. Ariana Dumbledore was a figure of immense power and mystery. She held no official position, yet she moved through the castle with an authority that rivaled the professors. She would be seen in deep conversation with Dumbledore in the corridors, observing advanced NEWT classes with a critical eye, or simply reading in the library, where a respectful silence would descend around her table. Her primary residence, however, was the Room of Requirement. With the Horcrux problem now largely a matter of waiting for the final confrontation, and her NEWTs behind her, she poured her formidable energy into Project Chimera. The room transformed at her command into a vast, celestial workshop. One section was a design studio, with shimmering, three-dimensional blueprints of the spaceship hanging in the air. Another was a materials laboratory, where she, Hermione, and Daphne experimented with enchanting the Muggle alloys. A third was a power core testing chamber, shielded by layers of magic. Nagini, now looking healthier and more comfortable in her own skin, often joined them. She had little interest in the science, but she would sit and watch, her mind calm and slowly piecing itself back together. She found a strange peace in the quiet, focused ambition of the young granddaughter who had saved her. It was during one of these long work sessions that Ariana became aware of a persistent, annoying variable. Through her unique connection to the room, she could sense when others were trying to access it. And for several weeks now, on a near-daily basis, she felt a familiar, weak magical signature pacing back and forth in the 7th-floor corridor, his mind a turmoil of fear, desperation, and a resentful, murderous intent. Draco Malfoy. She watched him through the room's subtle senses. She saw him trying every trick he could think of, pacing, pleading, kicking the wall, trying to get the room to open and reveal the place where things are hidden. "He's back again," Daphne commented one afternoon, sensing the faint magical disturbance from the corridor. "What is he so desperate to find in here?" "He has been given a task by Voldemort," Ariana stated calmly, not looking up from the power conduit diagram she was perfecting. "A suicide mission, most likely, a test of his family's loyalty after his father's failures. My analysis of his emotional state suggests he is trying to find something, perhaps a lost, broken object. Something that can bypass the castle's security." "The vanishing cabinet," Hermione breathed, her eyes wide with horrified realization. "Of course. There's one in here, in the room. I saw it when I was cataloging the items, and its twin is at Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley. He's trying to create a secret passage into the castle for the Death Eaters." Daphne looked alarmed. "Can he get in? Can he access the cabinet?" Ariana finally looked up, a small, almost pitying smile on her lips. "No," she said simply. "But what if you're not here?" Hermione pressed. "What if he paces when the room is empty? It's supposed to appear for anyone who has a real need. That was the original protocol, Ariana explained. I have since upgraded the security. After the incident with Umbridge's inquisitorial squad, I determined that uncontrolled access to a room of this power was a tactical liability. I have integrated my own magical signature into the room's foundational matrix. It is now, for all intents and purposes, keyed to me. It will not open for anyone, no matter how great their need, unless I am either physically present to grant them access or I have specifically designated them as an authorized user. Draco Malfoy could pace outside that wall until he graduates, and the door will never appear for him. Hermione and Daphne stared at her, once again floored by the depth of her foresight. She had essentially claimed it, fortified it, and made it her own private fortress. His efforts are irrelevant, Ariana continued, turning her attention back to her blueprints. His plan is doomed to failure before it has even begun. She paused, a thoughtful, colder look entering her eyes. However, the existence of the vanishing cabinet itself is a loose end. It represents a potential future vulnerability should my control of this room ever be compromised. She made a mental note, a new task added to her long, complex checklist. Objective: neutralize vanishing cabinet. Method: controlled, localized fiendfire incineration within a magically contained vacuum to prevent escape of cursed flames. Projected timeframe: midwinter, when school security is focused on the holidays. This was essentially a logically efficient moment for Ariana to test her magical control of volatile magic, fiendfire being the perfect one. But she would deal with it later. For now, Draco Malfoy's pathetic, desperate attempts to fulfill his dark mission were nothing more than a faint, annoying buzz on the other side of a very thick, very powerful wall. She had more important things to build. Chapter 150. The Illogic of a Teenage Heart. While the great, secret war was being waged in the shadows and a spaceship was being designed in a hidden room, the mundane, everyday reality of Hogwarts continued, and it was, Ariana concluded, utterly, infuriatingly illogical. The 6th year seemed to have unleashed a storm of hormonal chaos upon her friends. Their focus, once sharpened by the shared dangers of their previous years, had now splintered, fractured by the prisms of teenage romance and jealousy. The most glaring variable was the new, excruciatingly public relationship between Ron Weasley and Lavender Brown. They were inseparable, often found locked in a slobbery embrace in a corner of the common room, referring to each other with nauseating pet names like One and Lav. This development had a catastrophic effect on Hermione. Her carefully cultivated confidence and composure crumbled in the face of Ron's blatant and nauseating new romance. Of course, she could care less of Ron Weasley's love life. But the incessant fact that Ron was essentially joined to Lavender at hip was distracting Hermione's focus, and that was what annoyed her the most. She became a creature of raw, twitchy nerves and simmering fury. She would snap at Harry for the way he stirred his tea, and she would even direct her frustration at Ariana, criticizing her research methodologies with a pedantic fervor that was both impressive and deeply irritating. The atmospheric pressure calculations for the Chimera are based on an outdated arithmetic model, Ariana, she had declared one afternoon, her voice sharp. The constant for magical decay in a vacuum isn't a constant at all, it's a curve. We need to recalculate everything. Ariana, who had already accounted for this and moved on to the next problem, simply looked at her. The emotional distress caused by Ronald's romantic entanglement is impairing your analytical judgment, Hermione. Your critique is valid, but delivered with an inefficient level of hostility. I suggest you process the primary emotional problem before attempting to engage with the secondary academic one. This, of course, only made Hermione angrier. Then there was Harry. His own emotional state was a tangled mess. The primary source of his turmoil was Ginny Weasley, who was now in a very public relationship with Dean Thomas. Harry would watch them, a dark, brooding expression on his face, his Quidditch performance suffering from his distraction. This, in turn, led to a new source of conflict, an old, battered copy of advanced potion-making that Harry had inherited. The book was filled with handwritten notes from a mysterious previous owner who called himself the Half-Blood Prince. The prince's instructions were brilliant, turning Harry from a mediocre potioneer into a star pupil, much to Hermione's undisguised fury. "It's cheating," she would hiss. "You don't know who this person is, you don't know what these spells do." Curious, Ariana had borrowed the book one evening. She analyzed the potion modifications and found them to be sound, elegant solutions to complex alchemical problems. The prince, whoever he was, had a brilliant, intuitive grasp of potion theory. But the other notes, the scribbled, vicious-looking spells in the margins, were another matter. She returned the book to Harry with a clear, logical warning. "The potion-making advice is sound," she stated. "The handwritten spells, however, are untested variables. They are likely offensive or defensive curses of significant power. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to cast one unless you understand its function and have done so first in a controlled environment, preferably with me present to contain any unforeseen consequences. To do otherwise would be reckless." Harry, eager to maintain his top standing in potions, only half listened. And then there was Ginny. The youngest Weasley, whose hero worship of Ariana had once been so palpable, now looked at her with a cool, frosty suspicion. Whenever she saw Ariana speaking with Harry, a shuddered, resentful look would cross her face. She saw not a friend and strategist helping the boy she liked, but a rival. A beautiful, brilliant, powerful rival who had a bond with Harry that she could never hope to penetrate. Ariana found this entire web of emotional chaos utterly draining. Normally, she would have remained calm, observing the variables, letting the situations play out to their logical conclusions. But this was different. This wasn't about a dark lord or a magical curse. This was about her friends, her core alliance, willingly sabotaging their own focus and unity over matters that were, in the grand scheme of things, completely and totally irrelevant. Voldemort was rebuilding his army. Death Eaters were plotting. A war was brewing on their doorstep. And her friends were busy with Quidditch, love potions, and petty jealousy. The inefficiency of it all, the sheer, illogical waste of emotional and mental energy, began to grate on her in a way nothing else ever had. For the first time, her serene composure was tinged with a genuine, deep-seated frustration. She sat in the room of requirement one evening, the complex, beautiful blueprints for her spaceship surrounding her. She looked at the designs for the magical engine, a device that could conquer the void between worlds. And then she thought of her friends, trapped in the gravitational pull of their own teenage angst. She sighed, a sound of profound weariness. She could calculate the trajectory of a star. She could reverse engineer a soul. But the chaotic, irrational, and utterly illogical workings of the human heart, that was a variable she had yet to solve. And it was, she was beginning to realize, the most frustratingly complex puzzle of them all. Chapter 151, The Inefficiency of Angst. The Gryffindor common room had become a cauldron of simmering, adolescent tension. The once comfortable armchairs by the fire were now a demilitarized zone, a silent testament to the fractures within their group. The breaking point came on a cold, wet Saturday afternoon. The air was thick with the smell of damp robes and unspoken resentments. Ron and Lavender were in a corner, engaged in a nauseating public display of affection. Ginny and Dean were huddled together, with Ginny occasionally shooting icy glares in Ariana's direction. And in the center of it all, Hermione and Harry were having their most explosive argument yet. "It's irresponsible, Harry, utterly irresponsible," Hermione was saying, her voice shrill with a mixture of academic indignation and displaced frustration. "You used that prince's nonverbal levitation charm on Ron's teacup. You didn't know what it would do. It could have been a dark curse." "It just made the teacup float, Hermione," Harry shot back, equally exasperated. "It worked better than the one in the charms textbook for control. This prince knows what he's doing." "You don't know that. You're putting your trust in some unknown, potentially dark wizard scribbling in the margins of a book, instead of an established magical theory." Ariana sat nearby, trying to read a treatise on the magic and its nature. But the escalating argument was an unavoidable, high-frequency distraction. She had already warned Harry about the spells. She had already tried to reason with Hermione about the source of her anger. Their continued, circular conflict was achieving nothing. It was a closed loop of irrationality. She looked around the room. She saw the most powerful magical alliance of their generation, a group that had faced down basilisks and dementors, now completely paralyzed. They were consumed by jealousy, insecurity, and hormonal angst. The war was brewing outside the castle walls, a tangible, gathering storm, and they were inside, bickering about a textbook. A profound, cold clarity settled over her. She was done. She was done trying to manage their illogical emotional states. She was done waiting for them to see the bigger picture. She was done wasting her time and energy on problems that they themselves refused to solve. Slowly, deliberately, she closed her book. The soft thud of the cover seemed to echo in the suddenly quiet corner of the common room. Harry and Hermione stopped their argument, turning to look at her. She did not speak. She did not offer a logical solution or a calming word. She simply stood up, her expression a mask of serene, impenetrable indifference. She looked at Harry's frustrated face, at Hermione's tear-streaked anger, at Ron's oblivious snogging, at Ginny's baseless hostility. And then she turned and walked away. She glided out of the Gryffindor common room without a single backward glance, leaving a stunned, uncomfortable silence in her wake. She did not go to the library. She did not go to the room of requirement. She walked directly to Dumbledore's office. He was not there. She left a single, concise note on his desk. Taking a short leave of absence to deal with a pressing external security matter. Will return shortly. Then she walked to a deserted corridor, and with a faint pop that no one heard, she disapparated. For the next 2 days, she was simply gone. Her absence was a gaping hole in the fabric of their group. Hermione's anger dissolved into worried frenzy. Harry's frustration turned to anxious guilt. Even Ron, pulled from his lavender-induced haze, noticed her absence and felt a prickle of unease. They searched the castle, but she was nowhere to be found. On the third morning, the Daily Prophet arrived, and the front page caused the entire Great Hall to fall into a state of stunned, disbelieving silence. The headline was stark, brutal, and world-changing. FENRIR, JURI captured. Notorious werewolf leader found beaten and bound on ministry steps. The article was thin on details, thick with panicked speculation. It stated that in the early hours of the morning, ministry workers arriving for the day had found the most feared and savage werewolf in Britain lying unconscious on the steps of the Ministry of Magic. He was bound in what experts were calling unbreakable, non-magical restraints of an unknown alloy. His wand was snapped, and he had been, according to St. Mungo's healers, systematically and comprehensively beaten to within an inch of his life. There were no witnesses. No one knew who had done it. It was as if he had been struck down by a vengeful ghost. In the midst of the shock chatter, a single owl swooped into the Great Hall and dropped a letter in front of Hermione. Her hands trembled as she opened it. The handwriting was Ariana's, calm and neat. Hermione, I am taking a few days of rest at my London residence. The security matter has been resolved. Please inform Harry that he is still not to use any of the prince's unverified spells. Ariana. Hermione stared at the note, then at the newspaper, then back at the note. Her mind, brilliant and fast, connected the dots with a speed that made her feel dizzy. A security matter, a captured werewolf, an absent Ariana. She looked at Harry, who was also staring at the paper, his face a mask of awe. They both understood. Ariana had grown tired of their childish problems. So, she had left the castle and, in the space of 48 hours, had single-handedly hunted down, defeated, and delivered the most dangerous werewolf in the world to justice, simply to have something productive to do. The sheer, terrifying competence of it was a splash of ice water on their collective teenage drama. Their arguments, their jealousies, their silly feuds, they were utterly, laughably insignificant in the face of what Ariana was capable of, in the face of the real war she was fighting while they were distracted. A profound sense of shame settled over Hermione and Harry. They had been wasting their time and hers. In her quiet London flat, Ariana sat, sipping a cup of tea and reading a book on advanced stellar mechanics. The fight with Greyback had been challenging, a useful application of combat theory and physical force, but it was over now. She had identified a problem, created a plan, executed it with brutal efficiency, and removed a dangerous piece from the enemy's side of the board. And she had even got the chance to vent her frustrations on a well-enough target. It was a logical and satisfying use of her time. And now, she could finally get some peace and quiet. Chapter 152, The Unraveling of a Tangle. Ariana's self-imposed exile in London was a period of intense, uninterrupted productivity. The quiet of her flat was a welcome respite from the illogical storm of teenage emotions at Hogwarts. She spent her days refining the energy conversion matrix for the Chimera project, the clean, elegant logic of magical physics, a soothing balm to her mind. She did not worry about what was happening back at school. She had presented her friends with a clear, undeniable data point regarding their own trivialities. It was up to them to process it. Back at Hogwarts, the data point had hit with the force of a bludger. The news of Fenrir Greyback's capture, coupled with Ariana's pointedly casual note, had shattered the bubble of their self-involved drama. The immediate aftermath was a tense, fractured silence. But the silence could not last. The first explosion happened in the library. Daphne Greengrass, her Slytherin patience finally exhausted, cornered Hermione between the shelves of advanced arithmancy. "Are you happy now?" Daphne's voice was a low, icy hiss. "He's back, the Dark Lord. Werewolves are being captured single-handedly because our supposed protector is tired of babysitting. And you are moping in corners because a boy with the emotional range of a teaspoon is snogging someone else." Hermione recoiled, her face flushing with anger and shame. "That's not fair." "Isn't it?" Daphne countered, stepping closer. "Ariana has been trying to prepare us for a war. She has been arming us, teaching us, trusting us with secrets that could get us all killed. And in return, you have repaid her with petty jealousy and public arguments over a potions textbook. While she is out there fighting the real battles, you are here, creating a hostile and inefficient work environment for the rest of us. She left because of you, Granger. Because your melodrama became a tactical liability." "That's not true," Hermione cried, her voice cracking. "Ron and Harry." "Ron is an idiot and Harry is a mess," Daphne cut her off coldly. "We all know that. But you, Hermione, you are supposed to be the logical one. You are her best friend. And you have been letting other people's lives compromise the most important alliance in this castle. You should be ashamed." With that, Daphne turned and swept away, leaving Hermione trembling amidst the bookshelves, her face stained with tears. Every word had been a perfectly aimed dagger of truth, and they had all found their mark. The second intervention was less subtle. That afternoon, the Gryffindor common room portrait swung open to admit a veritable whirlwind of maternal fury. Molly Weasley, her face set like granite, marched into the room. She ignored everyone else and stomped directly over to where Ron was attempting to discreetly cuddle with Lavender. "Ronald Bilious Weasley," she said, her voice boomed across the room. Ron and Lavender sprang apart as if electrocuted. "I have just had a very long, very informative chat via Flu with Albus Dumbledore," Mrs. Weasley continued, her eyes blazing. "He has explained to me the pressure Harry is under. He has explained the quiet support and protection Miss Dumbledore has been providing him. And he has explained to me that you, my son, have been acting like a utterly clueless garden gnome." Ron went from red to a ghastly white. "There is a war on," she hissed. "Your best friend is a target, and you are preoccupied with who is snogging whom in a corridor. You will apologize to Harry. You will apologize to Hermione. And when Ariana returns, you will apologize to her for being an absolute pillock. Am I understood?" "Yes, Mum," Ron mumbled, utterly defeated. The third intervention was the quietest, but perhaps the most profound. Harry, feeling lost and adrift, used his two-way mirror to call Sirius. He poured out his frustrations, about Ginny, about Hermione's coldness, about the pressure of it all. Sirius listened patiently from the cozy kitchen of Grimmauld Place. When Harry was done, his godfather sighed. "Harry," he said, his voice gentle but firm, "you need to understand something about Ariana. She's not like us. Remus and I, and your dad, we were all heart. We ran on emotion, on loyalty, on instinct. It got us into a lot of trouble, but it was who we were. Ariana, she runs on logic. It doesn't mean she doesn't care. In fact, I think she cares more than anyone. But she shows it by solving problems, not by holding your hand." He leaned closer to the mirror. "She sees this war as a great, complex puzzle, and she is methodically, brilliantly, taking the enemy's pieces off the board. But she can't do that if her own pieces are running around knocking each other over. Her leaving wasn't about punishing you. It was a strategic retreat. She removed herself from an illogical situation so she could focus on the real threat. "So what do I do?" Harry asked miserably. "You get your own house in order," Sirius said simply. "You're the leader of that little group, Harry, whether you like it or not. You need to remind them what you're all fighting for. And as for Ginny," he paused, a wry smile on his face. "You're a teenage boy who is suddenly spending all his time with three of the most beautiful and powerful witches in the school. She's a teenage girl who has had a crush on you since she was 10. It's not rocket science, kid. She's jealous. Just give it time." The interventions, both public and private, worked. That evening, a shame-faced Ron apologized to Harry, and then to Hermione, admitting he'd been a git. The apology was clumsy, but it was sincere, and it was enough to begin mending the fractures. Hermione, her own pride shattered by Daphne's verbal assault, accepted his apology with a quiet, tearful nod. The common room was still a tangled mess of unresolved feelings, but the air had cleared. The melodrama had been lanced by a series of sharp, painful truths. They had all been forced to look at their own behavior, stripped of their excuses. Chapter 153, The Endgame Protocol. Several weeks after her strategic departure, Ariana returned to Hogwarts. She walked into the Great Hall during dinner. A hush fell over the students as they saw her. She was dressed in simple, elegant, dark robes, and she moved with a serene purpose that made every eye in the hall follow her. She did not go to the Gryffindor table. She walked directly to the staff table at the head of the hall. She stopped behind Professor Dumbledore's golden chair, ignoring the stunned looks from the other professors. She leaned down slightly. "Professor," she said, her voice a low, clear murmur that only he could hear. "The timetable has been accelerated. We need to talk. My research is complete." Then she straightened up, looked out at the silent, watching student body, and with a soft but definitive snap of her fingers, cast a powerful, localized silencing charm around herself and the headmaster, cocooning them in a bubble of perfect privacy. Dumbledore looked up at her, his blue eyes sharp and serious. He had been expecting her return, but this display of public, confident power was new. "What have you discovered, Ariana?" "A method," she said simply, "to end this, all of it now." After a brief, intense conversation that no one else could hear, Dumbledore's eyes widened in a mixture of shock and dawning, incredible hope. He stood up, the silencing charm dissolving. "Mr. Potter," his voice boomed across the silent hall, "Miss Dumbledore and I require your presence in my office. Immediately." Harry, startled and nervous, got up from his seat, leaving a bewildered Ron and Hermione behind. He followed Ariana and Dumbledore out of the Great Hall, the weight of 1,000 pairs of eyes on his back. Once they were in the familiar, circular office, the door sealed behind them, Ariana got straight to the point. "My apologies for the recent disruption, Harry," she began. "My withdrawal was a necessary tactical maneuver to allow certain interpersonal conflicts to resolve themselves, but it also afforded me the time to solve the final variable." She looked at him, her periwinkle eyes clear and resolved. "It is time to deal with the Horcrux in your scar." Harry's hand flew to his forehead. "Now, but how? You said it was dangerous, that it was bonded to me." "My work on the Maledictus curse and the lycanthropy virus, combined with my analysis of the other contained Horcruxes, as well as the fact that I have already healed Nagini, whose situation mirrored yours, has provided a new, modified methodology," she explained. "I can remove it. The procedure will be taxing, but I am confident of its success." Dumbledore, who had been listening, stepped forward. "Ariana, are you certain? The risks?" "The risks of inaction are far greater, Professor," she countered calmly. "As long as that connection exists, Harry is vulnerable. Voldemort has a window into his mind. And as long as that soul fragment exists, Voldemort remains tethered to life. It is the final anchor. We must remove it." She turned back to Harry. "This is my plan. We remove the Horcrux from you tonight. With that done, all of his anchors to this world will be gone. We will then have the final contained soul fragments. Professor Dumbledore will destroy them, rendering Voldemort truly mortal." Her voice dropped, becoming as cold and hard as diamond. "And then, we will no longer wait for him to act. We will force the final confrontation. We will publicly challenge him to a final duel, a duel he will be too arrogant to refuse. We will end this war, not in months or years, but in a matter of days. The sheer, breathtaking audacity of the plan left both Harry and Dumbledore momentarily speechless. She was not just proposing a cure, she was proposing an immediate, decisive checkmate. "The procedure is simple, Harry," she said, her voice softening as she saw the fear and hope warring on his face. "It will be a more refined version of what I did for Nagini, a state of deep magical anesthesia, a precise, contained application of soul magic siphoning. You will feel no pain. You will simply sleep, and when you wake up, it will be gone." Harry looked from Ariana's confident face to Dumbledore's stunned but hopeful one. To be free of the visions, of the burning pain, of the dark presence that had haunted him his entire life. It was a gift he had never dared to dream of. "Do it," he said, his voice firm. "Let's finish it." The procedure was conducted right there, in the headmaster's office, the safest and most magically secure place in the world. Harry lay on a conjured couch. Dumbledore and Snape, who had been summoned for his medical expertise with dark curses, stood as silent, powerful guardians. Ariana knelt beside Harry. She administered the anesthetic potion, her touch gentle. As Harry drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, she placed her hands on his forehead, her fingers hovering over the lightning bolt scar. She closed her eyes and reached out with her will. She did not fight the Horcrux. She did not try to overpower it. She simply, gently, presented it with an offer it could not refuse. She created a perfect, irresistible vacuum next to it, the empty, waiting obsidian sphere she held in her other hand. A new, clean, and unguarded vessel. The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul, a being of pure, parasitic ego, felt the pull. It sensed a chance to escape the protection of Lily's love, to be free of the messy, emotional human it was bonded to. It made a decision. Ariana felt the shift, the dark energy detaching itself from Harry's core. With a final, focused pull, she siphoned the last vestiges of the soul fragment out of the scar and into the sphere. Then, with a whispered claustrum aeternum, she sealed it away forever. A wave of profound exhaustion hit her, but it was less severe than before. The ambient magic of Hogwarts, the most powerful magical nexus in Britain, seemed to flow into her, a willing transfusion of energy, replenishing what she had spent. Harry stirred his brow for the first time in his life, completely free of its dark, twisting pain. He opened his eyes and looked at Ariana. He felt clean. He felt whole. He felt, for the first time, completely and utterly like himself. Ariana stood up, holding the seventh and final obsidian sphere. She looked at Dumbledore, her expression one of quiet, absolute triumph. "All 7 Horcruxes are now accounted for," she declared. "Voldemort will soon be mortal." She walked to the window and looked out at the dark, sleeping grounds of Hogwarts. "Now," she said, her voice ringing with the quiet, final authority of a queen moving her last piece into place. "Let's end this war." Chapter 154, A Challenge in Print. The destruction of the Horcruxes was a solemn, secret affair. With only 2 spheres remained, the one from Nagini and the one from Harry, Ariana held up a hand. "Wait, Professor," she said. Dumbledore looked at her, questioning. "Destroy the one from Nagini," she instructed, "but keep the last one, the one from Harry." "Ariana," he asked, confused, Why would we leave him even one anchor, however small?" "Because," she explained, her eyes gleaming with a cold, strategic light, "we do not want him to know he is mortal until the last possible moment. If he were to sense that all of his Horcruxes were gone, his self-preservation instinct would override his arrogance. He would flee. He would hide. He would spend years creating new anchors. We cannot allow that." She outlined the final phase of her plan. "We will leave this last fragment intact. He will still feel its connection, however faint, and believe he is immortal. It will make him arrogant. It will make him accept my challenge. Just before the duel begins, you will destroy this final piece. He will walk onto the battlefield believing he is a god, only to discover in his final moments that he is just a man. We will not just destroy his body, we will psychologically dismantle him in the process." It was a move of such profound, ruthless psychological warfare that even Snape, who had been summoned to witness the event, looked at her with a new level of awe and terror. She was not just planning to win, she was planning to annihilate. Dumbledore, seeing the grim, unassailable logic of her plan, slowly nodded and placed the last sphere carefully back into its containment box. The next morning, the wizarding world awoke to a new kind of shock. It was not a story of death or terror. It was a challenge. Ariana had bypassed the Daily Prophet. She had no interest in their sensationalism. Instead, she had contacted every major magical publication in the world, from France's Le Cri de la Gargoyle to America's The New York Ghost. She had issued a single, open letter. It appeared as a full-page advertisement in every paper. The layout was simple, elegant, and devastating. At the top was a picture of Ariana, serene and powerful. Below it, the text was not an impassioned plea, but a cold, logical, and deeply insulting challenge. An open letter to Tom Marvolo Riddle. You have operated under the nom de guerre, Lord Voldemort, for some time now, a name designed to inspire fear. Fear is a tool for the weak, a tactic for those who cannot win through logic or superior power. Your recent activities, hiding in forgotten manors, sending minions to do your bidding, relying on traps and deceptions, are not the actions of a powerful Dark Lord. They are the actions of a coward. You claim to be the heir of Salazar Slytherin, a wizard of immense power and ambition. Yet you lurk in the shadows. You have failed to secure the ministry. You have failed to retrieve the prophecy. You have failed to eliminate Harry Potter. Your record is one of consistent, repeated failure. I, Ariana Dumbledore, hereby challenge this claim to your supposed greatness. I challenge you to a formal duel. No minions, no traps, just you and me, your magic against mine. The location: the open plains opposite the graveyard in Godric's Hollow. A place of significance for us both, I believe. The time: sunrise, 3 days from now. Let the world see if the great Lord Voldemort has the courage to face a 16-year-old girl in open combat, or if the heir of Slytherin is, in fact, nothing more than a frightened man hiding behind a fearsome name. I await your response, or your silence, which will serve as an answer in itself. The letter was a global sensation. It was an act of supreme, audacious arrogance, a public slap in the face so profound that it could not be ignored. She had not just challenged him, she had mocked him, questioned his power, belittled his name, and called him a coward on the world stage. In his secret lair, Lord Voldemort read the letter, and the rage that filled him was a palpable, destructive force. This girl, this Dumbledore pretender, she had outmaneuvered him, dismantled his plans, and now she was publicly taunting him. His followers were looking at him, their own fear now mixed with a flicker of doubt. His arrogance, the very foundation of his being, could not allow this insult to stand. To refuse would be to admit she was right, to prove himself a coward in front of the entire world. He would go to Godric's Hollow, and he would not just kill her, he would annihilate her. He would torture her, break her, and make her beg for a death that he would grant only when he was satisfied. He would show the world what true power looked like. In her quiet London flat, Ariana felt no fear, no anxiety. She turned to Dumbledore, who was looking at her with an expression of profound gravity. "He will take the bait," she said calmly. The trap was set. The final duel was arranged. The endgame was in motion, precisely as she had planned. She had appealed to his one fatal, predictable weakness, his pride, and now he was walking willingly to his own destruction. Chapter 155, The Final Equation. The morning of the duel dawned cold and gray. Godric's Hollow was not the quiet, sleepy village it had been. It was the center of the wizarding world. A powerful ward, erected by Dumbledore and the Ministry, kept the crowds of onlookers at a safe distance on the surrounding hills, but thousands were gathered, their wands lit like stars in the pre-dawn gloom. Reporters from every magical newspaper on the planet were present, their magical cameras poised. This was not a secret battle, it was a public execution of a reputation. In the center of the wide, open plain opposite the graveyard, Ariana stood alone. She was dressed in simple, dark, functional robes, her honey-blonde hair tied back, her expression as calm and serene as the still morning air. She was a solitary, poised figure against the vast, empty landscape. As the first, weak rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, he appeared. Lord Voldemort apparated to the far side of the field with a sharp, angry crack, his tall, skeletal form a slash of darkness against the rising sun. His red eyes burned with a furious, malevolent fire. He was radiating an aura of immense, uncontrolled power. They stood facing each other, 100 yards of dew-kissed grass between them. A profound silence fell over the watching world. Dumbledore himself sat before a small table. On it rested the final obsidian sphere containing the last piece of Tom Riddle's soul. He held a basilisk fang in his hand. He watched the scene in Godric's Hollow through a long-distance viewing charm. He saw Voldemort raise his wand. He knew it was time. With a whisper of profound regret for the boy Tom Riddle once was, he plunged the fang into the sphere. In Godric's Hollow, Voldemort felt it. A sudden, horrifying, soul-deep wrench. A feeling of absolute, terrifying vulnerability. This weakness, there was only one thing that can inflict such weakness in him: the anchors that had tethered him to immortality, the ones he had clung to as his ultimate secret, were gone. For the first time in over 50 years, he was mortal. A flicker of pure, animal panic crossed his snake-like face. He looked at Ariana, at her calm, knowing expression, and he understood. This had all been a trap, she knew. But his arrogance, his immense pride, would not let him flee. He was Lord Voldemort. He was more powerful. He would kill this girl, and then he would find a way to make more Horcruxes. He raised the yew wand. "You will pay for your insolence, girl," he hissed. "Avada Kedavra." A jet of sickening green light, the color of death itself, shot from his wand. The duel began. And it was, as Ariana had intended, a brutal, one-sided, and utterly humiliating takedown. She did not meet his killing curse with one of her own. She simply took a graceful sidestep, the jet of green light flying harmlessly past her, her movement so fluid and economical it looked as though she were merely avoiding a puddle. "Your aim is poor, Tom," she said, her voice calm and carrying across the field. "Perhaps it is a symptom of your failing magical integrity." Enraged, he fired another and another. Each time, she moved with an unearthly grace, deflecting, shielding with a flick of her wrist, or simply sidestepping the deadliest curse in the wizarding world as if it were a minor inconvenience. "Is this the only spell you know?" she asked, a note of genuine, academic curiosity in her voice. "Your magical vocabulary seems remarkably limited for a self-proclaimed Dark Lord." The mockery, delivered so calmly, so logically, was more infuriating than any counterattack. He abandoned the killing curse and unleashed a torrent of dark, complex magic, curses that would flay the skin, boil the blood, shatter the bone. Ariana met them all. She did not just block them, she dismantled them. She transfigured the bone-shattering curse into a flock of harmless butterflies. She caught the torrent of fiendfire on her wand, spun it into a contained, fiery lariat, and then extinguished it with a casual flick, as if snuffing out a candle. She was not dueling him, she was playing with him. She began her own offensive. It was not an attack designed to kill, but to humiliate. "Expelliarmus," she said, her voice almost bored. The yew wand flew from Voldemort's hand. Before he could react, she summoned it to her own. A poor grip. "Levicorpus," she murmured. Voldemort was hoisted into the air by his ankle, his robes falling around his head, his pale, skeletal form dangling ignominiously. "Liberacorpus," she said, dropping him to the ground with a heavy thud. As he scrambled up, furious and disoriented, she hit him with a series of minor but deeply insulting jinxes. A bat bogey hex, a jellylegs jinx, a spell that made his ears wiggle uncontrollably. The crowd, which had been watching in terrified silence, began to murmur. Then, a few nervous chuckles were heard. Then, outright laughter. They were not watching a duel between a Dark Lord and a young witch. They were watching a schoolyard bully being systematically, comically, and completely taken apart by a vastly superior opponent. Voldemort's rage finally boiled over. He let out a shriek of pure, unadulterated fury and lunged at her, abandoning magic for a physical attack. Ariana sighed, pathetic. With a final, silent, powerful spell, she slammed him back, bound him in ropes of pure silver energy, and levitated his now helpless, struggling form to the center of the field. She turned to the stunned crowd and the frantic, scribbling reporters. "Tom Marvolo Riddle," she announced, her voice ringing with finality. "Defeated, mortal, and no longer a threat." The victory was absolute. She handed the bound, powerless Dark Lord over to a stunned Amelia Bones and a triumphant Dumbledore. The final disposition was decided quickly. Azkaban was not secure enough. A trial was a pointless formality. The killing curse was too merciful. They took him, under heavy aura guard, back to the ministry, to the chamber Harry had seen in his dreams. To the room with the ancient, tattered veil that fluttered on a stone archway. Dumbledore looked at Harry. His face was grim, but his eyes were clear. The prophecy said that one must kill the other. It did not specify the method. He nodded towards the whispering veil. This is a gateway from which there is no return. It is a final end. He looked at Harry, at the boy who had carried the burden of this prophecy his entire life. It is your right, Harry, to be the one to finish it. Harry looked at the struggling, pathetic form of the man who had murdered his parents, the man who had caused so much pain and suffering. He felt no hatred. He felt only a great, weary pity. He raised his wand. With a simple, powerful banishing charm, he pushed the bound form of Tom Riddle through the archway. For a moment, Voldemort's eyes widened in a final look of shocked, terrified understanding. Then, the veil fluttered around him, and he was gone. A profound, final silence filled the room. It was over. The prophecy was fulfilled. The Dark Lord was vanquished. Not in a blaze of glory or a tragic sacrifice, but through a cold, logical, and systematic campaign orchestrated by a quiet, brilliant girl who had decided to rewrite the story on her own terms. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had survived. But it was Ariana Dumbledore, the girl who had mastered the logic of magic, who had truly won the war. Chapter 156, The Beginning of Everything. The return to Hogwarts was a surreal, triumphant procession. The news of Voldemort's final, undeniable defeat had spread across the globe in an instant. The world was celebrating. Spontaneous parties erupted in Diagon Alley, fireworks lit up the sky over Hogsmeade, and the oppressive aura of Dark Lord, finally gone, had vanished from the school grounds, leaving the air feeling clean and light for the first time in a year. Ariana, however, felt no elation, no thrill of victory. She felt only the quiet, profound satisfaction of a complex, long-term project brought to a successful conclusion. The variables had been controlled, the threat neutralized. It was, in a word, efficient. The official accolades were swift and overwhelming. The ministry, now led by a newly confident and deeply indebted Amelia Bones, fell over itself to praise the heroes. Harry was lauded as the chosen one who triumphed, his role in the final banishment celebrated. But the true weight of the wizarding world's gratitude was reserved for Ariana. 2 days after the duel, an emergency session of the Wisengamot was convened for a single purpose. Dumbledore read the decree himself in the Great Hall, his voice ringing with pride. In recognition of unparalleled strategic brilliance, mastery of magic beyond her years, and for services rendered to the entire wizarding world in the final defeat of the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort, he announced, his eyes twinkling. The Ministry of Magic has voted unanimously to elevate the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, previously awarded to Miss Ariana Dumbledore, to the highest possible honor. The Order of Merlin, 1st class. The Great Hall exploded in a thunderous, sustained ovation that was 10 times louder than any House Cup victory. Students stood on benches, teachers wept with joy, and even the Slytherin table applauded with genuine, awestruck respect. Ariana, seated at the Gryffindor table, simply gave a small, polite nod, her calm a tiny, serene island in a sea of adulation. Harry Potter was also announced an Order of Merlin, 2nd class, for his own contribution to the defeat of the Dark Lord. His own reaction mirroring Ariana's. Later that evening, the chaotic celebrations in the Gryffindor common room finally began to die down. The party had been raging for hours, a joyous release of years of pent-up fear. Harry, Ron, Neville, Ginny, and the others were exhausted but happy, surrounded by their celebrating housemates. Ariana, seeking quiet, had retreated to the owlery, her favorite place of silent contemplation. She was standing at the open archway, looking out at the peaceful, moonlit grounds, when she heard soft footsteps behind her. It was Hermione. Her friend didn't speak for a long time. She simply came and stood beside her, following her gaze out into the night. The silence between them was comfortable, filled with the unspoken understanding of everything they had been through together. Finally, Hermione broke the silence, her voice soft and full of an emotion that Ariana couldn't immediately categorize. "It's over," she said. "It's really over." The primary conflict has been resolved, yes, Ariana corrected gently. There will be years of political and social reconstruction, but the existential threat is gone. Hermione turned to face her, her brown eyes shining in the moonlight. Her face was a complex tapestry of emotions: relief, pride, gratitude, and something deeper, something more vulnerable. I was so stupid, she whispered, her voice cracking slightly. All that time I spent being jealous, being angry about Ron's immature behavior. I was wasting time. I was wasting time with you. She took a shaky breath. I was so afraid of not being your equal, I nearly forgot what it meant to just be your friend. Your behavior was a logical, if inefficient, response to emotional distress, Ariana said, her tone softening. I never considered you anything less than my friend, Hermione. I know, Hermione said, a tear tracing a path down her cheek. She reached out and took Ariana's hand, her own warm and slightly trembling. But that's not enough anymore. I don't want to just be your friend or your partner in research. I've spent years trying to understand everything, to learn everything from books. But the one thing I can't find a logical explanation for is this. She gestured to the space between them, to the quiet, powerful current of understanding and affection that had flowed between them since their first year. Ariana looked at her brilliant, beautiful, and fiercely loyal best friend. She saw the years of shared secrets, of quiet study sessions, of battles fought side by side. She analyzed the data points, the protective glares, the quiet care she had taken of her during her magical exhaustion, the fierce loyalty, the recent possessiveness over her time. And for the first time, she applied her formidable logic not to a magical problem, but to an emotional one. The conclusion was sudden, startling, and yet completely, utterly irrefutable. Before Ariana could articulate this new, stunning hypothesis, Hermione closed the small distance between them. She rose up on her toes, her other hand coming up to gently cup Ariana's cheek. And then she kissed her. It was not a hesitant, questioning kiss. It was a kiss of profound certainty, of years of unspoken feelings finally breaking free. It was warm and soft, and it tasted faintly of butterbeer and the peppermint humbug she favored. For a moment, Ariana's analytical mind simply stopped. The constant stream of calculations, probabilities, and strategic planning went silent. It was replaced by a single, overwhelming new data point: the soft pressure of Hermione's lips on hers, the warmth of her hand on her cheek, the feeling of her own heart, for the first time, performing a completely illogical, wildly inefficient, and absolutely wonderful flutter in her chest. When they finally broke apart, they stood in the moonlit silence of the owlery, their foreheads resting against each other. Oh, Ariana said, her voice a soft, surprised whisper. She was the witch who had outthought dark lords and cured incurable curses, but this was an entirely new field of study. Hermione let out a shaky, watery laugh. Yeah, she whispered back. Oh. My conclusion, Ariana said, her analytical mind slowly rebooting, now processing this new, wonderful variable, is that my previous understanding of our friendship was incomplete. Mine too, Hermione agreed, her smile brilliant in the darkness. Ariana looked at her, at the brave, beautiful, brilliant woman who had stood by her through everything. The war was over. A new, peaceful future stretched before them, and her own personal research, she realized, was about to enter its most fascinating and promising phase yet. The logic of the heart, she was beginning to understand, was the one mystery she would be happy to spend a lifetime solving. Chapter 157, The Final Variable of the Heart. The days following what came to be known as the kiss in the owlery were a period of quiet, joyful discovery for Ariana and Hermione. Their friendship, already the bedrock of their lives, deepened into something new and profound. They held hands under the tables in the library, shared secret, smiling glances across the great hall, and spent hours in the room of requirement, their research now interspersed with long, comfortable silences and the simple, profound pleasure of being together. It was perfect, it was logical, and it was, Ariana knew, incomplete. There was one final, significant variable that had not yet been accounted for: Daphne Greengrass. Daphne had been a true and loyal ally. She had stood with them, fought with them, and had become an indispensable part of their inner circle. But since the kiss, a subtle, unspoken tension had entered their trio. Daphne was as poised and supportive as ever, but there was a new, carefully guarded sadness in her eyes whenever she looked at them, a quiet flicker of longing that she tried, with all her Slytherin composure, to hide. Hermione, consumed by her own newfound happiness, was at first oblivious. But Ariana, whose senses were now attuned to the slightest emotional dissonances, saw it clearly. She knew that for their alliance to move forward into the new, peaceful world they had created, this final emotional equation had to be solved. Hermione too noticed it later. The fact that this was something she herself was intimately familiar with was what clued her on. It was Hermione, in the end, who brought it to a head. She had planned a celebratory picnic by the lake for the three of them, a final quiet afternoon before they all left Hogwarts for the summer. As they sat on a blanket under a large beech tree, the mood, for the first time, felt strained. "All right," Hermione finally said, putting down her sandwich and looking directly at Daphne. Her voice was not accusatory, but firm and full of a difficult, necessary honesty. "This isn't working." Daphne's elegant facade faltered. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do," Hermione said gently. "You've been quiet all week. You look at us, at Ari and me, and you look sad, and I can't stand it. I can't be fully happy if one of my best friends is miserable." She took a deep breath. "Ariana and I, we're together now, in a relationship." She said the words plainly, laying the truth out between them. Daphne's composure finally cracked. A single, perfect tear welled in her eye and traced a path down her cheek. She didn't wipe it away. "I know," she whispered. "I'm happy for you, truly." "I believe that you are," Hermione said, "but I also believe that's not the whole truth." She looked at her friend, her rival, the girl who had become an unexpected and vital part of her life. She saw the pain Daphne was trying so hard to conceal. "I need you to be honest, Daphne, with me and with yourself." "Honest about what?" Daphne asked, her voice barely a whisper. "About your own feelings," Hermione said, her gaze unwavering. "About her." She nodded towards Ariana, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, observing, allowing her two friends to navigate this complex emotional territory on their own. Daphne was silent for a long moment, her internal battle written plainly on her face. Her pureblood upbringing, her Slytherin pride, everything had taught her to conceal her vulnerabilities, to never show a weakness. "I can't move forward, Daphne," Hermione said, her voice softening into a plea. "I can't build a future with her if there is this ghost between us, this unspoken thing. It's not fair to you, it's not fair to me, and it's certainly not fair to her. So please, unless you say it, unless you put the truth out in the open where we can all look at it, none of us can ever truly be happy." It was an ultimatum born not of jealousy, but of a profound, radical honesty. She was demanding that they deal with this together as the allies they had become. Daphne looked at Hermione's strong, determined face. She looked at Ariana's calm, patient, and deeply understanding eyes. And in the safety of their unbreakable circle, she finally allowed her walls to come down. "All right," she breathed, the word a quiet surrender. She took a shaky breath and turned her gaze to Ariana. "From the moment you saved me from Lockhart," she began, her voice trembling but clear, "I have respected you. When you gave my sister hope, I began to admire you. And when we worked together, when I saw the true scope of your mind and the quiet strength of your character, that admiration turned into something else." She looked down at her hands. I have feelings for you, Ariana, feelings that go beyond friendship or alliance. I know it is impossible. I know your heart belongs to Hermione, and I would never, ever try to come between that. You are the most important thing that has ever happened to me." A fresh wave of tears streamed down her face. "But Hermione is right. It is the truth. And it is a truth I have been trying to hide. And I am sorry." The confession hung in the quiet air, raw, painful, and incredibly brave. Ariana listened to her, her expression one of deep, profound empathy. She looked at Daphne's pain, at Hermione's compassionate resolve. Her mind, the great logical engine, processed this final, complex emotional variable. She saw a path forward, not of exclusion, but of a new, revolutionary kind of inclusion. The world was changing. They had changed it. Perhaps the old rules of love and relationships no longer had to apply to them. She reached out, taking one of Daphne's hands and one of Hermione's, linking the three of them together. "You are both my best friends," she said, her voice full of a quiet, unshakable certainty. "Hermione is the heart of my logic. Daphne is the logic of my ambition. I would be incomplete without either of you. She looked from one to the other, a new, audacious, and deeply logical plan forming in her mind. The traditional, binary structure of romantic relationships is, from a purely functional standpoint, often inefficient and emotionally restrictive. Hermione and Daphne stared at her, their tears forgotten, their minds trying to keep up. A stable, multipolar emotional and intellectual alliance, however, Ariana continued, a faint, thoughtful smile on her lips, based on mutual trust, shared goals, and profound affection, is a far more logical and resilient structure. She looked at them, at the brilliant witch who held her heart and the brave, loyal witch who mirrored her will. She was not presenting a problem. She was proposing a solution, a new, unheard-of equation for the three of them. Perhaps, she said softly, our future does not have to be a choice between two variables. Perhaps it can be a synthesis. The suggestion hung in the air, radical and full of a breathtaking, hopeful possibility. The war was over. The world was theirs to remake, and they would do it as they had done everything else, together. Chapter 158, The Synthesis of Hearts. Ariana's words, so calm, so logical, so utterly revolutionary, hung in the quiet air by the lake. She was not just accepting Daphne's confession. She was rewriting the very definition of their relationship, proposing a future that was not a choice, but an expansion. A synthesis. Daphne stared at her, her tear-filled blue eyes widening in disbelief, then in a dawning, radiant hope. The crushing weight of her impossible love, a secret she thought she would have to carry forever, was suddenly lifted. She wasn't being rejected or pitied. She was being included, logically. A slow, brilliant smile, brighter than any Ariana had ever seen on her face, broke through her tears. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated joy and relief. Without a word, driven by the pure, emotional impulse she had suppressed for so long, she leaned forward and kissed Ariana. It was a different kiss from Hermione's. It was less a confession and more a declaration of gratitude, of loyalty, of a deep and abiding love that had finally been given a name. It was fierce and soft all at once. When she pulled back, she didn't let go. She wrapped her arms around Ariana, hugging her with a desperate, happy strength, burying her face in her friend's shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered, the words muffled but full of a profound sincerity. Ariana, holding the weeping, laughing Slytherin in her arms, looked over at Hermione. She saw no jealousy in her friend's eyes, only a deep, compassionate understanding and a warm, loving smile. With her free arm, Ariana reached out and pulled Hermione in, drawing her into the embrace. And so they stood, a tangle of arms and hearts by the shores of the Great Lake, the three most powerful witches of their generation, a Gryffindor, a Slytherin, and the quiet, brilliant girl who was the center of their universe, held together in a hug that was both a conclusion and a new beginning. The atmosphere was not just happy. It was thick with a soft, glowing, romantic energy, a perfect, stable, three-point constellation of love and logic. After a long, perfect moment, it was Hermione who pulled back first, a playful, mischievous glint in her intelligent brown eyes. The deep emotional catharsis was over, and her natural, competitive spirit was already reasserting itself. She looked at a still beaming Daphne, a smirk playing on her lips. "All right, Greengrass," she said, her tone light but with a familiar, competitive edge. "I will consent to this polysyllabic, emotionally logical arrangement." She crossed her arms. "But let's be perfectly clear on the terms and conditions." Daphne raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow, her own composure returning, a playful challenge in her eyes. "Oh, there are terms." "There is one," Hermione declared, her smirk widening, "and it is non-negotiable." She pointed a finger at Daphne. "The position of Ariana's favorite girl is, and will always be, a fiercely contested title, and I have absolutely no intention of fighting fair for it." Her expression turned mock serious. "I will not be healthy about this. I will not be mature. I will use my superior knowledge of her favorite books and my long-standing intensive discussion-oriented skills to my full advantage. Expect roughness. Expect petty competition. Expect me to win." And with that, to demonstrate her point, she playfully shoved Daphne's shoulder, making her stumble back a step. Then, with a triumphant "ha!" she threw her own arms around Ariana, hugging her tightly and resting her head possessively on her shoulder, shooting a smug, victorious look back at a laughing Daphne. Daphne, recovering her balance, just shook her head, a look of pure, delighted amusement on her face. "You're on, Granger," she said, her voice full of a happy, newfound confidence. "You have no idea what you've just started." Ariana stood in the middle of their embrace, her two best friends already engaged in a loving, ridiculous, and utterly perfect rivalry for her affection. She looked out at the calm, shimmering surface of the lake, at the familiar, magnificent silhouette of Hogwarts Castle against the sky. The world was safe. The war was won. The future was an open, uncharted territory, and she was facing it with a brilliant, loving heart on one side and a fierce, loyal will on the other. A soft, genuine laugh escaped her lips, a sound of pure, simple, and utterly logical happiness. Her life was a complex, beautiful, and perfectly balanced equation, and she wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 159, A New Kind of Power. The days following the final battle were a whirlwind of change for the wizarding world. Amelia Bones, armed with irrefutable proof of Voldemort's crimes as well as defeat and a renewed, iron-willed sense of purpose, was a force unmatched. The honest citizen loyalty oath of rooting out corruption was implemented across every level of the ministry. The result was a political purge of stunning speed and efficiency. Death Eaters who had hidden in plain sight for years, protected by wealth and influence, were exposed. Those who had bought their freedom with lies found their deceptions unraveling. Aura raids, based on intelligence from the now cooperative Goblin Nation, who were deeply impressed by the bounty, now redundant though, and the reclamation of their stolen sword which was handed over to them, cleaned out nests of dark magic users across the country. Azkaban, for the first time in a generation, was filled with the truly guilty. It was a monumental victory, a cleansing fire that left the ministry stronger and more unified than it had been in a century. Even famed Death Eaters such as the Lestranges, Pettigrew, Lucius Malfoy were all caught and imprisoned. No amount of money was going to free them. This was a fact that Draco Malfoy learned, a cold hard truth, slamming on his head with the force of a bludger. Amidst this grand political restructuring, Ariana conducted a series of quieter, more personal consolidations. She decided, with the logical precision she applied to everything, that secrecy about her personal life was an inefficient and unnecessary complication. Her alliance with Hermione and Daphne was a core component of her strength. To hide it would be to devalue it. First, she told her friends. She gathered Harry, Ron, Neville, Ginny, Sirius, and Remus in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place. With Hermione and Daphne standing at her side, their hands linked, she explained their new reality. "Hermione, Daphne, and I have entered into a formal, committed, polyamorous relationship," she stated, her voice calm and factual, as if explaining a new magical theory. "We have concluded that our intellectual, emotional, and strategic bonds are most efficiently and happily expressed through this structure. We consider ourselves partners in all things." The room was silent for a moment. Harry looked between the three of them, at the fierce loyalty in Hermione's eyes, the proud confidence on Daphne's face, and the serene certainty in Ariana's, and simply smiled. "Okay," he said, "as long as you're all happy." Ron, after a moment of intense mental gymnastics that made his ears go slightly red, just shrugged. "Blimey, well, all right then, more people to help with homework, I guess." Sirius threw his head back and laughed, a loud, barking sound of pure delight. "A Dumbledore." Granger and a Greengrass together, Merlin's beard, the chaos rating is off the charts on Marauder scale. Good on you. The acceptance was total, a testament to the deep bonds they had all forged. Next were the parents. The Grangers, when told, were initially bewildered, their muggle sensibilities struggling with the concept. But when they saw the profound, unshakable happiness on their daughter's face and the deep, loving respect between the three girls, their confusion melted away into a simple, parental joy. If their daughter was happy and loved, that was all that mattered. The Greengrasses' reaction was more complex. Lord and Lady Greengrass listened in their formal drawing room, their faces impassive masks of pure-blood decorum. Ariana laid out the arrangement not just as a matter of romance, but as also a strategic alliance between three powerful magical practitioners, a union that would create a new, formidable power block in the changing political landscape. It was a language they understood. An alliance of three of the most powerful and influential witches of the next generation, Lord Greengrass mused, stroking his chin. Unprecedented, but politically sound. He looked at his daughter, who was glowing with a confidence he had never seen in her before. He gave a single, decisive nod. The House of Greengrass would support it. Astoria was just happy that Ariana was now going to be even more close to her as her sister-in-law. With her personal life now a stable, acknowledged, and fortified variable, Ariana turned her formidable attention back to her grandest ambition. The war was over. The work of healing and rebuilding had begun, but her own path lay beyond the horizon of their world. She brought Hermione and Daphne back to the Room of Requirement, which now permanently held the configuration of their celestial workshop. The past few years, with their constant crises, had allowed for only theoretical work and small-scale experiments. Now, there were no more distractions. "It is time," Ariana announced, standing before a vast, empty section of the room, "to move from theory to construction." With a wave of her hand, the blueprints for Project Chimera appeared in the air, shimmering and three-dimensional. At her command, the room began to provide the materials. Great, magically strengthened titanium alloy panels appeared in neat stacks. Spools of enchanted silver for the runic wiring materialized. And in the center of the room, a large, uncut sunstone, the size of a pumpkin, rose from the floor, waiting to be carved into the heart of their engine. The progress they made was staggering. With their combined focus, the spaceship began to take shape. Ariana, using her immense power and precise control, assembled the physical superstructure, fusing the Muggle alloy panels together with spells of molecular bonding, creating a seamless, impossibly strong hull. Daphne oversaw the alchemical treatment of the materials, ensuring they were perfectly receptive to the enchantments to come. The magical generator, the contained star they had designed, was built and installed. When Ariana activated it for the first time, a low, powerful, and perfectly stable hum filled the workshop, a sound of clean, limitless energy. Now only the final, most intricate pieces remained: the navigation and communication systems. "The Marauder's map gives us the principle of real-time positional tracking," Hermione said, pointing to a complex diagram. "But adapting it to a three-dimensional, celestial scale is a monumental arithmetic challenge. And the two-way mirrors provide the theory for instantaneous communication," Daphne added. "But amplifying the sympathetic magic to work across the void of space will require a level of enchantment that hasn't been attempted since the age of the Founders." They stood before their creation, a sleek, beautiful, but still inert vessel. It had a body and a heart, but it did not yet have a mind or a voice. The work was far from over. But as the three of them stood there, side by side, united in their shared, audacious dream, they felt no doubt. They had defeated Dark Lords, cured ancient curses, and reshaped their world. Conquering the stars, it was just the next logical step. The final frontier was waiting, and they were, as always, ready for the challenge. Chapter 160, Unveiling the Chimera. With the end of the war and the stabilization of the Ministry, a new era of focused, academic peace settled over Hogwarts. But for Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne, it was the most intense and exciting period of their lives. The final hurdles of Project Chimera were all that remained. Ariana, knowing that divided attention would be their greatest obstacle, approached Dumbledore with a formal request. "Professor," she stated, "Hermione Granger and Daphne Greengrass are integral to the completion of a post-NEWT-level research project of significant magical importance. Their continued attendance at standard sixth-year classes is an inefficient use of their time and talent. I request they be granted an academic leave to work under my direct supervision. Their coursework will be completed independently, and I personally guarantee their grades will not suffer." Dumbledore, who had long since learned not to question Ariana's projects, simply smiled. "Consider it approved, Ariana. I trust your definition of significant magical importance will be, as always, an understatement." Freed from the constraints of a school schedule, the three girls worked with a singular, ferocious focus. Hermione, her mind a whirlwind of arithmetic genius, finally cracked the celestial navigation matrix, adapting the magic of the Marauder's map into a stunning, three-dimensional star chart that would allow for real-time positional tracking anywhere in the solar system. Daphne, applying ancient pure-blood enchanting techniques, successfully amplified the sympathetic magic of the communication mirrors, creating a stable, instantaneous link across any distance. Ariana, the architect and chief engineer, wove all the pieces together. She etched the final, complex runes onto the hull, installed the navigation and communication crystals, and calibrated the magical engine to a perfect, steady hum. One evening, after several months of tireless work, they stood before their creation in the vast silence of the Room of Requirement. It was finished. Project Chimera was no longer a blueprint or a theory. It was a real, physical object. It was a small, sleek vessel, about the size of a Muggle van, its hull a seamless, shimmering alloy of titanium and silver. It had no visible windows, only smooth, unbroken surfaces etched with runes so fine they were almost invisible. It rested silently on a conjured launch pad, its internal power core emitting a faint, almost imperceptible thrum of contained energy. It was a fusion of two worlds, a testament to their shared genius, a beautiful, silent promise of a journey beyond imagination. "We did it," Hermione whispered, her voice thick with awe and exhaustion. Daphne simply stared, a look of profound, triumphant pride on her face. "The preliminary work is complete," Ariana said, a quiet, deep satisfaction in her voice. "Now, it is time for the final review." She sent out a series of discreet messages. The following evening, she led a small, bewildered group of some of the most powerful people in the wizarding world to the 7th-floor corridor. Dumbledore was there, along with McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout. Sirius and Remus were present, their curiosity piqued. Amelia Bones had come at Ariana's personal request. And finally, Lord Greengrass stood beside his daughter, his expression one of stoic intrigue. "Thank you all for coming," Ariana said, leading them to the blank stretch of wall. With a thought, she summoned the door. "There is something I believe you all need to see." She led them into the celestial workshop. They all stopped dead, their eyes falling upon the impossible object resting in the center of the room. They stared at the sleek, metallic, utterly alien craft. "Merlin's beard," Sirius breathed. "What the hell is that?" McGonagall frowned at him, not that he paid any attention to her. "This," Ariana announced calmly, "is the AHD Chimera Eye. It is a short-range, magically propelled, fully shielded vessel designed for extraterrestrial travel." The silence that followed was absolute, a thick blanket of pure, unadulterated shock. Ariana then began to walk them through it, with Hermione and Daphne at her side, each explaining their contribution. She explained the Muggle-inspired design, the magic-infused alloy, the layered shielding wards. Hermione detailed the arithmetic navigation system, showing them the live, 3D star chart. Daphne explained the alchemical properties of the power core and the sympathetic magic of the communication mirrors. The reactions of their audience were a study in personality. Professor Sprout looked utterly baffled, but also vaguely impressed, as if she'd just seen a perfectly ordinary-looking plant suddenly get up and start singing opera. Professor Flitwick was practically vibrating with excitement, his tiny face alight with academic glee at the sheer, unprecedented charm work involved. Snape was pale, his black eyes fixed on the vessel with a look of profound, almost grudging respect. He, more than anyone, understood the complexity of the potion work and alchemical theory she was describing in creation of the spaceship. He was looking at something he knew, with certainty, he could not have created himself, at least not without some kind of base knowledge of the several intricacies involved. Sirius and Remus just looked proud, if a little bewildered, like parents whose child has just built a functioning dragon in the garage. Lord Greengrass looked at his daughter, then at the ship, and a slow, calculating smile touched his lips. He saw not just a scientific achievement, but a new frontier of power, influence, and possibility. His daughter was not just a witch, she was a pioneer. Amelia Bones, the pragmatist, was the first to ask the hard question. "It is an incredible achievement, Miss Dumbledore, but I must ask the obvious question. Why?" Ariana turned to her, her periwinkle eyes seeming to hold the light of the very stars she intended to visit. "Because it is there, Director," she said simply. "Because for centuries, the wizarding world has been content to live within its own magical bubble, believing it is the entirety of the universe. We have magic that can reshape reality, but we have never used it to look beyond our own atmosphere. We have forgotten how to explore. This project is not just about building a vessel. It is about reminding our world that the greatest magic of all is not in controlling what we know, but in reaching for what we don't. Her gaze swept over them all, over her teachers, her family, her allies. "My friends and I," she said, her voice ringing with a quiet, unshakable confidence, "intend to be the first witches to walk on the moon. This is the next logical step in the evolution of magic." Dumbledore, who had been listening in silent, profound awe, finally spoke. His eyes, for once, were not twinkling. They were shining with the brilliant, fierce light of a man witnessing the birth of a new age, an age he knew he would not lead, but had had the profound privilege to help foster. "My dear girl," he said, his voice full of an emotion too deep for words, "you have not just built a ship, you have built a future." Chapter 161, The Test Flight of the Chimera. The successful unveiling of the Chimera to their inner circle was a gratifying proof of concept, but Ariana knew that theory, no matter how brilliant, was meaningless without practical application. Before they could even dream of the moon, they had to prove the vessel could survive its own planet. "We require a test flight," she announced to Hermione and Daphne a week later. "A controlled, suborbital trajectory. The objective is to reach the exosphere, maintain a stable position for 5 minutes, and then return safely. We need to test the propulsion, the integrity of the life support and shielding under near-vacuum conditions, and the functionality of the navigation and communication systems at altitude." The preparations were meticulous. The test would take place at night, from the center of the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, a location that was both large, secure, and shielded from Muggle eyes. Dumbledore granted them full access and authority. Professor Flitwick, now a fervent admirer of their work, helped them calibrate the atmospheric sensors. Professor McGonagall, with a stern but proud expression, assisted in weaving a secondary emergency ward around the pitch itself. Even Snape contributed, providing a highly stable, emergency-grade potion that could instantly reinforce the ship's structural integrity for a few crucial seconds in case of a hull breach. "The distance is quite a long way, Miss Dumbledore. How are you going to maintain the magic focus? It would drain you," Flitwick asked, worried about the effects of constant magical drain on the girl. Dumbledore and McGonagall looked as well, clearly also worried. Ariana simply smiled and explained once again the magical engine, the conversion of solar and vacuum pressure energy to concentrated magic via runes. "I am not utilizing my own magic to power the spaceship. Instead, my magic is merely the steering wheel, navigating the vehicle in the cosmos. This is also backed up with the spaceship connecting to the stellar map for navigation. In essence, I am simply guiding the self-powered spaceship. My own magic is safe." The night of the test was clear and starless. A small, select group gathered on the pitch, Hermione and Daphne at a magically created control console, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape as the primary safety officers, and Sirius, Remus, and Harry as anxious, supportive family. A large, shimmering magical screen, a massive version of a two-way mirror, had been erected on the pitch. It was linked to a similar, smaller screen inside the Chimera's cockpit, providing a live communication and telemetry feed. Ariana stood before the sleek, silver vessel. She was dressed not in robes, but in a practical, dark, form-fitting flight suit made of enchanted material, another of her own designs. She held a small, silver bracelet in her hand. "This is an emergency port key," she explained to the anxious group. "It is keyed to this exact spot on the pitch. If there is a catastrophic failure, I will activate it. The ship will be lost, but I will return." Hermione looked pale with worry. "Are you sure about this, Ari? Maybe we should do more simulations." "We have simulated all we can," Ariana said, her voice calm and reassuring. "Data can only be acquired through experimentation." She gave her two partners a confident, grateful smile. "Trust our work, trust our logic." She turned and walked up the short ramp into the Chimera. The cockpit was a small, clean, white space, dominated by a single, comfortable pilot's chair and the glowing crystal interfaces of the control panels. The smaller mirror screen in front of her flickered to life, showing the concerned faces of her friends and teachers on the ground. the main screen showing the view from top of the spacecraft. "Internal systems check," she said, her voice clear and calm, broadcast to the pitch. She ran her hands over the glowing panels. "Power core at 100% stable output. Atmospheric generator online and maintaining pressure at 1 standard atmosphere. Life support nominal. Navigation system locked onto home beacon." "All systems look green from here, Chimera Eye," Hermione's voice came back, sounding impressively professional despite her nervousness. "You are cleared for launch." Ariana strapped herself into the pilot's chair. She took a deep, steadying breath, her hands resting on the 2 crystal orbs that served as the ship's control system. She focused her will, channeling it through the power core. "Initiating primary propulsion," she said. "Launch in 3, 2, 1. There was no fire, no smoke, no roar of engines. There was only a low, powerful, resonant hum. The ship lifted from the ground, perfectly silent, hovering 10 feet above the pitch. A soft, blue-white light emanated from the propulsion runes on its underbelly. "Ascent beginning," she reported. She guided the ship upwards, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. On the ground, the others watched, their faces upturned, as the small, silver vessel became a star, climbing higher and higher into the night sky. Inside the cockpit, Ariana's focus was absolute. She watched her instruments, her mind cross-referencing the ship's performance with her theoretical models. She passed through the troposphere, the stratosphere, the mesosphere. The sky outside the main view screen, which was showing a magically projected image of the exterior, shifted from black to a deep, dark indigo. "Passing 100 kilometers," she reported, her voice calm, "entering the Kármán line. Officially in space." A cheer went up from the small group on the ground. "Shield integrity is at 100%, she continued. "Internal pressure stable. Atmospheric generator is compensating perfectly. The passive energy siphoning from solar winds is beginning to register." She climbed higher, into the exosphere, the final, thin layer before the true void. Below her, the gentle curve of the Earth was now visible, a breathtaking swirl of blue, white, and the glittering lights of Muggle cities. Even her logical, detached mind was struck with a moment of profound, silent awe. "Maintaining stable orbit at 500 kilometers, she announced, beginning 5-minute systems check. For 5 minutes she hung there, a silent, man-made star in the heavens, the first witch to ever truly leave her world behind. The ship performed flawlessly. Every system held. Every calculation had been correct. "Systems check complete. All functions are nominal," she finally reported, preparing for deorbit and re-entry. The journey back was just as smooth. She guided the Chimera through the upper atmosphere, the shielding wards glowing a faint cherry red as they deflected the heat of re-entry. She slowed her descent, approaching the castle not as a falling star, but as a gently landing feather. On the pitch, they watched as the bright star in the sky grew larger, resolving itself back into the familiar, sleek shape of the ship. It descended with an eerie, silent grace, its blue propulsion lights glowing softly, and touched down in the exact center of the pitch with a barely audible sigh. The ramp lowered. Ariana walked out, pulling off her flight helmet, her face calm and filled with a quiet, triumphant satisfaction. A joyous, relieved cheer erupted from the small group. Hermione and Daphne ran to her, throwing their arms around her in a fierce, happy hug. Dumbledore's eyes were shining with tears of pride. Sirius and Remus were whooping like teenagers. She had done it, they had done it. "Status report," Dumbledore asked, his voice full of wonder. Ariana looked at her friends, then at the magnificent, silent vessel behind her, gleaming in the moonlight. "Project Chimera is a success," she announced, her voice ringing with the quiet, profound certainty of a new age dawning. "The systems are viable, the theory is proven." She looked up at the star-filled sky, at the pale, distant disk of the moon. "Now we go for the moon." Chapter 162, The Eye of the Heavens. As the initial, joyous celebration on the Quidditch pitch began to calm, Ariana held up a hand, a gesture that immediately commanded a respectful silence. There was one final part of the debriefing. "The primary objectives of the test flight were successful," she announced, her voice carrying in the cool night air. "Propulsion, shielding, and life support are all functioning within optimal parameters." She paused, a small, intriguing smile touching her lips. However, there was a secondary, passive experiment running concurrently. She walked back up the ramp and into the cockpit of the chimera. When she emerged a moment later, she was holding a small, silver orb about the size of a snitch. It was smooth, seamless, and covered in the same microscopic, intricate runes as the ship's hull. She carried it over to the control console, where Hermione and Daphne were still standing, their faces glowing with pride and relief. She placed the orb onto a specially prepared indentation on the desk, which was surrounded by a complex array of receptive runes. During my research into the Marauder's map and the two-way mirrors, Ariana explained, I theorized that it would be possible to create a one-way, wide-angle observational charm. A magical eye, in essence, that could transmit visual data across a sympathetic link. She tapped the silver orb. This is the prototype, the Medusa probe I'm calling it. It was mounted on the exterior of the chimera's hull, recording its journey. With another soft tap on the runic array on the console, she activated the playback. The large, magical screen that had been used for communication flickered, then came to life with an image of breathtaking clarity and scale. It showed the green and brown tapestry of the Scottish Highlands shrinking away beneath them, the clouds rushing past like great, white beasts. The view tilted, and they saw the sky darken, the familiar blue bleeding into a deep, stardusted indigo. Then, the screen showed the impossible, perfect curve of the Earth, a brilliant, living marble of blue oceans and swirling white clouds, hanging in the absolute blackness of space. A collective, sharp intake of breath went through the small group. They were not just hearing about space, they were seeing it. The probe recorded the entire ascent, Ariana's voice explained, acting as narrator to the stunning visuals. Here, you can see the ionization effect on the outer shield during re-entry, represented by the faint red aura. The dispersal was even and well within our calculated tolerance. The image on the screen shifted. It zoomed in, the magical lens focusing with impossible precision. They saw the sun, not as a familiar orb in the sky, but as a terrifying, glorious sphere of roiling, thermonuclear fire, great solar flares erupting from its surface. The probe's shielding allowed for direct solar observation, Ariana said calmly. The data gathered on magical energy absorption from direct solar radiation will allow us to increase the power core's efficiency by at least 15%. Then she commanded one final image. The view shifted again, away from the Earth, away from the sun, and out into the deep, endless void. The screen filled with the light of a billion distant, ancient stars. The Milky Way was a shimmering, impossible river of light, more beautiful and more vast than any of them had ever imagined. They stood in stunned, reverent silence, humbled by the sheer, overwhelming scale of the universe. They were wizards and witches, masters of a secret, powerful world. But in the face of this silent, cosmic grandeur, they were infinitesimally small. This, Dumbledore whispered, his voice full of a profound, philosophical awe, is a perspective no wizard has ever had. We have spent centuries looking inward, at our own power, our own secrets. You, Ariana, you have turned our eyes to the heavens. Ariana let the final image of the star-filled void hang on the screen for a long moment before deactivating the probe. The screen went dark, leaving them once again on the quiet, familiar Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts. But something had changed. The world felt both smaller and infinitely larger than it had before. The test was a success, Ariana said, her voice bringing them back to Earth. The ship is sound. The systems are viable, and our data is confirmed. She looked at her two partners, her best friends, Hermione and Daphne, their faces illuminated by the starlight and the glow of their shared triumph. Our next flight, she said, her voice ringing with the quiet, absolute certainty of a dream about to be realized, will not be a test. She looked up at the pale, silver disk of the moon hanging in the night sky. It no longer seemed like a distant, magical light. It looked like a destination that was now, for the first time in magical history, within their reach. Chapter 163, The Eve of a New Era. The publication of an observational analysis of suborbital magical flight, co-authored by Ariana, Hermione, and Daphne in the International Journal of Modern Magical Theory, was not a paper. It was a global phenomenon. The accompanying magical photographs, pristine, moving images of the curve of the Earth and the fiery surface of the Sun, captured by the Medusa probe, were reproduced on the front page of every newspaper from London to Tokyo. The world went mad. Ariana Dumbledore was no longer just a war hero or a medical revolutionary. She was now, officially and undeniably, the first witch in space. The title was simple, absolute, and carried a weight of historical significance that was almost biblical. She had single-handedly pushed the boundaries of magic into a new, unexplored frontier. The reaction was a tidal wave of awe and excitement. The Ministry of Magic, now under the firm, competent leadership of Amelia Bones, immediately declared the achievement a landmark moment in wizarding history. The quiet, ambitious work of 3 teenage girls had become a source of immense international pride. It was in this atmosphere of global excitement that Ariana announced the next phase of the Chimera project. She announced it through a formal press conference, organized by a beaming Minister Bones at the Ministry of Magic. Standing before 100 flashing magical cameras, Ariana, flanked by Hermione and Daphne, calmly laid out their intention. The suborbital test flight was a successful proof of concept, she stated, her voice clear and carrying across the crowded atrium. The vessel is sound, the systems are stable. The next logical step is to proceed with the primary mission objective. She paused, letting the anticipation build. In 5 months' time, on the night of the full moon, the AHD Chimera I will undertake its first long-range voyage. Its destination, the lunar surface. The announcement was met with a deafening roar of applause and a supernova of camera flashes. The world was not just going to read about this, they were going to watch it happen. The months leading up to the lunar mission was a period of intense, focused preparation. The event was no longer a private test, it was a global spectacle. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch was transformed. Great, magically reinforced spectator stands were erected, wards were strengthened, and at the center of the pitch, 2 colossal magical screens were constructed. The communication system has been upgraded, Hermione explained to a fascinated group of ministry officials. The 2-way mirror link has been amplified. The first screen will show a live feed from inside the Chimera's cockpit, focused on Ariana. The second screen will be linked to a new, forward-facing Medusa probe, showing a real-time, first-person view of the journey from the ship's HUD. The world would see what she saw, as she saw it. Also, the speed has been adjusted. We will increase the power and speed of the vehicle once it is in outer space. Speed will be controlled within the atmosphere of both the Earth and the Moon. We cannot take the risk of a low-speed travel, as complications over time exposure may occur. Daphne was, of course, analyzing everything, leaving no stone unturned for the success of the project as well as safety of the crew member within the spaceship. There was only one point of contention. The vessel, in its current configuration, can only safely support 1 occupant, Ariana had stated firmly in the planning stages. The life support and power core are calibrated for a single magical signature. Therefore, I will be piloting the mission alone. Hermione and Daphne had protested, their desire to be part of the historic flight warring with their logical understanding of the risks. More than that, they were worried for Ariana's well-being, not being able to be there with her. But Ariana's decision was final. This was a burden she had to carry herself. They accepted their roles as her mission control, her eyes and ears on the ground. The night of the launch arrived. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was electric, unlike anything seen since the end of the war. Witches and wizards from every continent had gathered, their tents dotting the hillsides around the castle. The stands of the Quidditch pitch were filled with the most powerful and influential people in the wizarding world. Ministry heads, ancient pureblood lords, celebrated academics, and, of course, Ariana's own strange, powerful, cobbled-together family. Sirius and Remus stood with Harry, their faces alight with a fierce paternal pride. The Weasleys were there in force, their cheers among the loudest. The Greengrasses and the Grangers sat together, a symbol of a new, united world, watching their daughters on the command console. The Longbottoms, Frank and Alice now strong and whole, watched with Neville, their gratitude a quiet, powerful presence. And on the command platform, Dumbledore stood, his eyes shining, watching the student who had surpassed all of his wildest dreams. Ariana walked onto the pitch. A hush fell over the 100,000 spectators. She was dressed in a new, more advanced flight suit of silvery white, her honey blonde hair braided and coiled tightly. She walked with a calm, serene purpose, her focus absolute. She paused at the base of the ramp to the Chimera, turning to face her two partners at the console. "Mission Control, are all systems green?" she asked, her voice broadcast across the silent stadium. "All systems are green, Chimera Eye," Hermione replied, her voice steady and professional despite the tears of pride shining in her eyes. "All telemetry is nominal." "The orbital path is clear," Daphne added, her own voice a calm, cool counterpoint. "You are cleared for launch on your mark." Ariana looked at them, a silent message of trust and gratitude passing between the three of them. Then, she turned and walked up the ramp, disappearing into the sleek, silver vessel. A moment later, her face appeared on the first giant screen, clear and composed in the clean, white light of the cockpit. "Internal systems check complete," her voice echoed. "Beginning final launch sequence." The crowd held its collective breath. On the screen, they saw her hands rest on the glowing crystal controls. "Launch in 10, 9, 8. The hum of the magical engine began, a low, powerful thrum that was felt more than heard. 7, 6, 5. The blue-white light of the propulsion runes ignited beneath the ship, bathing the pitch in an ethereal glow. 4, 3, 2. She looked directly into the cockpit camera, her periwinkle eyes clear, calm, and full of a purpose that seemed as vast as the stars themselves. A1. The hum rose to a crescendo. The Chimera lifted from the ground, silent, graceful, and impossibly powerful. It rose above the pitch, above the castle, a new man-made star ascending into the heavens, leaving behind a world united in awe. The journey to the moon had begun. Chapter 164, The View from Above. The ascent of the Chimera was a silent, breathtaking spectacle. On the first magical screen, the world saw Ariana's face, a mask of serene concentration, her hands moving gracefully over the glowing crystal controls. On the second, they saw what she saw, the familiar grounds of Hogwarts shrinking away with astonishing speed, the Great Lake becoming a mere puddle of ink, the forbidden forest a patch of dark velvet. The reactions from the crowd below were a symphony of human emotion. In the stands, Molly Weasley had her arm wrapped tightly around Ginny, both of them watching with wide, tear-filled eyes. "Oh, Arthur, look at her," Molly whispered to her husband. "She's really doing it, that brave, brilliant girl." Ginny, her old jealousy long since burned away and replaced by a fierce, protective admiration, simply stared, her heart swelling with a pride she felt for a sister she'd never had. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stood side by side, their old marauder's bravado replaced by a profound, paternal awe. "Look at her, Moony," Sirius said, his voice thick with emotion. "James and Lily would have loved this, the sheer, beautiful, mad audacity of it all." Remus just nodded, a slow, wondrous smile on his face, thinking of the quiet, determined girl who had given him back the moon. Cedric Diggory, standing with his father, watched with the unadulterated respect. He had faced a dragon and a maze, but this was a different kind of courage altogether. It was the courage not just to face a challenge, but to invent an entirely new one. In another section of the stands, a pale, quiet Draco Malfoy watched, his face a complex mixture of emotions. The sneering boy was gone, replaced by a young man who had been forced to reassess his entire worldview. He saw the girl he had once mocked as a Dumbledore pretender, casually leaving the planet. He looked at his father's situation, Lucius, whose public disgrace had been orchestrated by this same girl, and he felt not anger, but a dawning, terrifying understanding of what true power looked like. It wasn't about bloodlines or wealth. It was about a mind that could reshape reality itself. On the main platform, the professors were transfixed. Minerva McGonagall, usually so stern, had her hand pressed to her lips, her eyes shining with a fierce maternal pride that she would never admit to. Snape stood like a statue carved from obsidian, his face an unreadable mask, but his dark eyes were fixed on the screen, a flicker of something, not just respect, but sheer, intellectual astonishment in their depths. She had broken rules he had never even conceived of. This was power far surpassing any Dark Lord in the history of the magical world. And Albus Dumbledore, his beard shimmering in the light of the screens, simply watched, a single, happy tear tracing a path down his cheek. He was witnessing the birth of a new age, a future he had helped to foster but would perhaps never fully be a part of. He was watching his student, his granddaughter, his successor in spirit, become a legend. The most intense emotions, however, were at the control console. Mr. and Mrs. Granger held each other, their minds struggling to reconcile the little girl they'd welcomed into their home with the celestial explorer on the screen. Lord and Lady Greengrass stood beside them, their pureblood poise unshakable, but their eyes shining with a pride that was as fierce as any Gryffindor's. Their daughter was not just a participant, she was a co-founder of this new era. Daphne's face was a mask of cool, professional focus, her eyes darting between the telemetry runes and the screen, her voice calm and clear as she called out orbital data. But her heart was soaring alongside the ship, a silent partner on the impossible journey. And Hermione was the mission's anchor. Her eyes never left the screens, her mind processing every piece of data, every flicker of energy, but her connection was deeper. Every time Ariana's calm face appeared on the screen, a look of profound, absolute love and trust shone on Hermione's. She was not just watching her partner, she was a part of her, a mind linked across the void. On the main screen, the view shifted. The blue of the atmosphere bled away into the perfect, star-dusted black of space. And then, the Earth appeared. A collective gasp, a sound of hundreds of people seeing their world for the first time, swept through the stadium. The Muggle-born were explaining the concepts to the purebloods and half-bloods who were watching this for the first time. Even the purebloods were not at all shying from understanding the concepts from the Muggle-born, such was the power of this achievement. It was a perfect, brilliant jewel of blue, white, and green, hanging in an infinite, silent night. It was beautiful. It was fragile. It was home. Atmospheric exit complete, Ariana's voice echoed, calm and clear. All systems are nominal. The Chimera is stable, proceeding on lunar trajectory. Fleur de Lacquer, watching from a special delegate's box, turned to her sister Gabrielle. "You see, Sherry," she whispered, her voice full of awe, "that is what true magic looks like." The journey continued for hours, non-stop. The public watching on, having snacks as well, for the journey was long. The second screen showed them the stark, beautiful, and terrifying reality of space. They saw the sun, a blazing, untamed inferno. They saw the distant, cold light of the stars. And then it began to grow larger in the view screen. A familiar, pockmarked, and utterly alien world. The moon. Initiating lunar orbit insertion, Ariana's voice reported. The world watched, breathless, as the Chimera gracefully, silently, flawlessly, executed a perfect orbital burn and settled into a stable, low orbit around the moon. The screen now showed the gray, desolate landscape passing beneath them, vast craters, silent mountains, and seas of ancient dust. Orbit is stable, Ariana confirmed, preparing for landing sequence. Destination, Sea of Tranquility. The ship tilted, its propulsion runes now glowing with a soft, precise energy as it began its descent. The ground rushed up to meet them. For a tense, heart-stopping minute, the entire wizarding world held its breath. Then, with a final, gentle pulse of power, the Chimera touched down. There was no jolt, no crash, just a soft, silent settling. A moment of absolute silence. Then Ariana's voice, filled not with triumph, but with a quiet, profound sense of arrival, echoed across the world. "Mission Control, this is Chimera Eye," she said. "The lunar surface is now a door away." Chapter 165, One Small Step. On the ground, 100,000 hearts beat as one. The image on the first screen showed the empty pilot's chair. The second screen showed a static, gray landscape of dust and rock, the view from the Chimera's forward-facing probe. For a moment, there was nothing but the faint, background hum of the ship's systems. Then Ariana's voice, calm and steady, filled the stadium once more. Cockpit pressure equalized. Life support in the external suit is stable and self-sustaining, preparing for extravehicular activity. The crowd watched, mesmerized, as the image on the first screen, now switching to an internal camera, showed Ariana moving to a sealed alcove at the rear of the cockpit. A section of the wall slid away, revealing a sleek, form-fitting suit made of the same shimmering, silver-titanium alloy as the ship itself. It was not the bulky, clumsy apparatus of Muggle astronauts. It was a thing of elegant, magical engineering. She donned the suit with practiced efficiency. It sealed around her with a soft hiss, conforming perfectly to her form. The helmet was a single, seamless dome of transparent, magically reinforced crystal that flowed up from the collar, offering an unrestricted, panoramic view. The entire suit was covered in a microscopic, almost invisible web of the same protective and energy-converting runes as the ship. Breathable air flowed within the suit. Once suited, she picked up the Medusa probe, a small, floating silver sphere that now detached from its mounting inside the ship. "Camera probe detached and active," she reported. She walked to the main hatch. With a touch on a glowing rune, the thick, reinforced door irised open, revealing the silent, airless, gray world outside. The live feed on the second screen at Hogwarts now switched to the view from the free-floating Medusa probe, which hovered just behind her, offering a third-person perspective. The world watched. Every witch, every wizard, every child, every ghost in the castle, their eyes glued to the magical screens. Ariana stood for a moment at the threshold, a lone, slender figure in a silver suit, poised between the pinnacle of magical achievement and the vast, silent emptiness of the cosmos. Below her was the fine, untouched dust of the lunar surface. Above her, hanging in the black sky like a breathtaking blue and white jewel, was the earth. That's one small step for a witch, one giant leap for wizard kind. Then she stepped off the ramp. Her boot touched the gray dust. It was a soft, gentle landing in the low gravity, the fine powder puffing up around her foot in a silent, slow-motion cloud. She had done it. A human, a witch, was standing on the moon. A soundless, collective gasp of pure wonder swept through the stadium at Hogwarts. Tears streamed down Hermione's face, tears of a joy so profound it was almost painful. Daphne gripped her hand, her own eyes wide with awe. Sirius let out a whoop of pure, unadulterated triumph, hugging a stunned Remus. Dumbledore simply smiled, his old eyes reflecting the impossible, beautiful image on the screen. Ariana took another step, then another, her movements graceful and buoyant in the 1/6 gravity. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic whisper of her own breathing, broadcast back across 250,000 miles of empty space. She didn't speak. The moment itself was too profound for words. She simply stood there, a silent, solitary figure, looking back at the distant, beautiful world she had come from. She was the furthest any magical being had ever been from their source of power, yet she had brought her own power with her, a self-sustaining bubble of life and logic in the sterile desolation of the void. After a few moments of silent contemplation, her practical nature reasserted itself. She had not come here just to stand. She had a purpose. She unfastened a heavy, metallic object from the side of her suit. It was a small, intricately carved plinth, about a foot high, made of solid, rune-etched silver. She knelt on the lunar surface, the movement slow and deliberate. With a gentle push, she fixed the mount into the soft lunar dust, securing it firmly. "Primary objective complete," her voice echoed back to Earth. "The Artemis beacon has been deployed. It is now active and broadcasting a stable, continuous positional signal." She had planted her flag, not a flag of conquest, but a flag of navigation. A permanent marker in the heavens, a guidepost for all the future journeys that would follow this one. Her mission accomplished, she gave one last, long look at the distant Earth. Then, she turned, and with a series of graceful, bounding leaps, she returned to the ramp of the Chimera. She stepped back inside, sealed the hatch, and stood for a moment in the cockpit, looking back through the transparent helmet at the silver mount she had left behind. A tiny, glittering point of magic and reason on the vast, silent face of the moon. "Mission Control," she said, her voice calm and filled with a quiet finality. "This is Chimera, I am coming home." Chapter 166, The Return to Earth. The image on the second screen, broadcast from the Medusa probe, showed the Chimera's hatch sealing with a silent, perfect precision. Then, the view shifted, rising smoothly as the probe redocked with the ship's exterior. The world was now treated to a breathtaking, panoramic view of the lunar landscape, the silver Artemis beacon a tiny, solitary point of light in the vast, gray desolation. In the black sky above, the Earth hung like a magnificent, impossible jewel. "Hatch sealed," Ariana's voice announced, calm and professional, cutting through the awestruck silence in the stadium. "Initiating pre-flight systems check for return journey, all systems nominal." On the first screen, they saw her face inside the helmet, her expression focused as her hands moved over the glowing crystal controls. The hum of the magical engine, broadcast through the communication link, deepened slightly. "Mission Control, this is Chimera Eye," she said, requesting clearance for lunar ascent. Hermione, her face still streaked with tears of joy, leaned into the microphone at the console, her voice steady and clear. "Chimera Eye, this is Mission Control. You are cleared for ascent. Godspeed, Ariana." "Acknowledged," Ariana replied. The world watched as the propulsion runes on the underside of the silver vessel began to glow, their blue-white light a stark contrast to the gray lunar dust. With a silent, powerful surge, the Chimera lifted off the surface of the moon, leaving behind only the small, shining beacon and a set of historic footprints in the ancient dust. The return journey was a quiet, beautiful spectacle, taking the same amount of time and patience. The screens showed the moon shrinking behind them and the Earth growing ever larger, a welcoming beacon of life at the end of a long, dark voyage. The crowd at Hogwarts, their initial, explosive excitement now settled into a deep, reverent awe, watched in near silence. They were no longer just spectators at an event. They were participants in a shared moment of history. The reactions were deeply personal, quiet moments of profound realization. Molly Weasley, her arm still around Ginny, whispered, "She's coming home." It was the simple, heartfelt prayer of a mother for a child she had unofficially adopted as her own. Sirius Black, his arm around Harry's shoulders, felt a joy so fierce it was almost painful. He was watching the daughter of his best friend's legacy achieve something James Potter, in all his reckless brilliance, could only have dreamed of. "She did it, Harry," he murmured. "The cleverest witch of them all." Remus Lupin simply smiled, his gaze fixed on the image of the approaching Earth. He thought of the bracelets, the cure, the quiet girl who fought darkness not with anger, but with logic and light. He felt a sense of hope for the future of the wizarding world that he hadn't allowed himself to feel in decades. On the staff platform, Snape watched, his face an unreadable mask. He saw not just a student, but a force of magical and intellectual power that dwarfed his own considerable talents. She had rewritten the rules of potions, curses, and now, apparently, celestial mechanics. He felt a grudging, absolute respect. She was, he had to admit, a worthy heir to the name Dumbledore. And Dumbledore himself, his old eyes reflecting the blue-white jewel of the Earth on the screen, felt a profound sense of peace. He had spent his long life fighting a war of shadows, carrying the weight of prophecies and dark secrets. But he knew now that the future was in better hands. It was in the hands of a generation that was not just brave or loyal, but brilliant, collaborative, and unbound by the prejudices and limitations of the past. He was watching the dawn of a new age, and it was more beautiful than he could have ever imagined. "Re-entry interface in 5 minutes," Ariana's voice announced, pulling everyone back to the present. "Shield integrity is at 100%. Trajectory is nominal." The crowd watched as the ship, now a fiery, protected star, streaked through the upper atmosphere. The image on the screen shook slightly, the only sign of the immense forces at play. Then, it stabilized, the familiar blue sky of home filling the view. The clouds parted, and there below was the magnificent, welcoming sight of Hogwarts Castle. The Chimera, its fiery re-entry shield dissipating, descended with the same silent, impossible grace with which it had launched. It glided over the stands, a sleek, silver promise fulfilled, and settled gently in the exact center of the Quidditch pitch with a soft, final sigh. For a moment there was absolute silence. Then, the entire stadium erupted. 100,000 witches and wizards leaped to their feet, their cheers and applause a thunderous, unified roar of pure joy, pride, and wonder. It was a sound that shook the very foundations of the old castle, a sound of a world celebrating a hero who had not defeated a Dark Lord, but had given them the stars. The ramp of the Chimera lowered. Ariana appeared at the top, her helmet now retracted. She stood there, bathed in the adulation of the entire wizarding world, her honey-blonde hair a halo in the magical lights of the stadium. Her face was calm, her expression serene. She looked at the cheering crowds, at the proud faces of her teachers, at the weeping, laughing faces of her family and friends. She walked down the ramp, each step firm and certain. She had left this world behind, and now she had returned, bringing a new universe of possibilities with her. The journey was over. The mission was a success. And as she stepped back onto the familiar green grass of the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, she knew, with a quiet, logical certainty, that this was not an ending. It was the beginning of everything. Chapter 167, The Lunar Dominion. The celebration on the Quidditch pitch was ecstatic and overwhelming. Ariana was immediately swept up in a sea of hugs from her friends, a tearful, proud Hermione, a beaming, triumphant Daphne, a joyous, relieved Harry, and a whooping, backslapping Ron. Sirius and Remus lifted her onto their shoulders, parading her before the cheering crowd like a conquering hero, a scene of such pure, unrestrained joy that it would be immortalized in a dozen magical paintings. The next day, the Ministry of Magic hosted a grand press conference in the main atrium, which had been magically decorated and polished to a brilliant shine. The room was packed with reporters from every corner of the globe, their quick quotes quills poised and ready. Ariana stood at a podium, flanked by a beaming Minister Bones and a proud, twinkling Dumbledore. Hermione and Daphne, as her co-researchers, sat in the front row. Harry, Sirius, and Remus were also there. The world expected to hear a story of adventure, of personal courage, of the profound, lonely beauty of space. They expected a hero's tale. Ariana, as always, gave them something else entirely. She began by calmly and factually recounting the technical details of the flight, crediting Hermione's arithmetic models and Daphne's alchemical contributions with a sincerity that made her two friends blush with pride. She described the performance of the Chimera, the stability of its systems, the perfection of its design. Then, a reporter from France's Le Cri de la Gargoyle asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Mademoiselle Dumbledore, it was an act of unparalleled bravery, a journey for the ages. What was it like to be the first witch to stand upon the moon? Ariana looked at the assembled press, her gaze calm and direct. My journey was not the objective, she said, her voice clear and carrying across the silent, captivated atrium. It was a proof of concept. The true purpose of the mission was not just to set foot on the moon, but to deliver a package. A confused murmur went through the crowd. The Artemis beacon I deployed on the lunar surface, she explained, as if delivering a lecture, is more than just a navigational marker. It is a powerful, self-sustaining magical transponder. It is now broadcasting a continuous, stable signal, a permanent magical address in the Sea of Tranquility. She paused, letting the technical details sink in before she delivered the strategic masterstroke. This beacon will serve as the destination lock for the next phase of the project, the Chimera II. It will be a much larger, unmanned spacecraft, built on the same principles as the first. Its sole purpose will be to transport and assemble a permanent, magically shielded, and self-sustaining habitat on the lunar surface, directly at the beacon's location. She looked out at the sea of stunned faces. This habitat, once established, will contain a large, dedicated portkey reception platform directly linked to a corresponding platform here at the Ministry. The Artemis beacon provides the stable magical coordinates that were previously missing. It makes long-range apparition and portkey travel, which are normally impossible through the void of space, viable. Her next words changed the world forever. In short, she concluded, her voice ringing with the simple, profound finality of a law of nature being unveiled, my flight was not about one person visiting the moon. It was about building a bridge. Once the habitat is established, any witch or wizard will be able to travel from the Ministry of Magic to the moon, and back again, in the space of a single breath. The silence in the atrium was absolute, a collective, global intake of breath as the true, staggering scale of her ambition was revealed. She hadn't just visited the moon, she had annexed it. She had turned it from an unobtainable celestial body into a magical suburb. Amelia Bones, who had been briefed on this beforehand but was still awestruck by the public declaration, stepped forward. What Miss Dumbledore has achieved, she announced, her voice filled with a powerful, patriotic pride, is a new era for all wizard kind. An era of exploration, of expansion. A reporter finally found his voice. But, who owns the moon? He stammered out. Ariana looked at him, a small, logical smile on her lips. An interesting question of international and interplanetary law. However, as the Muggles have their maritime laws of finders, keepers, so too does magic have its own precedents. The first magical entity to establish a permanent, habitable, and accessible settlement on a previously uninhabited celestial body has the primary claim of sovereignty. She let her words hang in the air, a quiet, undeniable declaration of conquest. Wizard kind, she stated simply, has just conquered the moon. The aftermath was a global paradigm shift. The work on the lunar habitat became an international project, funded by ministries from around the world, all eager to be a part of this new frontier. The apathetic, navel-gazing wizarding world, so long content with its own secrets, was suddenly galvanized by a shared, boundless sense of possibility. New fields of magical science were born overnight: astroalchemy, celestial mechanics, runic teleportation theory. Ariana Dumbledore was hailed as the architect of the future. Weeks later, she stood with Hermione and Daphne in the room of requirement, looking at the new, larger blueprints for the Chimera II habitat. Their work was far from over. There were new challenges, new equations to solve. Beyond the moon, there was Mars. Beyond that, the endless, fascinating void of the cosmos. A whole new universe of variables, Hermione whispered, her eyes shining with an intellectual fire that would never again be dimmed by doubt. A new frontier to claim, Daphne added, her voice full of a cool, ambitious pride. Ariana looked at her two partners, her two best friends, her family. The war was won. The past was healed. And the future? The future was a limitless expanse of discovery, waiting to be explored. She smiled, a true, genuine smile of pure, unadulterated contentment. The logic was perfect. The path was clear. And her journey, she knew, was just beginning. Chapter 168, The Tranquility Base. Years passed, flowing like a calm, steady river after the turbulent rapids of the war. The world, under the competent leadership of Minister Amelia Bones and the quiet, guiding influence of a still strong Albus Dumbledore, healed and grew stronger. The name Voldemort became a children's story of a boogeyman, a ghost of a bygone era, his memory eclipsed by the dawn of a new age of discovery. Hermione Granger and Daphne Greengrass completed their Hogwarts education with a string of NEWTs that, while not matching Ariana's historic perfect score, were still among the most brilliant the school had ever seen. They did not enter the ministry or seek careers in traditional fields. Their path lay with Ariana. The Chimera Trio, as the press had affectionately dubbed them, became the undisputed pioneers of the new age. Their names were on patents for everything from self-sustaining magical power cores to new, more stable healing potions derived from space-borne magic. They were the world's leading minds, a formidable and inseparable unit of intellect, ambition, and power. Their greatest achievement, however, remained Project Chimera. The lunar habitat, a beautiful, sprawling biodome of enchanted glass and silvery, magic-infused alloy, was named Tranquility Base, in a nod to the Muggle pioneers who had first touched the dust. It was a thriving, self-sustaining magical settlement, a glowing jewel on the gray plains of the moon. The portkey platform at the ministry was constantly active, a steady stream of witches and wizards making the instantaneous journey to experience the low-gravity wonder of their world's first off-planet colony. One quiet evening, Ariana stood in the main observation dome of her private residence, a small, elegant structure she had built for herself on a ridge overlooking the main settlement. The earth hung in the black, star-dusted sky like a magnificent blue and white marble, a constant, beautiful reminder of home. Below her, she could see the lights of Tranquility Base, and the tiny, buoyant figures of witches and wizards leaping and floating across the lunar surface in the low gravity, their laughter silent but visible in their joyful movements. She had done it. She had taken a world steeped in ancient traditions and simmering conflicts and had given it a new, shared frontier. She had given them the stars. A soft sound behind her pulled her from her reverie. She turned, a warm, genuine smile on her face. Hermione and Daphne stood there, having just arrived via the private portkey linked to their shared London flat. "The new energy converter is running at 98% efficiency," Hermione announced, already pulling out a roll of parchment. "The arithmetic dampeners are working perfectly." "And Father sent word from the Wisengamot," Daphne added, a smirk on her lips. "They've officially ratified the Dumbledore Doctrine, claiming magical sovereignty over any non-sentient celestial body where a permanent habitat can be established. We technically own Mars now, we just have to get there. Ariana chuckled, a soft musical sound. One project at a time, she said. They stood together for a moment, the three of them, looking out at the Earth, the silent architects of this new reality. They were no longer schoolgirls. They were women, leaders, pioneers, their names etched into history. But in the quiet moments, in the privacy of their shared homes on two different worlds, they were still just Ari, Mayoni, and Daph. Later that night, in their comfortable living quarters, the old, familiar argument began. "I believe it's my turn to share the main bed tonight," Daphne stated, her tone one of cool, aristocratic reason. "I handled the diplomatic correspondence with the International Confederation of Wizards all week. I've earned it." "That's completely illogical," Hermione retorted, her hands on her hips. "I successfully recalibrated the entire atmospheric recycling system today. That's a far greater contribution to our shared well-being. Therefore, the privilege is clearly mine." Emotional attachment and recent accomplishments are irrelevant variables in a pre-established rotational system, Daphne countered smoothly. "It is, quite simply, my turn. Your rotational system is fundamentally flawed and doesn't account for daily contributions." Ariana watched them, a deep, fond amusement welling up inside her. They could map the stars, they could rewrite magical law, they could advise world leaders, but they still bickered over bed space with the fierce, competitive passion of the schoolgirls they once were. Some things, she mused, were a wonderful, unchanging constant. As their playful argument escalated, she finally stepped between them. She didn't say a word, she simply opened her arms. The argument stopped instantly. Hermione and Daphne looked at each other, then at her, and their competitive expressions melted away into soft, loving smiles. They moved into her embrace without hesitation. Ariana hugged them both tightly, one on each side, a perfect, stable, three-point system of love and logic. She rested her head between theirs, breathing in the familiar sense of old books and expensive perfume. "The bed," she said, her voice a soft, final verdict, "is large enough for three." They stood there for a long time, wrapped in each other's arms, a silent, happy tangle of limbs and hearts. Outside, the silent, magnificent universe wheeled on. But here, in this small bubble of life and warmth on the quiet surface of the moon, the three most powerful witches of their generation had found their own perfect, tranquil, and complete world. The future was unwritten, full of endless new variables and exciting new projects. But as long as they had each other, she knew with an absolute, logical certainty, the outcome would always be outstanding. Chapter 169, The Historian's Revenge. On a quiet, sun-drenched autumn afternoon, Albus Dumbledore decided it was time. He extended an invitation to both Ariana and Nagini for a personal trip, a journey into his own past. He felt it was only right, after all they had shared, that they see where his own story began. Their destination was Godric's Hollow. They arrived in the familiar village square, the air crisp and clean. Nagini, now looking more like a distinguished, dark-haired woman in her late 60s than the ancient, cursed being she once was, looked around with a quiet curiosity. It was her first visit to a purely wizarding village since her recovery. Their first stop was the graveyard. Dumbledore led them not to the Potter's graves, but to his own family's plot. He stood for a long, silent moment before the weathered headstones of his mother, Kendra, and his sister, the first Ariana. "I do not come here often enough," he said, his voice a soft, melancholic murmur. "Pride and old regrets are heavy traveling companions." The living Ariana stood beside him, her presence a quiet, comforting support. She conjured a simple, elegant wreath of white roses and placed it on the grave of the girl whose face she wore. Nagini watched, her dark eyes full of a deep, silent empathy for the old man and the pain he still carried. After paying their respects, Dumbledore's expression lightened. "Now," he said, a familiar twinkle returning to his eyes, "there is someone I would very much like you both to meet, an old friend, and the most dangerous gossip in the history of the wizarding world." He led them down the cobbled lane to the crooked, ivy-covered cottage of Bathilda Bagshot. The ancient historian was overjoyed to see them. "Albus, you old rascal," she cackled, her voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "It's been too long, and you've brought the little miracle worker." Her sharp eyes then fell on Nagini. And who is this lovely lady? Bathilda, may I present an old acquaintance, Nagini, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. Nagini, Bathilda's eyes widened as she peered at her. The name is familiar. From Newt's letters years ago, the Maledictus. Good heavens, you look wonderful, my dear. Once the tea and sherry were poured, Bathilda settled into her armchair, a predatory gleam in her old eyes. So, Albus, you brought these lovely ladies to hear about the old days, did you? I thought a historical perspective would be edifying, Dumbledore said, a note of caution entering his voice. Oh, I'll give them a historical perspective, all right, Bathilda chuckled, a wicked, conspiratorial sound. She leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Ariana and Nagini. Did he ever tell you about the time he tried to transfigure a goat into a tea cozy for his OWLS? Dumbledore choked on his sherry. Now, Bathy, I don't think that's entirely relevant. Nonsense, she cackled. It was the most magnificent disaster I've ever seen. The goat ended up with a tartan pattern and kept trying to bleat the Hogwarts school song. He only got in. Acceptable, because the examiner was laughing too hard to fail him. For the next 2 hours, Albus Dumbledore, the defeater of Grindelwald, the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, the most powerful wizard of the age, was subjected to a systematic and hilarious dismantling of his dignified public persona. Bathilda, with the flawless memory of a true historian and the vicious glee of an old friend, recounted a litany of Albus's most embarrassing moments. She told them about his experimental phase with hair-charming spells, which had once resulted in his magnificent auburn hair turning a bright, unapologetic shade of fuchsia for an entire week. He claimed it was a political statement about the rights of magical creatures, she chortled, but we all knew he'd just gotten the incantation wrong. She described his disastrous first attempt at asking a girl to the Yule Ball, which involved a miscalculated serenade spell that accidentally enchanted a suit of armor to sing passionate love songs to Professor Dippet for 3 straight days. She even revealed his secret teenage passion for writing dreadful, angst-ridden poetry, which he would sign with the pen name Alistair the Anguished. Dumbledore sat through it all, his face shifting through various shades of red, from a faint pink to a deep, mortified crimson. He tried to interject, to change the subject, but Bathilda would just wave a dismissive, wrinkled hand at him. Ariana and Nagini listened, utterly enthralled. Nagini, whose own life had been so devoid of simple joy, found herself laughing, a real, deep, rusty sound that seemed to surprise even herself. Ariana watched the great Albus Dumbledore squirm under the merciless teasing of his oldest friend, and she felt a profound, logical affection. This was the man behind the legend, the brilliant, flawed, and occasionally ridiculous boy who had once turned his own hair pink. And my personal favorite, Bathilda said, leaning in for the grand finale, was the Great Niffler Incident of 1898. Bathilda, I implore you, not that story, Dumbledore pleaded, his eyes wide with genuine panic. He was trying to create a charm to attract shiny objects, Bathilda explained gleefully, to help him find a lost cufflink, but he overpowered the spell. For the next 24 hours, every Niffler within a 10-mile radius descended upon Godric's Hollow. They stole everything: teaspoons, spectacles, the mayor's ceremonial chain. It took 3 days for the ministry's department for the regulation and control of magical creatures to sort it all out. Albus had to spend a month polishing their cages as punishment. As Bathilda finished, weak with laughter, Dumbledore simply buried his face in his hands, defeated. Ariana looked at the great wizard, her own lips twitching with a smile. She made a silent, mental note. The Niffler story was an excellent piece of data. It would be a useful, humanizing anecdote to deploy in future Order of the Phoenix meetings, whenever the mood became too tense. Later, as they walked back to the village square to take their portkey, Dumbledore was uncharacteristically quiet. A most edifying afternoon, Professor, Ariana said, her voice laced with a gentle amusement. Dumbledore sighed, a long, theatrical sound. You must understand, Ariana, he said, a twinkle finally returning to his eyes. Historians are the most dangerous keepers of secrets in the world. They remember everything. He looked at her, a wry smile on his face. and I trust that the details of my fuchsia phase will remain a matter of the strictest confidence between us." "Of course, Professor," Ariana replied smoothly. "Your secret is safe with me, for now." As they walked back to the square, they see a person standing there, looking at the village with a lost and sad look. His eyes move towards the approaching trio. Albus stops. "I searched everywhere for you. After you sold the hog's head and moved, you could have at least sent a letter." Nagini was also looking at the man who had magically adopted Credence, thereby pulling their family into the magical line of Dumbledore. "I remember you." Ariana simply looked at Aberforth Dumbledore, the brother of Albus and Ariana Dumbledore of the past, a man who had fled the moment he had seen Ariana's face in the newspaper, a man who did not wish to confront his past where he had failed. A long talk was overdue. Chapter 170, The Reconciliation in the Garden. Years after the fall of Voldemort, in the gardens of a beautifully restored Greengrass Manor, a small, informal tea was taking place. Astoria Greengrass Malfoy, now a graceful and vibrant young woman, her health a testament to Ariana's groundbreaking cure, poured tea with a steady hand. Across from her sat Ariana, her serene beauty now matured into an aura of quiet, immense power. And beside Astoria, looking deeply uncomfortable in his expensive but restrictive robes, was her husband, Draco Malfoy. "It was lovely of you to come, Ariana," Astoria said, her smile warm and genuine. "It's been too long." "My research on stellar core enchantments has been time-consuming," Ariana replied with a small smile. "Nonsense," Astoria said, before turning a sharp, commanding gaze on her husband. "Draco, you have something you wish to say to Ariana." Draco shifted in his seat, looking for all the world like a schoolboy called before the headmistress. He cleared his throat. "Dumbledore," he began, his voice stiff. That is to say, I wish to formally apologize." Ariana raised a single, elegant eyebrow. "For which specific transgression, Malfoy? Your list is rather extensive." Draco flushed a deep red. "For all of it," he mumbled. "For being an arrogant, prejudiced bully for 7 years, I was a fool. I was raised to believe in a power that was based on blood and fear. You demonstrated a power based on something else entirely, and I was too proud and too stupid to understand it." He finally met her gaze, his own gray eyes holding a genuine, if reluctant, sincerity. "I am sorry." Ariana studied him for a moment, her analytical mind processing his statement. The apology was genuine. His remorse, a product of his wife's persistent and logical influence, was real. "Apology accepted, Draco," she said simply. "Emotional and ideological evolution is a sign of intellectual maturity." To ease the lingering awkwardness, she offered him a small piece of information, a closing of an old loop. "I know you spent most of your 6th year pacing the 7th floor corridor at Hogwarts." Draco looked up startled. "How did you know that?" "I was aware of your project," she said, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. "The Vanishing Cabinet. You were trying to repair it to create a passage for the Death Eaters into the castle." She took a sip of her tea. "I also know why you could never get the Room of Requirement to open for you." "Why?" he asked, his curiosity overriding his embarrassment. "Because I had already claimed it," she explained calmly. "I keyed its access matrix to my own magical signature several years ago. It would not have opened for you unless I had specifically willed it to. Your mission was doomed from the start." She paused. "I did, however, destroy the cabinet that winter. It was a security risk." Draco stared at her, the full, stunning reality of his schoolboy struggles crashing down on him. While he had been desperately, fearfully trying to complete a suicide mission for a Dark Lord, she had been silently watching, aware of his every move, having already rendered his entire plan moot. He had been playing checkers while she was playing a game he couldn't even comprehend. He felt a sudden, profound, and strangely liberating sense of his own insignificance in the grand scheme of her plans. Just then, 2 more figures arrived in the garden via a private apparition point. It was Hermione and Daphne, laughing together over a shared joke. Astoria's face lit up. "Hermione, Daphne, you're here." They greeted each other with warm hugs. Then, Hermione noticed Draco. Her smile became slightly more polite, more reserved. Astoria saw it immediately. "Draco," she said, her voice once again firm, "you have one more apology to make." Draco groaned, but he knew better than to argue with his wife, especially when she used that particular tone. He stood and faced Hermione. This was, perhaps, the hardest part. Granger, he began, then corrected himself. Hermione, he took a deep breath. For every cruel thing I ever said to you, for every time I used that foul word, I am truly and deeply sorry. It was unforgivable. My father's prejudices were not an excuse, they were just a reason. There is no excuse. Hermione was taken aback. She had received apologies from him before, formal and stilted ones at ministry functions. But this one, delivered in this quiet garden, felt real. She looked at Astoria's determined face, then at Ariana's calm, watchful one. She saw a man who was being actively, lovingly, and logically forced to be better. A small, genuine smile touched her lips. Apology accepted, Malfoy. They all sat down, and for the next hour, a strange and unprecedented thing happened. Draco Malfoy found himself having a perfectly pleasant, casual conversation with Ariana Dumbledore, Hermione Granger, and his own wife and sister-in-law. They did not talk of the war or old rivalries. They talked of new magical theories, of ministry politics, of the challenges of enchanting alloys for deep space travel. Draco, to his own immense surprise, found himself enjoying it. He was out of his depth intellectually, but for the first time, he was part of a conversation that was about creating something new, not preserving something old and rotten. He saw the easy camaraderie between the three powerful witches, the way they sparked off each other's ideas, their friendship a force more powerful than any dark mark. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the beautiful garden, Draco Malfoy looked at his wife, at her radiant health and happiness. He looked at the two witches who had once been his schoolyard enemies, now the architects of a new world. And he finally, truly, understood. He had spent his youth on the losing side of history, and he was incredibly, profoundly grateful that he had married a woman smart enough to bring him over to the winning one. Chapter 171, The Dividends of Victory. Years after the end of the war, in a sunlit corner office at the top of the Ministry of Magic, Minister Amelia Bones was enjoying a rare moment of peace, sipping her tea and reviewing budget proposals. Her office door chimed softly. "Enter," she called out, expecting her undersecretary. Instead, the door opened to reveal Ariana Dumbledore, looking as serene and timeless as ever. "Ariana," Amelia said, a genuine, warm smile spreading across her face. She immediately stood up. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Please sit, tea." "Thank you, Amelia, but I can't stay long," Ariana said, her own smile small but sincere. She took the chair opposite the minister's desk. "I am currently cleaning up some loose ends of the old war days. Just a few weeks ago, I gave the Black family elf the locket of Regulus Black, not the real one, instead the fake one that Regulus himself had exchanged for the real one and hidden. He said he had no need for the real artifact, but the fake one belonged to Regulus himself, so it holds some sentimental value. The real artifacts are currently at Hogwarts as they should be. Anyways, as I was reviewing some old project files, and I came to discuss another loose end. A financial matter." Amelia raised an eyebrow. "Oh. My bounty on Tom Riddle," Ariana stated, her voice holding a note of dry, academic self-critique. "It was, from a certain perspective, my one true strategic failure of the war." Amelia looked at her, baffled. "A failure? Ariana, it was a masterstroke. It sowed chaos and paranoia in his ranks. It turned the entire criminal underworld into our personal intelligence network. It was brilliant. As a psychological operation, it was effective," Ariana conceded with a slight nod. "But as a bounty, its primary objective was to lead to his capture or death. In the end, that objective was achieved through direct intervention, rendering the prize money unclaimed. The Lestrange fortune has been sitting in a Gringotts vault, accruing interest ever since. It is an idle, inefficient asset." She placed a heavy, official-looking Gringotts folder on Amelia's desk. "I have no need for it," Ariana continued. "My own projects are self-funded. Therefore, I have instructed Gringotts to liquidate the entire Lestrange vault and transfer the full sum into a new ministry fund." She slid the folder forward. "I believe you will find the endowment sufficient to upgrade the entire Auror department with new training facilities, better defensive equipment, and to double the salary of every active officer for the next 50 years. Amelia opened the folder and looked at the number written on the Gringotts transfer order. The amount was so staggering, so astronomically large, that she felt her breath catch in her throat. It was enough money to fundamentally reshape magical law enforcement for generations to come. Ariana, I don't know what to say, she stammered, for once in her life at a complete loss for words. There is nothing to say, Ariana said simply. The money was acquired in the course of protecting the wizarding world. It is only logical that it should be used to continue doing so. Consider it a grant for a safer future. She then smiled, a hint of genuine warmth in her eyes. It seems the idea has become contagious. It seems I am not the only one engaging in philanthropic restructuring. What do you mean? Amelia asked, intrigued. Sirius Black, Ariana explained. After he completed the seizure of the Malfoy assets, he found himself in possession of a vast fortune he had no interest in. Inspired, he said, by the idea of using a dark family's wealth to create something good, he has decided to fund a new project. Her smile widened. He is establishing a new home for orphaned and displaced magical children, a place of safety, education, and genuine care to ensure that no child ever has to grow up like he, or Harry, did. He is calling it the Lily Potter Memorial Home for Children. Amelia's eyes, usually so stern, grew misty. The thought of the reckless Sirius Black becoming a patron for orphaned children was a beautiful, powerful irony. And that's not all, Ariana added, a final, even more surprising piece of news. His old school rival has apparently decided to contribute. You can't mean... Yes, Ariana confirmed. Professor Severus Snape has volunteered his services. He has established a permanent pro bono contract with the home. He will be brewing and supplying all of their necessary potions, with a special focus on nutrient-rich formulas for malnourished children and calming drafts for those suffering from trauma. She looked at Amelia, her periwinkle eyes holding a deep, quiet satisfaction. It seems even Severus Snape has found that the logic of healing is, in the end, more compelling than the logic of holding a grudge. Amelia Bones leaned back in her chair, a slow, wondrous smile spreading across her face. She looked at the young woman before her, the quiet catalyst who had not only won a war, but had inspired its survivors to build a better, kinder world from the ashes. The Malfoy fortune being used to help children, the Lestrange fortune being used to fund justice, a Black and a Snape working together for the legacy of a Potter. It was a world no one could have ever predicted. It was a world made better, not just by grand battles and powerful magic, but by quiet, logical acts of profound, transformative kindness. And it was a world that Ariana Dumbledore had, in her own quiet way, built. Chapter 172, A Calculated Surprise. For a person whose mind operated on pure logic and predictable outcomes, Ariana Dumbledore found that her own birthdays had become the most wonderfully illogical day of the year. She had been lured back to Earth from her quiet lunar observatory under the call of critical, time-sensitive review of the Ministry's new planetary warding scheme. She arrived in the gardens of Grimmauld Place, now a bright, beautiful space filled with laughing children and blooming magical flowers, expecting to meet Amelia Bones for a serious briefing. Instead, she was met with a resounding, joyous shout of surprise. The entire garden was filled with the strange, wonderful, chaotic family she had built over the years. Albus Dumbledore was there, his eyes twinkling brighter than ever, holding a garishly wrapped gift that was almost certainly a new supply of sherbet lemons. McGonagall stood beside him, a rare, soft smile on her face. Sirius and Remus were manning a magical barbecue, arguing playfully over the proper way to charm a sausage to cook itself. Amelia Bones was in deep conversation with Lord and Lady Greengrass, their talk of ministry policy now easy and familiar. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were proudly showing off their holiday photos to a recovered and serene-looking Nagini and playful skittish Nymphadora, don't you dare call me that, Lupin Netonks, who both listened with genuine, quiet interest. Aberforth Dumbledore was there, sitting quietly in one corner. The talk had been intense, but Aberforth had never once broken eye contact with the memory of the girl whose life had been snuffed on that day. Ariana, of course, had simply said one line, "We have already missed on several years of time. Perhaps, Now is a good time to start mending our relationship. Aberforth had simply nodded, unable to say anything else. Snape stood in a corner, looking as dour as ever, but he was patiently explaining the difference between a Bezoar and a calming draught to a wide-eyed Teddy Lupin, whose hair kept changing from turquoise to a shocked shade of red. And her friends were all there. Harry, his hand linked with his wife, Ginny, whose frosty demeanor towards Ariana had long since melted into a deep, sisterly affection. Ron was there, his arm around his wife, Padma Patil, who was laughing at one of his jokes. Neville, now the confident and respected herbology professor at Hogwarts, stood proudly with his wife, Hannah Abbott, standing beside the happy, lucid, and completely healed Frank and Alice Longbottom. And at the center of it all were Hermione and Daphne, who came forward, their faces alight with love and mischievous triumph. "Did you know?" Hermione asked, her eyes dancing. "Did you calculate this variable?" "My predictive models indicated a 73.4% probability of a non-scheduled social gathering occurring on this date," Ariana replied, a smile playing on her lips. "However, I did not anticipate the inclusion of a magically enchanted banner that sings, 'Happy Birthday' slightly off-key." The day was a beautiful, chaotic blur. Harry's son, James Sirius, tried to ride a toy broom too high and was gently levitated back down by Sirius. He did get to sit on Midnight's back, the panther extremely gentle with the chaotic boy. Ron and Padma's daughter, Rose, got into a fierce, intellectual debate with Hermione about the proper use of the comma. Neville and Hannah's children, Alice and Frank Jr., were fascinated by Nagini's stories of the strange, magical creatures she remembered from her youth in Indonesia. Luna Lovegood was there interviewing Harry with vague questions of his trip abroad and whether he had found a crumple-horned snorkeck. Ariana thought she should definitely see if she can find one for Luna as a gift. Hedwig was seen preening at the attention from the children who petted her. Crookshanks tottered around the place, also being cooed at by many of the guests. Astoria and Draco were also there, Draco quietly following his wife around. No one was harboring any kind of hatred towards Draco anymore. His friendship with Harry was also surprisingly solid now. Later, as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the garden, Ariana sat in a comfortable armchair, a small, dark-haired girl, Lily Luna Potter, asleep in her lap. Midnight was resting beside her chair. She watched the scene before her. She saw Dumbledore enchanting a set of bubbles to look like tiny, soaring phoenixes for the children. She saw Snape grudgingly offering a perfect, bite-sized piece of birthday cake to a giggling Teddy. She saw Sirius and Remus, no longer haunted by the ghosts of their past, laughing with Harry, a true and complete family. She saw the Grangers and the Greengrasses discussing Muggle dentistry with a fascinated Mr. Weasley. And she saw her partners. Hermione was now engaged in a fierce, but friendly, debate with Daphne over the best strategy for their upcoming bid to fund a magical research outpost on Europa. Their love for each other, and for her, was a constant, steady, and brilliant light in her life. This, she thought, was the ultimate outcome of all her plans, all her logic, all her secret wars. It was not the defeat of a Dark Lord. It was not the accolades or the inventions. It was this messy, loud, illogical, and profoundly beautiful network of love, friendship, and family. It was a reality she had never predicted, but one she had somehow helped to build. Hermione caught her eye from across the lawn and raised her glass in a silent toast. Daphne, seeing the look, did the same, a warm, genuine smile on her face. Ariana smiled back, a feeling of deep, profound, and perfectly logical contentment settling over her. Her life was a symphony of complex variables and beautiful, unexpected outcomes, and she wouldn't have it any other way. At the end,